The man was a recognized academic genius at Jinling University. He graduated with the highest score in the college at the age of 22 and had just received an admission letter from Harvard University. The man's graduate supervisor is Professor Robin, a world-renowned Chinese physics giant and a Hall of Fame figure in the field of science and engineering. A man's life may seem smooth and glorious, with a future full of flowers and applause. But the turning point of fate always comes quietly. That morning, the man was jogging by the Xuanwu Lake as usual. The sun was shining on the water, everything was normal. But with a loud thunder, the sky was torn apart, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the man without any warning. When he woke up, the world remained the same, but there was a cold, mechanical voice in the man's mind. The voice was emotionless, and its tone was like the judgment of the god of death. It has been detected that the host has been struck by thunder. This system has successfully brought the host back to life. However, due to the use of the law of reincarnation, the cause and effect limit has been reached. The original task of giving points to the novice has been automatically upgraded to a hell-level task. Host, please drive an active U.S. aircraft carrier back to Daxia in an open and above-board manner within 30 days and hand it over to the country. Before the mission is completed, the reward will be temporarily suspended. The original novice gift package has been replaced with an overdraft of lifespan for 30 days. Please be advised. A month to drive an aircraft carrier back to Daxia? In a month, let alone carrying out the mission, the man might not even have a visa. But the system was like an hourglass in the hands of the god of death, counting down every second, forcing him step by step into this almost crazy journey of life and death. Zhao Chun was uneasy, thinking about how to get to the United States as soon as possible and find his mentor. Although the system's preview mentioned that Zhao Chun would board a plane to the United States the day after tomorrow, Zhao Chun still felt uneasy and at a loss. You are in an unfamiliar place and suddenly arrive at the world's #1 rogue country. Your mission is to rob their aircraft carrier. If you fail to do this well, you will die. Who wouldn't be nervous? Even though Zhao Chun has developed a big heart and has not chosen to give up on himself, and has long been beaten by society into a person who can withstand pressure, he still can't help feeling irritated. But Zhao Chun always remembered that sentence. Since you are here, just face it with peace of mind. Zhao Chun quickly packed his luggage and prepared to leave to go to the United States to do something big. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Chun's roommates were playing games together. Seeing Zhao Chun coming back with an envelope in his hand, everyone couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chun, are you on shore?" Zhao Chun smiled reluctantly, knowing full well that this smile might have led to misunderstanding. Zhao Chun's roommates were all smiles and ready to make a scene, but when they saw Zhao Chun's smile was uglier than crying, they immediately quieted down. Sherdali stopped trying to snatch the envelope in dissatisfaction. Zhang Ziming patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Brother Chun, it's okay. You are the only one among us who has the courage to continue your studies. You are much better than those of us who just eat and wait for graduation. It's great that you have landed. Even if the school is not very good, as long as you study hard, you will definitely learn new things. Come on." Zhao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that his smile would cause his brothers to misunderstand him. He thought that he wouldn't discourage them. Anyway, if they knew that he went to Harvard, they would not let him go no matter how he mentioned the word Gaozi. They would definitely slaughter him. Zhao Chun put the offer on the desk and left to go to the bathroom. Just after taking a shower, Zhao Chun opened the door and happened to see Sherdali standing in front of the desk with the offer in his hand. He smiled and said, "Brother Chun, don't tell me. This gold-stamped envelope looks very nice. This school must be good. Every profession has its specialty. Let me see what school it is." Zhao Chun's heart skipped a beat. It was over. It looked like he had to treat everyone. Harvard University. It's a foreign name, hee. Sherdali smiled and suddenly froze. The others in the dormitory were also stunned when they heard this, and then they all turned to look at Sherdali. "Why are you looking at me?" Sherdali scratched his head, not reacting. "Oh my god." Dormitory head Lu Pengfei rushed to Zhao Chun's desk and carefully looked at the school name and emblem on the offer. Lu Pengfei said, "Damn, it's true. What is it?" Others gathered around him. "An offer from Harvard University." Lu Pengfei finally announced the answer. Boom. The whole dormitory was instantly in an uproar. "Harvard? Harvard? Harvard? Brother Chun is awesome. Brother Chun, this is a bit unfair. You got the offer from Harvard without telling me anything. I thought you got into a non-key university. Please treat me. Please treat me. Please treat me. No need for Brother Chun to treat me. I will treat you today." Zhang Ziming, who has the best relationship with Zhao Chun, said with a smile. Zhao Chun looked at his roommates who were more excited than him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Gulu campus of Jinling University is located in the central area of Jinling City, in Gulu District, adjacent to the Gulu Square in the center of Jinling City. It is very convenient for eating, drinking, living, and traveling. The group of people in the dormitory chose a food stall restaurant near the school. Normally, such food stalls are most popular at night, and there are only a few customers at noon, even if the food in this restaurant is quite good. This was not the first time Zhao Qin came to this place, but he was invited to come before. Usually, when it was a roommate's birthday or a party after midterm or final exams, no one would be stingy with their wallets to come here. Today, Zhao Qin is the protagonist. This restaurant has a good location, good taste, and moderate consumption, making it a top choice for college students to gather. After 3 years of studying food in college, this restaurant is considered to be quite recognized by everyone. Compared with those flashy, expensive, and insatiable restaurants in high-end shopping malls, the owner of this restaurant is really conscientious. The boss warmly invited everyone into the private room and brought over the menu and 2 boxes of beer. Eating and drinking were the few pleasures these college students had. Brother Qian, it's not enough. Bring 2 more boxes of wine. There's a big happy event in our dormitory today. Sherdali shouted loudly when he saw that the boss only brought 2 boxes of wine as usual. The shop owner, who was called Brother Qian, smiled and said, "What's the good news, guys? It's broad daylight now, and 2 boxes of wine are almost enough. If you drink too much, if something happens in the afternoon, it will cause trouble." Zhao Qin hurriedly said, "That's enough, Brother Qian. You go ahead and do your work. I'll bring you the menu later. This guy just wants to drink more horse urine all day long, so don't worry about him." It's not that Zhao Qin was reluctant to spend 2 more boxes of wine. This restaurant has large portions, delicious food, and cheap prices. 6 people ate until their stomachs burst, and it only cost 3 or 400 yuan. But the problem is that it's not appropriate to drink in the daytime. It would be fine if he fell asleep after drinking at night. But if something happened in the daytime, and he went to see the teacher drunk, wouldn't that give people the impression that Zhao Qin was unstable? After Brother Qian left, Sherdali said awkwardly, "Brother Qin, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. This is a big event for you, so we just want to drink more. Don't worry, the 5 of us will pay for this meal to congratulate Brother Qin on winning the offer from Harvard. Go away. No matter how poor I am, I still need your 3 or 200 yuan. I have received the full scholarship this year, and I haven't touched a penny of the money from my part-time job. You guys have eaten and drunk as much as you can today. It's a talent of yours if you can eat me bankrupt." Zhao Qin replied with a smile and curse. Suddenly the scene became lively and cheerful again. The meal lasted for nearly 2 hours. I have to say that young people are really good at eating and drinking. They finished 8 plates of dishes and 2.5 cartons of beer. Zhao Qin even regretted not ordering a few more dishes. The few animals still looked unsatisfied. Everyone was also an experienced drinker. Except for Zhao Qin, who drank the least, the other 5 drank at least 5 bottles. Sherdali even boasted more than 8 bottles. In this way, everyone walked steadily and without any intoxication. If they were on Jingyang Ridge, each of them would be a tiger fighting hero. As they passed the school gate, the security guard smelled alcohol in the air. He also saw a few young people in front of him blushing, so he just laughed and knew what was going on. But he didn't make things difficult for them. They were young, so it was okay as long as they didn't cause any trouble. As soon as the group returned to the dormitory, they couldn't wait to lie down on their beds, completely unlike their calm appearance just now. Zhao Qin smiled. Everyone wanted to save face, so it was understandable. He also climbed onto the bed. Although he drank the least, Zhao Qin had never been a good drinker. Even if Zhao Qin drinks a lot, he won't get drunk, but his head will feel dizzy and he won't be in good shape. This feeling is quite unpleasant, so it's only natural for him to take a nap after drinking. After sleeping for about 3 or 4 hours, Zhao Qin was awakened by a phone ring. He rubbed his still blurry eyes and took out the old cell phone under his pillow. "Hello, Zhao Qin, I'm Tang Xianji." Professor Tang's voice came from the phone. Zhao Qin instantly sobered up. Zhao Qin said, Professor Tang, I'm here. What can I do for you?" The other end of the line continued. "Zhao Qin, come to my office right now. I have something urgent to talk to you about." Well, this is the kind of thing that I mentioned before, which may happen to Zhao Qin at any time. Zhao Qin sighed. "Fortunately, I didn't go to Xuanwu Lake for a run today. Otherwise, I would have to rush." Although it rained and the temperature dropped yesterday, it was still sunny in Jinling today. Zhao Qin washed his face quickly, put on his coat just in case, and quickly left the dormitory and rushed to Tang Xinji's office. There were quite a few people gathered in old Tang's office, young and old. When Zhao Qin arrived, he found that everyone seemed to be there and was the only one waiting for him. "I'm not slow." Zhao Qin scratched his head and muttered to himself. "Professor." Zhao Qin greeted Tang Xinji first. He didn't know the others, so he should shut up first. If he called the wrong person, he would be laughed at. Ha 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 ha, the little genius of our school is here. Tang Xinji laughed heartily to everyone. Zhao Chen lowered his head slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he knew how this offer came about. Xiao, let me introduce them to you. Tang Xinji took Zhao Chen's arm and began to introduce the people in front of him to him. This old man is Professor Lu Xiumin from Yanda University, and the girl next to him is his graduate student, Wang Shui. The one with no hair on his head is old man Su Zhong from the Department of Mathematics at Wadayaki University. He's lucky. He became an academician 2 years ago. The boy next to him is his favorite disciple Ding Yuanwei. Well, he is a big shot from Yanda University and Wadayaki University, and he is also an academician. But the title and tone of Professor Tang are a bit annoying. Academician Su from Wadayaki frowned. Old Tang, what you said is not very kind. It's okay for you to say I'm bald in private, but why are you joking in front of the younger generation? You've even managed to get an academician. Why don't you try and get one? Tang Xinji curled his lips and said, Old Su, don't be so ungrateful. You said that the academician position you got was a bargain for you. Professor Li's zygotic experiment was almost done, except for the calculation steps. You asked your doctoral students to handle 2 of them, but you insisted on taking all the credit. In the end, the experiment was successful, but you were listed as the second author on the paper. Aren't you ashamed? Do you know how to write the 3 characters zygotic? Academician Su was also a little angry and replied, that's a zygotic experiment, which is related to whether our country can have a world-class algorithm for major scientific innovation in the next 20 years. What's wrong with me being cautious and going there myself? If I send students there and they mess up or are slow, wouldn't I become a sinner for the country? Seeing the 2 bosses getting more and more aggressive, the 3 juniors were trembling in fear. At this time, Professor Lu Xiumin came out to mediate. Professor Lu Xiumin said, all right, you 2 have enough. You are already in your 60s or 70s, but you are still acting like old children. You are making fun of the children. Let's get down to business. The 2 old men were originally ready to continue fighting, but when they heard someone trying to stop them, they calmed down. After all, they had serious business to discuss. Tang Xinji coughed and said, Xiao, these 2 students, like you, are both graduate students admitted to Harvard University this year. Zhao Chen asked in confusion, just the 3 of us? Although Harvard University is a top international university, let alone Yanda and Wadayaki, even Jinan University has at least 3 to 5 graduate students admitted every year. How come there are only 3 this year? Tang Xinji shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. It's mainly because you 3 are a little special. This morning, I received a message from Harvard saying that your upcoming advisor, Professor Zhou Robin, will start his project in 2 days. Now that you have accepted the offer from Harvard, you are considered half of Master Zhou's disciple. Master Zhou wanted to guide you through this project so that you can gain some experience. Zhao Chen's heart was shocked. So that's how it was. So that's why Zhao Chen had to go to Harvard early. Because under normal circumstances, students who receive a postgraduate offer usually have to wait until after the summer vacation before going to the college to study, unless there are special circumstances, such as the instructor has started a new project and wants to take care of his students. What can a new graduate student do? No matter how talented or academically gifted you are in undergraduate studies, you can only serve tea and water when you first enter graduate school. But when the project is finished, you can often get your name on the 5th or 6th author of the paper. This is a great fortune. Being able to get a name in a world-class project can be said to be a step towards success. These 2 are also students of the deputy instructor of this project, so they hope that you can fly over directly in the next few days to participate in the research. Tang Xinji continued to explain. Zhao Chen was naturally willing to do so. After all, no one wanted to waste his life in vain. Even if it was such an outrageous task as stealing an aircraft carrier, he had to find a way to complete it, rather than waiting for the time to expire and die. But Zhao Chen still had to do the superficial work he should do. Professor, these days, it seems that the visa to the United States is quite slow. I'm afraid it won't be processed in 3 or 2 days. Zhao Chen asked. Academician Su smiled, revealing his gap teeth, and said, visas are a small matter. I have arranged for someone to submit your 3 visas. They will be available by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. You just need to prepare to fly over the day after tomorrow. Yes, for people at the level of national academicians, going abroad for research is probably as frequent as eating and drinking, so it is normal for them to have special channels for visas. Okay, old man Su, stop showing off your academician title everywhere. Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of your children? Said Professor Lu Xiumin. Tang Xinji suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask Zhao Chen. Xiao, you should be able to go, right? Is the money enough? Tang Xianji asked, "Can I go?" Of course, he was not asking if there was anything wrong with Zhao Chen's family. As Tang Xianji's direct student, with excellent grades and scholarships every year, it was impossible for him not to know Zhao Chen's family background. For children who come out of an orphanage, the cost is naturally the biggest obstacle that limits them. Before Zhao Chen could answer, academician Su Zhongshu beside him asked in confusion, "Why? What is the cost?" Zhao Chen quickly answered, "It's enough, Professor. I've saved all my scholarships over the past few years, and I also have a part-time job, so the airfare shouldn't be a problem." Tang Xianji ignored Zhao Chen's answer and looked at Su Zhong, saying, "This little Zhao is a good kid. He came from an orphanage and has been self-reliant since high school. He earns his own tuition and has received a full scholarship for 3 years in college. He has excellent grades. He is really a good kid." Academician Su was stunned for a moment, nodded, and said, "So that's how it is. In that case, I'll pay for Xiao Zhao's plane ticket. Don't just pay for Xiao Zhao. I'll also pay for Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui's tickets. I still have more than half of my research funding left this year. Instead of letting those little bastards spend it all on eating, drinking, and traveling, buying you 3 some plane tickets is a true contribution to the country." Lu Shumin, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes and smiled. They are all contributing to the country. Those guys who use the funds to travel can also be regarded as boosting the local GDP, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they heard the joke. Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui, who had been hiding aside as supporting roles, also secretly cast grateful glances at Zhao Chun. Although it wasn't Zhao Chun who helped to get the ticket, it was also thanks to him. From Jinling to the United States, the ticket would cost at least several thousand francs. Chapter 5. Do your best to be a good host. Since Lu Xuemin and Su Zhong were here to see off the students, they would not just leave after seeing them off. After all, they could stay temporarily at Jinling University, and the 3 old naughty boys were obviously closely related. After leaving the students to Zhao Chun, the 3 of them went out to have a drink, leaving the 3 students staring at each other. "How about we go eat first?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhao Chun took the lead in breaking the silence. The girl named Wang Shui nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and Ding Yuanhui also shrugged, indicating that you are the landlord and you make the arrangements. "Well, it's the food stall we went to at noon again." Brother Qian saw Zhao Chen coming to eat again and brought 2 unfamiliar students with him. Although he was a little confused, he didn't say much. 3 people ordered 4 dishes and a box of wine, which was not considered as neglecting the guests. The reason why people drank a lot of wine at the dinner table was because wine was the best tool to bring people closer together. Not to mention that most of the time, you have to drink a few glasses when you are talking about business. Even if you are eating with friends you have to clink glasses a few times. This is also the reason why Zhao Chen doesn't like drinking, but doesn't hate it. A box of wine for 3 people is definitely too much for people who don't drink much. However, the reality was shocking. Ding Yuanhui seemed to be even more green than Zhao Chun. After drinking a cup of snowflakes, his face turned red, and he kept eating vegetables and rice to relieve his embarrassment. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes after 2 drinks, and found that Wang Shui, who was sitting next to him, had already finished a bottle of wine. Wow, she is a great hidden talent. You would never have guessed that this delicate little girl, who is less than 1.6 meters tall, drinks so vigorously. Wang Shui also explained that she was the only daughter in the family. Every time there was a family gathering during the New Year or other festivals, she would be forced to drink by relatives, friends, and elders. As time went by, she became more able to drink. It was okay if she didn't drink, but if she really drank, she would often have no limit. Well, Zhao Chen had seen this. After the 3 of them came out after eating and drinking, Ding Yuanhui wanted to find a hotel to stay in. The reason was that it was inconvenient to walk around with the luggage. As soon as they arrived in Jinling, they went straight to Jinling University without booking a hotel in advance to store their luggage. But in the eyes of Zhao Chen and Wang Shui, the real reason why Ding wanted to stay in a hotel was that he was drunk and probably wanted to find a place to lie down. There's nothing wrong with it. A grown man almost got drunk after 1 glass of wine, but the girl who came with him drank 3 or 4 bottles. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to go shopping with her. Wang Shui drank the most, but she was still as lively as ever. She was about to go abroad, so she rejected the suggestion of finding a hotel to rest and wanted to visit the beautiful scenery of Jinling and do some shopping to give full play to her subjective initiative as a woman. As a woman, it's understandable. Therefore, Zhao Chen opened a decent hotel for Ding Yuanhui near Jinling University. Normally, the business was done by students from several surrounding universities, so the decoration and other aspects were acceptable. After sending Ding Yuanhui to the hotel, Wang Shui also opened a room to store the luggage. After all, it was a bit ignorant and overconfident to go shopping with a suitcase. Zhao Chen felt that he had done a good job as a host, visiting Confucius Temple, Qinhuai River, Yuhua Terrace, and riding a shared bike across most of Jinling City. Even Zhao Qin's physique couldn't handle it, but Wang Shui was strolling around the shopping malls in high spirits. Unconsciously, Zhao Qin felt as if he was shopping with his girlfriend. If his girlfriend is such a troublesome creature, he should just give up on this idea. After walking around for about 3 or 4 hours, the clock pointed to 11 o'clock, and Wang Shui finally seemed to feel a little tired. Wang Shui turned her head to look at Zhao Qin, who was carrying things for her, and couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laugh. Her beautiful eyes stared into Zhao Qin's eyes, making Zhao Qin feel a little uneasy. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Zhao Qin thought. Why does she look like I owe her a lot of money? Zhao Qin was very depressed. Thank you for accompanying me shopping and helping me carry my things. I love shopping and I can't stop once I start. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a midnight snack, Wang Shui said apologetically. Zhao Qin finally felt relieved and said politely, It's okay. You have come to Jinling with great difficulty, and it is only right for me to take you around. The next second, Zhao Qin regretted it to the extreme. Really? Hee, thank you. Let's go to the night market after dinner. I loved Jinling when I was in Beijing, but I was always busy and didn't have the chance to come. This time, thanks to you. Couldn't this girl hear that I was just being polite? As the price of that polite remark, Zhao Qin finally returned to the dormitory exhausted at nearly 1 in the morning. I have to say, girls who are in a shopping situation with super double benefits really should not be messed with, let alone be talkative. Because of his talkativeness, Zhao Qin suffered a lot in the second 2 hours. Zhao Qin originally wanted to enter the dormitory quietly so as not to disturb his roommates. But he never expected that the lights in the dormitory were still on. These guys were playing quite late. Although staying up late has long been commonplace for college students, as a top student in a national 985 university, the atmosphere of staying up late is not very strong at Jinling University, and even fewer people stay up late to study. Those toxic chicken soups on the internet that the Wadayaka library is brightly lit late at night are all nonsense. Except for exam weeks, the library basically has to close before 9 o'clock. Do you want the teachers who watch the library to accompany you through the night? As soon as Zhao Chun entered the dormitory, there were bursts of whistles. Brother Chun, tell the truth, and you will be treated leniently. What department is the girl you are dating from? That girl is so pretty. I bet she is from the foreign languages department. She looks delicate. I can't believe it. Brother Chun is so mean. This is the first time he takes me out. He only came back now. Why didn't he spend the night outside? Damn it, what are you talking about? I am too lazy to explain to these animals. Zhao Qin will leave the day after tomorrow, and there may be a lot of trivial matters to deal with tomorrow. I should go to bed quickly. Hush, Brother Chun is blushing. Sure, Dolly is afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Everyone was kind-hearted, so Zhao Qin simply didn't say much and went to bed with the little thing he had just bought at the night market in his hand. This is a strange metal. It has a cross pattern that is very familiar to the Chinese people of the two daxia. They bought this thing from an old Russian stall when they were visiting the night market. This burly Slav man spoke fluent Mandarin and patted his chest to assure that this metal was a genuine metal of the former Great Alliance, and the one that Zhao Qin valued was the rare Lieutenant General metal. At that time, the naive classmate Wang Shui naively asked, Aren't all the Slavic metals the same? Are they divided into different levels? The burly old Russian had finally gotten a chance to win the business, so naturally he wanted to take good care of it. He spent a lot of time explaining that metals in the 1980s were divided into different levels. Although they looked similar, one could tell something from the details. It was like the one in Wang Shui's hand was the lieutenant metal of the former Great Alliance, and the one in Zhao Qin's hand was the lieutenant general metal that the former Great Alliance prepared for the Communist International of Daxiao when the new Daxiao was established. However, it was delayed due to special reasons at that time, resulting in a batch of goods not being delivered to Daxia. This also resulted in several lieutenant generals having to wear the major general medal. Good fellow, the more he talks, the more outrageous it gets. Seeing Wang Shui's eyes already sparkling with stars, Zhao Qin quickly stopped the old man from boasting about his products. Quote, Zhao Qin said. Wang Shui looked at Zhao Chun with some doubt. As an excellent successor of communism, the little girl was most vulnerable to this kind of story. The Slav looked at the two people who were exchanging glances and held up 4 fingers. Using fingers to represent numbers is basically only commonly used in Daxia. Being able to count from 1 to 10 with one hand is a precious wisdom inherited by the Daxia people. Don't underestimate this small counting. Many foreign countries have a hard time calculating addition and subtraction within 100. In the final analysis, it comes down to the difference in basic knowledge. For pieces for 1 or 4 pieces for these two. Zhao Chun raised his hand to indicate the metal in his hand and the medal in Wang Shue's hand. Chapter 6. Whose medal? Wang Shue chuckled when she heard what Zhao Chen said, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. The Slav, who was originally smiling, looked unhappy. Handsome man, don't joke around. These are all precious medals and military badges. They are all left by our ancestors. Please don't make a random offer. Zhao Chen felt a little strange when he heard a rough Russian man call him handsome. Calling people who lived decades ago as ancestors was even more absurd. Zhao Chen knew that in recent years, the economic development of Great Russia had stagnated and people's lives had indeed become difficult. This also led to many descendants of retired soldiers having to sell their ancestors' medals in order to support themselves, even if it was just to pay for an extra bottle of vodka a week. Especially after the dissolution of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, the medals of the Soviet Union were no longer officially recognized by the Great Russian Federation, leading to a trend of selling medals throughout the country. After all, no one wants to hide those junk that have lost any meaning at home. It is better to sell them for some money. Commemorative significance? Sorry for these alcoholic Slavs. The commemorative significance is not as valuable as 2 bottles of intoxicating vodka. Even if it is vodka mixed with water, even if it is the medal they risked their lives to win, it is just an empty shell. However, as these medals flowed into Dachau in large quantities, they were gradually picked up by the smart Dachau people, and a craze for collecting them emerged. Dachau people have always loved things with historical significance, especially antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Even an ordinary ancient painting, or even a broken bowl can be sold for millions of dollars or be hidden in the Palace Museum. This is the charm of cultural heritage. However, because of this, these medals were ruined by some unscrupulous businessmen in a short period of time after entering China. Imitation, shoddy products, sold under the name of collectibles to new players who know nothing. There are no legal procedures, no invoices, and the only ones who suffer are those ignorant customers who have to swallow the bitter pill. Zhao Chun was a college student who didn't know how to collect art. Although he had average eyesight, he could tell that these medals were not worth much. Zhao Chen knew that there was no need to think too much about the things on the roadside stalls. Besides, there were so many medals on the stalls that he could pick up a few while walking, so there was no need to look at the so-called precious medals that were touted. Little girl, I see you really like this thing. Okay, originally I was going to sell it to you for 400 each, but now I'll give you 50 off, so 350 each. How about that? The Slav turned his gaze to the little girl next to him, as if he felt something was strange today. Usually, boys like to play with this kind of medals, but today it was this girl who took a fancy to it. It was really rare. Wang Shui smiled. In her hand was a lieutenant medal. Although the rank was not high, the thin purple line under the badge did look very delicate. The design and workmanship of the medal were quite thoughtful. Even if it was a replica, it was not difficult to see that the merchant did not do it in a perfunctory manner. Ahem. Zhao Chen interrupted hastily, feeling a headache in his heart. If you just say you like something when you buy it, isn't that like handing the knife to the other party to be slaughtered? How can this girl be so naive? Xiaoxue, we've bought a lot of these things. We buy one whenever we see one. When will we stop? The ones you bought before were only 20. These are enough to buy 20 of that kind. Zhao Chen began to act seriously. Wang Shui was stunned for a moment before she realized that her reaction just now was too direct. She couldn't help but smile and continued, "Oh, I like it. I didn't expect it to be so expensive." This time, the double act began to work. Seeing that there was something going on, the Slav hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "Miss, you have a good eye. You don't know that this lieutenant medal was specially customized in 1984. At that time, it was specially made to reward those soldiers who had made great contributions. It is not like those ordinary badges. This one is very rare and beautiful. Whether you collect it yourself or give it to relatives and friends, it is the most suitable gift. Will you consider it again?" Wang Shui hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at her expression and seemed a little shaken, but he also held a medal in his hand, which was the lieutenant general level that the Slav had mentioned before. Seeing that Wang Shui seemed ready to soften her heart, Zhao Chen said, "Boss, let's not talk about this spendthrift woman first. How can I sell this medal?" The Slav was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "I see you are all college students, and it's not easy for you. So, I'll give you this at a lower price, 280 yuan. It can't be any lower. This is a lieutenant general's medal after all, and it's an honor to wear it." Zhao Chen cursed in his heart. He didn't even want to wear the lieutenant general medal. He said impatiently, 50. If you sell it, I'll take it. If not, I'll leave it here for you." This time, the Slav did not argue. He took out a box of cigarettes from under his feet, poured out one at random, and started smoking it. His attitude suddenly became cold. "This is a real medal. The Slav's tone suddenly lost its previous enthusiasm and was slightly melancholy and angry. Wang Shui seemed to sense that the atmosphere was a little off and quickly paved the way for the two of them. Hey, your medal is pretty nice. Why is it only 50 yuan? It will cost more than 50 yuan to take a taxi later. Zhao Chun helplessly counterattacked. Then take the subway. I was just bargaining. How come it's like I'm offending someone? 50 yuan is already very cheap to buy a handicraft. How can I feel the reluctance of the Slavs? Okay, $50 is $50, and you can take the badge. The Slav finally compromised and finished a cigarette in just 3 or 2 puffs. Compared with those slow smokers, his smoking speed was simply an art. I'll buy this too. Wang Shui also wanted to ease the atmosphere at this time. Zhao Chen accompanied her out shopping, and it would be bad if he made him unhappy. Zhao Chen didn't care. Doing business is all about bargaining. Whether to sell or not depends on one's mood. How come he became the bad guy? How about this? I'll give you 400 for the 2 medals, and you can also give us some matching gadgets. Wang Shui felt that the atmosphere had become a little cold and quickly tried to adjust it. The Slav rummaged under the stall, took out an old epaulette and handed it to Zhao Chun. Your medal is indeed very new, but this matching epaulette is quite old, so it's a bit old. Take it, it's for you. His tone became less enthusiastic, as if he was a little unwilling to compromise. I'm sorry that you don't have a matching set for your lieutenant medal, the Slav said to Wang Shui with a smile. At this time, Zhao Chun couldn't help but feel a little confused. This big Slav was really good at acting, pretending to be melancholy and giving away gifts. How should he proceed? Suddenly an idea struck Zhao Chun. He stood up straight and said proudly, I will carry on with its mission. As soon as he said that, he immediately felt very embarrassed. He lowered his head and put the epaulettes into the bag, preparing to pay, without noticing that the burly Slav's eyes flashed and his blue pupil shrank slightly. Chapter 7. On the eve of departure, for 100 yuan, paid. After Zhao Chen paid the bill, he hurriedly pulled Wang Shui away from the stall. I didn't realize you're such a good actor, Wang Shui teased. Zhao Chen smiled and said, there's nothing I can do. If I don't act, I'll be ripped off. Don't you know that most of these things are handicrafts? Almost none of them are real. You knew it was a work of art, but you still insisted on buying it for me. Wang Shui blinked, with an innocent expression on her face. But from Wang Shui's tone, Zhao Chen knew that Wang Shui had probably guessed that this was not an authentic medal. Wang Shui said, thank you. I always get so choked up when I see something I like. I love this medal so much. My grandfather was a soldier for decades, and he is our family's idol. I have admired soldiers since I was a child. I want to give this medal to my grandfather during the Chinese New Year. Hey, I didn't say I was giving it to you. Zhao Chen was devastated, but he couldn't show it, so he could only keep it to himself. Not only did Wang Shui have to keep it in her heart, she also had to joke with the girl. Then you made the wrong choice. Yours is the former Lieutenant Medal of the Speed Alliance, and mine is the Lieutenant General Medal. How about you give my medal to the old man? Wang Shui covered her mouth and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. That won't do. If the military rank is too high, people will gossip about it. Even if it's a handicraft, it's not good, Wang Shui said mischievously. Zhao Chen disagreed and said, that's not true. I will hang this medal on my clothes when I get back. I will also put the rank on it when I buy a military uniform. Lieutenant General, how impressive. Wang Shui laughed again and said, aren't you afraid that Uncle Police T will catch you? That makes sense. Then I'll buy a military uniform and wear it when I get to the United States, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Zhao Chen, who was lying on the bed, sighed again. The little gadget in his hand felt really good, but the price was so high. Even if he split the bill, the medal cost him 200 yuan. This was the most expensive toy he had ever bought since he was a child. He might even have to pay for a set of military uniforms. Could Zhao Chen really buy a military uniform? Of course not. Only a fool would wear a Chinese military uniform on the streets of the United States. The next day, Zhao Chen was very busy. When he told his roommates that he was going to the United States to study for a master's degree the next day, everyone in the dormitory was surprised and said they would treat Zhao Chen to dinner in the evening to see him off. Zhao Chen was also quite touched, but he still resolutely rejected everyone's enthusiasm. It was because he was too busy. In the morning, Zhao Chen packed his luggage. It wasn't much, just a few clothes, a few favorite books, and some daily necessities. At noon, Ding Yuanhui and Wang Shui took him to eat. Just after finishing the meal and before they even reached the school, the three of them had their cell phones ring at the same time. They were all calls from their teachers. The visas had been approved. Getting a visa to the United States in one day is really the work of an academician. The three of them hurriedly ran to Shanghai and got the signature at the embassy. After that, I took the high-speed train back to Jinling in a hurry. After all this time, it was almost dark, almost past 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Chen invited them to have dinner together, but Ding Yuanhui quickly declined. saying that he had something to do and needed to return to the hotel. Seeing Ding Yuanhui fleeing, Zhao Qin and Wang Shui couldn't help laughing, because the three of them had discussed not ordering beer at noon. Finally, under Ding Yuanhui's argument, they did not order beer. The argument was quite rigorous, and he almost quoted classics to prove the harm of drinking. Wang Shui suggested, "Let's go to Jinling for the last night. After all, if we leave tomorrow, we don't know when we can come back. And even if we come back, Wang Shui will go back to the capital, not Jinling." Zhao Qin, who was still making fun of Ding Yuanhui just now, quickly begged for mercy. "We are leaving tomorrow. We need to rest well after such a long flight. Eat early and go back to sleep." So, the two of them had a quick meal at a small restaurant next to the hotel and went back to their own places. They agreed to meet at the hotel entrance at 7:30 the next morning. The three people's tickets were booked early, and at 11 o'clock the next morning, they would fly from Jinling Airport to Cambridge, a city in the Boston metropolitan area of Massachusetts, the United States. Zhao Qin couldn't sleep that night. He felt that the strange thing that had come into his life was really a ripoff. In the blink of an eye, he went from being an orphan who couldn't afford to eat to studying abroad in the United States, and then to the point where the United States stole an aircraft carrier. This is a huge difference. System, come out and explain. Of course, the system will not pay attention to these unreasonable inner cries. It even thinks the host is a bit noisy. Zhao Qin sighed. If I were a top special forces soldier trained by a country for many years, and then the United States planned for a long time to steal an aircraft carrier for me, it would be fine. I am just an ordinary scholar. Why should I take on the responsibility of family, country, and world affairs? Zhao Qin thought about his own future plans. Counting from the day of running, today is already the fourth night, and there are only 26 days left until the mission is completed. I have to take another flight tomorrow, so the remaining 25 days. How should Zhao Qin spend all his savings in the remaining 25 days? At 7:30 in the morning on March 27th, there were already many breakfast carts outside the Longhua Hotel, all prepared for young couples who came out of the hotel without having breakfast. Normally, the first class in a university is around 9 o'clock in the morning. Hawkers start setting up stalls in front of the middle school at 5 o'clock, and then rush to the vicinity of the university town around 6 o'clock. These points in front of the hotel are their peak business hours. Zhao Qin's eye circles were a little sunken, but not serious. He didn't sleep all night last night and got up early to wait for breakfast. Wang Shui said, "Hey, you're here so early." Zhao Qin didn't need to look back. There was only one girl among the three people. Of course it was Wang Shui. "Didn't you set the time at 7:30? It's already been a quarter of an hour." Zhao Qin replied helplessly. Wang Shui blushed slightly and argued, "Oh, I thought I could finish my makeup by 7:30, but I didn't pay attention to the time. Don't be stingy. Come on, take a look at my eyebrows. Do they look good?" Zhao Qin was somewhat helpless. "Wasn't your light makeup the other day pretty good? Why bother to spend time putting on heavy makeup? What do you know? Although I am naturally beautiful, I'm going abroad. I can't bring shame to my country. Humph, I want to let those foreigners see our oriental beauties." Wang Shui clenched her fists, looking a little proud. Zhao Qin sighed, not wanting to hit her. After all, the long-distance flight lasted more than 12 hours, and by the time she landed, her makeup would have all fallen off. Besides, there are so many beautiful Chinese girls in the beautiful Chinatown, so she must be a little disappointed. By the way, why hasn't Ding Yuanhui arrived yet? Zhao Qin suddenly felt a little confused. Chapter 8. Entering Harvard. Sorry, I'm late. Ding Yuanhui's voice came from the hotel. Zhao Qin and Wang Shui were squatting on a small roadblock eating rice balls. They were still wondering whether to call Ding Yuanhui when Ding Yuanhui appeared. "Student Ding Yuanhui, you are half an hour late," Wang Shui teased while eating rice balls. I'm sorry. I overslept, and the alarm didn't wake me up. I'm really sorry." Ding Yuanhui hurried over and kept apologizing to the two. Zhao Qin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be polite. Go buy food. I didn't know when you would come, so I didn't buy it for you. Order one quickly and let's go to the subway." "Why take the subway? Why don't we just take a taxi?" Wang Shui asked in confusion. Zhao Qin asked, "Is there traffic jam in Beijing at 8 or 9 in the morning?" Wang Shui was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, "Of course it's congested." "That's fine, isn't it? Jinling is the provincial capital after all, and it's rush hour right now. Taking a taxi in half an hour may not allow you to travel 10 kilometers. The most important thing is that the time is unstable. But taking the subway is different. Not only can you control the time, but you can also go directly to the airport station," Zhao Qin explained. "Is that so?" Wang Shui suddenly realized. Not long after, the three of them dragged their luggage onto the subway, exited the station, and went through airport security. After waiting for nearly an hour, they finally lined up to board the plane. There was a small episode in the middle. Zhao Qin's lieutenant general medal was found during the security check. The staff whispered to each other for a few words before letting him go. Yes, the lieutenant general medal and shoulder straps appeared in the luggage of a college student. It looked like a foreign product. The three of them boarded the plane at 10:20. Academicians who considered the fatigue of flying for more than 10 hours and booked business class for Zhao Chen and the other two. At least they could sleep for a while, unlike the economy class where they might not even be able to stretch their legs. Days without internet access for more than 10 hours are indeed boring. Most of the passengers on the plane are so bored that they fall asleep or ask the flight attendants for magazines to pass the time. Zhao Chen was staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. This was the first time in his life that he had taken a plane, and it was a flight of more than 10 hours. Normal domestic flights could land in 1 or 2 hours, but a flight of more than 10 hours was enough to circle most of the Earth. Except for some tinnitus when the plane just took off, it was not uncomfortable after it gradually eased. There was thick fog outside the window. Except for the occasional buildings on the ground when the plane just took off or was about to land, you could only see clouds at the normal flying height. Looking at the endless clouds outside the plane, and the mess he had experienced in the past few days, Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder, are there any gods in this world? Since even the system can exist, it should be normal for immortals and dragons to exist. Just as Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui were drowsy, Zhao Chen was still daydreaming as the plane began to slowly descend. After a long flight of more than 10 hours, the view outside the window changed from daytime when I first got on the plane to still daytime. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that there was a full 12-hour time difference between Damiai and Huaxia. No wonder the weather here was similar to when they first boarded the plane. The three people followed the instructions in an orderly manner, left the plane, entered the waiting room, and saw several seniors who came to pick them up. Hello, senior. I'm from Jinling University. Before Zhao Chen could finish introducing himself, Ding Yuanhui's voice interrupted him. Cousin. Ding Yuanhui greeted happily. The senior who came to pick up Zhao Chen was a Chinese, about 1.78 meters tall, thin, and wearing a pair of thick black-framed glasses, giving people the feeling of a scholar. The senior turned around and said, Yuanhui? You were here too. Unexpectedly, the senior who came to pick up Zhao Chen was actually Ding Yuanhui's relative. I am also here to attend the Ford aircraft carrier launching seminar, but my mentor is Professor Trim, Ding Yuanhui explained. This year, Mr. Zhou did not choose a student from our PBC school, nor a student from Yanda University, but the guy from Jinling University in front of you. Ding Yuanhui's cousin looked a little surprised. He originally came to pick up Zhao Chen Sr., but he didn't expect that this junior was actually a student from Jinling University. Although Jinling University is good, in the circle of Chinese international students at Harvard, students from Yin University and Wadaiku University account for a larger proportion. And even Zhida University has much more students than Jinling University. But Ding Yuanhui's cousin did not underestimate Zhao Chen. The fact that he could become a graduate student under Mr. Zhou has already proved Zhao Chen's ability. Ding Yuanhui's cousin Wang Qi nodded and said, since we all know each other, let's have a meal together after we report in. Let's go report to Mr. Zhou first. Wang Qi did not lead the way just because they knew each other. After all, Ding Yuanhui and Wang Shui both had their own seniors to lead them, and it would not be good to take over other people's business. Zhao Chen and senior Wang Qi got into his Ford sedan together, and they chatted intermittently in the car. Wang Qi is a quiet person, and Zhao Chen doesn't like to speak up, so the atmosphere is a bit quiet. But Wang Qi still gave Zhao Chen some small suggestions. After coming to the United States, it is best to buy a car. The transportation in the United States is not well developed, taxis are expensive, and the subway is not convenient. It is impossible for Zhao Chen to ride a bicycle all the time in the United States. It would be much more convenient to buy a car. Moreover, cars in the United States are much cheaper than those in China, and the tax for buying a car is also less. If he does not plan to come back in the future, he will not lose much money by selling the used car. However, Zhao Chen did not plan to buy a car because he did not have that much money, and he might not be able to study for a master's degree for long. After all, he wanted to steal an aircraft carrier and bring it back to China. So buying a car was just something he could only think about. About 40 minutes later, the car stopped and Zhao Chen saw the whole picture of Harvard University through the car window. What comes into view is a rich crimson color. Harvard's buildings are painted with crimson paint, a color that represents Harvard's iconic temperament, love of learning, honor, and self-confidence. As you enter the campus, you will be greeted by the main entrance to Harvard's Loeb building. On the door is written Veritas, which means truth, which is also the meaning of Harvard University's emblem. This campus has no gatekeepers. Everyone can come in as long as they pursue the truth in their hearts. Harvard welcomes every soul willing to explore the truth. Soon after, Ding Yuanhui and Wang Shui also arrived. Wang Qi did not hesitate and led everyone into the campus. Soon after, They knocked on Mr. Zhou's office door. "Come in, please." A reply came from the office. Chapter 9. Strange New Task. The area of the room was only a little over 30 square meters, and Mr. Zhou was the only one working in it. The monotonous white wall coverings in the office form a sharp contrast with the dark red teaching buildings that I saw when I first entered Harvard. It can also be seen that Mr. Zhou is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. The room seemed empty. The only large objects on the eastern side were a 1-meter square wooden desk and 2 cotton sofas in the middle of the room that looked quite old. Mr. Zhou was sitting quietly at his desk, seemingly calculating something. Zhao Chen thought, this must be his mentor, Mr. Zhou Robin, the top expert in the Department of International Physics. Although the 4 of them had entered the room, they all waited quietly for Mr. Zhou to finish his work when they saw him busy. The only sounds in the room were the rustling of sparse pens and calculators. Although the sound of the door opening was not loud, it seemed to disturb Mr. Zhou's thoughts. His brows frowned slightly, and then he relaxed a little, as if he realized that a guest had come in. Then he relaxed his brows and stood up. "Teacher." Wang Qi greeted Zhou Robin respectfully. "This is my junior brother, the master's students you recruited this year. These 2 are also students of our other Harvard tutors. They came here together, so they also wanted to see you." Wang Qi first introduced Zhao Chen to Zhou Robin, and then introduced Wang Shui and Ding Yuanwei behind Zhao Chen one by one. Zhou Lao stared at Zhao Chen with a slightly flickering look in his eyes and looked at Wang Qi with some dissatisfaction. But soon, he returned to his kind look, motioned for everyone to sit down, and instructed Wang Qi to make tea. How could Wang Shui and Ding Yuanwei dare to drink Professor Zhou's tea? Since they had come to show respect, they had to leave after paying their respects. After saying a few compliments, they hurriedly left, saying that they had to report to their mentor, Trim. The look that Mr. Zhou gave Zhao Chen just now was so domineering that I felt like Alexander was hiding behind him. Wang Shui stuck out her tongue. Ding Yuanwei nodded and said, "This might be the aura of a big boss. He didn't do anything, but he made people feel pressured. Qi, go see them off. Professor Trim's office is quite far from here," Mr. Zhou said to Wang Qi. Wang Qi was a little nervous. He didn't notice Mr. Zhou's expression when he entered the room. It was not until Mr. Zhou glared at him inadvertently that he remembered that Mr. Zhou actually didn't like strangers coming to his office. This time, Wang Qi had planned to bring his juniors to meet his teacher, but he forgot about this. He was originally prepared to be criticized, but he didn't expect that Mr. Zhou didn't blame him, but asked him to send the 2 people off. Wang Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. No matter what, not being criticized is a good thing. Wang Qi hurried out of the office and led the way for Wang Shui and Ding Yuanwei. Zhao Chen and Zhou Robin were the only ones left in the office. Zhou Robin motioned Zhao Chen to sit for a while she went to pour herself a cup of tea. Zhao Chen felt a little nervous, as he felt that it was a bit against the rules to ask his tutor to pour tea for him. However, he was not clear about the customs and habits in Damei, and didn't know whether a teacher should pour tea when meeting a student for the first time. So he didn't say much and could only sit down obediently. Soon, Zhou Robin brought over a pot of green tea and 2 Sankai cups, which were already filled with fragrant tea. "Shall we talk?" Zhou Robin picked up a cup of tea, gently opened the lid, and blew on it. Zhao Chen had never seen anyone in real life drink tea from this ancient cup. He didn't know how to hold the cup and drink from it, so he simply decided not to drink the tea. "Well, okay." Zhao Chen was a little embarrassed. Zhou Luobin spoke very standard Chinese. Zhao Chen did not expect that although Mr. Zhou had never been to China, his Chinese was so good. Zhou Luobin took a sip of tea and said lightly, "I didn't expect you to show up in this way." Zhao Chen asked, "What way? Is there any problem with me taking the offer you gave me to study for a master's degree?" Zhao Chen replied in confusion, "I don't quite understand what you mean." Zhou Robin smiled and praised, "You have a good sense of confidentiality. You are worthy of being here to carry out this mission." Zhao Chen thought, "Mission? What mission? I only have the mission of stealing an aircraft carrier. Did Professor Zhou misunderstand something? Or did my system add another strange mission to me?" Zhao Chen was confused and didn't say anything. Zhou Luobin changed the way of asking questions. "Since you don't want to say more, please show me the proof." Hearing this, Zhao Chen was even more confused. "Keepsake? What keepsake?" The old man probably didn't express his meaning clearly. Maybe he was referring to the letter of proof. So Zhao Chen put his backpack in front of his chest and began to look for the Harvard admission letter. Because the admission letter and the medal I bought from the stall were placed together in the interlayer, I accidentally dropped the medal when I took out the envelope. The moment the medal fell, Zhou Robin's kind eyes suddenly frowned, his brows slightly furrowed, and he looked a little anxious. But then he calmed down and his expression returned to calm. Zhao Chen quickly put the medal back into his backpack and then obediently handed the admission letter to Zhou Robin. Zhou Robin looked at Zhao Chen's backpack, then looked at Zhao Chen, who was looking dull, and couldn't help but admire in his heart. This is a truly smart comrade. After reading Zhao Chen's offer, Zhou Robin nodded and said, "Smart, smart." Zhao Chen was a little confused. Is Mr. Zhou praising me for being smart? Zhou Robin put down the envelope with satisfaction, handed it back to Zhao Chen, leaned in and whispered, "There will be no surveillance in my office. Please don't worry so much." Zhao Chen thought, "Hey, what am I worried about? What does it have to do with me whether there is surveillance or not? Did I do something wrong again? When will our project start? Is there anything I need to do?" Zhao Chen was eager to break this strange atmosphere. Mr. Zhou's relaxed brows tightened again, and he said, "The aircraft carrier is expected to be launched in half a month. Before that, I still have some data to verify, but these are all small matters. Your task may be more difficult." Zhao Chen was a little speechless. Aren't new graduate students supposed to just serve tea and water and do nothing? Why is the task so heavy? You have to be mentally prepared, and don't underestimate these troublemakers. Although I have done a lot of persuasion and convincing them, they have lived here for decades. If we don't handle it properly, the plan may be exposed. In that case, when the next aircraft carrier is launched, the chances will be even slimmer. Zhou Robin sighed. Zhao Chen's mind was full of questions. What did psychological preparation mean? What was the troublemaker? Who was he trying to convince? What did these words mean? Zhao Chen thought, it seems that he has been involved in some strange plan. Playing dumb? Playing dumb will be exposed sooner or later. Since he already has a mission, he should get in first. Well, Mr. Zhou, I'm in a hurry here and didn't receive too many details before. Could you please explain it to me in detail? Zhao Chen decided to ask clearly. Chapter 10. A few insignificant problems. Zhou Robin pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "You are right. The intelligence in the country may not be accurate enough. Come with me. There are many people in the school, and there may be ears. You are right to be cautious." After that, Zhou Robin picked up his manuscript and pen and left Harvard University with Zhao Chen. No one around had any objection to such a top expert leaving the office during office hours. Zhao Chen followed Professor Zhou out of the gate of Law Building. After walking about 600 to 700 meters, they arrived at a private villa. In the United States, private villas are very common and the prices are not as expensive as in China. Normal middle-income earners do not have much pressure to buy them. So many wealthy children who are famous in China will buy a few villas as backup when they travel abroad or study abroad. They will not live in them until guests come to live in them, and the value of the houses will appreciate over time. However, like the villas around Harvard, the land price in this place is definitely not cheap. The price of the houses here is comparable to that of villas in first-tier cities in China. "I usually live in Harvard's faculty dormitory," Zhou Robin said as he walked. "This is my home here. My son and daughter-in-law usually live here. They recently went to Kangaroo Country to discuss business and haven't been back for a long time. No one is here now. Come in and talk." It was the first time that Zhao Chen had seen such a large house, which was much larger than the common small villas in the country. Although he had been to villas several times, they were simply incomparable to the one in front of him. No wonder Zhou Lao's son and daughter-in-law went on a business trip, and Zhou Luobin himself did not move in. Living alone in such a big place would make one feel somewhat lonely. As Zhou Robin entered the villa, Zhao Chen had roughly understood what had happened on the way over. First of all, he must have been led into a strange mission by this crappy system, and this mission must be related to the aircraft carrier. As expected, the system was unwilling to let its host die like this. I was a little touched, but I didn't know how to continue the performance. After entering the villa, Zhou Robin seemed even more casual and didn't even change his shoes when he entered the living room. Zhao Chen hesitated for a long time, thinking that he didn't know which slippers were for the guests, so he simply didn't change his slippers. Mr. Zhou walked into the kitchen, took out a can of coffee, and walked to the water dispenser to pour a large pot of hot water. Children nowadays are used to living in a foreign country and like these foreign things. There is no tea at home, so let's drink some coffee. Old Zhou smiled and handed the ground coffee to Zhao Chen, who was immediately flattered. "Professor Zhou, haven't you also stayed in the United States all your life?" Zhao Chen was a little puzzled and couldn't help asking. Zhou Robin sighed and said, "It's my fault that I didn't listen to advice when I was young. I was too arrogant and looked down on everyone. I thought I was gifted and no one cared about me. I quickly announced my achievements and became famous too early." Zhao Chen thought to himself, "Okay, that's quite Versailles." Zhou Robin continued, "When I reached the age of knowing my destiny, I felt my responsibility as a Daxia citizen. But by then, the American authorities had already kept a close watch on me. Even when I wanted to go back to my homeland to take a look at my ancestral land, I was not allowed to do so." Zhou Robin said, "It was then that I realized that fame also has its shackles. I wanted to dedicate my life's learning to the country, like Mr. Qian, who worked hard for the country until his death. But the US government is really vicious and difficult to deal with, and my idea has never been realized. Zhao Chun was a little shocked for a moment and couldn't help asking. So, we have to work together to steal this aircraft carrier back? Zhao Chun finally asked the doubts in his heart. After all, this was his ultimate mission. Zhou Robin glanced at Zhao Chun with a dignified look. After a moment, he took a sip of the coffee that was no longer scalding hot and continued. This aircraft carrier is named John F. Kennedy Jr. It is the second Ford-class aircraft carrier after Gerald R. Ford. Zhou Robin said, the full load displacement of this aircraft carrier is 152,000 tons, which is more than 150,000 tons, so it can be said to be a super aircraft carrier. The Ford-class aircraft carrier has a cruising range of 60 days and a crew of 4,500 people, including naval personnel, aviation personnel, and command personnel. It can carry 75 carrier-based fighters, mainly F-35 Lightning fighters. The performance of the aircraft has been partially improved, and most of them have become electronic warfare aircraft. Zhou Robin said, moreover, this aircraft carrier uses electromagnetic shielding for the first time. It is the first ship in the world to use electronic shielding as its main function. Electronic shielding device. Although Zhao Chun was not interested in the parameters of the aircraft carrier, he was still concerned about this new function. This is not an ordinary electronic shield, Zhou Robin explained. Its shielding radius reaches 300 kilometers. For example, if this aircraft carrier is sailing in the Wanwan Strait and the shield is turned on, the Hainan Peninsula will not be able to receive any electronic signals. The threat of this shield is quite huge, almost equivalent to a strategic weapon at the nuclear level. Hiss, Zhao Chun was a little surprised. This was really outrageous. A large-scale, super long-range electronic shielding device. How could Professor Zhou say it so lightly? Do other countries have preventive measures? We can't just passively take a beating. This function is too buggy, Zhao Chun asked anxiously. Professor Zhou shook his head and replied, don't worry. Although the aircraft carrier is about to be launched, this function has not yet been fully perfected, and many data are still being derived and verified. Its effect is also very limited, and it consumes a lot of energy. General defense measures can suppress its impact, but even so, its threat is still too great. So, Zhao Chen's eyes flickered. So we have to find a way to drive this aircraft carrier back? Not only must we bring the aircraft carrier back, but all the staff involved in the research must also be brought back. This is because the significance of this aircraft carrier is epoch-making, and we must not allow the United States to use it in the military field first. Even if the price is the lives of all of us, we have to take a gamble, Zhou Robin said firmly. Zhao Chen's heart sank, and he thought that if he didn't drive the aircraft carrier back, he would be doomed to die. So, have you sorted out any rules? The top military officials of the United States are not fools. They will not just watch us drive away the aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen continued to ask, feeling a little confused. The plan is already in place, and it's ready to go. There are just some minor problems now, but it doesn't matter. Now that you're here, I believe you can handle everything. Zhou Robin nodded. Zhao Chen's mind was full of question marks. He originally thought that he was just an ordinary college student, but he didn't expect that he would be involved in such a huge plan. What is this trivial little problem? Zhao Chen continued to ask. Among all the soldiers launching the ship this time, 30% are officers of Daxia descent, and half of them are our people. But they do not agree with our plan to drive the aircraft carrier back, so you need to convince them, Professor Zhou said lightly. A trivial problem? Zhao Chen was completely confused for a moment. Chapter 11 Hope for a Solution. Professor Zhou, I didn't hear it clearly. Could you please say it again? Zhao Chen asked cautiously. Mr. Zhao Chun, by the way, is Zhao Chen your real name? Of course. Well then, Mr. Zhao Chun, you need to convince the officers of our ancestors, the Xia Kingdom, who do not agree with us, to become our helpers in our mission. You know, there are a total of 4,000 to 5,000 people on the aircraft carrier, except for 100 or 200 of us doing research. The rest are soldiers holding hot weapons. If we don't solve this problem, we can't drive the aircraft carrier back. Zhao Chen was a little confused for a moment. What the hell? He had never met the soldiers before, let alone knew them. Professor Zhou asked him to persuade them to betray their country? What are you playing? Wait, you just said half of them are our people? What does that mean? Zhao Chun grasped a glimmer of hope. Zhou Robin said seriously. Of course it's the brave and fearless Xia soldiers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for their country. You're still using modifiers at this time. Then why would they not agree with this mission? Don't they want our motherland to become stronger? Zhao Chen didn't care about Professor Zhou's slightly immature ambitions. Zhou Luobin was silent for a moment after hearing this question and said, Some of them think that this mission is too risky and difficult to succeed. They are just fence-sitters, and some. Zhao Chen was a little anxious. It was already this late, and the old man was still keeping things in suspense. How about the other part? Zhou Robin seemed to sigh and said helplessly, some of them have already started families in the United States. They have wives and children here. In this case, if we carry out this mission, whether it succeeds or not, their families will definitely be imprisoned. This question, Zhao Chen really didn't expect it. After all, he didn't have any family to worry about. He was also free and easy, and he didn't have any worries even if he died. It is indeed a problem. Although Zhao Chen is an orphan, he still understands the importance of family to a person. Although patriotism is respectable, sacrificing oneself, family, and everything that can be sacrificed for the country is indeed too cruel. Don't blame them for hesitating. As long as you can solve this problem before the aircraft carrier is launched, there is a great probability that you can drive the aircraft carrier back. Zhou Robin said, high probability? Or is there a probability that we can't drive back? Zhao Chen caught the lack of confidence in Professor Zhou's words. Of course, more than 2/3 of the people on board the aircraft carrier are obstacles. No one can say whether our people can seize control of the aircraft carrier from them. Professor Zhou said helplessly. Seize? Do you want to have a street fight inside an aircraft carrier? Zhao Chen had a severe headache. How could these big guys who were good at writing have such direct ideas? What else can we do? Those people are not on the same page with us. If we don't deal with them on board, we will never be able to fully control the aircraft carrier. Moreover, several senior officers on the aircraft carrier are not our people, and they all need to be dealt with. Old Zhou tapped the coffee table with his fingers, and his words were decisive and ruthless. Zhao Chen was very annoyed by the idea of resolving the battle with violence. But if he tried to rob a ship and run away, it would be pure suicide if he relied on words. Without thinking about it anymore, Zhao Chen continued to ask, Mr. Zhou, what is the process for launching the aircraft carrier this time? What was your original plan? Tell me everything. I will see if there is anything that can be improved. Zhou Robin nodded, turned off his phone, and said, on April 3rd, which is half a month from now at 9 a.m., there will be many dignitaries participating in the baptism ceremony, and then the Kennedy will be officially launched. The leader of the United States, the USS Trump, will personally come to cut the ribbon. Admiral Chris Grandy, commander of the U.S. Navy Fleet Command, will personally appoint Rear Admiral Robert Jess Jr. as the commander of the Atlantic Air Force, commanding 14 carrier-based aircraft squadrons, 300 aircraft, and 6,700 officers, soldiers, and civilian personnel under the Kennedy. Wait. Very reliable? How do you look so familiar? Zhao Chen was a little confused. Very reliable means the first person to give a crosstalk speech? Zhou Robin smiled at Zhao Chen and said, do you think that if there is no one on top of us operating, we will have a chance to drive away this aircraft carrier? What hair? No way. Could it be that it is very reliable? So scary. This world is crazy. The mouse is the bridesmaid for the cat. Zhou Robin continued. Then the entire Kennedy will sail across the United States for 48 hours. By then, all of us researchers will be on the mother ship, including you. We will send a top-secret military letter from the United States to Rear Admiral Jess in the last 4 hours of the voyage. Let the mother ship head for the Gulf Strait. And the commander of all this is not us, but Robert Jess Jr. What is the secret letter? Can you guarantee that this guy named Jace will absolutely believe it? What if he calls to ask? Zhao Chen asked several questions in succession. Zhou Robin looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. You don't seem to know much about the system in the army. Subordinates must obey the orders of their superiors unconditionally. Even if you have any questions, you can't ask them at that time. At least you have to ask them after the entire mission is completed. I don't know what this secret letter is. It's probably a simulation of war propaganda, so that the Gulf Strait will ask for help from the United States. You must know that the United States is ambitious and the authorities have great ambitions. Now is the right time to give him this opportunity. And there is a newly launched mothership parading as an excuse. They can't miss this opportunity. Put the knife in their hands, and then let them cut their own vital points. Amazing. Who came up with this plan? He's a talented person. Zhao Chen exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Zhou shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. So the biggest problem now is that you have to persuade those officers to launch a mutiny after the warships leave the waters of the United States, so that you can make this last move. Well, the problem is back again. The plan was indeed a good one, and it was worth a try. But the premise was too terrible. If you were to reason with a group of soldiers you had never met, you would be torn to pieces by them if you were not careful. This is really a bit unreliable. But then again, the original mission of stealing an aircraft carrier has been transformed into persuading the soldiers to revolt, which is a great improvement. But the problem is, how to persuade these officers who have their own ulterior motives to carry out the mission together. Although even if everyone is persuaded, the chances of actually launching a mutiny are slim. Let's not talk about how to make the uprising successful. Let's take down these soldiers first. So, my task now is to persuade those officers. Zhao Chen asked. Zhou Robin nodded. Zhao Chen collapsed on the sofa helplessly and said, "Then please give me some advice. I don't know them at all, and I don't have any friendship with them. How should I persuade them?" Zhou Robin thought for a moment and said, "It's actually not difficult to persuade them. They are all professional soldiers. If they are wavering, you can just use military orders to suppress them. If they are fence-sitters, you can't use hard threats to deter them. As long as you show the spirit of dying if you don't succeed, they will have no choice but to accept it." A fence-sitter? How can a fence-sitter be one of us? Zhao Chen asked puzzledly. The fathers of most of them were native Xia people. Later they were forced to stay in the United States for work and study. Their fathers have been contributing to the construction of the motherland. Naturally, their generation will pass on the tradition, explained Mr. Zhou. Wow, he's from the inherited faction. These people are not really that difficult to deal with. The ones who are really hard to convince are those who have wives and children at home. They certainly want to contribute to the motherland, but they are also worried about the safety of their families. It's not easy for these people either. Although we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the motherland, it is indeed difficult to worry about the lives of our relatives and loved ones. Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Professor Zhou, your son and daughter-in-law. They will board a flight from Sydney to Hong Kong the day before the aircraft carrier is launched. It turns out that the road ahead for the child has been paved. This matter does require more thought. We cannot simply disregard the lives of soldiers or even their families for the sake of national interests. Can those officers gather together so that I can meet them?" Zhao Chen asked. "Of course you can. Then find a time to meet first, preferably in privacy. I need to talk to them about something. The bulk of this plan actually lies with them. If we are the people with guns, then they are the guns in our hands." Zhao Chen said, "Mr. Zhou, you have launched several aircraft carriers. I wonder what the food is like on them." Zhao Chen suddenly changed the subject. Food. Zhou Luobin thought for a moment and seemed to recall some bad memories. You may not understand that the food in the United States is very simple. When I was young, I always ate Chinese food cooked by my mother. After entering university, I also ate the food of the United States. To be honest, the food made with the ingredients here is really not good. In addition to Chinese food, I eat some fast food such as sandwiches or tuna burgers at most. On the mothership, not only is the food delicious, but it is also delicious food cooked in a big pot. Those beautiful people can barely swallow it, but the Xia soldiers who are used to eating Chinese food basically won't eat the food there. Zhou Robin looked at Zhao Chen. If you don't want to have an upset stomach on board, don't count on the food on the mothership to fill your stomach. I suggest you bring a month's worth of sandwiches. It's not shameful, not to mention you. Even the captain and the admiral have their own special meals. Of course, they are all fast food or something like that. There's quite a bit of wine, if you're in the mood to drink." Zhou Robin said, "I understand now. Professor Zhou, please arrange for me to meet with those officers as soon as possible." Chapter 12 Meeting. In Virginia, the U.S. Navy Command held a mock launching ceremony at the Norfolk Naval Base on March 25th. Except for U.S. President Trump and Admiral Chris Grandy, who were absent due to work reasons, others including Rear Admiral Jess, who will be the captain of the USS Kennedy, attended the mock launching drill. Then, Officer Sun Dajuan invited all his colleagues to his private villa in Virginia for a small gathering. However, except for the officers with whom he had close relationships, other senior American officers ignored the invitation of such an unknown person. Because of the racial issue, although the military clearly prohibited racial discrimination, the white people in the United States have a noble temperament that feels good about themselves, and their nobility is reflected in not making close friends with officers of other colors. Therefore, there is a lack of harmony in the entire U.S. military. Everyone has his or her own circle, and basically no one tries to force themselves into a social circle. There is no need to do so. Sun Dajuan brought more than 20 of his own people to the attic conference room of the villa. Everyone sat around the round table and chatted about trivial matters. Not long after, an old man and a young man followed Sun Dajuan and slowly walked up. When the officers saw the old man following Sun Dajuan, they silently ended the topic they had just been discussing heatedly. "Mr. Zhou," a tall military officer at the door greeted Zhou Robin respectfully. Zhou Robin had no expression on his face and nodded slightly. The officer was not angry. Instead, he lowered his head respectfully and waited for the old man to pass by. When the old man walked to the host's seat, the noisy officers slowly stopped discussing, not only staring at Zhou Robin, but also at the young man with a calm face following behind him. The young man was wearing a green military uniform. This uniform was extremely dazzling in the United States. But at this time, no one in the room raised any objections. Finally, Mr. Zhou spoke. This time we have called everyone here. Firstly, to continue discussing the launch plan for a week later, and secondly, to introduce to you the person in charge over there, General Zhao Chun. Wow. As soon as Zhou Robin finished speaking, the scene suddenly exploded. General? Him. You must be kidding. This kid's hair hasn't even grown out yet. What plans are there? This mission is too dangerous. Just cancel it. Silence. The burly captain's son Dajuan beside old Zhou and Zhao Chun suddenly shouted. Then he opened the main seat and motioned Zhao Chun to sit down. Zhao Chun didn't hesitate and sat down on the crimson rosewood chair. Everyone was surprised at first at Captain Sun's attitude towards the young man. Then, everyone saw the epaulets on the shoulders of the young man in front of them. 2 stars. Lieutenant General. Wearing down on the chest is the medal of the Republic shining with golden light. For a moment the scene fell silent again. Yes, it's true. A young officer sitting in the first seat at the bottom swallowed and said dryly. The scene was so silent that water seemed to be dripping out of it. I heard that some of you are very eager to carry out the tasks assigned by the organization. Zhao Chen's voice was not loud and light, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The few people who had just been making noises in the audience suddenly looked bitter. Why did they come out for no reason? They were screwed. Why are there more people coming over there? This level. This guy must have been making military achievements since he was in his mother's womb. Looking at the people trembling off the court, Zhao Chen's heart was trembling even more at this moment. This plan was originally proposed by him, calling everyone together, taking a break in advance, and then forging an unattainable identity for himself, overwhelming these fence-sitters with the force of thunder. In the military, rank is the premise of all respect. A high enough rank is enough to keep these two-faced people honest and afraid to move. You must know that the high and low ranks are the product of blood and fire. Although I am young, if someone asks me, I can just say that I am hereditary. These officers who have never been out of the United States in their lives know nothing. Most of them don't know their hometowns at all, and many of their information is extremely backward. For example, they don't know the hereditary system that has been abolished long ago. But in the eyes of these soldiers, hereditary succession has existed since ancient times. In ancient times, there were hereditary titles, and it is not impossible for a general to be hereditary in modern times. Later, in order to act more realistically, he asked Mr. Zhou to buy him a military uniform and put it on after entering Sun Dajuan's villa. He also put on the equipment he bought from the street stall. It's a bit of a pity that I didn't buy a few more sets. The rank of lieutenant general is a bit too high and too outrageous. It might be more realistic if it was a colonel or something. Zhao Chen looked at the silent crowd and no longer cared about the thoughts of those fence-sitters. He said, "How many of you got married and had children here?" Everyone looked up slightly, not quite understanding what the young lieutenant general meant. Zhao Chen continued, "I know that many of you are not afraid of sacrificing yourself, but are worried about your family and children. That's right. So I'm going to ask you first which of you have families and children." 3 people vaguely stood up. One of the officers with a stern face asked, "General, I wonder what you are going to do with us." The other 2 officers who stood up also looked at Zhao Chun at the same time. "Dispose of? Why should we dispose of you? Since you have already given birth to children here, you should just stay here and continue living." Zhao Chen's voice was still light and airy, without any sense of authority. However, this light-hearted reply immediately made the 3 people standing there open their eyes wide and become indignant. "General, why are you provoking me like this? Young men like me have failed to make contributions to our country, so how can we be afraid of death?" It was the stern officer again. His eyes suddenly widened like bells. The meaning of his words was very clear. He was still young and would be unwilling to do anything for his motherland, but he was not afraid of death. "How dare you? Gao Tianliang, how dare you talk to the general?" Sun Dajuan was extremely dissatisfied with the stern attitude of the officer. Zhao Chun on the side secretly laughed in his heart. These 2 guys sang in unison. Zhao Chun waved his hand to indicate that it was all right. He continued, "It's not like you are not allowed to go to the battlefield. Why are you so anxious? You must complete this mission. None of you can escape. However, there is a lot of room for maneuver in this mission. When the mission is over, if you want to come back or are worried about your relatives here, you can come back." Everyone was a little confused, but under pressure from the general, they did not dare to refute anything. Zhao Chun naturally knew what these people were worried about, and he was also waiting for people to ask questions. Gao Tianliang asked stubbornly again, "General, you are joking, right? If we come back after committing a crime like stealing an aircraft carrier, I'm afraid we won't even know how we died. This time, Sun Dajuan did not take the initiative to give a wake-up call. Zhao Chen nodded. You are right. So I will be the only one who steals the aircraft carrier, and all of you will be my prisoners. When we get home, if you still want to come back, I will send you back to your country according to humanitarian principles. As long as you are willing to come back. Zhao Chen added. The officers became even more confused and did not quite understand what the general meant. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and said, after the aircraft carrier is launched, it will be on patrol for 48 hours. In the last 4 hours, Rear Admiral Jess will receive a secret mission, and then he will take everyone to the South China Sea for deterrence. It will take about 12 days. What we need to do is to control everyone except your direct subordinates in the last 2 days. If you still want to return to America to live, I will lock you up with senior American generals. When you return, they will think you are prisoners like them. In the end, the worst you will do is lose your official position. Everyone suddenly realized. The young officer sitting at the head of the group under Zhao Chen was the first to realize the key to the matter and asked, General, how are we going to control the entire mothership? Do we need a military coup? Sun Dajuan on the side couldn't stand it anymore and cursed. You idiot. If there is a mutiny, how will you come back? And do you think that with just our few soldiers, we can defeat their guns? Then, the young officer was confused. Don't worry about this. You will know when the time comes. A strange smile appeared on Zhao Chen's lips. Chapter 13 Mandala. Cambridge, Chinatown. Cambridge's Chinatown has only been built for a few years, but it is as lively as downtown Cambridge. This shows that the distribution of Chinese people around the world is quite considerable. Most of the people in Chinatown are Chinese who find it difficult to find jobs outside, or who are introduced by relatives and friends to make a fortune but cannot speak the language. In short, there are all kinds of people here. Zhao Chen got off the car at number 18 Old Street, Hutong, Chinatown. The money used was public funds given by Lao Zhou. After all, the distance from Harvard to Chinatown is not short. If Zhao Chen were alone, he would definitely not be willing to take a taxi. If that doesn't work, take more subway tracks. After walking for about 20 minutes, Zhao Chen walked into a Chinese medicine store, Zealand. Standing at the counter was a woman in her 20s, wearing an elegant Tang suit Cheongsam, and serving medicine to customers. It has to be said that only the Cheongsam can fully display the beauty of Chinese women. I was just wearing a Cheongsam in a drugstore, but I always felt something was weird. Hello, sir. How may I help you? The Cheongsam woman saw off the guest in front of her and saw a new guest coming in. She hurried over and greeted him respectfully. The slender figure is perfectly set off by the Cheongsam. I want to find Mr. Tang Shujun. Could you please ask for me? Zhao Chen couldn't handle the woman's enthusiasm, so he quickly told her the purpose of his visit. Looking for my father? May I ask who you are? The Cheongsam woman asked puzzledly. Isn't it a coincidence that I was looking for someone and ended up meeting his daughter first? I am Professor Tang Xianji's student. My name is Zhao Chen. The professor asked me to come here to say hello and to explain a few things to you. Zhao Chen replied. Uncle. The Cheongsam woman was even more confused. She looked outside the door and felt that there would be no guests for a while, so she said, Father is reading upstairs. Please come with me. Zhao Chen watched the woman, who looked younger than himself, turn around and go into the inner room, and he hurriedly followed her. There is a staircase in the inner room leading directly to the second floor. There are only a few small rooms on the second floor. The northern side should be often occupied by people, and there is a sense of life inside. Father, a guest is coming. The woman's Oriole-like voice made people feel comfortable. Zhao Chen followed the girl and smelled an unknown herbal fragrance that was refreshing. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the time to consider the relationship between a man and a woman, Zhao Chen would have wanted to communicate more with this Cheongsam woman, at least to be friends first. There was a sound of a table corner moving in the room, and then the door opened. The man who opened the door was a man in his 40s, not tall, of medium build, wearing a black mouse suit and round-framed glasses, looking like a teacher from the Republic of China era. Who are you? The man spoke in a serious tone, just like a teacher. Fortunately, Zhao Chen already knew the identity of the person in front of him in advance. Hello, Uncle Tang. I am Zhao Chen, a student of Professor Tang Xianji. I came to Cambridge to study abroad some time ago. Professor Tang repeatedly told me to come and say hello to you. Zhao Chen said respectfully. This Tang Shujun is Professor Tang Xianji's younger brother, and he is considered his elder, so it is not excessive to be respectful. In addition, since he came here to ask for help, he should be more humble. So you are my brother's student. Is my brother in good health? Come in and sit down. When Tang Shujun heard that it was his brother's student, his originally puzzled and dull expression suddenly blossomed like a chrysanthemum. While caring about Tang Xianji's health, he invited Zhao Chen in. Wei Wei, Go pour a cup of tea for Mr. Zhao. Tang Shujun said to his daughter. Zhao Chun, who had just sat down, quickly stood up again and said, Don't bother me. I'm here to tell the teacher something. By the way, I have something to bother you, uncle. Then he looked at the girl called Wei Wei apologetically. The Cheongsam woman chuckled and said, Please sit down. I'll pour a cup for you and your father. Your father must be thirsty after reading for so long. Before Zhao Chun could refuse, the girl named Wei Wei quickly went downstairs. Zhao Chun scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Tang Shujun smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. You just said you have something to ask me. Just tell me, you are my brother's student, so you are not an outsider. I will definitely help you if I can. Zhao Chun calmed down and said seriously, Then I won't hide it from my uncle. Actually, my visit to the United States this time is not just for studying abroad. Tang Shujun's face, which originally had a slight smile on it, gradually turned dull, and he didn't quite understand what Zhao Chun meant. Zhao Chun continued, Uncle, I'm here to carry out a special mission, and the mission requires a large amount of special medicines. What mission? Tang Shujun asked. Zhao Chun did not answer, but his eyes were fixed on Tang Shujun. Tang Shujun sighed. Then tell me what medicine you want. Zhao Chun glanced outside the door and said nothing. After a moment, Wei Wei, who was wearing a Tang suit, walked in and handed over 2 cups of tea. Zhao Chun stood up and thanked her. Tang Shujun said to his daughter, Although there aren't many people buying medicine, it's not good to have no one standing downstairs. You should go downstairs and look after the store. Okay. Wei Wei, who originally wanted to stay and listen to the conversation between the two, went downstairs with a pout. After sending his daughter Wei Wei away, Tang Shujun stood up, closed the door, turned on the light, and said, Now you can tell me what medicine you need. Zhao Chun exhaled and said, Mandragora. Tang Shujun frowned and blurted out, You want to make a knockout drug? Datura, also known as wind eggplant, golden eggplant flower, mountain eggplant, is produced in southwestern provinces of China and has anesthetic and analgesic effects. Datura preparations made from datura are now mostly used for surgical anesthesia. But for a Chinese medicine expert like Tang Shujun, he naturally knew that the biggest use of datura was to make people faint. The main ingredient of ancient knockout drugs was datura. What do you want to do? Tang Shujun asked. People in Damei basically don't believe in this kind of Chinese medicine, so there is no such thing as dangerous goods. For example, the anesthetic holy products such as datura is still easy to buy in various Chinese medicine stores in Damei's Chinatown. Uncle Tang, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I'm not telling you for your own good. I just hope you can do me this favor. I swear that everything I do will not destroy a single tree or blade of grass in my motherland. On the contrary, I am really making a contribution to my motherland. Zhao Chun said seriously. This matter involves a lot of people. I searched this Chinatown in advance, but there is no comprehensive surveillance yet. Also, the place where I got off the bus was far away from you. When I walked over, I was careful not to be seen. I don't want to involve you. I am really doing something that benefits the country and the people. If you are afraid of taking risks, then just pretend I have never been here. I will try another way. Zhao Chun waited for a long time, but did not see Tang Shujun's reply. He stood up with some regret and prepared to leave. Just as Zhao Chun was about to leave the room, Tang Shujun's voice came from behind Zhao Chun. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh, and his heart finally settled down. He himself knew that it was difficult to make such an unreasonable request on the first meeting, but there was really no time. The aircraft carrier would be launched in 3 days, but this most critical hole had not been filled yet. I had no choice but to do it. After making an international call, Tang Shujun slowly walked back to the sofa and asked, What's your name? Zhao Chun. I don't know what you want the mandala for, but you are my brother's student. I believe in my brother's vision, so I believe in you too. It's right for you not to explain to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself if any trouble arises. Tang Shujun said, How much do you want? That's probably enough to knock out 4,000 to 5,000 people. 4,000 or 5,000 people? What on earth are you going to do? Zhao Chun kept silent. He really didn't want to involve the Tang family. Uncle Tang, we not only need the amount for 4,000 or 5,000 people, but also the slow-acting kind. For example, the kind that makes people just a little sleepy at first, but once the dosage is increased, it becomes very difficult to wake up once they fall asleep. Zhao Chun continued to add. Tang Shujun sighed and said, This is not difficult. Just come and get it at this time tomorrow. I will teach you how to use it then. Uncle Tang, I'm going to put it in the dish. Then I'll grind it into powder for you. Chapter 14. The show is about to begin. April 2nd, cloudy. The Norfolk Naval Base in Virginia was crowded with people. The great national leader, Mr. Trump, was giving his final speech to Kennedy, who was about to be launched. As a crosstalk artist who gets better with age, Trump may not be the best as a leader, but he is definitely a top-notch orator. Otherwise, he would not have given more than 100 public speeches in various states before becoming a leader. After receiving cheers from the audience again, Trump handed the stage to Admiral Chris Grandy, commander of the U.S. Navy Fleet Command. After Trump cuts the ribbon, he will appoint Rear Admiral Robert Jess Jr. as the captain of the USS Kennedy and give a speech. This is the tradition of the United States and has nothing to do with Zhao Chun at this moment. Zhou Robin had entered the aircraft carrier early with Zhao Chun and his group, along with two of his mentor-trim students, Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui. They hadn't seen Zhao Chun since they left Zhou's office that day, and they had looked for him a few times but couldn't find him. This time they met him on the aircraft carrier, and they couldn't stop talking. You don't know, that old man Trim actually smokes dry tobacco. I am almost suffocated every time I am in his office. And he hasn't assigned us any serious projects yet. All day long he either asks us to buy coffee, serve tea, pour water, and take out the trash. As soon as Wang Shui saw Zhao Chun, she began to complain. Zhao Chun was also happy that Wang Shui was complaining to him. The nearly half-month of suffering had made him feel very stressed. He felt like he was walking on a single-plank bridge. Now that he was at the final step, he finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart. After listening to Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui's complaints, Zhao Chun suddenly asked them, "Can you all cook?" Yes. Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui were confused and didn't understand why Zhao Chun asked this. Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui are not the kind of young masters and young ladies who just open their mouths for food and stretch out their hands for clothes at home. Both of them are good at cooking. Zhao Chun smiled softly and deliberately raised his voice and said, "I heard from Professor Zhou that the food on the aircraft carrier is not very delicious. Anyway, the food on the aircraft carrier is sufficient. I will go to the kitchen and ask them to make a compartment for us so that we can cook some food ourselves." Zhao Chun's voice was quite loud, and many foreign students around him could hear it. A student who seemed to be another international student not far away complained to his companion with disdain. "Who does he think he is? He wants to give him special treatment." Zhao Chun naturally heard it as well, but although he looked a little angry on the surface, he was actually ecstatic in his heart. "Humph, I said that Mr. Zhou couldn't get used to these meals and wanted to make some for himself. I don't believe they disagree." The foreign student's friend nearby quickly closed his mouth as he was about to respond when he heard Mr. Zhou's name. "You're a nature. I have to say that the formalism of the United States is really serious." The launch of the aircraft carrier, which was originally scheduled for 12:30 noon, was delayed to 4 p.m. Mr. Zhou was also invited by reporters to do an interview on the aircraft carrier. When the aircraft carrier really set sail, the fishy and salty sea breeze blew through the deck into Zhao Chun's mouth. He knew that there was no turning back. In a dark space, Zhao Chun encountered the system for the first time. A big countdown appeared on the white panel. 11 days and 21 hours. Zhao Chun clenched his fists. He knew that was the countdown of his life. If he had failed to accomplish this mission, he might have died on the ship without having to wait for the legal trial in the United States. On the first and second days, everything went on in an orderly manner. The aircraft carrier not only has the aircraft carrier's staff, soldiers and officers, but also a number of scientific researchers and their students, as well as some powerful businessmen. In their opinion, being launched on an aircraft carrier is the coolest thing in the world. If you miss the launching ceremony, you won't be able to do it next time by waving Franklin. However, the living conditions on an aircraft carrier are really not that good, and can even be considered very poor. Many delicate businessmen and their partners cannot tolerate such unreasonable and harsh demands. Fortunately, the 48-hour cruise is about to end, and we can get off the ship around 4 o'clock in the afternoon and continue to be the big boss who wants the moon and refuses to settle for the stars. At 12 o'clock noon, the dignitaries and scientific researchers were eating the unpalatable sea-based meal while looking at the delicious food wafting in the air not far away with rather resentful eyes. There is no way. It must be fine for them to eat the dishes they cooked themselves. Many people regretted not having a good relationship with these people. Otherwise, they would not have to envy others while eating unpalatable meals. Fortunately, this kind of life will end this afternoon. After getting off the boat, I will definitely go to the Chinese restaurant for a big meal. Many people think so. Major General Robert Jess Jr. was also eating in the restaurant, and he was eating the food prepared by his own chef. Of course, if you don't compare it with those people who eat 6 dishes and 1 soup. No matter it is people or things, I am afraid of comparison. When he smelled the aroma of food not far away, Jesse suddenly felt that the steak in his hand was not fragrant. He always liked to eat in Chinese restaurants. He felt that the deep cultural heritage of that distant country with thousands of years of history was fully experienced in the food, which was far beyond the 200 years of history of the United States. This is unbiased and realistic. Jess's mood was the same as those dignitaries. After getting off the ship, he would go to a Chinese restaurant for a meal. He would eat all the dishes ordered by the table. That dish should be called Kung Pao chicken, and that one was sweet and sour pork. Excuse me, General, your phone number. The brackets are directly converted from English to Chinese. Just when Major General Jess was still thinking about how to arrange the menu for his afternoon trip home, his subordinate came over and whispered in his ear. Rear Admiral Jess, top instructions. You are required to drive the aircraft carrier at full speed to the southern waters of Wanwan Port for deterrence. 3 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 4 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, 2 Los Angeles-class attack nuclear submarines, and 1 Sacramento-class combat support ship have been dispatched and will follow. Not long after answering the phone, Major General Robert Jess Jr.'s expression became serious. What the fuck? These lackeys didn't ask for help before or after, but now they ask for help. But this was an order from the higher-ups, and he had just been appointed captain of the USS Kennedy, so he couldn't just come on board and disobey orders. After hanging up the phone, Jace first asked his subordinates about the energy storage of the aircraft carrier. After learning that it had been fully charged when it was launched, it was enough for at least 60 days of consumption. He rushed back to his captain's room and announced with a loudspeaker that the aircraft carrier was in an emergency. Everyone on board handed in their mobile phones and other communication equipment, entering the first-level combat readiness state. The announcement is complete. Jace was still furious. He felt a little depressed as he touched his unfull stomach. This trip to Wanwan Port would take at least a month. He would not be able to eat delicious Chinese food for more than a month. After the emergency was declared, everyone on the ship fell into a state of panic. It was simply unreasonable to confiscate mobile phones. But these big soldiers would not pay any attention to the protests of these tender-skinned merchants. If they didn't obey, the weapons would be pointed directly at their heads to make them obey. When it was Zhou Robin and others' turn, Zhao Chun and the others obediently handed in their cell phones. After all, as long as the person is fine. Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui were chattering and guessing what had happened. Zhao Chun inadvertently revealed a smile. He knew. The show is about to begin. Chapter 15. The Captain Comes to Eat. Captain Rear Admiral Jess saw that most of the troublemakers had been dealt with. If you really need to make a phone call, go to the backup phone. Everyone on the ship can only use this one backup phone, and you have to be watched when you make a call to prevent confidential information from being leaked. Before I knew it, it was already evening and my subordinates handed me today's dinner. Bread toast with milk, plus a portion of potatoes and a portion of eggs. Is this a special treat for the captain? This is fucking harder than being in jail. Jace had eaten meals at sea before, but he spent most of his time on land, so he was not too picky about food and drink. But this time, he was first provoked, and then he was arranged to stay on the aircraft carrier for a month. This is simply outrageous. But even so, this kind of food is much better than the big pot meals on the ship. At least it is not so bad. He walked to a corner of the restaurant with his dinner and sat down. Captain Jace was ruthlessly picking at the food in front of him. After struggling for an entire afternoon, the people had already accepted the fact that they could not get off the ship. They had no choice but to come to the restaurant to fill their stomachs. Excuse me, Captain. Can we share a table? There are no ready-made tables. Our meals are ready and are about to be served. While Jace was eating, he heard a not-so-skilled spoken request. He looked up and saw that it was the guy who ate big meals every day. Of course, you're very welcome. Jace tried his best to appear as amiable as possible. Hearing the words of affirmation, Zhao Chun smiled in gratitude and waved towards the distance. Wang Shui and Ding Yuanhui, who were still in the kitchen worrying about not having a seat because they were cooking too slowly, hurried over with the dishes. Seeing Captain Jess, Wang Shui let out an incredible sound of surprise and quickly invited Major General Jess to have dinner together. Major General Jess readily agreed. It was not the first time he heard a little girl was surprised by his appearance. It was nothing. Now he just wanted to have a good Chinese meal. Soon, 7 dishes and 1 soup were officially placed on the huge dining table. Fortunately, the tables in the aircraft carrier restaurant are quite large, so they can hold 8 dishes and 2 large pots of rice. Wang Shui also carefully took 2 rolls of bread for Rear Admiral Jess. After all, she knew that many people in Damei were not used to eating rice. Oh sure, I'm a fan. Jace communicated with everyone in Chinese, which he thought he spoke fluently. He really likes to eat rice. He thinks rice is the only thing that can bring out the soul of Chinese food. Looking at the fragrant food in front of him, even though Jace had already eaten a piece of bread, he still felt deeply hungry. Oh, that's suspicious. Is the horse frozen? Asked Major General Jess. Everyone nodded quickly. After receiving a positive answer, Robert Jace Jr. could no longer suppress his hunger. Sweet and sour spare ribs, delicious. Braised pork elbow, delicious. Big carp from the Yellow River, my God. I can actually eat such delicious fish on a boat. And there is also the Kung Pao chicken that I have been craving for a long time. Chicken stew with mushrooms, oh my God. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin. This lettuce with soy sauce is also delicious. I am so moved that I am about to cry. This is delicious food. The five of them devoured all 8 dishes in the meal. Even Wang Shui, who looked the most delicate, ate 2 bowls of rice. Needless to say, Zhao Chun and Ding Yuanhui were both growing up, so eating 3 bowls of rice in one meal was like a piece of cake for them. The one who ate the most was Captain Robert Jace Jr. 1/3 of the food went into his stomach. The way he ate was completely devoid of his usual dignity and aloofness, and he had a bold and forthright manner. He was indeed worthy of being a major general in his 40s. Right, Lieutenant General Zhao Chun. Cough, cough. During the journey, Major General Jess's signalman came over to deliver a message. He was left aside for a long time by the captain. Although the signalman had already eaten, he still swallowed his saliva when he saw the leftovers left by everyone. Jace hadn't finished his dinner yet and felt embarrassed, so he had no choice but to serve himself a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Zhao Chen cooked a pot of this soup in the kitchen, and you can drink as much as you want. The signalman was immediately moved and expressed his gratitude with actions. I drank 3 big bowls in a row. Better than drinking dark beer. After drinking it, I sighed that this soup was simply the best soup I had ever tasted in my life. Major General Jess quickly told this inexperienced boy to get out of here. I really don't know how he got to be his communications soldier. After the meal, Jace imitated Zhao Chun and the others in picking his teeth with a toothpick while trying to get close to Mr. Zhou. Not to mention that Mr. Zhou's status was worthy of respect. It was totally worth it just to be able to eat this meal every day. Mr. Zhou is also a wise old man. He talked about Aristotle's 4-color theory, the economy of Southeast Asia, and Jess's sister-in-law who is young, beautiful, and of marriageable age. But he didn't talk about eating. It was getting late, so Major General Jess just laid his cards on the table. Mr. Zhou, it is such a pleasure to communicate with you. I wish I could chat with you till the end of time, but I am very busy with my official duties. I wonder if I can come over and chat with you every time we have a meal in the future. The reasons are profound and can be summed up in 4 words. I want to eat for free. Of course, Mr. Zhou replied. Okay, goal achieved. Jace got up and left to go to work. I have to say, these foreigners like to beat around the bush when they speak. Zhao Chun said with a smile. There's nothing he can do. He's in a high position and needs to protect his reputation. If people knew that he, a major general, was eating at someone else's table, wouldn't he lose all his face? Old Zhou explained. But it's so cool to have dinner with the captain. Wang Shui seemed very excited. Zhao Chun smiled slightly. In the next few days, Captain Major General Jess also ate with Zhao Chun and his crew. However, many dignitaries could not stand the inedible food on the ship and turned to Zhao Chun and his crew for help. Some wanted to buy it with money, while others promised to give various benefits after returning to shore. Zhao Chun rejected them one by one. After being rejected several times, the dignitaries went directly to Major General Jess and begged for help. In the end, it was Major General Jess who personally stepped forward and asked Zhao Chun and the others to do more work. Zhao Chun reluctantly agreed to cook. Not only did Zhao Chun agree to cook, he was also willing to provide food assistance to the kitchen staff. He could go to the kitchen to teach those cooks who should have been shot how to cook, so that everyone on the ship, including the soldiers, could eat delicious meals. Everyone was just about to cheer long live. But the requirement was that after going ashore, his own name and Wang Shueding Yuanhui's name had to be recorded on the 3rd author's list of the fleet navigation paper. Major General Jess was so happy about this. Adding a name was not worth mentioning. Those damn chefs should see what real daxia cooking is like. Jace brought Zhao Chun and others to the kitchen and told Zhao Chun that the food for the entire ship was now in his hands. All the chefs were under his charge. If there were any disobedient ones, get the hell out of here and don't do this job. I don't even know if the food they cook is edible. The large group of chefs in the kitchen also knew that the food they cooked was indeed not that good, and Zhao Chun had a good relationship with these chefs. The extra side dishes and soups that were usually cooked were left for them to cook for themselves. After all, they were borrowing the kitchen from others. Now, Zhao Chun has become the head chef. No one is angry. It's just a job to cook for others. What's there to argue about? In the future, if the cooking is delicious, they can eat it better. The first thing Zhao Chun did when he came to the kitchen was to ask the waiter to arrange all the firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Originally, the ingredients in the kitchen were placed in all kinds of irregularities. Sometimes the cooks put sugar instead of salt, or light soy sauce instead of soy sauce. It was normal. After all, it was a big pot of rice, so no one could tell if there was a little more or less. Zhao Chen came to the kitchen and first arranged the ingredients. Then he took a pen and paper and wrote the names of the various seasonings in Chinese characters and stuck them on the bottles. When it was time to cook, Zhao Chen watched everyone cook. He put vinegar in everyone's mouth, salt in everyone's mouth, and MSG in everyone's mouth. He was like the chief steward of the imperial kitchen. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth were rising higher and higher. He knew that the plan was only one step away from completion. Chapter 16, Solving Hidden Dangers. If we talk about what are the requirements for cooking, there are a lot of things to pay attention to. Sometimes, whether a dish is delicious or not does not require drastic changes. Maybe just a simple change in the time of adding seasonings, or a few more stir-fryings, may make the taste of the food completely different. This is especially important when cooking a big pot meal. Since Zhao Chen labeled all the seasoning bottles, the cooks in the kitchen have also learned a lot of Chinese vocabulary. At least they can clearly distinguish between sugar and salt, so they will never put the wrong seasoning in again. There are a few cooks who know a little Chinese and learn knowledge faster. After they learn the skills, they teach the rest of the cooks. Just like that, the food on the aircraft carrier suddenly became delicious. It was as if this was not an aircraft carrier executing a first-level military order, but an extra-large Chinese restaurant. On the ship, not only the dignitaries but also the soldiers were attracted by the fragrant Oriental food. I said that when you stir-fry, you have to stir-fry quickly and quickly. The pot is so big that one person can't handle it, so two people can stir-fry it. You must not let the bottom of the pot get burnt. Burnt food not only looks bad, but also tastes weird. Put salt. Add MSG. A big spoonful. The one on the far east, ahem. Your arm is broken and you can't move. If you are like this, don't come to be a cook. When you get back, pack up and leave. The one on the far east was a short cook. He thought that since he was in a corner and was short, he could just do it casually. Cooking in a 2-meter-long iron pot was tiring, and he had to stir-fry the vegetables from time to time, which made him exhausted. Can't he be lazy? He remembered that he used to cook by just adding things randomly, and it was never so tiring at that time. I didn't expect to be targeted by this little Oriental jerk. Damn, I just wanted to be lazy. What's wrong with that? If I stir-fry a few times less, will it taste different? My precious arms are going to be sore from turning it over and over again. I protest. So the short cook ignored Zhao Chen's threat. He put his hands in his pockets, whistled, and looked at Zhao Chen with a teasing look. Seeing that the short chef was indifferent to his words, Zhao Chen didn't say anything more and instructed everyone to cook their own dishes. He lowered his head and said something to the original chef, then walked out of the kitchen. The short chef thought that this Oriental punk was overwhelmed by his powerful aura, and he burst into laughter. While laughing, he boasted to his colleagues that these Oriental people could not stand being humiliated and took so-called face too seriously. He must have resigned from this position in shame. Humph, he still wants our noble and beautiful people to obey his orders? He is dreaming. The cooks who were cooking around them just smiled dryly and didn't respond. They were not stupid. This Oriental man was commissioned by Captain Jess. This guy offended him, but still showed off. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Sure enough, within a quarter of an hour, Major General Jess rushed into the kitchen with a group of guards. Which idiot didn't listen? At this time, Major General Jess was furious. Originally, he was sitting in the restaurant chatting with Mr. Zhou after finishing his official duties, waiting for the arrival of delicious food. Although Zhao Chen went to the public kitchen to direct the cooking, Zhou Laojis and others still ate the special meals prepared by Wang Shui and Ding Yuanwei. Compared to the big pot meal, this is certainly more delicious. However, when the dishes were about to be served, Zhao Chen came in angrily from outside and kicked at Major General Jess. He said that since he couldn't control the people in the kitchen, he simply quit and asked someone else to do this thankless job. After learning the reason, Major General Jess was furious. Damn it! How could such an idiot be a cook on his own mothership? The angry Jace didn't even eat the food. He called the guards who were about to eat and brought Zhao Chen to the kitchen. Tie this idiot up and throw him into the sea. Major General Jess was really angry this time. It was fine if he was just a lazy guy who was doing nothing, but now these lazy guys had done something wrong and even angered his chosen person and drove him away. This was outrageous. If he is not severely punished, wouldn't it be that he, the newly appointed captain of the Kennedy, has no authority at all? Boss, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Jace ignored the little guy's crying and ordered his men to tie him up and carry him out of the kitchen. For a moment, the whole kitchen was shaking. No one expected that such a small thing would make the captain so angry. A subordinate whispered, "Captain, it's not appropriate to throw him into the sea for such a small matter." Major General Jess angrily slapped the kitchen door and said, "The existence of such an idiot is simply a disgrace to our American soldiers. It would be too easy for him to be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks." Then he casually glanced at Zhao Chun, who was looking down in a daze. He whispered to his subordinates, "Lock him up somewhere for me. Don't let anyone find him." Then he said to Zhao Chun, "Mr. Zhao, I have dealt with that trouble. Please continue to command these idiots to cook in the kitchen. I promise that these people will not have any objections to your orders in the future." Seeing how sincere Major General Jess was, Zhao Chun had to accept it reluctantly, but he emphasized again that if these people did not obey his discipline, he would not come to direct the cooking no matter who said so. Only then did Jace feel relieved and quickly assured these people that they would never make the same mistake again. Just in case, Jace also intimidated the remaining cooks. "If you don't want to feed sharks with that little guy, you'd better listen to this boy." The remaining cooks nodded and bowed timidly. After finishing the instructions, Major General Jess was going back to eat. If he delayed for a moment, the food might get cold, so he also invited Zhao Chun to have dinner with him. However, Zhao Chun refused, saying that the food here was only half prepared, and since he had accepted the responsibility, he would do it to the best of his ability. Major General Jess was very satisfied with Zhao Chun's professional attitude. He patted Zhao Chun's shoulder in admiration and then returned to the restaurant. Zhao Chun looked at the cooks who were gathered together and treading on thin ice and said, "Why are you all standing there? Everyone on the boat is starving. Cook." The kitchen was bustling with activity again. By solving this potential hidden danger, we are one step closer to completing the task. Chapter 17 Carnival on the Aircraft Carrier. Unknowingly, the Kennedy and its fleet had crossed half the globe and arrived in the eastern world tens of thousands of kilometers away from their homeland. Zhao Chun looked at the cold countdown in the darkness, and it officially entered the final 48 hours. He knew that time waits for no one, and he had to do something. The food has been greatly improved during this period, making everyone on the fleet feel very satisfied. The dignitaries and soldiers of the United States not only have a deeper impression of these international students from the East, but also have the idea of hiring an Oriental chef for themselves. Whenever it is time for meals, the kitchen is always the busiest place on the entire mothership fleet. The original kitchen was as loose as a chat square, but since a mysterious Oriental chef came to take charge, these chefs who originally couldn't eat their own food suddenly found that they could actually cook such delicious food. And they didn't need to think much. They just had to do whatever the young and mysterious Oriental chef said. What's more, this Oriental chef also brought his country's secret seasoning, gourmet flavor. This is a bottle of white powdery seasoning. The mysterious chef originally only added this mysterious flavoring to his own small stove. Later, it was accidentally seen by the original chef, and Zhao Chun reluctantly agreed to add this mysterious seasoning to the big pot of rice after pleading. Suddenly, the whole kitchen was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The former chef did not forget to mention how good his Chinese was when he was bragging to others. Just by looking at it, he knew the Chinese name of the mysterious seasoning was gourmet flavor. Gourmet food. It means delicious. We can eat delicious food thanks to our sharp eyes. Since the quantity of this gourmet flavor is limited, Zhao Chun instructed that it can only be put into dishes with thick soup, and it is not allowed to put more privately. Just a little bit is enough. The news about the gourmet flavor reached the ears of the dignitaries and military personnel. When they learned that only the captain's and Mr. Zhou's exclusive dishes, as well as the side dishes and soups with thick soups, contained this gourmet flavor from the East, many people who were not used to drinking soup originally began to flock to tomato and egg soup, seaweed soup, etc. Zhao Chun had no choice but to stipulate that each person was only provided with one bowl of soup per meal, otherwise some people would not be able to drink it. General Jess, who had a private meal, was extremely delighted. He was at the same table with Mr. Zhou and the others. Not only were the dishes more delicious and abundant, but he could drink as much soup as he wanted, and he could also give it to his subordinates as a reward. It was really a great honor. It was lunchtime again. While eating, Major General Jess inadvertently noticed that there were fewer customers coming to the restaurant, so he asked his men what was going on. The subordinate said disdainfully, "Those piglets eat and sleep every day. If they don't come to eat, they must be sleeping in their rooms. When I passed by there just now, I heard many people asking others to help bring their meals back." Rear Admiral Jess thought about it and agreed. When the aircraft carrier was moving forward, except for those responsible for the safe navigation of the aircraft carrier, everyone else, including himself, was free. If he was not afraid of the bad influence, he would also want to eat and sleep. Unfortunately, they would reach their destination in 2 days, so they could not be lazy. Afterwards, he ignored those people and started eating while chatting and laughing with Mr. Zhou. At 5:30 p.m., Major General Jess summoned everyone on the battleship formation, including the vast majority of the soldiers. The main thing is that we will arrive at the battle site in a day or so. Although this mission has nothing to do with these dignitaries and academics, I hope everyone will not make trouble. And don't do something shameful like asking friends to bring food. There is plenty of time to sleep at night, so don't be too busy at night and feel sleepy during the day. Although you really don't have much to do, face is very important. Zhao Chun and a group of logistics and kitchen helpers left first, because after the meeting was over, these people would definitely be the first to rush to the restaurant to wait for dinner, so they had to prepare the food in advance. This time, Zhao Chun asked everyone to pour all their own gourmet flavors into all the dishes. He said that the journey was halfway through, and he still had half of the gourmet flavors unopened, so he wanted everyone to enjoy the meal today. Suddenly, the chefs danced with joy. They knew they were about to have the most delicious meal since they entered the battleship. And this is the last piece of the puzzle in Zhao Chen's plan. Soon, delicious food was served on the table. The soldiers who had just held a meeting for more than an hour were told that they could eat before returning to their warships. Their appetites were immediately stimulated. They wanted to eat 3 big bowls of food before returning to their warships. The soldiers who were originally on the aircraft carrier ate slowly, not in a hurry at all. After all, dinner lasts until 11 p.m. After learning that a large amount of gourmet flavoring was added to the food, everyone wanted to eat until their stomachs burst. It might be a psychological effect, or it might be that more gourmet flavors were added to the food, but everyone felt that this meal was sweeter than any previous one. Moreover, Zhao Chen specially cooked a few more pots of thick soup for this meal, so everyone could drink as much as they wanted. Now everyone on the ship has reached a consensus that being able to drink beer and red wine is nothing, but whoever can drink a few more sips of delicious Oriental food soup will be respected. Tom, who had just finished his meal and returned to take over his shift in the control room of the Ticonderoga class cruiser, was imitating the Oriental students who used a toothpick to pick their teeth while taking over the work of his companions. Tom, what's for dinner tonight? I'm starving. The soldier who was changing shifts asked. Oh, man, I advise you to run when you go. There are a lot of delicious flavors in today's food. You will definitely bite your tongue off, I promise, Tom said with some reluctance. If I could eat such delicious food every day, it would be worth dying for, Tom sighed. The team members who hadn't eaten yet rushed to the cafeteria. They couldn't let others eat up all their food. Tom, who was taking over the shift, was probably a little full from the meal, so he switched the aircraft carrier to autopilot. After all, the destination was only a day away, so nothing could go wrong. He should take a nap at this wonderful moment. I heard that Orientals sleep from time to time, so they are so smart. I also want to be smarter. This happened in various places throughout the fleet. For those who do not have any tasks, returning to their residence after dinner and lying down on the bed is more comfortable than being a god. For those who have to work the night shift, the boss will not check on them anyway, because the boss will go back to sleep after dinner. Just set the tasks at hand to automatic mode. A nap is not a problem. As the latest technology of the United States, the Kennedy has already been popularized and perfected in autonomous driving. The reason why people are left to watch is to prevent accidents from happening. Most of the time, it does not really need to be perfected. The Kennedy operates a 2-shift system. One side is on duty while the other side is resting. Dinner time is the switching point. During this time period, all personnel will have dinner and then go back to their residences or their posts. It must be said that the food this time was more delicious than before, and Major General Jess was no longer in the mood to chat with Mr. Zhou. After eating and drinking, it is better to have a good sleep. It was already evening and there wouldn't be any more official business, so he waved his hand and let his men disperse, then returned to his own captain's room. However, what Captain Jess did not notice was that, except for those who were still eating, basically no one on the entire aircraft carrier was hanging out outside. Although he had suggested not to make trouble in the afternoon, this level of silence was something that had never happened before. If Major General Jace could ask more carefully where the people were going, he would find that everyone who left the restaurant went back to their own residence to sleep, including Jace himself, who was now heading to the captain's room. Wang Shui handed the dishes to the kitchen and walked out puzzledly, saying, "Where are all the cooks? Why are the dishes piled up there and no one knows how to wash them?" A smile broke out on Mr. Zhou's wrinkled face. Zhao Chun was also extremely excited at this moment. I really want to drive an aircraft carrier back to China. Chapter 18. One man hijacks an aircraft carrier. Night was approaching. The entire Kennedy fleet was as quiet as if nothing was there. The only sound in the air was the sound of waves hitting the ships. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Zhao Chun, along with his men including Sun Dajuan, kicked the doors one by one, dragged people out of bed and tied them up. These dignitaries do not need to be kept in solitary confinement. Given the amount they eat and their physical conditions, it would be unreasonable for them not to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Sun Dajuan's men tied up these delicate merchants like dumplings. General, these are all big businessmen from the United States. When they return to their country, asking them to pay a ransom of 70 or 80 million for Franklin will be like a piece of cake. Sun Dajuan said with a smile. He really didn't expect that the general's plan was so simple and practical. He could kidnap everyone on an aircraft carrier by just adding anesthetics to everyone's food. But it looks simple, but the actual operation is far from that easy. From borrowing the kitchen to cook alone at the beginning, to deliberately getting closer to Major General Jess, to eating together later, to Zhao Chun, unwillingly, helping everyone to supervise the cooking and the gourmet flavors that were accidentally discovered. As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. If one link is broken, the whole thing will be a failure. It is far from being as simple and easy as it seems. It was also because the newly appointed captain was young and lacked awareness of prevention. But it was not his fault, as no one had expected that someone would dare to hijack the United States' newly launched aircraft carrier. Hijacking an aircraft carrier, who the hell could have imagined this? Sun Dajuan and his subordinates only had more than 100 people. Zhao Chun had distributed the antidote to them before they boarded the ship. Now more than 100 soldiers were tied up with more than 4,000 sergeants, including logistics and operators. Ransom? What, are we pirates? Zhao Chun smiled. You're not happy about sending a fleet of aircraft carriers home, and you want all the businessmen and people in the United States to hate us Orientals. Have the people on the other warships been dealt with? Of course. Of course. They were all tied to the deck. When we went over with our guns, we found that the soldiers were all sleeping like dead pigs. Sun Dajuan said excitedly, patting his chest. In fact, Zhao Chun was also unsure at the moment, looking at the 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers tied up like dumplings on the deck, including Major General Jess, who had been chatting and laughing with him at the dinner table the night before, was tied up on the deck like everyone else. He felt a little helpless. As a privilege for the captain, Zhao Chun specifically asked people to tighten his belt a few more times. Then, the soldiers who have some knowledge of commanding aircraft carriers will adjust the overall speed of the aircraft carrier fleet to the extreme and use nuclear reaction fusion to double the speed. In this case, it is not the time to consider saving consumables. Although the waste of resources caused by nuclear fusion may be as high as tens of millions of Franklin, it has nothing to do with Zhao Chun. There are less than 24 hours left in the countdown of life. Nothing is more important than staying alive. If we cannot deliver this aircraft carrier fleet to the motherland in the last 24 hours, then I can say that I died a worthy death. After all, in this situation, the ownership of the aircraft carrier can be said to be a foregone conclusion. The reason why Zhao Chun did not throw thousands of American soldiers directly into the sea was, firstly, that he was a young college student and had never killed anyone, and secondly, he hoped that the existence of these captives would allow the motherland to stand firm in international public opinion. After all, the final alternating step he planned was too ridiculous. When Zhao Chun and others launched the coup, the USS Kennedy disconnected its automatic positioning system and used its nuclear reactor to accelerate forward. When the United States went to work at 9 o'clock the next day, the naval personnel who were drinking coffee were refreshing their computer data over and over again. Because the position of Kennedy's fleet has been shown as the position of 12 o'clock last night, it can't be that the mother ship has run out of fuel. It must be my computer that is stuck. However, the display did not recover until nearly 11 o'clock. The helpless naval personnel thought of having lunch first and reporting to their superiors in the afternoon. Otherwise, that bald guy will definitely make me work overtime again. The entire United States did not realize that their Kennedy aircraft carrier group had quietly changed its owner. As it drove at high speed, the Kennedy had officially entered the waters of the eastern country, and Zhao Chun also arranged for Sun Dajuan and others to prepare for the last show. The information Zhou Lao received was that as long as the warship entered his own waters, soldiers from the east would soon send military ships to take over. At that time, he could just make up a reason to hand over the aircraft carrier. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. Sun Dajuan finally tied up Zhou Robin as well, but he only tied him up simply, not tightly, and it barely looked like he was kidnapped. Old Zhou nodded and said with emotion, I, Zhou Robin, never thought that in my old age, I would do such a great thing that shocked the world and made the gods weep. I have no regrets in my death. Sun Dajuan also laughed and said, It's all thanks to the careful planning of the general and Mr. Zhou. In the end, the only people left on the entire fleet were Zhao Chun and Sun Dajuan, who were standing on the bow and enjoying the sea breeze. The reason why he tied up his own people was because Zhao Qin came up with an extremely ridiculous reason and had to do so. General, please tie me up too. Zhao Qin looked at Sun Dajun, who was coming over with a rope, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, how shameless of you, a big and strong man like you, to say such weird things to me. It would be a big deal if you just wrap it up casually later. It's just for show. Zhao Qin waved his hand. Sun Dajun smiled awkwardly and said, I really didn't expect the general to be so wise and brave. I, Sun Dajun, can do this with the general in my life, so it's not in vain that I came to this world. Stop it. This matter has nothing to do with you. I planned it all by myself. I poisoned everyone on the warship and planned to steal the Kennedy aircraft carrier. However, I was discovered by the brave Xia soldiers, and I was eventually arrested. Don't say the wrong thing, and don't stand here in front of me. Go back and coordinate your statements with your men. When the time comes, foreign reporters will definitely ask you, and you should answer like this. Remember, don't laugh. Go away. After sending Sun Dajun away, Zhao Qin began to panic again. He knew that driving the aircraft carrier back was a task given to these people by the motherland, but he was not the executor of the task. He just got in touch with these people by chance and pretended to be the person sent by his family to make decisions. He was not in the same group with these people from the beginning to the end. He just took advantage of them for free. Although the result was successful, he has brought in the identity of the lieutenant general these days, but now he is about to return to China. His identity will definitely not be checked. What would the country think when it found out that I was just an ordinary overseas university student, and that I had hijacked an aircraft carrier with a group of people? Will he slice himself up for research? It shouldn't be that. But I have to do this. My life is in the hands of this aircraft carrier. Before Zhao Qin could think of anything else, suddenly, alarms sounded from all directions. Here we come. However, before this, the Xia state military was also in a panic. Since the discovery of the Kennedy aircraft carrier fleet of the United States to the waters of the Xia country, it was detected immediately. You won't know until you detect it, but once you detect it, you'll be shocked. The Kennedy aircraft carrier's water intake is even more terrifying than that of the Ford aircraft carrier, and the entire deck is filled with carrier-based aircraft and quantum-class missiles. Moreover, the deck is narrow, and it is obvious at first glance that it is an aircraft carrier fleet using electromagnetic catapults. However, when the group was discussing whether to attack or negotiate, a transfer order suddenly came out from above, requiring the country's military to send 15 J-31s to the location of the United States aircraft carrier. Isn't this just giving away experience? Although the J-31 is currently the most advanced fighter jet in China, it is not worth mentioning that it is used to attack an aircraft carrier fleet. I am afraid that a round of concentrated fire from the frigates will destroy it. But military orders are hard to disobey, and the pilots flew to the sea area where the aircraft carrier was located as quickly as possible according to the orders from their superiors. Routine questioning was also conducted. Warning, warning, this is Xia country's waters. You have violated international law. Please repatriate as soon as possible. Please repatriate as soon as possible. Otherwise, our country may use unconventional means. Warning, warning, this is Xia country's waters. You have violated international law. Please repatriate as soon as possible. Please repatriate as soon as possible. Otherwise, our country may use unconventional means. Warning, warning, this is Xia country's waters. You have violated international law. Please repatriate as soon as possible. Please repatriate as soon as possible. Otherwise, our country may use unconventional means. The people who said these words are so panicked. Several fighter jets roared at the fleet of aircraft carriers, which were the latest type of aircraft carriers. This is just courting death. More than a dozen pilots have made plans to die in the line of duty. The aircraft carrier below did not respond for a long time, and the pilot's heart gradually began to grow cold. No one wants to die early, but military orders are as strong as mountains. If there is no response within the waiting time, then according to regulations, ammunition must be launched for bombing. The dignity of the country must not be violated by anyone. Just as the pilot captain was preparing to issue an ultimatum, the fighter jet received a signal speaking fluent Mandarin. Don't do it. I surrender. I have kidnapped the entire fleet. Come down and arrest me. Zhao Qin was also very frustrated. The communication equipment was so damn hard to find that he searched for a long time before finding it. In an instant, more than a dozen pilots' heads were buzzing. Is he a Xia countryman? He speaks Mandarin? He kidnapped the entire fleet? Wait, although I know every word, I don't quite understand how you put them together. Is this an April Fool's joke? Or am I still asleep? Is this a conspiracy of the United States? But there is no need. As long as the frigates fire a round of concentrated fire, their dozen J-31s will not be left with even a slag. That can't be true. After reporting to his superiors, Li Zimu, the captain of the J-31 squadron, slowly descended the plane. The surrounding Chinese Navy not far away also approached. When everyone boarded the fleet, they saw Captain Li Zimu, who was already stunned, and thousands of naval personnel of various professions who were tied up with ropes. Zhao Chen said to everyone innocently, "I told you that I kidnapped everyone in the fleet. Why don't you believe me?" Chapter 19 News. In the early morning, before going to work, everyone opens their phones and browses the news out of boredom on the subway. A piece of news that looks like nonsense, but is actually an official report, instantly caused a huge wave on the internet in various countries. No, it's not a huge wave, it's a tsunami. According to our report, at 4 p.m. on April 2nd, U.S. time, the Ford II Kennedy aircraft carrier was officially launched at the Norfolk Naval Port in Virginia. However, a man from Daxia who had committed many crimes sneaked into the aircraft carrier. This man is an international pirate fraudster. This time he boarded the ship and successfully used drugs to knock out all 4,765 people in the fleet, including the captain, Rear Admiral Robert Jess Jr., except himself. He then drove the aircraft carrier group alone to try to escape the search by the United States. Fortunately, the good thing is that the world will turn around and no one will be spared. This pirate was not very skilled in sailing on the sea, and he had already driven into our waters without realizing it. When the mothership group sailed into our waters, it was promptly discovered and stopped by the brave and unparalleled Xia soldiers. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the man surnamed Zhao immediately surrendered and explained the whole story. Fortunately, Zhao had not yet killed the crew, and the soldiers arrived in time to ensure the safety of the 4,765 beautiful people on the ship. The bravery and fearlessness of our soldiers are inspiring. The criminal suspect, Zhao, has been successfully arrested and is being escorted to the capital to await the final verdict. This kind of theft is extremely serious and has rarely happened since ancient times. Fortunately, the situation was effectively controlled. Please rest assured. The relevant departments made a statement, expressing strong condemnation and dissatisfaction with Zhao's theft, and made a speech, expressing deep regret for the experience of the United States. Our country will execute the sentence as soon as possible after the crime is determined. Give the United States a satisfactory explanation. However, the Kennedy aircraft carrier group is considered stolen material. According to the procedures, it is now temporarily under the custody of the Great Xia Navy. It will be returned to the original owner after the case becomes clear. The 4,765 residents of the United States will be temporarily taken over by the Xia Kingdom and will be sent back when they are able to take care of themselves. This report is over. Our reporter Miao Tsuehua is reporting to you. Wow. As soon as this report came out, replies and comments from all over the world came pouring in like snowflakes. This incident not only caused a huge stir on the Xia country's internet, but the whole world knew after this report came out that the United States' newest aircraft carrier and all the people on board were captured by a Xia countryman and driven back to the country. If you say there is nothing fishy about this, then you can probably only fool fools. But it's often the case that you know the other person is lying, and the other person also knows that you know he is lying, but you can't do anything about it. Internet users in Daxia country have voiced their support. This article looks so outrageous. I thought it was a hype article from a small publishing house, but when I scrolled to the bottom, I saw it was an official report. This report is untrue. Brother Zhao and I had been drinking in Northeast China for a whole month before, and there was no chance for us to steal the aircraft carrier. It's all slander. I, Zhao Dagong, will testify in my real name as Brother Zhao. Slander, slander. Brother Zhao was clearly at my house with my wife and the kids while I was away on business. There is no way he would have had the opportunity to steal an aircraft carrier from the United States. The brother upstairs is really generous. Ha ha ha. I've never seen anything like this before. Thousands of professional soldiers and a major general were captured by just one person, and he even let someone drive the aircraft carrier back. Isn't that shameful? What do you mean by bringing the aircraft carrier back? Isn't that the latest aircraft carrier we just launched, the Shrimp? On April 17th, our army launched a new aircraft carrier, the Pepixia, in the Pepixia Sea area. Its appearance is extremely similar to the Kennedy. It happened to encounter Zhao and more than 4,000 victims, and they were just rescued together. This is the truth. How can your news distort the facts so much? Oh, yes, this is the Mantis Shrimp aircraft carrier we launched ourselves. The Russian netizens who have always been at odds with the United States are now in high spirits. Oh Li, this is the legendary Daxia Kung Fu. One person swept over 4,000 people and drove back their aircraft carriers. This is not something that can be done with just great kung fu skills. There are so many armed soldiers on the ship. I know they are Tang sect hidden weapons or poison. This Zhao brother must be a Tang sect disciple. These beautiful Chinese people with eyes on their heads are in trouble this time. Their own aircraft carrier has been stolen. They have lost face and dignity. The guy above, do you know what face and substance are? Which Chinese class did you sign up for? What do you mean by stealing? It was clearly our good brothers from Xia country who took their aircraft carrier out for a stroll. It was called the Pippy Shrimp, and it was just a misunderstanding. However, at this moment, the beautiful country thousands of miles away is filled with grief and anger. The mothership group that just launched was stolen. 1 Kennedy Fleet aircraft carrier, 3 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 4 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, 2 Los Angeles-class attack nuclear submarines, and 1 Sacramento-class combat support ship. All gone. How can this be? They cursed those in power, called the captain a fool, cursed Zhao who stole the aircraft carrier. In short, they cursed everything. There were also some other comments. Some people admired Zhao Chen for hijacking an aircraft carrier alone. Some asked Zhao Chen to publish a book as soon as possible, and some wanted Zhao Chen to start classes to teach them how to steal an aircraft carrier. All kinds of weird. However, Zhao Chen at this time knew nothing about this. Ever since he got off the aircraft carrier, he has been under heavy supervision and transportation. The food was okay, but the accommodation was not even worth mentioning. We were all on the bus and never stopped. Zhao Chen never gets carsick and thinks he has pretty good balance. But after going through this process, he was so exhausted that he didn't dare to eat too much. If he ate too much, he would vomit. Fortunately, the countdown of Zhao Chen's life in the dark world has ended. And there is a different surprise. Congratulations to the host for successfully driving an aircraft carrier back home. Since this aircraft carrier is the latest Kennedy ship and carries a reorganized fleet, it is considered to have exceeded the mission. An additional half-year of life will be awarded. Please keep up the good work, host. That's all. No more. After all the hard work, I finally stole a fleet of aircraft carriers, but there wasn't even a novice gift pack. It is just to offset the overdrawn lifespan, plus a bonus of half a year of life. Half a year. I can still live another half a year. However, the next moment the system's voice came again. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host is currently in a state of panic and has provided additional details for the first mission. After completing the mission details, the host can receive a novice gift package. Mission details? Zhao Chen was puzzled. Are there any other details? And I stole an aircraft carrier, and your system is still hiding it. It's infuriating. Okay, don't worry about it. It's good enough if you give it away. Tell me, what are the details of the mission? Zhao Chenma asked. Host, please try to get shot during this interrogation. System, would you like to listen to what you were saying? The mission is to get shot yourself? Chapter 20 Conclusion. Suspect Zhao Chun, please explain the entire process of the crime. Zhao Chun was escorted to a small, airtight house. He wasn't handcuffed or anything, but the several armed soldiers around him were too scary. Not far from him sat 3 older officers, who had no epaulets on their shoulders, so their ranks were unknown. Commanders, I have confessed everything I can. I really found out about Professor Zhou and his team's plan to steal the aircraft carrier somehow. They seem to have misunderstood me for someone else and told me all the secrets. I had to go along with what they said to protect myself, otherwise I was worried that they would kill me. Zhao Chen explained. The general sitting on the left snorted. Slippery tongue. I have reason to suspect that you are a spy sent by the enemy country. Zhao Chen felt helpless. He really didn't know how someone with that IQ could sit there and interrogate him. Brother, oh no, sir. Seeing a soldier's gun pointed at him just as he was about to say something disrespectful, Zhao Chen quickly changed his words. I have been an orphan since I was a child. I have never been abroad, let alone out of the province. Whenever I have free time, I go to do odd jobs to earn money. I finally got into Harvard as a graduate student and got the opportunity to go abroad. The first time I met Professor Zhou, he said something that made me confused. Later, he said that the American aircraft carriers posed a huge threat to our country. Think about it. I am a passionate young man, and of course I hope that my country can become prosperous and strong. Although I feel like I am involved in something strange, I am doing my duty as a Chinese citizen. Look, the aircraft carrier is back. The mission given by the organization has been completed. Why are you making things difficult for me? The middle-aged man sitting in the middle smiled kindly and said, Pujuan, you scared the child. What he said makes sense. How could the enemy send an aircraft carrier to lurk here? I'd rather believe that this is just a coincidence. Then he said to Zhao Chun, Child, you are about the same age as my daughter, so I will call you Xiao Zhao. Uncle has a lot of questions, and I hope you can give a clearer explanation. As long as you cooperate with the investigation, Uncle will guarantee your safety. Zhao Chun was somewhat touched. Finally, there was a sensible leader here. To be honest, the person we sent was detained at customs and was not sent over. When we all thought that the plan was going to fail, you were still carrying out it closely. We thought you wanted to do more on your own, so we didn't give any further instructions. Unexpectedly, such a big misunderstanding occurred. I apologize to you on behalf of the country. Long Qingwu stood up and bowed slightly to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun quickly stood up and wanted to say that there was no need to do so, but before he could move, the 4 black gun muzzles around him made him dare not move. Zhao Chun could only sit back down again in disappointment. But can you explain what's going on with your Lieutenant General's medal and shoulder straps? Long Qingwu continued to ask. That's it. Seeing the leader holding the 2 cheap goods he bought from the street stall, he explained, I bought this from an old Russian stall in Jinling night market. Just 2 days before I left the country, I bought it with a girl named Wang Shui. She bought a lieutenant's and I bought this Lieutenant General's. Could it be that this medal is too realistic and caught the eyes of these big guys? The 3 interrogators frowned at the same time. The leader near the door waved to the soldiers at the door and whispered a few words, and then the soldiers went out. Something seemed to be wrong. The atmosphere was so quiet that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything, Zhao Chun didn't dare to say anything and could only sit there. After a while, the middle leader Long Qingwu said slowly, You know, this medal and shoulder strap are real. The words are slow and heavy, but very destructive. Are you kidding me? Can the little gadgets I bought at a street stall be real? Zhao Chun began to doubt his life. Seeing Zhao Chun's surprised expression, the leader who initially said that Zhao Chun was a spy from the enemy country sneered and said, I really don't know whether you are smart or stupid. Do you think a fake medal can fool so many experienced officers? If they didn't really think you were a lieutenant general, why would they obey your orders? Added the leader near the door. Zhao Chun was a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. Not long after, the soldier who had gone out before came back and said a few words to the 3 leaders. The middle leader, Long Qingwu, nodded and said, I just got the latest news. This medal and shoulder straps were indeed bought by you and Wang Shui at Jinling night market. But unfortunately, the big Russian is nowhere to be found, so we can't find out where these 2 things came from. It seems that what you said is true. Hey, you are really a talented person. The military officer leader who was fierce at the beginning immediately became more favorable to Zhao Chun when he learned that Zhao Chun was most likely misunderstood. Isn't that a talent? He gathered a group of people and quietly robbed the treasure of Damii. The most important thing is that he didn't use any special means at all, which can be said to be a talent. Zhao Chun swallowed his saliva and looked at the 3 leaders who were in high spirits not far away. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would not be shot. He asked weakly, Well, sirs, I wonder how you are going to arrange for me. This is very important. It is related to whether you can put the novice gift pack in your pocket. The middle leader, Long Qingwu, pondered for a moment and said, Drag. First of all, it is impossible to return the aircraft carrier. Secondly, you should delay the interrogation as long as possible, until the situation calms down. Finally, it's the American officers who need to be detained for 10 days or half a month. They should be released. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle the international public opinion. Well, actually from the official point of view, this idea is indeed very good. They will drag you out if you disagree. But can we really just calm down after the aircraft carrier was robbed? But my mission has a time limit of half a year. Lifespan is only half a year. They can afford to delay, but I can't. What's more, I am still thinking about that newbie gift pack. Well, leader, I have a tiny suggestion. I wonder if I can mention it. In fact, Long Qingwu and the other 2 were in a very good mood. The arrival of an aircraft carrier, of the latest level, plus so many scientific researchers meant that their country's technology had made a huge leap forward. Tell me about it. Long Qingwu spoke. Zhao Chun said seriously. In fact, the best way to deal with this matter is to cut the Gordian knot. The 3 leaders simultaneously restrained the smiles on their faces, looked at Zhao Chun, and gestured for him to continue. It would be best if my crimes were announced to the public in the next few days, and then I was executed. The execution must be quick. It's best to wait until the incident has not yet led to other problems. Zhao Chun explained fearlessly. The 3 leaders were all confused. The officer who had just developed a liking for Zhao Chun asked, Do you want to be shot? Of course it's not a real execution, it's just a show. The goal is to keep the person from being killed or the body from being seen. That way, when the condemnation from the United States comes, we can just use the fact that the prisoner is dead to shirk responsibility. As for if they want to get the aircraft carrier back, Just follow Li Yunlong's example and rob Chu Yunfei's equipment and drag it out slowly. Li Yunlong borrowed equipment, but never returned it. You should all know this joke about sort of legends. Seeing several leaders begin to fall into deep thought, Zhao Qin knew in his heart that the goal was likely to be achieved. The rest depends on how the leaders arrange it. 3 days later, Zhao Chun was in the private residence arranged for him by his leader, eating a banana while watching the news on TV that he had been executed by firing squad at 9 o'clock this morning. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. After turning off the TV, Zhao Chun contentedly opened the newbie gift package that had just arrived. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission details. You will be rewarded with a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 hell-level mission discount coupons, 5 normal-level mission refresh coupons, 5 mentally handicapped level mission skip coupons. Congratulations on completing the first round of tasks. The second round of tasks will begin soon. Please be prepared. Water fake? Chapter 21, I went to Neon to watch the fireworks. Congratulations to the host for drawing the super difficult mission. Go to Neon Country and watch the eruption of Mount Fuji in Neon Country. Host, please go to Neon Country within 1 month and successfully watch the eruption of Mount Fuji. If it does not erupt, you are allowed to use unconventional means to induce an eruption. Watching Mount Fuji erupt? Mount Fuji hasn't erupted for over 300 years. Isn't this just asking me to stir up trouble? First they asked me to go to the United States to drive an aircraft carrier back, and then they asked me to go to Japan to induce the eruption of Mount Fuji. How come they really treat me as a Superman? And they allow themselves to use unconventional means? What means can induce a volcanic eruption? Using missiles or bombs? If they use missiles, it must be at least at the level of a nuclear bomb. If they use bombs, it must be at least 10,000 tons of TNT. Zhao Chun was good at geography and history. He remembered that the last time Mount Fuji erupted was in 1707. It was caused by a magnitude 8.4 earthquake. In order to induce an eruption of Mount Fuji, an explosion of at least magnitude 8.4 or even larger would be necessary. The prerequisites for watching the fireworks are extremely high. Can you please stop doing these ridiculous tasks all day? I'd really appreciate it. What's more, I am still in detention. It seems like a luxury to be able to get out within a month. Mission reward: 6 months of life, plus a book on basic exhalation techniques. The system sent information again. Zhao Chun, who was originally slumped on the sofa, suddenly trembled. Exhalation technique? It sounds like good stuff. System, what is the exhalation technique? The exhalation technique is a basic Taoist mental method. Long-term practice can make one feel relaxed and happy, calm and peaceful, sleep longer, and punch more vigorously. Please, speak human language. Zhao Chun was speechless. He felt that he had shown enough respect to the system. Well, it's of no use. The system showed a rare hesitation. Zhao Chun was stunned. Then why did you take it out as a reward? The system replied. The host can choose to live for only 6 months. Zhao Chun felt that he, as the host, seemed to be a little too kind to this system. All I do is give you some really annoying replies all day long. I'm so stupid. I don't want any more things given to me. But at this time Zhao Chun thought of a problem. System, the last mission overdrafted my life for a month, so I had to do it. What will happen if I don't do this mission? This question is crucial and important, as it determines whether the mission can be abandoned. After a task is left idle for a month, it will be automatically cancelled and refreshed as a new task. The system explained. Oh, I see. Very good, very good. It seems that even if you are refreshed with outrageous and ridiculous tasks in the future, as long as your life is not yet at the doorstep of the devil, you just need to wait patiently for the task to be updated. This is really rare good news. Even if I am imprisoned for a long time, I can just give up this mission. After all, I am asked to blow up the symbol of a country. What a waste of time. When will I be able to get some tasks like helping old ladies cross the road and picking up children from school? Trouble. Just when Zhao Chun was at a loss, the door of the residence suddenly opened. Zhao Chun frowned, thinking that it was not time for dinner yet. A dozen soldiers in military uniforms walked in, escorting an officer with a golden flower on his shoulder and a golden star on his shoulder. Major General. Wow, no wonder it's such a grand occasion. The military branch of the Major General in front of him could not be identified, but he looked much calmer than the Major General Robert Jess Jr., whom Zhao Chun had met before. Being much more stable means that one is a lot older. In this Oriental country, seniority is the capital for military rank advancement. No matter how great your military achievements are or how outstanding you are, as long as you are under the age limit, you will never be able to reach certain ranks. It's like Zhao Chun brought back a beautiful aircraft carrier this time. If an ordinary military second lieutenant were to do this, he could at most be promoted to the rank of colonel. I can't give you even 1 point more. Let alone stealing one ship. Even destroying the entire U.S. aircraft carrier fleet is an unimaginable achievement. If the higher-ups were to apportion the military merits, he would be no more than a major general at best. There have been similar situations in history, such as Finglangjutsu. This is not a groundless fabrication. If we put the current era in ancient times, the United States and Russia would be like the Jin and Western Xia during the Southern Song dynasty. At this time, the Jin army was sharpening their swords, and the Western Xia heavy cavalry Iron Harriers were also ready to go, waiting for the order. At this time, General Yu Fei appeared out of nowhere. First, he and his army chased the Jin army and forced them to retreat to 18 cities. Then, the Western Xia heavy cavalry Iron Harriers shook the egg yolks out of the Western Xia war horses. In this way, he was given a title of Zitsishi, which is similar to the military governor. In modern times, it is considered the chief of staff of the army. Although he was a general commanding the entire country's military, his rank was only second rank, not even as high as many hereditary military generals in the court. Of course, the examples here are superficial and not used as evidence, just one person's opinion. The general stared at Zhao Chun, who was slumped on the sofa in dejection, with his eyes as sharp as torches. Zhao Chun was also looking at him blankly. Are you here to let me out? There was a flash of confusion and dissatisfaction in the general's eyes, mixed with a slight hint of disdain. The subordinate handed over a set of clothes, a white suit. The general said, "Put on your clothes and follow me." After saying that, he left the room without looking back. Seeing the general go out, Zhao Chun looked at the dozen or so soldiers who were motionless and asked, "Aren't you going out?" No one paid any attention to him. My God, there is no bedroom here, and more than a dozen people are watching me change clothes. How can their taste be so strong? I'm going to the bathroom. Seeing that the soldiers still didn't respond, Zhao Chun quickly slipped into the bathroom and changed his clothes quickly. I have to say, the poor boy Zhao Chun has rarely worn good clothes since he was a child, but he looks pretty handsome in a suit. The fabric feels smooth and soft, as refreshing as silk. Although Zhao Chun had never touched silk, he thought that even silk would be no more than this. Following the stern-faced major general in charge, they got into the same green pickup truck. Feeling that this major general comrade didn't really want to pay attention to him, Zhao Chun was too lazy to bother himself. He just looked at the scenery outside the window. Anyway, it didn't make any sense to ask or not. After all, it was up to these people to decide whether to release him or not. If he thought about it and asked randomly, he would only fall into the trap. And it was useless. Major General Wang Yaojun, with a dark face, was also confused at this time. How could this guy be so calm and natural? Not to mention that he didn't know where he was going, and didn't ask. Wasn't he afraid that he would be taken away and shot? And this little guy is really brave. A major general, can sit next to him and turn a blind eye. Oh, if it weren't for, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to him. Zhao Chun had noticed that the major general next to him had looked at him 4 or 5 times, intentionally or unintentionally. Does this uncle also think that I look handsome in this suit? Ha 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 ha. Although I am poor, there is nothing I can do about it because I am handsome. Finally, when they were halfway through the journey, the major general with a sullen face relaxed his mood a little and took the initiative to speak. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Yaojun, deputy commander of the Beijing military region. Zhao Chun was surprised that the major general took the initiative to introduce himself, and he quickly introduced himself back. Hello, I am Zhao Chun, a graduate student from Jinling University studying abroad at Harvard. Wang Yaojun's face darkened. He knew that this guy went to Harvard from Jinling University to study for a master's degree, but he ended up bringing the newly launched aircraft carrier and hundreds of scientists back to China. He even dragged his own daughter into the water. That's right, Wang Yaojun's daughter is Wang Shui, the female classmate who went to Harvard with Zhao Chun. She also became furious when she saw her daughter tied up in 3 layers of clothes on the aircraft carrier. As a father, he wanted to tear Zhao Chun to pieces, although he later learned that this was all someone's clumsy plan. But this could not change the fact that his daughter was deceived by her. Because of the fermentation of Zhao Chun's aircraft carrier incident, the entire country of the United States is like having a seizure, and all the high-level universities treat the foreign students from the East with extremely bad attitudes. They almost arrested them in the police station without even seeing them. In addition, in order to prevent the existence of traitors in the army, the U.S. military has dismissed nearly 10,000 foreign soldiers of non-national descent. It can be said that because of Zhao Chun, the entire Damii and even the entire world has experienced great shock. It's just that the data Zhao Chun reported at Harvard was not accurate, and the entire United States government couldn't even find a photo of Zhao Chun. After all, everyone who had seen or knew Zhao Chun was tied up and taken back to their country. This is simply an intolerable humiliation for the United States, which has always claimed to be invincible in the universe. If it weren't for the news that Zhao Chun had been executed, the United States would have wanted to send troops to bombard this shameless villain to death with missiles. My name is Wang Yaojun. Haven't you heard of me? Asked Major General Wang Yaojun. Zhao Chun looked puzzled. I haven't heard of it. Should I have heard of it? This was a bit embarrassing, but Zhao Chun had really never heard of this name, so he could only answer truthfully. Wang Yaojun suppressed his inner anger and uttered a few words almost through his teeth. I, your daughter, am called Wang Shui. Chapter 22. A Waste of Talent. Wang Shui? You are Wang Shui's father? Zhao Chun asked in disbelief. Wang Yaojun nodded, thinking he was unfathomable. Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Shui and I are very familiar with each other. We are family, Uncle Wang. When can I leave? I have made contributions to the country. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. It is not a good thing to lock me up like this, and it is a waste of national rations. What do you think? When he heard that the major general in front of him was the father of his friend. This is outrageous. If we don't catch the snake by the stick and get close to it now, what are we waiting for? Wang Yaojun was also confused by Zhao Chen's sudden change of attitude. He saw Zhao Chen's little mouth chattering nonstop, as if he had applied a suppository. Get close. Get close. Who is your own man? Who is your uncle? You took advantage of my daughter, and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet. But looking at Zhao Chen's flattering face, Wang Yaojun wanted to get angry, but couldn't. This young man was the same age as his little daughter, so it was barely acceptable for him to call him uncle. Moreover, this kid must be very smart, otherwise he would not be able to do such a shocking thing as hijacking an aircraft carrier. If you want to say he is excellent, he is indeed excellent. Although a lot of it is due to chance, luck is also a part of strength in many cases. He can use chance to set up a game and achieve an incredible result. This has proved to a certain extent that Zhao Chun is extraordinary. I really want to slice him up for research. It seems like you have a mission this time, so be prepared. Wang Yaojun finally softened his heart. He was not a man of iron, and he thought that this boy might become his son-in-law in the future. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but reveal a few words. A bolt from the blue. Zhao Chun is a little confused now. He remembered a game called Dungeon Fighter, played by his classmate Sherdali in the dormitory when he was in college. He often complained in the dormitory that he was very tired from the full tasks during the day and wanted to play a few dungeons after school to relax. But he had to do tasks or play in a group, and he had to use the tickets he saved from playing in the group to play in the abyss. In addition, he had to create many small accounts to carry bricks and support the development of the big account. There are so many tasks during class, and there are also so many tasks in the game after class. Zhao Chun found it novel at the time and didn't understand the reason. But now, when you first listen to the song, you don't understand the meaning, but when you listen to it again, you have become one with the song. I can't stop crying, okay? Wang Yaojun looked at Zhao Chen's changing expression and sighed slightly. I know you have made a lot of contributions to the country this time, but there are still many arguments about you. Even a large part of the people think that you are a double-edged sword. If the country cannot clearly control you in its own hands, you are a scourge to the nation and need to be eliminated as soon as possible. Wang Yaojun had given Zhao Chun the lowdown, hoping that Zhao Chun would have some sense when he met the leader later and not be arrogant. In any country, at any time, any person in power does not need a weapon that can hurt him, no matter how sharp it is. Zhao Chun was not stupid either. He basically understood what Wang Yaojun said and sighed helplessly. I just want to live a simple life. Why do I always get into trouble? The two of them were silent during the rest of the journey. Zhao Chun did not ask for more details about the mission, and Wang Yaojun did not delve into the specific relationship between Zhao Chun and his daughter Wang Shui. The military green pickup truck moved forward in an orderly manner along the winding and rugged road. After about 2 hours, the pickup truck gradually slowed down. Zhao Chun knew that it was about to arrive, so he mentioned Shin and made a joke. You guys locked me up far enough. Major General Wang Yaojun also smiled, which was rare. It's for your own good. After all, the main purpose is to protect your safety. Get out of the car. After the pickup truck officially stopped, Wang Yaojun and Zhao Chun got out of the car at the same time. Following the guards leading the way, they walked quietly inside this huge steel-wrapped vehicle. It looked very inconspicuous from the outside, but once you really entered the bunker, everything became clear. Just from what you can see with your naked eyes, this place is at least several dozen meters deep underground. The two guards led the group around, and finally came to an elevator. First, They respectfully swiped the card for Wang Yaojun and Zhao Chun to press the elevator button, and then guarded on both sides of the elevator with guns. The soldiers who came with them were also standing guard around the elevator. The only two people who actually entered the elevator were Wang Yaojun and Zhao Chun. "Why don't they come in?" Zhao Chun asked. Wang Yaojun said expressionlessly, "These people are not of high enough rank." Seeing Uncle Wang's serious answer, Zhao Chun also realized that in this place there might be more surveillance cameras than the hairs on his body, so he must not talk nonsense. "As for why those soldiers are not of sufficient rank, but I am qualified, I guess you'll know once you meet those big shots. It's probably about 100 to 200 meters underground. The previous estimate was still underestimated. This is purely an underground air raid shelter. I'm afraid even a nuclear bomb can't destroy the facilities and equipment here." Holy crap. After exiting the elevator, Wang Yaojun led the rest of the way. After all, Wang Yaojun was a major general and was obviously quite familiar with the place. The two of them walked for about 7 or 8 minutes before Zhao Chun saw the first person who came out of the elevator. He was one of the 3 leaders who interrogated him. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle looks quite kind. "General Wang, the people are here." Long Chengwu narrowed his eyes and greeted Wang Yaojun. When Wang Yaojun saw Long Chengwu, he nodded slightly, with a hint of unnaturalness in his eyes. Wang Yaojun belongs to the military system, and his military rank and military achievements are unique. Long Chengwu is a supervisory system. To put it nicely, he helps the leaders of the major military regions. To put it bluntly, the higher-ups are worried about the big men in the army holding all the power, so they send someone to supervise the power and share it at the same time. It is normal to check and balance each other in officialdom. "Leave the rest to me." Long Chengwu spoke very slowly, which was very comfortable to listen to, but it sounded a bit harsh to Wang Yaojun's ears. "The mission I received was to bring Zhao Chun to the commander's office. Instead of receiving it from Zhao Chun and handing it over to you, Long Chengwu, and then asking you to bring it to the commander," Wang Yaojun said bluntly. Long Chengwu waved his hands innocently and said, "I just mean well. I just happen to be going the same way. Let's go together." Wang Yaojun ignored him and continued walking inside. Long Chengwu walked on one side and gave a kind smile to Zhao Chun, who was following behind him. Zhao Chun didn't want the fight between gods to bring harm to a little kid like him, so he quickly smiled back to show his respect. The 3 of them walked to a spacious iron gate. Wang Yaojun knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside saying, "Come in." When I opened the door, I saw 2 old men drinking tea inside. "Mr. Zhou is also in there." "Hey, Lao Zhou, look who's here." The white-haired old man sitting opposite Lao Zhou joked with a smile. Zhou Robin looked back and was immediately surprised. "Zhao Chun, you're here." Zhou Luobin was filled with mixed feelings at this time. He was extremely surprised when he learned that Zhao Chun was not a commander sent by the organization, but was just an ordinary overseas student. He recalled his actions when he and Zhao Chun first met and found many things wrong. But at that time I had not received any intelligence and thought that the person who came was the comrade in charge of command, so I told him all the details and purpose of the mission. He didn't expect that all this was a misunderstanding. Not only did he deepen the misunderstanding, but he also dragged this innocent foreign student into the water. Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed. If he failed or was discovered, 1 or more innocent lives would have been buried in his hands. This made him feel deeply guilty. But even so, a college student who had no psychological preparation at all did not think that his task was nonsense at all, but actively worked and cooperated for the prosperity of the motherland. You know, most of the plans for the entire event were set in stone, but many of the unresolved problems were solved by Zhao Chun alone. For example, how to convince those fence-sitters, how to make the soldiers who were worried about their family's defect, and how to slowly stun everyone on the ship, etc., etc., all show that this child is simply a genius among geniuses. Not only is he meticulous in his calculations, but he also has a meticulous mind and sets up a series of interlocking schemes. He was born to carry out impossible tasks. Being a small overseas student is really a waste of talent. Chapter 23, Neon Troublemaker. Is it a waste of talent? Of course it is. Such a talented person should shed blood and sweat for the country. Finally, he died gloriously and won the first-class military merit to bring honor to his family. Bringing honor to the ancestors is the most glorious honor for a family. Of course, these are Professor Robin Chow's personal thoughts. Very old-fashioned and dangerous. As an aspiring young man who has been educated in patriotism since childhood and has been in a foreign country for a long time, it is normal for him to have the idea of sacrificing his life for his country from time to time. After all, if we really talk about the older generation, There are many heroes and martyrs who are willing to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good. They are the backbone and support of a nation. But if Zhao Chun himself thinks this is a good idea, then it is also very good. But if others think he should do this or that, then it is very, very unreasonable. Our ancestors and fathers were willing to sacrifice their lives for this lovely nation and build a new country of their own, so that their descendants would not have to sacrifice their lives like them. During the 14-year war of resistance against Japanese aggression, this land was stained with the hot blood of our nation's sons and daughters. What they wanted was that their descendants would not have to suffer such hardships. It is best to be rich and strong, but even if we are not that strong, we must not be bullied. If we are bullied, we should stand up bravely and resist the aggression. Even though we know that the consequence of resisting aggression is that most people will leave this beautiful world, we must do this for our descendants and our families. The Eastern people are also the most selfless people in the world, so they have been at the top of the world for 5,000 years. Professor Zhou very much hopes that Zhao Chun can find a suitable position in the military and contribute to our motherland. Zhao Chun naturally hopes that his motherland will become richer and stronger, but the premise of all this is that he can do it. If the organization gave him a completely impossible task or did not allow Zhao Chun to complete his system tasks, then within half a year, the once lively Zhao would have died. Everything is meaningful only if it is within your ability. This is Zhao Chun's idea. Old Zhou, what do you think of this child? The white-haired old man asked Zhou Robin. Zhou Luobin pondered for a moment. He is naturally very smart, and he is also very smooth and natural in dealing with people. He is very capable. I can't even find any words to describe how capable he is. Let's put it this way. For this aircraft carrier return mission, I and those officers accounted for at most 30 of the credit, and the remaining 70 was his. If you, Mr. Li, have used him, you will probably know what I mean. Oh, the commander-in-chief, known as Mr. Li, immediately became interested in Zhao Chun. Little guy, old man Zhou has given you a letter of guarantee. So will you take on this responsibility? Commander-in-chief, Li asked with a smile. Zhao Chun is very nervous now. Very, very nervous. He didn't know what the mission would be if he took it. What would he do if it was some ridiculous mission like looking for continents in the desert or collecting samples on Mars? But if I say no, it would be a bit ignorant. It may not be realistic to leave this damn place, and the free and fresh air may have to say goodbye to me. Why? I am ignorant and unworthy of such praise from Professor Zhou, but since Professor Zhou has said so, I naturally cannot go against his will. However, my ability may be limited. If I really encounter some really difficult and unsolvable problems, please do not blame me, Commander and Professor Zhou. Commander Li smiled slightly and said, "You're quite good, boy. You've said all the good and bad things about me. You're really smooth. It's not a mission from heaven. No matter how difficult it is, it won't be harder than driving an aircraft carrier back home." It was a rare occasion that the commander-in-chief joked with Zhao Chun. Neon has had serious trade frictions with our country recently, and many companies have deteriorated to the point of abandoning contracts. This has caused many of our companies to suffer huge losses or even go bankrupt. However, these policies were arranged by the Neon government, so it is not the fault of those Neon companies. Alas, it's hard for us who are engaged in trade. The commander exclaimed. Zhao Chun grumbled in his heart. They are all large multinational corporations. How hard can it be? It's just a matter of earning more or less. The commander continued. Originally, this matter was not under the jurisdiction of our military. But recently, your incident has caused chaos in Japan, and it has also given many of our enterprises and companies a break. But that's not enough. We need Japan to experience even greater upheavals so that the government has no time to take care of foreign trade. By then, whether our companies continue to cooperate or withdraw in time, it will be in time. Our country has an additional fully equipped aircraft carrier. It would be strange if our neighboring countries were not worried. These things happen just in time for the higher-ups to waver in their attitude towards you. And you are a man of real talent and ability, so they are reluctant to leave you unused. So this mission is a good opportunity to use you as a whetstone and let you showcase your abilities in Japan. Zhao Chun said weakly. Do you want me to be a troublemaker? The commander smiled and said, I didn't say that. If you understand it that way, it's not wrong. How about you consider it? Zhao Chun pondered for a moment and replied, if I complete the task, what reward will I get? Although this task coincided with the task of his system, Zhao Chun could not show any joy at the moment. Those present are all old monsters who have been through many battles. If they don't act well, they will have a hard time explaining themselves. The commander smiled and replied, you will be exempted from all the negative effects of this aircraft carrier incident, and you will be a free man again. Zhao Chun listened quietly and found that the commander-in-chief did not continue. Gone. Zhao Chen widened his eyes. That's all. What else do you want? Isn't it enough to be pardoned of your crimes? The commander asked. It was obviously me who was forced to be involved in this storm. Forget it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. They are all the same as the system. They only want the horse to run, but don't give the horse grass to eat. Damn. Then, what kind of impact is considered enough? I don't want to get a reply when I return home saying that the impact I caused was not big enough, so the mission failed or something like that. Zhao Qin's tone was obviously more dissatisfied. This is of course intentional. Although I am willing to help you work for free, this must not be noticed by others. Otherwise, a person likes to do stupid and dangerous things for no reason. Isn't this arousing suspicion? If someone shows kindness to you without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. This is the truth. Although there should be no risk of this system in my body being discovered, it is always better to be cautious. The commander could easily hear the subtle changes in Zhao Chen's tone. He was not angry, but just laughed in his heart. The boy was still too young and naive. His joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were all shown on his face. He was so young. As long as what you do can surprise or scare the vast majority of Japanese people, that's enough. But you have to be careful. We are sending you to cause trouble for them, not to commit crimes. We ask you to use formal channels as much as possible. There are so many things to do and so many demands. How can one be so unlucky? But I am the man who wants to watch the fireworks from Mount Fuji. I can't do what you said. But no matter what he thought, Zhao Qin still nodded obediently. Seeing that this boy was so easy to talk to, the commander, Zhou Robin, Wang Yaojun, and Long Chengwu all smiled with satisfaction. Zhao Qin also stretched out his right hand at this time. The commander asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Funding." Zhao Qin replied shamelessly. Chapter 24 Love at First Sight. The rain blocking the road is like snowflakes. Are you cold while crying? I've worn this windbreaker for you until it has a corsage. I am not afraid of being transferred. Why am I still worried about you? I have carefully chosen today to take you home. Forgive me for not sending flowers anymore. The wound should heal. I am afraid that the graveyard in my heart will be covered with petals. If you don't marry me, we will both be cremated. Waiting for one day for a lifetime has a price. Everyone has only two hands, and it is difficult to let you have them by hugging. If you want to have them, you must first know how to accept losing them. I once wandered along the snowy road. Why did I shed tears for good things? Who can own Mount Fuji with love? Why not assume that the feeling of sadness is something you made up? You can't find it in a test tube to stain your eyes. The past is as hard as stone. Just throw it away and run away. I am not rare. Go around the street. I will vanish into nothingness. Don't tell the truth on Valentine's Day. I only dare to touch your hair. This gesture will make you more sad. How should I persuade someone to stay in the car to keep warm? How can I bear the pain of cutting my wrist? How many years is considered short? A broken heart is even shorter. Who can estimate how many miles it takes to get home? Forget the grudges between you and me. The cherry blossoms have bloomed for a few turns. The journey to Tokyo has become more distant than a lifetime ago. Everyone has only two hands, and it is difficult to let you have them by hugging. If you want to have them, you must first know how to accept losing them. Traveled along the snowy road. Why do we cry for good things? Who can own Mount Fuji with love? Why not assume that the feeling of sadness is something you made up? You can't find it in a test tube to stain your eyes. The past is as hard as stone. Just throw it away and run away. I am not rare. Go around the street. I will vanish into nothingness. I took this old windbreaker. Give you a gift to break the curse. Why do you cry for good things? Who can own Mount Fuji based on love? Zhao Chen sighed. Zhao Chun, who had just walked out of Haneda Airport, ended the song he had been playing on repeat all the way to the foot of Mount Fuji. To be honest, Izai Ji's Under the Mount Fuji is nice to listen to, but even after playing the song on repeat 1,800 times, it is still difficult for Zhao Chen to think of a good way to make himself see the fireworks. So I simply gave up thinking about it. This time I was on a public-funded trip, and the most important thing was to complete the task as much as possible. If I couldn't complete the task, then I couldn't complete it. I am just a nobody. It is not easy to blow up Mount Fuji with fireworks. In the taxi, looking at the price list that was jumping almost every second, even though Zhao Chun was traveling on public funds, he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. I've known for a long time that taxis in Japan are more than 20 times more expensive than in China, but I was really shocked when I saw it. It was only 20 kilometers from Haneda Airport to downtown Tokyo. When Zhao Chen got off the bus, the driver quoted him 7,000 yen for the fare. He almost thought that the bald driver was cheating him. After a careful conversion, I found it to be over 300 yuan in domestic currency. As expected, people say that you should not take a taxi in Neon unless it is necessary. I really listened to the advice and had a full meal. Fortunately, I don't have to pay for it out of my own pocket. The driver was surprised to see Zhao Chen take out a 10,000 yuan bill and spoke incoherently for a while. Zhao Chen knew without the need for a translator that the driver must be asking if there were any small denominations or if he could scan a code to pay or receive money. No. Zhao Chen had a lot of large Japanese banknotes in his pocket that he had exchanged before coming here. Because of his identity, he could only create an identity that could pass the security check in a short period of time. It would take even longer to make him an identity that supports mobile phone scanning and payment. Zhao Chen raised both hands in favor of using cash. After all, if you pay by scanning a code, it is easy to be monitored and checked, but if it is cash, hey, then you can just say what you want. Publicly funded travel is nothing more than this. The driver helplessly rummaged through the drawers and cabinets to get change for Zhao Chen. He finally managed to collect 3,000 Japanese yen, which consisted of a pile of banknotes and coins. Zhao Chen put it in his pocket without even looking at it. Before leaving, the driver looked at Zhao Chen with resentment. Zhao Chen didn't care what the driver was thinking at this moment. He put aside the task for now. He didn't really go around the United States the last time he went there, and he was embarrassed to tell people that he had been to the United States. This time he came to Neon, he had to at least have a good time. Those officials are the bosses. They think the world is theirs, and they don't treat people like human beings. So don't blame me for occupying the toilet without doing anything. Tokyo is indeed a world-class metropolis. It is just an ordinary weekday evening, and the streets, shopping malls, and restaurants are full of Kyoto people, drinking and chatting. Zhao Chen had no interest in going to shopping malls. He had never been to a supermarket in his own country. 1% of it was because he had no interest, and the remaining 99% was because he didn't have the capital. Although I have some money now, I am alone in a foreign country and have no desire to go shopping. These leaders are really unprofessional. Don't they understand that it's easier for men and women to work together? Short-sighted. Before he knew it, Zhao Chen had already strolled to Kabukicho Ikabangai in Tokyo. This area has more people and is more chaotic than outside, with various bars and hotels. I don't recommend coming here when visiting Tokyo. It's not only dirty and messy, but you'll often run into weird uncles. Zhao Chen was extremely hungry as soon as he got off the plane. He finally made it to Tokyo, but still hadn't found a place to eat. This street is nice and seems to be busy with business. Zhao Chen chose a Japanese restaurant that looked very nice, with about 70 of the seats occupied. The environment also matched Zhao Chen's own intuitive impression of Japanese restaurants. The guests were eating happily, and in this atmosphere, Zhao Chen felt that he could eat more. Konbanwa. Ko-in-banwa. Good evening. Seeing a customer coming in, the waiter who was originally counting the bill at the counter hurried to the front of the store. Zhao Chen was also startled by the figure that suddenly flashed in front of him and bowed. He knew that Japan was a country that attached great importance to etiquette, especially in the service industry. It can be said that they took the saying "customers are God" to the extreme. But I had just walked in and hadn't said whether I wanted to eat or what I wanted to do, but the waiter came up and asked me to bow 90 degrees. Wasn't he afraid that I was just here to use the bathroom? However, what Zhao Chen didn't know was that the vast majority of Japanese food restaurants in Neon require waiters to bow and salute when they see someone coming in, no matter who it is. This is also a kind of corporate culture. For most customers who come in to eat, seeing that the people in the store respect them so much, they generally won't choose to dine in other stores. In this regard, China is still worth learning. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is a good way to make money. Many Japanese restaurants in China are even better than those in Japan, with beautiful young ladies in kimonos standing at the door to solicit customers. But they usually just ask in Japanese if they want to eat, and rarely bow 90 degrees when they see people. Of course, it is understandable. The status of women in China is relatively high, at least much higher than that in Japan. Since the bankruptcy of the women's boxing movement in Japan at the end of the 20th century, it has been quiet for many years. Therefore, domestic Japanese food restaurants turn a blind eye to this kind of embarrassing work and avoid it. "Sit down, please." I don't know what the waiter said, but suddenly Zhao Chen's head jumped and he said this. I think everyone is familiar with this English sentence. Yes, this sentence often appears in third-grade English textbooks. The young lady in kimono who was bowing raised her head in confusion and looked at the guest in front of her with her bewildered eyes. Zhao Chen also knew that he had said the wrong thing and was about to apologize, but just then the girl in kimono raised her confused little head. The delicate little face is lightly powdered, and the cheeks are slightly chubby. The chubbiness is just right. In Japanese terms, it is extremely kawaii. Zhao Chen had never seen such a lovely girl before. Even though he felt good about himself and thought he had seen too many beautiful girls, he was not moved. He thought his heart had already been as cold as the fish butcher in RT Mart. But the moment he saw this girl, Zhao Chen suddenly felt something in his heart melt. I was attracted by her beauty. Puri. It was love at first sight. Zhao Chen felt as if he had developed some strange feelings for this foreign girl. No wonder many otaku brothers in China are addicted to the two-dimensional world. If all the two-dimensional characters were as amazing as the girl in front of him, who wouldn't be confused? It's over. I still have a mission to accomplish and can't fall into the arms of a gentle woman. Chapter 25. Where do you live? Masako Hina looked at the strange guest in front of her with confusion. She had a good command of English, so she naturally knew what the guest meant. But why did he ask me to sit down? At this moment, Zhao Chen felt so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment with his toes. For a moment, all the few Japanese words that I had learned temporarily for emergency purposes were forgotten. Are you from Daxia? The girl in kimono seemed to notice Zhao Chen's embarrassment and asked in very standard Mandarin. Zhao Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Are you from Daxia too? This authentic Mandarin is definitely not something a Japanese can master. Xiao Hina Chi Masako lowered her head and replied, My mother is from Daxia, and I have lived in Daxia since I was a child. Hey, fellow countrymen. In Daxia, in your hometown, people from different villages are fellow villagers. In the county, people from the same town are fellow villagers. When you go to the provincial capital, people from the same city are fellow villagers. When you leave the province, people from the same province are fellow villagers. When this scale is extended abroad, people from the same country are fellow villagers, even if the other person is a mixed-race person. Xiao Hina Chiako led Zhao Chun to a secluded corner of the hall and whispered, There are many rules in Neon. You come here to sit and eat. Don't look around. There will be fewer people around, so it's less likely to cause trouble. Chaos. Zhao Chen asked puzzledly. Xiao Hina Chi Masako explained with a smile. You must have just arrived in Japan. If you don't follow the rules here, you will be rejected by everyone. The rules here are many and complicated. You should learn them slowly. Before that, don't be too ostentatious. Chi Masako's smile is as joyful as the blooming cherry blossoms. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. On the surface, he seemed to have listened, but in reality, the rules of Japan had nothing to do with him. He was just waiting to watch the fireworks and then leave. He was not an international student, nor was he planning to settle down here. Why should he be indulged? But he really wanted to get to know this young lady in kimono whom he had just met. Zhao Chen was about to say something else, when suddenly a rough voice came from not far away. Ji Shirsang, Shin Deshimata no ka, Oresama ni menu odase. Waiter, where are you dead? Give me the menu. 3 big men in black clothes walked in from outside the door, shouting something rudely. Although Zhao Chen didn't understand what he was saying, he was sure that it was not something good. Sugu jinimasu, kamishiwaka arimase. Come right away. I'm very sorry. Chimasako quickly stood up and answered loudly. Then he lowered his head and whispered to Zhao Chen, I'll go get busy first. Here's the menu. Just call me when you've ordered. After saying that, Chiako hurried to the door and led the 3 men in black inwards. She bowed and apologized while leading the 3 men into the hall. The big man in black who was leading the group was obviously not here for the first time. He had a fierce expression at first, but when he saw Chiako coming, a flattering and respectful smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he kept talking to Chiako. Chiako just smiled politely and led the 3 people to a position quite far away from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was very confused and moved by this. He was sure that this was not a coincidence. There were still many seats around him, and the seat where Chiako led the men in black was obviously much farther away than his own seat. If it was not chosen by the 3 people, then it must be Chiako's own decision. As for why they are so flattering to Chi Masako, could it be that their boss has taken a fancy to this young lady in kimono? After Chiako recorded the food ordered by the man in black and reported it to the counter, she quickly ran to Zhao Chun. Jiazi first bowed slightly to Zhao Chun and apologized. Sorry, I've been waiting for so long. I didn't know they would take so long. Chiako had a guilty look on her face. What are you doing? You were just doing your job duties. Besides, I don't understand these dishes and don't know what to order. How about you recommend a few for me to try? Zhao Chen felt uncomfortable seeing Chiako being so polite. This girl was too gentle and polite. No need to save money for me. Just order whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you order a lot. You can come over to my place and eat with me if you're not busy later. Zhao Chun said generously. Jiazi stared at Zhao Chun and smiled, saying, That won't work. We have a rule that you are not allowed to eat guests' food during working hours. Zhao Chun continued to ask, Then what time do you get off work? You are not allowed to eat during work hours, so I will wait until after get off work. Chiako blinked her big, lively eyes and said, We are open until very late. If we encounter customers who are drunk, we may stay open until 1 or 2 o'clock. I'll wait for you. Zhao Chen blurted out without even thinking. Xiao Hina Chiako was stunned. When she heard the reply that Zhao Chun blurted out without hesitation, she couldn't help feeling a little confused for a moment, and a trace of mist appeared in her eyes. But it was quickly covered up by Chimako's beautiful smile. Thank you. It sounds easy, but it's very painful to actually do it. The Japanese restaurants in Japan are not like those in Korea. Although the kneeling method is the same, you will get tired of kneeling in a restaurant in Korea. You can sit down and rest, and no one will say anything. But in Neon, you must kneel down when eating, especially in Japanese restaurants, which are the most Neon-style stores. And you are not allowed to change your sitting posture and slump in your seat, which will make people around you and the store owner think you are extremely rude. So this is one of the reasons why Japanese restaurants rarely open all night. What? Do you think your knees are too hard, so you kneel all night? Zhao Chen entered the Japanese restaurant between 9 and 10 in the evening. Within half an hour, his knees were aching and swollen. However, when he saw the restaurant was full of customers, he realized that the restaurant was still far from closing time. I can only make excuses to go to the restroom in the store many times, but I can't leave for too long, otherwise my seat will be cleaned by the waiter. Fortunately, little sister Hina Chiako was very considerate and secretly brought a soft cushion for Zhao Chun. Put a soft cushion under your knees, and you will feel much better. You really don't know how good daxia is if you don't come to Japan. In this tiny place, breaking the rules is so ugly and so hard. Perhaps Zhao Chen's prayers really worked. At about 11:30, there were only a few customers left in the Japanese restaurant. Among the waiters, except for one who stays on duty to do the accounting, all others can leave work early. What a coincidence! It happens that Chimako Kawaina is on duty today. This lovely girl in kimono gave an apologetic look to Zhao Chun, who was looking at her not far away. Zhao Chun sighed and picked up the sushi on the plate with chopsticks again. I have to count the number of fish eggs again. Fortunately, hard work paid off. The 3 or 2 customers left in the store paid their bills and left when the overnight bell was about to ring. Zhao Chun noticed that the 3 fierce men had already paid their bill and left. Fortunately, everything is in order. He was really worried that he would get into trouble as soon as he arrived in Neon. After all, he now had a dual mission. Let's go. Xiao Hina Chiako, who had already finished keeping track of the accounts, finished the work at hand, walked to Zhao Chun, who was sitting on the ground massaging his knees, and said, I'm really sorry. I didn't notice that you were new to Neon. You must be not used to the kneeling sitting position. The little girl was trying to take all the blame on herself again. It's not your problem. Zhao Chun replied with a grin. Who the hell can adapt to this sitting posture? It's the 21st century. Shouldn't this bad habit be banned? Let's go. After closing the door of the Japanese restaurant, Zhao Chun chatted with Xiao Hina Chiako one sentence after another. Both of them spoke Mandarin very well and were very talkative. They had a very pleasant chat. Both of them had an inexplicable affinity for each other. Xiao Hina Chiako asked about the latest news of daxia and also mentioned the recent incident of hijacking an aircraft carrier. She was very excited to praise the hero surnamed Zhao. She felt that the United States was too domineering in the international arena, and daxia's tolerance and generosity were the demeanor that a great country should have. Zhao Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard others praising him in front of him. However, due to his identity, his name was officially changed to Li Chun when he entered Neon. Although he complained a lot about this name, because this name was given by the commander, and the commander's surname was Li. Zhao Chen always felt like he had an extra father. When Miss Chi Masako asked his name, Zhao Chun answered casually. Li Chun. Li Chun. What Chun? Chiako continued to ask. Zhao Chun was a little confused and answered honestly. The dust in dust has a small one on top and a soil on the bottom. This name is quite rare. Chi Masako smiled. The two soon reached the vicinity of Xiao Hina Chiako's home, and Chiako was very grateful to Zhao Chun for sending her back. Just as she was about to wave goodbye, Chiako suddenly remembered something. Well, where do you live? Chapter 26, or, come live at my house. Where do you live? Is it too far from here? Chi Masako asked seriously. Zhao Chun scratched his head and laughed. Residence? What is residence? As soon as I got off the plane, I rushed to Tokyo Central area to broaden my horizons. When I arrived in Tokyo, I wandered around looking for a restaurant. I really don't know how to find a hotel in Tokyo. I just know that there will always be a way to get there, so I'll just go and see what I see. Well, actually, I just came to Tokyo from Beijing today, and I haven't had time to find a place to stay. Zhao Chen explained, scratching his head. Saying this seems to give me the feeling of forgetting my business for the sake of beauty. Xiao Hina Chiako looked at Zhao Chen with a puzzled look on her face. You mean you just came to Tokyo today? You don't have a place to stay yet? Then why didn't you bring anything with you? I suddenly thought of coming here to travel. I thought I could buy whatever I needed here, so I came here alone. Zhao Chen explained. The doubt on Xiao Hina Chi Masako's face became more serious, but she smiled a little. You said that you just had a stupid idea and didn't check any information. You just applied for a visa and came to Tokyo directly? You should apply for a visa to Japan many days in advance. I applied for a visa a long time ago, but never came. Later, I suddenly wanted to come, so I came. Zhao Chen lied. Yes, is there any problem? The reason was poor, but there was no other way. Looking at the young lady who had changed back into formal clothes, Zhao Chen could feel from her face that she was trying hard to hold back a smile. Chiako is so cute in formal wear. Although Zhao Chen knew he shouldn't think about this at this moment, he couldn't help but think about it. Don't you know that in Tokyo, all hotels close after midnight and no one is allowed to enter or leave? Chi Masako explained. Because the public security in Tokyo at night has been bad in recent years, the government has made this law. Haven't you noticed that there are very few people walking outside after midnight? Except for those who have their own homes or rent houses, people who normally stay in hotels will not go out after midnight. Zhao Chen really didn't know this. You have to know that in Daxia, any county-level unit will not have a place to stay at night. Not to mention an international metropolis. Even if some hotels are full during holidays, you can choose to stay in a bath center or a foot massage shop overnight. Sleeping on the streets? Not happening. But in Tokyo, they don't allow people to stay after midnight. There are even restrictions on guests coming in and out. Lack of knowledge is the original sin. Zhao Chen could already imagine sleeping under the overpass tonight. Although Tokyo in mid-April was not cold, it was definitely not hot either. Unless he stayed up all night and wandered around the streets until dawn, he would have to find a place to sleep tomorrow morning. Otherwise, he could only rely on the homeless uncles under the overpass to make room for him. Just when Zhao Chen was filled with grief and indignation and was thinking whether to hang out on the street or find a bridge hole to spend the night, Chi Yazi's voice came. How about you stay at my house for one night? It can be seen that Hina Chi Masako had a great struggle in her heart before saying this. Zhao Chen was also confused. How could you let your guard down like that for someone you had only known for a few hours? What if I was a bad guy? How did you grow up? Oh, by the way, she said she lived in Daxiao when she was a child. Girls in Daxiao, a simpler environment, won't suffer much. Or is she trying to trick me into her house and take advantage of me? Ahem, I thought too much. Chiako is just a waitress at a Japanese restaurant. She is not waiting for me to take the bait. Besides, how could such a cute girl bite someone's kidney? Cute girls won't do this, but their fathers or boyfriends will. Don't just invite or go to strangers' homes casually. Well, forget it. It's not cold this time. I can just wait until daytime and find a hotel to stay in. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, but still chose to refuse. First of all, he didn't know if there was anyone else in Chiako's house, and whether she would feel embarrassed. And if they were a single man and a single woman, it would be even worse, and if the news got out, the bad guy would be cleared of all charges. Besides, I am only here to carry out a mission. If something unspeakable really happens, it will be difficult for me to be responsible for her. People like me, who are in danger at any time, do not deserve to have something like love. After careful consideration, I decided to refuse. Jiazi didn't know about Zhao Chen's complicated psychological activities. She just felt that it was her fault that Zhao Chen waited until now. Although she didn't know that he didn't even book a room, it was still her fault in the end. My father is on a business trip in Osaka, and I'm the only one at home. You don't have to worry. Chi Masako spoke again. Hiss. What is this little girl doing? She is playing with fire. If my faith were a little unstable, I would definitely carry you and leave. How can such a beautiful girl be so open? Woo woo woo. My heart is broken into pieces of glass. It must be that Neon has led such a good girl astray. I must teach this lovely girl a lesson of propriety, morality, and honor, and let her know what is good and what is bad. It is enough to do such a stupid thing once in a lifetime. Then please lead the way, Zhao Chen said righteously. Looking at Zhao Chen, whose expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, Jiazi felt that she seemed to have made a wrong decision. But he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes, which had been shining, dimmed a little. Let's go. Chiako Hina's home was far beyond Zhao Chen's imagination. He originally thought that since the girl worked in a Japanese restaurant, her family conditions should not be very good. He was ready to curl up on the sofa. Moreover, this was Tokyo, where every inch of land was worth a lot of money. For a long time, the housing prices in Tokyo were much higher than those in New York. Moreover, for such a small country, the population density was several times that of Daxia. However, in such an international metropolis where every inch of land is valuable, Zhao Chen followed Hina Chiako to a towering building that looked prosperous and tall from the outside. At 12:30 in the middle of the night, there were still 2 receptionists standing guard at the door. This was definitely a 5-star hotel, not a residential area. Or it could be a 5-star hotel that is open after midnight. Chiako swiped the elevator swipe key. The elevator automatically displayed and went up to the 33rd floor. Elevator to every door. Good job. Chimako's home is a large flat located in the central urban area of Tokyo. The area is definitely more than 300 square meters. It can be said to be the largest residence except for the villa. Zhao Chen looked at Chiako in confusion, almost bursting into tears. Miss, what kind of work requires you to do it in person? Living in such a big house, and working part-time in a Japanese food store. As if sensing Zhao Chen's hesitation, Chiako smiled and said, I went to college in Neon, and that Japanese restaurant is where I often work part-time. I live in my father's house now, and he is often not at home. It's boring for me to stay at home alone. So after graduation, I continued to work full-time at the Japanese restaurant. Chapter 27 Strange Contrast. Miss, would you please listen to what you were saying? Did she become a full-time employee at her part-time job after graduating from college? Although I don't know what university Chimako went to, but if she could work part-time in downtown Tokyo, then how bad could her university be? How can there be such a ridiculous plot? Hey, don't you want to find some other work to do? Zhao Chen spoke a little stutteringly, but he believed that the other party should understand what he meant. Xiaohina Chimasako smiled and did not answer. Then Chimasako got up and went to the coffee table to tidy up the sofa a little. She took out the fruit from the refrigerator, washed it, and put it on the fruit plate on the coffee table. You sit down and rest for a while. I'll get you some hot water. You can wash up and rest. Damn, a rich girl. Working as a waitress in a Japanese restaurant. That's fine, but why are you serving me like this? I'm panicking, okay? Well, no need to trouble you. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Zhao Chun felt a little embarrassed. Xiaohina Chimasako smiled charmingly and said, Do you know how to put the hot water in my house? How do I know? Xiaohina Chimasako continued. It's okay. I served my father like this when he was at home. If I have the opportunity to have a husband in the future, I will do the same, so please don't feel burdened. After saying that, Xiaohina Chiako didn't wait for Zhao Chun to say anything else, turned around, and went to the bathroom to run hot water for Zhao Chun. Could it be that Miss Hina Chimako is also a fan of the alphabet circle? It doesn't seem like it. Zhao Chen couldn't say anything, but just muttered in his heart, I am neither your father nor your husband. You are doing this. You don't really want to break my kidneys, do you? Suddenly, Chimasako's little face came out from the bathroom, and she said out of the blue, You are not deliberately pretending not to know that Tokyo has a curfew? Her little face was full of innocence and hesitation. Before Zhao Chun could react to what she meant, Ji Yazi quickly retracted her little head. What does it mean? Zhao Chun was a little confused. Chiako's water heater was very powerful, and soon a large basin of hot water came out. She said to Zhao Chun, Come over and wash your face first. I'm running water for you to take a bath. Is this girl really crazy, letting a 1.8-meter tall stranger like me enter her bathroom to take a shower? Could it be that he wants to wait until I take off all my clothes so that he can set a trap for me? However, Zhao Chen looked around at the furniture and silently digested the stupid idea. The furniture here is all international brands, and all his belongings may not be as much as what is exposed between people's fingers. But this situation is too weird. In the end, Zhao Chun went into the bathroom. It's nothing. He's just extremely bold and lustful. Thinking that the only thing that might make people miss me was my appearance. If this little girl was interested in me, I would cut off my flesh to feed the eagle and feed the wolf with my body. Oh, Japan is really a country with an open mind. Of course, these are all Zhao Chen's personal plans. After preparing the hot water for Zhao Chun, Chiako took out a new set of towels and then left. Now it was Zhao Chen's turn to be confused. Zhao Chun rubbed his head in confusion and sat on the toilet in a daze for quite a while. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. Here it comes. He must be trying to take advantage of me after I'm naked or setting me up. Luckily, I'm one step ahead and haven't taken off my clothes yet. However, Zhao Chun was bound to overthink it. Li Chun, I see you don't have any change of clothes. Take a shower for a while, and I'll go to the convenience store downstairs to buy you some clothes. Zhao Chun felt strange and puzzled. This Chiako was too nice to him. Could it be that she fell in love with me at first sight? Oh, it's all my fault. My fault. My fault. This time, Zhao Chun finally felt relieved. He quickly took off his clothes and soaked in the pure white bathtub. There was a scent of rose petals in the bathtub, probably because Chimasako dropped a few drops of rose essential oil when running the water. What a thoughtful and gentle girl. Too bad it's a neon person. Otherwise, you have to try it yourself. Such a good daughter-in-law is hard to find. Even if the emperor went to the world to select a good wife, he couldn't choose such a virtuous and gentle girl who also has a mind at home. Chiako didn't stay as long as she said. After about 20 minutes, Zhao Chun heard the sound of the elevator opening outside. After returning, Chiako knocked on the bathroom door and told Zhao Chun that the clothes were already in the bathroom compartment and could be seen by opening the bathroom door. Then she quickly retreated. Zhao Chun then noticed that the bathroom door was not locked. After entering the bathroom, there was only a sliding door between the bathroom and the toilet. If I had evil intentions when Chiako was bathing. Bah, beast, not a man. Zhao Chun quickly patted his head to get rid of this dirty idea. The girl trusts me so much and treats me as well as her husband. I am still thinking about her in my heart. Am I still a human being? Am I still worthy of wearing human clothes and cheating people outside? Beast. The reason why people are called human beings is that they will not be easily defeated by desires and temptations. If you just follow your heart and cannot resist temptation, it means you still need to practice, and it is not enough to just complete the transformation. Not long after, Zhao Chun washed himself clean, drained the water, dried himself, put on his clothes, and went ashore. Seeing Zhao Chun coming out, Chiako also took her clothes and prepared to go into the bathroom to wash up. When Zhao Chun just walked to the sofa and sat down, Ji Yazi's voice came from the bathroom. Li Qinjun, have you drained the water for the bath? There was still doubt in the question. Yes, what's wrong? Zhao Chun replied. It's okay. Chiako answered weakly, seeming to feel a little regretful. Seeing that Ji Yazi stopped talking, Zhao Chun racked his brains but couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chun suddenly thought of a possibility. The bathing culture in Japan is that the whole family uses one pool of bath water. Often the dad uses it first, then the mom, and then the mom takes a bath after the children. But this is a custom that only family members can have. Chimasako can't possibly treat me as a family member. But based on what Chimasako did tonight, it's okay to say that I'm her boyfriend. After going through so much trouble, what exactly does she want to do? Zhao Chun is a very rational and self-aware person. What he said before might be that he was tempted by his own appearance. It was just a joke. Chimasako is definitely a top beauty in Japan, and she would definitely be the class beauty or the school beauty on campus. It is impossible that he has never met an excellent boy or a boy with good looks. Although Zhao Chun is very confident in his looks, and although there are not many people in Tokyo who can match his looks, there are still some. This girl's behavior is so different from her true self. She seems to be wrapped in a mystery. It's confusing. However, although Zhao Chun felt that this mystery was not simple, he felt that it had nothing to do with him, and he always had the illusion that he was just an innocent victim. What exactly is the reason that makes Chimako so abnormal and contrasting? Chapter 28, What more can you ask for? Chiako takes a bath very quickly, at least much faster than many girls in China. For example, many times a girl will message you saying that she is going to take a shower, but it may turn out that she has been taking a shower all night and still hasn't come out. By comparison, Chiako came out of the bathroom in less than an hour, which is already quite fast. Seeing Zhao Chun still sitting on the sofa, Ji Yazi was very surprised and said, You haven't gone to bed yet. It's almost 2 o'clock. Zhao Chun smiled and said, I want to sleep, but how can I sleep when I'm so restless? You, the host, haven't rested yet. How can I, the guest, have the nerve to rest first? Zhao Chun made up an excuse to fool people. Chiako chuckled and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. You're here to travel in Tokyo, aren't you? If you stay up this late, how will you get up tomorrow? Go to bed now. Hearing this, Zhao Chun smiled awkwardly and didn't feel like saying anything else, so he stood up and prepared to walk towards the dormitory that Chiako had agreed to with him at the beginning. But halfway through the walk, Zhao Chun suddenly stopped and looked at Chiako, who was looking in the mirror and brushing her hair. Mr. Li Chun, is there any problem? Ji Yazi asked puzzledly. No, I just think it's a bit embarrassing to stay in your house like this. You definitely won't take the money even if I give you it. How about this? I think it's troublesome for you to blow dry your hair by yourself. How about I help you blow dry your hair? Zhao Chun replied. When Zhao Chun was in college, he worked part-time in a barbershop for a while, specializing in blow-drying people's hair. I have helped blow dry the hair of many ladies with long hair, and I think my blow-drying skills are pretty good. Now I am staying here for one night, and it would be bad if I don't show any appreciation. Helping blow dry hair is just a small token of my appreciation. Hina Chiako was stunned for a moment, and then remained silent. Zhao Chun's head felt a little painful again. Did he violate any taboo again? However, just as he was about to explain something, Chimasako spoke. Thank you for your help. In Japan, the barbershop business is not as good as in China, because many Japanese women are still relatively traditional, and their thinking remains at the stage that only their husbands can wash, comb, and blow dry their hair. Chiako's hair was black and thick, just like God-given hair. Zhao Chun gently combed it from top to bottom with an agarwood comb, then combed it from bottom to top, and then heated it with a hair dryer and blew it. Touching the thick and silky hair in his hand, Zhao Chun exclaimed, "It is simply the beautiful hair of a fairy." I moved to tears. God gave Chimako a rich father with a mind, a beautiful and sweet face, thick black hair, and finally an extremely gentle personality. Oh my God, they simply don't give ordinary people a way to survive. I really envy Masako's husband in the future. While Zhao Chun was complaining in his heart, he was skillfully blowing Chiako's hair. I have to say that Zhao Chun's hair-drying skills are really good. He is indeed the part-time prince in college. Li Qinjun must blow-dry his girlfriend's hair often. His technique is really good. Chi Masako said with a smile. Zhao Chun replied awkwardly, "That's not true. I've never had a girlfriend in my life. I learned this technique when I was working part-time at a barber shop." Chiako was not curious about why Zhao Chun worked part-time in the barber shop, but said in surprise, "Li Qinjun doesn't have a girlfriend? I can't imagine it. I feel that Li Qinjun is a man who is very suitable to be a boyfriend." Generally speaking, when a girl says something like this, the purpose of her behavior is very clear. A normal man should be able to get the key point. Except someone. Ha 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 ha, I think so too. I said that it's definitely not my problem that I can't find a partner. Zhao Chun laughed happily. Finally, a girl said that he was very suitable to be a boyfriend. It's easy to meet a lover, but hard to find a confidant. If I didn't know that Masako was a girl, I would have wanted to become her sworn brother. Wait, is this meant to be a nice guy card for me? I didn't say I was chasing her. Or is she hinting at me to pursue her? It's not impossible, but she just said it directly, such a pretty girl. Just when Zhao Chun was daydreaming, Chiako's voice came. "Li Qinjun, you burn me." There was a hint of resentment and grievance in the soft voice. "Oh, sorry. When Zhao Chun was daydreaming just now, he unconsciously pressed the hairdryer against Chiako's scalp. "That's all for now, Li Qinjun. Thank you very much. You should also go to bed early," Chiako said. Zhao Chun wanted to say something else, but when he saw that Chiako had already unplugged the hairdryer, he could only sigh. The view accidentally caught a glimpse of a bottle of white medicine. "Chiako, is there medicine in this bottle?" Zhao Chun asked. When Xiao Hina Chiako saw Zhao Chun pointing at the small white medicine bottle not far away, a trace of panic rarely appeared on her face, and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, I had insomnia a few days ago, so I bought some melatonin to help me sleep." Zhao Chun was overjoyed after hearing this. He had been locked up in that house for the past 2 days and was confined there. He couldn't sleep at all. "I just took a short nap on the way to the plane, but I didn't sleep very well. I have melatonin, so I took a few pills. I've also been having trouble sleeping recently, so I'll take a few pills," Zhao Chun said bluntly. "No." Chiako exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "You can't take this medicine." Chi Masako has changed from the calm and gentle person she was when they first met, as if she has become a completely different person. As if she felt that her behavior was indeed inappropriate, Chiako quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Li Qinjun. This medicine was prescribed by the doctor specifically for me. If Li Qinjun wants to take melatonin, please wait a moment. The pharmacy not far downstairs is open 24 hours a day. I'll go buy you a bottle right away." After saying that, Jiazi got up and went downstairs to buy medicine for Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun quickly grabbed her. "Big sister, at 2 or 3 o'clock, if I need to take medicine, you have to go downstairs to buy it. If I want to drink milk tea, will you also go downstairs to buy milk tea for me on the street?" Don't mention it. If it was Chi Masako, it would really be possible. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? No. I just thought it was so I could eat something good and have a good sleep. It doesn't matter if it's not there. I won't bother you to go down again. The pharmacy is not far away, just around the corner about 500 to 600 meters. Chiako wanted to say something else. Suddenly Zhao Chun stretched out a finger and put it to his mouth. This action was known to everyone. Chiako could only shut her mouth. "Okay, that's really not necessary. Be good. It's getting late. Go to bed. Aren't you going to work tomorrow?" Zhao Chun consoled. Chiako pursed her lips and nodded. "Okay then, I'll call Li Qinjun for breakfast tomorrow morning." "Thank you," Zhao Chun replied. "Well, good night, Miss Chi Masako." "Good night, Li Qinjun." Chapter 29, I want to watch fireworks. I have to say that it is definitely easy to have a sweet dream if you sleep comfortably on a comfortable bed. When Shi Yazi came to call Zhao Chun to have breakfast, Zhao Chun almost thought that he was living happily with his lover. In the dream, Ji Yazi has become the virtuous wife of Zhao Chun. Of course, I said it was a dream. No matter how stupid Zhao Chun was, he couldn't be so stupid as to confuse reality with dreams. He quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. Chiako had even prepared the toiletries, but Zhao Chun was sure that he didn't have them last night. What surprised Zhao Chen even more was that the breakfast prepared by Chiako was actually a bowl of Chinese fried noodles with soybean sauce, a fried golden egg, and a large piece of pre-cut beef with soybean sauce. I was afraid that you wouldn't be used to the food in Japan, so I made you a bowl of noodles. I ordered a double portion, which should be enough for you. Chiako smiled at Zhao Chen. If you feel it's not enough, you can eat mine. Chiako winked at Zhao Chen. Do you usually keep noodles at home? Zhao Chen wondered. And how did she know that she could eat a lot? With my ideal body shape, I don't look like a glutton, although I do eat a lot. Zhao Chen had always had a bigger appetite than other children since he was young, which was why he insisted on moving out of the welfare home when he was still in junior high school. He ate the meals of 2 people by himself. Although the director and his brothers and sisters never minded, he couldn't stand it. In Zhao Chen's impression, Japanese people basically don't eat noodles. They use ramen instead of pasta. We don't have it at home, but we have it in the supermarket. I bought it when I went to the supermarket, and also added some beef and mutton to the family. Chi Masako explained. A virtuous woman is really pitiful. She was clearly sleeping with Zhao Chen, who slept until noon, but she got up early to go to the supermarket to buy vegetables, came back to cook, and called Zhao Chen when the dishes were ready. Zhao Chen swore that no matter whether Ji Yazi was a mixed-race Japanese or not, if he had the chance, he would absolutely, must, get her. This is exactly the woman every man dreams of. This mission is totally worth it. Apart from having such a woman in dreams, what else can he expect if he doesn't cherish her if he meets her in real life? What time do you go to work today? Zhao Chen felt a little reluctant to leave Ji Yazi. What kind of mission is there at the moment? Just let it go if you can. It won't kill anyone. Love brain is harmful. Chi Masako smiled. I asked for leave from my boss. The answer was unexpected. Ask for leave. Zhao Chen's heart sank. Chiako nodded. I've asked for a month's leave. Didn't Li Qinjun say that you were going to travel in Neon for a month? Do you mind bringing Chiako along? After saying that, Chiako raised her delicate forehead, supported her white chin with her hand, and just stared at Zhao Chen blankly. What the hell? Of course I am willing. Zhao Chen lives in Bengbu. But I still have a mission to do. Should I agree to her? Chiako originally wanted to tell Zhao Chen this news as a surprise, but Zhao Chen didn't seem very happy when he heard that she had asked for leave. Was it because she didn't tell him in advance? Seeing Zhao Chen hesitating and not saying anything, Ji Yazi's originally happy and expectant expression gradually turned bitter, and Kazalin's big eyes suddenly became extremely aggrieved. Zhao Chen's brain suddenly got hot. No, of course I don't mind. It's my honor to travel with you. Forget about missions and the like. I will just treat this month as a funded tour to Japan. Really, Chiako seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Only then did Zhao Chen realize that Ji Yazi's face, which had just been full of bitterness, was now full of tears. Zhao Chen had never seen a girl cry, let alone see a girl crying in front of him. But should we do something about this situation? Zhao Chen wondered in his heart. But before he could seize the opportunity, Chiako quickly stopped crying, took a tissue to wipe the tears from her already red eyes, and also wiped the little pearls that had flowed onto the dining table. Ji Yazi will definitely listen to Li Qinjun's words this month and try not to cause any trouble to Li Qinjun. Please rest assured, Li Qinjun. So sensible that it makes people feel distressed. This girl thought she was going to cause me trouble. I am such a beast. Zhao Chen thought so. Looking at Chiako with tears in her eyes, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh that women are really made of water, and they will shed tears if they disagree with something. In this regard, what I said at the end of chapter 1 is pure bullshit. Women, there is really no need to do that until you meet them. When you really meet the one who belongs to you, everything else in the world will become less important except her. The two of them finished their breakfast with difficulty. Zhao Chen cleaned the table while Ji Yazi washed the dishes. After finishing, the two of them walked to the balcony at the same time to enjoy their breakfast in the morning breeze. Is there any place you want to go? Or do you have any dreams? Zhao Chen asked. Chiako thought for a moment and said, the places I want to go are all in Daxia. There's no place in Japan I want to go in particular. If there's anywhere you want to go, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. The words are simple, but their meaning is of great importance. As for my dream, I want to watch a beautiful fireworks display before I die. Chiako murmured softly. Fireworks? What fireworks? Chiako's voice was too soft for Zhao Chen to hear the second half. He only heard the word fireworks at the end. It's okay. I just want to watch the fireworks, Chi Masako explained, shaking her head. It's not difficult to watch fireworks. We can just buy a few boxes and set them off in the wilderness, said Zhao Chen. Chiako smiled and explained. In Tokyo, buying and selling fireworks is illegal, and setting off fireworks is even more prohibited. Do you think it's still like it was a dozen years ago in Daxia, where fireworks can be set off anywhere? If Tokyo doesn't work, Then we can go to Osaka or Nagoya. If that doesn't work, we can take a boat to an island. There will always be a place for us to set off fireworks. Chiako was once again amused by Zhao Qin's nonsensical ideas. Fireworks are banned in most places in Japan because the population density is too high and sparks can easily cause fires. The few places that allow fireworks are sparsely populated. Fireworks warm people's hearts. But what's the point of setting them off just for the two of us? It's okay, I'm just saying. Don't spoil me too much, otherwise I will want everything for you. It was rare for Hinachi Masako to be playful. This is the first time that Zhao Chun has seen Chiako like this since yesterday. Still so cute. The pleasant chat was simply a time killer. Soon it was time for lunch again. Zhao Chun followed Chiako into the kitchen to help, but was ruthlessly pushed out by Chiako, who drove Zhao Chun out with the reason that no man should enter the kitchen. Zhao Chun had no choice but to sit on the sofa and watch TV. But as soon as he entered the kitchen, he found that the white bottle he saw yesterday was on the kitchen counter, with a thermos cup next to it. Zhao Chun felt a little heavy-hearted. He didn't know what medicine Ji Yazi was taking, and judging from her attitude towards the medicine, it must not be something simple. But the bottle was all in Japanese. Zhao Chun searched for many similar medicines on the internet, but couldn't find one that was exactly the same. It was like a huge rock pressing on Zhao Chun's heart. It was also like a fishbone stuck in Zhao Chun's throat. Although he and Ji Yazi had no real relationship now, he could not help but start to care about everything about Ji Yazi, just like Ji Yazi cared about her. This inexplicable feeling tempted Zhao Chun madly to find the answer to the question, even if the answer to this question is destined not to be so good. Chapter 30, A Cup of Cappuccino. Tokyo at night is always brightly lit and crowded with people. Zhao Chun got off the train at the crowded Shinjuku station. The lovely Chiako followed him closely. This place was recommended by Chi Masako. I heard that tourists from all over the world like to come here after visiting Tokyo to shop, eat, and have fun on this street. Shinjuku was a famous red light district in the Edo period, but today it has gradually evolved into a shopping paradise for foreign tourists. There are many duty-free shops and affordable supermarkets here. Even the locals of Neon often choose to buy things, shop, and eat here. This is the first time Zhao Chun goes on a date with a girl he likes. The two of them walked in the colorful underground streets, surrounded by clothing and accessories stores, and occasionally a few fast food restaurants and milk tea shops popped up. It was here that Zhao Chun saw the ordinary feminine side of Chiako. Li Chenjun, that skirt is so beautiful, can I try it on? Li Chenjun, wait a moment, let me try on these shoes. Li Chenjun, don't you think that coat suits you very well? Li Chenjun. This was different from the last time Zhao Chun and Wang Shui went shopping in Jinling. The last time Zhao Chun went shopping, he did it just to show his hospitality as a host. In addition, Wang Shui was very thick-skinned, so he was forced to be the tool to carry things. When she went shopping with Chiako, although the girl was also unable to move her legs in front of the various clothing and jewelry stores, she always kept Zhao Chun in mind, letting Zhao Chun try this and that, and she did not lose her mind and play by herself when shopping. This also shows the different attitudes of Wang Shui and Chiako towards Zhao Chun. They are both people who have just known each other for a short time, but one purely treats Zhao Chun as a shopping tool, while the other truly treats Zhao Chun as a shopping partner. Let everyone choose. Choose which one. Although Wang Shui might not be happy about this, she was just a bit dull and didn't want to use Zhao Chun as a tool. Before he knew it, Zhao Chun's left and right arms had become clothes hangers. Yoji Masako's clothes also had her own clothes. She even has more clothes than Chimako. Chiako thought it would be a shame for Zhao Chun to come to Tokyo without any spare clothes. The weather in Tokyo was unpredictable, so he had to buy more clothes, otherwise he might not have enough clothes to wear. Chi Masako is not like the rich girls on TV who only shop in high-end brand stores, but she also enjoys visiting these small street shops. And most of them just try without buying. It seems that if she doesn't think the item is perfect, she won't buy it. No wonder she is so beautiful. It turns out she is so strict with herself. Just like that, Zhao Chun's arms could no longer hold on. Although Ji Yazi asked Zhao Chun many times if he needed to rest, how could Zhao Chun agree? This clearly meant that he didn't have enough strength. No, keep walking. Finally, the two arrived at a larger cafe. Mr. Li Chun, I'm tired from shopping too. How about we go in and take a rest? Please. Ever since Ji Yazi made breakfast for Zhao Chun discovered that the little girl often liked to act cute and coquettish with him whenever she disagreed with him. How could a straight man like him withstand such a bombardment of sugar-coated bullets? As soon as Chiako said those coquettish words, Zhao Chun immediately surrendered. It's good to sit down. I'm thirsty too. Let me give you something to drink. You still have to give yourself a way out. Chiako nodded playfully, and walked in pulling Zhao Chen's arm, which was full of various packaging bags. With Xiaoko around, Zhao Chen naturally didn't have to worry about small problems like language barriers. After asking Zhao Chen if he had any favorite drinks, Xiaoko ordered a mango milkshake and a cappuccino. The cappuccino is Zhao Chen's, and the mango milkshake is Xiaoko's own. Zhao Chen basically never drank coffee in China. The few times he drank coffee were in Professor Tang's office and Professor Zhou's home at Harvard. It seems that these university professors like to use coffee as a stimulant. Although coffee was also complained by Mr. Zhou. The reason why Zhao Chen knew about cappuccino was because when he was in college, his roommate Zhang Zemin loved watching live broadcasts. One of his favorite hosts seemed to be named Wei, and there was a classic saying by him: "Pour any a cappuccino. With 17 cards, you can defeat me in 1 second. Can you kill me in 1 second? If you had 17 cards today, you would kill me right here, right now, and eat up this computer screen." The memories are still vivid. The play and joking with my roommates seem like yesterday. But ever since I was struck by lightning while running that day, this evil system began to torture me. First, I went to the United States to drive back the aircraft carrier, and now I came to Neon to watch the fireworks from Mount Fuji. Alas, everything seems like a big dream galaxy, not so real. Let's get back to the topic. Although he didn't know what was so funny about the joke at the time, it was also at that time that Zhao Chen learned that cappuccino was a type of coffee. So isn't this knowledge point useful at this time? But when Zhao Chen drank the unsugared cappuccino, his face almost shrank into a bitter melon. It simply doesn't look like it's meant to be drunk. I am still most suited to drinking the 3-yuan sweetened cola in China. I really can't enjoy this expensive and bitter drink. Jiazi, who was sitting opposite Zhao Chen, looked at the man's bitter expression and tried very hard to hold back her laughter. She also kindly pushed the mango milkshake in front of Zhao Chen, indicating that he should drink it slowly. Zhao Chen was very resistant in his heart. He felt that this would make him seem very unstable. However, this coffee was too bitter. Take a big sip from the cup of mango milkshake. Woohoo! The cold juice plus the smooth mango cream. The sweet taste instantly exploded in Zhao Chen's mouth. Although he knew it might be the cappuccino's credit, Zhao Chen really felt that this drink was the most delicious thing in the world. This shop is pretty good. Next time I come here alone, I will order a cup of this. Looking at Zhao Chen's intoxicated expression, Xiaoko also cooperated very well and looked at him quietly. When Zhao Chen came to his senses, he found that Chi Yazi was staring at his face. Thinking that I had monopolized the drink for too long, I quickly pushed the mango milkshake back. Seeing Zhao Chen's action, Ji Yazi finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Li Qinjun, I didn't expect you to have such a cute side," Xiaoko teased. Zhao Chen's old face turned red, which was rare for him, and he quickly lowered his head to drink coffee to ease the embarrassment. Damn, I took a big sip of cappuccino without noticing. Seeing Zhao Chen lower his head awkwardly and then take another big sip of coffee, then quickly get up and look for water to drink, Xiaoko laughed unusually happily again. The whole cafe was in a better mood because of this girl's cheerful laughter. After drinking a glass of ice water, Zhao Chen returned to his seat with a bitter face. Ji Yazi had restrained her smile and was looking at Zhao Chen seriously. But as far as Zhao Chen was concerned, it was only a matter of time before Xiaoko burst into laughter again. I was embarrassed when I asked for some water from a store. I didn't understand Neon language, so I could only use water instead of water. The ignorant waiter even pointed to the vending machine at the door. "If I could buy my own drinks, would I come to you?" Use your brain, waiter with the same IQ as Thanos. Finally, the waiter came to his senses and handed Zhao Chen a glass of ice water, which Zhao Chen drank without hesitation. After I drank it all, I realized that I had drunk nothing but ice water. Damn, the people of Dasha pay attention to health preservation and generally drink hot water when possible. Drinking ice water at other times, except in the hot summer, will make you sick and have diarrhea. But I've already drunk it, I can't spit it out. Seeing Zhao Chen rubbing his belly continuously after returning to his seat, Ji Yazi also understood. "Li Qinjun, you basically can't get hot water in Japan. Japanese people are not used to drinking hot water. Normal hotels, restaurants, coffee shops, and other places provide ice water. If you feel uncomfortable, let's go back now. I'll boil some hot water for you to drink, and then you can take a bath. You should feel better," Chiako said seriously. In fact, Zhao Chen was not rubbing his stomach because of stomachache. Although he had ordinary conditions since childhood, he was lucky and had never been sick. He had rarely been to the hospital, and his physical fitness was quite good. Drinking some ice water would not be a problem. It was not nuclear waste water, right? It's just that I drank too quickly just now and drank a whole glass of ice water. Now my stomach is a little full, and I may not be able to eat much later. The two of them had planned to go together to eat suk minya yasabi ramen, a place name, don't mind, takoyaki, okonomiyaki, crepes, itoriyaki, tempura, and other delicious classic snacks. But according to the current situation, I'm afraid I can only eat 70 of my usual amount, which is really sad. That's not true. I'm just worried that I drank too much water and will have less to eat later, Zhao Chen said regretfully. Chiako was stunned for a moment. Then she covered her mouth and laughed happily again. Mr. Li Chen's train of thought is really weird. Chapter 31 Brother Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen and Chiako didn't return home until after midnight. Zhao Chen didn't know whether Jiyazi was tired or not, but Zhao Chen himself was almost crawling back. This was the second time, following the Wang Shui incident, that Zhao Chen had deeply doubted his physical strength. If you want to go shopping with a girl calmly, you have a long way to go physically. While Zhao Chen was lying on the sofa to rest, Chiako had already gone to the bathroom to run hot water for Zhao Chen. Li Chenjun, you can come and wash your face now. Before Zhao Chen could recover from his shock, Chiako was almost done with her work. Zhao Chen slowly took out a change of clothes from his shopping trophies. Originally, Zhao Chen thought it was unnecessary to buy so many clothes, but under Ji Yazi's strong request, Zhao Chen finally couldn't argue and had to agree, but he asked to buy them with his own money. Chi Masako agreed. I still have a lot of public funds that I haven't spent yet. Give me a chance to spend them, right? Ji Yazi saw Zhao Chen bring in the clothes he had just bought today and said unhappily, Mr. Li Chen, don't you know that you have to wash the clothes you just bought before you wear them? Zhao Chen scratched his head and said, it should be fine. I don't have any other clothes. Didn't I just wear new clothes yesterday? Chi Masako didn't answer, but stood up and walked straight out of the bathroom. Just when Zhao Chen was feeling puzzled, Chiako came in holding the clothes that Zhao Chen had taken off after bathing yesterday, but had been washed and dried. You? Zhao Chen was shocked. He thought his clothes were thrown in some unknown corner. Ji Yazi smiled sweetly at Zhao Chen. Li Chenjun, I washed your clothes while you were sleeping yesterday, and they have been dried during the day. You can wear this set of clothes. Zhao Chen didn't know what to say anymore. He looked at the shirt, pants, and underwear in Ji Yazi's hands. Let a strange girl wash my underwear. If you really don't want to bury me in this land, I'm too embarrassed to return home. Just as Zhao Chen was about to take the clothes with an embarrassed look on his face, Chiako's originally sweet smile suddenly froze. Then the whole person fell forward as if the bones were pulled out. Fortunately, Zhao Chen was right in front of him and was able to step forward and support him in time. Chiako, what happened to you? Zhao Chen suddenly felt inexplicably panicked and helpless. In this strange city, the language barrier was inconvenient. Chiako suddenly fainted, and he didn't even know how to send her to the hospital. After all, I don't know where I am and I can't speak Japanese. Ignoring the bathtub that was running hot water, Zhao Chen first carried Chiako to the bed in her bedroom. Chiako's soft body really seemed to have no bones. But Zhao Chen was not in the mood to feel these things at the moment. He hurriedly looked for Chi Yazi's cell phone and wanted to use it to call the hospital. Medicine, brother, medicine. Chiako gradually regained consciousness while lying on the bed and pleaded very weakly. Medicine. Zhao Chen's fatigue from a busy day seemed to disappear in an instant, and he ran from Chiako's bedroom to the kitchen as fast as he could. Thank goodness the medicine is still there. Zhao Chen hurriedly took the medicine and the thermos cup and ran back to Chiako's room, and carefully fed Chiako 2 snow-white pills. After helping Ji Yazi lie down, Zhao Chen was still uneasy, even though Ji Yazi could barely speak. Zhao Chen was still worried, so he took Chiako's cell phone and wanted to call the hospital. Fortunately, the universal emergency number is 120, which can be dialed even without the password. No, brother Zhao Chen. Chiako, who had just taken the pill, took a deep breath. Seeing that Zhao Chen seemed to still want to call the emergency center, she quickly spoke out to stop him. But she never expected that she would let the cat out of the bag in her panic. Originally, Zhao Chen was going to make the call for help no matter what Chiako said. After all, nothing was more important than Chiako's health. But when Zhao Chen was about to make a call, Chi Yazi's voice reached his ears, and it immediately bombarded Zhao Chen's heart like a bolt from the blue. You, what did you call me just now? Zhao Chen put down his phone, looked at Ji Yazi blankly, and asked in disbelief. Chiako's face was still pale, but the familiar smile had returned to her pale face, like a rose bud about to bloom. I'm here, call Zhao Chen brother. Chiako's smile was as beautiful as a white lily blooming in the 12th lunar month. Zhao Chen, brother. Zhao Chen was confused for a moment. Then he looked carefully at Ji Yazi lying on the bed. Seeing her extremely familiar smile, his whole body was shocked. Brother, can't you remember Yin Yin? Chiako continued. It was a very remote and backward small county town, where people still lived a life of working from sunrise to sunset. At the westernmost part of the county town is a rice field, in the middle of which stands a welfare home with celadone and red tiles. The director of the welfare home is a woman named Zhao who is about 50 years old. She runs a decent business in the county town. Most of the money she earns every year is invested in this welfare home. There are always 20 to 30 children in the welfare home all year round. The two leading children are probably almost 10 years old, and in 2 years they will be old enough to go to junior high school. However, due to the limited funds of the institution, it was only enough to provide these orphans with food and clothing, and it was impossible to send them to school. Therefore, these children did not even receive first-grade education. Not to mention the tuition fees, the cost of books, miscellaneous fees, and stationery is not something these children and Dean Zhao can afford. So the children also understand that this is not the dean's fault. There is really no way. However, Daxia is a country that does not allow child labor. For these fatherless and motherless children, being able to stay alive is the greatest grace God has given them. But if they don't study, they are destined to not achieve great success in the future. The two little guys who were the leaders of the welfare home took the initiative to find the principal of the local Hongcheng primary school and asked to be allowed to be auditors in the class, starting from the first grade. Principal Ge Hongji is also an old leader and a good comrade. Naturally, he would not refuse the request of two children who are eager for knowledge to learn. Not only that, he also paid for a full set of textbooks for his two children from grades 1 to 6 at his own expense. In this way, the two older children learned knowledge in school during the day, and after school in the evening they took their textbooks to the welfare home to teach their younger brothers and sisters. They first taught their younger brothers and sisters to read and write, and then taught them addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and simple math knowledge. Basically, he tried his best to teach everything he had learned to his younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage. And they are like sponges thirsty for knowledge, making every minute and every second of their time in class not wasted. While some children were sleeping, playing truant, or reading comic books in class, these two different children were absorbing knowledge crazily. When the children go out to jump rope, play games, or go to the store to buy snacks after class, these two different children complement each other's learning deficiencies and confusions. After school, students were slowly leaving the campus, chatting as they walked, stopping every 2 steps to play with friends and bicker with classmates. At this time, these two different children were running madly towards the orphanage. In order for their younger brothers and sisters to go to bed earlier at night, they can finish their lessons earlier. It is good for them to run to the welfare house 1 minute earlier. After all, they still had a lot of knowledge to learn the next day. In this way, under the careful teaching of these two older children, the children in the welfare home soon learned to read and count, and some even knew how to speak a few words of English. "May I come in, Miss Lee?" "Come in, please." "Lu may get up and answer the question, please." "Very good, sit down, please." In order to help their younger siblings understand the meaning of English words and sentences more easily, the two older children imitated the interaction between teachers and students in the classroom and acted out the scenes for each other. Boys are teachers and girls are students. My younger brothers and sisters watched happily and learned quickly. In this way, the two of them continued to learn new knowledge, and then taught it to younger brothers and sisters in an orphanage in a simple and easy-to-understand way. In this way, the welfare home has produced many children who can read stories and speak English at a very young age. After that, kind-hearted people came to adopt children one after another. The younger children were replaced one after another. In the end, it seemed that the younger brothers and sisters had found their own families, except for the two of them. Because they were older, no couple was willing to adopt them, and they also welcomed batches of new brothers and sisters. Among batch after batch, they were the only two who still studied in school during the day and went back to the welfare home to teach their younger brothers and sisters at night. In the eyes of the children in the welfare home and the director Zhao Chanwan, these two children are like the children's enlightenment teachers who have dedicated their youth to this place that nurtured them. Everyone in the welfare home likes them very much. There is an unwritten rule in the welfare home that children who are not adopted do not have a full name, only a nickname. Because they are all orphans without parents, the first step for them to be adopted by new parents is definitely not to have their own names. Otherwise, why would people raise children for others? This is the ugliness of human nature, but it is also a bloody fact. The two older children have gradually reached the point where they can be self-reliant, especially the boy, who can now do various things by himself. The other girl seemed to have not grown up yet, and did not have much strength. She always needed the boy's help and still looked like a child. However, girls change a lot as they grow up, so it is normal for them to develop more slowly. Director Zhao Chanwan felt that the two children were both in junior high school and could no longer be called by nicknames. Most importantly, no couple would choose to adopt children of this age. So one day, Dean Zhao called the two older children to his side and asked them if they had any names they wanted to be called. Both of them asked President Zhao to give them a name. Zhao Chanwan was so satisfied that she was beaming with joy. So he gave his two children his own surname, Zhao. As for the name, I just randomly opened a page from the 300 poems of Tang and Song dynasties. When I turned it over, the one that caught my eye was Climbing the Three Terraces to Express My Aspirations by Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. There is a line in it. Dancing swallows connect to the flower beams, singing birds welcome the dust on the road. In this way, the names of the two children were decided. The girl's name is Zhao Yin and the boy's name is Zhao Chun. Chapter 32. Memories are pouring down my mind. Memories are pouring down my spine. Looking at Chiako, whose face was still pale but who was still trying to smile, the blocked memories in Zhao Chen's heart gradually surfaced. In my memory, there is a short little swallow wearing clothes that adults had changed out of, a little swallow that liked to make trouble for no reason, a little swallow that was the same age as me, but called me brother all day long like an old hen. Gradually, his face overlapped with Chiako in front of him. It is really hard to imagine that the little girl who was like an ugly duckling at that time has now become so graceful and well-beloved by everyone. When she was a child, Chi Masako grew very slowly, maybe due to malnutrition or maybe it was her genes. The 10-year-old was as tall as an ordinary 7 or 8-year-old. Looking back now, it might be because Chi Masako's father is Japanese. Her skin was slightly dark, and she wasn't pretty, at least not the kind that would make you happy at first sight. The two poor little hands would be cracked and swollen every cold winter. The welfare home had no plasters and could not afford to see a doctor. In winter, when students wore thick cotton-padded jackets to attend classes, Zhao Chun and Zhao Yin only put on a few more layers of summer clothes. They often snorted while attending classes. After class, Zhao Yan's hands would often be frozen and cracked after writing notes for the entire class. In winter, many children would put their hands in their sleeves and not take notes or take fewer notes. But Zhao Chun and Zhao Yin can't do that. They take notes not only for themselves, but also for the dozens of younger brothers and sisters in the welfare home who are hungry for knowledge. What's more, they didn't have warm sleeves to put their hands into. Zhao Chun might have a better physique, as his hands were smooth, without any cracks or wounds. Even in the cold winter, his hands had never been cracked or swollen. Of course, the more likely possibility is that there is a clear division of labor in the welfare home, and all the strenuous work, such as moving things, repairing machines, or anything else that requires a lot of physical strength, is done by boys like Zhao Chun. Laundry, cooking, and dishwashing, which are jobs that require touching cold water and freezing your hands, are all left to girls. As the oldest girl in the orphanage, Zhao Yin had to bear most of the burden. She often had to wash her younger brothers' and sisters' clothes in cold water after they finished their lessons. Washing machines were very expensive at that time. Not only in welfare institutions, but even in normal families, there were not many who had one. Therefore, Zhao Yan's hands would become chapped, red, swollen, and painful every winter. At this time, Zhao Chun would hold Zhao Yanzi's small hand in his big hand, and then breathe into her to warm her up. Although such behavior would be seen and ridiculed by other students, Zhao Chun didn't mind. This was not his classroom, and he and Zhao Yin were not here to make friends, so they did not need to feel embarrassed or ashamed because of the strange looks from their peers. The only thing they should do is to take good notes and remember the knowledge firmly. It is also because of Zhao Yan's height, age, and appearance. It is easy for girls to be adopted by kind-hearted people, but like Zhao Chun, she was kept in adoption until she was old enough to go to junior high school. Until Zhao Chun left. Originally, Zhao Chun really wanted to take this lonely little girl with him. But to be honest, Zhao Chun couldn't even support himself at that time, and he didn't know what his future would be like. He didn't dare to bring a poor little girl to his side to take the unknown risk. In the end, Zhao Chun decided to leave the welfare home alone. On the day of leaving, Dean Zhao took a day off from work to come and see Zhao Chun off. "Child, come back more often. This will always be your home." The kind-hearted Dean Zhao held back his tears and gently stroked Zhao Chun's hair with his palm. "I have been raising this child since he was 1 or 2 years old. Now he is 12 years old, a full 10 years. From a child to gradually understanding things." Dean Zhao has already regarded Zhao Chun as his own child. Now the child is leaving and will almost never come back. The pain of separation from flesh and blood cannot be understood by others. Most of the children in the welfare home came to say goodbye to Zhao Chun in tears. Only Zhao Yin was the only one who said goodbye with a smile. "No, you must not forget about little Swallow." Although Zhao Yanzi was smiling, her voice was choked with sobs. Her voice was slightly hoarse. It was obvious that she must have cried secretly the night before. From now on, my brother must be happy. After saying this, Xiao Yanzi was still smiling, but her eyes were filled with tears. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. He knew that he had to be decisive at this moment. If he didn't leave now, he might never be able to leave again. This is his home, but it is also the shackles that trap him. If he doesn't get out, it will be too late. He nodded, rubbed Xiao Yanzi's head, and said nothing. He carried all his belongings, which weighed less than 1 kilogram, and slowly left the straw field that had nurtured him for decades. Just as he was about to step out of the grass, he somehow looked back at the welfare home. Just at this moment, Xiao Yanzi's crying was heard. "Don't forget me, brother." Zhao Chun felt as if his soul was hit by a sledgehammer, and as if an awl was piercing his heart from the top to the bottom. Looking at the people crying in front of the welfare home's gate and Xiao Yanzi, who had collapsed on the ground, Zhao Chun clenched his fists. Flowers may bloom again, but people never remain young again. A person's youth is always the purest and most precious. What is pure is that the feelings at this moment are the most real and touching, and what is precious is that the person you meet at this moment is the best person. Zhao Chen comforted himself by saying that he would come back to visit once he had established himself in the city. It was not like he would never see her again. "I am so smart that I will definitely come back to see you all soon. When I make a lot of money, I will help the welfare home to renovate it, so that my younger brothers and sisters can live better and eat better." However, the cruelty of society was far from as simple as Zhao Chun had imagined when he was a teenager. Zhao Chen first tried to find a job for himself, but it was impossible for him to hire a child laborer for anything that was even slightly more serious. At this time, Zhao Chen was not yet 14 years old. No one would want to be an apprentice without salary, food, and accommodation, let alone working. After much difficulty, he found a hard-earned job in a milk tea shop. Although Zhao Chun was young, his height and appearance looked like a middle school student. The boss felt sorry for the child because he had no place to live. Eventually, Zhao Chen's first job was as a cashier in a milk tea shop. Accommodation was provided, but food was not. He worked from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. He worked 3 shifts. His salary was 1,500 yuan per month. He also received a 20 yuan food allowance every day. Moreover, the boss specially approved that Zhao Chun could drink as much milk tea as he wanted in the shop. He was welcome. It didn't cost much anyway. The conditions were average, but Zhao Chun was so happy that he was terrified. Zhao Chun, who had slept in the park for 2 consecutive days, quickly agreed to the job. 20 yuan of food supplements a day. If you save money, you can buy 6 big white steamed buns for 3 yuan, which is enough for a day. That saves 17 yuan a day. That's 510 yuan in food allowance a month, plus the 1,500 yuan salary every month. I kept $10 for myself to spend on daily necessities, and left $2,000 for the welfare home. Zhao Chen suddenly felt that his life was full of light and couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Everything was moving in a good direction. However, things don't always go as planned. On the 3rd day of work, a customer reported that the milk tea shop illegally used child labor. According to the reporter, there was a cashier in the milk tea shop who looked very young and was definitely underage. He must have been deceived, forced, coerced, and lured by the owner of the shop. The reporter stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers. If the child was forced, how could he work for the boss and earn money? Wouldn't he run away? Wouldn't he report it himself? Wouldn't he call the police? Do we still need a well-meaning person to intervene? But people who stand on the moral high ground never consider these things. They only care about what I think, not what you think. If they think it is so, then it must be so. Just like that, Zhao Chen lost his first job. The original dream of achieving great things was also shattered. Don't even think about buying gifts for my younger brothers and sisters. The owner of this milk tea shop is also a real man. He was fined 12,500 yuan by the relevant department for employing child labor. Even so, after firing Zhao Chun, he still gave Zhao Chun an extra 5 days' salary. That's a total of 8 days' wages, 400 yuan. Including the meal allowance saved from the previous 3 days, Zhao Chun now has a total of 451 yuan on hand. There were also 2 white steamed buns that had become a little hard and were prepared to be eaten in the evening. Chapter 33, Never See You Again. 451 yuan, plus a few sets of clothes for changing, and a pair of handmade cloth shoes that Xiao Yanzi had patched countless times. This is all the belongings Zhao Chen has. Arriving at the familiar East City Park, watching the sky gradually darken, Zhao Chen walked to the bench where he had slept for 2 days. Although he had enough money in his pocket, Zhao Chen still couldn't afford the 20 to 30 yuan per day in a youth hostel. Even the water he usually drank was bought by Zhao Chun from the public drinking fountain in the supermarket. People may be poor for a while, As long as they have enough food and clothes, they will not be poor for a lifetime. Zhao Chun didn't want to start spending lavishly just because he had saved some money. Not far from the bench, there were two 60-year-old men playing chess. Zhao Chun often saw these two old men when he was jogging in the morning. He didn't expect that now that it was almost dark, the two were still fighting in the border between Chu and Han. Seeing that the young man who had come to sleep on the bench 2 days ago had just left and came back today, an old man with half-white hair who was playing chess raised his drooping eyelids and said, "Young man, did you have a quarrel with your family again? Why are you sleeping on the bench again?" Zhao Chun had run into this old man when he first came here to sleep on the bench, but at that time the old man just thought that it was a child who ran away from home after a quarrel with his family, and he didn't take it seriously. After all, it is normal for children in their rebellious period to run away from home. Zhao Chun was gone a few days ago, so the old man naturally thought that he was found by his parents or that he had figured it out and went home. Unexpectedly, just 3 days later, we met again in the park. When they met for the first time, Zhao Chun seemed very shy and timid in response to the old man's questions and was too embarrassed to tell him the truth. But after a few days of job hunting, Zhao Chun realized how difficult society is and no longer cared about useless things like face and reputation. "Grandpa, I don't have a home. I'm just a kid from an orphanage. I have no place to live, so I can only make do here for now," Zhao Chun explained. The two old men who were playing chess leisurely were suddenly shocked. "What did you say?" The old man, who had his back to Zhao Chun and had not asked any questions, suddenly turned around, his eyes full of majesty. The old man has a head full of white hair and a youthful face. He usually plays chess for fun, but when he gets serious, he is intimidating without even getting angry. So Zhao Chun told the two elderly people about his situation, including how he was forced to resign just 3 days after finding a job. He also asked the two of them if their families needed to hire someone, and said he didn't need a salary, but would just provide food and accommodation. Faced with such a sincere child, only 12 years old, their grandchildren were still watching TV and cartoons and asking for snacks and toys. But this child had come to the city alone, thinking about how to survive all day. The white-haired old man clenched his fists, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes became red. The achievements and words he had just boasted to his old friend seemed like loud slaps in the face. The old friend advised, "This kind of kid is just an exception. You also heard him say that he wanted to make a living on his own." The white-haired old man, who had retired and didn't want to be involved in government affairs, usually played chess, drank tea, and talked about everything in the East City Park. The former secretary Fang Jiangwo, who boasted about his great achievements in his youth with his old brothers, had a face full of indignation on his originally calm face. 12 years old. He is only 12 years old. A 12-year-old kid has to be self-reliant to support himself. Lao Luo, do those idiots in the civil government departments feed the dogs with the tens of millions of cash allocated by the authorities every year? Fang Jiangwo roared. The half-white-haired old man called Lao Luo hurriedly persuaded. "You have already said that the welfare home where Xiao Zhao and his family used to live was a private one. It is normal for a private institution to not receive funding from above." "Normal? You tell me it's normal?" Lao Luo, a county-level city, doesn't even have infrastructure like an orphanage. So how do those homeless children live? The only one is privately run. Is this what we, the people's servants, do? Fang Jingwo was so angry that he swore that he would ask people to check where the welfare funds allocated by the government had gone after he returned. Was it used to improve the lives of children, or did it fall into the pockets of certain people? Some people are so greedy that they even take the money of orphans in welfare homes. They are simply inhumane and have no behavior like human beings. Zhao Chun, who was standing by, was trembling with fear at the angry Mr. Fang. He didn't know if his words had a bad influence on the old man. He was just speaking the truth. Looking at Zhao Chun, who was huddled on the bench with fear in his eyes, Mr. Fang's originally angry mood suddenly eased a lot. The angry expression turned into a kind and relieved look. "Good boy, come here." Zhao Chun obediently walked in front of the old man. "You just said that you and another child from your orphanage went to Hongsheng Primary School to attend classes and learned all the knowledge in primary school. Is that right?" Zhao Chun nodded. "Can you tell Grandpa how well you have mastered those elementary school knowledge?" Fang Jingwo asked again. Zhao Chun thought for a moment and replied, "Later, Zhao Yin and I were the ones who gave questions to our younger brothers and sisters in class. In the exams assigned by the teachers at school, Zhao Yin and I always scored 100 points. Fang Jingwo looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. What a good kid. He took sporadic subject classes and learned the courses for grades 1 to 6 in just 1 or 2 years, and he can even teach others what he learned. This person is born to learn. Good boy, don't sleep on the floor here tonight. Come live at Grandpa's house. Tomorrow, Take Grandpa to the orphanage where you were raised. Grandpa will see if he can help you in any way. Fang Jingwo looked at Zhao Chun with satisfaction. This time it was Zhao Chun who hesitated. Well, actually everyone is very nice to our welfare home. The old house where our welfare home is located should have been demolished a long time ago. But because there are many younger brothers and sisters in the yard, the demolition truck drove to the door last time. But when it saw the children in the yard, it turned around and left. Later, no one drove the excavator and the house was not demolished. If you want to go, you won't demolish the welfare home, right? Zhao Chun was still worried that the home he had lived in for many years would collapse under the bulldozer due to force majeure. It was not only Zhao Chen's home, Zhao Chen's memories, but also Zhao Chen's psychological sustenance. He was really worried about something happening to his home. Silly child, how could your house be demolished? Grandpa promises you that if Lao Feng goes to your place, it will definitely be a good thing, not a bad thing, said the half-white-haired old man Luo on the side. In this way, the veteran cadre Fang Jingwo brought a large group of city leaders and Zhao Chun back to the remote welfare home. The children in the hospital were very happy about Zhao Chen's arrival, and some relevant personnel were negotiating with Dean Zhao about donations. Zhao Chen was looking around for the petite figure. That figure who was once inseparable, that ugly duckling who was somewhat self-abased. That she. Front room, no? Lobby, no? The children's dormitory, no? Is he in school? But today is the weekend. Zhao Chen couldn't see that figure in the child, and his heart seemed to be missing a piece. Zhao Chen walked to Dean Zhao, who was negotiating with the city leaders like a dazed man. With some fear and confusion, he asked, Dean, Zhao Yanzi, why isn't Zhao Yanzi here? Dean Zhao's face was originally beaming with joy because of the donation issue, but when he heard Zhao Chen's question, his expression gradually turned bitter, but soon calmed down. Child, Xiaoyan's family is here. Her father has taken her away for several days. Boom. A bolt from the blue. On the way back, Zhao Chun had imagined what expression Zhao Yanzi would have when she saw him, and what she would say. He thought of countless possibilities. But I never thought that I wouldn't be able to see her. Actually, Yanzi's father had come to see you when you were still here, but she refused to leave no matter what and wanted to stay for a few more days. Her father stayed in Hongqing. She knew you were about to leave, and she wanted to spend the last time with you before you left, so she didn't let us tell you. Dean Zhao sighed. Zhao Chun just stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that meeting might actually be the last one. Did Zhao Yanzi tell us where they went? Zhao Chun continued to ask in a slightly hoarse voice. Dean Zhao shook his head and said, It seems that her father said he took her abroad. Going abroad? What country? Which country to go to? Going abroad? Now I can't even leave the city I live in, and Zhao Yanzi has already gone abroad? Well, Zhao Yanzi's family should treat her well, right? Zhao Chun suddenly laughed. Dean Zhao didn't know how to comfort the child, so he could only tell the truth. Don't worry. That man has done a DNA test report, and it is confirmed that he is Zhao Yanzi's father. He will definitely treat Zhao Yanzi very well. And judging from the appearance, his family conditions must be very good. Don't worry, Zhao Yanzi will live a good life. Yes, Zhao Yanzi is going to live a good life. She has suffered so much since she was a child, and now she can finally live a good life. Zhao Chen laughed and cried at the same time, and tears were already all over his cheeks as he spoke. But the corners of his mouth were still smiling. Finally, we don't have to wash dozens of basins of clothes every day. Finally, we can wear cotton clothes every winter. Finally, our little swallow has found her family. Another line of tears ran down his face. It turns out that what Zhao Yanzi said at that time. Soon after, donations from the public began to pour in. Government agencies and well-known companies all contributed to this small welfare home. Regardless of whether it is sincere or not, Zhao Chen feels the utmost gratitude and touch towards these people and companies who donated money. The children in the welfare home are no longer the poor children who cannot afford to go to school or eat meat. First, tuition fees from elementary school to junior high school, textbook fees and miscellaneous fees are waived. If students have excellent grades, they can enter key high schools for free and receive scholarships every year. Zhao Chen reaped the benefits of this because his academic performance was indeed excellent and was sent to the best public school in the city by old man Fang. During the 3 years of junior high school, Zhao Chen needed Fang Zhengwo's care in the beginning. But since Zhao Chen received a scholarship of 5,000 yuan in the first year, he has been able to be completely self-sufficient. After that, Zhao Chen first received a 3-year junior high school scholarship and then a 3-year high school scholarship. He was admitted to Jinling University with excellent results in the college entrance examination. The city even rewarded him with a full 200,000 yuan in cash. Of course, Zhao Chen didn't take a penny of the money and donated it all to the welfare home where he was born and raised. Even if it can only allow his brothers and sisters to taste one more meat dish every day, the money is worth spending. After that, Zhao Chun came to Jinling to attend university. Except for the winter and summer vacations, he rarely went back to the welfare home. When he was busy with his studies, Zhao Chun chose to work part-time to earn more money. If the welfare home needed money, he would be there to help at any time. Everything is developing in a good direction, except this. Really, never again. Never again. I will never see the girl who was once inseparable from me again. Chapter 34 The Truth. All kinds of memories came flooding back to Zhao Chen's mind, and the blanket under him had already been soaked with tears. Zhao Chen himself had already cried like a tearful man. Men don't shed tears easily. That's not until they are deeply sad. Why? Why? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Zhao Chen asked, holding Ji Yazi's little hand. What did you tell me? I asked you what your name was, and you said it was Li Chun. Since you are Li Chun, then I must be Chi Yazi. Chi Yazi said with a smile. Can't you recognize me? I said Li Chun must be me. I have my own reasons. Zhao Chun said as if he suddenly understood something. Since I'm not using my real name, it must be something bad. Zhao Yanzi is worried that I will suddenly disappear after recognizing me. Silly girl, the mission is not as important as you. Chiako seemed to feel much better after taking the medicine. She slowly got up from the bed and sat down at the head of the bed. Brother, your appearance has changed a lot, but I will never forget your appearance in my heart for the rest of my life. Ji Yazi looked at Zhao Chun with a smile. But brother Zhao Chun, it seems like you didn't recognize me from beginning to end. Awkward, really embarrassing. Girls change a lot when they grow up. This change is too big. The ugly duckling has transformed into the proudest white swan. Its little hands, which used to be frozen and scarred every winter, now have slender fingers as smooth as onion roots. The little girl who used to look dark has somehow become so fair that her skin is as white as jelly and as white as snow. Facial features. The facial features haven't changed much. They are still as lively and natural as before. The question is, I just went to a restaurant and encountered this? As if she noticed Zhao Chen's embarrassment and awkwardness, Ji Yazi took the initiative to hold Zhao Chen's hand. Are you wondering why we bumped into each other in such a huge crowd? Zhao Chen nodded honestly. Chi Masako continued calmly. Maybe God wants to give me one more blessing before I die. Zhao Chun nodded in affirmation and then froze in place. Before dying, Zhao Chen looked at Ji Yazi's calm expression in disbelief. Brother, the reason I don't want you to call and send me to the hospital is because I really don't have much time left. I really don't want to spend the last part of my life in an airtight cage with tubes inserted all over my body, unable to move. I have to rely on others for food, water, and going to the bathroom. I really don't want that. Chiako's words were very calm, as if the one who was about to lose her life was not herself, but someone who had nothing to do with her. What's wrong with you? Tell me. Zhao Chun was a little agitated. He really couldn't accept it. Chiako looked at Zhao Chun, who was a little excited, with tears sparkling in her eyes. Brother, if I tell you the truth, can you promise me not to be impulsive? Chi Masako asked. It depends on the situation. Zhao Chun tried his best to control his emotions and not get ignited. Then I won't say anything. If you do something stupid, I will never forgive myself until I die. Just tell me. I promise I won't act impulsively. Zhao Chun gritted his teeth and said word by word. Brother, do you know why my father took me back? Chiako did not give a direct answer, but asked another question. Zhao Chun shook his head. He also asked Dean Zhao, but Dean Zhao didn't know either. Chiako showed a miserable expression. My father is Ichiro Hinata, the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi in Tokyo, Japan. My mother was his lover when he came to Dacia, and I am their product. My mother abandoned me at the door of the orphanage after giving birth to me because she just wanted to make some quick money and ended up getting pregnant. She was not allowed to live with such a burden. My father had his own family in Neon. He had a son who was about my age. His wife died when his son was 7, and his son got leukemia when he was 12. Leukemia requires a bone marrow transplant, but my father needs a strong body to do this job. He cannot donate his own bone marrow. Otherwise, not to mention his subordinates who would disagree, other black societies would also give him a fatal blow when he is weak. He accidentally found out that his former lover in Dacia was pregnant and had a child. He then investigated the welfare home where we were living at the time. After the bone marrow match, it was confirmed that my bone marrow could also be transplanted into his son. So he came all the way to Dacia, did a DNA test, and wanted to take me away as a father. When I was first taken away by him, I was very reluctant to leave my brother and the dean, but I was also full of expectations for my future life with my family. But I never thought that the nightmare had just begun. As soon as I arrived in Neon, my father arranged for the hospital to perform a bone marrow transplant on me. Because I was not yet an adult, the decision on bone marrow donation was entirely up to my guardian. So I donated my first bone marrow without even knowing it. In fact, donating bone marrow is nothing. I have suffered a lot in my life. After donating my bone marrow, my nominal brother's health gradually improved, and my father was very generous to me because of this. But I never felt fatherly love from him. Instead, I felt like I was being used as a tool by him. And so it was. I grew up safely until I was 18, and I was admitted to the University of Tokyo. The bone marrow transplant had almost no effect on me. When I thought everything was going to be fine, my nominal brother, who had dropped out of junior high school, spent his days hanging out with gangsters, and relying on the influence of my father, he was doing quite well. I lived in the school at first, so I didn't have much contact with him. Until one of my university holidays, I came back and met him and had a few meals with him. My father was away from home all year round. He didn't care about us except for transferring money to our card. There were only 2 of us at home. Maybe it's because I've grown better over the years. My nominal brother always looks at me intentionally or unintentionally during meals. I pretend not to know and go back to my room after finishing my meal and washing the dishes. Until one day he came to my room at night in a state of animal rage. He wanted to rape me. When Zhao Chen said this, his eyes were already blazing with fire. If this guy appeared in front of Zhao Chen, it was hard to imagine what Zhao Chen would do to him. Chiako held Zhao Chen's hand, signaling him not to be nervous, and continued. Of course he didn't succeed in the end. When I was resisting, I took the alarm clock beside the bed and hit him on the head. He was knocked unconscious by me. I was very surprised because I didn't use much force. But I was afraid something might happen, so I called an ambulance and informed the father, but I didn't tell him that his son came to my room in the middle of the night with bad intentions. I was thinking that when this person wakes up, unless he is stupid, he won't mention it. Otherwise, the laws of Japan are enough to put him in jail for life. What I didn't expect was that his leukemia relapsed and he couldn't wake up. The doctor advised him to do another bone marrow transplant. My father agreed. Of course, I was the one who donated the bone marrow. This transplant was not as smooth as the previous one. My father's baby son still didn't wake up. He went a little crazy and asked the doctor to do another transplant. Even if the doctor advised him to do a transplant at this time, it might not help. The patient might have a more serious leukemia, which could not be cured by a simple bone marrow transplant. But my father didn't listen and still asked for a transplant. The doctor had no choice but to agree. Of course, the one who received the bone marrow was me. This was my 3rd bone marrow transplant, and this 3rd time, a large amount of my bone marrow was extracted at my father's strong request. As my father said, as long as she doesn't die, we can extract as much as she wants. The end result was that my father's stubbornness caused him to lose his son in middle age. And I also suffered from severe blood deficiency due to the large amount of bone marrow extracted, and I was like a sickly person all day long. After hearing this, Zhao Chen finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. That damn neon dog could do such a beastly thing to his own daughter. It's a good thing that Magby's little bastard died. I wish I could skin him alive. Looking at the indignant Zhao Chun in front of him, Jiazi's eyes were filled with happiness and joy. He knew that Zhao Chun was angry, so it would be good to let him vent. Damn it. I should have driven an aircraft carrier to Neon first and blown up the damn Yasukuni shrine with missiles, and then flattened Mount Fuji with bombers. That way I wouldn't have to come to Neon for this second mission. Zhao Chun was very angry. But if it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have met Xiao Yanzi. Seeing that Zhao Chun gradually calmed down, Ji Yazi continued. But fortunately, I took good care of myself and exercised regularly, so I gradually began to recover. But just 1 month before I graduated, I suddenly fainted in class. The result of the hospital examination was cerebral infarction. The infarction is large and is located in the brain's vital center, the brain stem. The doctor told me that I could die at any time, maybe while reading, cooking, or taking a bath. In short, I wouldn't live long. Later, the doctor prescribed this medicine for me. This medicine can't cure this disease, but it can effectively reduce the frequency of fainting. The price is that if I forget to take the medicine one day, I may never see the sun tomorrow again. Speaking of this, Chimasako still looked calm. Do you need to take your medicine 3 times a day? Zhao Chen's voice trembled slightly. He hated the father and Xiao Yanzi's brother a little bit, but he couldn't accept that he had just met Xiao Yanzi, but she would soon leave him forever. He wouldn't allow it. Chimasako nodded. Then why are you hiding it from me? Didn't you eat tonight? Zhao Chen was a little angry. This stupid girl was afraid that he would find out something, so she actually dared to hide it and not eat. Is your life so unworthy of cherishing? I didn't know we would play so late tonight, and I saw that you were having a lot of fun, brother, so I didn't suggest coming back early. Chiako answered pitifully with a pout. I usually eat on time before 3 meals a day and before going to work, but I forgot this time. Chi Masako added. Zhao Chen looked at Ji Yazi's innocent expression and thought of her waning life. And suddenly, he couldn't get angry at all. Bending down and touching Chiako's face, which had not yet regained its rosy color, Zhao Chen said, "Don't worry, brother won't let you die." Chapter 35, Buying Fireworks. "Don't worry, brother won't let you die," Zhao Chen said resolutely. Chiako smiled and said, "Brother, don't waste your energy. This disease cannot be cured by science. If you don't want to see Zhao Yanzi wither away like this, just spend some time with her these days." System, where the hell have you been? Get out here. What science cannot solve is, Mr. System, it's time for you to take the stage. There was a loud bang in the sky. The system made its grand debut. It's your turn to show off, System. Don't be unresponsive. Zhao Chun was calling out to the system frantically in his heart. He had never hoped more than at this moment that the system would give him a golden finger, such as the kind that could cure all diseases with just one pill. Or you can give yourself an invincible surgery, and no matter what disease you have, you can just have the surgery and it will be cured, as long as Zhao Yanzi can be saved. However, the system is indeed a system and does not choose to pay attention to the host's unreasonable demands. Zhao Chun now wishes he could get into his own body and give the system a few wall bangs. Is there really no other solution? Seeing Zhao Chen's dejected expression, Ji Yazi held Zhao Chen's hand again and said, "Brother, don't be like this. Life and death are determined by fate. It is God's will that I can see you again before I die. If God really has eyes, he should let this SB system pay attention to me. Brother, I want to watch the fireworks, just like when we were kids and sat at the gate of the yard to watch the fireworks during the Chinese New Year. And the candy that Dean Zhao gave us is so sweet. Why don't we find a secluded place with no one around to set off the fireworks, even if it's just the two of us watching?" Zhao Chen's heart ached again, and he hugged Chi Yazi with some heartache. "Okay, brother, I'll listen to you. Let's watch the fireworks." Chiako happily lay on Zhao Chen's chest, feeling the masculine warmth of Zhao Chen. "Brother, do you treat me as your sister or your girlfriend?" Chi Masako suddenly asked. Zhao Chen was a little confused. "Ahem, what's the difference? We are not really related by blood." "Of course it does matter," Chi Masako said seriously. "I'm just your sister, not your girlfriend," Chi Masako emphasized. Zhao Chen was very curious why Zhao Yanzi emphasized this. Chi Masako added, "At most, I will be your girlfriend for 1 month at most." Chi Masako's voice suddenly became as soft as a mosquito. "Why?" Although the voice was low, Zhao Chun heard every word. "Because I don't want you, my brother, to always be unable to forget me after I die. You should have a new life, a new lover, and a new family, instead of having 2 deep memories with someone like me who is about to die." Chi Masako explained seriously. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said, "First of all, you won't die. Even if you do die, no one will replace you." Chi Masako suddenly smiled like a flower. "Brother, you are lying. You almost fell in love with me before. How dare you say that you are not like me? You big pervert, brother. You just go when someone invites you to their home." Zhao Chen's face suddenly turned red, and he argued cunningly, "That's because it's you. Although I didn't recognize you, my heart only recognizes you." Chiako knew that Zhao Chun was talking nonsense, but she didn't see through it and changed the subject. "Brother, do you know where to buy fireworks?" Tokyo, May 2nd. Although there is no Labor Day holiday in Neon, there are many statutory holidays before and after Labor Day. For example, 3 days ago on April 29th, it was Emperor Hirohito's birthday, and it was a statutory holiday. There are quite a lot of holidays like this in Neon. In Higashibayashi Village, Shizuoka Prefecture, 2 men in black were smoking face to face in front of a resident's door. The cigarette butts on the ground indicated that the 2 men had been there for a long time without moving. "Mr. Shangu, do you think this guest will come? We have been waiting for more than an hour." All the Japanese language here has been changed to Chinese to avoid people accusing me of wasting words. One of the 2 men, a burly giant, finished smoking the cigarette in his mouth and threw it to the ground viciously. Opposite him, the lean man known as Shan Gujuan waved his hand and said, "Kamoken, you are still too new to the industry. This time, the boss introduced us to a big client, so you have to be patient." The giant man called Kamada still felt a little uncomfortable about being stood up, so he took out a cigarette from his butt pocket and wanted to smoke another one. "Leave one for me too. My cigarette is not strong enough," said Shangu. Xiongtian took out the last 2 cigarettes helplessly, crumpled the cigarette packaging into a ball, and threw it far away. It was thrown very far away and hit Zhao Chun, who was walking towards this side. "Is this how you welcome guests?" Zhao Chun said somewhat coldly. After more than 10 days of intensive practice, Zhao Chun was now a genius at the academic level and had almost mastered simple Japanese communication. Only then did Shangu and Xiong Tian realize that someone was approaching. The man wearing sunglasses must be the buyer with the strange pronunciation mentioned above, Yamada thought. Zhao Chun bought the fireworks through Chiyako, who contacted an uncle she knew in the Yamaguchi-gumi for help. Although Chi Masako's father is a bad guy, Chi Masako is his biological daughter, so he still protects her in front of outsiders. Many old members of the Yamaguchi-gumi also know that the leader has such an illegitimate daughter. After understanding the situation, Chi Masako quickly found someone below her and said that she would ask her father where to buy fireworks, preferably the kind with high explosive. Because she was a lower-ranking person and was not qualified to talk directly to her father, Chi Masako was not worried about the risk of being exposed. Because fireworks are prohibited in Neon, usually only black gangs can get them. The people below immediately got what he meant and quickly introduced the young lady to a place where the quality of fireworks was quite good. I also secretly talked to the seller and told him that this was the batch of goods that my boss wanted, and asked him to lower the price, otherwise there would be no business in the future. The person who was talking on the phone with Chiyako was thinking that if he succeeded this time, maybe he could show his face in front of the boss, and then he would be able to rise to a high position in the future, right? But he really misunderstood. When Zhao Chun and Chiyako arrived in Shizuoka Prefecture, it was already late for the agreed time with the seller. There is no other reason. Chiyako drives too slowly. Since Zhao Chun had never learned to drive, Chiyako was the one driving the rented truck. Only Zhao Chun would be so bold as to let a patient with cerebral infarction drive. And Chiyako had not really driven a car many times, and her driver's license was basically obtained by half learning and half study. After all, she was the daughter of the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and many people on the road gave her some face. So knowing Masako's driving skills is worrying anyway. Zhao Chun also fully agreed with driving slowly. Chapter 36 Fireworks worth tens of millions. Hello, dear friend. Please come in. Shangu invited Zhao Chun into the house. Zhao Chun did not hesitate and walked in with big strides. Seeing Zhao Chun walk into the gate without any worries, Shangu and Xiong Tian looked at each other unconsciously. What a strong confidence. Don't be afraid of them robbing you. These houses in Higashibayashi village, Shizuoka Prefecture, are similar to the tiled houses where Zhao Chun lived before. Although they look old, they are actually very stable and can't feel any ordinary earthquakes at all. For a country that experiences an average of 4 earthquakes a day, no amount of fancy decorations is more important than safety. Zhao Chun walked into the main room and put the black suitcase with cash on the table. He said in neon language, "Let me see your goods, and then make an offer. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make." Zhao Chun understands this principle. His current Japanese language is only half-baked, and if he really tries to communicate, he will definitely be exposed. Shangu and Xiong Tian were even more surprised. Usually, when people do business together, they would drink tea and talk about women before starting. When everyone is familiar with each other, they will start talking about business. How can you be so direct right away? Kamada looked at the valley with confusion in his eyes. Yamada's look in response was even more direct. This guy has a very strong background. Be careful when dealing with him. Yamaguchi said, "In that case, let's not keep you in suspense. Come with me to the warehouse and take a look." After saying that, the two of them stood up and walked towards the back hall, with Zhao Chun following behind them. At the end of the back hall, there was a warehouse about 2 meters high. Yamaguchi took out the key and opened the door. Looking at the dazzling array of fireworks for a moment, Zhao Chun finally let go of the worry in his heart. It's good to have fireworks, but I'm afraid these black people might be liars. It seems that Chiako's father's name is still quite useful. I hope that old guy will die later. Well, we have quite a lot of reserves, Yamaguchi said with a smile. Zhao Chun nodded. Kamada-san, please tell this distinguished guest what magnitude these fireworks are. Yamaguchi commanded. Yes, Yamaguchi-kun, Kamada replied, standing at attention. Dear guest, this level is. Xiongtian was just about to introduce the super fireworks he had hidden in his box, but Zhao Chun waved his hand to signal him to shut up. Kamada was immediately a little angry. This guy was too arrogant. I'll buy them all. Name your price. But Zhao Chun's next words made the two of them tremble in shame. They looked back at the warehouse full of fireworks. This guest actually wanted to eat them all. You are truly a distinguished guest. Yamaguchi and Kamada were almost in tears. The two of them pooled their money to stockpile this batch of goods, originally thinking that they would make a fortune when someone needed it. But they didn't expect that the recent crackdown in Tokyo would be so severe. They had to hide and collect this batch of goods again and again. They were almost caught by the police several times. It can be said that this batch of goods not only did not make the two of them earn a penny, but they almost got shot because of it. Now they can ship out the goods, and all of them. They are so touched. Back in the main hall, Zhao Chen said again, I will only accept a price from you. If the price is not within my expectations, I will turn around and leave. This was a speech technique Zhao Chen had practiced. His Japanese language skills were really limited, at least when bargaining. There were definitely some words he couldn't understand or say. This made him very passive. Otherwise, no matter what time it was definitely not Zhao Chen's style not to bargain. Give me a quote. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, his legs crossed, and looking around bored. Yamaguchi and Kamada looked at each other. Yamaguchi paid for the bulk of this batch of goods, so naturally he was the one who decided the price. There was silence for a moment before Yamaguchi broke the silence. 12 million, about 609,480 dacia. Damn, it's so dark. It's just a bunch of fireworks, but the price is almost as much as a house. It really cracked, and it turns out that contraband has high profits and high returns. This is based on what I have already said. These two people made at least hundreds of times the profit from this transaction. Hey, if the situation wasn't urgent, I really wouldn't want to indulge these two greedy bitches. Make a deal. Zhao Chen's silence made Yamaguchi and Kamada extremely nervous. Whether they could sell the goods quickly or not was related to when they could walk in the sun. Shangu felt that the price he quoted was sincere enough, and it was 40 cheaper than when he first purchased the goods. If he didn't want to get rid of this batch of goods quickly, if he didn't fear being found out by the police and shot, or if he didn't want to have a friendly relationship with the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi, he would never sell it at such a low price even if he died. It seems like the other party is still not satisfied with this. How greedy. Fortunately, Zhao Chen's positive answer made the two people swallow their hearts back into their stomachs. Load the things onto my truck. Without much hesitation, Zhao Chen opened the suitcase in his hand, took out 3 million in cash from the suitcase, and pushed the rest together with the suitcase to the valley. Take the money, and if everything is okay, we can load it into the car. Seeing Zhao Chen's action, Shangu's heart suddenly ached. The other party brought 15 million in cash, and it was obvious that the bottom line was 15 million. A loss of 3 million. However, it is not the samurai's fault to regret it this time. Yamaguchi counted the 12 million in cash quickly, and after confirming that it was correct, he gave Kamada a cold look. The burly man Kamada nodded, came to the warehouse, took the cart, and started loading goods. Zhao Chen took the remaining 3 million and left the house, then threw the 3 million onto the passenger seat of the truck. In fact, it was not that Zhao Chen's bottom line was 15 million. It was that Zhao Chun and Chiako's total assets were 15 million. This time Zhao Chun came to Neon. The funding he received was 5 million in cash, and the remaining 10 million was Chiako's pocket money. Although Chi Masako's father was not a human being, he still fulfilled some of his father's responsibilities and gave Chi Masako a considerable amount of living expenses every month. However, Chiako has been frugal since she was a child and has no habit of spending money recklessly. All the money was deposited in Chiako's card. Before she knew it, she already had 10 million yuan. For Chiako, who was about to lose her life, money was just a thing outside of her body. She couldn't bring it with her when she was born, and she couldn't take it with her when she died. She just used it to buy fireworks. It was also a way for her to be willful one last time. Yanzi, drive the car towards that door, and make sure your car windows are closed so they don't see you. Zhao Chen reminded. Chiako nodded happily. She couldn't help but feel excited when she thought that she would be able to set off fireworks soon. Zhao Chen followed the truck and slowly walked to the door of Yamaguchi's house. Zhao Chen went up and opened the back door swiftly. At this time, Kamada also arrived with the first batch of goods. Yamaguchi waved at Zhao Chen and said, "Brother, come here. Let the big guy handle the small things like loading the goods. I will teach you how to light these fireworks." Zhao Chen was speechless. What was there to teach about the method of ignition? Yamaguchi looked around and made sure there was no one around. He waved his hand and asked Kamada to come out and deliver the goods quickly. Then he turned to Zhao Chen and said, "Brother, I don't know your name yet. I also know that people in your line of work generally don't leave their names, so I won't ask. Come and have a cigarette." Zhao Chen took the cigarette but didn't light it. He put it behind his ear and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm waiting here." Yamaguchi was not annoyed by the rejection. He took out an instruction manual from his pocket, which was covered with messy small words. "Brother, the switches for these fireworks are all in the lower left corner. There's a small button, just click it. The remote control is on the lid of each firework. Whether you want to set the timer or which one to explode first, it's all easy. The instructions are detailed and the actual operation is very simple." Wow, fireworks are now controlled by remote controls. It really shows that the times are advancing. I suddenly feel that the 10 million is not a bad investment. If this is really like the double kicks in Malaysia that happened in China more than a decade ago, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he was charged so much money. How high can your fireworks go? Zhao Chen thought of a key question. How many meters? Yamaguchi was also confused by this question. Well, the loudest fireworks can explode up to 1,800 meters high without any problem. Yamaguchi thought for a while and replied, wow, 1,800 meters. Awesome. Is this a firework or a bomb? Money well spent. Because Zhao Chen thought of a task that might be able to fool the system. Didn't you ask me to set off fireworks at Mount Fuji? I will. I will go to Mount Fuji to set off fireworks. Chapter 37. I'll see you until the next life. Mount Fuji is the highest peak in Japan, a world cultural heritage, and a sacred peak in the hearts of Japanese people. It attracts local and global tourists to climb the mountain. Tourists generally choose the traditional climbing season from July to early September, because during the climbing season, damaged mountain trails will be repaired, mountain huts along the way will remain open, and water sources, toilets, and rescue stations will be prepared. During this period, you do not need to apply to the management department for tickets, and there is no bad weather during this season, which is more suitable for mountaineering. Therefore, these 2 months are often the time when the area around Mount Fuji is the most impregnable. Now it is May and Mount Fuji is not open to the public. The mountain is surrounded by clouds and fog, and the temperature difference between day and night is huge. Similarly, there were no tourists visiting Mount Fuji at this time. Even if there were tourists, they would only admire the beauty of Mount Fuji from a distance. Therefore, there was no one guarding Mount Fuji at this time, let alone protection. As a precious national property, the Japanese government is not afraid of anyone taking advantage of Mount Fuji. Even if you love it passionately, you cannot privatize Mount Fuji based on your love, right? So it is just like most of the domestic scenic spots. Except for the hot tourist season, the scenic spots are not guarded at all during normal times. What? Are you still worried about someone blowing up Mount Fuji? Brother Zhao Chun, is this really okay for us? When Chiako learned that Zhao Chun was going to set off fireworks at the foot of Mount Fuji, she suddenly felt very excited and moved. Setting off fireworks under Mount Fuji, if this kind of thing is exposed, I'm afraid I'll be in jail for life. As a dying man, it doesn't matter, but Brother Zhao Chun is willing to do it for me. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The road to the bottom of Mount Fuji was empty, so Zhao Chun, the lawless outlaw, took the initiative to drive the truck. To be honest, driving is not difficult. Although I have never driven a car before, men seem to have a strange affinity for cars, which is reflected in the fact that the passing rate of men in the second and third test is much higher than that of women. After learning how to shift gears and step on the clutch, Zhao Chun went straight to test drive the car. He already knew how to use the accelerator and brake. Just like that, Zhao Chun started driving the small truck. Although he was not very skilled at operating it at the beginning, it was not bad overall. At least compared to Chiako, who got the certificate through the back door, both of them felt more at ease driving themselves. As long as the navigation is correct, we will put the fireworks at the bottom of the mountain, then return to the observation deck in Shizuoka Prefecture and press start. After that, we can just enjoy the scenery. Zhao Chun said casually. He asked Chiako to search the internet for a reliable map of Mount Fuji with a route. One of them is less than 15 kilometers away from Shizuoka Prefecture and can be reached by car. It can be said that it couldn't be more suitable. Brother, I still think that you are too bold. Ji Yazi still cared about Zhao Chun. Why don't we set off the fireworks somewhere else? I always feel like setting them off here will have bad consequences. Zhao Chun shook his head. Don't let your imagination run wild. Our road is very close to the foot of Mount Fuji, and the cherry blossoms on both roads have not yet fallen. We can watch the fireworks while also seeing the cherry blossoms on both sides. What a wonderful thing. Bold. Could it be bolder than hijacking an aircraft carrier? Chi Masako didn't know what to say. As they got closer to Mount Fuji, there were already signs saying no entry posted on the side of the road, but Zhao Chun still ignored them. As the road came to an end, Chiako finally couldn't help but speak. There is no road ahead, brother, let's go back. Zhao Chun said, good sister, this is nothing. Just follow me obediently, and I will set off the most beautiful fireworks for you. The route on the internet also records that this road ends here, but you can continue to move forward along the grass on both sides. If you drive another 3 or 4 kilometers, you will reach the volcanic rocks at the foot of Mount Fuji. If we are serious about it, it is volcanic rock. The volcanic rock is not smooth, and the bumpy texture makes people feel uncomfortable. However, the entire volcanic rock is extremely hard and compact. Not only can it not be crushed by a car, but even ordinary explosives cannot blow it up. This is why the Japanese government did not protect this area around the foothills of Mount Fuji. Why? Unless you use missiles to attack me, you can't even break my shield. Why should I go to the trouble of adding more people to protect you? In other words, if the volcanic rock defense can really be broken, then the few people protecting it will be no different from bean sprouts. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 bites. First, they advanced slowly on the soft grass, and soon they were bumping their way forward on the hard volcanic rocks. It has to be said that the explorers from Japan are very smart and were able to discover such a route. If Zhao Chun had not found this travel article on the internet, he would never have gone to such a dark and unknown place. Brother, I'm being shaken. I don't feel very comfortable, Chiako said in pain, covering her forehead. I'll stop the car. Are you okay? Zhao Chun quickly stopped the car and held Chi Yazi's shoulders. Have you taken the medicine? Zhao Chun asked again. It's evening already? Chiako replied with an idiotic question. Zhao Chun covered his forehead and said helplessly, My dear sister, look out the window. Chi Masako took the medicine while complaining. I was too busy looking at Mount Fuji. It's so beautiful to see Mount Fuji from such a close distance. If you get closer, you can see those little holes on Mount Fuji. Zhao Chun complained. Chiako stuck out her tongue. They were now about 30 minutes drive from the volcanic depression lithosphere mentioned in the article. After making sure that Chiako was fine, Zhao Chun slowly started the car, but this time he drove even slower and more steadily than before. Compared to Chi Masako's health, everything else can take a back seat. They drove like this for about 40 minutes. When the shadow of Mount Fuji covered the entire area where Zhao Chun was under the moonlight, Zhao Chun was almost sure that he had arrived at the place. Even if it's not very accurate, it's pretty close. This location is in the middle of the foothills of Mount Fuji. It is relatively cold, but the location is square and very smooth. Putting aside the small bumps on the ground, it looks like a large square. Well, that's the same as leaving the facts aside. Zhao Chun got out of the car and felt very uncomfortable with his feet stepping on the bumpy volcanic rocks. Let Chiako stay in the car while Zhao Chun carried the fireworks down one by one. I have to say, it's a big project. When loading them onto the truck, I saw the giant man named Kamada loaded them up in no time. While it was difficult for me to move them down, my physical fitness is still not good enough. I need to practice more. It took Zhao Chun 20 minutes just to move the fireworks. He was originally wearing a cotton jacket to keep warm, but Zhao Chun threw it aside during the moving process. Ji Yazi offered to help Zhao Chun several times along the way. After all, it would be much faster with one person in the car and the other under the car. But Zhao Chun rejected it sharply. Are you kidding? You want a patient to work with you. Do you have no hands or feet? After moving all the fireworks out of the car, Zhao Chun put them all in a large sunken pit. To be precise, it is in a large volcanic rock pit. Then turn on the switches at the bottom of the packaging one by one. Zhao Chun's mission was officially completed. Swallow, remember this position. Look over here when we watch the fireworks. Zhao Chun drove back, grimacing as he was shaken by the car. Fortunately, it is a single-trip train. If it had been more than one trip, my ADHD would have been brought out. This time we got out much faster than when we came in, because when we came we turned on the headlights to avoid the big potholes, and when we went back the same way and sped all the way through. Other than a bit of bumps, everything else was fine. When are we going to watch the fireworks, brother? This was the third time that Chiako asked Zhao Chun the same question on the way back. Be good. Wait until we get back to Shizuoka Prefecture, find a great place, get some sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water, and then watch the fireworks after everything is ready. Zhao Chun kept giving the same answer over and over again while driving. It is said that men hate being disturbed by their wives or girlfriends when driving. But Zhao Chun felt that he was very happy to have his sister to talk to him while he was driving. Otherwise, my eyes would have been numb to the road. Okay then, Chiako pouted. She clenched her fists and placed them on her chin, looking as cute as can be. Seeing Chiako's expression in the mirror, Zhao Chun's eyes gradually became moist. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the last time Chiako watched the fireworks. Brother, are we there yet? Chiako asked again. We're here. We've entered Shizuoka Prefecture. Please navigate to which part of Shizuoka Prefecture is best for viewing Mount Fuji. It would be best if it's directly facing our location. Zhao Chun replied with a smile. Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have checked it on the way back. Otherwise, we could have gone there directly now. Woo. Seeing Chiako's cute performance, Zhao Chun was happy and wanted to laugh, but tears came out of his eyes as he laughed. Zhao Chun really couldn't accept why such a lovely girl had to leave this world so early. Why? Can't she be allowed to see more of the beautiful sunset and sunrise? Can't she be allowed to see more of the beautiful land and everything in the world? Why did you take her away so early? Why? I found it. It's just 3 kilometers away from us. Chiako was like a cute little rabbit who found a carrot and was asking for credit from her mother rabbit. Seeing Zhao Chun with tears streaming down his face while looking at the car, Ji Yazi smiled and wiped Zhao Chun's tears. Oh, brother, why are you crying again? Isn't Xiao Yanzi still here? Don't cry, be happy and accompany Xiao Yanzi to the end of her journey. Brother, promise me. Otherwise, I won't call you brother anymore. Then what should you call me? Zhao Chun asked. I told you, I won't tell you. Zhao Chun was amused by Ji Yazi's playfulness. Although Ji Yazi's heart must be countless times heavier than his, she was still willing to embrace the world with a smile. As a bystander, what qualifications do I have to feel sad for Chiako? I'm not crying, don't talk nonsense. I'm nearsighted, so my eyes will get tired after looking for a long time, and I will have tears. Zhao Chun lied. Chi Masako suddenly realized. Oh, so that's how it is. Then brother, if you keep looking at me, will your eyes get tired? Chiako looked at Zhao Chun who was driving. I don't think you'll get tired even if you watch it until your next life. Chapter 38. Mount Fuji Fireworks. Shizuoka Shimizu District Ubi Nishikarazawa. It is approximately 18 kilometers away from the foot of Mount Fuji. Zhao Chun and Chiako followed the navigation to the vicinity of Hinishikarazawa Highland and parked the car at a place near a convenience store. The two of them first went into a convenience store and bought a lot of things, just as they had agreed to do when they came back. They bought melon seeds, drinks, mineral water, and everything else. They also had chocolate chips, bread, milkshakes, and other snacks. Watching fireworks is a pleasure. Eating snacks is also a pleasure. Watching fireworks and eating snacks at the same time is a double enjoyment. After finishing shopping, the two walked hand in hand slowly onto the raised platform higher than Nishikaragasawa. The platform is 300 meters high and has more than 2,000 steps. The two of them haven't eaten yet, so this is like doing some pre-meal exercise. It so happened that the moon was dim tonight, and the magpies were flying south. Zhao Chun and Chiako climbed to the top of the platform with great difficulty. This would be the best place for Zhao Chun and Chiako to watch the fireworks later. In fact, this platform is called a platform, but it is just a fake platform with a height of more than 300 meters. Not to mention that it is not as high as most of the high-rise buildings in Tokyo. It is also far inferior to the observation decks of many scenic spots. The downside is that it is located in a remote area and you can't see the front view of Mount Fuji. This means that tourists have less chance to take photos here. There are also thousands of stairs on the platform, and there is no amazing view after climbing up, so tourists here are always sporadic and sparse. Not to mention in the dark night. But this is a great place to watch Zhao Chun setting off the fireworks. The sky was dark, but at night I went to the top of the platform and lay there to enjoy the cool breeze. It was pleasant and lazy. No one was disturbing me. It was perfect. The entire Mount Fuji has been shrouded in darkness, with only a faint hint of a snow-white outline. On this high platform, only Zhao Chun and Ji Yazi were present. Brother, when the fireworks are set off, Mount Fuji will be lit up, right? Chi Masako asked naively. Zhao Chun put his arms around Ji Yazi's shoulders and let Ji Yazi lean on his chest. Of course, silly girl. The blooming fireworks will not only illuminate Mount Fuji, but will also clearly illuminate the cherry blossoms at the foot of Mount Fuji that have not yet completely withered. By then, it will be a beautiful sight. Zhao Chun laughed. Brother, I want to see the fireworks. Let's set off the fireworks, okay? Chi Masako can't wait to see the fireworks. I'm so scared that if I die suddenly now, what will I do if I miss such beautiful fireworks? What should I do? I won't be happy even if I die. Chiako hugged Zhao Chun's neck and acted like a spoiled child. At this point, the thin veil between the two of them was officially removed in the car before watching the fireworks. Both of them are now facing each other in their truest state. Don't talk nonsense. Be good and watch the fireworks. I will take you to find the best doctor to treat your illness. You know that our daxia has a long history, and there are many famous Chinese medicine masters. The doctors here grew up drinking the foot-washing water of our ancestors. How can they treat diseases properly? Be good. Wait for me to take you back to China, and I will give you the best treatment to cure your illness. Zhao Chun said angrily. Chiako nodded happily, then quickly snuggled into Zhao Chun's arms. In her heart, nothing can compare to the warmth of her brother's chest. Zhao Chun smiled with relief. Then he took out a small box full of remote controls. Looking at the dozens of remote controls of various shapes and colors in the box, Zhao Chun smiled with satisfaction. Spending a fortune just to make a beautiful woman smile, isn't this what I am talking about? Ha ha ha, I'd love to. Let's play them one by one, watching one before putting down the next. This way we can watch them all night long. Zhao Chun suggested. Yeah, I'll listen to you, brother. Zhao Chen took a breath and took out the largest remote control from the box. Since you were the first one, Daxiao always emphasizes a good start, so I will release you as the pioneer first. Beep. No response. Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment, then quickly pressed the start button again. In addition to making a sound, beep. Nothing happened. Still no response. WTF? Could those two black guys be scammers? And he acted very seriously. Zhao Chen quickly took the other remote controls and pressed the start button one by one. Beep, 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 beep. Just ringing, no response. No response. Am I being scammed? Or is this reunion too long? But the instruction manual clearly states that there is no problem pressing the button freely within 30 kilometers. Could it be that I was deceived? Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. It would be fine if she was cheated of the money, but if Chi Masako knew that the fireworks were fake, she would probably faint from anger in the next second. Chiako seemed to sense something was wrong, raised her delicate little face and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you setting off fireworks?" Zhao Chen didn't know how to answer. I dare not give a direct answer. I was just thinking of saying something to smooth it over. At this moment, a bombing sound like a dragon turning over came from a distance. As we all know, the speed of light in air is 30 wkm/s, and the speed of sound is 340 meters per second. Bang, 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 bang. The loud noises sounded like the roars of demons sleeping in hell. Chiako was frightened by the sudden explosion and shrank into Zhao Chen's arms, trembling. Zhao Chen tightly covered Chiako's ears with his hands. However, his eardrums seemed to be completely shattered by this unknown explosion. Fortunately, the explosion came and went quickly. After more than a minute, Zhao Chen's ears were in a state of tinnitus. Ji Yazi still huddled in Zhao Chen's arms, not daring to move. Zhao Chen thought there was an earthquake in the area, but it wasn't. Zhao Chun and Ji Yazi were both gasping for breath, as if they had come back from the dead. Just when the two thought that the matter would end here. Suddenly, a rumbling explosion sounded at the foot of Mount Fuji more than 10 kilometers away. The explosion was so powerful that even though Zhao Chun and Ji Yazi were more than 10 kilometers away, they were still affected by the hot wind. This explosion was not a pure sound wave attack. Instead, it was awash with heat waves. Fortunately, the platform was strong and wide enough. Otherwise, if the platform collapsed, the height of several hundred meters would be enough for the two of them to fall to pieces and die together. However, at this time, the two of them were knocked to the ground. Snacks and drinks were also scattered everywhere. "Brother, what was that just now?" Ji Yazi rushed into Zhao Chen's arms and asked fearfully. Zhao Chun held Chiako's hand tightly, on the one hand to help her ease her panic, and on the other hand to try to calm himself down. It's okay, brother is here." Zhao Chen kept comforting, just as the two were at a loss, considering whether to get off and drive away. Suddenly, far away, Mount Fuji, fireworks are set off. Chapter 39 Commander, rescue me. Mount Fuji, fireworks are set off. To be more precise, after being dormant for more than 300 years, Mount Fuji, this active volcano, once again let the world witness its proper majesty. Mount Fuji is one of the largest active volcanoes in the world. It is currently dormant, but geologists still classify it as an active volcano. They believe it is very likely to erupt again in the near future. The last eruption was in 1707, and it has been dormant ever since. The records in the textbooks are still vivid in my mind. Mount Fuji is an active volcano. Although it has been dormant for hundreds of years, it can erupt at any time. Zhao Chun and Chiako witnessed the entire scene of the volcanic eruption with their own eyes from the Bishikura Sawarai platform 18 kilometers away. But this scene is quite gorgeous and short-lived. The gorgeous part is the extreme beauty that bursts out in that instant. The short part is that I am afraid that everyone who sees it will end their short life. Chimako looked at the originally dark sky, which was instantly dyed black and red by the sudden eruption of Mount Fuji, her eyes full of intoxication and obsession. "Brother, you are so beautiful." This was the last words Chiako left to this world. The previous explosions and the roar of the volcanic eruption deeply stimulated Chiako's fragile brain stem. As soon as the volcano erupted, Chimako's consciousness fell into a slump. However, it was the stunningly beautiful glimpse of Mount Fuji that allowed Chimako to stay alive for a few more seconds. "Little swallow. Swallow." Looking at the girl in his arms with her head drooping and her eyes tightly closed, Zhao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He was dissatisfied with why the heaven insisted on taking Swallow away, and his heart seemed to die with Swallow. However, this roar of just a few decibels pales in the face of the endless volcanic bombardment. Even the wind, with its hot breath, mocked Chiako, who was about to leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the super difficult task, going to Neon Country and watching the eruption of Mount Fuji in Neon Country. Get reward, 6 months of life, and the basic Taoist breathing technique. Zhao Qin screamed madly in his heart. I don't want a long life. I don't want the breathing technique. I just want my Yin Zi to live. Dog system, come out and speak. Is the host seriously insulting this system? What's rare is that this time the dog system actually responded. I originally wanted to remind the host that due to a purgatory level mission, a super difficult mission, the host level was successfully upgraded from level 0 to level 1. As a reward for this upgrade, the host can choose to combine the 6-month life reward of this mission with the Taoist basic practice of breathing skill into a one-time practice and advance to breathing skill. Advanced technique? One-time technique. Zhao Qin's head was full of doubts. A one-time technique is one that can only be used once. The advantage is that it does not require practice. The system will directly give you an epiphany. As long as the person is not dead, you can practice it successfully. Friendly reminder, the advanced exhalation technique can treat all surgical and internal medicine diseases, including cerebral infarction. Simply put, it can cure everything except cancer. The system is obviously much smarter this time. It knows how to grasp the key points and how to summarize concisely. Dad. System Dad. You are my real dad. Quickly exchange the mission reward for the advanced exhalation technique and let Yin Zi use it. Faced with a host who changes his face so quickly and is so thick-skinned, the system is helpless, but still reminds. System-friendly reminder. Love is a burden to becoming stronger. If the host can learn the advanced exhalation technique, he will directly become a first-class Taoist master in the world. But if you use this to save a seriously ill person, you will only let others take advantage of you. The experience and rewards you have worked so hard to accumulate will be emptied out. What's the point of talking? Robots don't know anything about human nature. Not to mention that Ji Yazi is the most important person in Zhao Qin's heart. Even if they are just ordinary friends of Zhao Qin, teachers, Director Zhao of the welfare home, or those younger brothers and sisters, as long as they are people he knows, if he can use things to save lives, he can't hesitate at all. Because when you hesitate, your humanity will be replaced by animality. Human life can never be equated with any interests. Otherwise, people will no longer be human. I want to save her now, right now. The system did not continue to persuade. Suddenly, there was a gentle and refreshing breeze blowing over the hills, isolating the hot air that was originally caused by the volcanic eruption. You humans have a saying that goes, help others to the end, and send Buddha to the west. This system has always been not so kind, but seeing the host's decision, this system admits that it has learned a lot. So this system decided to help you again. The Taoist healing wind here will last for 12 hours. Please cherish the last chance to escape. After the system's voice faded away, Zhao Qin found himself still sitting on the high platform with Chiako in his arms. And Shizuoka Prefecture was already a sea of fire. The magma and splashing materials of the volcanic eruption erupted to the nearby county town. There was a sea of fire in all directions. From a distance, Zhao Qin could see the fleeing people and the panicked public. The flames surrounded the entire county. If nothing unexpected happened, Shizuoka Prefecture would soon become a dead city. If self-rescue is not done properly, this country may be born to represent misfortune. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. All kinds of extreme geological disasters make people in this country always feel fearful and uneasy about life. But there is one thing about this country that is worth learning, which is that it never compromises in the face of disasters, and often prepares a variety of emergency strategies for disasters. Zhao Qin looked at the lower half of the steps on the platform, which had already been surrounded by a sea of fire. Only within 30 meters around him and Chiako, not only was the flames unable to burn in, but even the air was cool and breezy. Compared to the Japanese people below the stage who would surely be buried in the fire if they were not rescued from outside or could not come up with any means to save themselves, the two of them were extremely lucky. Ji Yazi and Zhao Qin's arms suddenly moved, and her soft little mouth opened slightly to exhale. Seeing that Chiako was breathing normally, Zhao Qin finally felt relieved. System, oh system, you finally did something human this time. Love your system. Suddenly a sharp ringtone sounded. It was not Chiako's cell phone. Logically, the surrounding communication antennas had already been burned to ashes by the flames, and at this moment, the phone rang. Oldly, the satellite phone given by Commander Lee. Zhao Qin quickly opened his backpack and took out the satellite phone he had been carrying with him since the first day he arrived. This satellite phone doesn't look like a mobile phone, but more like a mobile phone. There is no dial button, so you can't make calls actively, you can only receive calls from the source. The good thing is that this satellite phone has a very long standby time. Before coming, Commander Li handed the phone to Zhao Chun and asked him to carry it with him. If the organization had a task, it would be passed on to him via phone. If there was no call, he could act freely. The technician from the technical department assured me that this phone would last at least a month, so I could carry it with me without worry. When the call was connected, Commander Li's furious voice came from the phone. Zhao Chun, did you cause the explosion of Mount Fuji? Now the side veins of Mount Fuji have begun to erupt magma. Zhao Chun was speechless. I was watching it myself. Do you know how many people will die this time? Do you understand how much suffering you will cause? Is it you? It must be you. Speak up. Listening to Commander Li's roar on the phone gradually decreasing in volume until it was finally silent, Zhao Chun spoke. Commander, rescue me. Chapter 40. Escaping from danger. Where are you now? Commander Li is a man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As soon as I heard Zhao Chun say this, I felt that they were definitely not in a safe place. Thinking that Zhao Chun might also be in danger, Mr. Li became worried unnaturally. I'm in Shizuoka Prefecture now. Zhao Chun replied. Isn't Shizuoka Prefecture surrounded by a sea of fire? Are you in it? Commander Li asked in surprise. There's no time, Commander. I can only hold on for 10 hours at most. I'm now at the highest point in Shizuoka Prefecture, on the high platform of Nishikurasawa. If you don't come to rescue me, then you can just wait for my body to be collected. Zhao Chun said pitifully. Don't worry, I'll send someone to fly a fighter jet to take you away right now. Hold on, you hear me? Commander Li said hurriedly. Commander, if the fighter jets under your command have enough reserves, please fill them with water and fly over. Shizuoka Prefecture is now a sea of fire. The water they have is not enough to put out the flames. They still need our help. Zhao Chun added. You are a kid who is in a difficult situation, yet you still think about others? Why didn't you think more about them when you caused such a big trouble? Although Zhao Chun did not give a direct answer, Commander Li probably had guessed something in his mind. It's all to complete the mission. Zhao Chun replied bitterly. Hold on, kid. The fighter jets will be here within 5 hours. Capital. The news that Li Dao was suddenly issued a transfer order to dispatch a B-21 fighter jet to Neon Country in the middle of the night and early morning spread quickly in the army. Strangely, Commander Li also required that the fighter jet's storage compartment be filled with clean water before taking off. 10 minutes ago. Commander, this is against the rules. It's really against the rules. Long Qingwu was trying hard to persuade Li Dao were outside his office. Rules? What's against the rules? Now our Chinese people are trapped in Shizuoka Prefecture, which is on fire. If we don't rescue them now, when will we rescue them? Commander Li is old, but his power is still there. He ignored the deputy sent by the superiors to supervise him. We have to rescue them, but it's against the rules to mobilize a fighter jet to Japan to rescue them. Not to mention that you need to report to the higher authorities before you can use the fighter jet, and you are going to Japan. It's not a province in our country. That's foreign territory. You are rashly entering another country's territory. If they detect you with their satellites, they will have no problem shooting you down with missiles. You should talk to the Japanese embassy first. Long Chengwu analyzed it carefully. Li Daoguo narrowed his eyes. It won't be too late to report to the embassy when the plane takes off. As for the approval from above, it's 1 o'clock in the morning now. Do you think the approval letter can be sent to me before 9 o'clock? Long Chengwu, I'm really puzzled. I remember that you were the one who took the lead in interrogating Zhao Chun. You should know what kind of kid Zhao Chun is better than me. Don't you know how much he has contributed to our country? Do you think it's fun to make sarcastic remarks on the sidelines now? Long Qingwu was ridiculed a few times, but he didn't get angry. Commander, I'm just speaking the truth. Zhao Chun is a good kid, but we also have to follow the rules. Wait until everything is ready before sending a plane over. If the child is lucky, nothing will happen to him. Long Qingwu replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Oh, then just follow your rules. I'm not afraid, even if the chief blames me. The people of Daxia always need others' consent to protect their own people. Don't think that my attitude towards Zhao Chun seems to be taking advantage of him. I'm just afraid that this kid is blinded by power at such a young age. Only by tempering can steel be made. Intelligence alone can't make a big difference. I'm giving him a warning so that he can exercise himself. Our country will not give up any citizen who has a chance to be saved. And we will not give up a young man who has made great contributions to the motherland. Li Daoguo pushed away Long Chengwu, who was still trying to stop him. Go back and tell the people behind you that if they want to take this opportunity to bring me down, they should hurry up and seize it. If they miss this opportunity, they will never get it again. If the higher-ups really want to blame me, I don't want this official position anymore, so forget it. After saying that, Li Daoguo and the guard strode out of Long Chengwu's sight. 5 hours had passed, and Chiako had woken up. Seeing that she was still alive, Chiako was so surprised that she was speechless. At that time, she felt as if she would never wake up again. However, when he saw the predicament he was in, he suddenly became depressed again. Fortunately, Zhao Chun patted Ji Yazi on the shoulder in time and comforted her. "Don't worry, my brother's people will come to rescue us soon." Chiako's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? Can we really be rescued?" Zhao Chun forced a smile and said, "When has my brother ever lied to you?" In fact, Zhao Chun had no idea what was going on, even though Commander Li on the other end of the phone had promised solemnly that he would come to rescue him. But he knew that what he did this time was a bit too much. If someone in the country wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him, it was not impossible. That's right, Zhao Chun has fully realized something. Fireworks, expensive, timed switches, the sound of explosions before a volcano erupts. The source of all this points to that batch of fireworks. I'm afraid fireworks are just the slang for explosives in Japan. When you go out, including when communicating, using fireworks instead of explosives can help avoid many risks. So I clearly wanted to buy fireworks, but I bought explosives instead. It's so fucking funny and ridiculous. But there are also some good things about it. The mission was accomplished and Chiako's illness was cured. Worth. Is it worth it? Because Chiako's life was exchanged for those people who were burned to death by the molten flames. To be honest, Zhao Chun felt it was worth it at first, because those dead people were strangers to him and were the Japanese he hated. The Japanese who invaded Daxia decades ago and are still obsessed with worshipping the Jinghua Shinshi all day long. But those who died were not the invading soldiers, not even necessarily the descendants of those soldiers, let alone the Japanese politicians who stood over the people and acted tyrannically. For these damned ones, not one died. These elderly people or children who may have never left Shizuoka Prefecture in their entire lives may have been burned to death if they were not rescued in time. Japan's self-rescue was really timely and efficient. It looked like a fight of desperate struggle among trapped beasts, but the Japanese used their perseverance to fight the disaster with their lives. Zhao Chun saw that when many people were spraying water, an innocent child was knocked down by an adult carelessly, and the child fell into the sea of fire. Logically speaking, Zhao Chun shouldn't be blamed for this. It was the middle-aged man who accidentally knocked him down. But then again, if Zhao Chun's explosives hadn't destroyed the foothills, there wouldn't have been a volcanic eruption. This is just one county town right in front of us, and there may be countless similar phenomena happening in surrounding places. Of course, we cannot delve into this too deeply. If we have to, we can still blame Commander Li. If Commander Li had not given Zhao Chun the task of causing trouble in Neon, Neon would not have necessarily suffered this disaster. You can also blame it on Ji Yazi. If Ji Yazi didn't want to watch the fireworks, Zhao Chun wouldn't have bought the fireworks. So you can't think too much about this thing, because if you think too much about it, it will become a dead end. Just as Zhao Chun was daydreaming, suddenly a sharp roar of an airplane was heard. Here we come. Damn, it's really a bomber. Because Zhao Chun's location was reported very accurately, Li Daogua, who was worried about being hijacked, followed him randomly. Commander Li originally planned to wait until he arrived at the location before making a phone call, but he saw the strange phenomenon on the high platform. The thick flames below were not dissipated, but there was no fireworks at all on the top dozens of floors. It was very strange. Commander Li looked through the telescope and saw Zhao Chun and a girl in Zhao Chen's arms. His dad asked him to come to Japan to complete a mission, but he managed to pick up a girl. The plane gradually descended, but it was impossible to land completely. After all, a fighter jet needs a very long runway to take off. A long rope was stretched down, and a soldier who looked like a special forces soldier slid down the rope. Super cool, okay? At this moment, Zhao Chun forgot all the things he had just been thinking about. The country has not given up on me. Yin Zi and I are saved. The special forces soldier landed on the platform handsomely and said in Mandarin, "Which one of you will go up first?" Him. She. The two people said in unison. Zhao Chun quickly pulled Ji Yazi in front of the special forces soldier. "Brother, please, I will not die if I wait." The special forces soldier chuckled and said, "He's a man." After saying that, regardless of what Chimasako said, the special forces soldier clamped Chimasako under his body with his arm and pulled the rope with his other hand. The rope slowly rose, successfully and safely bringing Chimasako to the plane. Zhao Chun then breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he knew that Yazi was okay. The special forces soldier quickly came down the rope again, and this time, before Zhao Chun could say hello, he grabbed Zhao Chun's waist, and the rope rose again. Zhao Chun is safe too. When Zhao Chun entered the plane and saw Commander Li's familiar smiling face, his eyes filled with tears. It's not in vain that I work for the organization. When I'm in danger, the organization really comes to save me. Chapter 41 More real than 999 gold. Although the B-21 fighter is not the fastest, most powerful, or most advanced fighter in service, its storage capacity is much greater than that of other fighters, with the entire fuselage weighing more than 180 tons. This time, the water alone carried more than 80 tons. Moreover, this fighter is the only strategic bomber in the world with stealth function. Its flying wing layout gives it stealth capability, which makes its radar reflection area very small. It is said that its reflection area is only as large as that of a bird. Invading the airspace of ordinary countries is like entering an uninhabited area. This is why it is called ghost, meaning that it comes and goes without a trace. This time, the reason why Commander Li Daogua called up this fighter jet was that he was worried that the Japanese military would shoot it down indiscriminately, so he personally gave the order to dispatch this ghost battleship. The scene of a bomber spreading explosives on the ground is a classic traditional plot. In domestic TV dramas, scenes of using millet and rifles to shoot down airplanes are also common. In fact, this is not particularly exaggerated. There are many examples in Chinese history of people using Xiaomi guns to shoot down airplanes. The principle is also very simple. Bombers consume a lot of fuel in the air and often need to be refueled in the air. Therefore, the fuel tank baffle is not set very firmly, just for the convenience of refueling in the air. However, when the bullet penetrates the fuel tank baffle, the sparks from the friction of the bullet come into contact with the hot gasoline, causing fire and explosion. At the very least, the plane will crash due to fuel leakage. So the famous scenes of shooting down airplanes with pistols in Chinese history came from this. They were not made up at random. However, the scene where the bomber sprays water guns instead of bombs is something that not many people would have the opportunity to see. It is an extremely rare scene. Li Daogua ordered the pilots not to leave in a hurry, but to use water guns to put out the fire in all the fire areas in Shizuoka Prefecture. Although ordinary water is difficult to extinguish the high-temperature flames of the molten lava, the water guns of fighter jets can spray a large amount of water. Plus, the high-speed splash from high altitude, the crackling sound when landing, is more powerful than a bullet. Fortunately, the water gun sprays on the flame. If it sprays on a person by mistake, the instantaneous impact force is probably no less than a burst of machine gun bullets. However, there is no need to worry about accidentally hurting innocent people. Basically, all countries only save the big ones and not the small ones when it comes to disaster relief. Except for Daxia. Daxia is a classic. I want both big and small ones. Don't ask. If you ask, it's domineering. It's like the classic trolley problem. Save one innocent person or save the 5 more people. Daxia would choose to overturn the tram at an extremely high price. You say the price is too high? Not worth it. Damn it. You're talking to me about cost-effectiveness when human lives are at stake? Daxia has always put people's lives first. Although it has the flavor of ancient times of spending thousands of gold to buy horse bones, Daxia's protection of people's lives and respect for human life can be said to be the best in the world. Looking around the country, which country has been slow to respond to major disasters? Even the leaders will personally go to dangerous places to encourage people. It can be said that there is no country in the world that cares about human life more than Daxia. Therefore, during training, the saying that human life is more important than anything else is firmly engraved in the bones of all soldiers. This time, when Li Daogua dispatched the aircraft, he also pulled the captain of the pilots in his military region out of bed to carry out this mission, including when he just saved Private Ryan. Ahem, when he saved the little bastard Zhao Chun and his girlfriend. That handsome special warfare soldier was the chief coach of the Beijing Military Region Firewolf Special Forces, Captain Lan Daozi. Without exaggerating, this mission was tense and safety could not be compromised. If it was a normal mission, Lan Daozi would not come down the rope little by little, but would just hold the rope and glide freely and fall. In the fighter crew box, Zhao Chun and Li Daogua stared at each other. Now that we are safe, tell me what you have done. Li Daogua said seriously. Zhao Chun glanced at Lan Daozi and the pilot not far away. Look at your ass. They are all my direct descendants. You can say yours. Cough, cough. Chiako looked at Zhao Chun with confused eyes, not knowing what was going on. Zhao Chun patted Chiako's hand and told her not to be nervous. This old man is my leader. This time, it is thanks to him that he came to save us. Go and thank Grandpa. Chiako shrank her head in fear, but still nodded obediently. Thank you, Grandpa. When Li Daogua faced a girl, who might be a girl who knew nothing, his expression was naturally much gentler than that towards Zhao Chun. Hey, good girl. Then Li Daogua nodded towards Zhao Chun and asked in a low voice, Daxia people? Mixed blood. Zhao Chun moved his lips slightly, but no sound came out. Li Daogua smiled. He didn't realize that this guy was so good at picking up girls. He even managed to pick up such a cute girl. Never do any real work. Don't change the subject for me. Just tell me the truth. Li Dao was shouted at him. Zhao Chun raised an arm. Commander Li, I'm sorry. I really just came here with my girlfriend to watch the fireworks and the beautiful scenery of Mount Fuji. Who knew that Mount Fuji suddenly had diarrhea and was everywhere? Think about it. If I had deliberately created this situation, why didn't I run away earlier and leave myself in this dangerous place? You saw it just now. If you hadn't come to rescue me, my girlfriend and I would have died in the fire. I know you have many misunderstandings about me, but no matter how crazy I am, I won't take the lives of thousands of people as a joke. And you know that Mount Fuji has not erupted for more than 300 years. It may erupt at any time, but it is not something that can be erupted just by wanting it to erupt. Do you think I can do this? I swear, every word I said is true. Please believe me. Leaders, please believe me. By the end, Zhao Qin's speech was full of ups and downs and passion, just like the failed art student who gave his bewitching speech. Li Daobo was silent for a moment. He knew that what he said on the phone at the beginning was a bit harsh. Zhao Qin was right. Mount Fuji had not erupted for more than 300 years. Volcanic eruption is easy and difficult. At least it is not something Zhao Chun, who has no background, can do. And he did bring his girlfriend here in Shizuoka Prefecture. No matter how crazy he is, he would never want to drag his lover to die with him. Zhao Qin is not a fool. Is it really a coincidence? But why does it always feel so weird? Are you serious about what you said? Li Daohua made a final inquiry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin knew that he should be fine. It's absolutely true, truer than 999 gold. Zhao Qin had made up his mind about this matter when he saw the motherland coming to the rescue. Never admit it to anyone. Whether others suspect me or not is their business. Anyway, I will never admit it even if I die. If you want to force me, I will be tortured into confessing. Anyway, I don't know how Mount Fuji exploded. This is not only for Zhao Chun, but also for Qi Yazi. The eruption of Mount Fuji is naturally a huge disaster for Neon Japan, but it is not a good thing for Daxiao either. Although it is big news, it can greatly ease the pressure on Daxiao's international trade. However, the large amount of volcanic ash from the volcanic eruption can easily float across the ocean to Daxiao, and Neon is so close to Daxiao that it may even cause some people in the country to panic. Of course, the vast majority will be strange comments from cute, silly netizens. Chapter 42, Report Reappearance. Li Daohua simply sprayed fire to put out the fire in Shizuoka Prefecture and surrounding villages and counties that were severely affected by the fire. Li Daohua was not such a good guy as to throw water on places where people had rescued themselves in time and the fire had not spread so seriously. My group of people have been out for too long. It's time to go back. May 3rd. International news is once again a hot topic following the aircraft carrier incident. Mount Fuji, the sacred mountain of Japan, erupted volcanically on its side ribs. It almost caused the main vein of Mount Fuji to fluctuate, but fortunately the main vein was not caused to explode by the fluctuation. Even so, the counties and towns near Mount Fuji that had once reaped the benefits of Mount Fuji have basically been reduced to a sea of fire. Even after timely self-rescue, more than 70 of the buildings were completely destroyed. Whether the cause of the volcanic eruption was due to the geography of the Mount Fuji mountain range or was man-made is still under investigation. The disaster has temporarily caused 474 deaths and missing persons and 2,313 injuries. The initial estimate of economic losses is as high as more than 430 billion neon coins. Accurate data can only be obtained after volcano surveyors finish their detection. Daxiao Network. I don't know why, but I always feel like something strange is happening. My teacher once said that the ground veins of Mount Fuji belong to an extinct volcano among active volcanoes, and the foundation of the long mountain range and the foothills is extremely stable. In recent years, surveys have shown that it is very stable and balanced, so the Japanese government still allows tourists to climb the mountain every year. Logically, there are no signs of eruption. The probability of a natural eruption is extremely low. May I ask where you work? Who is your teacher? Tutu from the Azuki class of Fondo Kindergarten. My teacher is Brother Health. I always feel that this incident is somewhat related to the aircraft carrier incident a while ago. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Brother Zhao has been getting massages with me at the foot massage parlor all this time. It's impossible for him to commit a crime. Wasn't Brother Zhao shot? Ha ha ha. That's right. Brother Zhao was shot, and it definitely wasn't Brother Zhao who did it. Zhao Chun was lying on the bed, reading the stupid comments from stupid netizens with great interest. He was originally quite happy to see things being led further and further out of line, but he didn't know who suddenly brought trouble to him, and he suddenly grinned helplessly. The initiator of the aircraft carrier has been buried, and you still refuse to let him go. Are you devils? After posting this comment, Zhao Chun put down his phone. This comment is my last act of stubbornness. Since the comment was posted using Chiako's phone, the identity was also a female account when clicked in, so no one could guess who it was no matter how hard they tried. Looking at Chiako, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Zhao Chun showed a relieved smile on his face. Because he told Commander Lee that he and Chimasako were a couple, Commander Lee arranged a room for them. Zhao Chun, on the surface, of course, tried to refuse in every possible way, but considering that Chiako had just suffered such a big fright, she must be very scared to sleep alone, so it would be better for him, her good brother, to stay by her side. Just like that, Zhao Chun and Ji Yazi lay on the same bed. Of course, they were only lying on the same bed. Not to mention that although the relationship between the two is close, it is definitely not yet time to break through the last line of defense. And then, they have just experienced such a big change. No one would be able to suppress their lustful desires. How big his heart must be. Finally, and most importantly, Zhao Chun didn't know if there was a pinhole camera in the room arranged by Commander Lee, although he still believed in Commander Lee's character. But, what if, wouldn't that make it a live broadcast? How could I allow anyone other than myself to see Chiako's body? So even though there was a bathroom in the room, Zhao Chun only let Chiako simply rinse her feet with hot water and wash her face before going to bed. When Zhao Chun and Ji Yazi were getting ready to go to bed, it was already bright in the capital. Ji Yazi wanted to take her medicine before going to bed, but Zhao Chun snatched the medicine bottle away. Zhao Chun smiled, which he thought was very handsome, and said, "Zhao Yanzi, you don't need to take this medicine anymore." Chiako looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. Just as she was about to ask something, Zhao Chun's index finger touched Chiako's bright red lips. "Are you willing to believe my brother?" Chiako looked at Zhao Chun and nodded affirmatively. Zhao Chun took his fingers away with satisfaction. "Then be good and don't ask anything. You are not a patient anymore." Chiako looked at Zhao Chun's profile in disbelief. "Okay, we've been busy all night. Let's go to sleep. We won't be able to sleep for long and will definitely be woken up for interrogation again." In fact, what Zhao Chun didn't know was that he was the only one who would be tortured and interrogated. Chimasako fell asleep obediently. Zhao Chun first checked his phone for a while, then reluctantly proved his innocence in the news, put his phone down, and fell asleep. And not long after Zhao Chun fell asleep, the official newspaper Renren Daily issued the latest news report. According to our news, at 11:30 last night in Japan, Mount Fuji, an active volcano located in the Tokyo planning circle spanning Shizuoka Prefecture and Yamanashi Prefecture, erupted on its side. This eruption came without any signs and was unexpected. Suddenly, several counties and towns around Mount Fuji were reduced to a sea of fire. Preliminary surveys showed that Mount Fuji erupted naturally. The exact number of deaths and injuries reported this time is still being counted. It is worth mentioning that there is a couple in Shizuoka Prefecture who are traveling in Japan. As soon as the volcano erupted, the couple asked for help from the Dacia embassy in Tokyo. When the domestic military learned of the situation, they dispatched a B-21 fighter jet located in the capital military region to fly to Shizuoka Prefecture, Tokyo City, Japan to rescue their compatriots. And out of humanitarian spirit, a large amount of water was stored in the B-21 fighter jet, which made a great contribution to the firefighting and rescue in Japan. Consul of the Japanese embassy in Beijing, Natsuki Kamii, and political officer Egawa Sanichi, and others highly praised China's mutual assistance and long-distance rescue. They also expressed their sincere gratitude for China's hydraulic assistance to Shizuoka and other counties. And they will not trace back to China's military's unauthorized entry into Japan without notice. In an emergency, we must act as a discretionary measure. This rescue mission from thousands of miles away has had a great impact internationally. Although some evil elements have taken the opportunity to incite illegal speech, fortunately, the people have a sharp eye. The International Council highly praised Dacia for its timely rescue mission from thousands of miles away, and praised Dacia as the most humane and caring country for its people. The couple who were traveling from Dacia have also been successfully rescued to the capital, and the military has arranged for them to rest before they can go home. This is all for today's report, and our reporter Miao Tsuehua is reporting for you. The official report is out. Good guys, send fighter jets to bring back our compatriots. Great Xia is mighty. Suddenly I envy that couple. They were in a dangerous situation and were already extremely desperate. Suddenly, a bomber appeared out of nowhere. The Special Forces brother shouted, "Fellow countrymen, don't panic." Then he rescued the two of them. It was so cool. No way can this be considered as a nymphomaniac. I don't really understand the official approach. How many resources must be wasted to send out bombers for 2 people? Who will pay for these resources? That couple? I don't think they can afford it. If they were in my country, they would deserve it. They have nothing better to do than to travel to a foreign country to see the scenery. Don't they have money to spend? That's right. And why do you only save Xiao people? I saw in the news that there are compatriots from my country in several counties that have caught fire. Why don't you save them? Why do you only save Xiao people? And you still call it mercy? I think you are just selfish villains. I will lead our Korean students to raise flags and protest on campus. Haha, I want to capture the 2 walking 500,000 upstairs. Which brother will accompany me to kill them? It's not 500,000. I checked the homepage, and they are really international students from the United States and Korea. I really hope there are 500,000 walking people pretending to be international students to post these illegal comments. That's 500,000. Chapter 43, it's a bit fast. Since the host's personal level has reached level 1, a special upgrade task will be given. Love is the hottest and most precious treasure in the world, and love that goes both ways is even more rare and precious. Please find a girl you like and who likes you. Express your love and officially start a long-term love relationship. In his dream, Zhao Chen quietly watched the system showing off in front of him. He never expected that the system could even enter his dreams. It's too buggy. However, this time the system was quite satisfactory and gave me a task to get extra points. Hee. It seems that since the end of the second mission, the system has not only become more intelligent, but also more humane. Agree. The mission does not require the host's consent. The system replied coldly. The mission reward is a great gift of chance and is related to the previous mission reward. Alashet. The mission rewards are good. For this upgrade task that can be said to be easy to complete, I thought that since the task is so simple, the reward must be very low. I never expected the rewards to be so awesome. It's related to the last reward task. The last reward task was an advanced version of the exhalation technique. Not only can it cure all diseases, it can also make you a martial arts master. This reward is really good. Sudden, Zhao Chun was awakened by the hurried knocks on the door. He sat up and saw Chi Yazi scratching her little face. It seemed that she was also awakened by the knocks on the door. She was pinching her little mouth with some dissatisfaction, but her eyes were still tightly closed. Zhao Chen showed a doting smile on his face and did not wake her up. He stood up and opened the door. Outside the door was the soldier who had saved him in Neon before. Ahem, the Chief Special Forces instructor, Lan Daozi. The boss wants to see you, let's go. Lan Daozi didn't say any extra words and spoke briefly and to the point. Just me. Zhao Chun was stunned. Just you. Lan Daozi's sharp gaze pierced Zhao Chen's face, causing some pain. Okay, wait for me then. Lan Daozi glanced at the clock on the wall and said, I'll give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. No matter what your superiors ask you to do, you will feel at ease only after you get the task rewards. Since it is said to be related to the advanced exhalation technique, it must be a useful and good thing. Close the door and go back to the bed. Brother, who is it? Chiako's soft voice was particularly clear when she just woke up. With half-open eyes and curled up in the quilt, she looked like a giant panda that had just woken up. Zhao Chen replied amiably, It's okay. My leader asked me to explain the situation. I'll be back soon. When Chiako heard this, she instantly came to her senses. Ah, brother, are you leaving? Ji Yazi pulled Zhao Chen's arm. It's not like you're leaving. Brother will be back soon. Zhao Chen comforted. Ji Yazi shook her head. Brother, no, I don't want you to leave. I will go wherever you want to go. I don't want you to leave me. Looking at Ji Yazi, who was showing fear and terror in front of him, Zhao Chen's heart trembled suddenly. Yes, how could I leave a girl like this alone in a strange place? And if I go there, I don't know when the higher-ups will let me go back. If the relationship doesn't go well, it's not impossible that I'll end up in jail. Okay, Yanzi, be good. Brother will take you with him. Chi Masako nodded, stood up, and put on her coat and trousers. Before going to bed, Zhao Chen specifically told Chiako to only take off her coat to sleep. She was not to take off her shirt or pants underneath. Zhao Chen suddenly grabbed Ji Yazi's hand and looked into her eyes lovingly. Can I, Zhao Chun, have the honor of becoming Sister Zhao Yan's boyfriend? Ji Yazi blushed at Zhao Chen's sudden action. Brother, answer me. Zhao Chen interrupted rudely. Chi Masako replied in a mosquito-like voice. Zhao Chen shook his head deliberately. Hello? What did you just say? I didn't hear it. I heard it, but the system didn't acknowledge it. There was no prompt that the task was successful. Chiako blushed and said a little louder. I am willing to be my brother's girlfriend. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. Reward with a great gift of opportunity. The gift has been distributed. Oops. Mission accomplished. Where's my great gift of opportunity? Zhao Chen was confused. There was nothing in his consciousness. 4 big words appeared on the system's whiteboard. On the way. Wow. The system is starting to play tricks on me too, right? Forget it. Let's not bother with this inhuman thing. Chiako, with her face flushed and her heart beating, walked out of the door. Lan Daozi, who was waiting at the door, looked at Zhao Chun, who was in high spirits, and Ji Yazi, whose face was flushed as if she was about to burst into tears. Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but fall into silence. He silently glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 4 minutes had passed since Zhao Chen entered. Looking again, both of them were dressed neatly. So fast. Lan Daozi muttered to himself. Seeing Zhao Chun coming out with his girlfriend, Lan Daozi was about to say something, but then he thought about it and decided not to. Lan Daozi walked in front, leading the way for the young couple. He sighed as he listened to their intimate laughter and the 2 tightly clasped hands that he accidentally saw behind them. It's a little fast, but we are still in a happy relationship. Soon, Zhao Chen arrived at the familiar elevator, familiar guards, and familiar commander's office. Commander Li sat at the head of the office, with his head held high. Beside him sat a Buddhist nun who was meditating with her eyes closed. Long Chengwu, Wang Yaojun, and a young officer were standing. Mr. Zhou was sitting in the corner reading a newspaper. Seeing Lan Daozi and his men coming in, everyone turned their eyes to the 2 people behind Lan Daozi. The moment Zhao Chun and Ji Yazi came in, the nun who had been meditating with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Chun in disbelief, and Ji Yazi beside him. He wanted to say something but glanced at Commander Li Daoguo beside him, took a deep breath, and temporarily put aside his inner shock. Li Daoguo saw Zhao Chun and the other man coming in, clapped his hands, and said, "Okay, everyone is here. Let's get ready and start." Wang Yaojun saw that Zhao Chun really had a girlfriend in neon, and now he came in hand, and his face suddenly turned black. But he also knew that business was more important, so he didn't get angry. Long Chengwu, Wang Yaojun, and the young-looking officer stood silently by the wall, leaving the center of the office to Zhao Chun and the others. Zhao Chun also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but he didn't know anything at the moment and could only take one step at a time. Mr. Zhou, who had put down the newspaper not far away, looked at Zhao Chun with a bitter expression, his eyes full of worry. Li Daoguo first greeted the young officer. "Xiao Lu, from now on, you must record all the conversations here clearly." The young officer nodded and took out his notebook and pen to take notes. Li Daoguo took a deep breath and said, "Zhao Chun, the Japanese authorities are paying close attention to the Mount Fuji incident. We also want to know whether the truth of this incident has anything to do with our people. I am giving you one last chance. If you take the initiative to confess, there is still room for maneuver." Li Daoguo, Long Chengwu, and Wang Yaojun were staring straight at Zhao Chun. Chapter 44. Not a World. Ji Yazi had never encountered such a situation before. She was suddenly nervous and scared, and couldn't help but hug Zhao Chun's arms tightly. Zhao Chun patted Chiako on the shoulder and signaled her to relax. "Don't worry, this is all normal procedure. We are upright and have nothing to fear. Don't be afraid." After comforting Ji Yazi, Zhao Chun looked up at everyone and said, "I, Zhao Chun, will take responsibility for what I said on the plane." The boy's eyes were determined. Li Daoguo nodded slightly. "Then would you dare to repeat what you said on the plane?" Li Daoguo clenched his hands in some worry. "Why not?" Zhao Chun was not afraid of the crowd's gazes. "I, Zhao Chun, just went out for fun, shopping and enjoying life with my girlfriend Chiako during my stay in Japan. The reason we ended up in Shizuoka Prefecture was because my girlfriend wanted to watch the fireworks, so we went to set off the fireworks near Shizuoka Prefecture." Setting off fireworks? I remember that setting off fireworks is not allowed in most places in Neon. Even the buying and selling of fireworks is illegal. How did you buy the fireworks? Long Chengwu interrupted. Li Daoguo glared at Long Chengwu in dissatisfaction, but Long Chengwu pretended not to see it. "My girlfriend Chi Masako works as a waitress in a Japanese restaurant in Tokyo. There are many gang members who go to their restaurant. My girlfriend asked the gang members where to buy fireworks, and then we went to buy them together." Zhao Chun replied. Long Chengwu turned his gaze to Ji Yazi. "Little girl, is that so?" Chiako was a little scared, but still nodded obediently. Long Chengwu wanted to ask something, but suddenly Li Daoguo at the side shouted angrily, "That's enough. Long Chengwu, I am the one in charge of this interrogation, and you are only responsible for observing. If you interfere with our interrogation again, I will ask you to leave." Long Chengwu closed his mouth in dismay. Zhao Chun continued. "Then there was a sudden explosion, and we later discovered that it was a volcanic eruption. Chiako and I were trapped in Shizuoka Prefecture, and then Commander Li called." After saying this, Zhao Chun looked at Li Daoguo. Li Daohua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhao Chen speaking so confidently and turned to look at the nun who had been meditating with her eyes closed. Master, it's the truth. This kid didn't lie. The middle-aged nun called Shirtai answered. Then the nun opened her eyes and stared at Zhao Chen's eyes with a smile. Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at the nun's eyes, but suddenly a sharp feeling like an electric shock reached Zhao Chen's mind. Daoyu, you are quite good at talking. Although what you said are all true, you must be avoiding the important things and have not explained a lot of things. If I continue to ask, are you sure you can still cover it up? Hearing the middle-aged nun's affirmation, Li Daohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Robin, who was sitting nearby and listening attentively, patted his chest, which was rare. Even Wang Yaojun, who originally had a grudge against Zhao Chun, breathed a sigh of relief. Only Long Chunwu frowned in disbelief. He really couldn't believe that the volcanic eruption in Neon Country had nothing to do with Zhao Chen in front of him. But now, after confirming that Zhao Chen was fine, Li Daohua made a rare joke to Zhao Chun. From what you said, you didn't do anything serious in Neon. You just looked for a girlfriend and played with her. Zhao Chen hadn't recovered from the inexplicable voice yet. Hearing Commander Li's teasing, he quickly replied, I didn't expect to meet true love while on a mission. As the saying goes, the mission is valuable, but love is more valuable. Life is precious. You're an undergraduate student at Jinling University, but you can even remember these world-renowned quotes and poems incorrectly. Li Dao was scolded with a smile. How could this be? This is not a situational change. Zhao Chen instantly turned on the playful smile mode. Mr. Zhao, I know a little about your experience. To be honest, I admire your experience. The middle-aged nun who was sitting in the first seat under Li Dao spoke. Seeing Master Jingwen taking the initiative to talk to Zhao Chun, everyone present was very surprised. Before, Commander Li asked me about a strange phenomenon. When he rescued you too, the fire was obviously very big and most of the high platform had been burned, but the place where you were was not on fire. In fact, according to the donor who saved you, the air at that time was even fresh. This is hard to imagine when there was a sea of fire all around and a volcanic eruption not far away. So he asked me if I knew. I was just suspicious at first, but now I know the reason. The nun continued. Li Dao saw the miraculous phenomenon with his own eyes, and he still feels uneasy about it. When he learned that the nun already knew the reason, he quickly asked, Master, what's the reason? Master Jingwen smiled slightly, turned her gaze to Ji Yazi beside Zhao Chun, and spoke word by word. Dustless body, dust-free body. Everyone present was suddenly confused, and no one understood what this so-called dust-free body meant. Jingwen explained, people with a pure body will be free from disease and disaster since birth, and their body will always be in the most harmonious state with nature. In Taoist terms, there is a breath of qi in the body, and this breath of innate qi can protect this person from disease and disaster throughout his life. The current top Taoist mental method, the breathing art, when practiced to the extreme, is the pursuit of the realm of nourishing qi in the body. But in our Buddhist terms, this is a pure body, the top physique for cultivation. Everyone suddenly realized. This mixed-race girl actually has a top-notch physique for cultivation. However, Zhao Chun and Qi Yazi were very confused at this time. Zhao Chun roughly knew why, and it was probably the effect of the advanced version of the exhalation technique. Ji Masako was very puzzled. From childhood to adulthood, she had experienced many disasters, both small and big. Wasn't that enough? Zhao Chun held Ji Yazi's hand, lowered his head and whispered, Don't believe this nun's lies. Mr. Zhao, what you said is wrong. I have been a Buddhist for 73 years and have never told a lie. Zhao Chen never expected that his low whispers could be heard by Master Jingwen, who was more than 10 meters away. And 73 years of Buddhist practice? This nun looks to be around 40 years old. Monster? Immortal? Mr. Zhao, this girl is a good candidate for cultivation. I believe I have some experience in cultivation. I wonder if you could let this girl practice with me for a while. It would also be a greater contribution to the country. Nun Jingwen continued. Zhao Chen's forehead was full of black lines. What a contribution! But everyone present was stunned. They knew what kind of person Master Jingwen was, so they knew that for someone of Jingwen's level to take the initiative to accept her as a disciple, the person must have extraordinary talent. Impossible. I can't let Zhao Yanzi become a nun. Zhao Chen refused without any hesitation. I don't want to leave my brother either. Qi Masako also answered tremblingly. Nun Jingwen was not annoyed. She just smiled at Ji Yazi and said, Little girl, are you sure you and your current lover are from the same world? Do you know what kind of people your lover interacts with and what dangerous missions he carries out? What else do you think you can do besides being a hindrance to him? Chapter 45. Ultimate mission, no one survives. Damn, poaching my employees right in front of me? When Zhao Chun heard the stinky nun in front of him constantly bewitching his Xiao Yanzi with words, he got so anxious that he wanted to curse. What is not the same world? What nonsense. However, he was surprised to find that he could neither move nor speak. Mr. Zhao, it would not be the best outcome for this little girl to stay with you right now. You have also seen how insignificant you are in front of the true power of this world, even if you do a lot of shocking things. But your personal weakness is the essence. Do you still think you can protect her? Although there are very few evil spirits in Daxiao now, there are still some. If those evil people accidentally see your beloved sister's extreme physique, then she will not be captured for cultivation. She might be trained into a cauldron, or they might try to deprive her of this dust-free aura. You don't want her to be treated like this one day, do you? The amazing thing is that Zhao Qin clearly saw the stinky nun talking to Xiao Yanzi. But the voice of Master Jingwen also came into Zhao Qin's mind. So, leave this child to me, so that I can have a direct disciple who can inherit my legacy. I am old, and most of my generation has died or been injured. I really need a gifted child to inherit everything from me. Besides, in today's society, people have long lost interest in worldly matters. Even if she doesn't become a nun, I will still treat her as my personal disciple. Think about it carefully. It was hard to imagine that Master Jingwen was bewitching Zhao Chun through telepathy while at the same time advising Ji Yazi. After a while, Zhao Chun and Xiao Yinzi looked at each other with complicated eyes. Elder brother, little swallow, the two said at the same time. Chiako lowered her head slightly and said, I want to practice, I don't want to hold my brother back. Hearing Xiao Yanzi say this, Zhao Chun swallowed back what he was about to say. Zhao Chun took a long breath and asked Jingwen, who was not far away, Master, how can you guarantee that you can protect my little swallow? Jingwen didn't say anything after hearing this, but just lowered her head and drank a sip of tea silently. After a moment, she said, if the status of the headmaster of Mount Amei is not enough, then the status of the general guarding the country of Daxia is enough or not. A general guarding the country? A nun can be a general? Zhao Qin didn't understand either, but looking at the other people's surprised expressions, it should mean something very awesome. Brother, I also want to practice with the master. Chi Yazi said hesitantly. Looking at my sister's conflicted expression, Zhao Qin clenched his fists. He really couldn't bear to let Ji Yazi leave him and become a monk, even though according to what the nun said, all this was for her own good. Well, Zhao Qin felt that he should not be too selfish. He knew that with his position in Chiako's heart, if he insisted on not letting Chiako go, Chiako would definitely listen to him. But this might also delay her. And now, even though I have the system, but, to be honest, it's no different from a weakling. After witnessing the true power of this world, he also realized how pale and powerless his own little cleverness was in the face of true strength. What's more, I want to protect the people I love. If you can't even keep the person you love from getting hurt, what else can you expect? Zhao Qin couldn't help but clench his fists. Veins on his arms gradually bulged, and he once again felt the feeling of powerlessness. The last time was when Chiako was about to lose her life. Even if Zhao Chun tried everything, he couldn't change it. If it wasn't for the coincidence that he completed the system task and got the upgrade reward, Chiako might have really left him. And now Chi Masako has successfully survived. What if I couldn't protect her? Then why should I be her boyfriend? Lover? Support? Why? Because we knew each other earlier? What a joke. Flames suddenly ignited in Zhao Qin's heart. I have to become stronger. I need to become someone who can protect the people around me. My love, I never want to feel so helpless again. Become stronger. However, the realistic question arises again. What happens before becoming stronger? It's like everyone vows to become very rich. But the question will eventually come back. We must become very rich in the future, but what about now? Now, let someone stronger than you protect your loved one first. When I become strong enough to protect the people I want to protect, I will bring Chimako back. You must protect your lover with your own hands when the time comes. After a long struggle between heaven and man, Zhao Qin finally sighed and said, Master, if my sister follows you, will I still have a chance to see her? Seeing Zhao Qin begin to relax, Master Jingwen felt relieved. Of course, we as cultivators only seek the way to heaven, not to become immortals. I succeeded in cultivation a little late, so my appearance was frozen at the age of 40. This girl's talent is much stronger than mine. I believe she will be able to enter the realm of cultivation in no time. As long as she enters the realm of cultivation, she can remain young forever. Except for the day when she dies, she will have this youthful appearance all the time. Isn't this what many women dream of? Zhao Qin smiled weakly. Immortality. For someone who has been chosen by the system, he can accept a crazier world. Jingwen replied, "It's not that outrageous. I'm just a few years older than normal people." Although Jingwen was being modest, the expression in her eyes and eyebrows showed the pride of a cultivator. Zhao Chun turned to Ji Yazi weakly, gently brushed away a strand of hair on Ji Yazi's forehead with his hand, and saw that Ji Yazi's eyes were already filled with tears. Zhao Chun tried hard to smile. "Silly girl, why are you crying? This isn't a life and death separation. I'm busy with work and can't be with you every day. Go learn some skills from this nun, and I'll come to see you when I'm free. When you've learned some skills, you can help me more, okay?" The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth wavered between rising and falling. He wanted to smile to ease Ji Yazi's sadness, but he was so emotional that he just wanted to cry out loud. Ji Yazi finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore and threw herself into Zhao Chen's arms and cried loudly, choking as she cried. Brother, you must come to see me. I will wait for you every day. I will wait for you forever." Seeing the originally serious interrogation session turn into a farewell session where the brother and sister shed tears on the spot, everyone present felt uncomfortable. Zhao Chen raised his head and asked, "Master, when do you want to take my sister away?" Jingwen replied, "Now. I came here at the invitation of the higher-ups to judge whether what you said, Mr. Zhao, is true or false. Now that my mission has been accomplished, I will naturally return to Amei. As the head of a sect, I am usually very busy." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. He didn't expect that just after he and Chiako escaped from danger, they still had to leave. "Tomorrow, let's talk tonight, brother and sister." Zhao Chen was not discussing with Jingwen. After saying this, he pulled Ji Yazi back and saw the Special Forces coach Lan Daozi still standing at the door. Zhao Chen rarely said any unnecessary nonsense. Turning back, he said to the distance, "Commanderly, this interrogation should be over." Zhao Chen's voice was so low that water could drip out of it. Li Dao was sighed and replied, "Daozi, take him back to Zhao Chun and the others to rest." Zhao Chen said nothing and followed Lan Daozi out of Commander Li's office. Commander Li glanced at Nun Jingwen, worried that she would be angry because of Zhao Chen's rudeness. However, the nun just narrowed her eyes slightly, with no expression. I felt helpless in my heart. Why did this old nun have to make things difficult for the young couple? Back in the bedroom, Chiako was staring at Zhao Chun infatuatedly. Zhao Chun adjusted his mood and said with a smile, "Let's talk. If you don't want to talk, take a nap. Follow the nun obediently tomorrow. Don't cause trouble over there, and don't be afraid of it. If someone bullies you, you must tell the nun in time, understand?" Chiako nodded while crying. Zhao Chun wanted to say something more, but his body suddenly froze. He quickly came to his senses, took a deep breath again, and said, "Brother will come to see you soon." Just now, the voice of the system came from Zhao Chen's brain. "Congratulations to the host for reaching the ultimate mission. No one survives. Mission Reward, the Supreme Taoist Heart Sutra. Chapter 46, System Mission Outline." Zhao Chun coaxed Ji Yazi, who had cried herself to sleep and fell on his chest, and covered her with a blanket. Only then did he have time to think carefully about his new mission. The voice of the system just now suddenly appeared in Zhao Chen's mind, which instantly boosted Zhao Chen's originally frustrated mood. After all, I am the one who owns the system. My system will one day allow me to live a life of cheating. Before, there were purgatory difficulty tasks, super difficulty tasks, and I also had refresh coupons for normal tasks, skip coupons for retardation level tasks, and the free score tasks mentioned earlier. Now, the ultimate tasks suddenly popped up. What's wrong with this system? Are you writing a book without an outline? You just keep throwing out words one by one. Zhao Chun asked the system back. The system replied coldly, "Host, didn't you ask that either?" Haha, quite arrogant. Zhao Chun was speechless. "Then please help me sort it out, Master System. By the way, please explain clearly what you said before about my upgrade. I am still confused." The task bar of this system is divided into 7 levels: retardation level, free points level, normal difficulty, advanced difficulty, super difficulty, purgatory difficulty, and ultimate difficulty. The host experience requirement for each level increase is 1,000 experience points per level. For example, 1,000 experience points are required from level 0 to level 1, 2,000 experience points are required from level 1 to level 2, and 3,000 experience points are required from level 2 to level 3. No experience points are added for retardation level tasks, and 10 experience points are added for free point tasks. 20 experience points are added for normal difficulty tasks, and 50 experience points are added for advanced difficulty tasks. 200 experience points are added for super difficulty tasks, 800 experience points are added for purgatory difficulty tasks, and the ultimate difficulty task directly increases by 1 level. Haha, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach a few levels when I'm an old man. There is a probability for random tasks to be refreshed. At level 0, the probability of a weak level task is 50. The probability of a free score task is 20. The probability of a normal difficulty task is 15. The probability of a high difficulty task is 10. The probability of a super difficulty task is 4. The probability of a purgatory difficulty task is 1. And the probability of an ultimate difficulty task is 0. The ultimate mission will only be refreshed when the host reaches level 1. Hee. System, do you want to listen to what you were saying? Probability? So when I was level 0, I got a 1 infernal difficulty quest and a 4 super difficulty quest? What? Could it be that the scientist who designed you was named Ma? I'm level 1. What's the refresh rate of the ultimate mission? Zhao Chen asked disdainfully. 1%. The system replied. Haha, I knew it. It's confirmed. Your creator must be Brother Hua Tung himself. This system will also decide the mission autonomously based on what will happen to the host in the near future. So going to the United States to fly an aircraft carrier and going to Japan to bomb Fuji were all your masterpieces. Zhao Chun was stunned. Not really, not really. It just happens to be in the task library, and the host happens to be suitable. The system has actually learned to be humble. It seems that it has learned how to speak from an old nun. Why does this sound so familiar? You just need it, and I just have it. Isn't this the way of speaking I was taught when I was working part-time as a car salesperson? The super difficulty and purgatory difficulty are already so inhumane. So what exactly do I need to do for this ultimate mission? For the first time, Zhao Chun felt that talking to a machine could also be tiring. No hurry, host. Let's discuss the mission rewards first. Zhao Chun was very surprised. Do you really believe that I can pass the ultimate mission? This is more difficult than the purgatory mission. The host has proven his excellent intelligence and strength through practical actions. Zhao Chun didn't expect that a machine system would also praise people. Are you sure it's not because of my good luck? Zhao Chun asked back. Cough, cough. Zhao Chun did not make things difficult for the system anymore. He was also quite interested in the reward for this task. The Taoist Supreme Mentality Method. The name sounded awesome. So what's the mission reward like? Zhao Chun asked. Is it the great shift of the universe or the Nanyang magic skill? The Supreme Taoist Mental Method is naturally the most ancient Taoist practice method. That is Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, the system replied. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. It's the annotated version of the Tao Te Ching. Seeing that the host was standing there in a daze with a very gloomy face, the system explained further. Zhao Chun tried hard to suppress the urge in his heart to tear this stupid system to pieces. He walked to the bookcase and took down a Taoist book, Tao Te Ching, from the shelf in front of him. Isn't your mission reward the same as this? Zhao Chun asked. Does your dimension even have annotations to the Tao Te Ching? The system was a little strange. It's confirmed. The system's task reward, the so-called Supreme Taoist Secret, is the annotated version of the Tao Te Ching that is sold everywhere at roadside stalls for 10 yuan. Haha, I'm tired. May the world be destroyed. Zhao Chun, who was originally full of motivation to complete the task, suddenly became like a deflated ball. Rewarding the Tao Te Ching. Isn't this equivalent to not giving any reward? Damn it, you are bullying me. You are really going too far. How about giving you some extra rewards? The system asked tentatively. Make a deal. What kind of reward should we add? Zhao Chun asked. The reward is a one-time evolved version of the Tao Te Ching. The system replied. Yes, this one. Zhao Chun still remembers that Zhi Yazi changed from the useless exhaling art to the one-time evolution version of exhaling art after adding 6 months of life. It's a deal. Now that we've talked about the rewards, let's talk about the specific requirements of the task. Zhao Chun nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the system had really improved this time and was no longer as ignorant as before. The host needs to go to the small island of Mississippi and live there for a full month. If no one is left alive on the entire island, the mission will be completed. The system's voice was flat and indifferent. The mission is completed only when no one on the island survives? Then I have to leave the island in the end. Zhao Chun was speechless. Everyone except him had to die. Isn't this a pure crime? The system only deals with these marginal things. If the host leaves the island halfway or at the end, the mission will fail. The system replied. I'm a person on a mission and I can't leave? I'm going to die there too. Zhao Chun was dumbfounded. The system did not answer directly, but asked back. Host, are you a human? If it costs you anything, I must be a human being. The name of this ultimate mission is No Survivors. The system explained. When Zhao Chun first received this task, he paid attention to the ultimate difficulty and the supreme Taoist skills, but he did not pay attention to the name of this task. No one survived? Does the mission count as a success only if no one survives? Chapter 47 Separation. Early morning of May 4th. Zhao Chen looked at the passenger plane taking off in front of him, thinking that Xiao Yanzi must be blushing in her seat right now, and he couldn't help but smile. Zhao Chun and Master Jingwen agreed that the time would be this morning, but they didn't mention the exact time. So at 6 o'clock, Master Jingwen came knocking on the door of Zhao Chen's room. Chiako, who was still sleepy, and Zhao Chun, who had not slept all night, naturally asked the nun to wait at the door in a bad mood. Of course, after all, Master Jingwen was still Zhi Yazi's future master, so she didn't completely disrespect her. 10 minutes later, Zhao Chun, who had finished washing up, opened the door for Master Jingwen, who was still waiting at the door, and let her into the house. Yanzi is still washing up, so please wait for a moment, Master. Zhao Chen said. I've been waiting for a long time, even though I waited all night. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Master Jingwen seemed to be in a good mood. Even though she was rejected for more than 10 minutes, she still looked lukewarm. Mr. Zhao, a day's plan begins in the morning, and the morning is the time when the yang energy is at its peak. As someone who has experienced this, I would like to say a few words. Do not stay up late, as it is more harmful to your health than a tiger. I can see that you are in a very bad condition now. What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone knows that early to bed and early to rise is good for health. Get a slim waist as soon as possible, cough cough. But isn't the problem that it is difficult for modern young people to get up early? Public accounts are either selling anxiety or spreading gossip to attract young people's attention all day long, so it is not easy to fall asleep early. Of course, it is useless to say these things to this old lady, who is at least over 70 years old, not to mention that the reason why I stayed up late was special. Zhao Chun felt a toothache when he thought about how he was screwed by that damn system last night. And that ridiculous mission of no one surviving. Let's get to the north, okay? At this time, Chiako also came out of the bathroom after washing up. Seeing her rosy face and long breath, Jingwen couldn't help but admire. She is indeed worthy of being a dust-free body. Every move she makes is a natural beauty. Your own disciple. Just spoil her. It doesn't matter what, just don't let her get bullied. Zhi Yazi looked at Zhao Chun lovingly. Although nothing happened between them last night, in each other's hearts, the figures of the two people were once again solidified and magnified countless times. Let's go. Zhao Chun must not show any hesitation at this moment. Otherwise, Zhi Yazi would only be more hesitant and sad. Chiako nodded, took Zhao Chen's arm, and left the room with Jingwen. Airport. God knows why such a large civilian airport is built in the Beijing military region, where every inch of land is valuable. They originally thought that they would have to turn left, right, and many other turns on the way to the airport, but who knew that the three of them arrived at an empty airport after walking for a short while. Looking at the huge civilian aircraft in front of him, Zhao Chen's teeth were about to fall out. Master, don't tell me this huge plane was just for you. Jingwen shook her head, and Zhao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's fortunate that this old nun is too powerful. If the god of war returns in the future, it will be inconvenient for me to kick the door. When this plane came, it was to send me alone, but now, it is naturally to send me and my apprentice back together. Haha, you can't tell that although the nun is old, she is still very lively and good at making memes. Zhao Chen turned around and looked into Zhi Yazi's eyes. Go back with the nun this time and learn your skills well. I will go to Mauname to see you in a month at most. By then, Yanzi must be much stronger than she is now. Looking at Chiako, whose eyes were already filled with tears, Zhao Chen sighed helplessly. But now that things have come to this, only by working hard to improve himself can he truly have the ability to protect the people he loves in the near future. Now, there is still some gap now. Chiako nodded slightly, but continued to bury her face in Zhao Chen's arms and cry softly. Zhao Chen stroked Zhi Yazi's thick black hair and said with a smile, Girl, don't let your future master make fun of you. There are so many people waiting for you on the plane. Go ahead, it's not like you won't see me. I'm scared, Chi Masako said in a low voice. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When you get there, the nun will protect you well and won't let anyone bully you. Zhao Chen comforted. Chiako shook her little head. I'm afraid that I will never see my brother again. Chiako cried loudly. Zhao Chun was stunned, looking at Xiao Yanzi, who was crying in his arms, and a strange feeling called responsibility suddenly appeared in his heart. A sense of responsibility that I just want to protect her well. A sense of responsibility that I must survive to see her. A responsibility that I have to take care of her for her whole life, without any reason. Zhao Chen took a deep breath of the cool morning air, gently pulled the girl out of his arms, and looked at Ji Yazi's face with cheeks as red as fresh lychee and nose as smooth as goose fat. Looking at her red eyes from crying, her slightly trembling nose, and her trembling red lips, Zhao Chun smiled gently, pinched the girl's chin, and gently kissed the scarlet mark in Ji Yazi's puzzled and confused eyes. The girl's eyes suddenly changed from confusion and sadness at separation to overwhelmed surprise, panic, and shyness after being kissed. Looking at Xiao Yanzi, whose face turned red in an instant and whose head almost dropped to the ground, Zhao Chun felt relieved. Zhao Chun turned his gaze to Master Jingwen. Master, take good care of my sister. The old nun Jingwen, who witnessed the whole process, nodded with a smile and took the opportunity to pull the bewildered Chiako onto the plane quickly. Before entering the cabin, Jingwen looked back at Zhao Chun not far away and then got on the plane. Zhao Chun, who was watching the farewell not far away, suddenly felt a shock in his brain, as if he had been electrocuted. It was exactly the same scene as when Jingwen delivered the message yesterday. Mr. Zhao, since you haven't broken your sister's red pill yet, I would like to kindly remind you that it would be best to find a place with mountains and rivers to recuperate in the next few days. The yin energy in your body is too heavy. If you don't find a way to replenish your yang energy, you will definitely suffer a bloody disaster. I didn't say much just now because my disciple was beside me for fear that she would worry. Now we are about to leave. I don't want my disciple to hear that you are dead in the near future. After the plane took off, Zhao Qin stayed on the ground for a long time. He watched the originally large plane in front of him gradually become a tiny dot in his eyes until he could no longer see it. Just thinking about how shy Masako is, I'm afraid she won't be able to calm down even after getting off the plane. Zhao Qin naturally heard what Master Jingwen said, but it was no different from nonsense. Zhao Chun had a lot of karma on his body because of the Mount Fuji incident, and he was about to carry out a so-called ultimate mission where everyone must die. Not too yin. It would be strange if the yin energy wasn't strong. But Zhao Qin didn't take it to heart. He had experienced life-threatening situations twice. Just like what the system said, he had proved his extraordinariness twice. Why? You're meddling in so many matters that you're even meddling in my cheating. I'm using my cheating, what can you do to me? With this rebellious and violent temper, Zhao Chun returned to the bedroom. He couldn't sleep the whole night because he was so angry about the system, and he experienced the sadness of separation early in the morning. Now that things have happened, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. The important thing is to adjust your state and proceed to the next task. What Zhao Qin never expected was that as soon as he returned to the military area, he ran into Lan Daozi, who was waiting for him. Hey brother, you are the head coach of the special forces after all. Are you really so idle? The commander wants to see you, come with me. Lan Daozi's words were as concise as ever. Well, I can't sleep this way again. Chapter 48 Paid Vacation. Commander, good morning. Zhao Qin greeted Li Daowa casually. Li Daowa threatened with a dark face. You are really rude. Do you know what is the crime of disrespecting your immediate superior? Zhao Qin pretended to be confused. My immediate superior? Commander, I don't understand what you mean. Am I not a free man? Seeing that the kid in front of him was showing off just after escaping a disaster, Li Daowa was so angry that he wanted to go up and kick him a few times. When did you become a free man? How come I didn't know? Li Daowa asked deliberately. Zhao Qin was surprised. Oh, Commander Li, have you forgotten? Didn't you send me to Japan to cause trouble? And you told me that as long as Japan was in chaos, my mission would be accomplished. Although it's not me who caused the weirdness, Japan is now in a real mess. According to you, have I regained my status as a natural person? Li Daowa suppressed his anger and continued. You didn't go to Neon to cause trouble. I haven't even dealt with you about you using public funds for a romantic relationship, and you're already taking advantage of me. Stop, Commander. Let's not talk about the fact that my girlfriend was taken away by the old nun. Let's talk about public funds. You swore to me at that time that as long as I could complete the task, it didn't matter what I did in Neon. As long as I didn't kill or burn anything, it would be fine. I had my love life, and I completed my mission. What did I do wrong? Zhao Chun was obviously more reasonable. Li Daowa was silent for a moment, then said, Don't forget that in the end, it was the country that rescued you from the desperate situation in a foreign country. How come you forgot it right away? Li Daowa knew that he was not in the right, so he simply played the emotional card. Zhao Chun continued to answer. I shed blood and sweat for the country. Do you really want me to shed tears for the country? You sent me on this mission, and you saved my life. This is just to write it off. Li Daowa looked at Zhao Chun in front of him, who looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and he became very angry. When he was about to yell at him, Zhao Chun spoke again. However, this time when Zhao Chun spoke, there was almost no emotional fluctuation, Nor was there any deliberate act of funny or weird. He just seemed to be simply stating a fact. Commander, I'm tired. I want to take a rest. Zhao Chen looked into Li Daoguo's eyes, and Li Daoguo naturally took in Zhao Chen's gaze. What kind of look is that? There is no youthful energy and vigor, nor the youthful desire for the future. It is just plain tiredness, exhaustion, helplessness, sadness, and depression. Li Daoguo, who was originally full of anger, suddenly felt his suppressed mood melt away. Only then did he remember that the child in front of him, a child of normal age who had not yet graduated from college, had been involved in the aircraft carrier hijacking incident in the United States and the Mount Fuji volcano eruption in Japan in the past 2 months. And they are all in the same danger. Needless to say, as for the aircraft carrier incident, if the hijacking of an aircraft carrier was discovered or reported by someone, they would be fired at by a volley of submachine gun bullets. Mount Fuji volcano erupted and Zhao Chun was just over 10 kilometers away. It can be said that life and death are just a matter of seconds. Zhao Chun hovered at the gates of hell more than once. Just now, his girlfriend, whom he had just been dating for a short time, was taken away by the head of a Mei sect, Master Jing Guan, to be accepted as her disciple. His heart must be very tired. Li Daoguo felt that he seemed to understand why the child in front of him had spoken in a tone that was against him just now. He must also feel wronged and unwilling. Although good steel needs to be tempered through thousands of hammers, good steel should be used on the blade. I was just short-sighted. Zhao Chun didn't quite understand how Commander Li's expression changed from rage to calm, and then from calm to compassion. Didn't I act like it? The reason why Zhao Chun said and did that was naturally because he wanted to find an excuse to go to Mississippi to complete the mission. The island on the map is located west of North America. It would be difficult to get there, and I don't have a visa. If I don't find a way to travel with pay, I can just give up on this mission when the time is up. Just when Zhao Chun was thinking about whether to say something else, Li Daoguo's voice came. You have indeed worked hard. If you want to rest, take a rest. Li Daoguo patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder and returned to his seat. He felt that his decision just now was a bit too arbitrary. Although he knew that the boy in front of him wanted to retire, as a senior leader of the country, it was his duty to retain talents for the country. It is very wrong to let such a super talent go without doing more ideological work. Just when Li Daoguo was thinking about how to explain to the upper management that he let Zhao Chun go, he found that Zhao Chun was still standing there. I couldn't help but frown. This kid still wants to take advantage of me? Why don't you leave yet? Are you still waiting for me to send you off? Li Daoguo said unhappily. I might be criticized because of this guy, and he is the person I have tried to protect with my superiors many times. I might be laughed at by many colleagues for being a bad judge of people. Zhao Chun rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. Well, Commander, is this vacation for me paid or unpaid? You haven't told me how many days you plan to give me. Li Daoguo looked at Zhao Chun in shock. Good boy, you are breathing heavily with me, right? So you really mean rest when you say rest. Li Daoguo, who originally thought that Zhao Chun wanted to retire on the spot, immediately regained his usual dignity. The vacation is naturally a paid vacation. I'll give you 50,000 yuan so you can have fun in the country. When you've had enough rest, just come and report to me. Seeing that Zhao Chun was still a little embarrassed and didn't leave in front of him, Li Daoguo said dissatisfiedly. Is 50,000 yuan of paid vacation not enough? Don't think that we prepared 5 million neon coins for you last time you went to Neon. That's public funds for the mission. Do you understand public funds? Giving you 50,000 yuan for paid vacation this time is not a small amount. The country's money doesn't come from the wind. Zhao Chun quickly smiled and said, Commander, that's not what I meant. Just talk if you have to fart. After knowing that Zhao Chun did not want to retire, Li Daoguo's attitude towards Zhao Chun was the same as before towards his juniors. Well, I plan to use this holiday to travel abroad. Zhao Chun explained. Li Daoguo raised his eyelids and said, My Great Xia covers nearly 10 million square kilometers, with countless beautiful mountains and rivers. Isn't that enough for you to play around? You still want to go abroad? You've been abroad twice, and you think the air outside is sweet. Hearing the strong dissatisfaction in Li Daoguo's words, Zhao Chun smiled and said, Misunderstanding. To be honest, I had planned to go to this place with my girlfriend before. Now she can't go for the time being, so I thought I would help her explore the way. That's why I want to go out. Otherwise, I would be too lazy to bother. Those nooks and crannies outside are no match for my Great Xia. Seeing Zhao Chun's expression change faster than turning a page, Li Daoguo felt a little better. I think you don't look like a foreign-worshipping kid. Tell me, where are you going? I'll have my men help you get a visa. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. This is what I've been waiting for you to say. The small island located in the west of the United States is called Mississippi. Chapter 49, Who Will Become a Billionaire? A visa to the beautiful country. Li Daoguo pondered for a moment. The attitude of the United States towards us Daxia people is very unfriendly now. Are you sure you want to go? But it's not a big deal. With international trade, it's not a big problem to get a visa. Go back and wait for my news. I'll tell the people below, and then you can go and get the visa directly. These big guys are still reliable. Zhao Chen returned to his bedroom contentedly. As soon as he closed the door, he fell on the bed without even taking off his clothes. Soon, the sound of even breathing came from the pillow. Zhao Chen was really tired. 3 days later, at the ferry port in Mississippi, Zhao Chen set foot on this small island which was only the size of a palm. Saying it is the size of a palm is a bit of an overestimation. The entire island of Mississippi covers an area of only about 20 square kilometers. That's right, 20, not even 10,000. It is not even as big as a larger ecological park in Daxia, and there are very few buildings. The whole island is just an uncivilized primeval forest. However, at this time, this primeval forest was crowded with people, and it was extremely lively. Not far away, a huge hot air balloon was hanging in the air, with a red banner with a line of words on it, which was quite eye-catching. Who will become a billionaire? From now on, all English words will be translated into Chinese, so the word count will not be exaggerated. Zhao Chen scratched his head, not knowing what was going on. Before Zhao Chen could find someone to ask what was going on, someone had already found him. Hey man, are you here for who's going to be a billionaire too? The person who chatted with Zhao Chen was a handsome black man with black dreadlocks. He was short and wore a pure green Supreme hat, which made him look like a hip-hop player. To be honest, there are too many people signing up now, and the organizers are only recruiting local people from our country, so you may not have much chance. The cuckold man said proudly. Zhao Chen didn't care about the cuckold man's boasting. He also wanted to take the opportunity to learn some details about the island, so he started chatting with the white hat man. Oh, is that so? I heard that there was a lively event here, so I took a boat to join in the fun. I don't know the details, but what kind of event is this? Who will be a billionaire? As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, the cuckolded man looked at him in surprise. Oh my god, man, you don't even know about the Who's Going to Be a Billionaire event? This is the most popular and most anticipated variety show in the US right now. You just act like an old man who knows nothing about the world. The cuckolded man made a joke. Haha, you're just calling me old-fashioned in a roundabout way. Man, this variety show is awesome. The first episode is about to start. If the response is good, it will continue. The number of applicants this time is about to exceed 30,000, but only 9 people will be selected from these 30,000 to participate in the competition. The process of the competition is to let these 9 people stay in the wilderness of Mississippi for 30 days. If these 9 people succeed in persevering after 30 days, each of them can receive a bonus of 1 franklin. Only franklin? Zhao Chen asked. Hey man, please don't interrupt me. The following is the key. The cuckolded man was a little dissatisfied. I'm sorry, please continue. Zhao Chen apologized. The green hat man adjusted his mood and continued. If all 9 people persist, each person will get 1 franklin. But every time someone is eliminated, everyone's bonus will be multiplied 10-fold. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. 10 times. If there are 7 people left, that's 100 franklins per person. If there are only 5 people left, that's 10,000 franklins per person. If there are only 2 people left, the prize will be 10 million franklins each. If there is only 1 person left, 100 million franklins, converted into more than 600 million daxia coins. Not to mention a normal person's lifetime. Even if several generations were added together, this money would still be impossible to spend. No wonder these people signed up like crazy. Zhao Chen looked at the registration office in the distance, where people were crowded. Now you know why this event is so popular and attracts so much attention, said the green hat man. 100 million franklin. If I could have this amount of money, it would be enough for me to hold dozens of concerts across the country. The cuckolded man was so excited as he spoke. Zhao Chen quickly calmed down. Since the prize money is so generous, the rules must be more than just eliminating others. If it was just a simple matter of eliminating others, then what if a skilled fighter sneaked into the contestants and kicked the other 8 people off the island in no time? Wouldn't he be the only one to take the 100 million prize money? As long as the organizer is not stupid, the rules of the game must be complicated and impenetrable. The green hat man nodded and said, of course. As far as I know, there are many rules for competitions on the island, one of which is that private fighting is not allowed, and openly hurting each other is not allowed. If you don't allow it in public, then that means you're not opposed to stabbing each other in the back. Zhao Chen keenly noticed something. The green hat man said helplessly, that's for sure. Otherwise, no one would want to end the competition with only such a small prize. After all, The prize pool of this event is as high as 100 million francs. There is no other variety show or event with such a high reward in the whole United States. Even if the process is very cruel, they will still enjoy it. Are you so cruel that you still want to participate in the competition even if you know you might die there? Zhao Chen said this in a cold tone. The green hat man shrugged. High risk, high reward. Otherwise, the organizers are not stupid. Why would they spend so much money on a gimmick? If the content is not exciting, how can they recover the cost? Zhao Chen was silent for a while, then looked at the cuckolded man and said, people who are not from the United States really cannot participate in this competition? The green hat man laughed. Dude, you were just saying this activity was cruel, but now you can't help it. It's really not possible. This is a variety show for the entire American public. What would it look like if a big Xia person came in? Give up, man, the cuckolded man comforted. Zhao Chen clenched his fists, not because he failed to participate in the competition to earn prize money, but because if he did not participate in the competition, he would not be able to start this mission at all. Not to mention that I have to find a way to complete this impossible, no one survives mission. But, the cuckolded man touched his mustache. But what? Zhao Chen asked. The cuckolded man looked at Zhao Chen in confusion. You definitely can't participate in the competition, but there is a chance for you to watch this variety show with your own eyes. Zhao Chen's eyes widened. Really? Bro, what should I do? Let me watch this variety show with my own eyes. This competition is held on the island of Sicily, so I must stay on this island. The green hat man replied. Dude, to be honest, I have a brother in the staff of this variety show. That brother told me that they are looking for a cameraman for the variety show recently. Photographer? Although the island will be full of variety show cameras, the contestants won't live under cameras all the time, and the cameras aren't very clear from a distance. So they need someone who can film the contestants, stay on the island with them for 30 days, and be responsible for supervision. Wow, this spot is so good. The requirements do not limit nationality, but you have to stay on the island for 30 days like the other contestants, and you have to carry a camera with you all day long. It's like an ascetic, but the pay is average, 2,500 francs a month. So far, they haven't recruited anyone willing to apply. The competition is about to start. They should be very anxious. If you really want to go, you should be able to be hired. But I kindly advise you that the living conditions on this island are very poor. It's okay during the day, but at night there are countless pests such as mosquitoes. Although there are no ferocious beasts on the island, there are many strange creatures. It is very, very difficult to live on the island for 30 days. Otherwise, the purpose of this mission would not be to survive on the island for 30 days first. This cuckolded man has a good heart and is very enthusiastic towards people he meets for the first time. Zhao Chen nodded and said, I have no problem with what you said. Thank you, brother. If I can really get this job, I will treat you to a drink after the game is over and I get my salary. Now, please tell me where the staff is. I want to sign up. The cuckold man didn't expect that the man he just met would be so stubborn. He shook his head. Since you insist on going, I will help you to the end. I will take you there. Please follow me. Chapter 50, This is Normal. Eric, look at how enthusiastic the people outside the window are to sign up. The number of sign-ups is almost over 40,000. We only have 3 days left before the competition begins. And you're telling me now that you haven't even found a photographer? What the hell are you doing as an assistant director? In the only 2 wooden buildings in Mississippi, Director Lore, who has golden hair and looks as bohemian as a rock musician, is yelling at his assistant director. I'm handing this mission over to you. If you can't find a suitable person, you, Eric, will have to carry the camera and be the photographer yourself. After saying this, Director Luo Lei waved his sleeves, snorted heavily, and left. Assistant Director Eric's eyes were filled with reluctance and helplessness. Although he was also the assistant director of this variety show, he was far inferior to the chief director. The chief director could insult everyone in the crew except the investors at will. Even though Eric was a high-ranking assistant director in the eyes of others, the chief director could scold him whenever he wanted. In my heart, I complained about that miser Lore. He had to carry a camera and survive on the island for a month. This was even more torturous than being a contestant, and he was only paid 2,500 francs wages. This ghost will come. Eric was thinking that he might have to pay extra money to hire someone. Otherwise, this little money alone would not be enough to impress anyone. Just when Eric was frowning, there was a light knock on the door of the cabin. Who is it? Eric's tone was quite impolite. He knew that Lore would definitely not knock on the door. The only ones who would knock on the door were his staff. I'm just going to vent my anger on you. Eric thought viciously. Director Eric, look who I brought with me. The person who came in was a tall and thin black man, followed by Zhao Chun, who had just recommended himself. Bring people? Bring who? Eric was puzzled and forgot to vent his anger. The tall, thin, black man is the cuckolded man's brother. When the cuckolded man brought Zhao Chun to the tall, thin man, it was when the tall, thin man was worrying about how to complete the task assigned by the assistant director Eric. Seeing Zhao Chun volunteering to be a photographer, the thin guy was so happy that he almost jumped up. After thanking the cuckolded man and saying he would buy him a drink tonight, he took Zhao Chun to the assistant director Eric. Photographer, director. The thin man was obviously very excited to have completed the task. Eric, who was originally looking for trouble with a bitter face, suddenly changed his expression when he heard it. Oh, really? Is this the new photographer? Zhao Chun nodded and said, Hello, I'm here to apply for the photographer position for this competition. No need to apply. You're accepted, Eric said generously. Zhao Chun was also stunned. So careless. Have you eaten yet? I'm planning to go to the city to eat. Do you want to come with me? Eric immediately felt very fond of Zhao Chun, the person who helped him out of his urgent need. The thin man suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Director, then I. You can come along too. Eric was happy and didn't mind paying for one more person's food. The thin guy's eyes suddenly filled with tears. He didn't just want to eat for free. The right thing to do was to show his face in front of the director more and give himself more opportunities to succeed in the future. Zhao Chun followed assistant director Eric and thin man on a boat to Mississippi City. Although the development here was not very good, it was much better than the primeval forest on the island. The three of them chose an Italian restaurant. Zhao Chun ordered a plate of pasta and a plate of shrimp fried rice. Eric and Skinny each ordered a pizza of their favorite. While eating, Zhao Chun took the opportunity to ask about the detailed rules of the competition. Eric glanced at the thin man and said, There are a lot of rules, and they are complicated. I will bring you a compiled booklet later. Zhao Chun understood at that time that it was not convenient to tell outsiders. Sure enough, the rules of this competition are not simple. After dinner, Eric first sent Thin Man to work on the island, but he and Zhao Chun did not return to the island. Instead, they came to a luxurious hotel. Eric arranged for the front desk to arrange a luxurious single room for Zhao Chun, which makes Zhao Chun still feel embarrassed. Commander Lee was generous enough to let someone take one of his plane tickets for this trip when he was getting his passport. The boat tickets to the inner and outer islands of Mississippi are free, and the service runs from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., with one boat every half an hour. This service will be suspended after the start of the competition, which will make Mississippi Island officially an isolated island. The food I eat and the house I live in are all free from this director, so I haven't spent a single cent of the money I brought with me. What a happy trouble. The assistant director took Zhao Chun to the top-floor suite where he lived, next door to the chief director Luo Lei's suite. Eric gently pressed the doorbell of the chief director's suite and waited quietly at the door. After a while, Luo Lei's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Didn't I tell you not to send dinner? Why didn't you listen? The door opened, and Director Luo Lei was naked from the waist up, with his lower body wrapped in a white bath towel. Seeing that the person outside the door was not a waiter, Luo Lei's eyelids twitched. Why are you here? Lore asked dissatisfiedly. At this time, Eric was cursing in his heart. Damn it. He was going to be bullied again. This bastard couldn't wait to bring the female contestant to his room before it even got dark. But at this point, Eric could only bite the bullet and smile apologetically. Director, didn't you arrange for me to find a photographer as soon as possible? I just found one and brought it here for you to review. Luo Lei looked at Zhao Chun behind Eric and asked, Neon. A Daxiao person. Eric answered with a nod. Okay, it's all the same. Then let him sit in your room for a while, and you talk to him about the rules. I'll be there soon. Lore closed the door, and if nothing unexpected happened, he was going to continue the battle that had not yet ended. Eric brought Zhao Chun to his suite, took out a bottle of iced cola from the refrigerator, and handed it to Zhao Chun. Since the director is not here, I will first give you a brief introduction to the rules of this competition. The rules are not quite the same as advertised. Eric stared into Zhao Chun's eyes. Zhao Chun nodded with an expression as if he had expected it. First of all, there is no problem with rewards. We will give out bonuses corresponding to the number of people who stay. But there is a difference. There are two types of elimination. The first is to voluntarily withdraw from the competition. If a player voluntarily withdraws from the competition, there will be a 3-day grace period. After 3 days, the player can officially withdraw from the competition. In addition, if a person successfully withdraws from the competition, the final prize pool will be reduced by 10 times. This is equivalent to not having this person in the competition. The original maximum prize pool of 9 people is 100 million francs. If one person withdraws from the competition, the maximum prize pool will only be 10 million francs, the maximum prize pool for 8 people. Wouldn't that mean no one would just sit there and watch someone else voluntarily withdraw from the competition? If one person is missing, the reward will be reduced by 90. Wouldn't the remaining people eat him alive? If you want to survive for 3 more days, it's like you're seeking death. Another type of elimination is death elimination. When a contestant dies due to an accident, it is considered a natural elimination. This type of elimination does not reduce the final reward. So under normal circumstances, there should be more eliminations of this type. Eric continued. Zhao Chun frowned slightly on the surface, but a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Sure enough, raising Gu. This is to make the 9 people fight each other by all means, and the one who survives will take the crown of 100 million Franklin. Seeing the frowning photographer in front of him, Eric understood very well and explained, "Don't worry, man. Before the competition, the 9 of them will sign a life and death agreement. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by God. Since they have participated in this competition, they must have thought about the possibility of dying on the road to chasing money. This is normal." Chapter 51, Inhumane Rules. Is this normal? Zhao Chen asked in a low voice. Of course, our sponsors have sponsored many extreme sports challenges. But now those challenges are gradually being discovered to be just for show. Although the profits are decent, they still think that the challenges are too mild and cannot arouse the passion of the audience. And in our competition this time, there are 9 people, and at most only one can survive in the end. Once this show is released, I really can't imagine how popular it will be. Eric did not realize that there was something wrong with Zhao Chen's voice, but spoke fanatically. How do you know that there will only be one person left in the end? Can't they stop fighting and wait for the game to be over when there are few enough people? Zhao Chen trembled a little. The trembling was naturally fake. Zhao Chen felt that if he acted too calm, he might be suspected. It would be better to act stupid. These American capitalist businessmen with their heads full of fat could never stand people who were smarter than them. Eric seemed to have heard nothing at all. He laughed loudly and stopped laughing after a while. "Daxiao people, you think too much. As a person who has experienced it, I can tell you for sure that this game has only 2 results. There will only be 2 results. One is that the 9 of them see through the nature of this game, so they help each other and live in peace. In the end, the game ends happily and everyone gets 1 Franklin and leaves. The other result, is that only 1 person dies. Not even a single person can survive." Eric said viciously. "You can never imagine how terrible the ugliness of human nature is. Of course, you are still young, so you can take advantage of this experience to broaden your horizons. This will have a great impact on your life." Eric advised with the tone of a veteran. A game. In the eyes of these capitalists, directors, and even audiences, this variety show where people wield butcher knives to kill their compatriots is just a game? Indeed, once human life is equated with capital and money, that person can no longer be called a human being. At most, they are just strings of numbers, symbols, and piles of goods that can create profits for capitalists. I am so lucky to be born in Daxia. The saddest thing is that the people of this country accept such anti-human ideas and even enjoy them and are willing to see this. Eric was still chattering about the rules to Zhao Chun, such as not being allowed to give any help to any contestant and not being able to communicate with them for too long. Of course, for Zhao Chen's personal safety, all behaviors that are unfavorable to Zhao Chun will be judged as fouls, including using violence, intimidation, and other behaviors to threaten Zhao Chun, the photographer and referee. After Zhao Chun records it, he can directly inform the crew. After all, direct conflicts between players are not allowed. So how can they be allowed to GNK the referee? The entire frontal shot still depends on Zhao Chen's close-up camera. If someone really does something stupid, what awaits him will be the contract he signed with his own hands, and then he will be sent to jail for the rest of his life. Of course, these are minor issues, and no one selected to compete would do anything so stupid. About half an hour later, the chief director Luo Lei finally arrived, with a smug look on his face. "Well, have you explained all the rules?" Lore asked condescendingly. Assistant Director Eric, who had been acting high-handed in front of Zhao Chun, immediately became like a deflated ball. He did not dare to show any disrespect to the chief director who truly held the power of life and death over the crew. "I have explained it, but the photographer is still young after all and needs some time to calm down. But there is no problem, I have asked him." Luo Lei nodded and looked at Zhao Chun. "Boy, you must have worked as a photographer before. It's not like this fat guy just pulled you out of the street." Director Luo Lei speaks very frivolously and is rude even to his subordinates. Zhao Chen glanced at Assistant Director Eric, who was still smiling despite being scolded, and said, "I have learned it. I took the initiative to apply for the photography position in this competition. I will do my best." Luo Lei's originally stern expression softened a little after hearing this. It would be better if it is just as you said. Lore didn't waste any time. Knowing that Eric had almost finished teaching him the rules, he went back to his suite. Eric asked weakly from behind, "Director, does that lady want to join the competition?" Luo Lei's originally relaxed expression suddenly turned into anger after hearing these words. "Are you a fucking idiot, Eric? You're asking if a woman who only knows how to spread her legs and serve men wants to join the 9 candidates? If our show is full of bitches like this, we'll probably be stripped naked by the investors and thrown off the New York Times building before the show even starts. Please use your pig brain before you speak, Eric. If you really can't, just keep it to yourself and don't try to be clever." After scolding director Eric Lore, his mood calmed down a little. "We will discuss the 9 candidates at a collective meeting tonight and try to finalize and announce them before tomorrow afternoon." After saying this, Director Lore slammed the door and left Eric's suite. Zhao Chen clearly saw the cold sweat on the forehead of Assistant Director Eric. It seems like it would be bad not to say something. Has the director always been so violent? Zhao Chen gave Eric an excuse. Eric sighed. "You are lucky. You only need to work here for a month and he won't bother you. After all, it is not easy to find a second photographer. But I have to work with him for many years. How can I not be bullied?" Eric patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and said, "Go back and have a rest. Remember to go for a walk on the island tomorrow morning. This is also a preparation and record in advance. By the way, also survey the routes and dangerous places on the island." Zhao Chen raised a question that he was very concerned about. "I'm not a contestant. Can I bring some food and drinks to the island?" Eric replied, "It shouldn't be possible. After all, the higher-ups are worried that you guys might collude with each other and affect the fairness of the game. Although the probability of this happening is low, since we've already used the gimmick of wilderness survival, the more realistic it is, the better. You can bring it secretly by yourself. As long as the chief director doesn't find out, I guarantee that everyone will turn a blind eye." In fact, there was no photographer role at the beginning, but later on, we considered that there were too few positive scenes. Although the film had authenticity, it would not be very entertaining. It would also be a flop. So we added your position as a photographer. Zhao Chen nodded to show his understanding. "Will you go to the island tomorrow too?" Eric nodded. "Of course. In that case, see you tomorrow. I'll go back and digest those rules." Zhao Chen said goodbye. Eric suddenly remembered something and warned, "Don't tell the media what we said. If this matter is exposed, it will have a great impact on our reputation. The investors above will not let you go." Zhao Chen smiled, revealing his white teeth. "I know what's going on." Chapter 52. 9 people. Are these the 9 people who have been chosen? Do they know about it themselves? Zhao Chen looked at the several draft documents that Eric handed to him. Jingba, 27 years old. Fitness coach registration slogan. I must be a billionaire man. Olwin, 47 years old. IT company programmer registration slogan. I am tired of the boring life. Life and death are just a thought away. Marina, 21 years old. College student registration slogan. I just broke up with my boyfriend. Now I just want to get rich or die quickly. Jevon is 33 years old. Truck driver registration slogan. Now I just want my numb body to burn out his last light. Galio is 26 years old. A Michelin chef. Nobody needs this money more than me. I want to open my restaurants in every state in the United States. Zacro is 39 years old. Chairman of a listed company. I urgently need this money to save my company. Otherwise, please leave me on the island forever. Lolita, 29 years old. Unemployed. Please choose me. My daughter has leukemia. I really need this money to treat my daughter. Dolan is 45 years old. Bodyguard. I want to prove that I am not just a muscle. I am also a smart guy. Osteen is 71 years old. Retired. Don't you think this show would be a lot more interesting with an old man like me? I've already notified them. If they don't reply before tonight, it will be considered as giving up. But it should be these 9 people. Eric had a good impression of Zhao Chen, and he was just here to do some odd jobs, so Eric naturally wouldn't talk to him like an ordinary subordinate. Zhao Chen covered his forehead and said, "This is the data. These people are too careless. Let's not talk about the college students, IT professionals, mothers, and these weird registration slogans. Is this 70-year-old man serious? I doubt that he can take care of himself, let alone survive in the wilderness." Eric smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, I went to see this old man in person. Even though he's over 70, he can walk very fast. Don't you think these 9 people have something in common?" Eric asked again. Zhao Chen glanced at the assistant director who was pretending to be mysterious and turned his attention back to the manuscript. Name. No age. No job. Fucking everything. It must be their registration slogan. Zhao Chen pretended to have just realized this and danced with joy. Mr. Eric, it must be their registration slogan, right? Zhao Chen asked hurriedly. Eric's fat face was all squeezed together when he laughed. Mr. Watson, you found the blind spot. Haha. It seems that in the eyes of this assistant director, there is no need to play the role of a clown. But the irritable chief director has some brains. These people are all piglets who are ready to die. This way, when we explain the real rules of the game to them, they will be more likely to accept them and follow them. This will also prevent them from running away halfway, which would be a laughable event. Eric laughed and patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder, indicating that he needed to exercise more. After that, he returned to his suite with a big belly, leaving Zhao Chun standing there with a messy look in the wind. May 10th will be dark. In the conference room on the top floor of the hotel where Zhao Chun lived, Lore, Eric, the crew members, and 9 warriors who were about to participate in the competition were gathered together. Zhao Chun was lucky enough to get a stool of his own at the corner. To be honest, the accommodation and food in this hotel were very good, and Zhao Chun had free food and accommodation for several days, and the crew had no intention of charging him. From this perspective, the capitalist way of throwing money at people does have its merits, but who can carry a sugar-coated bullet for long? Seeing that everyone was present, Lore stood up and cleared his throat slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have been waiting for this moment for so long. In 6 hours, when the hands of Big Ben point to 0, our wilderness survival journey will officially begin. Our preparations have all come to an end. Now I want to make the most important rules and taboos clear to everyone. I hope that everyone will not ruin their own or others' billionaire journey because of their momentary impulse. Eric, after Lore finished his speech, he called the assistant director to continue talking about the rules and taboos of the competition. After all, this is not something that can be seen in public. If the recording is accidentally passed to the media, my career as a variety show director will be over. Let your subordinates do the talking, so that if something goes wrong there will be someone to take the blame. Eric dragged his fat body to stand up. He knew that he was being held by Lore to block the bullet, but there was no other way. He had to bow his head under the eaves. He could only pray that the show would go on happily. Eric didn't say much. First and foremost, players are not allowed to hurt, fight, threaten, or intimidate each other. After all, it's meant to be a variety show for the audience. It would be boring if it had to involve mindless fights and clashes that were resolved by brute force. The second point is that players are not opposed to forming alliances, but it does not have official effect. In other words, the alliance you mentioned can only be kept in your heart, but it does not mean that the official recognizes that your alliance is valid. The so-called allies may break up at any time in the face of huge interests. It may be okay at the beginning, but when there are only a few people left, do you dare to eat the food or water handed over by your allies? Third point, contestants are only allowed to bring 48 hours of food and water. These will be distributed by the program team later. No one is allowed to bring food and water privately. This is easy to understand. Letting you survive in the wilderness is not a vacation. If you bring a lot of food and hide it somewhere for a month, how can you come out to get rewards? But you are allowed to carry medicines up to 1 kilogram, such as antibiotics such as penicillin. There are many poisonous insects on the island, so everyone should protect their own safety. Haha, this is poisonous. They said they asked us to bring medicine to protect ourselves. But I'm afraid that out of the 9 kilograms of medicine for 9 people, more than 8 kilograms must be poison. In these people's minds, letting others die quickly is even more important than keeping themselves alive. The fourth point, as your photographer and referee this time, Mr. Zhao Chun. After saying that, Eric motioned Zhao Chun, who was sitting in the corner, to stand up. Everyone took a look at the young man who was about to become their photographer and referee for a month. Zhao Chun smiled and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. Thank you for your guidance. The hypocrisy of the words is shameful. The 9 contestants looked at each other and almost all lowered their heads again, silently thinking and planning something. Only the mother who wanted the bonus to save her child and the old man in his 70s who still insisted on loosening his muscles and bones gave Zhao Chen a kind smile. Zhao Chen actually didn't care. In his opinion, he was just a spectator, a prop, and a referee. There was no need to build a good relationship with these people. You must actively cooperate with Mr. Zhao Chen's filming, and Zhao Chun has the right to explore all places on the island. This includes the residences or other places you have developed after entering the island. You can just think of Mr. Zhao Chun as an omnipresent God's perspective. Similarly, Mr. Zhao Chun is not allowed to talk to the contestants privately or pass on information. The contestants can only think of Mr. Zhao Chun as a camera. You cannot offer bribes to Mr. Zhao Chun or ask for food or water. You are not allowed to use violence, harm, threaten, or intimidate Mr. Zhao Chun. Otherwise, Mr. Zhao Chun has the right to immediately disqualify any of you from the competition. After being disqualified, you will also face decades in prison because you have violated the laws in our contract. In addition, if any of you want to withdraw, you can apply to Mr. Zhao Chun in advance. Of course, there is a 3-day grace period. And Eric smiled, thinking he was very handsome. The prize money in the prize pool will be reduced to 10 of the original amount, and the reduction can be cumulative. These rules and taboos had been discussed with the 9 contestants long in advance, and there was no situation where anyone was dissatisfied and stood up. Everyone present listened to the report calmly and remained silent. Zhao Chun looked at the 9 people who were ready to die, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Chapter 53, Gathering in Groups and Going Alone. Zhao Chun carried a camera and stepped onto the ship that was about to sail to the inner island. The camera was the latest micro model, about the same size as an ordinary camera, and its battery life was more than 40 days. There is also an extra-long standby headset in the ear, which is specifically used to receive special messages and commands from the director team. The 9 contestants boarded the ship quietly. Some stood and looked at the island in the distance, some squatted and prayed, and some kept looking at their potential competitors. Everything was going on in an orderly manner while the ship was sailing. All 10 people carried a backpack filled with daily necessities, prepared by themselves and the crew. Zhao Chun's backpack was slightly larger, and he was also dragging a 32-inch suitcase. Because Zhao Chun was not one of the contestants, he was allowed to bring a set of bedding and a compression tent. In addition, there were also a month's supply of visibly banned items such as compressed biscuits, energy bars, chocolate, and fresh water. Zhao Chun looked at the 9 people not far away, each with their own ulterior motives, and lamented in his heart that he had not had the heart to tell these people the facts about the competition. But in reality, no matter how much we persuaded these contestants, when they faced the temptation of 100 million franklins, their lives were really thrown behind them. They are just like those treasure hunters who value money more than their lives, or like those bandits in ancient Daxia who tied their heads to their belts. I value money more than my fate, but is it really worth it? If you lose your life, you lose everything. Before Zhao Chun could think any more, the ship had gradually stopped. The 9 contestants all took deep breaths of the salty sea breeze to relieve their tension. They also knew that if nothing unexpected happened, out of the 9 people who set foot on the island, only one person would be able to successfully walk out. But they are not afraid, nor do they regret. People die for money, birds die for food. What's more, at this point, there is no point in regretting. The only truth is that you can only strive to be the last one alive. Zhao Chun started filming everyone the moment he got off the boat. The requirement was that, except for the fixed 6 hours of sleep every day, he had to keep the camera facing the front of the 9 people at all times. In other words, if the 9 people present wanted to do something, they could only do it during the 6 hours when Zhao Chun was sleeping. Zhao Chun would not participate in the internal strife among the 9 people. Moreover, after Zhao Chun wakes up, he will run around carrying a camera, so everyone should be more obedient during the day. After simply shooting a VCR of entering the island, Zhao Chun dragged his luggage to a dry enough place under the roots of a tree not far from the crowd and set up his own tent. According to the rules, he had to sleep and rest from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. This was not only a chance for Zhao Chun to rest, but also a chance for everyone to take action. Zhao Chun naturally understood this, but he didn't care. He just wanted to be a jerk and not intervene to see what the final result would be. Although Zhao Chun's mission was to leave no one alive on the island, he couldn't kill anyone. Firstly, although he looked majestic with the camera, he was only responsible for close-up shooting. There are probably more cameras on this island than there are birds on it. Since there are rules in place, Zhao Chun is not afraid that those 9 idiots will rashly come to disturb him. After all, he holds the power over their life and death. Seeing that the people in charge of filming and judging had already set up their tents and gone in to rest, the 9 people who were still at the beach heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Just as Zhao Chun himself thought, as a referee, he has the power of life and death over the participating players. Such bug-level means are enough to prevent the 9 people from having any inappropriate thoughts about him. The 9 people stared at each other, and no one spoke. Finally, it was the fitness coach Jingba who broke the silence. Everyone, listen to me. I know that everyone is here for the ultimate prize, and no one is trusting. So I won't say anything like I'll let you leave here alive if you admit defeat. Although we are all rivals, our biggest task right now should be to figure out how to survive these 30 days. There are countless mosquitoes on this island at night, and it will be difficult to sleep. We have to find a place to stay when tomorrow morning comes. Otherwise, if we rely on sleeping on the beach every night, I'm afraid the 9 of us won't be able to survive for a month. There are also issues of food and water. We can survive by fishing, but water is the biggest problem. Without water, we can't survive for a week, let alone a month. You know, the basis of our competition this time is to survive for 30 days. If we can't survive for 30 days, everything else will be in vain. Jingba finished his speech and waited silently for everyone's response. The voluptuous and graceful Mother Lolita was the first to respond. Then how can we solve the water problem? Jingba saw that someone finally paid attention to him and replied with a smile. There will always be a way. We just have to not act on our own from the beginning. Otherwise, there will be corpses left on this island. The truck driver Jervin, who had been silent, also spoke up at this time. I agree. We should at least make sure that we can survive until the end of the game before considering how to scheme against others. Don't scheme against others as well as ourselves. I agree too. We can also formulate a temporary legal manual. At least before that day, we can't go against each other. Otherwise, if we kill each other early, it will be difficult for us to survive to the end. Programmer Olwen suggested. He is a programmer, and he has a natural dissatisfaction with the disorderly life on the island. Haha. Then after the safe period, we can fight each other, right? I agree. It is hard to imagine that such words came from the mouth of a Michelin chef. Galileo did not hide his desire to attack everyone. 4 of the 9 people already agree with this model. In fact, this is also the best desert island business model. First, make the cake bigger, enough for everyone to eat until the end of the game, and then use snipers to attack each other. In this way, whoever survives in the end can take away the huge sum of money. It's reasonable. Then let me, an old man, get involved. Although I may not be as agile and flexible as you young people, I believe that I am a few years older than you and have more life experience. Of course, as an old man, I need your tolerance. Haha, everyone laughed and cursed at the old fox in their hearts. Everyone present was more cautious than others, and no one could fail to guess the old man's little tricks. It's about the water source. I checked the information in advance. This was said by Marina, the youngest female college student in the group. She took out a large bowl with a mouth of more than 10 inches and several long pieces of torn cloth from her backpack. Just use a bowl to fill with seawater, expose it to the sun, and then cover the bowl with a cloth. After 2 or 3 hours, it will be ready. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the people around her, Marina said in surprise, "Didn't you learn some simple self-rescue knowledge before coming to the deserted island? I can lend you this bowl, but as rent, you need to give me half of the fish or prey you catch. I want the original product, not the prepared ones you have. I'm afraid you will poison me." Marina added. Fitness coach Jingba said with a smile, "Little sister, is this your golden bowl? Do you want to exchange it for half of the food? Besides, can you finish all the food?" Marina didn't buy it at all. "You can change it if you want, I won't force you. Anyway, I see that you don't have any bowls with you, so if you have the ability, just get some fresh water for yourself." When the graceful woman Lolita heard that the fresh water problem had been solved, she quickly expressed her agreement to join. Everyone looked at this woman with some disdain, who had nothing but her figure. On this deserted island, with a live broadcast going on, the men like them certainly could not do anything out of line, and they didn't dare to. They don't want to have a sinking feeling in their heads when they are halfway through something enjoyable. In this case, it would be particularly unnecessary to bring along a woman who looks delicate but is useless. Fortunately, this 30-day 9-person trip has just begun, and at the beginning, no one has any particularly evil ideas. Just when everyone thought that this short-lived cooperative team was officially established, a not-so-harmonious voice rang out. "I refuse. I choose to be alone." Chapter 54, Loss of Staff on the First Day. The one who spoke was the 45-year-old bodyguard Dolan. Lambs travel in groups, while wild beasts only walk alone. I have no objection to you weaklings huddling together for warmth, but don't take me with you. I can survive on my own. After complaining about everyone, Dolan prepared to leave. University student Marina couldn't stand it any longer. "Don't you drink fresh water, big guy? Don't come begging me when you run out of fresh water." Dolan looked back at Marina, who was glaring at him, sneered, and walked towards the island without looking back. Dolan didn't expect that there would be such a stupid woman among the 9 people participating in the competition. She was simply seeking death. He just left alone like that? I hope nothing happened to him. The mother was obviously a little overwhelmed by what was happening before her eyes. The Michelin chef snorted disdainfully. This guy has most likely already found a hiding place or even fresh water on the island, and he doesn't want to share it with us. So he's making this gesture to distance himself from us. I didn't expect that this silly-looking big guy has such a serious mind. Simba clapped his hands to signal everyone to come back to their senses. "All right, everyone, don't worry about that guy. Since he thinks he can live a better life, let him go alone." I really don't believe that he can live a better life than the 8 of us who help each other. Haha, I'm afraid that instead of helping each other, it will be a fight to the bitter end. Maybe in a couple of days this little guy will cry and beg us to take him in. The only one who could call the 45-year-old Dolan a little guy was the 70-year-old old man Oliston. Maybe he won't even have the chance to come to us for help before he's eaten by wild beasts, said truck driver Jevin gloatingly. Okay everyone, let's have a good rest tonight, and we will officially start the desert island survival log tomorrow. It's best to be frugal with food and drinks. Before we find a source of food, all our sources are in our backpacks. Finally, a reminder, protect your backpack. Jingba acted like a leader again, and when he said the last sentence, he showed a mysterious smile. A night of silence. It was said that they would rest for a night, but no one could sleep that night. After all, no one knew whether they would be killed in their sleep. As for what Jingba said, maybe he was the same person as Dolan, who was confident that he could survive alone, but did it on purpose to let other contestants relax their vigilance, and then send everyone to hell one by one while they slept. Except someone. Zhao Chun slept soundly in the tent because the zipper of the tent was inside, so he didn't have to worry about whether someone could sneak into his tent without being noticed. Without worries and concerns, you will sleep naturally well. When Zhao Chun was woken up by the alarm clock at 5 o'clock, he found 6 men sleeping on one side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, with a little distance between them. The remaining 2 women were cuddling together tightly, covering their bodies with their backpacks, and were obviously frozen by the cold wind at the beach. These people are really stubborn. Although it is summer in May, the temperature difference between day and night on the island is huge, and the temperature difference between morning and night can be as high as 20 degrees. These people are reluctant to bring warm clothes. They really don't know how to live or die. Wait, why are there only 8 people? Zhao Qin quickly walked over to the sleepy crowd with a camera and asked, "Why are there only 8 of you?" No one paid any attention to him for a while, because the rules clearly stated that apart from giving up, he could not communicate with the photographer on anything. Fortunately, the old man in his 70s was quite witty. He patted the truck driver beside him and said, "You said that bodyguard named Duolon insisted that he was enough on his own. Now he has probably been eaten by a wild beast." The truck driver also knew that the old man was looking for him just as a go-between, so he just smiled and ignored him. Oh, that security guard who was looking for death ran into the jungle. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. There are too many people in the United States who are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Although Zhao Chun was not particularly familiar with the overall distribution of the island, he was roughly aware that there were still many dangers on the island. If you don't form cliques or factions from the beginning and just dive in alone, it means you have enough confidence in your own abilities. That's stupid. The 8 people in front of him were clearly connected by a line, but within the same camp they were vaguely divided into several small groups. The fitness coach and the Michelin chef were chatting happily. The old man and the truck driver were closest to each other, not to mention the nanny and the female college student. The 2 of them were hugging each other. As for the bankrupt CEO in a suit and the bald programmer, they had little in common. However, these 2 are not very talkative, so it is normal for them to be excluded. Moreover, such a partnership is extremely fragile, and there is no force of agreement at all. Whether there is or not, it is hard to tell the final outcome. As the sun gradually rose, the 2 delicate women ate the remaining food they brought with them. Truck drivers, fitness coaches, Michelin chefs, and other strong men have already started preparing to go into the sea to catch fish. The old man looked at the rising sun with a dazed look in his eyes. The bankrupt CEO seemed to have been so scared that he hadn't slept all night. Seeing that it was already dawn and Zhao Chen's camera was filming, he finally lay down on the ground and fell asleep. The bald programmer was scratching something in the sand with a pen. The first day of this month's deserted island life officially begins. Ever since the sun rose to the sky, university student Marina has been using her equipment to produce fresh water. But the first trial and error seemed to have some minor problems. The seawater was indeed successfully desalinated a lot, but after being exposed to the sun for 4 hours, the fresh water in the sea bowl still had a faint salty taste. The little girl herself was quite disgusted with it, so the fitness coach replaced the entire liter of fake fresh water with 2 sea fish. The little girl was naturally happy to do so. After all, she had a treasure pot like a large sea bowl, so she was not afraid of having no food to eat. She generously gave one of the sea fish to the drooling mother beside her. The 2 of them put a new portion of sea water under the sun while happily eating grilled fish. Although the mother looks delicate, her barbecue skills are quite good. Even without adding any special seasonings, the food is still delicious. The bankrupt CEO and the bald programmer, who had neither the ability to fish nor the ability to trade for sea fish, were drooling with envy. The programmer was also ready to go to the sea to fish for something to eat, but he slipped and got soaked after staying barefoot for a short time, causing people on the shore to sneer. The programmer awkwardly rolled and crawled to the shore, took off his clothes and pants, leaving only his underwear, and dried his clothes in the flames left by the mother's grilling of fish. Both the mother and the college student complained about this. After all, they are women, and it is natural for them to feel uncomfortable being so close to a man who is almost naked. But out of courtesy, he didn't say anything. The bald programmer also felt very embarrassed, but his lighter, which had been in his trouser pocket, was completely wet, and the fires of others had been extinguished long ago. He could only shamelessly move closer to the two women to dry their clothes. Because of this little accident by the programmer, everyone stopped thinking about looking for a place to live outside. Zhao Chun, who was standing nearby and taking pictures, saw the programmer sweating profusely, and his expression gradually became serious. On this island with such a big temperature difference between day and night, getting your clothes wet is a taboo. Haven't you seen Michelin chefs take off their clothes before going into the water to catch fish? A programmer who knows nothing, went into the water without thinking twice. It was pure suicide. The day passed quickly, and in the evening the sea breeze made everyone feel slightly cold. The programmer's face became paler and paler, and his body became more and more tense. It was almost dark, and his clothes were only half dry. He was so cold wearing dry clothes yesterday, so tonight. Sure enough, the next day, the programmer, who fell asleep in wet clothes, developed a high fever. Chapter 55, Kind Female College Student. Suddenly one of the 8 players became sick, and it was the second day of the competition, so everyone was a little nervous and excited. They were nervous because they were worried that the programmers would infect them with the disease, but they were also excited because on this small island with rudimentary medical facilities, it would be difficult to recover quickly with just the little bit of medicine they carried with them. And the worst thing about falling into weakness in this place is that your fatal weakness will be discovered by wild beasts. But it was only the second day, and it was not easy for everyone to openly express their disgust for the programmer and their excitement about his impending death. The fitness coach, Michelin chef, and others said they would go to the island to look for suitable places to live, as they were tired of living on the beach all the time. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that I don't want to be with programmers, who are mobile pathogens. The truck driver also readily agreed and said that he also wanted to go for a walk in the jungle, but in the opposite direction of the fitness trainer and the Michelin chef. After all, he was also worried that he would be set up by the two as soon as he entered the jungle. Nowadays, the only people left on the beach are programmers with high fever, college students basking in the sea water with big bowls, a mother with a terrible figure, an old man who is twice as old as the others, and a bankrupt boss who is a little bloated and confused. In fact, Zhao Chen really wanted to follow the fitness coach and the others into the mountains, but the crew had a rule that if the people were dispersed, he had to film as many people as possible on one side. There were 5 people on the beach, so he could only stand there stupidly. However, he could probably predict in his heart that the 5 people who were at a loss on the beach would definitely be eliminated the fastest. The programmer had a high fever, but luckily he had brought some antipyretics in his backpack. He first took 2 ibuprofen pills, but they didn't seem to work for a while, so he took 2 more acetaminophen pills from his bag. The college student who was silently desalinating the seawater nearby looked at the programmer, who was sweating profusely and looking bitter not far away, and seemed to be moved. After a while, when the programmer drank his last sip of fresh water and suddenly fell to the ground and cried loudly, the college student Marina finally couldn't hold back her overflowing Madonna feelings. The college student was about to stand up, but the mother-in-law grabbed his arm and said, "Marina, what are you doing?" After 2 days of getting to know each other, they were already familiar with each other's names. University student Marina flashed a gleam of humanity and said, "He has a cold and a fever now, and needs to drink a lot of water, but he has already finished all the fresh water. If this continues, he will die of thirst." The old man and the bankrupt CEO who had nothing to do with the matter turned around and looked at the college students, sighing in their hearts that young people are just soft-hearted. In this place, everyone except yourself is the enemy, but you still want to use your own resources to help others? Although they felt that the girl's behavior was unacceptable, they gradually became excited. They were not the favorites to win the competition. If they were faced with such a situation, would this college student treat them like this? The mother shook her head and said, "You can't go over there. It would be bad if the virus from him spreads to you. Let me do it." After saying that, the mother stood up and covered her mouth with her palms facing outwards to make a trumpet shape. "Hey, sir, are you done with your fresh water?" Not far away, the programmer, who was feeling dizzy and everything was upside down, raised his head tremblingly. His reserve of fresh water had been used up. He had finished it in less than 48 hours. This means that he will face the desperate situation of having no fresh water reserves in the next 28 days. At present, the only source of fresh water is the sea bowl of college students. And because it needs the sun's exposure to turn into fresh water, only 2 large bowls of seawater can be turned into fresh water a day, which is only 3 liters of fresh water. It may not be enough for people to use. He heard someone calling him, a woman's voice, a woman on this deserted island. "Throw your water bottle over here, and we will give you some fresh water," the mother shouted to the programmer again. The programmer's eyes, which were originally dead and full of despair, suddenly widened. "What did you say?" The programmer still seemed unable to believe what he heard. She said, "Hurry up and throw the bottle over here. I'll give you some fresh water, but there's not much water. I can only give you half a bottle, so you should save some for yourself." Maria, a college student, answered. Half a bottle of water contains 500 milliliters. The bottles of fresh water distributed by the program team are all 1 liter, and the daily output of a large bowl is only a little more than 2 liters. Giving away a quarter of his daily output in one fell swoop, the college student can't be said to be ungenerous. But I have nothing to exchange with you." The programmer felt a little embarrassed. He knew that everyone on this island was an invisible hostile. There were only interests between each other, no human feelings, and no exchange of interests, which meant there was nothing to gain. Why would the other party be willing to do this? "Why are you wasting words? I feel sorry for you, so I'll give you some water. Drink it if you want." The college student got angry when he heard this. Although he had acted like a materialist in front of the fitness coach before, he was not so bad as to take advantage of the programmer's situation. Who was he looking down on? Thank you, thank you." Hearing the college student's expression, the programmer was relieved. He quickly threw the water bottle to the 2 women while expressing his gratitude. Because the programmer had a fever, he deliberately kept a distance from everyone else. The mother walked to a nearby place and picked up the empty bottle. She looked at the programmer with a very unfriendly expression. Because of this guy with a fever, they had to take the risk of being infected by him, and their partners had to share their precious water resources with him. Yesterday, he came to their side naked to warm himself by the fire. This programmer is simply a cancer among the crowd. But the mother can't say anything about the decision made by the college students. After all, she is just a dependent who relies on the fresh water resources of the college students to survive. She just doesn't like people who take away her resources without giving anything in return. The college student and the mother each held an empty water bottle and a large bowl, and were slowly pouring the newly converted fresh water into the empty bottle. Both of them were extremely cautious. In this place, water resources were as valuable as gold, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Not far away, 2 other idle people, a bankrupt CEO and an elderly old man, were staring at the fresh water being poured into the empty bottles and swallowing their saliva. The college student was holding the 1-liter large bowl very steadily, but the mother was shaking slightly with nervousness while holding the empty bottle. "Enough, enough," the mother hurriedly reminded when she saw that the scale was about to reach 500 milliliters. The college student took the large bowl and poured about 50 milliliters more before stopping. "Why did you pour so much extra water?" The mother looked at the scale on the bottle and saw that it had reached 550 milliliters. "Why not pour some back?" suggested the mother. The college student waved his hand and said, "That's it. Just give it to him. We don't need this little bit of water. Let's collect the fresh water quickly and get a 3rd wave of fresh water while the sun is still shining." The mother sighed, screwed the bottle cap on, and threw it to the programmer who was looking at her eagerly not far away. "Our fresh water has only been exposed to the sun for 3 hours, so the saltiness hasn't completely faded away. Do you mind?" After throwing the bottle back to the programmer, the college student who was filling the big bowl with seawater remembered something and said. The programmer quickly shook his head. Compared to having no water to drink, what does it matter if the water tastes a little fishy and salty? Chapter 56. Each with his own agenda. Someone was standing next to the camera, gulping down a bottle of ice-cold mineral water, watching the contestants in front of him competing with each other in acting skills. He couldn't help but sigh that these few people must have several hundred pounds of brains in total. On this island, the only one who can drink water in big gulps without any scruples is Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun remembered that the female college student Marina wrote in her application declaration that she broke up with her boyfriend and just wanted to get rich quickly or die. But the rules don't clearly state that if you are eliminated, you will definitely die. So how did she anticipate the nature of this game? Could it be that this girl was just lucky? If it was a coincidence, then Eric and the others had explained the real rules one by one, and she was neither deaf nor stupid. Moreover, If she really signed up just because of her emotions, she should have come to her senses and given up participating in the competition during the buffer period. But no, which means that the little girl knew very well that only one living person would leave this island. In that case, what do you want to do? If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. In Zhao Chen's opinion, on the surface, the female college student Maria was acting like a saint, as she gave half a bottle of water to the programmer, who had run out of fresh water resources, without asking for anything in return, and even pretended to be generous by pouring more. In fact, they want to win people's hearts and leave the impression that they are good-for-nothings, fools, and naive people. In this way, when the real fight comes later, they will definitely want to get rid of the people who threaten them first. In other words, on this island, whoever is the strongest and has the highest chance of surviving to the end will be the thorn in everyone's eyes and the first target to be eliminated. The bodyguard named Dolan probably realized all this at the beginning, so he didn't stay with these people and slipped into the island early to fend for himself. If no one can find him from beginning to end, and only one of the 8 people survives, then he will get 10 million franklins without any trouble. Be even more ruthless and hide in the dark. Wait until everyone outside is dead or injured, and then plan to kill the last person, haha. There was another point that Zhao Chun was quite confused about yesterday. Since this female college student brought a large bowl and a long cloth, tools for filtering seawater, she must have experimented with them a few days ago before bringing them. She was just sitting around doing nothing anyway, so why not do it on the safe side? It wouldn't be a big deal, and if the method she found didn't work or was difficult to operate, wouldn't it be a waste of time? So she must have tried this method to purify seawater before. If that is the case, how could the not-so-pure fresh water be filtered out when the weather was so good yesterday and today? If it was the first time yesterday that a small accident occurred, it would be understandable, but looking at the college student's operation and the steadiness of pouring water, it seemed like he had tried it many times. This is even more suspicious. The bowl of water given to the fitness coach yesterday was not pure fresh water, and the bowl of water given to the programmer today is also impure fresh water. Then things have to be considered. After all, the contestants on this island all know very well that except themselves, everyone else is an enemy. Does anyone really do virginal things? Zhao Chen didn't know, but Zhao Chen didn't think that this female college student was so simple and naive. The bankrupt boss also followed his fitness coach's example and took off his clothes to go fishing. But he was a man who sat in the office for a long time. After fishing for most of the day, he was tired and sweating, but he only caught 2 fish, one big and one small. I can't catch as many as the young people who catch them in half an hour. The old man walked into the jungle, grabbed a few plants he couldn't name from the ground, piled them on the beach, and planned to roast them at night. The programmer cherished the half-liter of pseudo-fresh water given by the female college student very much. Every time he wanted to drink water, he only dared to drink a little bit, for fear that he could not help but drink it all. The female college student and the mother are still busy with their own careers. The huge project of desalinating seawater keeps them very busy. Looking at the 5 of them busy with their own things again, Zhao Chen yawned and felt extremely bored. The camera is supported by a stand, so you just need to watch it and not let anyone move it. He took out another bottle of mineral water from the tent and gulped down half of the bottle. Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh that the island was getting hotter and hotter during the day. This was before he entered the jungle. When these people followed the fitness coach into the jungle, he would have to follow them in to take pictures, and he would also have to worry about being bitten by mosquitoes, snakes, and insects. It's not easy to do this job by yourself. Zhao Chen, who was just making fun of the fitness coach and the others, just walked back to the camera from the tent when he saw the fitness coach and the Michelin chef walking out from the side they had entered before. Zhao Chen looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laughed out loud. The fitness coach and the chef looked miserable now, covered in mud, with shit yellow mud all over their faces, hands, and arms. They returned to the beach and quickly took off their clothes. Before they could say anything to anyone else, they jumped into the sea to wash their bodies. The bankrupt boss, who was still waiting earnestly for fishing on the nearby shore, was startled by the sudden splash of water. Holy shada! You scared away my fish. The bankrupt boss was furious. Seeing the fitness trainer and the Michelin chef washing themselves happily not far from him, the bankrupt CEO was really angry. He had waited for so long, and just when a fish might swim over, they scared it away. Oh man, calm down. Fish, right? We will compensate you with 1 each later. We just want to take a nice cool shower right now. The fitness coach replied. The bankrupt boss snorted coldly and walked ashore. You two had better know what's best for you. The 5 people who were originally doing their own things were also puzzled by the strange behavior of these 2 people. The old man spoke first. Young man, have you found any good place to live in the forest? The two people underwater ignored him and were busy washing their bodies. "Grandpa, let us both take a good shower first, and I will tell you good news when we get upstairs," said the Michelin chef. Now the five people stopped asking questions and waited silently for the two idiots to come ashore. Zhao Qin was also watching the two people underwater with interest not far away. Looking at the stains on their clothes, they must have fallen into a place like a swamp. They both said they had good news. Could it be that they found a suitable place to live? But if you find a suitable place to live, why not just move in and come back? At this moment, the truck driver who went out with the fitness coach also came back from the other side. Not only did he come back, but he also held a lot of green fruits in his hands. Like oil apples? I don't know what kind of fruits grow in abundance on this island in North America. Hey man, I didn't expect you could even find avocados. Come on, you must be tired after carrying them for so long. The old man looked at the truck driver who slept with him head to head last night and actually found avocados on the island. So many. For a moment, he ran faster than a 20-year-old young man. Humph, you can take them, but don't try to keep them for yourself. I risked my life to pick these fruits, said the truck driver unhappily. Zhao Qin couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched the frail old man suddenly become full of energy and run like the wind. These people are not simple. Chapter 57 Wild Boar is 2 meters tall. The truck driver who found the avocado was not an ordinary person. Originally, Zhao Qin didn't know what kind of fruit the truck driver was holding in his arms, but the old man immediately said it was an avocado. Avocados are quite common in the southern part of my country, especially in Guangdong province, where a lot of people grow them. But to be honest, Zhao Qin has never tasted avocado in his more than 20 years of life, and it would only grow taller on this undisturbed island. Normal fruit farmers need to rely on equipment and instruments to pick avocados. But on this small island with nothing on it, a truck driver was able to pick so many avocados. How could this be easy? I watched as the truck driver and the old man counted the avocados, a total of 32. Wow, the truck driver's trip was really worth it. If these fruits were distributed equally, they would be enough for 8 people to eat for 2 days. If the truck drivers all stay to eat alone, it is not impossible for them to save food and make it until the end of the game. The truck driver threw a slightly smaller avocado to the old man and said, "Since you came here to help me carry the fruit, I won't let you carry it for nothing." The old man was immediately overjoyed. The bankrupt CEO and the programmer were both madly regretting in their hearts that they could have exchanged a fruit for a few steps. If they had known earlier, they would have gone over to help. College student Marina swallowed her saliva. She was tired of eating only grilled fish these past 2 days and wanted to eat some fruit. "Uncle, how about I exchange some fresh water for some fruits from you?" asked the female college student. The truck driver didn't even look up. No. The female college student was immediately unhappy and was about to say something when the fitness coach and the Michelin chef who were bathing in the sea came over from the shore. "Hey, man, you have a good harvest. Can you give me some fruits to eat?" said the fitness coach. The truck driver looked up at him and said, "Sure, bring me some fish, 1 fish for 1 fruit. The fish must be freshly caught." The fitness coach immediately smiled happily. "No problem." He casually threw a small fish to the bankrupt boss who was staring at him. The Michelin chef did the same, throwing a small fish that was not even as big as a palm. "This fish is too small." The bankrupt boss was dissatisfied. The fitness coach laughed. "I only said I would give you a fish. I didn't say how big the fish would be." The bankrupt CEO looked at him angrily, but could do nothing. Not to mention that fighting is prohibited by the rules. Even if there was a physical fight, my body, which has difficulty walking, is definitely no match for the muscular fitness coach. The truck driver nearby said while eating an avocado, "If it was a fish as small as the one just now, you wouldn't have to bring it over." The fitness trainer laughed and said, "Of course not, my friend. The little fish just happened to get into my crotch." The bankrupt boss next to him was just about to light a fire to grill fish, but when he heard this, he immediately got furious. And everyone else burst into laughter. At this time, the dissatisfied voice of the female college student was heard again. "Why can he exchange fish for fruit with you? But I can't exchange fresh water with you? Aren't you afraid of dying of thirst?" The truck driver looked at the female college student expressionlessly, then sneered. "My fruit has juice. I don't need other people's fresh water. Have you finished eating the fruit? Is this amount of fruit enough for you to eat until the end of the competition?" The female college student seemed a little angry. The truck driver didn't want to pay attention to her at first, but after thinking about it, he replied, "I can pick more when I'm done eating." "Hey man, can you tell me where you picked your avocados?" The Michelin chef asked very naturally and familiarly, putting his arm on the truck driver's shoulder. The truck driver rudely knocked off the Michelin chef's arm and gave him a disdainful smile in return. The Michelin chef shrugged his shoulders and returned to his original position. The truck driver took out 5 avocados from in front of him and said, "I'll trade these 5 avocados for 5 sea fish. They must be big enough and freshly caught. First come, first served. I only want 5 fish." The fitness trainer shouted back, "Okay, buddy, I'll go down and catch it for you in a minute." "Let's see who's faster," said the Michelin chef with a smile. The old man who was sitting on the ground eating an avocado suddenly remembered something. "Young man, didn't you say you would tell us good news when you got ashore? But did you find a good place to live?" Originally, the fitness coach and the Michelin chef said they had reached shore and had good news to share with everyone, but their thoughts were disrupted because the truck driver returned with avocados. The fitness coach also remembered that he came back to discuss important matters with everyone, and he restrained the smile on his face. "Do you know what the cook and I found in the jungle?" No one paid any attention to him. The fitness trainer coughed to ease his embarrassment. "We found a cave that is perfect for us to rest. A cave that is very cool even during the day." Everyone just stared at him without saying anything. No one is stupid. If there is really something good, would a fitness coach be stupid to share it with everyone? And judging from the embarrassing scene when he and the Michelin chef just came back, there must be other explanations. The fitness trainer continued, "It's a good place, but that place has been occupied by a beast." Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. What kind of beast is that? The speaker was a programmer. After a day of taking medicine and drinking a lot of water, his fever had subsided and he felt much better. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Programmer? I didn't expect your fever would be healed so quickly. Congratulations." The fitness coach then realized that the programmer, who was so sick that he had difficulty walking when they left in the morning, is almost well now. A look of regret appeared in his eyes. "It's a white-haired wild boar," the fitness coach continued. White-haired wild boar? Everyone was puzzled. Zhao Chun, who was standing on the side watching the show, was also stunned for a moment. Ordinary wild boars are rampant in the United States. This group of rapidly multiplying animals likes to get into farmland or groups of vegetation. Some wild boars are unwilling to be lonely and run to the highway to seek death. In short, there is only one word: too many. Wild boars can be found almost everywhere in the United States, and for the United States, there is currently no further solution except eating them. However, the taste of wild pigs is very bad and rough, far less tender and delicious than domestic pigs. Secondly, these wild boars are full of various bacteria and viruses. Most people dare not kill wild boars and eat their meat privately. If you are infected with bacteria or viruses, you can only throw up your hands and wait for relatives and friends to come and have a feast. Moreover, wild boars are generally black and brown, or black and white in color, and wild boars with pure white hair are very rare. How big is the wild boar? The truck driver also became interested. The fitness coach and the Michelin chef beside him looked at each other and said with a wry smile, "A 2-meter-tall wild boar." Chapter 58, Wild Boar Charge is so terrifying. A 2-meter-tall wild boar, are you kidding me? The female college student who was listening quietly at the side was suddenly shocked. The fitness coach replied bitterly, "I'm really not lying to you. He's 2 meters tall. If you don't believe me, you can ask the chef." The Michelin chef nodded and said, "My coach and I were looking for a place to stay, and we found the cave. I'm amazed at how well it was constructed. The jungle was full of mosquitoes and it was hot, but once we entered the cave, we felt refreshed, and there were no mosquitoes or anything like that. There is a large, smooth floor in the cave, which is big enough for the 5 of us to sleep in. You know, the sea breeze blowing every day at the seaside will make your body collapse." Not long after the cook and I entered, the wild boar came back. Really, I was almost scared to death when I first saw it. I have never seen such a big wild boar, and it was covered with white hair, just like a monster. The cook and I finally ran out of the cave, and the wild boar chased us out. We ran to a muddy place and jumped directly in. We barely managed to fool the wild boar. The fitness coach said with emotion, looking at the Michelin chef with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Everyone remembered how the fitness coach and the cook looked when they just walked out of the jungle. They really looked like they had crawled out of a mud pit. The truck driver frowned. "Does that mean that if we want to occupy that cave, we must kill the wild boar first?" "That's for sure. As this is a place where you may all live together in the future, I need your help." The fitness coach nodded. The bankrupt CEO was a little scared. 2 meters tall, so wouldn't that mean it must be 3 or 4 meters long? Oh my God, is this a monster? Zhao Chun, who was listening to the gossip, wanted to laugh when he heard this. A pig that was only 3 or 4 meters long could be called a monster. What should a Siberian tiger of the same size be called? But to be honest, it was a little unreasonable to have such a large wild boar on this island. He remembered that when he first arrived on the island, The green hat told him that most of the large animals on the island had been killed. We need everyone's help to kill the wild boar. Not only will we have a place to live, but the wild boar's meat will be enough for us to live for a long time. Together with the little sister's fresh water, we should be able to easily survive until the next 20 days. The fitness coach clapped his hands and encouraged. What if I don't really want to go? The bankrupt CEO was sweating anxiously. He really felt that going to fight with a beast that was many times heavier than himself was simply courting death. The Michelin chef's eyes flashed with disdain. Then you can continue to stay on the beach and enjoy the sea breeze. There is no place for you in the cave. Well, then I'd better go. Zhao Qin squatted and ate an avocado while watching the fitness coach and the Michelin chef using their eloquent tongues to persuade others to join in the hunt for the wild boar. Zhao Chun exchanged 2 bags of instant noodles and a bottle of water for the avocado. Although the rules do not allow bartering, exchanging food for food is still allowed. Zhao Chun was also the photographer and referee of this game, so he had some face. When the truck driver saw Zhao Chun threw something in front of him, he immediately understood and took 3 fruits and returned them. I have to say that it was a little hard to get used to eating avocado for the first time. The whole fruit gave off a faint walnut fragrance, not sweet, and even a little astringent. But its flesh was very soft and tasted like cheese, with a mild and rich aroma and an endless aftertaste. As a tropical fruit, Zhao Qin thought that this fruit would be very sweet, but that was a guess. Soon, everyone discussed the rules for fighting the enemy. The female college students and the mothers will not participate in the wild boar extermination, but if the plan succeeds, they can also move in, but the condition is that half of the fresh water they purify every day will be shared equally among everyone. Originally, the plan was not to bring the 70-year-old man with them, but at his insistence, he proved that he didn't look like a 60-year-old man by running fast on the beach. Helplessly, everyone agreed to the old man's request, but they all had some bad intentions in their hearts. If the action was so hasty, there would be nothing they could do if something unexpected happened. They acted right away. Before it got dark, everyone at the edge of the jungle picked up weapons, including thick branches, sticks picked up in the woods, and bricks, and headed towards the wild boar cave in a vigorous manner. The fitness coach is in front and the Michelin chef is behind. The positions are assigned like this because they are worried that what these 2 people just said were lies and they want to trick them. Then they can't escape. Zhao Qin scratched his head helplessly. Are these 6 people really okay? I can understand using sticks, branches, and bricks. But are you serious about using a plant branch that you broke off yourself, old man? Only the college student and the mother were left on the coast. Zhao Qin naturally followed everyone into the woods. After all, he was responsible for photography. If that cave was really taken down, he should be able to live in the best position. This pig-beating lineup is a bit unsightly. After walking for about 20 minutes, Zhao Qin finally saw how terrible the pests and flies in the jungle were. Even though he had put on long sleeves and long pants, his face and ankles that were not completely covered were covered with red and swollen pustules. Why are there so many bugs here? When will we get there? The bankrupt boss complained in dissatisfaction. It's almost there. It's just ahead. Only 5 minutes at most. Cheer up, guys, the fitness coach encouraged. It does look like a wild boar cave. At least it is definitely not for wild people to live in. When Zhao Chun and others saw the empty cave, they couldn't help but feel a little chilly. Do you have the illusion that the weather has become colder? The programmer, who had just recovered from a serious illness, was very sensitive to the heat and cold of the air. It's because of this cave. Even though the sun is shining brightly outside now, once you enter the cave, you will feel cool and comfortable all over, explained the Michelin chef. Okay, let's stop here and proceed according to the normal plan. I will go in and lure out the wild boar. You guys hide on both sides. I will try my best to run towards the mud pit. When the wild boar comes out, you must chase after it as soon as possible, the fitness coach instructed. Since it was he who proposed the plan, it was natural for him to take on the most dangerous part. Is there anything more dangerous than using yourself as bait? At least it is not in the plan for this mission. Everyone hid in the bushes, leaving only the fitness coach at the entrance of the cave. The fitness coach swallowed his saliva, clenched his fists, and encouraged himself. Then he picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground and smashed it hard against the cave wall. Ding! The cave is relatively closed, and the sound is very penetrating and has an echo. The fitness coach looked into the cave and was ready to run away at any time. A minute passed, and there was no movement in the cave. The fitness coach was wondering whether he should throw another stone in to try. Sudden, behind the bushes where everyone was hiding, there came the sound of violent trampling on the ground. It's a 2-meter-tall wild boar. The white-haired wild boar was very close to everyone. When Zhao Chun heard the sound for the first time, he felt something was wrong. He rolled out of the bushes and rushed to the open space to be with the fitness coach. The remaining 5 people reacted a little slowly, and the wild boar roared directly towards them. This is not just a wild boar charge. It's simply a tiger roaring in the mountains. Among the 5 people, only the old man and the truck driver rolled over in time. The Michelin chef, the bankrupt CEO, and the programmer who had just recovered were directly lifted up by the huge head of the white-haired wild boar. Although the current situation was not a good time to joke, Zhao Chen couldn't help but think of a sentence in his mind. Being pushed by a pig. It turns out that being pushed around by a pig is not just talk, but an invincible fighting skill that both wild boars and domestic pigs like to use. The programmer with the weakest physique was hit by the pig's head and spit out blood. The bankrupt CEO was only hit on the edge. Fortunately, his body shape, which he originally disliked, came in handy. If you want to knock a meatball weighing more than 200 kilograms away, you have to think twice. Although the Michelin chef was also hit head-on, he was young and strong after all. After being knocked away, he turned around a few times, got up neatly, and wanted to run away. Seeing that everyone was frightened, the fitness coach shouted, "Don't run, turn around and kill him." However, no one paid any attention to him, and the white-haired wild boar stepped on the programmer's chest the moment he finished shouting. The pigs trotters that make loud rumbling sounds when stepping on the ground. When they step on people, the consequences are self-evident. Zhao Chun now clearly sees the situation of the people in front of him. In front of this huge monster, manpower is indeed not enough. But what the fitness coach said was right. If you start running now, then there will be basically no hope of doing anything to the wild boar later. At this moment, someone Zhao Chen never expected took action. Chapter 59, 2 Losses. The old man who had just rolled away suddenly turned back in one step. His skills made Zhao Chen doubt how a man in his 70s could do this. However, in a flash, the old man stabbed the branch in his hand towards the wild boar's jaw, like a sharp arrow. Oh, the plant branch was inserted straight into the wild boar's jaw. The fragile human power actually caused the white-haired beast to be injured. The fitness coach also looked at the old man who suddenly exploded in front of him with a shocked expression. Similarly, how could he miss such a good opportunity? When planning, everyone had figured out that the wild boar's weaknesses are generally between the eyebrows and the jaw. Now that the white-haired wild boar's jaw has been pierced, the fitness coach picked up the thick wooden stick behind him and hit the wild boar that was in pain. It hit the wild boar right between its eyebrows. The wild boar howled again. The white-haired wild boar became even angrier after being hit. It ignored the people in front of it and chased after the fitness coach. How can this be? The fitness coach immediately put in all his strength and ran away at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Boom. The classic sound of the white-haired wild boar trampling the ground was heard again. Zhao Chun watched the wild boar gallop past him without any danger. His hands and feet were numb with nervousness, and his heart almost jumped out. He is just an ordinary human being, and he would fall to the ground if hit by the wild boar. Fortunately, at this moment the white-haired beast only focused on the guy who hit his head and completely ignored Zhao Chun, who had just been pushed by him and was watching the show on the side. Zhao Chun looked at the people stumbling around and couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery in his eyes. With just this little courage and strength, they come to do hunter's work? The weight is too thin. Zhao Chun looked at the old man who was breathing heavily and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He had misjudged him. This fucking special forces soldier in the city? Or the 70-year-old retirement life of the king of the American soldiers? I originally thought that the bodyguard who left had the highest fighting ability among these people, followed by the fitness coach and the Michelin chef. Unexpectedly, this low-key old man is the big boss. Zhao Chen saw it clearly just now. The old man attacked and killed decisively without any hesitation. It was just a slightly harder wooden pole, not even a thick branch. It could actually pierce the wild boar's jaw. Although wild boar's jaws are generally more vulnerable, they are only slightly more vulnerable than other parts, and the area between the eyebrows is even more vulnerable. Didn't this white-haired beast still run after the fitness coach after being hit on the head? Let's keep following it. The beast has a hole in its jaw, and the blood will keep flowing. If we don't give it time to rest, it's dead. The old man seemed to have adjusted his state. He stood up and spoke to the people who were still frightened. The truck driver looked at him with an incredulous look, as if he didn't know the old man. Are you so awesome? The old man looked calm and composed. I learned a little Daxia Kung Fu when I was young, but it's just a little bit. Zhao Chun complained silently in his heart. Old man, you are bragging without considering the feelings of a Daxia person like me? But what should we do with him? Perhaps the old man's display of force frightened everyone, and everyone immediately asked for his opinion on everything. The Michelin chef pointed at the programmer, who was already a bloody mess. Life and death are determined by fate here. There is no difference if he dies now or later. After all, the old man has been eating for decades longer than these young people, and his speech is also very elegant. No one was hesitating anymore, except for the bankrupt CEO, whose legs were still shaking and he could barely walk. Everyone immediately looked at the 200-pound fat man with disgust. They simply stopped waiting for him and rushed to the place where the wild boar had just left. Zhao Chun was naturally on the road with everyone else. He filmed the scene where the wild boar appeared just now. This was neither a show nor a movie. The 2-meter-tall, white-haired wild boar, the programmer who was stepped on and vomited blood, and the old man with a stunning sword move would all be crucial factors in the success of this variety show. Wait, I always feel like something is wrong. What's wrong? Before Zhao Chun could figure out what to do, the roar of the wild boar had gradually become clearly audible. There is no need for the pig translator to explain what the wild boar's roar means. Just listening to the hysteria in the sound, it sounds like the roar of a domesticated pig on the execution ground. Finally, everyone followed the pig's cry to the edge of the swamp and saw the fitness coach playing hide-and-seek with the white wild boar. If you are here, I will slip over there. If you pounce on me, I will roll over and slip away. Hey, just play. What about the wild boar? The angry wild boar was furious and felt that the human in front of him was playing a trick on him. In the mud pit, the wild boar's limbs were greatly restricted, and its speed was much less flexible than on the ground. Moreover, the branch stuck in its jaw unfortunately fell off during the chase, and blood was gushing out. The fitness coach, however, was like a rabbit, dodging in various ways and taking it easy. Everyone just stared blankly at the fitness coach doing all kinds of kite flying on the white-haired wild boar in the mud pit. Zhao Chun also recorded this funny and bizarre scene with a camera. What the hell are you looking at? Come and help me. The fitness coach looked at the people outside the mud pit and cursed angrily. He felt bitter. Although he was good at flying kites in the mud pit, the problem was that he had no tolerance for mistakes. If he was knocked to the ground by this wild boar, it basically declared the end of the game. But no one was willing to take the initiative to help him. After all, we are all competitors, and we are not allowed to trip each other up openly. The previous hunting plan has already killed an unnecessary programmer, and now a fitness coach who looks smart, courageous, and physically fit has died. So why not? Even the Michelin chef who had a good time with the fitness coach after entering the island just watched silently outside the mud pit. Friend? Can a friend give me a big Franklin? The fitness coach in the mud pit was filled with grief and anger. These were worse than animals. He had worked so hard to find a suitable place for them to live, and he had taken the initiative to take on the most dangerous work. Couldn't they have grown peacefully for 20 days? It was only the second day, and he was so impatient to want his teammates to die. You will all die later. The fitness coach thought angrily, and the next moment he rolled too slowly and was thrown to the ground by the wild boar. The white-haired wild boar used his ultimate move, which was invincible, to trample the ground. As I said, the earth would shake 3 times if the hoof stepped on it. What possibility is there for normal humans to survive? What's more, this time the white-haired wild boar stepped on the fitness coach's head. Just at this moment, the old man who had been holding back exploded again. The bricks used were large ones that the bankrupt CEO found in the jungle. The old man threw the brick like a hidden weapon. The brick, weighing more than 10 pounds in the old man's hand, was like a child skipping a stone on the water, flying fast and with great force. The brick hit the white-haired wild boar right in the middle of its eyebrows. The wild boar, who was just gloating over having trampled this abominable human to death, suddenly felt something coming towards him. Then his forehead was smashed into a bloody mess. The white-haired wild boar howled and wanted to pounce on everyone. Everyone was so scared that they quickly stepped back, except for the old man, who stood there motionless with a wooden stick. Domineering. However, the wild boar seemed to be just using its last breath to deter others. It lunged forward twice and barely managed to escape from the mud pit. As soon as it got ashore, its entire body fell to the ground, and it was obviously about to die. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, when it was about 10 meters away from the old man, the wild boar's huge body, which was 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, fell down with a bang. The whole earth was shaken by this huge monster. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment for a long time. After confirming that the wild boar would not come back to life, they dared to walk closer to take a closer look. The white-haired wild boar's jaw and brow were already covered in blood, and the blood was about to spurt out. The fitness coach who had his head stepped on by a wild boar in the mud pit was also buried forever on this island with his body incomplete. Looking at the body of the fitness coach in the mud pit, the Michelin chef swallowed his saliva and said, I really felt weak in the knees just now, not that I didn't want to help. The truck driver also nodded numbly. Me too, old man. I was scared to death by that white-haired beast. When I came to my senses, the young man had been trampled to death. I feel so ashamed. The old man acted very unprofessionally. But the other two didn't dare to say anything more at this time. After all, this big guy's fighting power was really amazing. Chapter 60, Living in the Cave. The group returned to the beach where they had just entered the island. The female college student and the mother who were fiddling with their freshwater suits were obviously getting bored of waiting, and as soon as they heard a little noise, they looked over here. Where are the other two? Why are there only a few of you? Has the wild boar been killed? The female college student was the most anxious. The Michelin chef shook his head. They can't come back. The wild boar problem has been solved. It's getting dark soon. We'll take you there. The Michelin chef's voice was very cold and somewhat numb. Although participating in this program was a life and death struggle, he was somewhat uncomfortable to see 2 lives disappear in front of him. To some extent, humanity is still there. The same thing happened to the truck driver, who had been silent since the trip back. When the bankrupt CEO learned that the fitness coach was also trampled to death by a wild boar, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. His legs, which were already difficult to walk, kept shaking, and he was completely in a state of panic. In his opinion, he was crazy to sign up for this program in a rush. Seeing 2 lives lost, he could almost foresee that he would follow in their footsteps soon, even though there should be no large wild animals on the island now. The female college students and the mothers were frightened out of their wits upon hearing such bad news. They all said that it was a good thing that they were women and did not have the past, otherwise they might have been the ones to die. There was a hint of reluctance in the female college students' frightened eyes, but it was quickly replaced by shock. However, the fact is that this is the case. Just 2 days have passed since the January trip, and no one can predict what will happen next. Zhao Qin also packed his luggage, threw the bedding into the suitcase, put the tent down a little, and carried it with his hands. After all, it was quite difficult to fold this kind of folding tent into a small size. Including Zhao Qin, the group of 7 slowly walked towards the original wild boar cave. No one spoke along the way, and the atmosphere was as depressing as the calm before a storm. They soon arrived at the mud pit where the fitness coach and the wild boar were fighting. Looking at the head in the mud pit, which had turned into a bloody mass and merged with the mud and water, the female college student screamed in fear. Fortunately, Baoma persuaded her in time. It was getting dark, and who knew if there would be any bad things in the forest. But the woman's face was pale and ugly. Everyone tried hard to drag the huge wild boar's hind legs and walked with difficulty. After all, this was their food for many days to come, and they couldn't let the wild beast get away with it. After hesitating for a long time, everyone finally reached the cave, and the sky outside had completely darkened. After entering the cave, several men moved several large stones to block the entrance. Although the upper part could not be blocked, as long as the lower part was blocked tightly, it would be fine to prevent some animals from getting in. A white-haired wild boar was placed across the entrance, blocking it like a rockery. After completing all this, everyone finally walked into the large flat area at the innermost part of the cave. Zhao Qin found the most comfortable rock on top, which was just big enough for him to set up the tent. So he naturally took it all in. Seeing that Zhao Qin occupied the best position in the entire cave as soon as he came in, no one could say anything. After all, he was both a photographer and a referee, and he held the power of life and death over everyone. The 6 of them simply divided up the sleeping area for the night, and then took the luggage of the 2 dead people and divided it equally. Programmers have the least stuff, only a few bags of compressed biscuits. The fresh water provided by the system has been finished, and there is still a bottle of fake fresh water with about 200 milliliters left. The half bottle of fresh water given by the female college student. Since it was the female college student who gave it away, it was natural for her to take back the half bottle of fresh water. Although she repeatedly declined, saying that she had plenty of freshwater resources and they could just share it, everyone unanimously decided to return the fresh water. After all, 200 milliliters of fresh water was not enough for the remaining 4 men. Helpless, the female college student had to take the fresh water back. Zhao Qin noticed that the half bottle of fresh water that the female college student took back was not placed together with her original freshwater reserves, but was placed separately in a mezzanine. This action made Zhao Qin squint his eyes, but no one present who was dividing the family property noticed this small detail of the female college student. After dividing the money among the programmers, the savings for the fitness coaches will be sufficient. Only a little of the 2-day supply of fresh water was moved. Considering that on the first day on the island, the fitness coach used 2 sea fish to exchange for a large bowl of fresh water, it is understandable that so much water was left. There were also foods such as compressed biscuits and compressed bars, but the fitness coach hardly touched them. He almost met some of his supply needs by fishing. If the fitness coach had not encountered the white-haired wild boar this time and was violently pinned to death, with his ability to survive on a deserted island, he might have been able to hold on to the end. What a pity, why bother pretending? Equipping in front of a group of people who want to see you die, isn't that simply courting death? It took 6 people a whole hour to divide this little thing, arguing endlessly about who had more and who had less. Zhao Chun, who was standing aside, felt sleepy watching them. What a bloody and terrifying day. Today is the second day, 2 people died, a programmer and a fitness trainer. But this death had nothing to do with Zhao Chun, not to mention that the person who died was an American Chinese, so Zhao Chun had no feelings about it. Because of the economic policies of the United States, hundreds of homeless people freeze to death or starve to death every year, but their own leaders are not sad about it. Why should a foreigner like me pretend to be a saint? When Zhao Chun received the latest task from the system, he was still thinking that he would have to strangle everyone on the island to death by himself to pass the task. Could he do it? Or could he beat these people? Zhao Chun had been thinking about these questions before. However, now, Zhao Chun only needs to watch these fools intrigue each other, show off their poor acting skills, and do some small tricks. Wait for the executioner who is left at the end, and then kill him. Why the executioner? Why did he survive to the end? Because the others were unlucky and died of stupidity. Of course it was impossible. The one who was the most outstanding in the end would have the last laugh, and his hands would be stained with blood. Then I will not show any mercy when the time comes. Although it may seem like I am overstepping my authority, this is America. Why should I care about what these Americans think? Just like the United States didn't consider our country's thoughts when it bombed our embassy many years ago. Finally, the hands of Zhao Chun's watch turned to 11 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Chun put away the camera that was recording and went into the tent quickly. After 11 o'clock, I can't do anything about your acting skills. When the 6 people saw the referee enter the tent, a lot of dark thoughts arose in their minds. Old man, thanks to you during the day, we wouldn't have been able to catch the beast otherwise. The truck driver said as he handed the old man an avocado. Chapter 61. The past is too painful to look back on. Hey, thank you very much, the old man replied with a smile. Oh, but the fruit in your bag is bigger. Can you give me a bigger fruit? The smile on the truck driver's face froze for a moment, but he soon replied with a full smile. Of course, you have made a great contribution this time, so you deserve to get the biggest reward. You can pick any fruit I have here. When you run out of them, I'll pick more. Just now, the old man, perhaps in a sentimental mood, accidentally talked about his youth with everyone. He had been a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps for 11 years, but later he accidentally learned that his fiancée had turned to someone else. He was angry and did something wrong. He hated the man who stole his fiancée, so he went to the man's house and dragged the man out of the house naked to the streets and alleys and paraded around the street where they had just had their wedding. He forced the newly married bride, who was also his original fiancée, to commit suicide because of the humiliation, and he also brutally killed the man in the end. In the subsequent court, he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Although he was lucky enough to get a few years of commutation during this period, when he was released from prison, the world had changed with each passing day. His family and friends had long since died of old age or lost contact with him. And he, a special forces soldier who had been imprisoned for nearly 40 years, was a handsome young man when he first went in, but an old man in his twilight years when he came out. He was unwilling to live his life like this, but because he had no skills, he barely made a living by picking up garbage, until he saw the promotion report of this activity a few days ago. He had no interest in money, but he was full of yearning for this kind of activity that could arouse his passion. The truck driver has changed his previous petty attitude and has gone from being lukewarm towards the old man to being fawning on him. It's not just the old man's tragic past that he can't bear to look back on, but also that his strength is still as strong as ever. As expected, the bigger the fist, the more powerful the law, even if this is a show that does not allow violence. The female college student at the side also took the half bottle of water that was returned to her from the compartment and took out a full bottle of water from her bag. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so capable and have such a bad experience. It's a good thing you were there this time. Otherwise, there would be no way to deal with that beast. We 2 women didn't help much, so you take these 2 bottles of water, which is also a thank you from both of us. The old man took the 2 bottles of water, one large and one small, with a smile, weighed them and returned them. Girls, I'm old and don't drink much water. It's embarrassing to use your ready-made water. How about this? You lend me your big bowl tomorrow, and I can do it myself, so I won't bother you 2 girls. A trace of regret flashed across the eyes of the female college student, and she quickly added, Old man, don't think that purifying seawater seems so easy for you. It's actually not that simple. If you don't operate it properly, you may end up with only half a bowl of water left. The old man smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's okay. Half a bowl of water is enough for me to drink for a long time. Why, you can't bear to part with your treasure?" Although the female college student was unhappy, she couldn't say anything. Of course not. Of course not. The bankrupt CEO and Michelin chef said, "We also want to use your big bowl, not the ready-made water." The female college student was immediately furious. "Are you afraid that I'll poison the water? You are such narrow-minded villains." The truck driver ignored the female college student's rage against the two men and explained, "They are just doing it for safety reasons. If you don't want them to, then let them find a way to get fresh water themselves." The female college student snorted, "Who are you looking down on? Take it, use it. Do you really think I'm a vicious woman?" After saying that, the female college student didn't waste any time and invited the mother to go to bed together. After all, they were girls, and apart from the area covered by Zhao Chen's tent, it was the best place for them to rest. If there was any danger outside, the people sleeping outside would be the first to suffer. It was hard to imagine that the white wild boar's cave was so clean. Even though the two girls used very picky eyes, they could not find anything unacceptable on the smooth stone surface. Is this really a wild boar's cave? Seeing that the two girls fell asleep one after another, several male compatriots also went to their respective areas to sleep. As there were fewer people and the sleeping area was more empty, there was a long distance between each person. So the men spread fur scraps within a 2-meter radius of where they slept. This stuff is everywhere in the jungle outside, and it makes a crackling sound when you step on it. Neither of them particularly trust each other. A night of silence. Early in the morning of the third day, Zhao Chen walked out of the tent with his camera. He first took out his toothbrush and brushed his teeth, and then prepared for today's shooting. Logically speaking, the only one who has the conditions to brush his teeth here is Zhao Chun. Not noticing the fur scraps on the ground, Zhao Chun made crackling sounds after taking only 2 steps. Zhao Chun himself was stunned. The men who had not slept much to begin with rolled over and sat up. The 4 men stared at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun scratched his head and said, "I'm just taking a walk. Why are you all staring at me?" But after taking a look at everyone, he fell back to sleep, and this time his sleep was obviously much more sweet because Zhao Chen got up. After all, the night was so dangerous that they did not dare to leave their backs to the jackals and beasts around them. The recording has already started, and if you openly try to trip them up, you're asking for trouble. Zhao Chen took 2 more steps. Crackling. Ahem. Zhao Chun then noticed that there were a lot of small grasses from the jungle on the ground. Scratched his head. "I was wondering why these people were holding this thing when they came in. It turns out it's used to prevent thieves." Crackling. 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 Everyone slept soundly, and no one paid any attention to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun got off the sleeping platform and began to look at the general appearance of the cave. I have to say that it is worthy of being a place where 2-meter-tall beasts live. The cave has a high ceiling and thick walls. The walls here don't look like soil or stone, but some kind of metal, which is really strange. As we walked further inside, the road began to become narrower and darker. Zhao Chun turned on the flashlight he carried with him and shone it inside. "Good job. You don't know until you take a photo, and you'll be shocked when you do." There were many corpses of various animals inside. Zhao Chen couldn't name most of them, but fortunately, these corpses were placed in relatively cool places. If they were thrown outside, they would stink in minutes. Zhao Chen looked at the animals' wounds carefully and frowned. These were not prey caught by wild boars. There were no bite wounds or injuries from being trampled on the animals, but bloody bullet holes revealed the weapons that killed them. Gun. It should be a shotgun. It is difficult for ordinary firearms to cause such a huge wound. The United States is a country that does not ban guns, and hunting with a hunting rifle or a shotgun is a very normal thing in the United States. These should be animals that the program crew killed in large numbers before the show was broadcast. It is not convenient to transport them out, so they are temporarily abandoned here, and that white wild boar doesn't actually live here, but is attracted by these prey. It really was a blessing in disguise. After surveying a few more steps forward and confirming that there was nothing special, Zhao Chun turned around and sent them back. When they returned to the large plain, the 2 girls had already gotten up. They took out a little fresh water to rinse their mouths, and then ate the few foods they had. Now, although others have agreed to use their big bowls on the condition that they catch fish for them, who can trust anyone else before the fish is in their mouths? Among the remaining 4 men, the old man sat up, but still stood there motionless, in a daze. The remaining 3 people cherished their precious sleeping time. Zhao Chen wondered if the old man had been sitting for too long and wanted to go up to see if there was anything wrong, but he was unsuccessful. Mr. A lesson. Chapter 62 robbed. Zhao Chun hurried to the old man and found that his eyes had turned white. He checked his heartbeat and found that it had stopped. Touch my body, it's still hot. Someone just died. Get the hell up. Someone died again. Zhao Chen shouted angrily. Zhao Chen roared and immediately woke up the three people who were still half asleep. What's wrong? What's wrong? The bankrupt boss quickly got up, turned around, put on his glasses and asked. Damn it, someone died again. Zhao Chen's face was as black as a piece of charcoal. Ah, the female college student screamed. Before the mother could cover his mouth, Zhao Chen roared again. Shut the fuck up. Go back to the island and scream again. The female college student quickly shut up and her body twitched as if she was frightened. Well, Marina is just afraid. The mother explained. If you want to leave, I will contact the program team now. Zhao Chen said. The two women fell silent, and the remaining three men looked at Zhao Chen with stern faces. Zhao Chen continued with a dark face. The third day. I have no objection to your internal fighting and intrigues, but can't you save it for the last few days to play your tricks? The old man just saved your lives yesterday. You were killed today? Are you still human? I have to say that one should not stand out as a person. It is obvious that the old man is being targeted by someone. After all, with such a high level of fighting power, no one would be confused, so it is normal for someone to want to harm him. Zhao Chen thought that after more than 20 days, this old man would be the first target to be killed by everyone here. Truck driver, yesterday the old man ate the avocado that you alone handed to him. You must have killed him. The bankrupt boss said while trembling and pointing at the truck driver. When the truck driver heard this, his face darkened. The old man just took a fruit from my bag. Why would I poison all the fruits in my bag? At this point, the truck driver seemed to want to prove something. He looked at Zhao Chen and said, Referee, you can take any fruit from my bag now. I will eat it myself in front of them. When the bankrupt CEO heard this, he withdrew his pointing finger in disappointment. No need. Since there is no direct evidence, just treat it as a natural death. But I want to warn you, since the first person died, it means the murderer must be among you. Moreover, since some people have started to die, others who are not prepared to commit murder will definitely be on guard against others and try to kill them. I'm here to advise you. There is a big bodyguard outside who is eyeing them covetously. If you are too careful, you will end up benefiting others. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he returned to the tent and sat down without caring whether these people understood or not. The camera was right in front of him, and he was positioned just right to capture all the scenes in the venue. Another person died, and it was the old man with the highest martial arts skills. He was clearly alive and well when he got out of bed in the morning. How could he die when he just went in for a walk? Who is it? Although he said he would not investigate, Zhao Chen had to make himself live the safest possible. Although there is a heavy layer of protection from referees, there are still some people who are so cruel as to do something harmful to others, even in such a silent way. Although the old man is dead, life must go on. A few people moved the white-haired wild boar aside with great reluctance and prepared to rush to the beach to catch fish and clean water. Little sister, where is your big bowl for washing water? The Michelin chef asked when he saw that the female college student did not have the big bowl that she usually carried with her. The female university student patted her head and said, I remember now. Didn't I promise the old gentleman yesterday to give him a bowl of water in the morning? He took the bowl away. I'm going to get it back now. Zhao Chen had already been preparing to follow everyone out with his camera, but when he saw the female college student, he turned back and looked for something near the old man's body. Oh, a big bowl for purifying seawater and a long cloth for filtering seawater. Originally, the old man was going to filter the fresh water as soon as he got up this morning, so I gave him the bowl in advance, but I didn't expect. Zhao Chen nodded to indicate that it was nothing and motioned for her to go out with him. The female college student was naturally very happy to follow Zhao Chen out. On the beach. Now the division of labor among several people is quite clear. The truck driver left his luggage on the beach, especially the medicines, to make sure he didn't have any. Then he went to pick avocados. Michelin chefs are responsible for going out to sea to fish. The bankrupt boss was responsible for replacing the second daughter's job and concentrated on filtering the seawater. Two women were doing nothing but building houses on the beach. Zhao Chen filmed while watching everyone's orderly actions. It has to be said that the sudden death of several people did make these people hold each other tighter, but the wariness between each other has always been an objective existence. The avocados brought back by the truck driver will be placed randomly on the ground, and everyone except himself will take two, and they will need to ask the truck driver to taste them before eating. The truck driver naturally understood why, but it didn't matter. Why not eat more of other people's food? The same goes for the bankrupt boss. He has to take a sip of the filtered fresh water first, make sure it is okay, then take out half and divide it equally among the three men, and the two women get the other half. It is even simpler for a Michelin chef. He catches the fish right under everyone's noses, so naturally there is no need to worry about him doing anything wrong. And rather than saying that he might have done something wrong, it would be more likely that the mother who grilled the fish did something wrong, because the fish grilled by the mother is the most delicious and everyone is willing to eat the fish grilled by the mother. But at the same time, the first bite of the grilled fish needs to be eaten by the person who grilled it. Zhao Chen also told them that there were dead animals in the cave, but the bodies had been there for a long time, so they didn't dare to eat them. But as for the white-haired wild boar, they were already sharpening their knives and ready to attack it. The 5 people were jumping back and forth between trust and distrust. They were even more cautious with each other when they went to bed at night, for fear that the old man's situation would happen to them. Basically, they would let down their guard and sleep soundly only after Zhao Chen woke up. Zhao Chen discovered something very strange. The 2 women slept soundly every day, without any worry that any man would take advantage of them while they were sleeping, while the 3 men, on the other hand, were on guard against thieves all day long, fearing that they would be cheated. Haha, is this the difference between men and women? In this way, the 5 people barely made it from the 3rd day to the 23rd day on the island. 20 days passed without any accidents. Zhao Chen's beard had grown a lot, and his life was very trivial and boring every day. Because he often looked for contestants to eat and drink, he had only used up 1/3 of his battle reserves. On this day, everyone was doing their assigned tasks on the beach as usual. The truck driver came back with a gloomy face, but this time, he didn't have an avocado in his arms. My avocado was taken away by that big bodyguard. Chapter 63: The Hunter and the Prey. The truck driver's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. I finally found an avocado tree, spread my clothes on the ground, and then climbed up the tree with great effort, picking the fruits one by one and throwing them on my clothes. After working for nearly an hour, I barely picked about 20 fruits, and I was as tired as a dog. When I was about to get down from the tree, the big bodyguard who seemed to have been lying in ambush suddenly appeared and ran away with a bunch of fruits. Damn, you can't just come down from a tree that's over 10 meters high. The truck driver could only watch helplessly as the fruits he had worked so hard to pick were taken advantage of by others. He was so regretful. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so stingy and shared the location of the fruit tree. If there were 2 people coming each time, this kind of situation wouldn't have happened. After hearing the truck driver's description, everyone concluded that the bodyguard must have been unable to find food, so he came to steal their food. More than 20 fruits are enough for that idiot to last until the end of the game. We can't let him hide like this any longer. The Michelin chef glanced at Zhao Chen not far away and saw that the referee was leisurely cracking melon seeds. He felt a little toothache unconsciously. This referee doesn't care about anything. That's great. The chef called the truck driver and the bankrupt boss to his side and whispered, "We can't keep that bodyguard. If we keep him, we will have to work for him and he will take advantage. We can't let him hide in the dark like this. Tonight, after the referee goes to sleep, we will sneak out together to look for the direction that guy ran away. After we find him." The Michelin chef made a gesture of wiping his neck. The truck driver and the bankrupt boss nodded, especially the truck driver, whose eyes were full of sparks. Zhao Chen, who was standing aside, had no idea what these 3 guys were plotting. Out of kindness, he said, "I advise you to forget about it and just pretend that you never participated in this event. Aren't you all doing well now? 3 people have already died, and you still want more deaths? Each of you can take 1,000 franklins as performance fees. Isn't it good to be alive?" The 5 people not far away couldn't help but breathe a little harder when they heard what Zhao Chen said. 1,000? What can 1,000 do? And even if I don't do it, can I guarantee that others won't do it? The only way to survive is to let everyone else die. Zhao Chen looked at the 5 people's uncertain faces and knew that he was still doing useless work. He sighed helplessly. This production team really has a firm grasp on human nature. There are many weaknesses in human nature. If you don't kill others, you will inevitably be killed by others. It's a life and death battle. Being merciful is like a sharp sword stabbing at yourself. Everyone present had this awareness, including the delicate-looking female college student and the bankrupt CEO, who seemed timid and cowardly. Zhao Chen didn't believe that nothing had happened in these 20 days. The only possibility was that these people had disappeared into thin air. There are only 7 days left, let him be. At night, Zhao Chen finished work at 11 o'clock as usual and returned to his tent. At this time, the Michelin chef said loudly, "Brother, are you going to pick fruits at night?" The truck driver replied, "Yeah, I don't want to be robbed again. Take one with me, take one with me. I'll watch from the side and never give that bodyguard another chance to pick up the fruit." "Okay, then I'll pick more tonight." "Boss, you can come and help pick the fruits," the truck driver suggested. The bankrupt CEO, who was about to go to bed, swallowed, and said, "Okay, okay." That bodyguard must have expected that I would no longer pick fruits during the day and might come secretly at night. You guys wait at a distance first. Make sure to observe your surroundings so that you don't get discovered by him. I will climb up the tree to pick fruits. If he really shows up later, you must hold him down. If we don't kill him this time, we will have almost no chance. During the day, the Michelin chef suggested going through the jungle to look for the bodyguard at night, but the truck driver later rejected the idea. He considered that the light at night was extremely poor. If he used a flashlight, it would definitely alert the enemy. The bushes were so quiet that people could hear the sound of people moving from a long distance away. If he tried to hide, it would be a waste of effort. If he searched separately, he might be defeated one by this bodyguard. The best way is, sit back and wait. The truck driver was thinking, I have been picking fruits alone for so many days. I was really angry and embarrassed when my fruits were intercepted during the day, but I was also afraid of the bodyguard, so I would not dare to pick fruits during the day. In this case, I must act at night, and the bodyguard must have thought of this. Although in theory more than 20 fruits would be enough to last a week, the big guy would definitely run out of energy if he only ate 3 or 4 fruits a day. He didn't believe that the bodyguard would let his body be weak. If someone found him during the last few days, wouldn't he be a lamb to be slaughtered? Therefore, he is most likely still here tonight, waiting for me to pick the fruit. Then, the latest plan is that the truck driver climbs the tree to pick the fruits, and the remaining 2 people wait for the fruits to come. Moreover, it was not like the daytime today. The bodyguard might have been weak because he had been hungry for a long time and ran away with the fruit. If the bodyguard waited until the truck driver came to pick the fruit tonight, he would have eaten and drunk enough and waited for the truck driver to come down before taking action. He would also try to kill the truck driver, thus reducing a competitor and cutting off a food source for the other people. So, who is the hunter and who is the prey tonight? The darkness covers the sky, and the cool evening breeze stirs up the melancholy of separation. Bodyguard Dolan lay quietly in a shelter, his eyes fixed on the avocado trees not far away. He found this cluster of trees while wandering around a few days ago. He was so hungry that he wanted to grab a handful of mud on the ground. When he first saw so many trees, he was so excited that he was going crazy because he knew that this large area of avocados would be enough to sustain him until the end of the game. But at the same time, problems arise. How do you climb up an avocado tree that is nearly 20 meters tall to pick the fruits? Dolan knows a little bit about tree climbing, but he definitely can't climb such a high and slippery tree. I was originally debating whether to cut down the tree, but I accidentally found an avocado on the ground. This avocado is very green. Although it is ripe, it is definitely not ripe enough to fall off naturally. Only then did Dolan carefully observe the fruits on the trees and was immediately shocked to find that some of the fruits on the trees were more and some were less. It's obvious that someone has picked the fruits here. Besides me, there are only 8 contestants on this island. The referee is not a human being in their eyes. It must be one or more of them. For a moment, Dolan put the idea of cutting down the tree behind him, and a more reliable plan slowly emerged in his mind. Chapter 64 Final Round. The truck driver walked cautiously on the road, looking around as he walked, fearing that he would be discovered. How dare you guys call me a loser? This time, I won't share any of the fruits I picked with you. The truck driver cursed as he walked. When he came under a thick avocado tree, he took off his spare jacket without hesitation. That guy got off easy. He stole my fruit and even took my clothes with him. The truck driver spread his coat on the ground and climbed up the tree swiftly. He then hung on a thick branch and began to pick fruits in a chic manner. First, he ate one in big bite, then picked the fruits one by one, aimed, and threw. 1, 2, 10, 20. The truck driver was panting with exhaustion. I'm so fucking tired. That's all for today. After the rest, the truck driver put his legs around the tree and slowly climbed down like a snake. Hey, counting our harvest tonight. Hee hee, said the truck driver with a smile. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. Go to see God with the memory of tonight. A black shadow appeared behind the truck driver, holding a weapon similar to a shovel in his hand. The truck driver rolled forward without any hesitation. Bodyguard Dolan was stunned. His sure-shot attack missed. But when he saw the panicked expression on the truck driver's face, he felt that he had won. Stop running. How can you get away? The bodyguard was tall, but his strong build did not affect his running speed. Soon he caught up with the truck driver, who was fleeing for his life. I told you to see God. You are the only one who can run. The shovel in the bodyguard's hand flew out, and the truck driver was hit in time to avoid it. The man and the shovel fell forward together. The truck driver collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The bodyguard walked towards the truck driver step by step, like a lion playing with a rabbit. Run! Why the hell aren't you running? At this time, the truck driver was about to hate the other 2 people. Suddenly, He thought of the result of the fitness coach who took the risk before, and he couldn't help but regret it. Will these two people do the same? If you two don't come out, I'm really going to die. The truck driver roared with all his might. The bodyguard Dolan was stunned and quickly took precautions, but when he saw that there was no movement around him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you think I'm an idiot? How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Do you really think I will believe everything you say? Bodyguard Dolan scoffed. Boom. A club hit Bodyguard Dolan hard on the back of the head. Bodyguard Dolan was stunned for a moment. Then the huge body fell down with a loud bang. It was the fat bankrupt boss who took action. The truck driver finally breathed a sigh of relief and covered his back where he was beaten. You came out too late. I was almost killed. The truck driver complained speechlessly and suddenly thought of something. Wait, where is the cook? The bankrupt CEO smiled and showed his 2 rows of white teeth. I'll send you to see him right away. Boom, boom, boom. After hitting the 3 fainted people several times on the head, he confirmed that they were all dead. The bankrupt CEO then staggered back to the avocado tree, carrying more than 20 fruits he had just picked. While walking and eating, he complained, Damn, I've never eaten such fresh fruit. Day 24. Zhao Chen woke up and came out of the tent, seeing that the field was empty. I felt panicked. Damn it, it's not like 3 of us are fighting against 1 and we're all killed. Zhao Chen hurriedly walked out of the cave to take a look outside, and just happened to see the bankrupt boss running towards the cave with a dusty face and crying. Referee, referee, that bodyguard killed people. He killed people. Looking at the bankrupt boss with tattered clothes and face covered with black dust and dirt, Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. The bankrupt CEO was crying so hard that his nose was running, and he felt sick when he looked at Zhao Chen. Well, the truck driver, the cook, and I went to pick fruits yesterday. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard suddenly appeared again. He knocked the cook unconscious. He wanted to hit me too, so I ran away. I kept running, and then I heard a fight, and then the sound stopped. I suspected that the truck driver was also killed, so I ran for my life, as if I had lost my soul. Why don't you run back to the cave? Zhao Chen asked. The bankrupt CEO started crying again. I am a directionally challenged person. I couldn't find the direction in the middle of the night and kept going around in circles in the jungle. I ran back at daybreak this morning. Is the truck driver back yet? The bankrupt boss asked anxiously. Zhao Chen frowned and said, They haven't come back yet. Take me to the crime scene of yesterday. Hurry up. Oh, I can't go. If the bodyguard is still there, we will both die. The bankrupt boss had a sad and reluctant expression on his face. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Kill me? Who will shoot this variety show if you kill me? Will you still get the bonus if you survive to the end? Stupid. Lead the way. The bankrupt boss smiled awkwardly and had no choice but to lead the way. Soon, the two came to a group of avocado trees. A breeze blew and a smell of blood hit them. Zhao Chen walked to the 3 corpses with an expressionless face. No more, no less, 3 corpses. Truck driver, Michelin chef, and bodyguard. The burly bodyguard's head was smashed, and the other 2 were not much different. Oh my, their fight was so brutal. They died together, the bankrupt CEO exclaimed in surprise. But in my heart, I was screaming mistake. If I had known yesterday, I wouldn't have smashed my head so badly. Now the 3 guys have split heads. Could it be that they smashed each other's heads like this? It's exposed, it's exposed. Looking at Zhao Chen's vague smile, the bankrupt CEO broke out in a cold sweat. Zhao Chen came over and said softly, It shouldn't cost so much money for your company to resume normal operations. If you finally succeed, don't forget me, the cameraman. Zhao Chen patted the bankrupt CEO's sturdy shoulders. Zhao Chen then realized that this fat guy was quite fat, but his flesh was unusually firm. Such a person must be very strong. Thinking back to the last time when he was pushed by a white-haired wild boar, the programmer was pushed unconscious by the pig's head, so his sternum was crushed by a pig's hoof. But this bankrupt CEO was fine and could even stand up and walk. Not simple, not simple. It's all fucking acting. Hide. Keep your skills to yourself. Back in the cave, the 2 women had already gotten up and were dressing up. There was no place to take a bath on this island, but it was still necessary to go to the beach to wash your body every day. After all, it was not good for women to be too sloppy. Where are they? The female college student asked the bankrupt boss. Congratulations to the 3 of you for entering the final round. Zhao Chen took over the conversation, and what he said was earth-shattering. The 2 girls frowned at the same time, their faces stern and expressions of disbelief. Last night, the truck driver and the Michelin chef met the bodyguard Dolan in the jungle. After a fierce fight, the 3 of them all died on the spot. So, now there are only 3 contestants alive on this island. Congratulations. Chapter 65. 10 million is not enough. The moonlight is like water pouring down on the earth. The dark black clouds in the sky seem to be looking down on the people in this world. Coastal. Zhao Chen watched the three of them sitting on the beach, staring at the moonlight infatuatedly. From the look in their eyes, he could tell that they were all extremely eager for life outside the island, a life where they could indulge in pleasures and not have to engage in intrigue all the time. Today is June 5th, and there are 4 days left until the competition officially ends. Since the final round, the three of them no longer trust each other. When Zhao Chun is around during the day, they stay by his side, and no one dares to sleep at night. At least they stay around Zhao Chen's tent, because if there is a fight, Zhao Chun will definitely know, and they can't be caught by the referee. Even the college girl and the mother who had been carefree from the beginning to the end became extra cautious afterwards. At night, the two of them often stared at each other or chatted about women's boudoirs to relieve boredom. After all, there were only 3 of them left. If everyone fell asleep at night, if someone quietly got up in the middle of the night and hit everyone with a stick, the game would end right there. Now the 3 of them don't sleep at night, and only sleep peacefully after Zhao Chun wakes up in the daytime and starts filming. Watching the moon slowly change from a crescent at the beginning of the month to a small half-moon now, the 3 of them were relieved for this rare safe moment. Now there are only 3 left from the 9, and even if it ends like this, everyone can receive a reward of 1 million franklin. Of course, 1 million is a lot, but compared to 10 million or 100 million, it seems pitifully small. I believe no one can refuse the opportunity to increase their bonus tenfold or 100-fold. Zhao Chen looked at the pointer on his watch and saw it reach 11 o'clock. He turned off the camera and said, "I'm going back. You can either look at the moonlight or go back and sit down. It's up to you." There were only 4 days left in the competition, and Zhao Chun gradually felt the calm before the storm. However, as a spectator, he could only stand aside and watch. Whether the remaining 3 people killed each other or shook hands and made peace, it was none of his business. Hearing that Zhao Chun was going back to the tent in the cave to rest, the bankrupt boss hurriedly followed him. He also realized that the remaining 2 women were not good friends he met on the island. These 2 were actually participating in the competition together. But if they didn't say anything or admit it, he had no other options. He couldn't just make up his mind. Speculations were just speculations after all, and the 3 of them were the only ones left alive. So he didn't regard the 2 women as ordinary people. Although these 2 women seemed to have done nothing in this competition and survived until now purely by luck. But on this island where people eat each other, luck? Do you want to hear what you were saying? After Zhao Chun and the bankrupt boss left, only the female college student and the mother were left at the beach. Without anyone around, the 2 of them could talk without any worries. "Sister, look at the moonlight shining on the sea. It's so beautiful." The female college student said something shocking. The mother also changed her usual weak and timid behavior and said charmingly, "It's beautiful, but if you add 10 million franklins each, it will be even more interesting. If I can control the time well, will I die before the end of the game?" "My sister?" asked Bao's mother. The female college student smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister. The amount I gave you is just right. He will die quietly in these few days, just like that old man." The mother laughed and shook her head. "How ridiculous. It's really ridiculous that man proposes, God disposes. The original plan was for those men to die slowly and quietly, but I didn't expect that it would be useless, and they all died early. It's okay for a fitness coach and a programmer, but dying at the hands of that white-haired beast is pitiful but not tragic. That old man was really wronged. We originally wanted him to die slowly, but who would have thought that he would put the cloth with material under his head as a pillow? Ha 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 ha. Isn't this sincerely seeking death?" The mother couldn't help laughing when she thought about the cause of the old man's death. The 2 of them really didn't intend to kill anyone. They were just trying to reduce their presence. However, he still managed to kill a master with the highest combat power by accident. It has to be said that luck is also very important. The mother and the female college student are sisters, biological sisters. The older sister is calm and the younger sister is lively. However, they changed their surnames after their parents divorced and remarried. But they are close to each other on weekdays. For them, this activity was a long-planned and deliberate act. They planned to poison the other contestants on the island. And the way they harm people is through filtered fresh water. There was indeed something wrong with the fresh water, but the problem was not with the drugs or the big bowl, but with the rags that the female college student used to filter the seawater. The female college student brought 4 rags and put them in 2 layers. The 2 rags in one layer were non-toxic and harmless, and the filtered fresh water could be drunk normally. The other layer contained 2 identical rags, but these 2 rags were soaked in chronic poison, and the onset date was about 20 days. Originally, The poisonous fresh water had been given to a fitness coach, a programmer, and others to drink, but they died early and the water failed to have any effect. The old man also died slowly from the chronic poison because he slept with poisonous rags as his pillow for a night. Now, the last contestant besides them, the bankrupt CEO, had drunk fresh water filtered through poisonous rags 20 days ago and was only a hair's breadth away from death. So at this point, they could be said to have a sure win. It's better that those people died early. It would be ugly if they were exposed in advance. Let's just think of these medicines as being used on that last person. The mother bent her charming waist and smiled coquettishly. Sister, if there are only 2 of us left, will it be 10 million each? The female college student suddenly asked. The mother stopped laughing and replied in confusion. That's what's written in the rules. What's wrong? The female college student nodded. I just feel that 10 million franklins are not enough. If it's 100 million, it will be enough. Boom, boom, boom. Before she died, the mother couldn't believe it. It was her own sister. Her sister from the same father and mother. He actually attacked himself. The female college student hit a short and thick wooden stick at her side while looking at the moonlight. For a college shot-put athlete, her hand strength can be said to be very strong, at least much stronger than that of her sister who had given birth to 2 children and whose skin had become loose. What's more, the female college student's sudden attack caused the mother to lose consciousness. After confirming that her sister had died, the female college student lifted up her sister's body. Lift him up and throw him into the sea. After throwing the woman's body into the sea, the female college student looked at her sister, who was blown away by the waves, and said, I will take care of your children for you. After saying this, the female college student slowly walked into the jungle. Chapter 66. What's in the bag? Ha 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 ha, Mr. Jason, what interesting sisters. Aren't they? Outside the island, in a 5-star hotel. Lore was holding a small half glass of Bowl Estate red wine in his hand and laughing at the scene in the video. Meanwhile, Eric was standing respectfully on the side, watching the 2 big guys chatting. The man whom Lore called Mr. Jason was also watching the video on the surveillance camera with a smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. Women are truly amazing creatures. They were clearly brothers and sisters who walked hand in hand together. But because of the final bonus, they actually killed each other. Investor Jason sighed. No, Mr. Jason. It's not just women, but most people accept you. You may not know how fragile these people's humanity is. Maybe in your eyes, 100 million franklins are just a string of numbers. But in the eyes of these lower-class people, if they can get this money, they are willing to exchange 100 lives for it. Lore said with a smile. Jason also made a joke. If you can really give me a life, I would be willing to exchange it for 1 billion. Ha ha ha. Luo Lei danced with joy. And Mr. Jason, you don't know that our live broadcast is extremely popular on the internet. Every citizen of the United States will feel sad if they don't watch our live broadcast for a while every day. This time you invested 100 million in Franklin, and the return you received is even more generous than Wall Street. Make crazy money. Zhao Chen always thought that the broadcast of this variety show would have to wait until the materials in his hands were sent to the program team, who would then edit and delete them, and cooperate with the cameras on the island to produce an exquisite wilderness survival variety show. But he didn't know that when the 10 of them set foot on the island, the live broadcast of this variety show had already begun. The 360 cameras on the island almost cover the entire island. Even the cave where Zhao Chun and his friends live has several pinhole cameras that broadcast live all day long. It can be said that there are basically no secrets between these 10 people on this island. Even the most private things can be seen through the camera. Originally, the highest variety show department in the United States would not allow such revealing and bloody variety shows to be broadcast live in front of the audience. The problem is, they gave too much. After careful consideration, the people of the United States need the experience of steel and fire, so it is better to broadcast it to let everyone know the difficulties of life and human nature. Just like that, this variety show suddenly became the hottest reality show in the United States, and the various stories that happened during the live broadcast also made the American people rave about it, especially the part where the old man fought the white-haired wild boar. Many editors put this part into short videos, which attracted many fans. It's a pity that such an awesome old man suddenly died inexplicably the next morning. The problem is that no one knows why he died or who did it. Then, the part about the avocado tree. Everyone was so happy to see the truck driver pick fruits with great effort and then be taken away by the bodyguard Dolan, who suddenly jumped out of the haystack. Some people were eating when they saw this scene and laughed so hard that they spit out their food. Later, at night, the truck driver and his 3 companions planned to kill the bodyguard. Everyone was quietly waiting for the incident to happen, just like watching a movie. Sure enough, the truck driver's acting was very good this time, and he successfully lured out the bodyguard Dolan. Then the audience saw the bankrupt boss and the Michelin chef, who were originally comrades in arms, not far away. The Michelin chef was standing in the front looking at the situation. The bankrupt boss suddenly jumped up and hit the Michelin chef on the head with a stick. Stimulate. Then, this middle-aged man who looked fat and cowardly knocked 3 times in a row and took 3 people away. Everyone suddenly realized that this fat white man was actually the one who was hiding the most among them. I was wrong. I was wrong. It turns out that appearance is not the best way to judge a person. Those who can come to this island and participate in this variety show are not simple. Then, everyone witnessed the bankrupt CEO's poor acting skills. Finally, on the coast under the bright moonlight, most of the beautiful people had fallen asleep at this time, but the sudden falling out between the 2 women caught many people by surprise. Seeing the female college student killing the mother she lived with day and night without mercy, and then throwing her body into the sea, is simply inhumane. However, the audience in the United States loves this kind of plot. Die quickly. Now, there are only 2 contestants left on the island, the female college student and the bankrupt CEO. Zhao Chen woke up and found that the place where he used to sleep was empty. I stretched my body, rinsed my mouth, and brushed my teeth. When I walked to the door, I found that the bankrupt boss was hiding in a large crack at the back of the cave with a wooden stick in his hand. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Chen cursed. The bankrupt CEO was startled when he heard Zhao Chen's voice. He quickly put down the stick and said, "Referee, I feel like my baseball skills are a little rusty. I'm practicing baseball." Even someone who hadn't slept all night and was squatting at the door preparing to ambush someone could come up with such a high-sounding story. "Where are they?" Zhao Chen asked. The bankrupt CEO shook his head. "I don't know. They didn't come back all night." "Let's go and look for it." Zhao Chen was walking and filming with a camera in his hand. The show was about to end, and these people were not hiding anything. They would not let go of any chance that was even a little bit off. On the coast, the female college student was sitting in the same place as yesterday and crying. "Only one person. Where is that woman?" asked the bankrupt boss. The girl's eyes were red and swollen from crying. "Lolita, she slipped and fell into the sea." "Woo." Zhao Chen, haha. "Come on, I won't say any more. You know the truth well." "Then there are 4 days left, and it's just the 2 of you. Cherish the last time you are together. If it really doesn't work out, wouldn't it be great if each of you takes 10 million? Zhao Chen gave a final advice. I don't know anything. Referee, can you protect me?" The female college student looked pitiful. "Have you forgotten that I can eliminate someone unconditionally?" Zhao Chen said with a dark face. The female college student immediately shut her mouth. "I still say the same thing. Do whatever you need to do during the day. At night, you're on your own. The director just gave me a rule that you are not allowed to run around during the last few days. If you can't find anyone during the whole day, you'll be eliminated." Just now, Zhao Chen was wearing the headset, the one that the director had repeatedly told him to wear during filming before entering the island. There was no sound from the headset for more than 20 days, which made Zhao Chen wonder if the headset was not charged. However, just when he discovered the female college student, Director Lore gave him the first instruction since entering the island. "You 2 are not allowed to run around during the day." The female college student looked at Zhao Chen with puzzled eyes, and the bankrupt CEO also looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. However, seeing Zhao Chen's expression that looked like he was going to die, neither of them had the courage to offend the referee at this last moment. If they were directly eliminated, that would be a lot of fun. How could Franklin let the $100 million he had earned fly away like a cooked duck? Both of them thought so. They all felt that the final grand prize would be in their pockets. Chapter 67. Goodbye. June 8th. There are only 48 hours left until the end of the competition. The female college student was extremely confused at the moment. She really couldn't understand how this fat white man in front of her could have drunk so much of her chronic poison, and yet it hadn't taken effect yet. She had clearly seen with her own eyes that guy drinking it mouthful by mouthful. He was still alive. It was simply a medical miracle. As the game was about to end, she noticed that the bankrupt CEO looked at her like a lion looking at its prey, with a killing intent in his eyes. Another day was about to pass, and if this fat white man hadn't died yet, she couldn't imagine what he would do to her on what was almost his last night. The game will end at 12 o'clock tomorrow, so Zhao Chen, as the referee, will definitely not go to sleep in the tent, and there is basically no hope tomorrow night. Only tonight. The female college student suddenly felt very regretful for killing her sister in advance. Although she was considered strong among women, she certainly could not compare with men. She was at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. She could not let the enemy kill her. There was only one way, to hand over the gun first. Cough, cough. I got off track. I originally thought that after my sister died, it would not take long for the fat man to die, and that it would be enough for me to live to the end by eating the remaining food. But now it seems I miscalculated, and I should think about how to spend this last night. The female college student silently added some poison to the 2 poisonous rags and stuffed them into her pocket. If she was in danger, she would have to fight to the death. In fact, the female college student's idea was not bad. According to the dosage of his poison, the bankrupt CEO should have died a few days ago. If she didn't kill her sister, there was no guarantee that her sister wouldn't kill her. If you want to live, you can't leave any flaws. How can you have no flaws? The dead are the safest. The bankrupt CEO was also full of helplessness at this moment. He was extremely panicked. He had a special physique since he was a child and was not easily sick. He had been in good health for more than 40 years, but his health was getting worse day by day. He couldn't eat for no reason, and he felt that his strength was getting weaker and weaker. He looked dazed when he saw people, but he didn't feel sick. Could it be that? He guessed that the female college student had drugged him. She must be trying to charm me, and then kill me, and keep the prize money. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Tonight, I must kill her tonight. The 2 of them were very well behaved in front of Zhao Chun, waiting quietly until the sun set and the moonlight covered the earth. The sea is still as blue and boundless as before. It's 11 o'clock again. Zhao Chun put away his camera, put the leftover food in his pocket, packed up his things, and prepared to go back to the tent to sleep. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be his last sleep on this island. Zhao Chun had already brought in the role of photographer and referee, and the ultimate mission, no one survived. It was probably impossible to accomplish it. There were so many cameras here that it would be difficult for him to take action against the last survivor. If he really did fight, he wouldn't be able to get out. He wasn't stupid, so why would he sacrifice someone for a mission? What's more, this damn system is still playing word games with him. It says that everyone on the island must die. It's so damn unlucky. He wasted a month here for nothing. When Franklin gets the 2,500, he can reward himself with a whole chicken to try. On this island, the only food you eat is compressed biscuits, fish, and fruits. You can even eat something delicious. The female college student and the bankrupt boss followed closely behind him, not daring to fall behind even a step. Here, the cannibalism was between them. If you still have a glimmer of luck, you are basically not far from getting killed. Seeing the referee enter the tent, the remaining 2 people looked at each other and their scalps tingled again. They were furious at each other, but even so, they stared at each other without blinking. Today is the last day. Hold on, hold on. Ever since the truck driver and his 2 companions died outside, the female college student and the bankrupt boss have basically not had a good night's sleep. Everyone worries that they may fall asleep and never wake up again. How scary. Although it would be safer to wait for Zhao Chun to wake up in the morning, they couldn't sleep because of the glare of the sun, and they couldn't sleep well because they were nervous during the day, because they couldn't guarantee that referee Zhao Chun would always be around. Zhao Chun also has to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. Who can you blame if you get killed when I want to take a shit? So the 2 of them basically woke up every few dozen minutes, then slept for a while longer and woke up again. For so many days, they didn't even have a good night's sleep. The sleep quality can be said to be very poor. At night, the 2 of them were on guard against each other like thieves. Neither of them wanted to be found by the other. This was a full 100 million franklins. Not only for survival, but also because they didn't want to let a month's hard work be used to make wedding clothes for others because of a momentary mistake. Because the 2 of them were watching out for each other, there was no such thing as talking to each other to cheer each other up and wake them up. However, due to fatigue from days of work and a desire for sleep, even though they knew the situation was extremely critical, the female college student and the bankrupt CEO were still like 2 students taking an advanced mathematics class. They were completely confused by the teacher's incomprehensible content and could only helplessly receive and drip. Nod and look up. Nod and look up. Nod and look up. Female college students are a little less sleepy, but maybe they ate too much at night and suddenly found that they had to poop very hard in the middle of the night. Want to let it all out. But you have to go outside to use the toilet. The female college student looked at the bankrupt boss who was receiving an drip in the distance and found that he was basically in a coma. He then checked again to see that the man had no weapons and lowered his guard a little. Another half an hour passed, and it was already around 2 o'clock in the morning. There are still 3 hours before Zhao Chun wakes up in the morning. But at this moment, the female college student really couldn't hold it back anymore. She had the urge to solve it right there. After all, both of them were asleep and couldn't see her. But Girls often have a natural sense of shame and are very concerned about their reputation. This sense of shame and face-saving often bring them bad consequences. I had originally decided to just have sex with him nearby, since they were all asleep. But after taking a few steps and preparing to squat, the female college student looked at the ugly figure of the fat white man in the corner and really didn't want to unbutton her pants. Taking a deep breath, the female college student decided to go outside to relieve herself. When she came back, she would bring a thick stick to send the fat man to the grave. They did it right away. After making sure that the bankrupt Zhou was sleeping very soundly and snoring loudly, the female college student walked quietly to the entrance of the cave, as if she was walking in a cat-like manner, and indeed did not make any noise. Coming to a flat grassland outside the cave, the female college student hurriedly squatted down. Unbuttoning her pants, releasing the excess energy, the female college student felt extremely happy. The wonderful pleasure made her feel that this dark night was also so graceful and beautiful. As long as she goes back and gives that fat guy a beating, the 100 million will be hers, the female college student thought. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind her. Goodbye. Chapter 68 Must Die. Looking at the woman in front of him who was knocked unconscious by him before she could even pull up her pants, the bankrupt boss's originally uneasy heart finally settled down. Damn it. Drug me. Like the three men before him, the fat white man seemed to have a deep obsession with smashing people's skulls, as if the person was not dead until the skull was smashed. He didn't care at all that he beat himself until he was covered in blood. Just like that, for a full half an hour, the bankrupt boss continued to whip the long-dead female college student. The joy of knowing that he was about to get 100 million franklin after the fear and terror in his heart disappeared. All of his anger was vented on the last contestant who died tragically at his hands. In the tent, Zhao Chun didn't sleep very well. He was so worried that he couldn't fall asleep. He also knew that today was the last night of the fight and their last chance to decide the winner, so it was unlikely that there would be no bloodshed. Suddenly, a sound came from the earphone beside the pillow, waking up Zhao Chun, who was slightly asleep. At first, Zhao Chun thought he was hallucinating, but the sound continued. Zhao Chun woke up a little, took the headset, and heard the voice of director Luo Lei. Oh, Mr. Zhao Chun, our competition is about to end. Now outside the cave, that stupid woman has died at the hands of Zacro. According to the rules of the game, he has won the game. However, Mr. Zhao Chun, you have also participated in this event after all, and it seems unfair to let you stay out of it. If Mr. Zhao Chun, you can make that bald white fat man die quietly, then the 100 million franklins will be yours. Don't doubt the truth of what I said. Now this statement has been approved by the vast majority of our beautiful people. I have to say that this 1-month trip to the deserted island is really exciting. Zhao Chun only had a headset and no talking props. He can only listen, not speak. Seeing the sound in the headset fade away, Zhao Chun threw it aside. Damn it, you want to drag me into this? Zhao Chun muttered, ignored him, and fell into a deep sleep. The bankrupt boss seemed to be finally tired of fighting, and thinking of his sad past and the extremely tense heartstrings he had been feeling over the past month. The man in his 40s couldn't hold back his tears. Lord, forgive me, a sinner. Your most loyal servant asks for your forgiveness. Amen. After praying, the bankrupt driver found that his tears were mixed with the blood that splashed on his face, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the college student who was as dead as death had a handkerchief in his pocket, he took it out and wiped the tears and blood off his face, then wiped the blood off his hands. When he felt it was enough, he went back to the cave and fell into a deep sleep on the large, empty platform. June 9th. This was the last day of the competition. As soon as Zhao Chun left the tent, he saw the bankrupt Zhou lying on the ground, snoring with blood on his face. He couldn't help but think of what Luo Lei said yesterday. Kill him, and the 100 million will be yours. Haha, Zhao Chun said disdainfully. I kicked the sleeping white fat man, and the fat man jumped up in shock. He was completely different from his previous limp appearance. Are you the only one left? Zhao Chun asked. The bankrupt boss chuckled. Zhao Chun was speechless. He never expected that he would be the one left in the end. Even though you're the only one left, you still have to go through the process. Let's go to the beach for our daily photo shoot. The bankrupt boss nodded and felt that the discomfort was getting stronger. He felt that he must go to the hospital for a checkup after leaving the island and getting the bonus. Now, he was eager to sleep for a while, but since the referee said to go to the beach, then go to the beach to sleep. The two arrived at the beach, and Zhao Chun had just set up the camera when he saw the bankrupt CEO impatiently lying down on the beach. Gradually, snoring began. Haha, you fell asleep quickly when you thought there was no one threatening you. If I wasn't the authentic successor of socialism, I would have made a fortune from you and left Franklin with 100 million. You're lucky. Oh, I feel bad. The task is not completed, and I only earned 0.25 W after working hard for a month. It's hard to even afford the return flight ticket. Zhao Chen was lost in thought for a long time, and suddenly felt something was wrong. The silence was a little too much. How did the snoring stop? When did it stop? Looking at the bankrupt boss sleeping soundly next to him, Zhao Chen frowned. Zhao Chen still remembers that this white-skinned fat man always snored loudly when he was sleeping, which would disturb the people around him, so people would stay far away from him when they slept. And it was persistent and continuous, but he was sitting next to him now, and he was snoring when he just fell asleep. So why is there no snoring now? Zhao Chen stood up, walked to the bankrupt CEO, and kicked him without any hesitation. No response. Squat down and pat yourself. No response. Feel the heartbeat. The flesh is too thick to feel, so I'll just feel the pulse. There was no sign of beating. The breathing had also stopped. It's exactly the same as the way the old man died. What the hell? Zhao Chen looked at the camera with a confused look on his face. Was this guy exhausted to death? Booze, that fat guy seems to be dead. In the hotel, a crew member who was looking at the camera shouted to Lore. Lore was chatting and laughing with Jason on the sofa, but upon hearing the news, they both rushed to the big screen. Do you know how he died? Lore asked. I don't know. They were fine when they came out, and there was no problem in the cave, said the team member in charge of watching the camera honestly. Director, look, our live broadcast has exploded on the internet again. Everyone is discussing how this fat guy died. A member of the online public opinion team at The Edge said excitedly. What do people say? Everyone is praising that Da Xiao guy for his ability. He killed people in the mortal world and escaped from the sword. Some people also said that the fat guy had been poisoned a long time ago. He just died of poison now. Everyone says that you are giving money to the Da Xiao people by sharing the 100 million prize money with them, because Da Xiao Kung Fu can always kill people without them noticing. There are all kinds of comments on the internet, but the overall public opinion is indeed outrageous. A small number of American citizens think that the final prize was won by a Da Xiao person, which is simply outrageous. Jason looked at Luo Lei, whose face was uncertain, and said, Our goal is to gain traffic and attract attention. As for the 100 million franklins, it doesn't matter who gives it to. Don't be stingy with the money. Money is what we have the most. Build a good reputation, and money will flow into our pockets continuously. Luo Lei's gloomy expression gradually brightened, and he smiled and said, I want to put a perfect end to this. Since everyone else is dead, this Da Xiao man must die as well. Chapter 69. The new mission is to carry a nuclear warhead back home. Zhao Chun confirmed that the fool in front of him was dead, but the system's task did not show completion. Even when Zhao Chun asked in his heart, the system did not respond. Do I have to figure out the cause of death of these people by myself? I can't really die with them. Zhao Chun looked at the bankrupt boss in front of him who was as dead as death, and always felt that something was strange. There is a high probability that we cannot figure out the cause of death, so it is better not to do this task. Just this little money. It's true that people don't kill themselves, and there's no pressure on me to take the money. Does God want me to earn this 100 million conscience money? You don't want it, but you force it on me. Am I the legendary God who is chasing me and feeding me? But I'm not going to die for no reason, am I? Zhao Chen guessed that the white-skinned fat man and the old man must have been poisoned by a kind of poison, which was probably a chronic poison, and it was very easy to break out after sleeping. It was just that I didn't know who poisoned them. Now everyone was dead, let alone asking for an antidote. Thinking about how he had occasionally eaten the contestants' food before, Zhao Chen's face suddenly turned green. Damn it, I'll go back and check it out this time. Just this 1 billion franklin. However, it seemed that I used a fake identity when I went abroad. This time, my bank cards and other things were fully equipped, but they all belonged to Commander Li. People on his side. It's all over. But I can't just fly back with 100 million in cash and my previous card. Damn, if I dare to reveal my identity in the United States, I'm afraid a division of special forces from the United States will be sent. It would be considered merciful of the United States if they don't grind my bones to ashes and hang my head on the door of the parliament. Useless, useless. Just when Zhao Chun was daydreaming, the voice of Director Luo Lei came from the headset again. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Chun. I don't know what method you used to make that fat man die quietly. It really wasn't me. Zhao Chun complained. We will follow the agreement, and the final bonus will fall on you. Of course, the premise is that you can survive. Zhao Chun was confused by what he heard. Luo Lei looked at Zhao Chen's earphone in the surveillance video and confirmed that it was placed in his ear. The smile on his face gradually became distorted. Die? Da Xiao people. After saying that, Luo Lei pressed the switch button in his hand. We can prepare to sail to the island. Lord turned his head and said to his men. He was confident that if 100 milliamperes of current passed through his ears, he would surely die unless he was Iron Man. In the surveillance video, the moment Luo Lei pressed the button, Zhao Qin's body twitched, then slowly stiffened, and finally fell straight down behind him. Can I still die? Zhao Qin on the island was very puzzled by Luo Lei's words. Sudden, the headset seemed to be at a loud blast, with an extreme electric current gushing out of it, straight through Zhao Qin's eardrum and central nervous system. Zhao Qin felt a headache and immediately lost consciousness. The last second Zhao Qin was thinking was, damn foreign devils, fuck you. It was a familiar feeling, the same feeling as being sent away because of running too fast at Xuanwu Lake that day. It's also the feeling of triggering the system for the first time. The familiar white screen. Every time I enter the system space, it feels like I'm back home. The feeling in the system space is much better than at home. The system people in it are all talented and speak nicely. I like them very much. Cough, cough. The system is still there? Am I not dead yet? Zhao Chun was 100% sure that the damn Luo Lei had tampered with this headset. Damn, I didn't covet your bonus. Those people died on their own. The bonus fell on my head. And you still want to kill me. You bastards from the beautiful country, just wait for me. If I can make it back alive, I will definitely steal your country's nuclear warheads. Does the host keep his word? The system's voice came. What? Zhao Chun was a little confused. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ultimate mission. No one survives. A one-time skill Tao Te Ching is awarded. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to character level 2. Reward. An opportunity to actively accept a mission. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the Purgatory difficulty mission. Go to the United States to intercept the latest test-exploded thermonuclear warhead that is preparing to deter Daxia. B-47 Galaxy, 48 million tons of TNT. System, I advise you not to call it the Infinite Task System. Just call it the Infinite Scam System. You didn't come out when I called you, and you took the reward mission for me just because I said something angry? Wait, intercept a nuclear bomb? A fucking hydrogen bomb. 48 million tons? Only 2 million tons less than Big Ivan. What does the United States want to do? Zhao Chun has now become numb to the deception of this crappy system. Nuclear bomb. That's a nuclear bomb. Damn it. I've never seen a nuclear bomb in my life. That Ford-class second aircraft carrier is not equipped with nuclear bombs. Now the task is to steal a nuclear bomb? System, are you feeling resentful because I haven't paid attention to you recently? There is no point in talking more. At worst we can just discard it. But this intelligence is interesting. Is the United States planning to use this nuclear bomb that is about to be tested to threaten us? It should be because of the aircraft carrier incident. System, your task is unrealistic. Even if I really want to do it, how can I steal such a big nuclear bomb? I can't carry it back myself. Zhao Chun discussed with the system. Or you can change it for me. The reward for this mission is 1,000 cubic meters of storage area. And because the host is in a difficult situation, it is allowed to be used during the mission. To be honest, Zhao Chun was tempted. Holy shit, this is a storage space. Something like that from a novel about cultivating immortals. Let's not talk about other things. If you go abroad and buy luxury cosmetics and then sell them all in China, the tax saved will be astronomical. What's more, this is the first time that Zhao Chun has received such a buggy reward. System, can you change this reward to this? I'll change my ultimate mission reward to a Purgatory difficulty 1, and you'll make a killing. Zhao Chun said bluffly. The system seemed to have never encountered such an unreasonable host, and was silent for a moment. Host, are you sure? After drawing out the one-time Tao Te Ching, the host will immediately fall into death. Wait, death? What death? Zhao Chun asked hurriedly. The host completed the task after his death. The reward for the task cleansed the host's body again, and the severely damaged parts such as the eardrum and brain stem have been repaired. If the host insists on exchanging for the reward, it is theoretically allowed, but the host will fall into death. Haha, brother, I was just kidding you. The system is not kidding the host. Please confirm whether to change the reward. When Zhao Chun heard how this unlucky system could really teach him, he hurriedly said, No, I won't change it. I won't change it. The Tao Te Ching is very good. This one-time Tao Te Ching must be a little bit special compared to the Tao Te Ching that is rewarded for the mission. Just like the exhalation art. After understanding it, you will have a dustless body. Then what body am I now? Zhao Chun blinked at the system. Although he knew that robots had no eyes, he also had no eyes in this system's world. Does it count as asking the host to recite the Tao Te Ching fluently? Haha, I knew it was a useless question. Can I go out now? Zhao Chun asked weakly. Chapter 7100 million, I want cash. The host can go out at any time. Haha, you didn't even remind me. You're just like a donkey. You move when you're pushed. What are you waiting for? Get out. Lore and his team, along with investor Jason and several reporters, were on a boat heading to Mississippi. At this time, Luo Lei could be said to be very proud of himself. The success of this popular variety show has given him a lot of opportunities in the film and television industry. It also saved the investors a lot of bonus fees. He felt that his good mood at this time even made the ferry sail faster. It's no wonder that he was so happy. After careful planning and some careful thoughts, the situation on the island finally gave him the satisfaction he wanted for this variety show. 10 people participated in the competition, and none of them survived. The moment Zhao Chun inexplicably fell down, the entire American internet exploded. Some people cheered, some cursed the inside story. Some said that this variety show was a show and no one was actually dead. In short, there were all kinds of comments. Luo Lei did not explain, but quietly prepared to go to the island. However, there were many people going with him this time, including investors, media, and even medical staff, so the preparations took a long time. After making preparations, Lore brought his crew members, investor Jason, representatives from several famous media outlets in the United States, government agencies and hospitals, etc. on board the ship and headed to Mississippi. In the eyes of media representatives, everything is most real only when seen with one's own eyes. In the eyes of doctors, these people have been poisoned, and some may not be completely dead yet. It is their mission to save them. The agency staff? Because this variety show gives so much, the agency staff just have to go to the island and go through the motions, and they don't have to do anything. In this way, different people with different tasks gradually approached Mississippi Island as the ship sailed. The ship was indeed going quite fast, and before we had to wait long, we could already see the outline of the island. Just as the ship was about to approach the shore, many people on board had already seen Zhao Chun and the bankrupt boss lying on the ground. Hey man, stop acting. I know you are pretending. A newspaper reporter who seemed to be a new guy shouted excitedly to Zhao Chun. Everyone laughed. Does this kid really want to call someone back to life? However, the fact is, as soon as Zhao Chun returned to reality, he heard someone shouting in his ears. Oh, I've been found out. Zhao Chun stood up and scratched his head, saying very embarrassedly. Luo Lei's eyes almost fell to the ground. The reactions of others were similar to his. Oh my god, what did he see? He saw a dead man crawling up from the ground. Shit, shit, shit. Oh my god, am I dreaming? There was a commotion on the boat, and reporters began taking photos to record the scene. The white guy who spoke first jumped off the boat. I said this variety show was acted out, otherwise it would be too real. Hey, why is this uncle still lying there and can't get up? Looking at the innocent expression on the white boy's face, Zhao Chun wanted to laugh, but held it back. Zhao Chun shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he is sleepy and wants to sleep more. Then Zhao Chun turned his head, staring at Luo Lei who was still on the boat, and used his hands to pull out the broken headsets in his ears. He sneered. Mr. Luo Lei, I guess you don't know much about Daxia Kung Fu. It was a bolt from the blue. He actually knew Daxia Kung Fu. Luo Lei's cold sweat unconsciously flowed down his forehead. 100 milliamperes current. The human body cannot withstand such a large current. Oh my god, it's really a big summer kung fu. What have I done? Luo Lei was so scared that he was about to cry. He was now very worried that this Daxia guy would fly up to him with Qinggong and give him a set of black tiger heart-piercing skills to send him to see his dear God. God, it's not that I don't love you. I just don't want to meet you so young. Mr. Jason seemed to sense that something was wrong with Director Lore, and he quickly calmed down and patted Lore on the shoulder. Director Lore, the ladder has been laid out. We can go down. Luo Lei nodded numbly. His mind was very confused, and he didn't know what to do. After Jason got down the ladder, Lori followed Jason and came to Zhao Chun as if possessed by a ghost. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Luo Lei and a strange man walking towards him. Oh dear Mr. Zhao Chun, I finally meet you in person. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the sponsors of this variety show. My name is Jason. After Jason approached, he greeted Zhao Chun very enthusiastically and handed him a business card. Zhao Chun took a glance. There was a phone number behind Jason Adams. There is nothing else. Don't you beautiful Chinese people like to write your company position and other information on your business cards? Why don't you have this? Zhao Chun asked. Jason Adams smiled. Oh, Mr. Zhao Chun, it seems that you must not have understood the upper class of our country. We never disdain to regard the industries under our command as our business cards. Only our own surnames and given names are worthy of appearing on our precious business cards. I'll tell you a secret. I don't give my business card to anyone easily. Jason said mysteriously. They say they are upper class, but these beautiful Chinese people have no sense of shame. Are you an investor? Director Luo Lei said that if I survive in the end, 100 million franklins will belong to me. You know this, right? Without saying anything else, Zhao Chun is now worried that although he is alive, what if Luo Lei Yin'er denies his crime and refuses to admit it? Jason smiled and said, "Of course, you are the ultimate winner, and the 100 million will naturally belong to you. Not only that, you are still my Jason's friend from now on. If you need any help in the United States in the future, just come to me." Luo Lei wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he found Zhao Chun looking at him with eagle-like eyes, so he immediately swallowed his words. "We don't seem to be that familiar with each other," Zhao Chun asked. "Of course not. But Jason knew that Lord didn't electrocute you with 100 milliamperes. Shouldn't I make friends with such a person? The mysterious Oriental Master. 100 milliamperes. Even Iron Man can't be unscathed. You know, we American people love making friends the most. Oh my God, he's dead." Just as Jason was trying to explain, the young reporter who had been chatting with Zhao Chun before coming down suddenly shouted. Luo Lei finally had the chance to speak. "I was right, wasn't I? Our show is absolutely real. This Mr. Zhao Chun is my last Easter egg for you all. After all, how can a competition be without a winner if everyone dies? Right, everyone." The reporters, who had nothing to do and thought it was just a show, ran to the scene of the corpse they saw in the video, wanting to capture the bloody and real scene as soon as possible. Zhao Chun didn't feel anything about this. Jason, right?" Looking at the business card Jason handed over, Zhao Chun tried to call out. "Yes, Mr. Zhao Chun." Jason replied. "Can I give you a little trouble? Please go ahead." "Well, 100 million franklins. I want it all in cash." Chapter 71 Military Rank. July 1st, Beijing Airport. Zhao Chun, who had just got off the plane, didn't even have time to go to the exit before he was stopped by Lan Daozi, who was waiting at the plane landing point. Zhao Chun took off his black sunglasses for traveling and said helplessly, "Brother, can you still recognize me even though I'm dressed like this?" Today, Zhao Chun was no longer as shabby as usual. He wore a black Armani suit and a light gray Hermes tie. He wore shiny handmade leather shoes, freshly waxed hair, and a pair of black Tyrannosaurus travel sunglasses. He looked like a successful man. He was nothing like the Zhao Chun who only wore 2 shirts for 30 yuan, who would wear pants that were bigger than he could wear, and who would never change his shoes until the soles were broken. It's not that Zhao Chun is showing off because he has money. He just doesn't want to be arrested and interrogated as soon as he comes back. He originally went to the United States for a vacation, but ended up being involved in this ruthless, no one survives variety show. In the end, he became a billionaire. Since this variety show has become so popular that the entire United States is talking about it, there is no need to think about hiding it from the domestic leaders. I originally wanted to go back to China and enjoy myself for a few days. After all, it's not good to keep Franklin, who weighs more than a ton, lying there all the time. I've been poor since I was a child, so I'll give the dean 2 million yuan to let her take care of her health. I'll exchange the rest for some daxia currency to eat and drink in Beijing. It seems that Wang Shui, that little girl, is in Beijing. I was cheated by her last time and my legs were sore. This time, I'll make her return the favor. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. While I was thinking about these things, Commander Li had already asked people to wait for him to return home. Since it was Li Daoguo's subordinates who applied for Zhao Chun's passport, Li Daoguo received a notification as soon as Zhao Chun boarded the plane to return to China. So Lan Daozi was arranged to wait at the airport early. Haha, are you expecting the Special Forces coach to make a mistake? Lan Daozi did not respond directly, but just said lightly, "The leaders are waiting for you, let's go." Oh, change of plans. Sitting in Lan Daozi's jeep, Zhao Chun looked at the scenery of Beijing with boredom. It must be said that the 1,000-year-old capital is the 1,000-year-old capital. Outside the car window, there are only buildings, sidewalks, roadways, and traffic lights. There are no flowers or plants to be seen. Which ring road are we in? Why haven't we left the city yet? There are no flowers or plants to be seen. Zhao Chun asked. Lan Daozi answered emotionlessly. The capital has a temperate monsoon climate, and the soil is mostly brown soil. In the urban area, roads and buildings need to be built, and the population density is extremely high. If a small number of plants are planted without agglomeration effects, a large number of them will wither and die in autumn and winter. In the outer ring, there is a lot of idle land, which is suitable for large-scale planting of plants and flowers. Because of the interdependence, they are more likely to survive in autumn and winter. Therefore, the inner city of the capital is basically planned to be planted very little, while in the outer ring, a large number of trees, flowers, and plants will be planted in a unified plan. Zhao Chun was very surprised. He was not surprised that Lan Daozi had such solid theoretical knowledge, but he was a little puzzled as to why this guy was so concerned about his problem today and could say so much. Well, I remember you were indifferent to me before. Why do you answer whatever I ask you today? Lan Daozi took a deep breath, was silent for a moment, looked in the rearview mirror, and said, "Do you know how many years I've been a soldier since I joined the army?" Lan Daozi did not give a direct answer, but instead asked Zhao Chun to guess his military service experience. Zhao Chun looked at Lan Daozi's resolute profile and the thick calluses on his hands and said, "It's been more than 10 or 20 years, at least." Lan Daozi smiled, which was rare for him, and said, "I joined the army at the age of 18 and was assigned to the Special Operations Team. It took me 13 years to grow into a qualified Special Forces soldier and a strong supporter of the people. That year I was 31 years old and came to Firewolf as an assistant coach. At that time, Firewolf was just a budding Special Forces unit. Under the guidance of head coach Blood and Fire and me, it took only 4 years for Firewolf Special Forces to become a regiment-level unit ranked among the top 3 in terms of combat effectiveness in our country. That year, my old partner was transferred to a new position, so I became the new head coach of the Firewolf Special Forces and was awarded the rank of colonel. A 35-year-old colonel is extremely rare in the entire military region. In the next 7 years, I have provided the country with batches of outstanding soldiers. They are all the pillars of our country and the backers of the people. This year I am 42 years old and still a colonel. And unless something unexpected happens and there is no major breakthrough in this life, this honor will accompany me until I die. The rank of colonel is very impressive." Zhao Chun started with the classic Chinese quintessence. He also knew that colonels in their 30s were extremely rare, and he also knew that further advancement might be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But he was not sure why this rough guy was talking to him about this. Was he pretending to be cool? That was not like his character, and I had even driven an aircraft carrier back from the United States, and I hadn't said anything. Lan Daozi continued, "You may be wondering why I am talking to you about this. How old are you this year?" 22, Zhao Chun answered honestly. 22, lunar age. After all, Zhao Chun passed the postgraduate entrance examination in his junior year and was ready to leave, but he did not go to university. Hee. Lan Daozi laughed dryly. "I haven't seen a 22-year-old colonel since I joined the army, sir. You've really opened my eyes this time." Lan Daozi laughed. "What the hell? Commander? Brother, are you sure you are not kidding me?" Zhao Chun asked in surprise. Lan Daozi answered while driving. "The ceremony to award your military rank will be held soon. In a week at most, you will be able to officially wear the military uniform and become my superior." Haha, bad joke. "Do you know why I was awarded this military rank? Haven't I done anything to help the country recently?" Zhao Chun asked puzzledly. Lan Daozi shook his head. "I don't know the details, but there should be a breakthrough in the research of aircraft carriers, and your suspicion was cleared in the last Neon Fuji incident, so they wanted to confer you a rank these days. And today the commander asked me to pick you up here and take you directly to his place. Maybe he was talking about this." Zhao Chun discovered that this Special Forces coach who usually looked cold was actually quite talkative when he got to know him. No wonder people said that there were many bad soldiers in the army. The more powerful the soldiers were, the more they had bad tempers, and the more they needed soldiers with even worse tempers to suppress them. On the other hand, Commander Li had a good temper, and he had rarely lost his temper. Of course, if Zhao Chun saw the conversation between Li Daoguo and Long Qingwu, he would definitely take back what he had said. Soon, the familiar military building. The guard checked the pass as usual, confirmed it was correct, saluted, and let him pass. Lan Daozi returned the standard military salute, and Zhao Chun also returned the salute in a proper manner from the back seat. Lan Daozi saw Zhao Chun's flawed military salute through the rearview mirror and said, "When you are free later, you can ask me to teach you military etiquette. You have risen to the top through unconventional means, and your identity is special. You will have many opportunities to meet important people in the future. If you don't learn the etiquette standards, you will easily suffer losses." Zhao Chun grinned and seemed to have a toothache. "Although I had a hard life and was poor, I knew the benefits of self-reliance. I was willing to join the army. After all, soldiers are every boy's dream. But it is unnecessary to follow the workplace rules when you are already in the army. I never saluted Commander Li, and Commander Li is a general. Just because I'm going to join the army and have been awarded the rank of colonel, do I have to bow and scrape to those major generals and lieutenant generals, stand at attention, and salute them when I see them? It's not impossible, but it always feels weird." Chapter 72, Colonel is too low. Familiar elevator, familiar office. Lan Daozi knocked on the office door, and after receiving the affirmative order, he pushed the door open and walked in. In the huge office, there were Commander Li Daoguo, Old Zhou Robin, Long Qingwu, Major General Wang Yaojun, and an unknown middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a military uniform, but his face was as gentle as jade. Lan Daozi walked up to Li Daohua and gave him a standard military salute. Report to the commander. Zhao Chen has been brought here. Li Daohua nodded. You go ahead and do your work. We'll talk to Xiao Zhao. Zhao Chen frowned. This was done deliberately to send Lan Daozi away. What words could possibly make such a confidant unlisten? Lan Daozi saluted again, without any questions, and marched out of Li Daohua's office. Hearing the door click shut, Zhao Chen walked up to him without hesitation and tried to get close to him. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you so much. Zhao Chen did not salute. Instead, he bowed slightly with a smile on his face and clasped his fists as if he was meeting an elder. Elder Zhou was also very happy to see Zhao Chen, while Elder Li looked angry. Why are you still so dishonest? Didn't you see the leader coming over? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Mr. Li, I am sorry to bother you. I am just here to tell your subordinates something. I am not a leader. Please don't say such things again. Only then did Zhao Chen notice the military rank on the shoulder of this gentle-looking middle-aged man. Lieutenant General. Holy shit. Looking at a lieutenant general in his 40s or 50s. Damn it. How come I always encounter everything? Are you Zhao Chen? The middleman asked softly. His voice was magnetic and gentle, making people feel very comfortable listening to it. Zhao Chen nodded. He didn't know what this big guy wanted to talk to him about, so he naturally decided to say as little as possible. The middle-aged man nodded and said, It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Our generation will also grow old. The future belongs to you young people. Wow, he's just trying to flatter me right away? No, I am just a fool, and I was lucky enough to help the country. I don't deserve such praise from the general. Zhao Chen quickly retreated to advance, seemingly humble, but in fact he asked, What exactly do you want to do? The lieutenant general smiled. With his decades of experience in officialdom, he could naturally understand what Zhao Chen meant by this sentence. I came here this time mainly on orders from my superiors to award you a medal. Your military rank is currently set at Major Colonel. Zhao Chen, you are the youngest Major Colonel in our country in the past 40 years. Are you satisfied? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Zhao Chen looked at Li Daohua with some confusion, as if asking for help. You bastard, it's all because of the mothership you brought back. Brother Zhou put a lot of thought into the mothership. You had a blast on the beautiful island this month, and earned hundreds of millions from those capitalists who sucked blood from people. Brother Zhou slept less than 4 hours a day. That's how you came up with a lot of black technology. If you have a conscience, you can give some of the green money you earned to old Zhou. If it weren't for old Zhou, you wouldn't have the rank of colonel. It seems that Mr. Li still has that hot-tempered temper. Although he is not angry, he is still scary. Of course. Mr. Zhou is still my graduate supervisor, and he is my boss. It is only natural for a disciple to help his boss. Since I can't help you technically, I will definitely use money to attack you. As soon as he heard what Mr. Li said, he knew that he could no longer hide the matter of Franklin's 100 million. Old man Li snorted. You're smart, but I'm curious. You didn't save $100 million worth of Franklin in your card. Where did you hide it? Zhao Chen chuckled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked an off-topic question. Commander, is there any other need for the development of this aircraft carrier? Isn't it too early to give me the rank of colonel now? Li Daohua, who was originally thirsty and ready to drink some tea, was immediately amused when he heard this. Good boy, you think your rank is too low. Not to mention that there has been a major breakthrough in the mothership research. Even if the country makes a one-to-one copy of it, it has nothing to do with you. Colonel, do you know what a colonel in his 20s is? What concept? Zhao Chen asked stubbornly. You? Li Daohua was so angry that he was speechless. I didn't expect that Comrade Zhao Chen has such a big appetite. Even the colonel can't satisfy his appetite. The lieutenant general took over the conversation with a smile. To be honest, the fact that you can be awarded the rank of colonel is the biggest concession the organization has given you. Although your contributions to the country are far more than just the rank of colonel, you have to know that the country has its own system, and it is impossible to destroy this balance casually. Do you understand? The lieutenant general spoke softly, but in his softness, there was an unquestionable aura of kingship. Zhao Chen always felt that this lieutenant general did not look like a soldier, but more like, Lu, it's useless to talk to this brat. He is a tough guy who won't cry until he sees the coffin. Zhao Chen, do you think your position is too low? I have a new mission. If you complete the mission, I will report it to the higher-ups and make you a general. Li Daohua first scolded Zhao Chen a few words, and then gradually spoke in a serious tone. Zhao Chen clearly discovered that when Commander Li mentioned the mission, a murderous look suddenly appeared in Lieutenant General Lu's originally calm eyes. It doesn't matter. I can do one mission or a group of missions. I just like doing missions. Looking at Zhao Chen's appearance, although Li Daohua felt embarrassed, he still glanced at the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Seeing the middle-aged man's acquiescence, Li Daoguo stood up and walked in front of Zhao Chun. According to reliable information, the U.S. military recently successfully tested a thermonuclear warhead, hereinafter referred to as a hydrogen bomb. B-47 Galaxy, the explosion range and power of which far exceeded the former Great Union's Tsar bomb, Big Ivan. It seems that they built 3 bombs this time, and it is said that one of them will be brought to our border. On the surface, it is said that it will be tested, but in fact it is threatening us to hand over the Kennedy mothership you brought back. Comparing the Galaxy with Big Ivan, saying it is far superior? The United States really knows how to flatter itself. Although it is a bit boastful, it is only a little bit behind. After all, the data given by the system is still very stable. Li Daoguo continued. Your mission this time is to sneak into the United States and launch this experimental hydrogen bomb into the desert areas of East Africa and other places. Even if the mission is successful. Can I launch it somewhere else? Zhao Chun asked weakly. On his way back, he saw that Japanese officials ignored international public opinion and collectively visited the ghost shrine to pray for peace after the Mount Fuji incident. This made Zhao Chun so angry that he really wanted to drop a nuclear bomb. Don't even think about it. If you can't determine where to launch, then don't launch it. At worst, we can return the aircraft carrier. Anyway, the technology has been researched almost fully, and all that's left is to spend time manufacturing it. Don't launch it recklessly and hurt innocent people. Li Daoguo said sternly. The middle-aged man added, it's okay if you launch it into deserts and other uninhabited areas. But if you launch it somewhere else, such as the Goose, they will definitely think that it is a nuclear sneak attack by the United States. If nuclear bombs are launched frequently at that time, do you want to start World War III? Haha, so scary. Who are you trying to scare? Li Daoguo looked at Zhao Chun, who was expressionless and in a daze, and was a little puzzled. You don't seem surprised? Zhao Chun then realized that he had forgotten to act. He quickly explained, Mr. Li, I have even driven an aircraft carrier back. Why should I be surprised by such a small matter? Anyway, you all treat me like a Superman. Chapter 73, Give me a Lieutenant General. Li Daoguo smiled, revealing a kind smile. Young man, it's good to have some challenges. Since you have done the impossible, why would you mind making a contribution to the country's history again? The country is not using you for nothing, and you can rest assured about your safety. Those American officers who have seen you have basically been sent to the American prison. Even Rear Admiral Jess was sentenced to 6 years in Los Angeles for dereliction of duty. What's more, not many people noticed you on the aircraft carrier at that time, so it's not very dangerous for you to go this time. Li Daoguo really cared about Zhao Chun and made Zhao Chun feel the love of his elders. However, Zhao Chun was about to cry. Leaders, this is not how you calculate the accounts. He said, anyone with an inside knowledge of this matter can guess that it was mine. As for those big businessmen who were traveling with me, I said no matter how much I tried to persuade them not to let them go, even if I wanted to kill them. As a result, due to the pressure of international trade, they were sent back with their plane tickets. If I hadn't been relatively low-key, and if it weren't for the fact that these timid and cowardly people had long been scared of death, it's normal that they can't remember what I look like. Otherwise, I would never have been able to come back. When Zhao Chun learned that every move on the island had been broadcast live on the internet in the United States every day, he felt chilled to the bone. Zhao Chun, filled with grief and indignation, had originally planned to flee. He thought that those beautiful Chinese people who were released would be able to remember his appearance. If he reported him, wouldn't he lose his head? However, he was not wanted in the United States, and even his return to the country was a smooth journey. This also means that he has not been discovered yet, or that no one believes that the little Xia kid who stole the United States aircraft carrier returned to the United States and participated in variety shows alive and kicking. Just because those idiots haven't discovered it now doesn't mean they will never discover it. If they bring it to me, won't I die right there? Zhao Chun explained. Li Daoguo nodded slightly and patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder. Don't worry about this matter. I will arrange a safe person to protect you. You can rest assured. Li Daoguo had a look on his face that showed he had everything under control. The first thing Zhao Chun thought of was Lan Daozi, the Special Forces coach. Could it be this guy? Are Special Forces so versatile now? Li Daoguo continued. Now you don't have to think about anything else. Just think about how to complete this task. If you can complete this task perfectly, I, an old man, will risk my reputation to win you the credit, and I will definitely give you the rank of Major General. Zhao Chun smiled bitterly, and then said jokingly, your mission is to let me release this hydrogen bomb. That thing is also the crystallization of American technology. If I bring back this nuclear warhead, can I be promoted to Lieutenant General? Li Daoguo was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. You are really greedy. You know that Lieutenant General. Okay. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted Li Daoguo's criticism of Zhao Chun. Then he smiled and said, if you can really transport the thermonuclear warhead B-47 Galaxy to China, you don't have to worry about anything else. The motherland will back you up. I will also nominate you for the position of Lieutenant General in the military. Although there is no guarantee that you will definitely get the position, I will give you this opportunity. Zhao Chun looked at the middle-aged man's eyes, which did not seem to be joking, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Is it a deal? It's a deal. Li Daoguo looked at the two people in front of him, one daring to blow and the other daring to receive, and he was also happy to watch the fun. Well, communicate among yourselves. The mission is over. I was pulled here just after I got off the plane. I am very tired now. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lieutenant General, can I go back and rest now? Zhao Chun asked. Li Daoguo nodded. It's still the same room. I usually clean it for you. You can take a rest these 2 days. When your partner comes, you can go abroad together. Waiting for the partner to come? It's not Landaozi. Zhao Chun suddenly realized. Since we have a few days off, of course we should do what we want to do most. Commander, I'm going to Amei. Zhao Chun said. Li Daoguo nodded. Just go. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. Remember, you still have tasks to do. Why? Now that you are a billionaire, you still want to get free travel expenses from an old man like me. Zhao Chun smiled and said, no, I just wanted to tell you. I'm afraid you can't find me. Li Daoguo smiled and said, I can't interfere with your affairs. Don't worry, that girl won't be wronged by Master Jingwen. Before the last mission began, Zhao Chun promised to go find her in a month. Now that he was alive and well and had some spare time, of course he wanted to go see the person he had been thinking about day and night. I don't know if that nun will brainwash Chiako. Zhao Chun naturally didn't have the face of the nun before to get a whole plane for free. He boarded the plane with his new identity and took off. My identity keeps jumping around, and I almost don't know who I am anymore. Mount Amei is one of the 4 famous Buddhist mountains in Daxia. Many readers said that Amei is a Taoist mountain. I said, I am a nun. How can I be related to Taoism? It was a long time ago. It is located in the southwest of Amei City, Sichuan Province. The Amei County record says, the clouds are emerald green, the black eyebrows are far away, just like the eyebrows of a beautiful woman, thin and long, beautiful and gorgeous, so it is named Mount Amei. It is said that it is the place where Samantabhadra Bodhisattva appeared. Buddhism believes that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva symbolizes the virtue of reason and the virtue of action. The history of Amei is also very long. It is said that there were Buddhist temples in the Han Dynasty. However, according to the Amei Mountain records, the earliest Buddhist temple in Amei Mountain was actually the Heishui Temple built by Sung Zhao during the Wei and Jin dynasties. In the 3rd year of Longyan in the Jin dynasty, 399, monk Huichi entered Sichuan from Lushan and built the Puxian Temple here to worship Puxian Bodhisattva. It is said that Amei Mountain has become the place of practice for Puxian Bodhisattva. During the reign of Emperor Shizong of the Tang dynasty, Yongming Huazong Temple was built and the 6 major temples of Zhongfeng, Zhongxin, Huayan, Wanyan, Heishui, and Lingyan were rebuilt. Because there were many fires in the mountains, the temples were renamed Jiyun, Weiyun, Guyun, Heishui, Baishui, etc., with 3 clouds and 2 waters to suppress it. Later, Heishui Temple was called the Ancestral Hall of Amei. In the 5th year of Taiping Xingguo in the Northern Song Dynasty, 980, the monk Maozhen of Baishui Temple was ordered to rebuild the 6 major temples and cast a bronze statue of Puxian Bodhisattva weighing 62 tons, which was enshrined in Baishui Temple, now Wanyan Temple. It is also one of the 10 famous mountains in Daxia today. Zhao Chun grew up without a father or mother, and he doesn't believe in Taoism or Buddhism. As for Buddha, Taoism, God, Jesus, forget it. Man can conquer nature. That is the hard truth. Standing on the steps of Mount Amei and looking at this 1,000-year-old temple, Zhao Chun was extremely shocked. What shocked me was not the numerous Buddhist temples scattered all over the mountains, but the fact that there were so many tourists visiting this place. But think about it. It's already July today, and college students who had their holidays early have already left school with their bags and started wandering around. Since they are not in school, there will be many people traveling. Mount Amei is one of the top tourist destinations. With tens of thousands of tourists every day, isn't that a joke? Chapter 74, Forget Dust. The scorching sun in July is like a fireball. It is said that in addition to the temples scattered all over Mount Amei, the monkeys here are also a unique sight. Not only are the monkeys highly intelligent, they also like to play tricks on tourists. Unfortunately, Zhao Chun didn't give these monkeys a chance. Zhao Chen followed the crowd of tourists into Wanyan Temple. Wanyan Temple is one of the oldest ancient temples in manhwa. It is said that this place was the place where Pu Gong, an old man who collected herbs in the Han Dynasty, worshipped Buddha. It was named Puxian Temple when it was founded in the 5th year of Longyan in the Eastern Jin Dynasty, 401. It was rebuilt by Hui Tong in the 3rd year of Qianfu in the Tang Dynasty, 876, and renamed Baishui Temple. It was called Baishui Puxian Temple in the Song Dynasty. When it was rebuilt in the 28th year of Wanli in the Ming Dynasty, 1600, Emperor Shenzong bestowed the name Shengshuo Wanyan Temple, which has been used to this day. Wanyan Temple is one of the 8 major temples in manhwa and one of the key temples in Daxia. It has scenic spots such as the Beamless Brick Hall, the Towering Treasure Hall, and the White Water Pool. Because Zhao Chun came directly from the airport in a taxi, the taxi was parked in the Wanyan parking lot. The Wanyan parking lot is connected to the Wanyan Temple by a cableway, which can directly reach the Wanyan Temple. Looking around Wanyan Temple, the walls and eaves are all in red. The temple now has a majestic mountain gate, Mithriya Hall, Guanyin Hall, Prajna Hall, Pilla Hall, Wuliang Hall, Wei Hall, Daxiong Hall, Bell and Drum Tower, Xingyuan Hall, as well as gardens, pavilions, pools, etc. Because it resembles a garden, it is praised as a garden-style temple. Year by year, Wanyan Temple has become the largest place for worshipping Buddha in manhwa. Zhao Chen didn't know where Jingwen was, so he could only start looking for her from the most likely place. Entering the main gate, the first thing you see is the Guanyin Hall, where tourists come and go in rows. Seeing 2 little nuns wearing nun hats sitting on both sides of the door, Zhao Chen walked up to them without hesitation and asked, "You two, I am sorry to bother you. May I ask where is Master Jingwen?" Zhao Chen spoke boldly and went straight to the point. The 2 young nuns were originally just answering questions for the tourists, but when Zhao Chen suddenly asked them, they immediately frowned. "Donor, may I ask what business you have with our head nun?" one of the older nuns asked. Zhao Chen said fearlessly, "I am a subordinate of Li Daohua, the commander of the Beijing military region. I came to see Master this time because of an appointment we made a month ago. Please inform Master that it is Zhao Chen who is here to see you." The little nun looked even more puzzled and said, "It's an appointment? That shouldn't be the case. The headmaster took junior sister Wang Chen down the mountain to train. She hasn't been on the mountain for nearly a month." What junior sister Wang Chen? Zhao Chun felt something was wrong when he heard this. Wang Chen? What Wang Chen? The little nun explained. A month ago, the headmaster brought back a girl with great talent from outside the mountain. He immediately summoned all the abbots and magicians to perform a mountain entry ceremony for the little girl. The headmaster personally accepted her as his last disciple and gave her the name, Wang Chen. At that time, all the heads and us disciples did not expect that the headmaster Jingwen, who had not accepted a disciple for decades, would accept another disciple and a last disciple. When Zhao Chun heard the time, he knew that it was the time when Chiako and the old nun returned to Mount Ame. Damn the old nun, she is really a piece of shit. When she was trying to persuade everyone in Commander Li's office, she kept saying that she didn't need to be born into the world, and that she didn't even need to be a nun to be my disciple. Now that society is like this, it's okay as long as everyone knows it. She also said that if he missed her, he could come to Ame more often, and that she, as a master, would not hinder our relationship. This fucking monk was just brought back to the mountain, and she was given the birth ceremony, and she was given the fucking Buddhist name Wang Chen. Forgot me? Huh. It turns out that these monks and nuns are nothing good. Since ancient times, dynasties have been destroying Buddhism, and they really deserve it. When Zhao Chen was in school, he heard a lot of bad things about monks, saying that they were the abbots of temples during the day, the bosses of nightclubs at night, and they worked from 9 to 5 with a punch-in system and got paid. They said that monks don't lie, but they are lying to their faces. How can you tolerate this? Zhao Chen suppressed the anger that was about to explode in his heart and continued to ask, "Young master, I really have something important to discuss with you, and I hope you won't lie to me." The little nun suddenly felt aggrieved. "Why did I lie to you? Monks don't tell lies. It's not a secret that the headmaster brought junior sister Wang Chen down the mountain. You can just ask anyone else in the temple. Damn it, monks don't tell lies. If it weren't for this little nun who might be innocent. Haha, you old monster, right? The Dragon Kingdom can't do without you, right? Just wait and see." Southwest corner of Shu Road. Chiako, who was walking on the mountain road, suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of Mount Ame. Nun Jingwen, who was leading the way, noticed the girl behind her stop and asked in confusion, "Wang Chen, what are you looking at?" Chiako did not answer immediately. She suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. "Master, I'll say it again, I will not accept this Buddhist name." Please respect my choice. As long as you call me this name, I will not acknowledge you as my master." The originally gentle and delicate Ji Yazi's temperament has changed drastically since she left Zhao Chun and followed Jingwen. Originally, Jingwen thought that the change in personality was a good thing and took the opportunity to do psychological work on Chiako, saying that love is fleeting and that only by keeping Buddha in one's heart can one sublimate one's soul to the extreme. And at the disciple accepting ceremony, Jingwen took it upon herself to give Ziatzi the title of Wangchen. Unexpectedly, the originally honest and decent Chiako threw the nun's hat that Jingwen handed over. She said that she would never use this name. She would never be born. Jingwen only thought that Ziyako was still indulging in love between men and women and did not blame her. She only wanted to gradually weaken her concept of love. She also told everyone to think that Ziyako had successfully become her apprentice. Unexpectedly, in the days that followed, whenever Jingwen called Ziatzi Wangchen, Ziatzi would become inexplicably angry and even asked to go down the mountain several times and stop studying Taoism. Jingwen had no choice but to let this last disciple play for a long time, trying to boil the frog in warm water. Jingwen knew that staying in the mountain gate would not lead to any result, so she took Chiako down the mountain and began to travel the world. In fact, Ziatzi was very well behaved when Jingwen didn't deliberately make things difficult for her, and she followed Jingwen's instructions in everything. Ziatzi also learned the little tricks Jingwen taught her very quickly. But when Ziatzi tried to forget Zhao Chun, she would be like an annoyed kitten, contradicting the gods with her mortal body. But Jingwen could do nothing about it. She really couldn't bear to see such a good seedling of Taoism have a worldly love heart. So every day, besides teaching, she would intentionally or unintentionally give Ziatzi some psychological hints, such as calling her Wangchen. In fact, Jingwen didn't understand people's hearts. If she really wanted Ziatzi to forget someone, it would be better to never mention it in front of her, instead of calling her Wangchen all the time as if to protest. Jingwen sighed and said, "The Shu Mountain is a dangerous place, so you should be careful when following behind me." Chiako did not respond, but just walked forward silently. Chapter 75 Drama Queen. When Zhao Chun returned by plane in the afternoon, Li Daoguo was the first to receive the news. He didn't quite understand why Zhao Chun flew back in the afternoon when he had just been to Mount Amei in the morning. But he soon found out why. Commander, I protest, I won't do the mission. I protest strongly." Before Zhao Chun and Lan Daozi reached Li Daoguo's office, Zhao Chun howled at the top of his lungs. Lan Daozi frowned and wanted to tell Zhao Chun to shut up, but when he thought about it, his military rank didn't seem to be as high as his, so he just left it alone. After entering the door, Li Daoguo looked at the two of them with a heavy face and said, "Military stronghold Zhao Chun, what are you yelling about? You don't even care about the knife. What happened? Why don't you do the mission?" Looking at the two people coming in, Li Daoguo suddenly became furious. Zhao Chun immediately ran to Li Daoguo with a sad face and rushed over to complain. Commander, you have to make the decision for me." Li Daoguo's face darkened. "You are out of your mind, kid. You have no respect for your elders. Why are you crying in my office? Tell me what happened first." "That old nun is trying to steal my girl. She's trying to steal my girl." Zhao Chun cried out loudly. Li Daoguo probably guessed what the problem was. Well, it must be that the person was not seen. Li Daoguo's eyelids twitched, and he said, "I still don't understand what you mean. Tell me what's going on." The crying Zhao Chun slowly climbed up from the office cabinet he was climbing. Zhao Chun calmed down his exaggerated emotions and said, "Commander, you were there when that old nun persuaded my sister to go to Amei Mountain. I was extremely unwilling, but she kept deceiving us. You also remember that she didn't want my sister to really become a nun. She just pretended to do it, and then took her to practice Taoism. She also said that I, her brother, could go to her anytime. But that old nun went back on her words. Not only did she not see me, she also secretly made my sister become a nun. Poor me. Zhao Chun, I shed blood and sweat for my country. In the end, I couldn't even protect my own sister. Is it possible that we will never see each other again?" Li Daoguo's face turned completely black like the bottom of a pot, and he talked for a long time saying a bunch of nonsense. "Tell me everything that happened today." "I took a flight to Amei this morning, and after arriving, I took a taxi to that temple. After entering the temple, I asked about my sister and Jingwen, the old nun. As a result, I heard from the young nun there that Jingwen accepted my sister as her last disciple and gave her the Buddhist name Wangchen. Wangchen, doesn't this mean she wants to forget me, Ba? I have never seen such a shameless person. Commander, you have to make the decision for me and let her return my sister. How could I be bewitched by her and trust my sister to that old nun? She even has a Buddhist name when I come back from vacation." Will my sister be bewitched and not recognize me when I come back from the next mission, Commander? You have to make the decision for me. Looking at Zhao Chun, who was half-truthful, Li Dao's expression was also very solemn. A May Mountain and him were two parallel paths, usually not interfering with each other, and sometimes they might help each other. In short, they all existed for the safety of Dragon Country. He was not very familiar with Master Jingwen, but he knew that she was a person who practiced meditation. It was not easy to deal with such a person who did such a thing. Commander, can you lend me a division of troops before the mission? I will flatten Mount Amei and force that old nun to hand over my sister. Zhao Chun had a sad face, as if he was ready to die. You are a kid with a brain full of mud. How can you have such a stupid idea? For a woman. No, it's not that this kid is stupid. He is trying to defeat me, the old man. Haha. Kid, you want me to make the decision for you? Li Dao said. Zhao Chun burst into tears. I need you to make the decision for me, Commander. That old nun is too much. There is no way my brother and I can be separated. Zhao Chun cannot lose Zhao Yan, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Li Dao was snorted. A real man should shed blood, but not tears. If something happens, you should find a way to solve it. How can you cry and whine? When Zhao Chun heard this, he knew something was up. He immediately stopped crying and said seriously, Commander, are you serious? Seeing the boy in front of him go from tearful eyes to silent and reserved in just 1 second, Li Dao was suddenly felt a toothache. This boy is really born to act. Don't mess around. I've remembered this, and I'll find out for you. If you really want to protect your sister, you should find a way to complete your current mission. If you successfully complete this mission, you will at least be promoted to a general when you return. At that time, you will have the capital to communicate with Nun Jingwen on an equal footing. And Jingwen can't ignore you, a young general. Li Dao taught him earnestly. He knew the purpose of Zhao Chen's fuss today, so he also laid out the best solution in front of him. Only by completing the mission can you protect your good sister. In fact, there are only 2 aspects for Zhao Chun to become stronger. One is naturally the improvement of one's physical fitness, becoming stronger, and when it reaches a certain level, it is similar to the plots of the king returning or the god of war kicking the door in urban or fantasy novels. Although it is silly, it is practical and exciting. Another thing is naturally his status has risen. Because of the aircraft carrier incident, he has been promoted to the rank of colonel in the army. If he can really solve the nuclear crisis this time, he will be able to become a general. In the country of Daxiao, the rise of a person's status is enough to put a warning sign on all those who are his enemies. No one dares to underestimate a general in his 20s. I came to Commander Li to make a scene, just thinking that crying children get candy. I don't know how long I will be gone, and this time the system task has no date. Although my life has been injected with the Tao Te Ching, I no longer need to worry about the length of the task. Although the one-time Tao Te Ching did not change Zhao Chen's physical fitness for a while, his lifespan is already very different from before. Before, Zhao Chen only had 4 months left to live. However, after he came back to life, the Tao Te Ching cleansed Zhao Chen's body from head to toe. Although Zhao Chen himself did not feel any major changes, he was still strong where he should be strong and hard where he should be hard. But he could feel the surging vitality in his body. Zhao Chen also asked the system how long he could live. The system did not give a definite answer, but simply advised, don't be too desperate. You usually won't die. So, as long as you don't do anything stupid, you won't die? If you succeed in this mission, you will have the official title of general on your shoulders. When I go to Mount Amei again, wearing this military uniform, haha. Li Dao looked at Zhao Chun, who suddenly lost his focus, in confusion, wondering why this guy looked like a villain who had succeeded. He said, Xiao Zhao, are you okay? Did you not get enough rest on the plane? Don't think about it. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Your partner is on a flight tonight, and you'll see him tomorrow. Go back and get some rest now. After saying that, Li Dao winked at Lan Daozi, who nodded and left the office with Zhao Chun, who was fantasizing about the king's return. Chapter 76, Your Excellency. Boom, 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 boom. Who is it? It's only 6 o'clock. Zhao Chen opened the door with sleepy eyes. Lan Daozi was standing outside the door with a stern face. Commander, when I sent you back yesterday, I said I would pick you up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lan Daozi's voice was obviously somewhat dissatisfied. He must be unhappy that Zhao Chen did not take his words to heart. Is this true? Zhao Chen scratched his head and thought about it, but he had no impression of it. Lan Daozi didn't waste any words with Zhao Chun and made a gesture of invitation. Hey, wait a minute, old Lan. I just got up and haven't brushed my teeth, washed my face, or changed my clothes yet. Please wait for me for a while. Zhao Chen said, and was about to close the door, but he didn't expect Lan Daozi to suddenly reach out and hold the door. Sir, the commander asked me to take you to the destination within 10 minutes. If you don't cooperate, I will take action. Zhao Chen was speechless. So anxious? I'll go by myself. I'll go by myself. Zhao Chen saw that Lan Daozi was really ready to make a move, so he hurriedly said. Zhao Chen followed Lan Daozi in a daze with his eyes blurry and dozing off. In a daze, Zhao Chen felt that he was not walking in the direction of the commander's office. I suddenly raised my head and saw that the two of them had already walked to the airport tarmac. Brother, aren't we going to see the commander? Why are we at the airport? Zhao Chen asked puzzledly. Lan Daozi did not answer, but just walked silently. Zhao Chen was even more confused. He knew that his partner was coming this morning. Was it not enough for him to wait for him in the office? Did he have to come and pick him up in person? However, Zhao Chen's idea quickly vanished, because he looked up and saw not far away, Li Daoguo was also waiting on the tarmac. Commander Li, you're here too. After approaching, Zhao Chen greeted his immediate superior enthusiastically. Li Daoguo saw that Zhao Chen was still wearing pajamas and sandals, with a dazed look in his eyes, and the boogers around his eyes had not been cleaned out. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. Zhao Chen, didn't I tell you yesterday to be ready to pick up your partner at 6 in the morning? Why are you like this? Li Daoguo was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have told Zhao Chen about this person in advance. Did he really say that? Zhao Chen was also confused. He only remembered that Commander Li mentioned to him yesterday that his partner would be able to arrive in the morning, but did he really say the time? Wait, Commander Li Daoguo, the head of the Beijing military region with the rank of general, is also coming to personally pick up his partner? It was as if a cold wind blew from his scalp to his ankles, and Zhao Chen's original sleepiness disappeared in an instant. What was left was a strong sense of caution and doubt. Besides the confusion, there was also a hint of expectation. Who could be personally received by someone of Li Daoguo's level? Li Daoguo sighed. The plane was about to land. It would be too late for Zhao Chen to go back and change his clothes and shoes. So be it. Zhao Chen, when your partner comes down later, listen more and talk less. Do you understand? Li Daoguo said. Zhao Chen was even more confused. What kind of wild beast could his partner be? Would he eat him up if they didn't agree with him? The plane gradually descended and came to a stop. The ladder for passengers to board and disembark was slowly lowered, and a young man gradually walked down the ladder. Li Daoguo led everyone to meet them. Hey Lao Li, long time no see. How come you think of looking for me now? The first person to speak was the young man who walked out of the plane. He was 1.81 meters tall, with an average build and handsome appearance. He was wearing a three-piece suit similar to the one Zhao Chen wore before. A shirt, long pants, and flip-flops. And it can be concluded that the total cost of the three pieces could not exceed 100 yuan, and it might not even reach 50. You don't know? It's July now, and lamb skewers are selling very well. I have to close the business for a few days because of you calling me here. My old customers are going to complain again. Listening to the young man's kind tone, Zhao Chen did not feel that the other party was someone who was difficult to approach, even though what he said was rather strange. Li Daoguo smiled and shook hands with the young man. Sir, we asked you to come here because the country needs your help. I'm so shameless to ask you to come out. Please don't mind. The young man waved his hand and said, just tell me what you want to say. Since I'm here, I'm willing to help you. I also know that you won't come to me for ordinary matters. Now I'm living a retired life in Longhua, and I also hope that my motherland can be peaceful. But you can say whatever you want. Hearing the young man's answer, Zhao Chen obviously heard Commander Li breathe a sigh of relief and immediately became more curious about the identity of the man in front of him. Hearing Commander Li address him, Your Excellency? But Commander Li himself is a general. What other person can make him so cautious and careful? General? Stop kidding. There are only 3 or 2 generals of that level in the whole of Daxia, and they are all old men in their 80s. And what about this young man in front of me? At most, he is only a few years older than me. Is he also a cultivator? This is a long story. Let's go back to my office and talk about it slowly. Here, let me introduce you to your partners in the next mission. Li Daoguo turned around and glanced at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen tactfully took 2 steps forward. Zhao Chen, let me introduce you first. This is Pluto. Li Daoguo was about to introduce the young man's identity to Zhao Chen when he was interrupted by the young man waving his hand. Old Li, I have been back for so long. Now that I am back in Long Country, I don't have to mention those foreign titles, the young man said casually, then walked up to Zhao Chen and introduced himself. Yang Yan, owner of Hua Hua Barbecue Restaurant on Jinling Road, Zhonghai City. The young man finished his introduction and held out his hand for a handshake. Zhao Chen quickly held his hand. Hello, Brother Yang. My name is Zhao Chen. I'm a graduate student at Harvard. I'm forced to drop out because of some trivial problems. Hearing that the other party had studied at Harvard before, Yang Yin was also a little surprised. You are a Harvard student? What a coincidence. I also have a Harvard diploma. I even have 2 master's degrees from Harvard. Zhao Chun was surprised that this ordinary and mysterious man in front of him had actually obtained a double master's degree from Harvard. You know, Harvard's master's graduation rate is actually not high, and a double master's degree is even more difficult. It's not just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Excuse me, Brother Yang, which class did you graduate from, and who was your supervisor? Although Zhao Chun had only studied at Harvard for a few days, he had a thorough understanding of the research there before. He originally thought that he would never have the opportunity to exchange this knowledge again, but he did not expect that his partner would actually be a Harvard graduate. Graduation? Tutor? I don't know. This diploma was forced upon me by that old lady, Fina, the female principal of Harvard. She also said that it would be easier to find a job when I returned to Daxia with my diploma from their school. Yang Yin said, scratching his head. Water fake? Is it easier to find a job? You didn't study at Harvard? Zhao Chen asked puzzledly. Yang Yin laughed out loud. Not only did I not go to Harvard, I didn't go to any school at all. But it's okay. I have many diplomas issued by foreign universities. Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, etc. There are so many that I can't remember them all. I just left a few at home. I'll only need them if I need to find a job in the future. Why do I need so many? Zhao Chen swallowed his saliva and glanced at Commander Li next to him, looking at him with a face full of doubt. He felt that Commander Li would never find him a partner with mental problems. If he had no mental problems, then really? This is even more terrifying. Chapter 77 can only be dismantled, not opened. On the way back from the airport, Zhao Chen exchanged a few words with his new partner and felt that they had met too late. The two first talked about how foreign food was simply not edible, and they both said that the food they cooked with their eyes closed could beat those foreigners by 10 blocks. Yang Yin also said that foreign women have body odor, and he has seen too many foreign girls. He is looking for a wife after retirement, so he is back to Daxia. Zhao Chun said that the body odor in Europe and America is ridiculous, and in the Middle East and Asia, basically women don't have that smell. You can think about it more. Then the two talked about foreign red wine. Zhao Chun said that he had never drunk that kind of foreign stuff. Yang Yin advised him not to drink it in the future. At most, he would drink some apple cider vinegar. He said that the Romani Conti that he had drunk for decades in those big families abroad was not as good as the Erguo 2 that cost 5 yuan a bottle after returning to China. Zhao Chen wondered if red wine is not tasted. The rich people on TV tasted wine by drinking a little bit at a time, and they were intoxicated and fell. Yang Yin laughed and said that it was all a lie. Red wine has no taste. Only those old antiques like to drink it to show off. Normal foreign young people, if they don't want to show off, still like to drink vodka or Longwa's white wine. Just like that, the two social bullies, oblivious to the people around them, came to Li Dao's office accompanied by a group of people. Li Dao's face was extremely dark. These two were simply. Zhao Chun ignored his words and was almost sworn brotherhood with him on the road. But there was nothing he could do, as he couldn't control what happened to that person. Everyone entered the office together, and Li Dao was sat down at his seat. He felt that his head was about to be enlarged by the chattering of the two people. Seeing the two people still chatting with each other after entering the door, he coughed slightly. Perhaps it worked a little. Yang Yan, who was speaking, was interrupted by Li Dao's cough and asked in confusion. Old Li, is your throat uncomfortable? Li Dao took a deep breath, wanting to get angry but unable to do so. Okay, I'll wait for you to finish talking. Maybe they really have similar tastes. This meeting brought these two guys who are full of bad intentions together. They talked non-stop, which was rare, as if they had met a confidant. In addition to Commander-in-Chief Li Daohua, who was sitting in the main seat, there were also Staff Officer Long Qingwu, Major General Wang Yaojun, and Special Forces Chief Instructor Lan Daozi, all with gloomy faces waiting for the two to finish their conversation. They didn't expect that the two people were so shameless and didn't consider the occasion at all when chatting. But since their boss didn't say anything, they couldn't interfere and meddle in other people's business. Finally, perhaps because of what Zhao Chen said, his mouth was a little dry, so he picked up the fragrant tea on his seat and finished it in one gulp. Then he remembered that everyone seemed to be here to discuss something, so he asked, Commander, don't you want to talk about business? Li Daohua laughed in his heart. He had just finished chatting, and now he remembered that there was something important to do. Li Daohua gave Zhao Chun a subtle glare, then turned to the young man and said, Sir Yang Yan, we have received reliable information this time. The United States is planning to transfer their previously successfully tested thermonuclear warhead, the B-47 Galaxy, to our border. It is reported that the explosion range and power of this hydrogen bomb are comparable to that of the former Great Ivan of the United Nations. This time they seem to have built 3 of them, saying that they want to test them on our border, but in fact it is a real diplomatic threat, threatening us to hand over the Kennedy mothership that Zhao Chun brought back from them a few days ago. Yang Yin did not feel anything strange when he heard that the nuclear bomb had reached the border. His expression did not even change. He was still as uninhibited as before. However, he became interested after hearing Li Daogua's last sentence. Zhao Chun, did brother Zhao Chun drive the aircraft carrier back? Yang Yin looked at his partner in surprise. Zhao Chun immediately felt embarrassed. It's just a small thing. I just did some of my duties. It's all for repaying the motherland. Yang Yin gave a thumbs up and praised. Great, great. I actually had this idea before, but unfortunately, the best I can do is sink their aircraft carrier. I can't drive all the way back to Daxia from the United States. Yang Yin shook his head regretfully, as if he was very ashamed. Zhao Chun had a puzzled look on his face. He felt that his speech was already quite Versailles, but Yang Yan's answer? Can only give sunk? At this time, Commander Li Daogua spoke up. Sir Yang Yan, you don't need to take action against the mothership. Zhao Chun's bringing this new aircraft carrier here is indeed a huge help to the country. Many of the technologies in it have inspired and guided our scientists. However, just sinking it is meaningless and will only intensify the conflict between the 2 countries. It is better not to trouble you to take action. When Zhao Chun heard what Li Daogua said, his mind was immediately filled with questions. Commander, is this worried that Brother Yang will tear down the U.S. aircraft carrier? Sir Yang Yan, please protect Zhao Chun's safety this time. Our mission this time is to touch the nuclear bomb launch button and try to launch it into the desert of the Middle East or the uninhabited waters of the Pacific Ocean. Li Daogua added again. Zhao Chun glanced at Yang Yan, and Yang Yan turned around and looked at him. No problem. I'll take care of brother Zhao Chun's safety. I like brothers like him who are unconventional and do things in a creative way. If this happened to Zero, cough cough. Yang Yan suddenly remembered something and stopped talking in a hurry. I'm sorry. The scene brought back some memories and reminded me of some things from the past. Old Li, please continue. Yang Yan said. Li Daogua glanced at Zhao Chun and continued. Zhao Chun, I'm going to ask Mr. Yang Yin to be your bodyguard this time. You must cherish the opportunity and do everything you can to complete the task. What you have on your hands this time is the safety of the lives of tens of millions of Daxia people. Although the United States is unlikely to launch a launch, we in the Dragon Country never gamble. Only by nipping the danger in the bud can the people be safe and we can feel at ease. Do you understand? Zhao Chun nodded, but his face was full of doubts about his partner. Li Daogua could naturally see it and said, Mr. Yang Yan, you have come from afar. Please go to your room and rest first. Our people will apply for a passport for you. When the passport is almost ready, you and Zhao Chun can set off. Yang Yan scratched his head and asked in confusion, Can I use my own passport? Li Daogua almost rolled his eyes when he heard this. Don't you know what the effect of your own passport is? Your Excellency probably doesn't want the situation at the airport to happen again when you first return to Daxia. Yang Yan suddenly realized, smiled, said hello to Zhao Chun, and followed Lan Daozi out of the room. Zhao Chun, who was almost unable to hold it back at this time, quickly threw all his doubts on Commander Li. Chapter 78, The King of the Underground. After Yang Yan left the room, Li Daogua, who had a smile on his face, suddenly changed his expression, and he became as gloomy as a man-eating tiger. It was the first time that Zhao Chun saw Commander Li like this, and the officers nearby were also shocked when they saw the commander's expression. They had been under Li Daogua's command for decades, so they naturally recognized that this was a manifestation of Commander Li's extremely angry expression. Li, Commander Li, are you okay? Zhao Chun asked tentatively. Colonel Zhao Chun, please stand up. Stand at attention. It was the first time that Li Daogua spoke to Zhao Chun with such a serious expression and tone. Zhao Chun's pupils shrank slightly. He could feel the power of a tiger erupting from Commander Li. Commander Li had only said one sentence loudly and did nothing else, but he felt panicked and uneasy. Commander, I haven't been awarded the rank yet. You said you would ask for the title of general when I come back this time. Zhao Chun suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and continued to try to get close to Li Daogua. Do you know that you might have died right there if you weren't careful? You're still smiling and not knowing when to move forward or backward. Li Daogua scolded him harshly. But if you look closely, you can tell that although his tone is strong, his heart is gentle. On the surface, he is blaming Zhao Chun for not listening to his request and talking nonsense. But in fact, he is more worried about Zhao Chun's safety. Zhao Chun was a little surprised. Commander, it's not that exaggerated. I'm still being conservative. Li Daohua interrupted Zhao Qin's argument. Do you know who he is? Are you calling him your brother? They are all dragon people. Is there any big difference? Zhao Qin was a little puzzled. Although I know that this partner should be very serious, he is a peaceful person and I don't think it's difficult to get along with him. Li Daohua took a breath and said, You probably didn't understand what he said about passports before he left. Zhao Qin nodded honestly. He really didn't understand what was wrong with that passport. Why not use his own? What happened when Yang Yin just returned to China? His name in Daxiao now is Yang Yin. When he first returned to China, 7 of our country's 8 generals had just left when he got off the airport. Li Daohua glanced at Zhao Qin and said, The master who took your girlfriend away, Master Jingwen, is one of the generals guarding the country. 7 people went. Could it be that Brother Yang is very famous and everyone went to pick him up? Zhao Qin guessed. Li Daohua smiled coldly. Famous? How can he not be famous? As for the 7 generals who guard the country, they didn't go to pick him up, but they were afraid that he would start a massacre in Longhua. Yang Yan's name abroad is Satan. Zhao Qin was a little confused. He didn't expect that his cheap partner was so awesome. Li Daohua took a sip of tea and continued. Yang Yin was originally from Daxia, but was accidentally abducted by the Zero Organization. Wait, what is the Zero Organization? Zhao Qin was very confused now. He felt like he had just entered a certain level and reached a position where he could understand certain things. However, because he was promoted too quickly, he didn't know a lot of basic things. At this time, Wang Yaojun, who was standing not far away, explained, Zero is the name of an international assassination organization headquartered in the United States. Many assassination cases around the world are related to this organization. They specialize in assassinating world leaders or receiving bounty orders. It can be said that the world's top assassins at that time were in this organization. This organization has always been the #1 assassin organization in the world. The Zero Organization often searches around the world for talented assassins and brings them to the organization for training and screening, and finally transforms them into sharp swords. Li Daohua continued. Yang Yin joined Zero when he was 8 years old. When he was 12, Zero held a killer competition in Orion with 100,000 participants. The rules of the competition were to survive by any means necessary, and only 2 people could survive in the end. This is not comparable to the billionaire competition you participated in before. 100,000 people fought to the death in a city. For 17 days, the city was bathed in blood. Without food and water, they had to eat raw meat and drink blood. In the end, Yang Yin and his partner survived. I remember clearly when I received the intelligence. The 2 people who survived in Orion were number 11 and number 17 from the East Division of Zero. Number 11 was Yang Yin, and number 17 was Yang Yin's partner at the time, a girl. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Qin would definitely complain that this couldn't be Brother Yang's girlfriend. She's only 12 years old. However, Zhao Qin was now concentrating and listening to Li Daohua's secrets with a serious expression. Then, the most inhumane thing was that Zero changed the rules after the game, requiring that only 1 person could survive in the end. Zhao Qin's eyes gradually widened, as if he realized something. That's right. In the end, Yang Yan's partner number 17 committed suicide. Even the girl's body was thrown into a truck by Zero's men like garbage and taken away and burned. At that time, although Yang Yin was the winner of the 100,000-man battle, he was still too weak. He was so weak that he was no match for any high-ranking member of Zero. 2 years later, at the age of 14, Yang Yin had become one of the world's top assassins. His most glorious battle was when Prince William put a bounty on the Queen and his daughter after the death of the Emperor of Wales. Yang Yin was one of the pursuers, and a group of assassins chased them to the St. Petersburg Cathedral. Yang Yin was the first to find the 2. The Queen of Wales at the time was almost defiled by a priest in St. Petersburg, and it was Yang Yin who sent that hypocritical priest to see God. Then Yang Yin changed sides, and he brought 2 women back to the King of Wales' castle with him and a sword. He successfully helped the Queen sit on the throne and become the current Queen of Wales. 2 years later, Yang Yin was 16 years old. He single-handedly challenged the entire Zero Organization, killed thousands of elders and backbones, and finally stabbed Hades, the king of assassins at the time, to death on the throne of Pluto. He stole the Pluto ring and became the new Dark King of the Underground Organization. Then the Zero Organization was officially declared destroyed. Later, Yang Yin and several of his men founded the Inferno Organization. In just 2 years, they took over a large number of grassroots assassins from Zero and developed it into the largest dark underground organization in the world. Even the President of the United States is proud to have a meal with him, and the top leaders of Inferno are guests of honor of all the big families in the world. In the West, As long as a family announces that it is protected by the Inferno organization, no assassin in the world will accept in order to assassinate the family. Not only that, anyone who dares to place an order to assassinate someone that the Inferno organization wants to protect will be doomed to death, no matter where he goes. In this way, Yang Yin has been the underground emperor for several years, and the whole of Europe and America lived under him. Every political official was trying his best to get close to him. Maybe Yang Yin was a little tired of this kind of life. When he was 24 years old, he temporarily gave up the position of leader to his apprentice Ru'er and returned to Daxia to retire. On the day he returned to Daxia, the 7 generals who guarded the country were waiting at the airport. Do you think they were welcoming him? Because Yang Yin is from Daxia, the Inferno organization never accepts missions from Daxia, and Daxia is also a forbidden area for underground organizations. Anyone who comes to Daxia to make trouble does not need our people to take action, and the Inferno organization will help solve it. So we have always felt that Yang Yin has feelings for the motherland. So we also wanted to recruit him into the organization. Yang Yin said that he was tired of this kind of life, and that he was returning to China just to retire, marry, and live in old age, so the matter ended up in vain. Of course, when Daxian needed him the most, he would not be stingy in helping. Do you know when Yang Yin helped the country last time? Zhao Chen looked at Li Daoguo in confusion and was stunned. 3 years ago, several Chinese ships were attacked by mysterious pirates in the Yap Sea area of the Pacific Ocean. Not only that, dozens of 100,000-ton cargo ships that passed by were also seized by pirates, involving hundreds of Chinese compatriots, all of whom were kidnapped as hostages. Moreover, this group of pirates is different from previous pirates. They are well-equipped and well-organized, and their skills are far superior to those of the U.S. Navy SEALs. The ransoms they offer to various countries are extremely high, and these pirates may not be trustworthy. Of course, the U.S. Navy would not accept the pirates' unreasonable demands and sent a full 300 special forces to rescue them. However, they faced less than 200 pirates, and the 300 were almost wiped out before they reached the target sea area. After retreating, the pirates killed half of the U.S. hostages as a protest and doubled the ransom amount. The U.S. officials were furious, but under the pressure of various media, they were really helpless and could only accept it in the end. Other countries are also thinking of paying ransom, spending money to bail out the pirates, and not even taking the goods. My country originally wanted to annihilate these pirates on a large scale, but considering the hundreds of Chinese people, we also thought of spending money to eliminate the disaster. After all, the lives of the people are the most important. At this time, someone remembered that Yang Yan's influence overseas is extremely huge, and maybe he can help. When we found Yang Yan, he was selling kebabs in the open air in Zhonghai. At that time, it was sold in the open air, but now there are stores. After knowing this, he found time to make a phone call, and within half an hour, the pirates came to our waters with our hostages and ships to apologize. They kept apologizing to our people, saying that they thought these were Japanese and Koreans. After all, these ships were Japanese and Korean ships. Of course, these were all excuses for the pirates. After all, they were actually threatening our government to pay a ransom. Then Yang Yin lightly asked the pirate leader to cut off an ear and let the matter go. When the pirate leader, who was originally arrogant, saw Yang Yin, he was so excited that he knelt on the ground and couldn't get up. When he heard that Yang Yin wanted him to cut off his ears to apologize, he cut off his ears without hesitation for a second. He also shouted, "Long live Inferno! Long live the Lord of Darkness!" That pirate is just a subordinate of Yang Yin's subordinate. He would be willing to die to see his idol and boss. After listening to Commander Li's introduction about Yang Yin, Zhao Chun was so surprised that he could fit an egg in his mouth. Well, that commander, with this big guy here, can't you just ask him to tell the United States? The United States should give him face and just let him tell. Then the national war can be avoided, right? Zhao Chun wondered. Li Dao shook his head and said, "It's different. Protecting you is one thing, and letting him go to persuade the United States is another. Do you understand?" Chapter 79, Who is the protagonist? Zhao Chun shook his head, his little face full of curiosity. He really didn't understand. Li Daoguo's expression froze for a moment. Then he slowly sighed and said helplessly, "Zhao Chun, do you know the difference between Yang Yin and you? It doesn't mean that just because we are all Dragon Country people, we all have the passion to sacrifice our lives for the Dragon Country. It would be fine if Longhua gave birth to him and raised him, but Yang Yin was taken abroad since he was young. Longhua is just a noun that is equivalent to his hometown to him. Afterwards, when Yang Yin became famous, the whole world knew him as the king of underground assassins, the king of the Dark Night. For a person like Yang Yin, there was no place in the world where he couldn't go, and no place where he was not welcome. Although he is the king of the underground world and is somewhat out of tune with the human world, as long as he does not endanger the safety of the Dragon Kingdom and its people, the Dragon Kingdom is willing to let him return to the Dragon Kingdom to retire, and is happy to do so. With such a person here, those clowns in the world will basically not choose to come to Dragon Country to seek trouble. To a certain extent, it has even greatly improved the safety of the entire Dragon Nation, although it may not be very noticeable to ordinary people like you. To put it bluntly, some people are proud of Dragon Country, and some people make Dragon Country proud of them. Just like Zhou Luobin Zhou Lao, Longhua is honored by his arrival. As for Yang Yan, he rejected Longhua's military invitation when he just returned to China, which shows that he felt that he did not need Longhua's help. And he is indeed living a carefree life in China. You have heard him say that he now runs a barbecue restaurant and business is good every day. He lives a fulfilling life. Everyone has their own pursuits, and this is not surprising. If our Dragon Country cannot provide him with help, and instead requires him to do everything, he will become disappointed with his motherland over time. To put it more simply, apart from emotions, the relationship between people is basically tied together by interests. The same is true between people and countries. It's okay to have some minor quarrels at ordinary times. It's true that using his name can save a lot of trouble. He can save us from racking our brains to think of a solution in just one phone call. It's a piece of cake for him. We give him a lower rent in return and let him apply for an interest-free loan from the bank for free. You have to know that you always need loans to do business, whether it's a big business or a small business. You may think it's ridiculous, but in fact he is very happy about it, because for him, the things that come to him for help are just small matters that he can solve with just one phone call, and our rewards are just the small benefits we can get from just making a phone call. You may not be able to imagine that Yang Yan, the king of the underground in the West, the king of the dark night who has trillions or even more assets abroad, also struggled with the issue of loans when he opened a store. When Yang Yan returned to China, he only had 30,000 Dragon dollars in his card. This was the scholarship he was forced to receive after getting his Harvard University diploma. And he never touched any money from foreign forces. He started by selling kebabs at a stall and lived his life little by little. Maybe this is the charm of his life. We should always understand it. To continue, minor incidents are fine, but if it's a big deal, and he's always demanding huge benefits from others without giving them anything in return, even the best-tempered person will get angry over time, not to mention that he's the new Pluto. He is not the Aphrodite who sings praises of life, love, and beauty. He is the real god of killing. In foreign countries, he is a thug who does not take human life seriously. His name represents death and the underworld in the West. If he is really angry, death will come to the world, and everyone who displeases him will die. And as of now, no one in Dragon Country can really stop him from doing evil. As for missile bombings, let alone whether they can really kill him, they may also provoke fierce conflicts between Dragon Country and foreign infernos. As long as he is in the territory of Dragon Country, he may harm the civilians. Let the organization be more permissive and appeasing towards him. As long as he does not do evil in Dragon Country, everything will be fine. And if we can avoid trouble for him, we will not trouble him. What about this time? Zhao Chen was puzzled. Li Daoguo said seriously, "Your life's safety is very important. It is worth asking him to come out and help." Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. His heart unconsciously warmed up a lot. After pondering for a moment again, Zhao Chen raised another point that confused him. "Commander, Hades is one of the 12 main gods in Greece, right? Is this the title given to Brother Yang Yan in the West? Or are there really these 12 main gods?" This question is really crucial. After all, it's okay to have only one such awesome person, but if there are a lot of such people abroad, then it's safer to stay in your own country. Li Daoguo shook his head. It's probably just a title. The 12 lords are legendary figures, similar to the 12 golden crows of our Dragon Country, or the gods in Fengshan. They are not real generals who protect the country. In fact, the Pluto King is not comparable to the general guarding the nation, and the Pluto King has always been another name for the king of assassins. It is probably because of what Yang Yan did abroad that he replaced the reputation of the previous generation of the Pluto King and officially became the new king of assassins. Moreover, he is still very young, which is the key. Wow, a heritage title. Yang Yan scratched his head to show his understanding, but still expressed his own thoughts. I still think that Brother Yang has good intentions. He can now return to his motherland and settle down to do what he wants to do, which means that his original intention is not bad. He was forced to do that abroad before. You just said that the assassin organization is so cruel and ruthless. If the leader likes something, the subordinates will be even more cruel. It must be that the people at the top are cold and cruel enough. Later, Brother Yang killed them all and recreated a system for himself. This is both evil and a great good. If nothing unexpected happens, the Inferno organization will definitely not learn to raise Gu to train top killers like Zero did. Also, Commander, what you said is wrong. Brother Yang may have killed many people, but he certainly didn't take human life lightly. It was because of his position at the time that he had to do so. If Brother Yang really had a brutal and cruel personality and killed people without a trace, he wouldn't have just been content to open a barbecue restaurant in Zhonghai in the past few years. In the city, especially in small hawkers' shops, there are countless strange customers. If you think so, if someone comes to make trouble, wouldn't Brother Yang be unable to continue living in Longhua because of murder? However, Brother Yang has turned his original open-air shop into a storefront. Storefronts in Zhonghai City are not cheap. This is sufficient proof that Brother Yang has gradually integrated into the normal life of our dragon country, and that he is really dissatisfied with the past. Perhaps he thought of the old Hades who was stabbed to death on the throne by him. He didn't want to wait until he was old and end up like that. Besides, it's okay to live that kind of tense life occasionally, but it's really tiring to keep your heart tense all the time. So Brother Yang chose to come back and retire. Li Daoguo looked at Zhao Chun, who not only did not learn from his mistakes, but also made unreasonable arguments. He was a little speechless due to the confrontation and remained silent for a moment. Perhaps what you said is right, but I can only speculate about people from the most dangerous angle. I don't want to lose the pillars who could have made more contributions to the country because of my blind trust. Li Daoguo patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder and said, "Go back. Your passport will probably be issued tomorrow afternoon. Your passport will not be changed this time. Anyway, there are so many people named Zhao Chun in Longhua. In the eyes of those foreigners, Zhao Chun is no different from their David and Tom. Go back and think carefully about how to sneak into the 13th military region. When the mission is completed, I will personally hold a welcoming banquet for you." Afterwards, Zhao Chun returned to his room and sat on the sofa. He did not go back to bed to catch up on some sleep immediately, but instead thought about what had just happened and what Commander Li had said. Killer, Pluto, Inferno. It was really hard for Zhao Chun to associate the man with a handsome face, smiling eyes, and even a little stubble on his chin with these three words. Although he knew that this partner must be extraordinary, it was too much of a mistake for him to be so extraordinary. System. Is the system here? Did you sense a similar aura from Brother Yang just now? I always feel that Brother Yang's experience cannot be explained by the system. If his is also like my own pit wall system. Zhao Chun scratched his head. Who is the protagonist? Chapter 80 Freeloading makes people happy. July 4th morning. Zhao Chun, who never wakes up and is only awakened by hunger, strolled to the military district cafeteria in a vest and shorts and flip-flops. Because the commander said that Yang Yan's passport could not be processed until the afternoon, he had free time before the afternoon. In a military area where everyone wears military uniforms and marches in step, Zhao Chun's outfit is nothing but strange. Of course, Zhao Chun doesn't care about other people's thoughts at all. He just didn't sleep well yesterday and was very hungry in the morning, so he reluctantly got up to have breakfast. Gradually approaching the unfamiliar military district canteen, Zhao Chun couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been to this military district many times, this was his first time in this canteen. In the previous few times, he had to make do with eating fruits in the bedroom. After all, he would not be able to rest for long before going on a mission. This time, he stayed a little longer, but fruits really didn't satisfy his hunger. After entering the cafeteria, Zhao Chun saw Yang Yan, who was wearing the same strange clothes as him. Yang Yan, who was wearing the same shirt as yesterday, was holding a bowl and drinking corn porridge in big gulps. Zhao Chun completely forgot about the requirements and reminders the commander had given him yesterday, and cheerfully walked forward to greet him. "Hello, Brother Yang. You got up pretty early." Yang Yan put down the porridge bowl and took a look. Seeing that it was Zhao Chun, he also smiled and said, "Brother Zhao Chun, I usually run a small business at home and have to go to the market to buy vegetables early in the morning. I'm used to getting up early. You should go and get some food. The corn porridge is good, and the cakes are okay, but the vegetables are not as good as what I cook myself." Zhao Chun laughed. The canteen is full of big pots. What delicious dishes can there be? Without much delay, Zhao Chun also came to a window to queue up for food. Because it was morning and meal time, there were quite a few soldiers in the cafeteria, and long queues formed in front of the many food windows. Because Zhao Chun was dressed too strangely and casually, many soldiers looked at this strange young man who was queuing for food, with deep curiosity in their eyes. Seeing that there were at least a dozen brothers queuing in front of him, Zhao Chun sighed helplessly. "I didn't expect that after I survived my student days and came to the army to serve my country, I still couldn't break the curse of queuing for meals." Zhao Chun closed his eyes and dozed off while waiting in line. After a while, someone patted Zhao Qin's shoulder gently. The palm was broad, strong, and familiar. Zhao Qin looked up and saw who else could it be but Lan Daozi. Sir, officers above the rank of colonel can go to the window next door to get their meals quickly without waiting in a long line. Lan Daozi must have just finished getting his meal from there and explained while holding the tray. Zhao Qin was confused, but even more confused were the soldiers around him who were queuing up for food. What the hell? Captain Lan called a young man, sir. Lan Daozi is a colonel, and he calls me sir, so? No one dared to imagine. Zhao Qin glanced at the quick meal window not far away. There were indeed only 3 or 2 officers queuing there. He then looked in front of him. It's okay. I'll be in line soon. Just wait a bit. Zhao Qin yawned and said. Lan Daozi didn't insist and just took the plate and went to eat somewhere. However, the soldiers in front of Zhao Qin were somewhat flattered. Except for the one who had just finished fighting, the remaining few people scattered and ran behind Zhao Qin. Sir, your time is precious. Don't wait in line. Go get your meal first. A junior officer who seemed to be a captain said politely to Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin was a little embarrassed because, to be honest, the special window for serving meals for officers above the school level was indeed designed to take into account that officers above the school level are usually busier and have more things to deal with. But he was a real idler, and he came here to eat purely to get a free meal. Since he was already getting a free meal, why would he cut in line for no reason? Besides, it was just queuing, and it wouldn't delay anything. But seeing that everyone had lined up behind him, he had no choice but to waste time talking. He ordered a few dishes that were different from what Yang Yan had just ordered, served a bowl of porridge, took a few white steamed buns, and returned to Yang Yan's position with the plate full of food. He sat down casually opposite Yang Yan. The capital city belongs to the north, and the porridge in the north is mostly mixed with rice or corn flour, which is very different from the white rice porridge Zhao Qin had in Jinling. So Zhao Qin scooped a large bowl to taste the saltiness. Brother, how did you know I wasn't full and took so many extra biscuits? Yang Yan watched Zhao Qin sit down. There were 7 or 8 white steamed buns in the main trough of his plate. He grabbed 2 of them and put them on his plate without hesitation. Then he continued to eat the food on Zhao Qin's plate without hesitation. Zhao Qin swallowed and said nothing. Well, actually I didn't take extra. Of course, Zhao Qin is not an idiot and would not say what is in his heart. Zhao Qin really came to the cafeteria because he was woken up by hunger in the morning. He didn't say much and ate first. After tasting the food in the military district cafeteria, I found that my appetite was indeed average. It was indeed not that Yang Yan was picky. Brother Yang, you live in Zhonghai, right? Zhonghai is located in the south after all, so the taste is lighter and the dishes are more diversified. But in Beijing, due to the weather and geography in these northern places, the taste is generally heavier and they like to use cooking techniques such as sauce, braising, and stewing to make the dishes fresher. It's normal that we are not used to this food, so just deal with it with a few bites. But when you go abroad, you may not be able to eat such food. Zhao Qin explained. Yang Yan shook his head. Not really. I didn't say the food wasn't good. It's good enough to have something to eat. And I don't have to suffer when I'm abroad. Do you know where to go this time? I'll arrange for someone to ask if there are any authentic Chinese restaurants there, and buy a few for us to eat. Zhao Qin was silent. Are these big guys always so inhumane when they speak? Well, when we go to the United States, shouldn't we keep a low profile? Brother Yang, if you do this, will the authorities in the United States know that you are in the United States? Zhao Qin didn't want to be targeted by Buddha Bowl as soon as he entered the beautiful country. Yang Yan seemed to have heard something particularly funny, with a very interesting expression on his face, and replied, Why? Are you afraid of being targeted? Ha 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 ha. You may not understand very well. Those people are not even ants to me. If the rulers of the United States are not idiots, they will pretend not to know even if they know I went to the United States. If they are really crazy and send people to keep an eye on me, then the next day the people of Inferno will bring me the head of the person who issued the order after bleeding and ask me if I want to kill all his family members. Also, my orders are the only ones in Inferno. I just asked them to buy a few restaurants for me, not to bring the heads of various countries. I live my petty bourgeois life in China, but when I go abroad, I still have to be Hades who has the final say. Zhao Qin gave a thumbs up. Big brother is awesome. It's me who is shallow. Zhao Qin really hadn't thought about this, but it was true. Hades, the famous god of the underworld, returned to China to retire. Now that he's gone abroad, he shouldn't be hanging around like an unknown person. Occasionally doing the things of the privileged class would make him happier. There is no way getting something for free makes people happy. Chapter 81. Is there funding for this mission? That afternoon, Zhao Qin and Yang Yan, who received the news, went to Commander Li Daoguo's office again with the Special Forces Chief Coach Lan Daozi. Li Daoguo was looking at a letter with a serious expression. Seeing several people coming in, Li Daoguo slowly stood up, with the solemnity on his face still not fading, and glanced at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen naturally walked forward obediently and waited for his signal. Li Daoguo handed the letter in front of him to Zhao Chen and said, "The latest news came from the official newspaper of the United States. The Secretary of Defense of the United States, Straven, officially issued a document demanding that Daxia return their new aircraft carrier Kennedy as soon as possible and make an international explanation for its long-term occupation. Otherwise, economic sanctions will be imposed on Daxia worldwide. The specific sanctioned commodity items exceed 30,000, and the list has been announced." In passing, they also issued a military statement about their upcoming nuclear test in Alaska. Alaska is only 4,000 kilometers away from northeast my country, while the launch distance of the galaxy is more than 5,000 kilometers. This is a naked conspiracy by the United States to force us to hand over the aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen also took the letter with a serious look on his face, glanced at it, and said, "We will never compromise. This is clearly a case of using force to coerce others. This is not the old times anymore. Do you really think that Daxia is an Afghans or an Iraqi? They did this to those countries, and they are doing this to Daxia as well. The United States has no new tricks up its sleeve. Of course, there is no way to compromise. This group of capitalist cancers want to force us to sign an unequal treaty like more than 100 years ago, and they even threaten us with economic sanctions. I want to see whether Daxia can't leave the world, or the world can't leave Daxia." Li Daoguo spoke forcefully and passionately. It was obvious that Commander Li was also angered by the unreasonable demands of the United States on paper. Do you really think Daxia is a soft persimmon? Has the United States given a specific time? Do you know whether their nuclear bombs have been shipped there now, or are they still hidden in the military? Zhao Chen continued to ask. Both of these issues are crucial, so important that they determine whether Zhao Chen can successfully complete this task. Li Daoguo nodded. They said in the news that they gave us 3 weeks to prepare and asked us to bring the aircraft carrier to their waters for them to take over. They also put the test of the nuclear bomb in Alakas 3 weeks later. It feels like if you don't return the aircraft carrier, I will blow up your border. These foreign devils are really fucking brave. Aren't they afraid of starving him to death? Ahem. Although we were the first to attack the aircraft carrier, we brought it back with our own ability. Why should you take it away with just one word? Just because you, the United States, are used to being a gangster in the international arena, and you just open your mouth and do it? It is certain that they're already being transported to Alagasa. The transport vehicles have already departed from Washington and are speeding all the way. Moreover, the military government seems to be afraid that we will think they are just firing blanks, and they have specially summoned the local media and given a close-up of the nuclear bomb transport convoy in the news. A convoy transporting nuclear bombs? Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Li Daoguo nodded and said, "There are probably thousands of people escorting the nuclear bomb in the convoy, all of whom are the top special forces soldiers in the United States and are equipped with the most luxurious equipment. Moreover, the outermost layer of the convoy is surrounded by tanks for defense. It is useless if you want to rob them. Moreover, their route is absolutely confidential. We have no way of knowing how they are going to get to Alakas, so the probability of robbing them in the middle of the journey is very low and the cost is very high. It is a thankless task. Being difficult is not a big problem," Yang Yin, who had been listening on the side, suddenly said with a smile. Zhao Chen understood what he meant. With Yang Yin's omniscience in the United States, he would definitely be able to find out the itinerary of the convoy. Zhao Chen shook his head. It's too inefficient and unnecessary to spend so much time investigating where the transport vehicles are, which road they take, and then find ways to intercept them midway. If the competition with them is too fierce, it would be unfair for them to bombard us with tanks. They set out from Washington to Alakas, a distance of more than 4,500 kilometers. If they drive normally and rest, it will take about 4 or 5 days. If they drive in shifts, it will take 2 or 3 days. But I think the probability of shifts is not high. After all, the United States, you all understand, and they don't need to be so cautious. In their country, can someone steal their nuclear bombs? Ahem, right? Can they steal nuclear bombs? We just need to wait quietly in Alaska. There is only one military base in the whole state of Alaska. Even if the United States wants to do something weird, their final convoy will have to transport the nuclear bomb to this military base in Alaska. In addition, the military base in Alaska will be very busy on the day the convoy arrives. We don't need to ask around to know the approximate location of the nuclear bomb. There is still plenty of time left, so why do we need to compete with those soldiers for a car? And we have to grab the nuclear bombs. Ahem, we have to launch the nuclear bombs in the last few days, leaving them no chance to make up for it. Otherwise, if we lose the nuclear bombs in the last few days, and they send 2 more nuclear warheads from Washington, all our efforts will be wasted. Only in the last few days, we suddenly do something like this, leaving them no chance to make up for it. By then, the United States will definitely lose face internationally. I really don't believe they will have the nerve to hold another press conference and scold Daxia again. I guess by then they will be so angry that they might try to blame each other. After saying that, Zhao Qin glanced at Yang Yin. What do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Yin shrugged. I think it's great. Laoli said that you are the boss in this mission and I am just a bodyguard. And we can also take the opportunity to have a good time in Alaska. I have been in the United States for more than 10 years, but I have never been to Alaska. It is too far west. But I heard that the scenery is very beautiful. Zhao Qin's eyes suddenly lit up, and the two of them instantly entered into a casual chat mode as if no one was around. Seeing the two people in front of him inexplicably shifting from discussing military missions to the topic of travel, Zhao Qin even asked if there would be funding for this mission. This made Li Daoguo's face turn red with anger. But there's not much to say. People don't think this is an extremely difficult task, which is a good thing. Zhao Qin asked his men to hand the prepared visa to Yang Yin and took a look at it. Yang Qin. It seems to be better than my previous name, as if this is what I should have been called. Yang Yin exclaimed. Li Daoguo also made a joke. Mr. Yang Yin, you are joking. You basically don't use your own name when you are abroad. Yang Yin thought seriously about who was qualified to call his name. It seems, probably, that there really isn't one. No wonder he could only feel the familiarity when he returned to Daxia. In foreign countries, everyone was just afraid and in awe of him. Even his own name was almost forgotten because of that atmosphere. What an evil world of hierarchy. Zhao Qin and Yang Yin left the military area and came to Jingxing by car in the afternoon. Originally, Zhao Qin was thinking of asking Sister Wang Shui to treat himself and Brother Yang to dinner tonight, the last night in Daxia. However, when he asked Major General Wang Yaojun if his daughter was at home and how to contact her, he was rudely driven away by General Wang, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It's true that the higher-ranking officials can crush people, and they don't give me any face at all. Fortunately, as a top student, my memory must be superb. Hey, is that Wang Shui? Zhao Qin deliberately spoke in Beijing dialect, trying to play a prank on the girl. It's me. Who are you? A girl's voice, as quiet and sweet as a lilac, came from the phone. I'm your old classmate, Wang Shui. Have you forgotten me? Zhao Qin continued his shameless performance. Lan Daozi, who was driving the front seat, sighed helplessly. This guy was about to go abroad on a mission. How could he still have the mind to pick up girls? However, Yang Yin, who was sitting next to him, watched Zhao Qin acting with a smile in his eyes. Ah, I really can't tell. Which classmate are you from? Wang Shui's sweet voice sounded a little surprised. She remembered that she had given this number to very few classmates. Basically, they were all people she often played with, and at least she could remember their voices. It was just that this voice was weird. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Classmate Wang Shui can't even recognize my voice. Are you in Beijing? Does your promise to treat me to dinner in Beijing still stand? Zhao Qin restored his original voice and said in a disappointed tone. Ah, Zhao Qin, is that you? Ah, you're not dead. Where are you? Have you come to the capital? Weren't you shot? The girl who was originally quiet and reserved on the phone suddenly became excited and incoherent, asking many questions in one breath. Zhao Qin was speechless as to which one to answer first. Ahem, I'm in Beijing now. I haven't been shot. Where is your home? I'll come over. You can treat me and my friends to dinner tonight. We're going abroad tomorrow. Let's talk about it at the dinner table. Zhao Qin didn't expect that General Wang didn't tell his daughter about his situation. It seemed that the little girl thought he was dead. How embarrassing. We need to meet and explain it clearly. Also, when he knocked her out on the mothership, he didn't want her to see something she shouldn't see. There was no other intention at all. Chapter 82. The Beautiful Flower Has a Master. Quanjut. Zhao Qin and the other three were sitting in a private room in the store. The store was booked by Wang Shui, who came alone, while Zhao Qin brought Yang Yin and Lan Daozi with him. After greeting each other, several people sat down one after another. Wang Shui really couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart and had to express them. Zhao Qin, did you really take back the aircraft carrier? Who are you? 007? Special Forces? Or from our great Xia? That 500,000. Wang Shui winked at Zhao Qin and didn't dare to say that unpleasant word. A spy is a spy. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Your understanding is correct. I didn't expect your dad didn't even tell you. Zhao Qin replied while stuffing roast duck into his mouth. Besides, I wanted to ask your dad for your number, but he wouldn't give it to me. Zhao Qin complained. Wang Shui rolled her eyes. My dad didn't say anything when he got home. He didn't even tell my mom about the military stuff, not to mention telling me. When I heard the news that you were shot, I cried. My dad didn't say anything and just watched me cry. It was so infuriating. Wang Shui also clenched her pink little fist. Oh, you shed tears for me. Zhao Qin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that you, the girl, were also a sentimental person. It's a pity that you are not a man. Otherwise, we would have become sworn brothers. Wang Shui nodded. That's right. You are my only friend in Jinling. Jinling is such a great place. Next time I go there, I won't have a tour guide to take me there. How can I not be sad? Humph, I shouldn't have expected anything from this heartless little girl. Why didn't you go back to Harvard for graduate studies after you came back? Zhao Chen changed the subject. Wang Shui was furious. It's all your fault, General Zhao. Because of you, we international students have become the target of public criticism. If we go back, won't we become a living target? As she spoke, Wang Shui carefully picked up a piece of roast duck without skin and ate it with the sauce. Yang Yin, who had already eaten half of the roast duck, suddenly said, Quanzhou is said to be the birthplace of Beijing roast duck, but the taste is just so-so. It's not as good as the Beijing roast duck I had in Zhonghai. Wang Shui explained. After 100 years of development, the secret recipe of Beijing roast duck has been leaked out. Quanzhou is just the authentic restaurant. In addition, the decoration and private rooms make it the best choice for friends to discuss business or travel. If you really want to eat delicious food, you have to go to the Hudongs. Then shall we go to the alleys later? Zhao Chen suggested. He knew that Yang Yin seemed to be very interested in delicious food. He was free anyway, so he might as well go out and eat. He couldn't be full with just this little roast duck anyway. Wang Shui was silent for a while and then nodded to show her agreement. The 2 movie tickets in my pocket became even more wrinkled. Hudong is just a general term. Just like Wangfujing Avenue, the famous shopping street can actually be called Hutong. Of course, the Hutong that Wang Shui brought a few people to is a long snack street. Yang Yin did not follow the others, saying that he wanted to go buy some food to try out the flavors, and that he could improve his barbecue restaurant after returning to Shanghai. Lan Daozi also said that he wanted to buy some small gifts for his daughter and walked away. Of the 4 people who originally planned to come together to buy food, only Zhao Chen and Wang Shui were left. The fire that had been extinguished in Wang Shui's heart was rekindled. The 2 of them strolled around the alley casually, occasionally buying some food to satisfy their cravings. Zhao Chen was really eating, because his stomach was still mostly empty, while Wang Shui was eating absent-mindedly, often only taking a few bites and then stopping. Zhao Chen was not polite either. Do you want to eat it? If not, I'll eat it. Zhao Chen had never had enough food since he was a child, so he naturally cherished food. Although he felt that it was not good to eat the leftovers of girls, he and Wang Shui were friends who had lived together for a lifetime, and Wang Shui also had a share in the man who had knocked out the whole boat. So he didn't think too much about it and just ate heartily. As the movie time got closer, Wang Shui became more and more nervous. Seeing that the other 2 had no intention of coming back, Wang Shui wanted to muster up the courage to ask Zhao Chen to watch a movie. Ding-ling-ling. It was Wang Shui's phone call. Wang Shui first glanced at Zhao Chen with an apologetic look on her face. Zhao Chen nodded and signaled you to answer the phone first and continue shopping later. Wang Shui answered the phone. It was her father Wang Yaojun. Xiao Xue, why aren't you at home? Dad finished his work today and went home early. General Wang's voice came from the phone. Oh, Dad, I'm shopping outside in Lalu Hatong, buying some food. Wang Shui was a little nervous. She was worried that her father would be unhappy if he knew that she and Zhao Chen were shopping. The other end of the phone was silent for a while and then said, Xiao Xue, tell Dad the truth. Are you with Zhao Chen? Wang Shui's heart instantly rose to her throat. She looked at Zhao Chen, who ran to buy food next to her, and she had no choice. After a long time, she replied under Wang Yujuan's urging. Well? Kid, why did you go out with him? Wang Yujuan's breathing was a little rapid. He didn't expect that the brat didn't find Xia Xue's contact information from him, but finally contacted his daughter. He came back early to check on her because he was worried. Dad, what's wrong? What's the big deal about Zhao Chen and I going out shopping? Wang Shui didn't understand why her father had such a big prejudice against Zhao Chen. Xiao Xue, listen to your father. Don't have too much contact with him. It's not good for you. Also, do you know that he already has a girlfriend? Wang Yaojun advised earnestly. Boom. Wang Shui, who had been silently reciting the sutras not wanting to hear anything, couldn't believe her ears when she heard her father's last words on the phone. He has a girlfriend? Looking at Zhao Chen, who was bargaining with the vendors not far away, Wang Shui's eyes were unconsciously a little confused. He suddenly remembered that when he first arrived in Jinling, this boy accompanied him to visit most of Jinling City. Not only did he work hard and serve as a responsible tour guide, he also helped him shop and bargain, carried his luggage, and acted with him. Later on the aircraft carrier, they cooked and ate together again. It was not until later when he knew that Zhao Chen might be 007 and might be. Her heart felt inexplicably sad and painful. She had always thought she was heartless. Many boys pursued me during my school years, but I have always been dismissive of dating and felt it was a waste of time. However, when Zhao Chen called him and he knew it was Zhao Chen, he was so happy that he wanted to jump up. After hanging up the phone, his mind was full of wanting to see him as soon as possible. I even used my cell phone to buy 2 tickets for a romantic movie that was very popular recently, and I went to the cinema to quietly pick up the tickets, just to see the surprise on his face when I handed him the movie tickets. But now, my father actually told me that the boy was already taken. Chapter 83. Homeless Father and Daughter. Wang Shui didn't know how she hung up the phone, nor did she know how she said goodbye to Zhao Chen and the others. She only remembered that she was so distraught that she took a taxi back home arranged by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen saw that Wang Shui was in a daze after receiving a phone call. He thought something had happened at home, so he quickly hailed a taxi to send Wang Shui home and told her to call him if she needed anything. After a while, Yang Yin, who had eaten and drunk his fill, came to Zhao Chen and asked teasingly, "Why, did you send your girlfriend home?" Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you're kidding me. We are just ordinary friends. She ate a few meals with me in Jinling before, so she should give it back to me, right?" Zhao Chen really thought so in his heart. Wang Shui was indeed a good person, but he knew himself well. It was not his character to have his eyes on the pot while having his cake and eating it too. "I don't know when Coach Lon will come back," Zhao Chen muttered. Yang Yin laughed and said, "He didn't leave. He has been protecting you two within 100 meters of you." After saying that, Yang Yin waved in one direction, and sure enough, Lan Daozi slowly walked towards the two of them. Zhao Chen looked very confused. No way, does he need to protect such a safe place as the capital? Yang Yin patted the muscular Special Forces soldier on the shoulder and said, "Brother, don't be so nervous. Go shopping and eat. What's the point of staring at the young couple?" Lan Daozi replied dryly, "I have a mission to accomplish. I am required to take good care of you two before sending you to the plane. Naturally, protection comes first." Yang Yin seemed to have heard something very humorous and laughed happily. "Brother Yang, it's really not that kind of relationship. I have a girlfriend." Zhao Chen felt a little speechless. Yang Yin blinked at Zhao Chen to show that he understood, saying that he was an experienced person and understood. Zhao Chen smiled bitterly to express his helplessness. Falls Airport, Allah. The sky was still dark, and the cold air, imitating the omnipresent sunlight during the day, invaded every corner of the city. Zhao Chen and Yang Yin pulled their suitcases out of the airport gate. Although neither of them really needed to bring anything, they wanted to pretend that they were traveling after all. It would be strange to travel abroad without anything. Zhao Chen and the other person first took a taxi to the central area of Alagasa. It was naturally impossible to build a military base in this area, but the nearly 7-hour flight made the two of them very uncomfortable. Although it was still early before dawn, the two of them still thought it would be better to check into a hotel and have a sleep. They hit it off and left right away. When they arrived near the World Trade Center in Zhejiang, Zhao Chen got off the car, and then he felt the biggest difference between here and in China. It's cold. In the summer, the Northeast is already the coldest region in China, because the Northeast is located at the easternmost end of the Eurasian continent, and the warm monsoon from the Atlantic Ocean cannot reach it in winter. The northeast of my country is adjacent to Siberia and is directly impacted by the cold air from Siberia in winter. However, Alakaz is attacked by Siberian cold air all year round. The highest temperature in summer is only over 20 degrees during the day, and only a few degrees at night. Although it is summer in Alakaz now, the temperature of only a few degrees is really unbearable for Zhao Chen, who was only wearing a coat. Looking at Yang Yin, who was also wearing a coat, Yang Yin is looking for a hotel as if no one is around. Zhao Chen is extremely sad. Zhao Chengwang thought that it was summer in Alakaz, but he didn't expect the hottest temperature to be this low. He originally wanted to eat some skewers outdoors, but he decided not to. Not to mention skewers, at this time in Alakaz, normal people were still not awake. Starving and cold, Zhao Chen was forced to buy a few pieces of bread from the convenience store downstairs in the hotel where he was going to stay to satisfy his hunger. He had originally wanted to bring some for Yang Yin, but unexpectedly, Yang Yin refused. "I ate a lot the night before, and now I can't eat anymore," Yang Yin explained. He had indeed eaten all the snacks in the snack alley yesterday, which was something that ordinary people would not even dare to think about, but he just felt a little full. Now he just wanted to find a place to sleep. After going out, Zhao Chen accidentally noticed that in a corner not far from the convenience store, an old homeless man who was about 50 or 60 years old was squatting there begging with a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old. The homeless man has long and messy hair, wrapped in a headscarf, and his clothes are bulging and thick, as if he wants to wear as much as he can to resist the cold. The little girl is like Cinderella in Andersen's fairy tale. Although she is wearing shabby clothes and her face is dusty, you can still see the charm of a beautiful Western beauty. Although the little girl looks only 6 or 7 years old. It's not that Zhao Chen is abnormal, it's just that Zhao Chen happened to feel pity for him after seeing this. Everyone has a love for beauty, not to mention the desire to protect beautiful things. Yang Yin saw that Zhao Chen did not follow him to the hotel, but turned and walked to a corner. After a moment of confusion, he followed him. Zhao Chen walked up to the two of them and only then saw the homeless man's face. Zhao Chen's first judgment was wrong. The homeless man did look very old, But when Zhao Chen saw the resolute face that looked like a mountain collapsing and the sea splitting, Zhao Chen could be 100% sure that this homeless man was in trouble. Something big. And he was no older than 50. The homeless man had an olive-colored scarf wrapped around his head, which was a good way to keep warm on this cold winter night. The scarf covered his head and neck and hung slightly on his shoulders, making him look very sloppy. The coat should be said to be multiple coats on his body. Zhao Chen looked through the zipper of the outermost one and could clearly see that it was not a sweater or a vest, but another coat that was not clean. It was brown, and the sleeves were longer than the outermost coat. The tramp's beard had covered his entire chin, his mouth was slightly pursed, and he was sleeping with his eyes closed. The little girl next to the homeless man had a faded scarf on her head. You couldn't see how much wool it had. It was even simpler than the scarves Zhao Chen's sisters gave him when he was a child. The strange thing was that the girl was wearing an old adult suit on the outside and an orange coat that didn't match her, which made her look a bit bloated. What was even stranger was that the girl hadn't slept yet at this time and was staring at Zhao Chen with her big blue eyes. Seeing that this strange stranger was also looking at her, the little girl was obviously nervous and grabbed the corner of the homeless man's clothes. But it seemed that he didn't know whether he should wake up his father, who had been tired for a long time. There was no begging bowl in front of their faces, so Zhao Chen guessed wrong, so they were just a homeless father and daughter, not beggars. In front of them was a simple plastic bag filled with more than half beverage bottles. I guess they were making a living from this. Zhao Chen silently handed over the bread in his hand. Seeing the stranger's action, the little girl swallowed her saliva and licked her lips with her pink tongue. Her eyes were full of surprise and desire. It can be seen that she wanted to eat it very much. But she glanced at her father next to her and shook her head helplessly. Chapter 84: Refugees and Killers. Yang Yin, who was standing by, came closer and said, "You came up to give her food, but her dad is still asleep. He must be afraid that you will take her away." Yang Yin walked closer and teased Zhao Chen in a teasing tone. After that, he glanced at the homeless man who was sleeping on the steps. In an instant, his originally calm expression became slightly restrained, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his eyes seemed to be emitting blazing flames. Zhao Chen, who was face to face with Yang Yin, also saw Yang Yin's expression for the first time. He hurriedly approached and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, what's wrong? Is there anything different about this person?" A look of horror flashed across Yang Yin's face, and he shook his head slightly at Zhao Chen. He took another step forward and half-blocked Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at Yang Yin's expression and gesture and immediately understood. He nodded to Yang Yin, who was looking at him and preparing to squat. Yang Yin squatted down and gently patted the homeless man's shoulder. He was not disgusted by his slovenliness at all. He asked in a fluent London accent, "Hey, man, your daughter wants to eat bread. Do you want a piece too?" The homeless man seemed not very happy to be woken up. The wrinkles on his face became more clearly visible. He curled up slightly and leaned his bent back against the steps, as if he had found a support point for his body. Then he opened his eyelids that seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In front of me were two Asian men whom I had never met before. "Who are you?" The homeless man was indeed unhappy about being woken up, but he also knew that sleeping on the street was not a good idea, and he did not dare to say anything rude without knowing the other party's identity. Yang Yin took 2 loaves of bread from Zhao Chen and threw them to the homeless man. "We just passed by here. Your lovely little daughter is still awake, so I thought of giving her a piece of bread, but she doesn't seem to dare to eat food from strangers." Yang Yin's explanation was quite reasonable, at least that's what Zhao Chen wanted to say at the beginning. Hearing this, the homeless man nodded, touched his daughter's head and praised her for being so well behaved, then replied, "Not only does my daughter not dare to eat it, I also don't dare to eat it. Please take it back. I don't want to be dragged away to have my organs chopped out after I finish this meal." The tramp spoke without being polite or offensive, but in a very matter-of-fact way. Zhao Chen was amused. This homeless man was quite self-aware. He asked, "So you are just homeless people, but you don't accept help from others? But if you continue like this, you will just be picking up trash for the rest of your life. What will happen to your daughter?" Zhao Chen continued to ask. He wanted to figure out what this man was trying to do and whether it had anything to do with him, so he could only start with the child. The homeless man's cloudy eyes trembled slightly, his lips pursed slightly, his face turned a little pale, and he was a little moved, but soon returned to his original expression, "I will raise my daughter, and I will let her live a good life." The homeless man said something that he didn't really believe in, so when it reached Zhao Chen's ears, it naturally sounded far-fetched. "Good day? Do you mean a good day where you take her to pick up bottles on the road, or pick up old clothes discarded by others?" Zhao Chen asked back bluntly. Hearing Zhao Chen's aggressiveness, the homeless man's face suddenly turned bad. He seemed to hate others talking about his incompetence. "So what? So we refugees don't deserve a way out, right? You Asians live in a happy country without war every day, but what about us? The United States destroyed our homes and dumped us like garbage on this freezing cold border. They made us run to the territory of the big goose to beg for food, and actually hoped that we would die there. Why? Is it because the fist of the United States is big enough? The homeless man seemed very excited and said a lot of words that Zhao Chen could hardly understand. Zhao Chen wanted to say something else, but at this time Yang Yin took out a 10 Franklin bill from his pocket and handed it to the homeless man. Go buy some food first. Don't you see how hungry you and your daughter are? Your faces are ashen. Are you going to wait until daytime to have the strength to pick up bottles? When you finish shopping, we can talk. The homeless man looked at the green Franklin that Yang Yin had just handed over in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that after a scavenger like him got angry with a passerby, the passerby would kindly give him money to buy some food. The homeless man's eyes were a little blurry. When he was thinking about whether to take the money or not, he suddenly felt someone pulling the corner of his clothes. When he looked down, he saw a cute little girl pulling him. Oh, it's my daughter. Dad, I'm not hungry. Why don't you return the money to Uncle? The girl said, swallowing her saliva. From her point of view, she knew that her father didn't like others giving them alms, and she thought that her father was embarrassed because of her hunger. The homeless man, who was originally struggling over whether to take the buns in or not, suddenly had a misty look in his eyes when he heard his daughter's words. He remembered that the last time he ate was yesterday morning when he picked up 3 leftover buns from others in a Chinese restaurant. He gave 2 to his daughter and ate one himself, but his daughter insisted on splitting the last bun in half between them. Thinking of this, the homeless man burst into tears. He glanced at the 2 strangers in front of him, without saying thank you or much else. He took his daughter's hand and strode into the convenience store next door. Seeing the homeless man bringing the little girl into the convenience store, Zhao Chen asked about his doubts. Brother Yang, what's going on? Although Zhao Chen knew that there was something wrong with the person, he didn't know what the problem was. Yang Yin raised his lips slightly and replied, Interesting, I can feel the special temperament of a killer in him. If he can cultivate this temperament, it proves that he has killed at least more than 20 people. But judging from his words and deeds, he doesn't look like a killer, but rather like a soldier. Zhao Chen asked back. Yang Yin nodded. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be a soldier, and a very strange Afghan soldier, but I remember that Afghanistan was a group of government troops and peasant soldiers, and I really felt the flavor of refugees in him. Yang Yin looked with great interest at the homeless father and daughter who were looking around and purchasing in a convenience store not far away. Does it look like it's coming towards us? Zhao Chun asked the most crucial question. Yang Yin smiled and replied, It's basically certain that they are coming for you. This beautiful country is quite interesting. They put on such a show just for you. It seems that they want to take this opportunity to hold you down. The corner of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. Just to find a way to plot against me, they let a murderous soldier and a 7 or 8-year-old child act out. This beautiful country strategy is really not very good. Yang Yin shook his head and explained, This tramp is indeed acting, but this child is not. Although I don't know the specific situation, this child should think that he and his father are really fleeing from famine. Haha, he is acting in a complete manner. With such a real child acting as an example, there is no fear that you will not be fooled. All right, the person will come out soon. Let's see what kind of story he will make up for us. Yang Yin looked at the homeless man who had already paid at the cashier and the cute girl with stars in her eyes. As soon as she went out, the little girl couldn't wait to open the package of golden bread, licked her lips, and then took a big bite. Perhaps it was because she hadn't tasted such soft and delicious bread for a long time. The little girl's face was full of enjoyment and happiness, and the homeless man was also looking at the girl who was eating bread with a happy face. The girl seemed to notice that 3 people were looking at her, and a blush appeared on her little face. She handed the bread in her hand to her father. The tramp shook his head and raised his own bread. Both of them laughed so happily. Thank you very much for your gift. My child and I haven't had such delicious food for a long time. And, most importantly, today she and I don't have to go hungry and pick up bottles. The tramp said. Chapter 85, Amateur Acting. Want to chat? Yang Yin said to the homeless man in front of him. The homeless man nodded and asked, If you have any questions, just ask them directly. I'm just a garbage collector. Yang Yin smiled and said, Everyone can play an extraordinary role in every special place. You think you are just a garbage collector, but when I see you picking up garbage with your child, I can be sure that you are special. At least tell me how you ended up in this situation. I feel that your daughter must have had a good life since she was a child. The homeless man glanced at Yang Yin, who was smiling slightly, but did not answer immediately. He silently pulled his daughter back to the original corner, glanced at the sky that was about to brighten, and sighed. Who has ever thought about the life of a scavenger? I had a happy family 3 months ago, but now. Yang Yin and Zhao Chen looked at each other, but didn't say anything. The homeless man asked the girl to eat and take a nap, and then go pick up bottles during the day. The girl lay on the ground. pillowing her old clothes, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing his daughter fall asleep, the tramp sighed and began to tell his story. I am a Pashtun and grew up in Afghanistan. My country has been suffering from war, and we have been living in dire straits. The homeless man looked at his daughter's cute sleeping posture and continued, You may not know that in Afghanistan, there are many homeless people and scavengers like us. Even children as young as 7 or 8 have to take on the obligation to make money for the family. We don't hate the invasion of the United States. We just hate that there is no stable national regime that can bring peace to this poor country. Why does everyone want to fight for the control of this country? When I was 16, my friends and I went to the American military camp. We wanted to sign up for the army. We wanted to use weapons to calm our country and at least give our descendants some time to survive. The commander of the garrison there, Captain Ryan, seemed very interested in our joining, but they couldn't decide to recruit a few foreign children as soldiers. So he gave us a standard for enlistment. The tramp paused for a moment, then continued. He wants us to bring back at least one enemy head the next time we go to war with the local army. This is called a Pledge of Allegiance in Dacia. We were certainly happy to do so, and we prepared hard for it. Then, not long after, the war came. We were really naive. The cruelty of war cannot be explained in a few words. It only takes a second for the impact of hot weapons to make a life bloom and disappear before your eyes. But at that time, we had no choice but to close our eyes and sweep across the battlefield with guns in hand. Because we were not regular soldiers, we were assigned to the first round of charge. We were at the forefront of the war. At that time, we were stubborn and fearless. Later, I learned that those who stood in the first row would stay there forever. However, maybe the goddess of luck was fond of me. In the end, they all died among us, and I was the only one who survived. The captain even personally issued me a military uniform. I officially betrayed my motherland and became a soldier of the beautiful country that I thought was glorious. Zhao Chen listened to the homeless man telling his past, which could be all fabricated. He didn't understand why he told them this, as it didn't seem to involve anything crucial. The tramp continued. In this way, I killed my compatriots one after another in Afghanistan with the guns of the United States. My own heart became harder and harder, until one day, one of my comrades passed by a village and captured an Afghan woman. The woman was really beautiful. He captured her in a village when he was leading a team to raid. In such a poor and backward country, let alone cosmetics, even washing your face with clean water is a luxury. And the woman was so beautiful that it was beyond words. She had fair skin and a good figure. Is she the mother of this child? Zhao Chen interrupted. The tramp looked up at Zhao Chen and nodded. The woman was first sent to Captain Ryan's room. Captain Ryan played with her for 3 days and 3 nights, and then gave her to his capable subordinates as a reward. His subordinates rarely met such a beautiful Pashtun, so they naturally would not miss such an opportunity. In the American army at that time, it was very normal to capture a few decent Afghan women when passing by a village. After all, in a world without laws, being beautiful is a sin. It was probably more than a month after the woman came to the army. When I saw her again, I was frightened by her appearance, because I had seen her appearance when she was first captured and brought into the barracks. At that time, she was just a delicate flower. However, when I saw her again, she seemed like a leaf that was about to wither at dusk. Her eyes were full of bloodshot, and her skin, which should have been white, was full of purple wounds and unhealed bruises. There were also a few more knife scars on her face, and her hair was messy, as if the world did not allow her beauty to exist. Her clothes had been stripped off on the first day she entered the barracks. From morning to night, she looked like a white lamb. She was sent to my room by a group of soldiers, who joked that such a beautiful Pashtun woman should be matched with such a handsome Pashtun man. Of course, I knew that she had been tasted by every man in the barracks except me, and her eyes had long been numb and blank. But I still arranged for her to live in my place, treated her wounds, and provided her with meals. Then we got married. Getting married in Afghanistan is as simple as eating and drinking. There are no strange ceremonies or documents required. The child was born 9 months after I was with her. I knew it was not my child, but this woman took good care of me. In a place where you can only see today and are not sure whether you can live tomorrow, what is there to be unhappy about when you have someone who loves you, even if this person has a terrible past? Unfortunately, we thought too simply. Our troops were ambushed in a war with local forces and suffered heavy losses. When the higher-ups couldn't find an explanation for the cause, I was pulled out to take the blame. I spent a full 9 years in the army, experiencing countless deaths and lives, but in the end, I was ruthlessly betrayed by my own superiors. My woman was taken away by them again, like a tool that could be rewarded at will. My child and I were escorted to the border for exile as prisoners and surplus. Maybe it was because of some important events that the original exile was canceled when we arrived here. But when we were driven out of the military base, we didn't know where to go. We had no passports, no money, and even if we wanted to work, we would not be given the opportunity. Those soldiers asked us to walk today, but how could my daughter and I walk thousands of miles? So, we finally decided to settle down in this city and make a living in the wilderness first, just to survive. After the homeless man finished speaking, tears couldn't stop flowing down his face. Looking at his daughter who was sleeping soundly not far away, he felt as if a huge weight was pressing on his heart. Zhao Chun and Yang Yin looked at each other. They could see from each other's eyes that this guy had made up such a long story just to express the last sentence. When we were driven out of the military base. Zhao Chun was speechless. The acting was so amateurish. Was the United States serious? Chapter 86. Let's go eat. Yang Yin glanced at Zhao Chun. Suddenly, a soft and delicate touch was imprinted on Zhao Chun's forehead, and a sound wave emerged. Yang Yan's voice suddenly sounded in Zhao Chun's mind. How to continue? I think he should deliberately induce us to let him take us to the military base, and then find a way to kill you. Yang Yan's voice transmission was countless times softer and more delicate than Jingwen's, as if a gentle breeze was blowing by, without any discomfort at all. My suggestion is to take advantage of the situation and extend the timeline so that he thinks we are really going to the military base. We will have to go to the military base sooner or later anyway. It's better for him to take you in than for us to search bit by bit. Besides, with me here, they can't hurt you. Maybe they will deliberately take you to a place with a nuclear bomb in order to convict you and catch you red-handed. I remember you said before that you have a way to bring back a nuclear bomb as long as you see it. If you agree to this, just nod slightly. If you think it's inappropriate, just speak directly. Although Yang Yin said a lot, it only took a moment for the sound to be transmitted. Zhao Chun seemed to have just finished speaking when tears suddenly filled his eyes, and he walked forward. Zhao Chun's eyes turned red, and he shook the rough, dusty hand of the homeless man with a moved look on his face. Your experience is worthy of respect. I think if you were born in a safe country, you would definitely become a good father and a good man. We can't do anything to help you. Take this money and don't let the children go hungry. Zhao Chun took out a few 20 Franklin bills from his pocket and handed them to the trembling homeless man. He then said to Yang Yin beside him, "Brother Yang, give me half of the money you are going to spend on clothes. Let's buy less this time." Yang Yin reached into his pocket, took out the money, and handed it to Zhao Chun. After taking a few banknotes from Yang Yin, Zhao Chun handed all the money to the homeless man again. The tramp was at a loss for a few seconds and suddenly burst into tears. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned down, and his tears flowed like a water valve that could not be turned off, and he cried silently. Zhao Chun didn't say anything. He and Yang Yin squatted down and touched the cheek of the sleeping girl. He sighed, then turned and left. The homeless man looked at the two people's backs as they walked into the hotel. His face, which had been crying and twitching, gradually recovered. His eyes, which had been shedding tears in the last second, instantly became cold and clear. "Isn't it?" the homeless man murmured. After a moment, the homeless man closed his eyes, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. He sat next to his daughter, squinted his eyes, and continued to sleep. "Zhao Chun, what do you think?" Yang Yin asked. Zhao Chun glanced around and answered after making sure that no one was around. "Brother Yang, maybe your guess is right. He wants to trick us into a military base and capture us. He might even catch us red-handed. Although your combat power may be able to ignore this, we'd better keep a low profile. We don't know what these foreigners are up to. That guy may be lying to us, but the story must be well designed, and there won't be any loopholes. Even if he looks murderous, it can be covered up by his past experience. Whether he is setting a trap for us or not is not important. Since he said he was driven out of the military base, and he brought a little girl with him, he must not have gone too far. At most, he must be near the city center. If we walk around more often in the next few days, pay more attention, and ask around, we will be able to find the place. Then we can sneak in without anyone noticing. Isn't that better than letting them lead us by the nose?" Yang Yin covered his chin and thought for a few seconds, then said, "Actually, I don't think the difference is that big. Ha ha ha. But since you are the main decision maker, I'll listen to you. I'm only responsible for your safety. What should we do with that homeless guy? Should we get rid of him? If he leaks our appearance information or something, then this game will be no fun." Yang Yin said. Zhao Chun shook his head and replied, "It's not necessary. First of all, if they want to make it realistic, they will definitely not give him the tools to contact us, but let him judge the personnel on his own. What we did just now can't let him conclude that we are spies from Daxia. What's more, what he said is not without a little credibility. If it is really as he said, then if we kill him for no reason, It will be unnecessary to have another life on our hands. Yang Yin smiled and said, leave the matters involving human lives to me. I don't mind having a few dozen lives on my hands. After all, it is for the mission to proceed normally. If the mission fails because of this little guy, wouldn't that be a big loss? Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and replied, Brother Yang, you've been back to Daxia for so long. We can think about some things from a different perspective. Even if they know we are here to cause trouble, can't we take advantage of this information gap? Moreover, if you kill him, what about his daughter? Will she be left to fend for herself in this cannibalistic country? Or do you not mind killing this tiny, unaware little kid as well? Also, don't worry. Whether we are exposed or not is not a critical issue in my plan. Leave it to me. Seeing Zhao Chun patting his chest with confidence, Yang Yin also laughed. Sure, you've taught me a lesson. Since you are so confident, I will be relieved and just make sure you don't die. Zhao Chun and Yang Chun used their own IDs and passports to book their own rooms in the hotel. Their rooms were facing each other, so they could contact each other at any time. In this way, the two of them slept for the whole day without disturbing each other. When Zhao Chun woke up from the bed, the sky outside the window was the same as when he just went to bed. He looked at the time and saw that 12 hours had passed. Rubbing his swollen head, Zhao Chun went to the bathroom, washed his face, and went to the bathroom. After Zhao Chun put on his clothes, he walked to Yang Yan's room and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. What was more strange was that it was a scantily clad lady who opened the door. Seeing that it was Zhao Chun who came in, Yang Yan hurriedly asked the young and beautiful blonde lady to pack up and leave. The woman didn't say much. She packed her bag and stuffed her changed stockings and underwear into the small silver box she was carrying. She took the 200 Franklin's tip from the bedside and left. Brother Yang is quite energetic. Zhao Chen laughed. Yang Yan's face rarely turned red, and he explained, I woke up and accidentally saw a massage phone number on the bedside, so I thought of finding a girl to give me a massage. Who knew that this girl was so proactive and insisted on fighting with me for 300 rounds. I also passively chose to accept it helplessly. Looking at the messy furniture and trash cans all over the room, Zhao Chen roughly estimated how long 300 rounds had been. Brother Yang, let's go out. Zhao Chen called. Yang Yin nodded, picked up the clothes on the ground beside him, and covered his powerful body. Do you want to look for military bases around here? Yang Yin asked. Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. No, let's go eat. Chapter 87 Location Determination. Eat? Really? Yang Yin asked back. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, then asked in surprise. Brother Yang, you slept for most of the day and exercised for most of the day. Aren't you hungry? After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile. Yang Yin laughed and said, I'm a little hungry, but I didn't expect to just go out for a meal. Of course, this time we're just going to eat, and we have to eat nearby. But next time we go out, you can't tell what we might do. Zhao Chen chuckled and said metaphorically. Yang Yin instantly understood what Zhao Chen meant. Why are you still hesitating? Let's go? Let's get something to eat. Zhao Chun and Yang Yin walked out of the hotel and came to a nearby steak restaurant. Perhaps they were very hungry after sleeping for most of the day, so they ordered 6 steaks. Eating and drinking to excess might be referring to the dinner that Zhao Chun and Yang Yin had. When Zhao Chun went out, he deliberately looked at the corner of the street. He didn't see the homeless father and daughter. The road to the steakhouse was also clean, without any discarded bottles. Could it be that the father and daughter were busy? That guy is on the 4th floor, southwest of us. He should have noticed us when we came out. He could also see us eating here. Yang Yin said softly while chewing on his steak. With his many years of experience as a killer, it was easy for him to sense a person's aura. He could certainly send a message to Zhao Chen so that no one would notice, but this dining place was not so cautious. Zhao Chen nodded to show his understanding. Just keep watching. I'm just afraid that he'll go back and tell tales and miss this show we've deliberately put on for him. Yang Yin shook his head in objection. Eating is such a big thing. We have to do it whether we act or not. The two of them ate very quickly, and soon they left the steakhouse full and satisfied. They then went to the fast food restaurant downstairs in the hotel and bought several large bottles of water, snacks, etc. Then he returned to the hotel again. The homeless man watched the two men go back after dinner with no intention of leaving, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Are they? The hotel is on the 4th floor. Zhao Chen looked at the clock, and it was 11 o'clock. He got up and went out and knocked on Yang Yan's room. Yang Yan quickly put on his clothes and came out. Zhao Chen noticed that although Yang Yan's room was also messy this time, at least it was not a lady who opened the door, or in other words, the lady had left early. Coming to the corner window where there was no surveillance, Zhao Chen looked downstairs and felt a little panicked. Brother Yang, the 4th floor, no problem. Zhao Chen's legs felt a little weak when he said this. Although he knew that he had slowly seen the true face of this world, when it came to experiencing the power beyond human power, his heart was still that of an ordinary person. Yang Yin laughed. Why do you seem a little scared? The 4th floor is not the 40th floor. Even if you really jump down, you won't die. These beautiful Chinese people like to plant grass behind the hotel. It's soft, and there's no difficulty at all. Zhao Qin smiled dryly and did not agree. He was not qualified to agree. He was not afraid of death. Although he had done a lot of big and small things, jumping directly from the 4th floor was a natural fear of the human body. But it didn't give Zhao Qin much room to think. Yang Yin leaped over the window and pulled the hesitant Zhao Qin down. Hiss, 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 hiss. Zhao Qin suddenly recalled the scene when he and his roommates rode the roller coaster in the amusement park. His teeth clenched and his scalp went numb. Before he could recall many details, Zhao Qin's legs suddenly went weak. Of course, it means literally, there is something soft under your feet. They landed safely, although Yang Yin was still holding Zhao Qin like a chicken a second before landing. Brother, you have to practice. Just having a quick brain is not enough. I can't always be by your side, Yang Yin said with a smile. Zhao Qin quite agrees with this. After he gets the rank of general, he will put aside all the tasks assigned by the system and Lao Li and train his body first. It's so fucking embarrassing. Where are we going now? Yang Yin asked. Let's find a bar first, Brother Yang. I'm sorry to bother you with a drink. Zhao Qin replied. Yang Yin looked puzzled. Drinking? Why would I drink that stuff? I won't get drunk. Zhao Qin chuckled and said, that will certainly have another purpose. Brother Yang, try to look drunk as much as possible, and then act out a scene with me. Yang Yin nodded. Although he didn't know what Zhao Qin was going to do, drinking was so easy. The two quickly found a medium-sized bar, and Zhao Qin ordered a dozen glasses of foreign liquor and 2 bottles of vodka for Yang Yin. Yang Yin didn't bother to be polite with Zhao Qin. He gulped the wine down just like drinking water, and soon all the wine on the table was gone. Zhao Qin paid the bill quickly and gave the bartender a $20 tip. Taking the drunk Yang Yin out of the bar, the taxi driver who was waiting for the drunk man at the bar door honked the horn to indicate if he needed a ride. Zhao Qin reluctantly dragged Yang Yin into the car and started acting. Zhao Qin handed over 100 Franklin bill and said, Master, please take us around the city so that my friend and I can get some fresh air. Zhao Qin looked at Yang Yin, who was still mumbling drunkenly, and sighed. Brother, she is just a bitch. She broke up with you so straightforwardly without explaining the reason or showing any hesitation. It proves that the bitch has already found a new boyfriend. There are plenty of pretty girls in the country. Don't be sad anymore. At first, Yang Yin didn't understand why Zhao Qin got into the taxi drunk, but when he heard Zhao Qin talking nonsense to him, he understood instantly. Damn, that bitch. I've been dating her for 3 years. She actually found other men outside without my knowledge, and she found more than one. I forgave her again and again, again and again. But what about her? She took advantage of my love and squandered it unscrupulously. Isn't that right? I really want to crush her and those men into pieces and send them to the sewer. Ahem, wind. Why is there no wind? Yang Yin roared. Zhao Qin quickly opened the window on Yang Yin's side and asked the driver, Master, my friend likes to enjoy the breeze. Can you please increase the speed? The driver saw Yang Yin's red face through the rearview mirror, and it was obvious that he was drunk. He replied, I can't keep up the speed in the city. Let me take you out of the city. There are fewer cars outside, so we can go faster. Okay, let's go. I'll compensate you for the extra money when I come back. Zhao Qin said nonchalantly. The driver hummed lightly on the surface, secretly delighted, thinking that he would make a lot of money today. For 2 hours, the two of them circled around the city under the guidance of the taxi driver. When getting off the bus, Zhao Qin paid another 150 franklins for the fare. Yang Yin, who originally looked like a drunk in the car, instantly returned to normal after the taxi left. Have you determined the direction? Yang Yin asked. Zhao Qin smiled, revealing his white teeth. Not only has the direction been determined, but the location has also been estimated. Chapter 88, Waiting for the Rabbit. Let's go back to the hotel first. I'll calculate the time when the convoy will arrive, and then we'll wait for them, Zhao Qin said. Looking at the few pedestrians left on the road, darkness enveloped the earth and the cold wind attacked me like a night ghost. Yang Yin nodded. He still liked staying in the hotel. After all, the massage service in this hotel was really good. When they returned to the hotel, the homeless man and his daughter were lying in the same place where they had been yesterday, resting. Zhao Qin paused for a moment, then walked back to the hotel with Yang Yin. Next day, Zhao Qin and Yang Yin did not stay in the hotel during the day. Alaska has countless beautiful natural scenery and wonders. How can they waste their time in the hotel after finally coming here? Of course, this was Zhao Qin's idea. Yang Yin thought it was good to stay in the hotel. However, because the two of them still had to act, they had to arrange everything in all aspects and travel at public expense. No matter how Yang Yin argued, he could not do anything, and Zhao Chen dragged him out of the door. Here is a little knowledge. As we all know, the southernmost state of the United States is the world-famous Hawaii, which has the tourist resort Hawaiian Islands. Alaska is slightly less famous for tourism, but it is not only the westernmost state of the United States, but also the northernmost state of the United States and the easternmost state of the United States. It is amazing that one state has three of the best in a country. During the day, Zhao Chun and Yang Yin planned to find a car rental company to rent a car for transportation. In the United States, if you want to travel, renting a car is an essential thing. Unless you are willing to be ripped off by taxi drivers, in the United States, just like Japan, few people take taxis. Just like yesterday, the two of them only drove around for more than 2 hours and sent out 250 francs. This is simply unimaginable in Dachau, but in the United States, the rental price of a medium to high-end car is only 100 or 200 francs a day. After all, cars in the United States are really cheap. The two of them first ate 6 or 7 pizzas near the hotel and drank 2 large glasses of coconut water, which solved the problem of body energy supply. I have to say that the coconut water sold in supermarkets in the United States is different from the coconut juice with additives sold in supermarkets in Dachau. The coconut water that Zhao Chun and his friends drink is actually slightly red. Yang Yin popularized some basic knowledge. The slightly red coconut water is actually transparent, but it appears reddish to the human eye under the reflection of sunlight. This juice is the internal juice of the coconut, not the milky white liquid made from coconut meat like the coconut water in China. In the United States, the juice in the coconut is usually thrown away directly after it is extracted, and the flesh inside is not considered for use. Although the pulp can be squeezed into juice, the taste is not as good as pure coconut milk. Zhao Chen shrugged. He had never even drunk coconut juice squeezed from the pulp since he was a child. He only drank beverages occasionally during festivals and was so happy that he didn't care what he drank. After college, he drank alcohol much more often than coconut juice, so naturally he didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to when it comes to coconut juice. After eating and drinking, the two walked to a car rental company about 4 or 5 kilometers away from their hotel. Yang Yin made a special survey and found out that he was not being monitored. After paying a deposit of 1,000 francs, the two rented a 17-year-old Chevrolet. Zhao Chen had no idea about the condition of the car. Anyway, he sat in the passenger seat and left the driving to Yang Yin. The two of them first drove straight south. Yang Yin drove very fast, basically staying within the speed limit. Yang Yin has been in the United States for so many years that he is familiar with the speed limits and road conditions. For such a big shot in the drag racing world, driving a private car occasionally is simply a halftime break. Moreover, the driving conditions in the United States are the same as in China, so there will be no complaints of discomfort. After speeding for more than an hour, it was slowly heading towards the outer line, and the tourist train could be vaguely seen not far away. Brother Yang, turn left ahead. Drive all the way to the end. Zhao Chen suddenly spoke. There is an intersection 200 meters ahead. Yang Yin smiled and understood. After turning the corner, there were even fewer cars and few people were looking out from the road. Yang Yin drove at full speed all the way. After driving for about 30 to 40 minutes, we gradually left the central road. Not far away, a castle vaguely appeared in front of the two people. The castle was gray and black in color and covered a very large area, about the size of a dozen football fields. And Zhao Chen knew that military bases could dig tunnels. This looked like a large industrial plant, but Zhao Chen could basically conclude that this was a military base in Alaska. Nothing else. When the driver was driving around the outskirts of the city yesterday, Zhao Chen noticed that the driver drove about 15 kilometers to the west, south, and north, but only in the east area did he drive only 5 or 6 kilometers before hurriedly changing route to another area. As a witness and pioneer of a city, an experienced taxi driver should have a clear idea of what a city looks like. It's like many people going out for a trip. If they are not confident about the plan and online recommendations, most of them will choose to ask the taxi driver where is fun, whether that place is just a name only, and the girls doing foot massage in that place have long and white legs. Of course, this is based on the assumption that you don't have any bad intentions. If you want to find out about other people's military bases like Zhao Chen does, it's no different from a foreigner traveling to Beijing and asking where the CEOs of Dachau usually live. It's a good deal for you if he doesn't send you to the police station. It is certain that this is the place, otherwise the driver would not go back without making half of the money. Zhao Chen looked at the magnificent black building outside the window and spoke with a little excitement. Yang Yin, who was driving, also nodded and replied, "Just drive closer or something. We can't see anything from too far away. There aren't many cameras nearby right now, but if we get closer, there will definitely be a lot of cameras." Zhao Chun pondered for a moment and said, "Abandon the car, hide it, and walk over. According to the time estimate, they will delay their arrival until tonight. After we hide the car, we will walk closer and find a place to hide. Of course, we have to avoid those surveillance cameras. Although according to the time, we should arrive around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but I know, these soldiers are not fools. If they come during the day, no matter how secretive they are, they will easily be discovered and noticed. So they will definitely deliberately delay the time until the evening, or even the second half of the night." Yang Yin interrupted with a smile. "Brother Yang, I'm not a fool. I just disagree with you sometimes, and you'll have your say. But I still know something as obvious as this." Zhao Chen nodded and stopped talking, thinking in his heart. Actually, he wanted to explain it to the audience. Chapter 89. Too smooth. Night has arrived, and the moonlight shines through the lush green trees and forests, creating a faint shimmer. A long convoy of military trucks was quietly and slowly driving into the Alaka's military base from the outer road. Colonel Carter, the head of the military base, stood quietly at the inner gate of the military base waiting for the entire convoy to enter. Although it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, the Alagasa military base looked dark and gray from the outside, like a sleeping demon. But inside the base, the lights were on and the noise was deafening. When the last defense vehicle entered the base, Carter sighed and said, "Thank goodness, nothing unexpected happened." An officer with 2 gold stars on his shoulders got off the first truck not far away and strode towards Carter. Carter's heart, which had just been put at ease, immediately rose to his throat again. He hurried over and saluted. "Colonel Carter Durant of the Alagasa military base reports to the commander. All convoys have entered the base. Please give us the next instructions." Colonel Carter, who used to have all the power in Alagasa, could only serve as a tool after the arrival of people from above. This time they have a lot of troubles. It is said that they want to rely on this batch of nuclear bombs to deter the group of villains in Daxia, so the burden on his shoulders suddenly became a lot heavier. If nothing happens, everything is easy to deal with. If something happens, no one can save him. The lieutenant general saluted in return and turned his back. "Colonel Carter, don't be so nervous. We have been using the anti-survey system to scout along the way and have not found anyone following us. Next, we just need to wait quietly until Daxia returns the aircraft carrier." Carter asked awkwardly, "General, what if Daxia still doesn't want to return the Kennedy? Do we really have to launch a nuclear bomb there?" In fact, Carter is still very panicked now. Alaska is the fruit of his years of hard work. It is basically a solid block. If a nuclear bomb is fired from his side, the crazy people in Daxia will definitely send back a few Dongfeng missiles as a gift. These masters above come for a stroll and pat their butts and leave. The rest are left to clean up their own mess. The lieutenant general's originally expressionless face suddenly changed color. "Colonel Carter, is that what you should be asking? Just do your job well." The lieutenant general did not give the local emperor of Alakas any face at all. In his opinion, how could a small border officer be worthy of asking him for confidential information? The lieutenant general rolled up his sleeves and left without even turning his head. Colonel Carter's forehead and back were suddenly covered with cold sweat. He lowered his head and dared not say a word. After everyone left, the last chief of staff approached Carter and whispered, "Comrade Colonel, this is top secret. No one is allowed to ask about it. Please understand." Carter nodded frantically. He remembered that the reason why the aircraft carrier that was just launched a few months ago was hijacked and sailed into Daxia was because of the leak of intelligence. If he asked one more question, he might be arrested as a spy. Watching everyone leave, Carter called his deputy and asked him to go over and take a few leaders to visit the military base and arrange food and accommodation for the soldiers. Military bases are usually ready to welcome visits and accommodation at any time, so there are quite a lot of extra accommodations, not to mention that the news that this group of people were coming here had been leaked a long time ago. Yang Yin and Zhao Chun were hiding in the last empty cargo box of a military truck. Zhao Chun gave Yang Yin a thumbs up. "It's so cool to have a master by your side." When Zhao Chun saw the convoy coming, his plan was to wait for the convoy to enter, and then he and Yang Yin would find a way to sneak in, but Yang Yin felt that if the gate was closed, it might not be opened for some time. If the United States was strict enough, it should have purchased several weeks' worth of vegetables early on, locked the gates after the convoy entered the base, and not given outsiders any chance. So when Yang Yin found that there was no one guarding the cargo box at the back of the last truck, he immediately decided to sneak in as well. The process of infiltration was also simple and crude. Unlocking the door and getting into the car. It's just a small car lock, which is nothing to worry about for the all-round master Yang Yin. Zhao Chun and the other man had also thought it through. If these American soldiers turned back to check the car locks, and so on after driving the car to the destination, they would suddenly attack and kill people and intercept the goods. If there is no inspection and the people leave as soon as they get off the car, they will slowly lurk and grab the nuclear bomb first. To be honest, it was very exciting. At one point, Zhao Chun felt like he was about to see Yang Yin go on a killing spree. Killing people requires no skill at all. However, the goddess of luck always seems to like to take care of Zhao Chun, this loser. When the car stopped, Zhao Chun held his breath and waited for the decision of fate. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. There was a little noise of talking and footsteps coming from outside, but gradually, the talking and footsteps faded away, and then there was a loud bang of a door closing. Zhao Chun and Yang Yin looked at each other, and there was excitement flashing in each other's eyes. The two of them got out of the car quickly, and only then did they see the entire warehouse in its entirety. The entire warehouse covers an area of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. There are no lights, and there are more than a dozen large trucks similar to the one Zhao Chun was sitting in parked in the darkness. The tanks guarding the trucks on the periphery did not stop there. You see, there are more than a dozen large trucks, but in fact most of them are empty. This is to prevent people from stealing the trucks. Their only function is to provide cover for the truck carrying the nuclear bomb. The remaining trucks are not empty, probably because they are loaded with supplies or something like that. Yang Yin and Zhao Chun explained. My chi tells me that this, and the few cars over there are all empty, just like the car we hit. Yang Yin pointed to a few cars. Zhao Chun walked closer to the car and took a closer look, then said, Brother Yang, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You can see that some cars have ordinary locks on the back, just like the ones we pried open, but the locks on the back of some of these cars are different, and it seems that they require irises to open. Zhao Chun counted and found that there were 4 cars that required iris to drive. Fuck, these foreigners didn't bring all the nuclear bombs with them. Didn't they say they would only launch one? Zhao Chun was shocked. Yang Yin sneered. Then why do you think the United States can be called the most rogue country in the world? Isn't it because they are shameless and untrustworthy? All 4 cars have goods. Humph, if these things are gone, I'm afraid they will be heartbroken. Are you sure you can take these away? Yang Yin asked. Since there is a lock, why not open it and take the car with you? If you want to be a bandit, be a real bandit who leaves nothing behind. Zhao Chun nodded. Temporary, because it is temporarily available during the mission, hee. Zhao Chun patted the military truck lightly, and whoosh, the entire truck disappeared. Zhao Chun didn't hesitate and continued to quickly take pictures of several other trucks with cargo. This is the temporary space of 1,000 cubic meters that Zhao Chun obtained at the beginning of the mission. Although it is only temporary, it is still quite convenient to use. Zhao Chun has tried it before with apples and oranges, and it is very easy to put in and take out. Yang Yin looked at Zhao Chun in surprise, then smiled and said, Of course, I said that Daxia is an ancient civilization with a history of thousands of years. No matter how secretive it is, it should have the Chinquan bag. It seems that Lao Li and his men have invested a lot in your mission this time, and they are not afraid that this thing will fall into the hands of the United States. Zhao Chun did not explain. After all, it was better to keep the secret of the system hidden for a longer time. Since Brother Yang thought so, then so be it. Next, just think about how to escape. Yang Yin said. However, Zhao Chun felt that something was not right. This mission was going too smoothly. Chapter 90, Is there a trick? The door was closed from the outside. If you want to get out, you either have to force it open from the inside or wait for someone outside to come in and then slip out. Yang Yin meant to break through the main gate and slip out, and then damage the outermost gate and slip out as well. What Zhao Chun meant was to wait for someone to come in and conduct the usual inquiries and then sneak out when they were least prepared. The only difference between the two is that the former may be noticed and pursued directly as soon as he breaks the door, while the latter can be delayed for a few seconds before being pursued. Of course, the former has another advantage, which is that it is now 4:30 in the morning, and most of the soldiers should have eaten and gone to the dormitory to sleep, and at most 30 to 50 people will stay outside, no more than that. But if they wait until daytime for the routine inspection, they can have a few more seconds to escape, but thousands of soldiers and hot weapons will come at the first time. Zhao Chun thought about it for a moment, and still felt that what Yang Yin said made sense. It was still dark now, so he might have a chance to sneak out early and drive away. However, he still had to make some small changes to the plan. Then I'll leave it to Brother Yang. My life, Zhao Chun, depends on you. Zhao Chun said. This is true. Zhao Chun really wants to hang on Yang Yin. Zhao Chun filled the few cars that were still there with gasoline one by one. The gurgling gasoline slowly flowed in the warehouse with bubbles and a pungent smell. When the gasoline in the cars was almost filled, Zhao Qin immediately threw himself on Yang Yan's back and hugged Yang Yan's shoulders. Yang Yan stretched his legs and jumped and fell on the beam. Fortunately, the United States uses aviation gasoline for these military trucks. If diesel was used, they probably wouldn't even be able to start a fire, let alone explode. This military base should not have caught fire in the past few decades, Zhao Qin said with a smile. He took out a copper lighter with the size of 5 francs bought from a roadside supermarket from his pocket, rubbed it in his hand to light it, and then it slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Wow, wow, wow. The flame burned on the gasoline, and a large amount of flame instantly appeared. The flame burned with white smoke, and the next moment, a huge explosion roared out. Boom. The entire gate of the military warehouse was blown to pieces. Zhao Qin suddenly felt a burning sensation on Yang Yan's back, but the next moment he felt like a baby wrapped in bubbles, and the unbearable feeling of heat disappeared in an instant. As the sound of explosions was heard, Yang Yan seemed like an arrow with a fully drawn bow, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. Water fake? Lieutenant General Roman, who was just about to go to his VIP lounge to sleep, suddenly heard a bombing not far away. Seeing the explosion coming from the direction where the nuclear bomb was stored, Roman was immediately terrified. He didn't even have time to put on the coat he had just taken off and ran towards the explosion like a flash. Oh my God, please bless the nuclear bomb to be safe and the launcher to be intact. In addition to Lieutenant General Roman, Carter, who was lying on the bed and struggling over how to please the general tomorrow, was also startled by the explosion. Waterfake, what happened? Carter quickly picked up the pager at hand. Smith, please answer if you hear me. What was that explosion just now? Is the warehouse storing the nuclear bombs okay? There are many old buildings in the Alaka's military base, and the wires and other things have not been updated to the latest level. This is all because Carter likes to embezzle various funds allocated by the higher authorities. In his opinion, those solid buildings and supporting facilities will not break down for decades. Replacing them every 2 years is too extravagant. It is better to save some money. The family just needs money to build a few larger villas, so the money should be used in the right place. However, this explosion made Carter very upset. How could such a big mess happen at such a critical moment? Was it the building that collapsed or the power lines that blew up? Carter was puzzled. Commander, the adjutant's voice was stuttering on the phone. Carter was very dissatisfied. He was already annoyed enough, and this guy was making things worse. Just talk. As long as it doesn't involve nuclear bombs, I can help you get through it. Please rest assured about your boss. Carter was quite disdainful of his adjutant's cowardice and also passed the blame to him. Sir, the warehouse storing nuclear bombs exploded. Smith mustered up his courage and explained the facts to Carter. Yeah, the warehouse storing the nuclear bombs is fine. What are you talking about? Carter thought his subordinates were reporting to him about the safety of the nuclear bombs, but he didn't expect. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? If the nuclear bomb explodes, not to mention you and me, the entire state of Alagas will go to heaven with it. Do you understand? Kata thought that his subordinate was scared silly and said such an outrageous result. Smith replied tremblingly, No, sir. The warehouse storing the nuclear bombs exploded, but only the wreckage of 9 military trucks was found inside. There are 4 left. When Carter heard this, his whole body went numb, and it seemed as if a cavity of hot blood wanted to burst out of his chest, but he suppressed it tightly. The voice continued to come from the intercom. We have soldiers who saw someone opening the door and running away after the explosion. But because of this chaos, you haven't given the order yet, so we haven't chased him yet. Carter reacted instantly. Smith, fucking hell. That's obviously the murderer, and you're asking me if we should chase him? Hurry up and send everyone out to chase the murderer. No matter what, even if you all die out there, you have to bring this guy back to me. Smith was also panicking. Do we have to chase the soldiers who are fighting the fire as well? Carter, times. Because Carter had been in power in Alaska for several years, he had always kept the military power firmly in his hands, and anyone who wanted to mobilize soldiers had to report to him. This also led to the fact that when Yang Yan and Zhao Chun were escaping, even though many soldiers saw them, they did not immediately chase after them to stop them. Although it would be useless if they chased after him, the fact that no one stopped him at all still left Zhao and Yang speechless. We were ready to go all out, but the lights were green all the way. The defense facilities of the United States are too sloppy. Zhao Chun and Yang Yan got into a car parked not far outside the military base and fled the scene at high speed. As for the people in the military base, let them do whatever they want. It was not an easy invasion at all. Of course, if the duo is replaced by Zhao Chen acting alone, it would probably require more thought. But now, the task is as simple as eating and drinking. It's too easy to get the rank of general. Zhao Chen sighed. Zhao Chen touched his wrist. Although there was nothing on his wrist, Zhao Chen could feel that everything he had stored was stored in his body, or to be precise, in his wrist. However, Yang Yan, who had been driving, frowned slightly and said, Yang Yan, be careful. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. And I feel something is wrong. Do we just walk this road? Originally, Zhao Chen was still immersed in the joy of successfully completing the mission, but Yang Yan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on his head. He also realized that the scenery around him had clearly just flown past. So how could it be repeating over and over again? Moreover, his system task did not show completion. If he was really out of danger, the system task should have been completed ahead of schedule. Could it be a trick? Chapter 91. The Desolation Formation. Damn it, it keeps repeating itself over and over again. Zhao Chen was speechless. They were really in trouble. Why did it look like they were trapped in a maze? The so-called ghost wall means that when walking at night or in the suburbs, you can't tell the direction, your self-perception is fuzzy, and you don't know where to go, so you keep going in circles. But when you tell others about this experience, they find it difficult to understand, so it is called ghost wall. In fact, this is a state of blurred consciousness and cannot be considered supernatural. But Brother Yang was driving at 120 miles per hour. Do you think he was hitting a wall? Brother Yang, get out of the car. There's a trap. Zhao Chun reminded Yang Yan. Yang Yan also sensed something was wrong and stopped the car immediately. This is a wilderness with no end in sight, and the road seems to have no end in sight. When Zhao Chun looked around, he noticed the small train he saw when he came here. The train was running smoothly. Brother Yang, here, let's get on the train and take a look. Zhao Chun thought that there must be something strange about this place, so he had to get the hell out of here quickly, otherwise the people behind him would catch up and it would be difficult to leave. Yang Yan frowned. He had been in the Jianghu for so many years, but he had never encountered such a strange situation. There was no murderous intent, and even no popularity. I don't even know when I entered this strange state. Someone must be controlling all this. Zhao Chun and the other person ran all the way towards the train. Fortunately, the train did not seem to be pulled away as they approached. Gradually, the two of them got closer to the train and could still hear the whirring sound of the train in their ears. However, the train is also looping. It was clearly a train with only 5 or 6 carriages. As soon as the front carriage drove away, a new locomotive drove out not far behind it. People from far away seemed to think they were 2 cars. But when Zhao Chen looked at the patterns and age of the train, he was absolutely sure that this was the same train. No matter what, let's get on the train first. I want to see what kind of monsters are causing trouble. Yang Yan was a little angry at this time. He was a little annoyed by this teasing behavior. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. He just checked and found that the cell phone signal here was almost 0. He was sure that he and Yang Yan must be shrouded by some strange thing, which could even block the signal. The train did not have doors for getting on, but many of the windows were open. Yang Yan grabbed Zhao Chen's feet and jumped up. In an instant, he took Zhao Chen and flipped in through the window. Zhao Chen was quite capable and flipped a few times after entering the carriage. Damn, this really isn't an illusion. The surface of this car is so hard. Zhao Chen rubbed his head, which had just been hit. Yang Yan ignored Zhao Chen's complaints and said, let's go together and check to see if there are any living people. The two of them first ran to the nearest carriage number 7. There was no one there, and there was nothing on the bare seats. This scene, coupled with the still dark sky, made Zhao Chen couldn't help but think of a Japanese movie with a similar situation, and he trembled all over. Yang Yan noticed that Zhao Chen was thinking about something else, so he hit him on the head. Don't think about this situation. Think more about how to get out of this predicament. Let's go. Ahem. Classmate Zhao Chen felt a little embarrassed for being absent-minded. He followed Yang Yan and continued to check the 6th, 5th, and 1st carriages. The 7 carriages were basically in the same condition, with nothing on top. The 2 came to the cab again. No accidents happened, and no one was in the cab. Yang Yan tried to stop the train, but failed. The handbrake did not hinder the moving train at all. Looking at the familiar scenery flashing by repeatedly, Zhao Chun and Yang Yan fell into deep thought. Could it be a mistake? Was this train not the key to breaking the deadlock? But in this area, there is only this big object, and it is always moving. Zhao Chun and Yang Yan walked to the 1st carriage and sat down, beginning to wonder if they had missed something. Because time is passing by second, they must break through and escape as quickly as possible. Maybe the people at the Alaska military base are setting up cannons and tanks, looking for them everywhere. Brother Yang, are we in a fantasy world or are we brought into a new environment? Zhao Chen raised a question. Yang Yin thought for a while and replied, "If you are real, then this is not an illusion. If it is an illusion, only one person should be brought in at a time. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to bring in multiple people at the same time. If it is possible, the difficulty will definitely increase exponentially. I don't believe that they would do this just to solve your problem." Zhao Chun pursed his dry lips and suddenly smiled. "I understand. It seems that this is at most an illusion, far from the level of a fantasy world. We may just be led into a wonderful world by this person who set up the trap. Brother Yang, do you know anything about our great Xiaz, the investiture of the gods?" Zhao Chun suddenly changed the subject and asked. Yang Yin scratched his head and replied, "I don't know much. I only know Tong Tian Jiaozhu, Jie Jiao, and Chun Jiao Taishang Lao Jun, and I don't know much about the others. In the investiture of the gods, there are many ancient formations, including the very powerful Zhu Xian sword formation, the 10,000 immortals formation, the 12 heavenly gods formation, the Liangyi microdust formation, and so on. Among them, there is a formation that looks ordinary, but is actually extremely exquisite. It is called the 10 absolute formations." Zhao Chun explained. Yang Yin was obviously a little confused. "It's already this time. Why are you beating around the bush? You can just say it directly. Why are you bringing this up?" Zhao Chun smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, Brother Yang. I am not only telling you this, I am also telling it to the people who set up the formation." Zhao Chun smiled foolishly at the air. The 10 ultimate formations include Heaven Absolute Formation, Earth Fierce Formation, Wind Roaring Formation, Ice Formation, Golden Light Formation, Blood Transformation Formation, Blazing Flame Formation, Soul Falling Formation, Red Water Formation, and Red Sand Formation. Each of them has its own merits. Among them, the Soul Falling Formation is the most powerful. The other 9 formations either attack with the 5 elements or the 4 elements, all of which attack the physical body of the Qi refiner in order to kill him. Only the Soul Falling Formation directly attacks the opponent's soul. Once the opponent is trapped, not only will his physical body decay, but his soul will also scatter and completely disappear in the 3 realms. Legend has it that after the formation is fully set up, anyone who enters will have their 3 souls and 7 spirits taken away. Even the famous Jiang Zia almost fell into the trap. Qi Jingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Xinjiao sect, was trapped twice. He was only able to deal with it the second time with the Tai Chi diagram. This shows how powerful this soul-falling formation is. Although the present is not as good as in ancient times, the materials for setting up the formation no longer exist. Most of them may be substitutes cultivated later. But at the same time, we are not gods and masters like Jiang Zia and Qi Jingzi, so it is normal to be trapped. But what a coincidence. I have been familiar with the investiture of the gods since I was a child, and I also know the method of breaking the formation in it. My friend from Daxia, are you sure you want to continue trapping us?" This time, Zhao Chun did not speak to Yang Yin, but looked at the empty space not far away and said with a smile, Oh, Yao Shizi, I told you that you shouldn't use this half-baked illusion technique. People can guess the details right away." Chapter 92, 2 Basic Attacks. "Julie, let me say it again. My name is Yao Shi. I'm not from Japan, so please don't add a after my name." 2 people suddenly appeared on the originally empty train seats, 2 women who seemed very different to Zhao Chun. The blonde had a proud figure and sexy face like a Western woman, and her beautiful hair was spread over her body, like a small brown waterfall, undulating and shining with golden light. Although her green eyes were set in a reserved face, they were restless, clever, and full of life, which was completely inconsistent with her decorated appearance. The black-haired woman's long hair was like a dark cloud covering her forehead, like the dark twilight, covering the sunset in the west. Her delicate face made Zhao Chun unconsciously think of the word beautiful beyond measure, and her facial features seemed to have reached the limit of Asian charm. Zhao Chun could not imagine that there could be a woman more beautiful than her. Her dissatisfied dark eyes were looking at the blonde woman next to her. Although her figure was not as impressive as her companions, her graceful curves made people imagine more. The brothers around him were admiring the enemy's beauty at this time, and even let out a heavy sigh. Yang Yin was stunned. "Brother, do you think the situation is set in stone?" Of course, it was not Zhao Chen's fault that he lost his composure. It was because he had seen too few beauties. Originally, Chiako was at least one of them. Later, when her face matched Xiao Yanzi's, Zhao Chen no longer had those strange thoughts about her, but a deep love for her. And I have never met any stunning women since I was a child. Now I suddenly meet 2 women with completely different styles, but equally beautiful. Wouldn't I be stunned? "Oh, Yao Shizi, look at this Daxiao man. Is he obsessed with you?" Although I don't know which one of you is Zhao Chun, I suggest you just surrender. Although there are only two of us here, it's simply bullying to deal with two of you mortals. The blonde woman once again smiled and joked with her companion. At the same time, she warned the other party that there was a serious gap in their cultivation and they should not even think about resisting. Just surrender. I thought a man who could drive away the aircraft carrier of the United States would be different, but I didn't expect him to be so ordinary. Just knowing my formation is useless. Yao Shi's icy face showed a hint of irony. The man who could see the formation was actually a waste without any cultivation. The cultivation world of Daxia is really getting more and more lonely. Yang Yin glanced at Zhao Chun and almost laughed out loud. He was about to say something, but Zhao Chun spoke first. Yao Shizi? You are not the descendant of Yao Tianjun. Zhao Chun asked the question that was in his mind. Yao Tianjun was the immortal who set up the Desolation Formation in the myth. Almost every conferred gods fan knew about this awesome immortal. The icy beauty closed her eyes slightly and sneered. First, let me say it again. My name is Yao Shi, and I hope you can take this memory to the grave. Then, I can't believe that a waste with no cultivation at all actually knows Yao Tianjun. It's rare. This little girl looks pretty, but why does she always look at people through the crack of the door? Do I look that flat? Well, regardless of whether you are a descendant of gods or not, you are a Daxia person, so why are you mixed up with these people from beautiful countries? Zhao Qin continued to ask. Yao Shi didn't seem to want to say anything more, but thinking that this might be the man's last words before his death, he was not in a hurry to kill him. Daxiao? Haha, if Daxiao really cared about us monks, they wouldn't have even abandoned our temples, let alone wanted us to continue practicing. Not only did they restrict us from practicing, they also didn't allow us to accept disciples at will. My father just saw a good seedling and wanted to bring him into the sect and give him an important task, but the Daxia government arrested my father for fraud without any reason. They are simply worried that monks like me will threaten their position as rulers. I came to the United States to prove that my generation, with sufficient resources, is capable of crushing all the sects in Daxia. The generals of Daxia are nothing but frauds. In order to exclude my sect, they will resort to any despicable means. Yao Shi was so indignant that he almost labeled Daxia and its monks traitors. This beautiful woman doesn't seem to want to say anything, but once she starts talking, she keeps talking. Her body is very honest. Zhao Chun and Yang Yin looked at each other, both of them speechless. What they wanted to express was, this woman talks too much nonsense. So today, I want you Daxia people to experience the pain of your compatriots' tragic deaths. Hand over the nuclear bombs and surrender obediently to save yourself from physical pain. Yao Shi said coldly. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. The two looked at each other again, and they saw relief in each other's eyes. This sentence finally got some key information. Nuclear bombs are real. In fact, when Zhao Chun and Yang Yin found out that they had fallen into a trap, they felt a little confused. They thought that since these people had set up an ambush in advance, were the nuclear bombs they had just stolen real? If it's not true, not only will this trip be in vain, but it will be extremely difficult to come again next time. Fortunately, this was a kind lady who gave the two of them a clear explanation. What the country does must have its reasons. I agree with what you said later. If Jingwen can be considered a general who protects the country, then the other generals who protect the country are probably not good people either. They are just seeking fame and reputation. By the way, how old were you when your father was arrested? Zhao Chun continued to ask. Yao Shi wrinkled his beautiful eyes, and although he felt it was a bit strange, he continued to answer. 7 years old. What for? Zhao Chun was speechless. You are only 7 years old. What the hell do you know? You have been brainwashed by the United States. Which organization in the United States are you two from? Blue Storm? Blue Storm is just a group of superpowers. How can an ancient warrior like you get involved? This time it was Yang Yin who asked the question. His question was very tricky, and he asked the other party's weak spot directly. Zhu Li's beautiful eyes turned from Zhao Qin to Yang Yin, but she still could not detect any fluctuation in his realm. Such a person must have a much higher cultivation level than her, or he is just a mortal. But Zhu Li was an A-level operator of Blue Storm, and Yao Shi next to her was a genius in ancient martial arts. She must not have noticed any realm of cultivation. The bluffing Daxia people. I'm still surprised that you guys don't have much ability, but have a broad vision. You also know about the Blue Storm of my beautiful country. I won't hide it from you. I'm an A-level operator of the Blue Storm. Don't have any illusions of escape. Yang Yin almost laughed out loud. Just a small Blue Storm. The 12 big S operators were courting death together. How could a little guy who was not even an S let the mighty Pluto surrender? I wonder if those old guys from the Ancient Relics Society will try to chase you after you die. I'm quite looking forward to it. Yang Yin smiled. revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Julie didn't quite understand what the Daxiao man in front of her meant, but a hint of danger flashed through her mind. Yao Shi, stop talking nonsense. Kill them, and then slowly look for the Chinkoan bag. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed Julie always felt something was wrong and no longer gave the two a chance to talk nonsense. Hey, wait. Seeing that the two opponents and Yang Yan beside him were ready to attack, Zhao Chen quickly grabbed Yang Yan's arm. Yang Yan was a little confused. What's wrong? These 2 pieces of trash just need 2 basic attacks. Isn't that what you want to ask? Chapter 93, 25 Boys. Why did Zhao Chen stop Yang Yan from dealing with the 2 of them? Just now, when Yao Shi asked Zhao Chen to hand over the nuclear bomb, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Zhao Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the Purgatory level mission. Go to the United States to intercept the latest test-exploded thermonuclear warhead that is being prepared to deter Daxia. B-47 Galaxy, 48 million tons of TNT. Reward, 1,000 cubic meters of storage area. Congratulations to the host for initiating a temporary mission to restore order, to appeal to his emotions and reason, and to do everything possible to tame Yao Shi, the descendant of Yao Tianjun, to make him rebel and successfully bring him back to the country. Temporary mission reward, 2 30-minute Immortality Realm Cultivation Experience cards, usable once during the mission. In an instant, Zhao Chen's brain was blown up by the mechanical sound of the system, but Zhao Chen wished that the system would keep making noises. First of all, the nuclear bomb mission was successfully completed, which was fucking great. If nothing unexpected happened, I would definitely get away with it. However, when the old task is completed, a new task is also refreshed. A temporary task. The new temporary mission is to make this beautiful girl rebel and bring her back to Daxiao. And what is this reward of 30 minutes of cultivation to the realm of immortality? Looking at the 2 talisman-like things that appeared in his mind, Zhao Chun felt that they seemed to be awesome. No matter what, just try to complete the task first. In this case, Brother Yang, I'll leave the blonde woman to you. You must be cruel and quick in your actions. Let me meet this descendant of the immortal Yao. You must not interfere. Zhao Chun turned his head and whispered to Yang Yan. Hearing this, Yang Yan immediately had an expression that said, Are you okay? What's going on, buddy? Are you trying to pick up girls? Brother, it's already this time, and you're still thinking about being gentle and considerate to women? Although the Daxiao woman opposite has average cultivation, she has at least more than 10 years of cultivation experience. Do you think you can do it? Yang Yan asked again. Yang Yan was still very worried that his younger brother would be trapped by love. Zhao Chen nodded with a confident expression and replied, Brother Yang, don't worry. Do you think I would joke about my own life? Zhao Chen looked as if he was asking Yang Yan to rest assured, which made Yang Yan feel conflicted. How could his brother, who couldn't even jump from a 4-story building, suddenly change his personality? Looking at the stunningly beautiful Yao Shi across from him, Yang Yan immediately understood. He silently patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder and said, Brother, you died for love. That's respectable. If you really die here, I will burn incense for you on this day next year. Zhao Chun rolled his eyelids, speechless. Why are you so unconfident about yourself? The 2 women on the opposite side were also so angry that they were about to jump up and down. These 2 mortals from Daxiao were too arrogant. They whispered softly. Did they think we couldn't hear them? This is yours, and that is mine. What do you mean? You treat us as commodities. And you still differentiate between you and me? The blonde woman called Julie couldn't help herself first. She wanted to leave some memories for these 2 big men on this beautiful land. Out of caution, Julie also came up and opened fire. There was a sound of mecha, and Julie's right arm transformed like a transformer, as if it was tightly wrapped in the machine. The whole person has a faint aura of thunder and lightning, quite like Pikachu. Iron Man, Zhao Chun said with a frown. This doesn't look like it. The beautiful Chinese really like to make these mechanical transformations. Although it's an incomplete version, it feels pretty awesome. Zhao Chen commented without knowing anything. You little bastards from Daxiao. Let me show you the high-tech of my beautiful country blue storm. The blonde woman bathed in lightning was like a female war god, and she was extremely disdainful of the 2 tiny men in front of her. The next moment, she would let these 2 fearless people go to see Satan. Although, she didn't know that Satan was right in front of her. However, Zhao Chen only felt a flash before his eyes, and Yang Yan beside him had instantly disappeared from his original position, faster than when he was running away, and even less visible. Puff. It was like the sound of wind blowing through fallen leaves, with a strange rustling in the silence. Before Zhao Chun could react, Yang Yan had already returned to his side, looking at the opposite side with a calm expression. Zhao Chun looked not far away and saw that the transformed female war god, who was originally full of momentum, was now motionless as if she was under a spell of immobilization. Sudden. In an instant, blood spurted out from the blonde woman's body, and the head above the neck, which was originally beautiful and sexy, is now filled with fear and surprise, has quietly fallen off. The momentum that had originally exploded suddenly became quiet, like an alarm clock that was suddenly turned off. Yang Yin still had a lazy expression, and the two people who were still alive. Yao Shi looked at his partner, who had clearly completed his transformation. Even the non-transformed S-operator was helpless against the completed transformation. However, the man opposite him suddenly. It was done in a flash. Behead. And returned to its original position quietly. I didn't even see how the man attacked or what weapon he used. And how much strength did he use? In an instant, faith, belief, and fantasy all collapsed. Looking at Julie's head that had fallen off and her deformed body that was still standing, Yao Shi had never been more terrified than now. In her eyes, the two Daxiao people who originally had no cultivation had inexplicably grown in height countless times. It was like two glowing giants suppressing her tightly. No, don't kill me. Yao Shi pleaded in a low voice from his dry throat. Zhao Qin also looked at Yang Yin in surprise, as he ended the battle in just a moment. Although it was just a single attack that killed one person, he was not bragging. The difference is a bit outrageous. I am glad to have a big partner when I went out. Looking at Yao Shi, who had already collapsed mentally not far away, Zhao Qin felt that he might have to save up an experience coupon. The little girl couldn't help but be scared. And fortunately, I had just told Yang Yin in advance. Said he wanted to keep the other woman for himself. Otherwise, there would probably be two beautiful heads on the ground. Zhao Qin approached Yao Shi, the little trader of Daxia who was already in fear, panic, and confusion. Not worrying that the woman would dare to resist, Zhao Qin walked up to her. Have you seen the real gap between you and this world? Zhao Qin used the words Jingwen gave him to scare the girl in front of him. The little girl was stunned for a long time before she raised her delicate face. Yao Shi swallowed his saliva. You can't kill me. The woman was so frightened that she couldn't speak clearly. Why not? Tell me your reason. Zhao Qin now turned into a weird uncle, trying to guide the poor little girl to say what he wanted. Yao Shi had never encountered such a situation before, but her mind was now filled with fear and desire for life, and she had begun to speak without thinking. I apologize. I shouldn't have said bad things about Daxia. I shouldn't have come to the United States. I beg you to forgive me. Don't kill me. Please. Yao Shi was like a child who had not grown up, talking nonsense without thinking. At this moment, she was as frightened as a trembling kitten. Zhao Qin touched Yao Shi's hair with satisfaction. Yao Shi subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when he thought of the scene of Julie being beheaded just now, he was so scared that he dared not move. That man could chop off Julie's head in one blow. But what about the man with him? If I resist, will he chop off my head in anger? I really don't know anything. The higher-ups have sent 8 of us A-level executors to stop you. There are 6 more people ahead of you. Let me go? I can take you on a detour so they won't find you. Endless fear made Yao Shi instantly become a traitor who sold out his teammates. She didn't have any hopes for the United States, so she sold it with great calmness. I didn't expect that such a pretty girl like you is so skilled at being a spy. You must have done a lot of work. How can I believe that you are leading us to avoid them instead of entering their camp? Also, you don't think that we are afraid of entering their so-called encirclement because of our skills. Zhao Qin teased again. Yao Shi shook his head desperately. No. Even though my father was arrested when I was 7, I have lived in Xia country for a full 19 years. I just came to the United States 2 years ago and was dragged into the blue storm by them. I have no feelings for the United States. I just want to use their resources to help me practice and train formations. I won't joke about my life. You can kill me at any time. How dare I have any tricks? And you definitely don't care about those people. But as long as you meet them, it means your itinerary is exposed. Just like now, I can feel that a large number of troops are rushing here. Can you outrun them with satellites? Yao Shi seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and frantically demonstrated his few usefulness. Give me a chance. I will lead you guys, and we will definitely be able to escape. Tears welled up in Yao Shi's eyes as she stared at Zhao Qin infatuatedly. She could feel that this man had a good impression of her, unlike the other man, whose eyes were filled with the desire to kill. Zhao Qin thought for a moment, frowned, and looked at Yang Yin. Yang Yin shrugged his shoulders with an expression that said, I understand. Chapter 94 Tickets needed. Seeing that Yang Yin didn't mind, Zhao Qin didn't make things difficult for this delicate-looking scoundrel in front of him. If nothing unexpected happens, temporary tasks should not be a problem. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qin felt that it would be better to add some insurance. Zhao Qin took out a small pill-like sugar grain from his pocket and handed it to the frightened girl Yao Shi. Here, eat it. Zhao Chen looked at the woman with a smile. Yao Shi took the candy blankly, with a puzzled look on his face, but because of his inner fear, he didn't dare to ask. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "You are the one who said you wanted to surrender. In this case, I have to see your sincerity." Having said this, Yao Shi already knew what this thing was. Looking at the pills in her hand that were the size of chocolate beans, Yao Shi's shoulders trembled slightly, and her voice was filled with fear. Wait until you return to Daxia. Can you give me the antidote?" Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chen with hope. Zhao Chen smiled even more happily and replied, "Who told you that we would let you stay in the United States? Since you are from Daxia, come back with us." Zhao Chen's last sentence was in a non-negotiable tone. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's eyes widened and her whole body trembled. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment she would receive for her actions if she were taken back to China. Zhao Chen comforted him. "Don't worry, your crime is not serious. At most, it's treason and harming important state officials. You can be released after 30 to 50 years in prison." Yao Shi burst into tears after hearing this. She didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to stay in a dark prison for 30 or 50 years. "But, can you not let me in?" Yao Shi's voice was filled with pleading, despair, and fantasy. Zhao Chen was in deep thought, looking somewhat embarrassed. Not far away, Yang Yin watched his brother's performance with great interest. "It's not impossible. It depends on your performance next. If you perform well, I can even let bygones be bygones and keep you in my hands. Just because I don't report your affairs doesn't mean I forgive you. You have to do something to redeem yourself," Zhao Chen said to the woman. Yao Shi nodded frantically, no longer showing the cold and disdainful look he had when they first met. "Virtue. Let's not talk about anything else for now. You have to eat this. I'm a very suspicious person. If you don't eat it, I'll think you have ulterior motives, and I'll kill you. After all, no matter how hard I try, I don't trust others." Zhao Chen's expression was a little gloomy. He looked into Yao Shi's eyes and motioned for him to eat quickly. Yao Shi tremblingly held the sugar grain in front of his eyes, his expression extremely conflicted. Seeing that Yao Shi didn't eat, Zhao Chen's face instantly fell. "It seems that you have a problem with my request." In an instant, Zhao Chen's eyes turned from gloomy to indifferent when he looked at Yao Shi. I'll eat. I'll go back with you. I'll listen to you in everything." Yao Shi, who was originally a little dazed, almost forgot what the situation was at the moment. It was not the right time for his brain to go blank. "My life is in the hands of the two people in front of me. What gains and losses are I still considering? Don't try to hold it in your mouth or not eat it. If I feel something is wrong, I will take your life immediately," Zhao Chen said again in a vicious tone. Tears flowed from Yao Shi's eyes, and he nodded. She understood. Once she ate this thing, her life and death would be in the hands of others. Even if he was immoral and wanted to ask for something excessive, she had to obey. For example, asking about the housekeeping skills and formations, don't think wrongly. What to do? Others are the butchers, and I am the meat. More talk is useless. Yao Shi didn't think anymore, raised his head, and swallowed it in one gulp. Slightly sweet. The candy bean slowly slid down Yao Shi's red lips, sweet tongue, and throat. Zhao Chen looked at the beautiful girl in front of him eating the candy grains he gave her, and immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Mission accomplished. "Okay, let's go. Take us out of here first," Zhao Chen said. At this moment, a great helper was in hand, and the experience coupon was useless. Zhao Chen was in a very good mood. Yao Shi nodded, stood up, and patted his chest to calm his swaying mood. He looked at Zhao Chen, who seemed to be happy on the surface, and his heart was filled with despair. "Come with me." After saying that, Yao Shi walked towards the back carriage. Yang Yin glanced at Zhao Chen, his eyes full of admiration. "You're awesome. Brother, you managed to trick someone into giving you the money with just a few words." Zhao Chen responded with a look. "Half and half. I still rely more on the intimidation of my eldest brother." When Zhao Chen just took out the sugar grains and asked Yao Shi to eat them, Yang Yin was still sighing that Old Li had also kept up with the progress of the times and had even arranged for obedient sugar beans. Soldiers were no longer particular about their duties. But after thinking about it carefully, why did the candy beans that Zhao Chen just took out look so damn much like the chocolate beans he bought at the convenience store downstairs before checking into the hotel? Oh boy, is that possible? Yang Yin looked at Zhao Chen, who was full of confidence beside him, getting something for nothing. The three of them quickly walked to the last carriage. Yao Shihe and the others explained, "What we are in can't actually be considered an illusion. It's a combination of entity and nothingness. We can't be seen from outside. You should have seen that this is not the real fallen formation. The materials needed for the fallen array are too many and too diverse. The age is hard to determine, and it is difficult to collect. So this array is a scaled-down version of the fallen array that I modified. It is just right for trapping people, but it has no ability to attack. When Yaoshi said this, he glanced at Zhao Chun and said, "If you hadn't seen through my formation, we would have taken advantage of your unpreparedness to attack you. Even a lion will use all its strength to attack a rabbit. Although we think you are all just mortals, we don't underestimate you. But it's a good thing you saw through it. Otherwise, if Julie and I had attacked you together, we might have already." Yang Yin and the other two naturally understood what it meant. Zhao Chun smiled and said, "You are quite self-aware." Yaoshi looked at Zhao Chun a few more times, wanting to ask herself where she had revealed her flaw, but she didn't know whether Zhao Chun would pay attention to her. This is something Yaoshi didn't ask, and even if she did, Zhao Chun would not explain it to her. After all, Zhao Chun himself was just guessing. Most murderers in homicide cases will return to the crime scene after committing the crime to enjoy the pleasure of committing the crime. This is the same psychology that applies to a formation master after he has set up the formation. This desolation formation is a maze, not a dangerous killing formation. Zhao Chun guessed that the person who set up the formation was probably at the scene and must be able to see their location. So Zhao Chun cheated like that. As expected, the two of them were not too reserved. Of course, it is likely that the two of them think that Zhao Chun and Yang Yin are insignificant mortals. After using the Luopa formation to observe for a moment and confirm that he was not mistaken, the only thing left was to take action. If you take action, you will be exposed, so it is quite natural to show your true colors. "Why did you bring us here?" This time it was Yang Yin who spoke. They had checked this carriage when they first came in, and it was no different from the other carriages. Yaoshi was obviously more afraid of the man who killed Julie in one move. He calmed down and answered slowly, "My illusion is actually not that different from reality. We can switch to the real world here, and we can directly cut to the train." Zhao Chun and the other man didn't understand. Yaoshi coughed and explained, "I can dispel the illusion now, but after that we will all be exposed to satellites and surveillance. Only by jumping from here to the locomotive, and then I will dispel it, and we will land on the train after the illusion ends." Yao looked at Zhao Chun and blinked her innocent little eyes, as if to say, "My life is still in your hands. How dare I deceive you? From here, jump to the train behind." Yang Yin repeated again. Before they boarded the train, Yang Yin and Zhao Chun had been puzzled by this train that was only a few meters apart from end to end. However, they thought it was just an illusion at the time. They didn't expect it to be a completely different world. Zhao Chun asked a very embarrassing question. "Do I need to pay for a ticket when I get on the train?" Yaoshi suppressed his urge to curse and explained calmly, "If we haven't been discovered, we don't need to. If we are discovered, we have to pay the ticket. 150 franklin per person, otherwise they will send us to the judicial institution. In the United States, the crime of fare evasion is not light." Chapter 95. My partner. Let's go. Yang Yin didn't say anything else. He was eager to return to the normal world. Although this strange illusion was not offensive, it felt strange that things were not under his control. He really doesn't like it. Without much hesitation, Yang Yin picked up Zhao Chun in his left hand and Yaoshi in his right hand, stepped over the window, and jumped towards the locomotive about 10 meters behind. "I don't need you to carry me." Yaoshi felt very strange that a strange man was carrying him. However, Zhao Chun got used to it and became calm about it. "Just stay still, my big brother has a bad temper." Zhao Chun was blunt and threatened as usual. Sure enough, after being threatened by Zhao Chun, Yaoshi instantly became obedient. He felt aggrieved but also a little confused. If Yang Yin carried me here to prevent me from escaping, then why did he carry Zhao Chun as well? It can't be. However, before Yaoshi could come up with anything, Yang Yin had already brought the two of them safely onto the train. Yaoshi immediately closed his eyes and muttered something. Nothing strange happened. It seemed that the sky just brightened a little, and then the train they were originally jumping over is gone. Yaoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the spell worked fine. Otherwise, the two of them might think she was lying to them and kill her out of anger. Yaoshi said, "We are back to the real world now. Let's get off and get on the train." Yaoshi was still a little uncomfortable with the wind on the train. No, don't go down. If you go down, won't you have to pay the fare?" Zhao Chun hurriedly stopped him. Yaoshi was a little confused. "So we just sit on the train?" Yang Yin also looked at Zhao Chun with some confusion. "Listen to me. If we get off, first of all, will they be surprised to see a few more people on the bus?" Zhao Chun explained. "Also, if I buy a ticket, do I need my identity information? Wouldn't that expose it?" "Seems like that makes some fucking sense." Zhao Chun took out 2 painted skins from his storage space. They were props that Lao Li had specially prepared for this mission. "Brother Yang, before we came here, Lao Li prepared new identities for us and asked us to escape with the new identities if the mission is completed. Zhao Chun handed one of the painted skins and visa information to Yang Yan. Yang Yan was a little surprised, and the national essence came out instantly. Fuck, Lao Li is really shady. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Zhao Chun smiled awkwardly. If we had taken it out earlier, it would have been a disaster if we were discovered. It's just right to use it now. Their surveillance satellites are probably showing our current appearance. It will be convenient for us to take a plane back after we change our faces. Well, what about me? Yao Shi asked softly from the side. Zhao Chun almost forgot about this beautiful and charming traitor. Your visa is definitely invalid. The United States will most likely check our information at the airport. Zhao Chun scratched his head. Damn it, the mission is stuck here. Yang Yan glanced at Yao Shi thoughtfully. Suddenly, Yang Yan stuffed the painted skin in his hand into Yao Shi's hand and said, "Try wearing this painted skin." Yang Yan ordered. Yao Shi didn't quite understand what Yang Yan meant. Your figure doesn't look like a qualified woman at all. Put on this painted skin and big framed glasses. Wear some thick clothes and you'll look real. Yang Yan said. Hey, that's too much. Prisoners also have dignity. Okay. It's okay if you say I'm a traitor. I really can't accept it if you say I'm average. However, just before Yao Shi was about to get angry, a murderous aura like a cold wind in the dead of winter reached her crown. Hiss. She almost forgot that this person was a murderer without blinking an eye. Okay. Yao Shi accepted this unequal treaty with tears in his eyes. Taking the painted skin, Yao Shi put it on reluctantly. However, after Yao Shi put on the painted skin, both Zhao Chun and Yang Yan were surprised. The two were surprisingly compatible. Yang Yan looked at Zhao Chun with some concern. Zhao Chun naturally understood what he meant instantly and patted Yang Yan on the back with a laugh to tell him not to worry. Yang Yan nodded and glanced at Yao Shi, who was looking at himself in the mirror with a miserable face, to confirm that this person had no intention of rebelling. Zhao Chun looked at Yang Yan again and said, "Brother Yang, what about you?" Yang Yan laughed loudly. "Brother, don't worry about me. The United States is my base camp. I haven't been back to see my old friends for a long time. When you go back, just tell Lao Li that I left early." Zhao Chun nodded, turned around, and asked Yao Shi, who was struggling with the fact that he had become a man, "Where's our final destination? Where can we get directly to the airport?" Yang Yan and Zhao Chun separated as soon as they got off the train. Yang Yan went to find his old friend with a familiar look on his face, while Zhao Chun and Yao Shi, with faces that were unfamiliar to themselves, hailed a taxi at the intersection and went to the airport to take a plane. What's quite interesting is that when Zhao Chun and Yao Shi were about to board the plane, they noticed a commotion at the airport gate, as if someone was preventing passengers from buying tickets and boarding. Unfortunately, Zhao Chun and Yao Shi had already boarded the flight from Alaska to Seattle. After getting off the flight, the two of them didn't waste any time and transferred to Hong Kong again. When the plane landed in the motherland, Zhao Chun sighed that he had truly accomplished his mission. No matter how far the dog claws of the beautiful country stretch out, they can never reach the territory of our mighty, great China. Zhao Chun was truly free to do whatever he wanted at this moment. The two of them took off the masks they had been wearing all day and first had a hearty meal in a Shandong restaurant to fill their empty stomachs and hearts. Zhao Chun drank the hot soup in big gulps, while Yao Shi ate the dishes in small and gentle bites. It seemed that she had returned to the way she was when Zhao Chun first saw her. Even though they ate the food in small bites, those with less food were still quite fast. The two of them kept eating for 3 full hours. Probably because they were almost full from eating and drinking, Zhao Chun called the waiter to settle the bill. In Hong Kong, payment methods are quite convenient. People from the mainland pay with Daxia currency, people from the United States pay with Franklin, locals pay with Hong Kong currency, or even English currency. Basically, all larger stores will accept Western European currency. Normally, larger stores will not take advantage of customers. They will simply exchange the money according to the current market price and rarely charge a handling fee. But if it is a smaller store, they will first cheat you by using a non-conventional currency, exchanging it at a slightly lower exchange rate, and then charge you a handling fee. In conclusion, the rich can ignore it, but those who are stingy are better off exchanging it for Hong Kong currency. After the waiter left, Zhao Chun sat leisurely with his thighs crossed and picked his teeth. Yao Shi, who was standing by, saw that there was no one around, so he quickly came over and asked quietly, You're not going to hand me in, are you?" Zhao Chun looked puzzled, very confused about what the woman meant, and replied, "What are you talking about, my partner? Didn't we just work together and finally get the nuclear bomb of the United States after overcoming many difficulties? Chapter 96 Come and receive the nuclear bomb." What did you say?" Zhao Chun's answer made Yao Shi a little confused. She didn't understand how she suddenly became his partner. Wasn't I forced to return to Daxia? Zhao Chun had a relieved expression on his face. What's wrong? Do you want to continue to live a dodgy life after returning to Daxia? Besides, the higher-ups will definitely find out when we come back. If that's the case, then why should I ask you to hide? You still have to work hard for me. Anyway, no one knows what's going on in the United States. I said that you helped me get the nuclear bomb, so you have made a great contribution. Zhao Qin smiled, revealing his white teeth. Yao Shi nodded as if he understood, and then asked, Then, what should we do now? Since you are living under someone else's roof, you must be aware of the fact that you are living under someone else's roof. She shouldn't have her own unique ideas. She should take the initiative to ask the Lord for everything. Ahem, well, benefactor. She should take the initiative to ask the benefactor who spared her life. Zhao Qin laughed loudly upon hearing this and replied, If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes. We have made such great contributions to the country. We must return with a swagger. Does it mean that if we return to our country, we will have to pay for our return trip ourselves? Zhao Qin smiled. Do you know why I want to fly directly to Hong Kong instead of Beijing? Zhao Qin asked. Yao Shi cooperated and shook his head, looking confused. Zhao Qin smiled and turned around, looking towards the sea not far away. You should know that I hijacked an aircraft carrier from the United States a few months ago. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. Although I brought such a big welcome gift package to my motherland, I ended up being taken to the capital for interrogation. Yao Shi didn't expect Zhao Qin to say this to him. However, Yao Shi looked incredulous. What Zhao Qin meant was that he stole the Ford-class aircraft carrier of the United States. Wasn't that a special mission assigned by the country? Oh shit. Zhao Qin continued. We have several trucks loaded with nuclear bombs this time. All the island soldiers must take them back with them. The island province is celebrating the annual Inspectorate Day. On this day, the chief inspector of the island province will attend the meeting and conduct a 110 live call in front of many media. This live broadcast is only to prove to the citizens that the inspectors will take every call from the public seriously. The meeting soon ended, and Du Haojia, the chief inspector of the island province, was being interviewed by the media. In our island province, the overall crime rate has improved significantly and declined due to our hard work in the previous year. The daily 110 call rate has also dropped from an average of 4,932 calls per day last year to an average of 3,249 calls per day this year. This is cause for celebration. There was warm applause at the scene. Du Haojia pressed his hands down, indicating that he should continue speaking. Today, in front of all our media friends, we are going to conduct a live 110 call center operation. In order to integrate into the internet, the Haidao Inspectorate official account and Daodu account will broadcast the call center live. Okay, without further ado, let's welcome today's live call-in event. There was warm applause again at the scene. Soon, the live broadcast began. All the cameras turned to a female inspector who looked to be around 30 years old, spoke sweetly, and was wearing a police uniform. The phone rang. Hello, this is the 110 hotline. How can I help you? Because it was a live broadcast, the phone was in hands-free mode. Hello, is this 110? My dog is missing. Can you help me find my dog? A child's voice came from the phone, and the operator's face froze slightly. Usually, there were many similar calls, but this time it was a live broadcast. At least don't be too perfunctory. Okay, kid, tell me where you live and I'll ask the inspector to help you find the dog. The operator's sweet and gentle voice immediately made the audience in front of the screen brush 666. I live in a residential complex with many buildings, the child replied. The operator still had a sweet smile on her face. Just as the operator was about to ask for more details, a scolding voice came over the phone. Ming Ming, what are you doing with my phone? Beep, beep, the phone is hung up. The operator put down the phone and continued to face the live camera with a smile on her face. Ha 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 ha. I can feel that the operator is having a hard time. It turns out that 110 operators not only have to answer homicide cases every day, but also have to deal with children's torment. Respect. The young lady's voice is so nice. Can we leave a private WeChat? I'm a woman too. At this time, the phone rang again, and the operator quickly greeted the camera. Another call has come in. Let's take the next police call. Hello, this is the 110 hotline. How can I help you? The operator's sweet voice stimulated the old perverts in front of the screen and made them ready to make a move. Hello, is this 110? I suspect my husband is cheating on me. He's been working overtime and coming home late lately. I think he must have someone else outside. Can you help me investigate my husband? A rough female voice came from the phone. Putting aside the voice, the purpose of the call was just. The operator still answered politely. Hello, ma'am. I'm sorry I can't help you. I suggest you ask your husband about this. It might just be a misunderstanding. If you still have doubts, you can ask a private detective to investigate. There was a dissatisfied voice on the other end of the phone. You don't care about this? What do you inspectors do for a living? We taxpayers work hard to pay taxes to support you. But you don't even help with this? Don't you want to pay a private detective? With a click, the rough woman hung up the phone. This time the operator pursed her lips slightly. If it wasn't a live broadcast, she would have said a few words at least. Wow, my lovely operator sister is being bullied. Wow, is this woman mentally retarded? Her husband cheated on her, and she asked the inspector to come to her house to take care of her during the confinement period. So calls to the police are so inappropriate. I feel so sorry for my sister. Chief Inspector Du Haojia came over and whispered to the operator to comfort him, then signaled him to continue. The operator nodded, smiled, and said he was fine. It's really nothing. As a switchboard operator, I have received all kinds of weird calls. Some said they were going to rob a bank. Some said they had blown up the U.S. Treasury and needed support. And a few days ago, there was a madman who asked whether he needed a visa to return to the United States in a U.S. fighter jet. In short, there are all kinds of weird things. But today is a live broadcast, and so many people are watching her that she is not quite used to it. At this time, the phone rang again. The operator cleared his throat, confirmed that there was no problem, and connected the call. Hello, this is the 110 hotline. How can I help you? The operator's voice was still sweet. Hello, Inspector, is that you? I need your help. Is that okay? There was a young man's voice on the other end of the phone. He spoke slowly and calmly, full of magnetic charm, which was very comfortable to listen to. The operator sighed, finally receiving a serious call. Of course, sir. How can we help you? The operator asked excitedly. This was finally a chance for them to experience the role of inspectors in front of millions of netizens. I just hijacked a batch of the United States' latest test explosion thermonuclear warheads, B-47 Galaxy. They are now on the freighter I rented. Can you arrange for someone to come and receive them? Chapter 97, There is only one brother Zhao. I didn't hear it clearly. Could you please say it again? The female operator was a little confused. She certainly heard what Zhao Chen said just now, but she couldn't accept how someone could tease the inspector so seriously. It's still live streaming. Well, what I mean is, I just hijacked a batch of the United States' latest test explosion thermonuclear warheads, B-47 Galaxy. I'm putting them on the freighter I rented. Can you arrange for someone to come and receive them? Zhao Chen really thought that the operator didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again. I still feel sad that the level of today's inspector operators needs to be improved. The operator tried hard to control her emotions in front of the camera. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, trying not to be angry. Then she gave the camera a forced smile. Well, sir, stealing is immoral and illegal in our country. Even stealing from other countries is illegal. I think that stealing the nuclear bomb from the United States is not only illegal, but may also affect the friendly exchanges between our two countries. I suggest that you stop stealing and return the nuclear bomb. The operator almost fainted from anger after saying this. She really couldn't understand it. Only 5 minutes had passed in this short half-hour call. Why did these weirdos choose to call when the media and Daodu were broadcasting live? Several major media outlets are filming, and millions of netizens are watching. If you don't behave well, you'll be on the news tomorrow. Stay calm. Stay calm. There are too many fools. You must control your expression and emotions. Zhao Chun on the other end of the phone was also stunned and pondered for a moment. Well, are you sure? But it's too dangerous to send it over now. The whole United States is hunting me. I also got the launcher here. How about I send it back directly? The operator smiled happily when she heard this and continued to communicate with Zhao Chun while suppressing her temper. No problem, sir. I suggest you bomb downtown New York, as well as places like Washington, Los Angeles, and other places with fewer expatriates. If you steal enough nuclear bombs, it doesn't matter if you bomb the entire United States. After saying that, the operator hung up the phone. She couldn't help wanting to say something about Chinese culture to this brain-dead user, so she hung up the phone in time to prevent herself from exploding. The operator in the camera looks angry and so cute. Ha 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 ha, the operator is so cute. The guy who called is so abominable. How could he tease my cute operator like this? Thanks to this brother's teasing, I can now see the lovely side of the little sister. A few days ago, I heard someone called the police to bring back a U.S. bomber. Today, someone said in a live broadcast that they brought back a U.S. nuclear bomb. Do you have to be so arrogant? They are all talented. Beautiful country. You guys are making me lose face. It's okay to take away the planes and aircraft carriers, but you even want to take away my nuclear bombs. I suggest you trace back based on the phone calls to find out what the intentions of those who called to cause trouble are. Maybe we can find out that the phone is located in a mental hospital? Is there a possibility that what he said is actually true? Ha 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 ha. Has the person above read too many novels? How could anyone possibly accomplish such a thing? But the one who kidnapped a whole ship of people and returned on an aircraft carrier. There is only one brother Zhao, unless the man who said he stole the nuclear bomb is also named Zhao. Yao looked at Zhao Chun, who was looking at the phone with a complicated expression and roughly guessed what was going on. Were you considered a troublemaker? Although Zhao Chen's attitude towards her had softened a lot, Yaoshi was still very cautious when talking to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chen scratched his ears, not quite understanding, and asked, "Did I say that in a joking tone just now? Why did she think I was making trouble?" Zhao Chen felt that what he said was very serious, very serious. Besides, whether you believe it or not, at least send someone to take a look. Why did you just hang up my phone like that? Could it be that because I just said that we stole a lot of goods from the United States, they think we are not good people, so they don't come to see us? Zhao Chen asked Yaoshi. Yaoshi didn't say anything, but thought to himself, what you said is too outrageous. If they really think you are a bad person, the inspectors will come and arrest you directly. No, this time you come to fight. Change the lines. You can say you are from the nuclear bomb laboratory in Hong Kong, and you have developed a 48 million ton nuclear bomb. Now it is given to the country. Please send someone to receive it. A nuclear bomb laboratory? Is there really such a laboratory? Yaoshi was a little crazy. She couldn't quite understand the actions of this cheap boss. Yaoshi looked at Zhao Chun in disbelief, but Zhao Chun didn't look joking at all. What the hell? Is this a bad idea? Why not just hand the nuclear bomb to your boss? Why call 110? And I have to fight. Hurry up and hit me. Seeing Yaoshi standing there in a daze, Zhao Chun felt a little unhappy. Why are you staring at me instead of doing your job as a little girl? You have no shame. Haven't you seen enough on the way back? Oh, my charm that has nowhere to go. After receiving the phone, Yaoshi pressed 110 with great embarrassment. Well, because the information explosion is quite serious now, there are indeed many people who have nothing to do and will choose to call the police to report some incredible things in order to enhance their sense of existence in this world. This is all very normal, don't think it's strange. But I believe that after the first few frivolous reports, the next few calls will definitely be from people who are truly in need. The operator had just finished interacting with the family members on the live broadcast. Okay, let me take the next citizen's report. The operator heard the phone in front of him ring again. Hello, this is the 110 hotline. How can I help you? The operator still received the call with a sweet voice. And a sweet echo came from the phone. Hello. I need your help here. Yaoshi's voice is indeed very pleasant, barely matching her beautiful face. The wolves in the live broadcast room immediately swiped 666. This time it was a young lady. What did she want when she called 110? Okay, no problem. Please tell me. We will definitely provide you with the help you need. The operator replied gently. Well, I'm an employee of a nuclear bomb research institute in Hong Kong. Our Professor Zhao has just developed a 48 million ton nuclear bomb. Professor Zhao said that he has given it to the country and asked the country to send someone to receive it. Chapter 98, Lonely as Snow. The live broadcast room is lively again. Ha 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 ha. The guy who stole the nuclear bomb found a cover? And she's a gentle and lovely girl. How do you know it's gentle and cute? Maybe it's a voice changer? I'm guessing that after this call is hung up, there will be a third call later, until the inspectors can no longer bear it and send police. Did you notice the details? Professor Zhao, could it be that the man who just called was named Zhao? Surname Zhao? Could it be? Brother Zhao? Miss, what is your relationship with that gentleman? We are broadcasting live now. Please don't come over and disturb us. Okay. The operator was a little angry. Although he knew it was a live broadcast, he still couldn't help but scold the other party. He also emphasized that entertainment has its limits and that the inspector should not be played with again and again. This seriously affected the inspector's credibility in the hearts of the people. Live broadcast. Zhao Chun on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard that the call was being broadcast live. Hang up quickly. Zhao Chun just wanted to tease the inspector. If someone really came to pick him up, that would be even better. He didn't want to let everyone in the city know that he stole the nuclear bomb. Beep, beep, beep. The operator heard the call end sound, and the man's voice that just flashed by seemed to be the man who called last time and said that he had stolen the United States nuclear bomb. The operator just felt so tired. Modern people still eat too much. Ha 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 ha. I recognized that man's voice just now. He's the one who called me just now. He really did find someone to help him. He doesn't even know that this is a live broadcast. Isn't he just trying to attract attention? Who knows? Maybe he just wanted to have fun with the inspector because he was feeling inferior, but when he found out it was a live broadcast, he got so scared that his hands started shaking and he quickly hung up the phone. I didn't expect him to be such a wimp. He's still talking about stealing the nuclear bombs from the United States? What a joke. He's such a fool, but he already has a girlfriend. It makes me cry. It was reported by the people upstairs. He is now in the hospital. I just remembered that I'm single and now I'm in the late stages of depression. Didn't you notice? The girl's voice was very strange, as if she was coerced. What the hell? Could it be? Let her. As the floor became more and more crooked, the operator became speechless. She was just about to say something to the audience to ease the atmosphere, when suddenly, Chief Inspector Du Haojia came over and gestured to take care of the rest. The operator quickly gave up his seat to Boss Du. Du Haojia nodded to the operator, motioning for you to go over and take a rest. Du Haojia then turned the camera to himself and said, "Hello everyone. I am Du Haojia from the Inspection Bureau of Haidao Province. I will continue the 110 call center live broadcast for everyone." Oh, it seems that Director Du is angry because people keep making trouble, so he goes on stage himself. Let's see who dares to do anything else. Director Du is so awesome. Director Du is so handsome. Director Du is really worried about his subordinates being bullied. The young lady looks like the type who will just take it all. But I feel relieved now that Director Du has taken over. What are you relieved about? If Director Du takes over, won't there be any idiots calling to harass us? Haha, Director Du will make them regret making this call. Looking at the unanimous praise for himself in the live broadcast room, Du Haojia smiled with satisfaction. He knew that this was the prestige he had accumulated over the past few years. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Who in this small island province doesn't know the great reputation of Du Haojia? If someone doesn't know, then this person must be a good citizen who always abides by the law and should be awarded a Good Citizen Award. On the cargo ship, Zhao Chun sighed in frustration and said, "I can't pretend anymore. I'll just call the commander and ask him to send someone to pick me up. Really, now that I have lost the opportunity to show off in front of such a good person, how can I let the higher-ups see my value and add to my military rank? Life is lonely like snow." Yao Shi had never seen Zhao Chen so depressed before. Just as he was about to make a joke, he was instantly stopped by Zhao Chen's next words. "Commander, report directly to the commander. There are only a few commanders in the entire daxia, and the commander has a very high status in daxia." Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. She had originally estimated his level to be high enough in her mind, but she didn't expect that she still underestimated him. Anyone who can be directly supervised by the commander must be a high-ranking official. Yao Shi leaned over awkwardly and asked a little sheepishly, "What is your rank in the army?" Yao Shi wanted to know the background of the man in front of him. Although he was now trapped in his hands, if he was powerful enough, he would not seem so bad, right? Zhao Chen dialed Li Daoguo depressedly and replied, "I don't know. Maybe I'll be a major general when I return. If I'm lucky, I can be a lieutenant general." Ignoring Yao Shi's stunned expression, Zhao Chen's call went through. "Hello? Is this Zhao Chen?" Li Daoguo's majestic voice came from the phone. "Hey, Commander Li, it's me. Zhao Chen replied quickly. "Where are you now? I heard that the United States is in chaos recently. Did you know that all airports have been suspended?" There was obvious excitement in Li Daoguo's voice. Since Zhao Chen took the initiative to call, there shouldn't be any problem with security. The United States is in a mess and no one knows what happened. Li Daoguo feels that it is most likely that Zhao Chen succeeded. "Oh, is that so? I didn't know. I've already stayed in Hong Kong for a night," Zhao Chen said carelessly. Li Daoguo was silent for a while, and then a middle-aged man's voice came. "You came back yesterday? Why didn't you contact us yesterday? How did you complete your mission?" The middle-aged man made 3 consecutive death sounds. Zhao Chen recognized it. It was the middle-aged man who could help him apply for the rank of lieutenant general, the middle-aged man who looked elegant but was actually a bastard and exuded a domineering aura. "Hello, Mr. Lieutenant General. I just came back last night. Please let me have some rest. The mission was completed successfully, no? It was completed in excess. Please send someone to pick us up as soon as possible. We have rented a cargo ship and are sailing on the road from Hong Kong to the island." Zhao Chen explained. "Indeed, we were already escaping against time in the United States, and now that we are finally back, we must take a good rest before completing the mission, right?" The middle-aged man was also silent for a moment. "Tell me your location, as well as the color and model of your cargo ship." Although the middle-aged man was a little depressed, he still couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Chapter 99, Boiling. After Lu Jinyun hung up the phone, he was in a dilemma. "Colonel Lu, what's wrong? Didn't Zhao Chen say that the mission was completed in excess?" Commander Li didn't quite understand why Staff Officer Liu was so excited just now. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Lu Jinyun smiled and said that it was okay, and said, Zhao Chun and his men are now heading to the island from Xiangjiang, but there are no troops stationed on the island. The nearest garrison is 4 or 5 hours away from them. Although I can arrange for the garrison troops to meet them on the shore, I am not sure about this. I just want to get someone to pick them up as quickly as possible so that I can put this idea into practice. Lu Jinyun explained. Li Daoguo laughed, patted Lu Jinyun on the shoulder, and said, What's the big deal? The military and the police are one family. Since the garrison troops can't go there immediately, why don't we contact the inspectors on the island and go there by boat to protect them when they get ashore? What? The inspector isn't a soldier? Li Daoguo made a joke. Lu Jinyun patted his head and replied, Old people are always wise. You pointed it out right away. I'll contact you right away. You must go there to escort them as quickly as possible. This matter cannot be delayed. Li Daoguo reminded. Of course, I know the limits. The live broadcast room of the island inspector is in full swing with live calls. Du Haojie answered several calls reporting crimes. For those who received serious reports, Du Haojie cut the Gordian knot and immediately arranged for his subordinates to go out on the police rush. There was a call similar to the previous one, also just to cause trouble. Du Haojie didn't say anything and asked the backend to retrieve the phone address and invite this guy to the police station for tea. Netizens were also amazed by Du Haojie's domineering performance. Awesome. This is the backbone of the people. The people's umbrella of protection. Seeing that there is such a hero where I live, I dare not go out at night. You can go out anytime upstairs. I'm just afraid that no one will scare you. But you scare others. In addition to the locals watching the live broadcast, many people from Daxia who were not in other places did not swipe away immediately after watching the live broadcast. Instead, they stopped with interest to watch Du Haojie's domineering performance in answering calls. I really envy the island for having such a handsome and domineering protector. I really hope that our Su province can also do this kind of live broadcast. It's so interesting. I am the Zhejiang province's appeal. Let's do it together. Zhiyo Wagan Kai Chu Kanxingren. Learn more, see more, and surpass more. I cast 3 votes in the 3 northeastern provinces and strongly urge the government to learn from this. Dog head saves life. How come the head of the Guangdong provincial government is not a 2000s generation? Sichuan and Chongqing provinces strongly demand a handover. Du Haojie discovered that the popularity and number of viewers in the live broadcast room soared to the top of the same category rankings in just a few minutes. Nearly 10 million people across the country are watching. It's a big hit. Watching the number of people coming into the live broadcast room, the growing crowd, and the countless gifts, Du Haojie felt relieved and continued to connect the lines even more diligently, wanting to give these last 10 minutes a perfect ending. Just as Du Haojie finished interacting with the live audience, saying that this was an official account and that no one needed to give gifts, and was about to answer the next police call, the operator suddenly ran in from a distance with a phone in his hand. Du Haojie's originally calm expression suddenly changed color, and he said angrily, Didn't I make a rule that everyone's phones must be muted during the live broadcast? Du Haojie has a square face, and he looks even more majestic when he is angry. The operator wiped the sweat from his head from running all the way here in a hurry and explained, Director, it's a call from above. It's urgent. As he spoke, he kept blinking his eyes, hoping that the director could understand what he meant. Even if the call comes from above, we can't break the rules. Now is the time for live call. Du Haojie was very dissatisfied. It was live broadcast now. Millions of eyes were watching. If he ignored the people's lives and answered the phone to take care of his own private affairs, wouldn't he be stabbed in the back? The operator was very embarrassed. He really wanted to tell the director that the call was connected. Du Haojie, are you fucking planning a rebellion? An irritable and angry roar from a middle-aged man came from the phone. Everyone present realized that the phone was on speakerphone. Du Haojie's face turned pale. What the hell? Minister, I'm here. Please give me your instructions. Du Haojie quickly stood up and took the phone and winked at the operator next to him to indicate that he would be responsible for the rest of the calls. The operator understood immediately and immediately sat down to answer the phone for the routine questions. However, the focus at this time is still on Du Haojie's phone call. Damn you, Du Haojie. I called you more than a dozen times, but you didn't answer. What the hell do you use this phone for? Do you know that I almost took your job away from you? Du Haojie almost died on the spot when he heard the voice. He stood at attention and took the beating. His expression was quite bitter. He never expected that it was his immediate superior, the director of the inspection department, who called to scold him personally. Hurry up and take your people to the waters of Zhongdao to pick up a cargo ship. I've sent you the appearance and location of the cargo ship. The owner of the cargo ship is surnamed Zhao. Take as many people as you can. No matter what, you must ensure the safety of the people and cargo on board. Once you have escorted the cargo ship to the shore, the military district's people will be there soon. Hand the cargo and people over to them. Don't waste time, do it right now. Also, remember to keep it secret. This is top secret. The middle-aged man's irritable voice on the phone was transmitted far away through the speakerphone, not to mention the media and Dowdo live broadcasts that were nearby. As for confidentiality, before Du Haojie could say anything, he heard a beeping sound on the other end of the phone and hung up bitterly. Du Haojie suddenly realized that everyone at the scene, except the operator who was answering the phone, was looking at him in disbelief. What are you looking at? Get to work, everyone follow me. Du Haojie shouted. The deputy director asked in embarrassment. Director, this live broadcast. Du Haojie's eyes suddenly widened in shock. I just felt the world spinning. It's fucked. Why is the live broadcast still on? Turn it off. Turn it off quickly. Du Haojie roared. But now the number of people online is almost 20 million, which has broken Dowdo's record of simultaneous online live broadcasts. The deputy director was a little embarrassed. Of course, completing the task was important, but the popularity of this live broadcast. After all, such high popularity is rare. Du Haojie had no intention of discussing the matter with anyone. He picked up his hat and patted the deputy director's fat head hard. What the hell is this time? Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret. Top secret. I'm screwed. Hurry up and follow them. If anything goes wrong, we'll all be sinners of the country. Live broadcast room closed. At the same time, Daxiao Network is in a frenzy. Chapter 100. Trying to be a hegemon and looking forward to the glory of Shuangguan. On the sea, on a cargo ship, Zhao Chun leaned on Yao Shi's long legs, enjoying the salty sea breeze, waiting for Mr. Li to send someone to take over. Yao Shi was initially resistant to Zhao Chen's insistence on using his thigh as a pillow, but when he saw Zhao Chen's inexplicable smirk, Yao Shi remembered his own situation. Little prisoners have no human rights. Just use it as a pillow as long as you don't go too far. Looking at the 4 large army green pickup trucks behind him, Yao Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Nuclear bomb. It was because of this nuclear bomb that he was sent out to chase Zhao Chun, and the result? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he was a prisoner, but at least he was captured. As for Julie, who had a good relationship with her in the Blue Storm, I'm afraid she has drunk Mengpa soup and been reincarnated. I wonder if foreigners are also under the jurisdiction of the King of Hell, or the legendary god of death, Satan? Speaking of Satan, Yao Shi trembled unnaturally. When chatting with Zhao Chun on the plane back, Yao Shi learned that the man with him was the legendary leader of the 10 demons of Inferno, Hades. It is also a synonym for Satan. Yao Shi didn't believe it at first, but when she went back to the Blue Storm's internal website and found the front picture of the demon leader, he is 80 similar to that man, and if you factor in the 6 years between the time in the picture and reality, it is basically certain that Zhao Chun was not bragging. When Yao Shi thought about how he and Julie had actually attacked Satan and his companions, he felt a sense of mockery and despair in his heart. The mockery was naturally directed at little kids like himself and Julie who were sharpening their knives against death. Despair is remembering that after Julie transformed, she still couldn't escape and was killed instantly. Fortunately, the man in front of me saved me. Yao Shi figured it out. Under the circumstances at that time, Hades could easily kill both of them with one sword. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's dissuasion, there would be no chance of him surviving. He might have some talent in formation, but in the face of true power, he was as pale as a piece of thin paper that could be torn with a single poke. And Zhao Chun. It is possible to carry out missions together with the god of death. Yao Shi looked at the man in front of her who was humming a song leisurely while resting his head on her thighs. She admitted that she had great doubts about him. This man seemed like a huge mystery, big enough to trap everyone who tried to understand him. Even though Yao Shi still had fear of this man in her heart, she knew that she seemed to be trapped. Zhao Chun was hummingly buys. After the chaos and separation, the grace of heaven flows to Yelong. Recalling the old days, I wrote this poem to give to Wei Taisho Liangzai of Jiangxia. I just hummed the 6th line. Try to understand the strategy of the Overlord, and hope to be honored with a crown and a throne. What I mean is that I once studied the Overlord strategy, hoping to achieve success and return home in glory. Isn't it exactly the same as the current situation? Although he did not learn any hegemonic strategies, he used his own intelligence and wisdom to successfully bring nuclear peace to the motherland. This can definitely be considered as a successful return home in glory. I don't know how I will be praised after I return. One cannot be too dazzling. I have to share some of the credit. Just enough to be a lieutenant general. I don't know if the total amount of credit is enough. Beep, 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 beep. Just when Zhao Chun was daydreaming. Suddenly, the cargo ship was surrounded by speedboats and ferries. A huge shout came from the ferry loudspeaker. Listen, ships ahead. This is Dasha Waters. Please give up resistance and show us your sailing permit. Listen, ships ahead. This is Dasha Waters. Please give up resistance and show us your sailing permit. Listen, ships ahead. This is Dasha Waters. Please give up resistance and show us your sailing permit. Yaoshi was panicked by the scene before him. Giving up resistance? What happened? And judging from the situation, was he blocked by someone? Zhao Qin's neck was hit by the sudden jolting of his long legs. He stood up leisurely, shook Yaoshi's nervous little hand, and said, "It's just a small scene, don't be afraid." Compared to the last declaration on the bomber, this time it's obviously much gentler. Okay. Zhao Qin climbed onto the bow and waved at the largest ferry in front of him. Hey, this is it. What they just said was the code word agreed upon by Zhao Qin and Li Daoguo. As long as someone said this sentence 3 times in a row, it would prove that their people had arrived. The surrounding ships that originally did not dare to approach immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they saw someone waving and called on each other to send people onto the cargo ship. Du Haojie walked in the front, striding towards everyone with great momentum. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Du Haojie actually still didn't know the specific situation, and his superiors didn't tell him. He only knew that his superiors required that the people and goods on the cargo ship be protected and arrive at the port safely at all costs. Zhao Qin nodded, but did not speak first. Instead, he looked at the uniforms worn by the people around him and asked in confusion, "Why are you the only ones here? Shouldn't the military be here to pick them up?" Du Haojie instantly raised the status of the person in front of him a little higher. It seemed that a small inspector like him was lower than the other person's status when he came to pick up the ship. However, Du Haojie never provokes others casually when faced with an unknown situation. He answered honestly, "The military has already rushed to the port. When our ship arrives at the port, they will be able to receive us as soon as possible." Zhao Qin looked at the sea. Oh, yes, he came from the south. He could just call the planes and ships there. There was land nearby, so it was not convenient for the army to come. So the inspectors came to run errands first. "Thank you for your help, Inspector Uncle." Zhao Qin showed a sunny smile and thanked Du Haojie. Du Haojie quickly smiled and waved his hand to show that he was being polite. Du Haojie then looked around and saw no threats. After confirming that everything was fine, he took his leave and quickly called his immediate superior to report that he was safe. The minister knew that the group was already protecting the cargo ship to the port, and his originally irritable mood gradually eased. Finally, he emphasized, "If you, Director Du, don't answer the phone again, just throw it away. You're just treating Chun Chun like a decoration." Soon, the group brought the cargo ship where Zhao Chun was to the port. The 3rd Squadron, which was stationed at the port, spotted this group of strange ships at the first opportunity and waited on the shore early on. The equipment is also very complete. After picking up Zhao Chun and Yao Shi, everyone first used a large crane to lift the large truck onto an even larger loader. Then the group left the alley in a grand manner. A group of onlookers at the port were chatting with each other. A businessman from Sichuan and Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what big event has happened again. Chapter 101 Not Good. Capital. Zhao Chun now deeply regrets flying from Seattle to Hong Kong just to show off. He thought that the car that came to pick him up would be either a luxury Lincoln suite or a large truck for family travel. The result is a simple big truck. Along the way, Zhao Chun and Yao Shi were like cargo, swaying along with several large trucks, rushing from the island to the capital city, traveling all the way without any rest. If I didn't need to get off the bus occasionally to take care of some physiological needs, I might have been able to reach the capital in 2 days and 2 nights. The soldiers are still strong. After returning to the capital, I must take care of my crappy physique. Zhao Chun muttered to himself. Finally, at noon on the 3rd day, when Zhao Chun was woken up for the 14th time by the car, while resting his head on Yao Shi's big white legs, Yao Shi whispered in his ear, "We're getting there." It was still the familiar little mound, the military base where Commander Li from the capital was located. Li Daoguo, Long Chengwu, Wang Yaojun, and even the lieutenant general with an elegant voice and a domineering aura. They were all waiting in front of the base for Zhao Qin's kingly return. Zhao Chun was reminded by Yao Shi that they were about to arrive, and he also felt the car gradually slowing down. He stretched out his hand to rub his still sleepy eyes and said unhappily, "This comrade prepared too hastily. He should have at least prepared a bed. He has been sleeping here for 2 days. It's so fucking depressing." Zhao Chun and Yao Shi were huddled in a space of only 5 square meters. They could barely stretch their bodies, let alone sleep comfortably. It was our fault this time, our great hero. Suddenly, Li Daoguo's smiling voice came from under the stopped car. As soon as Zhao Chun heard the familiar voice, his sleepiness disappeared immediately. Quickly sit up and prepare to get off the bus. Mr. Li, how can I let you come and pick me up in person? Zhao Chun jumped out of the car with Yao Shi, and while expressing his emotion, he gestured to Yao Shi to salute Mr. Li. It was only then that Zhao Chun noticed that there were several people beside Commander Li. Wow, I didn't pay much attention when I was on the bus, but I didn't expect that there were old friends under the bus. Mr. Li, Staff Officer Long, Major General Wang. This Major General Wang's expression doesn't look very good. How did I offend him? And the big guy who promised to help me apply for Lieutenant General if I complete the task is also here. It's quite lively. Are all the people standing at the door here to pick me up? Zhao Chun asked knowingly. Hee. This sentence left everyone at a loss as to how to respond. Li Daoguo was still very experienced. He pulled Zhao Chun closer and asked quietly, You kid, we regretted it after you left for this mission. The mission is too difficult, and it is easy for you to be trapped in the enemy camp and unable to get out. Originally, I just wanted you to come back safely. I didn't expect that you contacted us before I contacted you. But seeing that your nose is pointing upwards, has the mission been accomplished? Li Daoguo looked at Zhao Chun with hopeful eyes and glanced at the stunningly beautiful Miss Yao Shi beside Zhao Chun. He did not ask about the woman's background, nor did he ask where Yang Yin had gone. Zhao Chun chuckled and pointed at the trucks pulling behind him. Commander, I brought all the things to you, but they are all locked. It's up to you to figure out how to open them. Zhao Chun smiled. And my friend, she played an indispensable role in getting this nuclear bomb this time. When Zhao Chun mentioned the contribution, he did not forget to give a compliment to his newly recruited younger brother. It's just a little bit of nonsense, so just give it to me. Looking at the girl that Zhao Chun pushed out, Li Daoguo already understood in his mind. Don't worry, the country will not forget any meritorious official. After saying that, Li Daoguo took Zhao Chun and Yao Shi into the military base. Wang Yaojun, who was standing next to him, looked at Zhao Chun who had come in with the commander. His face was so angry that it looked like he was about to burst into flames. This bastard, he can bring a woman back after going out. He thinks he is so great just because he has some ability. Don't even think about touching my daughter. Forget it. It is obvious that Wang Yaojun doesn't think Yao Shi is much better looking than her daughter. Long Chengwu asked carefully and concernedly, Yaojun, why do you look so bad? Did you not sleep well last night? As soon as Zhao Chun came back, he didn't ask for anything and took Yao Shi to the military district canteen for a big meal. Because it happened to be lunchtime, such a magical scene appeared in the military canteen. The commander-in-chief of the capital, Li Daoguo, as well as Major General Wang Yaojun, Lieutenant General Lu Jinyun, and Staff Officer Long Chengwu were having dinner with a young couple. Staff Officer Long Chengwu actually prepared meals for the young man himself. The four big guys chatted and talked throughout the whole process. Among them, the young man was chatting and laughing with the four big guys while eating, very free and easy. In a short time, the legend of Zhao Chun spread to all the upper-class families in the capital, and the protagonist Zhao Chun took Yao Shi back to his room to sleep after eating and drinking. Of course, it's still that familiar room. The room was spotlessly clean, and it was obvious that the commander was not exaggerating when he said it was cleaned every day. In order to prevent Yao Shi from accidentally letting the secret slip, Zhao Chun had to keep an eye on this woman at all times and was forced to ask his leader for a room. I don't want to sleep in the same bed with Yao Shi. Li Daoguo glanced at the beautiful Yao Shi, then at the tired Zhao Chun, nodded and agreed to Zhao Chun's request to live together, and whispered a reminder. Although you are young, you should still exercise more moderation. Zhao Chun moved directly to Bengbu. Mr. Li is old and blurry. Hey, how do I look like I need to restrain myself? I am still a pure virgin, okay? After bringing Yao Shi back to his residence, Zhao Chun couldn't wait to take off his clothes. Zhao Chun, who was relatively restrained when seeing outsiders, showed his true nature as soon as he was brought into the room. Yao Shi instantly shrank on the sofa and trembled. Don't do this. I can't do it. Although Yao Shi has some skills, she is first and foremost a woman, and she is a woman who must obey Zhao Chun unconditionally. Zhao Chun was speechless. Am I the kind of man who has never seen a woman? Although I haven't seen many beautiful ones like this. We haven't changed our clothes for several days outside. It's summer now, sister. It smells. I finally got back and you don't allow me to take a shower and change clothes? Yao Shi felt relieved when he saw that Zhao Chun was indeed taking new clothes from the closet to take a bath. However, just as I put aside my worries, a desire arose in my heart. Zhao Chun ignored the woman who was thinking nonsense and prepared to go into the bathroom to take a shower. Unexpectedly, a delicate, pleading voice came from behind. Do you have any spare clothes for girls? Yaoshi blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look Zhao Chun in the eye. I want to take a bath too. Yaoshi's voice became even lower. For the first time, Zhao Chun felt that it was not a good idea to arrange to live in one room. Chapter 102, Shockingly Low Loyalty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission, to restore order, to appeal to his emotions, to persuade him with reason, to find a way to tame the Daxiao man Yao Shi, and to successfully bring him back to China. Temporary mission reward to 30-minute Immortality Realm Cultivation Experience Cards. Ding. It was detected that the host did not use violence to complete the task during the mission. Win with Wisdom Extra Reward Secret Method: The Art of Controlling Subordinates. The art of controlling subordinates. You can see your subordinates' loyalty to you, their realm, their physical attributes, defects, characteristics, etc. Zhao Chun was lying on the bed after taking a shower and was about to check his phone when suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Zhao Chun noticed that this was the time when the system began to summarize the rewards. It seems that the system has confirmed that my temporary task has been completed, which is good. TSK. Bonus. The art of controlling subordinates. Look at this introduction. Good stuff. Not only can you see loyalty, but you can also see all aspects of your physical attributes. Isn't this a proper personal dashboard? Woohoo, my system finally got the hang of it. From a small system that only knew how to pit the host, it has slowly grown into a good helper to the host. It feels like watching your child grow up little by little. System, can I see my personal dashboard? Zhao Chun asked in his mind. No. The system sound is still as cold as ever. Of course, Zhao Chun has long been accustomed to the arrogant system. Then you can at least tell me how the realms are specifically divided. You rewarded me with the Immortality Realm Experience card, but you didn't even tell me how to use it. Is this Immortality Realm awesome? Zhao Chun still has evil intentions. Feeling the silence of the system, Zhao Chun seemed to find the familiar feeling again. Come on, there is still a lot of time, just develop it slowly. Just as Zhao Chun was feeling sorry for himself, the bathroom door opened. Yaoshi was wiping his wet hair with a towel as he slowly walked out the door. The loose pajamas fell to her ankles, which concealed her long legs like beautiful jade. As for her figure, there is not much difference in body shape whether you cover it up or not. Realizing that Zhao Chun was staring at him intently, Yaoshi's face turned slightly red, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. I am so beautiful, my movements are so graceful, and my behavior is so charming. The picture of a beautiful girl emerging from her bath, not to mention a beauty of extraordinary beauty, who wouldn't be confused? What's more, Zhao Chun was just a young man at this time, and it was normal for some young people to have dirty thoughts. Looking at Zhao Chun with an idiotic look on his face, Yaoshi felt a little proud. Humph, have you just discovered how stunningly beautiful I am? Was Zhao Chun really shocked by the picture of the fairy just emerging from the bath? No. How could a rational man like Zhao Chun act so infatuated with a woman, especially a woman who was within his reach? But, surname, Yaoshi, age, 21, realm. Initial stage of body shaping loyalty, 34. Full score is 190 to 100, extremely loyal 70 to 90 normally, will not rebel 60 to 70, highly likely to rebel below 60, will rebel if given a chance. Expertise, formation flaw. When I broke through the realm of my innate body shaping, I forced myself to break through, which left me with a disease. On every rainy night, I have a slight pain in the lower left side of my heart. This can be treated with water fake. Zhao Chun put aside the other things for now. What the hell is this loyalty level 34? I have taken such good care of you along the way, and I have slept on your lap with such trust. Now that you've come to the military region, they still tried to find a way to get you some merits through the back door, and they didn't even tell their leaders about this little traitor. Now your loyalty level is less than 40? It's so damn far from the passing line. If you are below the passing line, you will rebel whenever you get a chance. You are a complete 34. Yao Shi, who originally wanted to ask what he was looking at, suddenly found that Zhao Chun, who originally had a silly look on his face, suddenly had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Yao Shi quickly looked down at his pajamas to see if there was anything wrong with them. But there is no problem. You'll sleep on the sofa for the next few days, Zhao Chun said coldly, no longer looking at her. Yao Shi was completely stunned. What? I originally thought that someone was looking for an excuse to do something bad, and I had thought of several excuses to refuse. The most I could do was to agree to sleep in the same bed with him. So, just let me sleep on the sofa. This 2.2-meter bed is big enough for 2 people to sleep separately. That sofa is so hard for 2 people to sit side by side, and there is no blanket to cover it. Feeling that Yao Shi's loyalty had dropped a little, Zhao Chen almost got furious. Why, you're not convinced? If you don't agree, go outside and sleep. At this moment, Zhao Chen changed his usual good temper and scolded sharply. It was the first time that Yao Shi saw Zhao Chen like this. In her impression, this man was always smiling, gentle, and rarely angry. Although he could be fierce occasionally, he always had reasons to talk to. Moreover, on the way back, he invited her to eat together and had no intention of treating her as a prisoner at all. Why now? In fact, it was understandable that Zhao Chen was angry. After all, he had originally trained this woman as a member of his own team. Since you have talent, just keep it in your hands. It will give you more help in the future when you develop it. And my personality is definitely not the kind that is very irritable or the type that can bully others. As long as you don't have any serious problems, Zhao Chen generally won't call for fighting and killing. After all, the time it takes to transition from a college student to a civil servant is too short, even during these few days spent with death. The two talked mostly about eating, drinking, and having fun, and never said that they didn't take human life seriously. As a native of Daxia, respect for life is ingrained in Zhao Chen's bones. Some people may think this is saintly or pretentious. However, Zhao Chen never showed mercy to those who deserved to be killed, and he would feel very sorry when those who did not deserve to die died. Zhao Chen never thought of himself as a killer or an executioner. He just wanted to make his country stronger and his people more confident. What's wrong? Now, we have aircraft carriers and are also working on nuclear bombs. Not knowing how many unknown dangers or ridiculous tasks there will be in the future, Zhao Chen just wants to build up his own team early, so that when needed, he can raise his arm and call for help to easily resolve the battle. A big shot like Yang Yan is definitely not available every time. Take this mission for example. If Yang Yan was not there, the difficulty of the mission would be increased by at least 3 times. After all, one hero makes 3 helpers, and there is strength in numbers. So, when I saw that the first person I wanted to recruit was only 30 plus in loyalty to me, Zhao Chen instantly got furious. It's just like when he has worked so hard to grow cabbages, and suddenly someone tells him that it is someone else's land, and they can dig it up if they want. Who the hell can tolerate this? Even this woman is very beautiful and capable. But just like what Commander Lee said before, a sharp sword is only a good weapon if you can hold it in your hand. Otherwise, you will end up hurting yourself. Zhao Chen was very disappointed that his first attempt at recruiting a younger brother ended in such a miserable way. He was so sleepy that he just wanted to fall into a deep sleep. Although what Zhao Chen didn't know was that he had been tricked by the system again. Chapter 103 Soft. What the system did not tell Zhao Chen was that the loyalty of this subordinate started from 0 from the moment they met or became friends. Even the most loyal people need time to prove themselves. Going from 0 to 60 may be relatively easy, but that is relative to the slower improvement that follows. It's not that I'm so passionate that I feel like I want to recognize you as my big brother and my loyalty instantly explodes. No. As a high-tech system, it is natural for the system to judge and give scores based on big data and people's past experiences, events, etc. Zhao Chen and Yao Shi had only been together for 3 or 4 days at most, and their loyalty had climbed from 0 to 34, which was already quite fast. This was also due to the fact that Zhao Chen did not treat Yao Shi as an outsider, eating and living with her and never being on guard. The spontaneous sense of trust made Yao Shi, a traitor who originally didn't trust anyone, instantly find a strange sense of identity. When Yao Shi was in Daxia, she was ostracized by other sects because she belonged to a different sect. Other sects basically kept their distance from her and would not be honest with her. It was for this reason that Yao Shi went abroad in great disappointment. However, this is even more true after I went to the United States. As a Daxia person, it is the duty of the Blue Storm to recruit talented people. However, the operatives in the organization have always looked down upon this Daxia person with a different bloodline. The dispute between the United States and Bactria has been going on for a long time. Love the house and hate the dog too, so hate them too. Julie was one of the few people who did not harbor hostility towards Yao Shi, but she also liked to joke that Yao Shi's name sounded like a Japanese, which made Yao Shi very dissatisfied. But such a close person is extremely rare in that environment. They are not of the same ethnic group, and not deliberately making things difficult is considered generous of the Chinese people. Later, I met Zhao Chen. Yao Shi has always had a fear and an inexplicable desire to explore this mysterious young man who was carrying out missions with Pluto. Moreover, Zhao Chen never puts on airs, nor does he take advantage of the fact that he holds your life in his hands to control you at will. Moreover, Zhao Chen treated her very well along the way, but at least he was not bad at all, and even took care of her like a teammate. The most extreme case is sleeping with the pillow on your thighs. But the fact that he slept without distraction in front of the enemy, or in other words, the captive, and had his back to her without any defense, made Yaoshi feel an unprecedented trust. He felt that this man was not only mysterious, but also generous enough. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Zhao Chun interpreted this sentence to the extreme. Although Zhao Chun believed that he had a protective amulet given by the system, if this little girl really attacked him when he was not prepared, that's really stupid and self-inflicted. Not to mention whether she should worry about whether the thing she eats will cost her life later. The system will also automatically activate the protection talisman. Although I don't know what this realm of immortality is, but the name sounds very cool. Isn't it just like playing to crush a little traitor to death? In fact, the most important thing is that Zhao Chun has grasped Yaoshi's heart. Not to mention that Yaoshi thought her life was still in Zhao Chun's hands, and she was in the territory of Dexiao. What if she really killed Zhao Chun? It's tantamount to digging your own grave. She is doomed to die in this trap. And her previous behavior clearly showed that she was a little woman who was extremely afraid of death. Therefore, Zhao Chun was not worried at all and walked along the way calmly. Listening to Zhao Chun's cold words, Yaoshi instantly felt aggrieved and tears welled up in her eyes. Why did he suddenly become like this? Are all men like this? They don't cherish what they have. The problem is, hasn't he got me yet? Is there something I didn't clean that made him angry? While Yaoshi was still struggling and reflecting, Zhao Chun had already tilted his head and fell asleep on the bed. The bumps along the way really made Zhao Chun exhausted. After all, Yaoshi had some cultivation, so he felt a little tired along the way. But Zhao Chun was just an ordinary person. The Tao Te Ching advocated by the system is so great, but it is useless. You can only recite the entire text. With a heavy bad mood and physical fatigue, Zhao Chun lay down and quickly fell asleep. Yaoshi stood there without moving for more than half an hour. I have suffered so much injustice and shed so many tears. She still didn't understand why the man was angry. Could it be that I was to blame for locking the bathroom when I was taking a shower? Blame yourself for not giving him a chance. But as a girl, isn't it good for me to be a little reserved? Yaoshi looked at Zhao Chun, who was soundly asleep, and the soft big bed he was sleeping on. Then he looked at the hard, short, broken sofa not far away. Biting her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, she gave it her all. Yaoshi walked towards Zhao Chun step by step, quietly and slowly. Make sure you sleep soundly. Yaoshi gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. With a whoosh, Yaoshi slid out from under the bed and into Zhao Chun's quilt like a frightened kitten. In his sleep, Zhao Chun only felt something squeezed into his arms, soft and quite cool. Yaoshi's face was as red as a ripe peach, and Zhao Chun fell asleep inexplicably and hugged Yaoshi skillfully. Yaoshi was breathing rapidly and his heart was pounding. He who strikes first is the strongest. He who strikes last will suffer. In this world where you can't see any hope, there is a man who is willing to save your life, treat you to a big meal, and help you earn military merit through the back door. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again. Even though they had only known each other for a few days. But Yaoshi could feel that Zhao Chun was a good person. Zhao Chun also didn't expect that this woman whom he had always wanted to have as his subordinate had such big plans. She also wanted to turn over the serf's property and become Zhao Chun's heroine. Zhao Chun vaguely dreamed that he and Chiako returned to Commander Li's side, and they lived in this room and slept in this bed again. Chiako likes to curl up like a kitten when she sleeps, but she also likes to move around, so she is not very obedient. Zhao Chun held her tightly in his arms as they slept, preventing her from turning over and shaking off the quilt at night. During this sleep, Zhao Chun dreamed of Ji Yazi, whom he had been thinking about all the time. In the dream, he could clearly feel that Ji Yazi was also waiting for him. Chiako, I'm going to find you again, and this time, I want you to never leave me again. In the dream, Zhao Chun came to Mount Ame alone with 2 gold stars on his shoulder. Seeing Jingwen's expression as if her child had died, he was forced to let go and let Chiako leave. Chi Masako threw herself into his arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. How beautiful it was. Unfortunately, my sweet dream was disturbed by a sudden knock on the door. Damn it, I never have a peaceful sleep here. Zhao Chun complained as he woke up from his sleepiness. You don't even need to guess to know that the one knocking on the door at this frequency must be Blue Knife. Wait, why does my arms feel soft? Chi Masako isn't here either. Zhao Chun was so shocked that he quickly squinted his eyes. Water fake? Chapter 104 comes soon in the next life. Waterfuck. Who let you get on my bed? Zhao Chun picked up Yaoshi, who was still confused in his dream, and spoke word by word. Yaoshi had obviously just woken up, and he was rubbing his sleepy eyes, not knowing what was going on. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Zhao Chun, who had a fierce look on his face, staring at her. Thinking of his bold behavior before going to bed last night, Yaoshi could not help but lower his head timidly. Damn, I've been discovered. Although she had prepared herself mentally, Yaoshi couldn't help but blush like a peach when she was questioned by a man in the morning. Zhao Chen wanted to hold her and continue questioning her, but the knocking on the door became louder. Yaoshi quickly pointed to the door, indicating that someone was coming. By the way, he blinked his eyes, indicating that he could let her go. Zhao Chun was furious and angry. He even laughed abnormally because of anger and threatened, "Wait till I come back to take care of you." Seeing Zhao Chun letting go of her and preparing to get out of bed, Yaoshi hurriedly patted his chest. "It's okay." After saying those nice words, Zhao Chun hurriedly got out of bed without even putting on his shoes and ran to the door to open it. The knock on the door was so loud today. Could it be something big? Sure enough, the person knocking on the door was my old acquaintance Lan Daozi. "Hello, long time no see, brother Lan." Facing an acquaintance, Zhao Chen naturally stopped threatening the little girl. Lan Daozi looked at Zhao Chun, who was in pajamas and hadn't even had time to put on his shoes, and couldn't help but smile and greeted him. After a few times, Lan Daozi and Zhao Chen became quite familiar with each other and were no longer as reserved as they were in previous times. "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't even wear shoes. It would be bad if our great hero of Daxia caught a cold." Lan Daozi made a rare joke. Zhao Chun complained in his heart. "It's because you knocked on the door so loudly that people who didn't know would think that the United States had launched a missile attack. Go wash up. I'll sit here and wait for you." Lan Daozi didn't bother to be polite with Zhao Chun. He was no longer a stranger, so it was okay for him to come into the house and sit for a while. Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something. "Hey, brother Lan, don't." Unfortunately, it was too late to say it. Lan Daozi had already stepped into the house. Yaoshi was originally dozing off with his body straight and the quilt in his arms. When he saw someone coming in, he thought it was Zhao Chun. When I turned around, I saw that it was a strange middle-aged man. Hey. No matter how beautiful a girl's voice is, it will sound equally shrill when she screams. Even though Yaoshi was wearing pajamas and covered with a quilt, she still screamed in fear when she saw a stranger coming in. Lan Daozi also felt something was wrong at the first moment and quickly turned his back. Lan Daozi's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Zhao Chun. "Didn't you say you were only bringing back an ordinary friend? I thought I didn't live with you." Lan Daozi rarely uttered a swear word. Zhao Chun's expression was very rich. He wanted to explain something to himself, but he didn't know how to say it. Thinking carefully, it seemed that it would be futile to say anything. "Well, big brother, please go out and wait. We will go out after we have packed up." Lan Daozi glared at Zhao Chun fiercely. Although this guy was very efficient and smart, his private life was the lovely mixed-race girl before, the daughter of General Wang later. Now she has returned from a trip to the beautiful country with a stunning bed partner. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. It's only been a few days since we last slept in the same bed. After closing the door, Zhao Chun looked at Yao Shi, who was obviously acting. "Damn, I originally thought this woman was dull and stupid, but I didn't expect she would be so capable of doing things that would lead to disaster." This piercing scream spread out, and soon the entire military region would probably know that he had brought a woman back to the military region, and they were going to have sex together. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot again. Zhao Chun looked at Yao Shi with dissatisfaction, wanting her to give him an explanation. Yao Shi's little eyes, which hadn't fully opened yet, were rolling around, and suddenly he turned the tables. "Zhao Chun, why did you bring another man in? He almost saw my body." The confrontation at the critical moment is like picking up the food in the basket. No matter whether the reasons are tenable or not, it is important to seize the initiative. Zhao Chun smiled. "What's so special about your flat back-like body? Especially when you're wearing pajamas that are bigger than a person's." Just for his face, "Are you feeling so wronged? Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. When did you climb into my bed yesterday?" Zhao Chun asked viciously. But obviously, such words have little lethality to women. Yao Shi puffed out his chubby cheeks and replied, "Is this important?" "It's very important, okay? I'm still a virgin. What good will my reputation do you if you're so mean? I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, how about that?" Faced with Zhao Chen's threat, Yao Shi was rarely afraid anymore. "Just do whatever you want to me. I don't care. I'm yours anyway." Yao Shi just lay down, ready to be picked. This made Zhao Chen extremely unhappy. "You really think I won't kill you, don't you?" There was a hint of coldness in Zhao Chen's words. This woman's attitude was very problematic. Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chen's cold face and couldn't help feeling aggrieved. "After all, I am a virgin and I don't look bad to you. Why do you seem to be unaware of something I gave you for free? Kill me, just kill me if you want. I'm just a poor creature you saved. If it weren't for you, I would have been beheaded by Hades with a sword in the United States. If you want to take this life, just take it. Yao Shi simply gave up. The soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the stupid are afraid of the desperate. This time it was Zhao Chen's turn to have a headache. Sister, what the hell are you trying to do? At least tell me clearly. Zhao Chen felt that this little girl seemed to be unwilling to be tough. Her desperate performance was completely different from her fearless image in the United States. Was he still sure that he would not kill her? Just go back to basics and try the soft one. A soft policy approach. Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chun, who was originally cold and indifferent, and instantly switched to funny mode, and almost laughed out loud. She knew that she had made the right bet. I want to be with you, Yao Shi said in a low voice. Even though they had done so much before, girls were still shy when it came to having a heart-to-heart talk. You sleeping on the sofa doesn't affect our being together at all. Zhao Chen blocked it without any hesitation. Yao Shi frowned her beautiful eyes. It's not that kind of togetherness. I want to be with you forever. It's about being in a relationship, understand? Seeing that Zhao Chun was acting crazy and stupid, Yao Shi decided to make it clear. Watching a woman's mindless confession. Zhao Chen is? Little boy, do you want to listen to what you were saying? We have only known each other for a few days. If you say you were lying in ambush by my side or trying to seduce me, I can accept that, but you say you wanted to date me? This is ridiculous. Even the car god in Akina Mountain can't drive as fast as you. Serious? Zhao Chen asked back. Yao Shi opened her big, Kazalan eyes wide and nodded continuously. I'm sorry, ma'am, you're late. Come earlier in your next life. Chapter 105 Secret. Zhao Chun ignored the woman who was sitting on the bed in a daze and went to the bathroom to wash up quickly. Some things are better said sooner rather than later. It's better to get down to business. Although Lan Daozi didn't say what exactly happened, it was most likely that the nuclear bomb code had been almost cracked. Although the missions have been completed, it can be basically confirmed that it is the B-47 Galaxy thermonuclear warhead. But you have to see everything with your own eyes to feel more at ease, right? After all, it is related to the epaulets on your shoulders. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I used the free facial cleanser on my slightly dry face. When Zhao Chen came out, Yao Shi had already tidied the sheets and folded the quilts neatly. I didn't realize you have the virtue of being a housewife. Zhao Chun praised him in a lukewarm manner. Yao Shi didn't answer, but glanced at Zhao Chun, then walked to the bathroom to wash up. Seeing that the woman ignored him, Zhao Chun smiled bitterly. No matter what this woman thinks, it's a good thing for her to make things clear as soon as possible. Otherwise, once things become a mess that cannot be rectified, it will be difficult for anyone to continue. Wouldn't it be better for you to be my little brother? Why do you always want to climb over my head? Zhao Chen thought Yao Shi had given up this obviously outrageous idea and was sitting on the bed, casually browsing his phone. I just saw a lot of strange news. A few days ago, the director of the Island Province Inspection Bureau received an order from his superior during a live broadcast. 20 million people in the live broadcast room witnessed top-secret information with their own eyes. If a ministerial leader could personally call and give instructions, could it be that something big has quietly happened? There has been a major riot in the United States in recent days. Airports in every state have been closed for a long time. It is said that it is related to a few Daxiao people. Could it be that the man named Zhao mentioned by the Inspector General on the phone is the same man who called the police earlier? Did Daxiao really steal the latest thermonuclear warhead developed by the United States? The Hong Kong scholar surnamed Zhao is unknown in the academic circle. Could it be that he has really built a 48 million-ton nuclear bomb? The United States originally made diplomatic speeches several times a day to demand that Daxiao return the mothership, but in recent days, it has suddenly stopped. Is there some unknown secret behind this? These stupid public accounts all act very serious. Although this time they all guessed right. Zhao Chun threw away his phone, thinking that these troublesome matters should be left to the country. He would just get the merits honestly, and then go to Mauname to press down Jingwen's head and ask her to return her sister back. At this time, Yao Shi had just finished washing up. Zhao Chen signaled that it was time to get ready to leave. Since Yao Shi was given a share of the credit from the beginning, it would be bad to kick him out midway. Yao Shi walked to Zhao Chun and said with pursed lips, I've thought it through. Since you already have a partner, I will just silently bless you. Zhao Chun smiled. The child's self-healing ability is quite good. Zhao Chun patted Yao Shi on the shoulder and was about to say something when Yao Shi suddenly pounced on him. Zhao Chun took advantage of the situation and pushed the two of them backwards, falling onto the soft bed. Zhao Chun was about to curse when Yao Shi's stunningly beautiful face suddenly moved closer. Zhao Chun only felt that his mouth was suddenly blocked by something, like a soft peach, smooth and tender in the mouth. Yao Shi stared at Zhao Chun. A unique fragrance belonging to Yao Shi filled Zhao Chen's nose, and Zhao Chen's originally hot temper suddenly melted like ice and snow. The whole person was in a daze as Yao Shi pressed him down. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? I'm a man of 8 feet tall. How could I be kissed by a little girl? This strange and sudden sneak attack lasted only a moment. Zhao Chun just felt that there seemed to be a hint of wonder, but before he could figure out why, his lips parted and the person ran away. Watching Yao Shi running towards the door as if someone's tail had been stepped on, Zhao Chun lay on the bed in a daze. He still didn't understand what had just happened. Hey, I just lied to you. I don't care. I'm yours. There was cunning in Yao Shi's eyes, as if the successful sneak attack made her extremely happy, and she looked very satisfied. After opening the door, Yao Shi saw Lan Daozi standing outside the door. He ran over obediently and stood behind him without moving. Blue knife? Now that the women have come out, what is Zhao Chen busy with? After a while, Zhao Chen walked out with a blushing face and glared fiercely at Yao Shi, who was hiding behind Lan Daozi. Damn, my first kiss. It was indeed their first kiss, but Zhao Chun and Chiako hadn't reached that stage yet. I never thought that I would be raped by this female bandit along the way. I swear to God, Zhao Chun is not attracted to this woman at all. He thinks Yao Shi Yuan is not as cute as his own Zhao Yanzi. Come back quickly, Yanzi. If you don't, your brother will be eaten alive by the female bandit. Lan Daozi watched the two of them exchange glances and noticed that their faces were both flushed. I sigh helplessly about how young people nowadays spend so much money. It was like this last time, and it is like this again. They are so impatient right after they get up. They are not the same person. After looking at the time on the wall, Lan Daozi couldn't help but look at Zhao Chun in surprise. It's okay this time. It's almost 20 minutes. I didn't expect that having more girlfriends could improve this. Zhao Chen felt weird when he noticed Lan Daozi looking at his face again and again, but as a grown man, he couldn't hide his face from others. Why did Commander Lee ask me to come over? There's nothing I can do. It feels weird, so I'll just change the topic. Lan Daozi then withdrew his gaze and replied. Of course, the decryption of those vehicles has been solved. The commander asked me to ask you to go and take a look. You are taking too long. Lan Daozi made a deliberate complaint. Sure enough, when Zhao Chen heard this, his face turned red, and he didn't respond, but continued to make small talk. The lock is open. I heard from Brother Yang that the United States has done the best job in keeping secrets. It would take a lot of hackers and technical support for ordinary people to crack their secrets. It's been solved in less than a day. Although Zhao Chun was trying to find something to say, this question was also one that bothered him. Lan Daozi thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, there are so many talented people in our country. Isn't it easy to find a few locksmiths? It's just that I didn't know anything about your mission until the mission was over. It was only when you were about to come back that Commander Lee told me that you went to Alaka's to make nuclear bombs. You are awesome, but can you tell me how you got several trucks weighing more than 10 tons from the United States to Hong Kong? Lan Daozi also asked in confusion. Zhao Chen smiled, with an unfathomable expression. Secret, secret. Chapter 106 Missiles bombard her mother. Familiar office. Zhao Chen didn't know how many times he had come to Commander Lee's place. After getting off the elevator, you won't go wrong even if you close your eyes. Familiar floor, familiar door frame, and if nothing unexpected happens, the same familiar people will be in the room. Hey, after Lan Daozi knocked on the door and went in, to Zhao Chen's surprise, there were a few old men in the room that he had never seen before, while Long Chengwu and Wang Yaojun were not there. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhao, you're finally here. Commander Lee saw someone coming in, stood up from his seat, and greeted Zhao Chen politely. Li Daohua waved at Zhao Chen. Let me introduce you to these people. They are our country's top nuclear bomb experts. This is Su Bo, Mr. Su. He is the chief designer of our country's nuclear bombs. These are Mr. Wang and Mr. Qian, both experts in nuclear bomb specialties. Li Daohua introduced these 3 people to Zhao Chen enthusiastically. Each of them was more than 1 generation older than Li Daohua. Hello, hello. Zhao Chen shook hands with the 3 grandfathers in a dignified manner. As for Yao Shi behind him, he certainly did not have this honor. I've always heard from Xiao Li that he has a talented person under him who might be able to help the country get the latest thermonuclear warheads for us to experiment with. At first, Lao Wang and Lao Qian didn't believe it. Mr. Su Bo spoke calmly, without any of the arrogance of an elderly person who thinks he is right because of his age. It turns out that intellectuals are different. Zhao Chun smiled innocently and replied, No, it's just luck. I can contribute to the country and get nuclear bombs for you to study. This is the best I can do. Zhao Chun is not stupid. It's okay for others to praise you, but don't take it for granted. It's always right to be humble. This kid is good. He is not arrogant and has a gentle personality. So, I will continue to teach students for 2 more years. How about this kid working as my doctoral student for a few years? Mr. Qian seemed very satisfied with Zhao Chen's answer and was already considering accepting students. Li Daohua quickly came out to smooth things over. Oh, Mr. Qian, you're joking. Academician, you're very busy, and this kid is just lucky. He can use his brain to do something. He doesn't understand any professional knowledge at all, so please don't make things difficult for him. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoli just can't bear to part with this good seedling. Mr. Wang also smiled and joked. Mr. Su nodded and continued. We have already seen the nuclear bomb. It is indeed Galaxy 47, which the United States has been conducting frequent experiments on recently. What you did well is that you not only brought back the nuclear bomb, but also brought back their launcher. The cost of this B-47 Galaxy is no cheaper than that of Big Ivan of Big Goose back then. And this launcher that can carry a large amount of nuclear bombs is also very expensive. And you took 3 of them. You must have emptied the beautiful countryman's family's wealth. These few are enough to make them suffer for years. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Mr. Su sighed and said that life is unpredictable, with ups and downs. And most importantly, the United States has lost its nuclear bombs and weapons to deter Daxia. All of them will be panicked, and the fact that their nuclear bombs were stolen will definitely plant the seeds of fear in the hearts of the upper class. Those Daxia people can even steal nuclear bombs, so shouldn't it be easy for them to take the lives of their government officials? Who the hell dares to continue attacking Daxia? The people of Daxia have no martial ethics. First, the aircraft carrier was driven away, and then the nuclear bomb was carried away. Shameful. What else can't be lost in the beautiful country? Maybe one day Comrade Trump will wake up and find that the huge White House he lives in has disappeared. The terrifying Daxia. There is also the mysterious Daxia Kung Fu. Good boy, it won't take long for us to finish analyzing these nuclear bombs. By then, we can use at most 1 nuclear bomb. The remaining 2, equipped with this launcher, will become strategic weapons. You have made a huge contribution to the country. When I return, I will write you a letter of recommendation. You must be rewarded greatly. Mr. Su became more and more excited as he spoke. The older generation were happy from the bottom of their hearts that such a talent had emerged in Daxia. Li Daohua quickly took over the conversation. Mr. Su, when has our country ever missed out on a meritorious official? Xiao Zhao had made outstanding contributions in the past. If he were not so young, he would probably be a general now. This mission was successfully completed. No matter how dissatisfied some people above are, Xiao Zhao will easily get the rank of general. It's nothing more than Major General or Lieutenant General. Li Daohua smiled at Lu Jinyun next to him when he said this, and Lu Jinyun immediately responded. Yes, Mr. Su, you can rest assured that I have the final say in the organization. I will definitely not treat Zhao Chen unfairly. Lu Jinyun's voice was really elegant and pleasant, and the elderly people felt comfortable listening to it. Jinyun, then I'll trouble you. Your brothers and uncles, please give them a few more words. It's not like you're giving the credit to outsiders. Try to make the achievements bigger. The kids are risking their lives outside just to earn such a little honor. Don't make them feel disappointed. Lu Jinyun quickly nodded and said yes. Although Lu Jinyun's status may be higher than everyone present, Mr. Su and others are the country's most loyal ministers and his predecessors, so they should be respected. Zhao Chen, who should have been the focus of the whole audience, was confused by everyone's chat. He glanced at Yashi next to him out of boredom. It seemed that this was the first time that the little girl had seen so many big shots. Her eyes were wide open, as if she wanted to deeply engrave the scene in front of her in her mind. Zhao Chen. The speaker was a lieutenant general with an elegant voice. This mission has been successfully completed, and I am ready to go back and redeem my promise. Originally, I was thinking that if you could launch a nuclear bomb, I would nominate you. I didn't expect you to not only bring it back, but also bring several rounds. This is different. Basically, your position as lieutenant general is set in stone. Moreover, your achievements are so outstanding that it is basically impossible to surpass you in this era. A lieutenant general in his 20s, wow, I never dared to think about it before. But you might actually carry those epaulets on your shoulders. The elegant lieutenant general's voice was full of praise and appreciation for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen has always been indifferent to compliments, as they can't be used to make a living. Uncle, can't you give me a specific time? I'm in a hurry to show off and slap someone in the face, to meet an old friend. Without the status of lieutenant general, I am very passive. Zhao Chen asked the man and almost said something wrong. Lieutenant General Ria frowned and replied, It's really hard to decide on a time. Why are you so anxious to do something? You know, the awarding of military ranks requires all kinds of discussions and research. What's more, you jumped so quickly. Even if you were already designated as a lieutenant general, the intermediate steps are extremely complicated. looking at the elegant lieutenant general's helpless look. Helplessly, Zhao Chen had to tell his whole situation in detail, neither vilifying the old thief nor exaggerating, just telling the truth. Several old men who were chatting with each other nearby also noticed the situation on Zhao Chen's side. When Zhao Chen finished speaking, Mr. Chen, who had a bad temper, got angry. Damn it! Are these bald asses going to rebel? They rely on their tiny contributions to the country to force people to buy and sell things. Zhao Chen didn't expect that this old man, who looked to be in his 80s, had such a strong temper. Xiaoli, is it true? Mr. Su was much calmer and first asked Li Daoguo whether it was true. Li Daoguo glanced at Zhao Chen and nodded. In fact, this matter is just a small matter within Daxia. When Zhao Chen's military rank is down, no matter how arrogant Jin Wen is, a lieutenant general will be enough to block all her escape routes. Hand over Ji Yazi obediently. But it would be a different story if the older generation who like to spoil children knew about this. Jin Wen only relied on her Taoist heritage and cultivation to become a general guarding the country, or to put it nicely, a pillar of the country. But to put it bluntly, in the modern society where airplanes and cannons are rampant, a little bit of personal power is completely insignificant. Is there anything that a round of machine gunfire can't solve? If you can't solve it, use cannons and missiles. What? Are you a godlike person like me? Can't you be destroyed even by 13 missiles? These older generation people are the most old-fashioned and stubborn, and they hate bullying of men and women. They have come from the war era and have always believed that truth is only within the range of cannons and dignity is only on the edge of the sword. I despise these crooked ways the most. Yoshi behind Zhao Chen was also shocked by the news. He originally thought that Zhao Chen's girlfriend might be just an ordinary person, but he didn't expect that she was actually the disciple that Ishan's sect leader wanted to accept by deceiving others. Such a high talent? And Zhao Chen keeps wanting to improve his military rank. Is it just to get his lover back? Yoshi looked at Zhao Chen's back with dazed eyes. Puff. Mr. Su slapped the handle of the seat angrily. Old nun, the country has given her face. Does she think she is very powerful? Lao Wang, go make a phone call. Have the God Hunter Battalion send a few S-40 missiles to Mount Ame. I want to see if she can withstand the weakest conventional explosive missiles of our great Xia after all her boasting. Take the missiles and blow her up. Chapter 107 Support. Hey, Mr. Su, come down. That Jin Wen is not an unforgivable criminal. Not that bad. When Li Daoguo heard that Mr. Su wanted to use missiles to bomb Mount Ame, he immediately jumped out to play the good guy and dissuade him. Although Jin Wen is indeed not a good person, Daxia has been a family since ancient times, and there is absolutely no reason for family members to fight among themselves, let alone firing the cannon without authorization, which will be too troublesome to hold accountable. The Ame Mountain is also a temple and scenic spot that has been passed down for thousands of years in Daxia. There are tens of thousands of permanent residents there. Mr. Su, you can't destroy a mountain and kill those innocent people just because of a little Jin Wen. Xiao, he just can't hold back his words. We were originally planning to call his girlfriend back after he finished this mission, but we missed the chance. Li Daoguo comforted the old men while giving Zhao Chen a cold look. Zhao Chen didn't understand what it meant, so he kept silent. Xiaoli, don't protect those people. It's because of your character that they spoiled them. They're lawless and don't take the law seriously. If it were 40 or 50 years ago, they would have been put in jail for the four olds. It's been a new era for many years, and you're still talking about coming into the secular world? I don't care what you are going to do. I just happen to be here, and I'll make the decision for Zhao Chen. If you don't help him, I'll have my men launch a few missiles over there, and I'll take the blame for whatever the higher-ups are saying. Are you afraid of hurting innocent people? Send a 3-day notice. I really don't believe that we can't deal with these bald donkeys. Mr. Subo is a nuclear bomb maker, so he has a lot of anger in his heart. He doesn't like these monks and Buddhas who seek fame and reputation. Believe in Buddha. What can you believe in? There were so many dynasties in ancient Daxia that believed in Buddhism. Which dynasty could be blessed by the Buddha? The Yuan dynasty made Buddhism the state religion, but the great country couldn't even last 100 years. All bullshit. Li Daoguo nodded helplessly. To these old stubborn people, even with his rank of general and status of commander, he was still a junior in front of them, let alone expecting them to listen to him. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'm not busy tomorrow. I'll go with Xiao. No matter how big Jin Wen is, she won't dare to ignore us from the military region. Don't worry, I will definitely make the decision for Xiao. Subo heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He glanced at the silent Zhao Chen and asked, What do you think, Xiao? Should you let Xiaoli accompany you there, or should I, an old man, help you vent your anger? Xiao and Xiaoli, Subo directly put Zhao Chen and Li Daoguo on the same generation, but no one dared to say anything at this time. Zhao Chen quickly replied with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, it's okay. The nun deceived my sister because she saw that she had a talent for cultivation. It's not a big mistake. She didn't need to be bombarded with missiles. Zhao Chun gave Li Daoguo a look that told him to rest assured. Zhao Chun is not a fool. He has to accept the old man's kindness to protect his son, but it would be bad if he took advantage of the old man's kindness to do evil things. Even if Mr. Su was really willing to throw missiles at Manhwa for Zhao Chun, it was Zhao Chun who ultimately caused trouble for Mr. Su. What's more, it is not necessary. After much thought, he realized that the title had already been decided, and it was only a matter of time before it came into his shoulders. It would be better not to make a big fuss. Although Zhao Chun has never been afraid of trouble. Even if we take a step back, I still have 2 eternal life experience scrolls that I haven't used. It's obvious that such an awesome realm is not something that the old nun can achieve. Seeing that Zhao Chun himself did not hate Manhwa too much, Su Bo calmed down a bit, but he still protected his son. Xiao Xiao, ask Lally to send you the phone numbers of your Grandpa Su, as well as your Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Qian. This time you have given us old men who are about to enter the coffin a reason to stay in the world, and it is such a big gift. We old men have nothing to repay you. If you encounter any trouble in Xia country, feel free to call me or your 2 grandfathers. Even though we are half buried in the ground, our words are still of some use even in the sky. Don't be embarrassed. You young people still have a long way to go. If there are any big waves, let us, the older generation, stop them if we can. The world will be yours from now on, so don't force yourself. The sincerity of Mr. Su's words made Zhao Chen's heart, which had never felt much family affection since childhood, suddenly warm. Mr. Su Bo was just like Mr. Fong that Zhao Chen met during his student days, both so selfless and protective. Grandpa Su, I did all this for the country, and I am very grateful for your care for me. I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. Apart from the old man who helped me go to school, I have never received such care from my grandparents. Grandpa Su, you will be my real grandpas from now on. Zhao Chen's eyes were red, and he choked up as he thanked Su Bo and the others for their kindness. The tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes were not deliberate acting or a natural result. It is true that Zhao Chen hasn't felt the care from his elders for many years. Although Zhao Chen received help from many kind people while growing up, he basically expressed his gratitude in the form of money. There are very few people who truly care about him, love him, and accompany him in his growth. Apart from Dean Zhao and Mr. Fong, it is difficult to find a third person. Later, when Zhao Chen went to college, he had to use every minute to make money to build his future. Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, Spring Festival. These are the 3 classic days for family reunions in Daxia. Zhao Chen basically spends his time at work, and he also likes such holidays because his salary doubles during those days. Zhao Chen used cold money and numbers to make himself feel more secure, rather than relying on the love of his parents and elders or the care and protection of his lover. Because these are so far away from Zhao Chen, so far that they are almost invisible. And now, there are elders who are willing to stand up for him and treat him like their own grandson. Why shouldn't Zhao Chen be moved and shed tears? Even if it was because I brought them a nuclear bomb, if they were ruthless, this would only be a mission prop. There is no need for the old gentleman to come and see me in person. However, their arrival represents different emotions. Zhao Chen never thought of himself as a callous, heartless, and cold-blooded person. When he was in Neon, even though he hated the Japanese, he still felt guilty when he saw innocent Japanese die because of him. Not to mention, this was almost the most unfair thing that happened to him. Jingwen relied on her Taoist skills and strong strength to not only seize things by trickery, but also to make Yin Zi forget about her, and she used the Taoist name Su Wanchern. If it weren't for the system, or if I was really lucky to meet Yang Yin, this nuclear bomb mission is basically impossible to complete, even if it was done by luck. Can I really escape from the pursuit of people like Julie and Yaoshi? All in all, I have always been a lonely man relying on luck. If it weren't for my incredible fortune and a little bit of cleverness, maybe this life journey will end early. I have always been a lonely person without any support. But now, these old men said, they can support him. Chapter 108. To be frank, how could Zhao Chen not cherish such a precious relationship? Zhao Chen held Mr. Su Bo's wrinkled hands, unable to express the turmoil in his heart. However, those eyes filled with tears encompassed all of this. A pair of eyes can see a lot. Good boy. Su Bo smiled and patted Zhao Chen's hand. The day passed by inexplicably just chatting with a few old people. Zhao Chen didn't know how he got back to the room. Well, at least I know that it was the room I returned to with Yaoshi. Zhao Chen took a few coats and put them on the sofa, then went into the bathroom to take a shower with an expressionless face. Zhao Chen ignored Yaoshi for the whole day, hoping that this would make her realize that a relationship between him and her was impossible. After washing up, Zhao Chen saw Yaoshi sitting on the bed and looking at him. He turned around and leaned on the sofa to play with his phone. Yaoshi clenched her teeth when she saw this. What Zhao Chen was thinking was, Yaoshi, if you don't sleep on the sofa, I'll sleep on it, okay? I have to say that the sofa is indeed not big. When a person lies down, the end of it is just above the sofa. What's more, Zhao Chen is only about 1.8 meters tall, so he has to stretch out his freshly washed feet. Yashi hadn't gone to take a shower yet. She just stared blankly at Zhao Chen, then looked at the big soft bed where she was sitting. Does he hate me so much? This bed is big enough for 2 people. Is it because of his girlfriend? Yashi sighed, said nothing, and walked silently to the bathroom to take a shower. This time, not only was her door unlocked, it was only half open. Yashi knew that the angle at which Zhao Chen leaned was just right for him to see that his door was not closed. If he doesn't resist. However, Yashi finished washing early and stayed in the bathroom for more than an hour, but there was still no movement from Zhao Chen. Yashi became discouraged again. She knew that she might not have any chance at all. Wearing thin pajamas, which were loose and slim, Yashi looked inexplicably lonely. Yashi walked slowly to Zhao Chen in slippers and said aggrievely, "I'll sleep on the sofa today, you go to the bed." It's not reasonable for the master to sleep on the sofa and the captive to sleep on the bed. Yashi powdered his lips, puffed his cheeks, and spoke in a slightly arrogant tone. She actually felt a little wronged. Zhao Chen smiled. In fact, it's not Zhao Chen's fault. After all, Zhao Chen is also a person and a man. Being a man means having desires and making mistakes. But as for the morning, Zhao Chen had just dreamed of Chi Yazi. When he woke up, he thought it was Chi Yazi he was holding. He saw that the pajamas Yashi was wearing were the same ones Chi Yazi had worn before. Who wouldn't be angry about this? Who can arouse desire? As for the weird thing that the bathroom door was half open, Zhao Chen didn't even notice it. Since Laoli said he would take him to manhwa tomorrow, why doesn't he hurry up and study the so-called Taoist cultivation divisions? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Zhao Chen first wanted to know the specific division of cultivation levels, and then see if he could find out the cultivation level of Master Jing Guan, the headmaster of manhwa. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen is just an outsider in the current world of cultivation. There is absolutely no information about practicing Taoism on the internet. There are probably a few articles about the so-called Taoist exercises, but after systematic identification, they are all scams. This browser is worse than the system. At present, the only proper skills Zhao Chen knows are the one-time exhalation skill that Ji Yazi absorbed before and his own. Tao Te Ching, which was praised by the system but is useless. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. Hearing Yaoxi's unreasonable request, Zhao Chen looked at Yaoxi with a caring look for the mentally retarded. Are you okay? Zhao Chen asked with concern. You should sleep on the bed. I'm afraid you'll come up to me in the middle of the night. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone. I have to say that Zhao Chen's ability to choke people is top-notch. Upon hearing this, someone felt embarrassed. If you don't want to sleep on the bed, forget it. Yaoxi exploded instantly. What? The little captive didn't want to save face. Was she the kind of woman who was quite casual? Although, yesterday and just now, there might have been a little bit of initiative. But it's over now. It's been 3 minutes. It's pointless to talk about it again. Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly and made a suggestion. Hey, how about this? You do me a favor and you can sleep in bed with a clear conscience today. Zhao Chen had a smile that could fool anyone. However, the little white rabbit was unaware of this and was staring at Zhao Chen with her big, confused eyes. What? What can I do for you? Zhao Chen sat up and asked. I remember you said before that you were a traditional Taoist, right? So you must be practicing the Taoist way, right? Yaoxi had an expression of disbelief on his face and replied, What are you talking about? Isn't Daxia's cultivation system the same? Not to mention Taoists and monks, even those crooked ways of cultivation all use the same cultivation method. Why would you ask such a childish question? Yaoxi is not stupid either. This is obviously a question that only a newbie among newbies would ask. Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I have just started practicing, and I don't know much about the practice system. Do you mind telling me about it? Yaoxi was stunned. Huh? Zhao Chen didn't practice? You look like a mortal. You are really a mortal. You. Yaoxi was a little at a loss. She didn't quite understand how a mortal could have anything to do with someone like Pluto, and it was obviously led by Zhao Chen. Moreover, when Hades was about to attack them, he took the initiative to stop Hades and wanted to have a 1v1 battle with him. Why are you so crazy if you haven't practiced at all? No wonder. No wonder Pluto is needed to carry you across the train. Hiss. On my way back, I have been afraid of a person who has no cultivation. And let him rest on your legs? How could it be? How dare you do that without any cultivation? Yaoxi really couldn't understand Zhao Chen's train of thought. Without any cultivation, how could he be relying on the power of others to bully others? Zhao Chen certainly couldn't explain why he was not afraid of her. I have a system, but we should still communicate now. If this girl is really naughty, we should beat her into submission. Also, what you ate was actually just chocolate chips. I guess you swallowed it without chewing it. It tasted like dried fruit, and it was delicious. Zhao Chen dropped another big bomb. Yaoshi was instantly filled with mixed feelings of sadness and joy. What made him happy was that the pill that he had always regarded as a shadow turned out not to be a death potion, just chocolate chips. Sadly, because of this, Zhao Chun. Well, it seems that I wasn't bullied much. To be honest, Zhao Chun did save her from the hands of Hades. Only. Chapter 109, Acquired and Congenital. Why are you telling me this now? Yaoshi's voice was trembling. She didn't know whether what Zhao Chun said was true or false. He might be testing her sincerity or deliberately deceiving her. Even if it was true, telling her the truth when they were alone. Does he trust me so much? A hint of warmth inexplicably flashed through Yaoshi's heart. He must still care about me. It's just because he already has a girlfriend. It's normal that he is so loyal and wouldn't fall in love with someone else. Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that she would shed tears after knowing the truth. He was ready to make the longevity talisman at any time, but he found that Yaoshi's loyalty did not decrease but increased and had already exceeded the 40 mark. Is there something wrong with this woman? Why doesn't she have any idea of how I've been treating her all day? Stockholm Syndrome. Haha, woman. Zhao Chun did not explain to Yaoshi and continued. I want to enter the world of cultivation now, but I'm completely clueless. Can you give me some knowledge to learn, the kind of basic knowledge that almost everyone knows? What Zhao Chun lacks now is basic knowledge. You have to know that Zhao Chun's ability to get along well with Yang Yan is not based on his ability to fight and kill. Because in Yang Yan's eyes, being able to chat is very important. And he will not talk about his cultivation level, because in his eyes, all people who are not as strong as him are the same. After all, no matter how strong you are not as strong as me. That level of cultivation was nothing in Yang Yan's eyes. Zhao Chun just wanted to know how big the gap was between Yang Yan and himself in terms of cultivation, including what level of cultivation Jingwen was, and whether his own level of immortality was really that high. Yaoshi saw that Zhao Chun was really asking questions with great care, and he had changed his indifference towards her during the day. Woo woo woo, he must have been unable to help but care about me. Haha, if Zhao Chun knew about this, he would definitely complain. Zombie. Bah, love brain is so disgusting. So Yaoshi no longer bothered about being cheated by Zhao Chun before. Since you trust me, I will not let you down. Then I'll tell you everything I know, and the bed will be mine tonight. Zhao Chun nodded frantically. Yaoshi sat up straight, cleared his throat, and said, of the 50 great ways, 49 are derived from heaven, and only one is hidden by man. Zhao Chun interrupted her before she finished her sentence. Sister, don't recite the technique, just explain it in plain words. Yaoshi glared at Zhao Chun in dissatisfaction and continued. This is a sentence from the Book of Changes. The human explanation means, between heaven and earth, there are 50 laws for the operation and development of things, but only 49 can be derived. The one that is lost is the secret of heaven. But in the eyes of ascetics, this sentence has another meaning. In our plane, most of the morality is dependent on heaven. The cultivators in the world are all trying to catch that little bit of morality and rely on it to continuously ascend. Among the cultivators in our dasya, the realms are roughly divided into 9 levels. Acquired, innate, body shaping, form and spirit, forgetfulness, Taoism, longevity, seizing the sky, Mahayana, and then flying into the sky. Of course, what I'm talking about here are the realms of cultivators. The mortal realms of ordinary mortals are not included in the 9 realms. The acquired realm is the realm that people who have just started practicing Taoism or those who have received intensive training can reach. Someone who has not received any instruction or learned any techniques can only barely break through the acquired realm and enter the innate realm. Like the soldier who came to pick us up this morning, he is the best in the acquired realm in the world. Although I haven't seen many acquired realm practitioners, his aura is very special, as if he has experienced the trials of war. Zhao Chun complained in his mind. Haha. He is the chief instructor of the special forces, but he can't even reach the strongest level in the acquired realm. That's really embarrassing. In the general world, most of the bodyguards who have some martial arts skills are at the acquired realm. People at this realm often think that they are just good at boxing and kicking. In fact, their daily aura is different from that of ordinary people. After all, the difference between the acquired realm and the mortal realm is not that big. Although my body, soul, and other aspects have transcended the realm of mortals, I am still subject to the constraints of human laws. After all, no matter how high my kung fu is, I am still afraid of a kitchen knife. These people in the acquired realm can bully ordinary people, but a simple bullet can make them unable to hide. Very few people in the acquired realm can reach the level of dodging bullets with bare hands. There's a saying, beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. In the acquired realm, whether it's long-range or close combat, even if a mortal is pointing a pistol at him, he will still be mostly afraid. As mortals, getting shot means starting over. Basically, those people in the acquired realm still obey the laws of the world. After all, no one dares to bet that they can dodge bullets. A peanut can easily kill them. Their strength is just like that. In the world of the acquired realm, it is not common, but at least it is not rare. Normally, barehanded people will definitely not be able to beat armed police. Yao Shi's words revealed her disdain for acquired talents. Zhao Chun had seen this girl's faceplate, and she was at the 3rd level of body shaping, so he had the capital to say so. This acquired state is quite embarrassing, but once the acquired state breaks through to the innate state, it will be completely different. The innate realm is a barrier between mortals and cultivators. If acquired cultivation is considered outstanding among mortals, then innate cultivation is almost beyond the reach of mortals. It is difficult for the human law to control the strong people in the Xiantian realm, because not only can they dodge bullets as easily as eating and drinking, but even if they are hit by bullets, it is not a serious injury. Even if they don't deliberately treat it, they can recover within 3 days with the powerful self-healing ability of the Xiantian realm. Hearing this, Zhao Chun blurted out, "Fuck. Is this guy still a human being?" For a being with a strong body in the Xiantian realm, catching a bullet with bare hands is extremely easy. Zhao Chun recalled an anime he had watched before in which there was a character whose skill was to catch a blade with his bare hands 100 certainty. But compared to catching a knife with bare hands, catching a bullet seems to be a more technical job. In short, those who can reach the Xiantian realm in the human world are all well-known figures in the world. To be able to reach this level in this world lacking in spiritual energy, one is already considered a master. Have you seen that movie? It's Hu Hu Ha Hey Wing Chun. Ip Man. When you watch movies, you think it's amazing that one person can beat 10 people, but that's all done in a low-key way. For a master from the Wing Chun family, even if they beat 10 or 100 small thugs, it would be like a joke. This is the innate master. Except for the ancient times when the innate could be killed by using military horses or deploying troops in battle formations. In modern times, there are no powerful firearms like machine guns and cannons, so the innate strong are almost invincible. The top wealthy families in the world usually hire masters of the Xiantian realm at a high price to take charge of the family. They can be elders or private guests. Many times, having an innate master by your side in the family is like having an extra life-saving talisman. If a family with less than strong financial resources or a small wealthy family that is barely presentable cannot hire a congenital master, they will try every means to hire a few acquired masters. Although Daxia now has strict laws and a peaceful society, no one can guarantee that they will not run into a few crazy people looking for trouble. Having an innate master by their side will at least make those wealthy people who have made so much money that they are afraid of death feel more at ease. As for the huge reward, the wealthy people will not care about that little money in order to save their lives. Chapter 110 Realm. After the innate realm comes the body-shaping realm. There are only a few people in the world who can achieve this. Most of them are the top disciples in the sects who can reach this level. Or maybe they are the older second-generation disciples. Although Daxia is currently experiencing economic prosperity and peace, it seems that there are no cultivators to be seen. That's because the truly powerful ones never come to this world. Most of those strong people prefer to practice in seclusion, and few are willing to go out into the world and show their faces. Those with mountains and rivers can cooperate with the local forestry bureau to organize some tourism projects, and it's just a matter of convenience to ask them to help make money. After all, even a cultivator has to make concessions for the sake of his own development and the development of his sect. The body-shaping realm is already considered the backbone of the great Xia cultivation world. As long as you don't commit suicide and offend someone you can't afford to offend, the body-shaping realm is basically a position that can call the wind and rain in the world. In this realm of the cultivation world, you can roam around freely. For those in the body-shaping realm, a hail of bullets is nothing more than a leisurely stroll in the garden. It is easy for the army to take the enemy's head from among them. Zhao Qin knew that this girl was at the body-shaping realm, but seeing her bragging about the body-shaping realm made him want to laugh, and he also wanted to imitate the famous host's words. Really? I don't believe it. Yao Shi might be talking about his own realm, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. In ancient times, many military generals were strong men in the body-shaping realm. Ahem. As for me, maybe because of my extraordinary talent or hard work, I also quietly broke through the body-shaping realm a few years ago. At the age of 18, if he can shape his body, it won't be a problem for him to rank among the top dozens in the summer. Yao Shi said it lightly, as if he was not praising himself. He glanced at Zhao Chun with his small eyes, hoping to see an expression of surprise and astonishment on his face. But, come on, why don't you say anything? Zhao Chun was a little confused. Yaoshi was extremely disappointed and had to continue. We are in Daxia, the military-affiliated supervisory organization called Dragon Soul. By the way, do you know Dragon Soul? Zhao Chun shook his head honestly. Yaoshi covered his head and said helplessly, well, now I believe that you really have never come into contact with ascetics before. We in Daxia have a system specifically designed to supervise ascetics. After all, the laws of the human world are too weak for these people. Those at the body-shaping stage are already eligible to apply for the Dragon Soul title. The Dragon Soul is the judge of the ascetics. It is also the guardian of the rules. To put it simply, it is the inspector of the human world. The foundation of a normal Dragon Soul member is body shaping, with a bunch of people in the body shaping realm and a leader in the spirit and form realm. This is the dragon group that manages the world of cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom. Any cultivator who violates the laws of Daxiao must consider whether his or her mediocre skills can withstand the pursuit of the dragon group. Even the children of the great families who have entered the secular world must obey the laws of the Great Xia nation and the constraints of the Dragon Soul, and accept the supervision of the dragon group. Nothing else. The leader of the Dragon Soul, the Dragon King, is a master of the Dao Yin realm. No matter how proud and arrogant those sect disciples are, as a top master of the Dao Yin realm, with his constraints and the dignity of the country, everyone, including the cultivators, must accept his orders obediently. Zhao Qin found that just talking about Dao Yin was already very impressive. What realm is there before Dao Yin? Wangqin. Wait, Wangqin. Isn't this Yin Zi's Buddhist name? Could it be that? Many of the sect leaders in Daxiao are only at the form and spirit realm. There are only a dozen or so masters in Daxiao who can reach the Forget Dust realm. Among them, I know 8 people. They were also awarded the title of generals by the country. It can be regarded as a kind of amnesty in a sense. The abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Yun Fa, a leader in the Forget Dust realm. The head of Wangwu Mountain, Dualuzi, is an old man in the Wangqin realm. The head of Huashan, Yu Dongyang, with the Forget Dust realm and Huashan swordsmanship, he is almost invincible at the same level. The head of Mount Wudong, Wang Ji, is the youngest among all the people I know who have reached the Wangqin realm. He broke through to the Wangqin realm at the age of 40. The head of Laojun Mountain, Li Daozhong, is an old senior in Taoism, and his seniority is very high. Long Hushan's eldest disciple, Zheng Mingyi, the best among the second generation of Long Hushan disciples. The second disciple of Lunghu Mountain, Wang Yizhi, did not make many moves, but he is confirmed to be in the Forget Dust realm. The head of Mauname, Jingwen, is related to you. She is the closest to the Daxia government, so Mauname is always crowded with people. If you really want to go and challenge her, it won't be easy. Zhao Qin's eyes twitched when Yaoshi mentioned the old thief nun Jingwen at the end. He originally thought that this guy was probably in the form and spirit realm, but then he thought that since he was the general guarding the country of Daxia, it made sense that he could be in the Forget Dust realm. It's fucked up that such a person has to end up in this state. Wait a minute, you just mentioned 2 people from Lunghu Mountain. How come they don't have a headmaster? Zhao Chun asked the question that had been in his mind. Yaoshi smiled mysteriously. What master? He is the heavenly master. What are you thinking about? Let me tell you, the heavenly master of Lunghu Mountain is the best in the world of cultivation, just like the Dragon King. A super master in the Daoyin realm. Haha, I thought he was so cool, he's Daoyin. Then if I activate the immortality voucher, can I beat up all these people? Yaoshi certainly didn't know what Zhao Chun was complaining about, so he continued. The form and spirit realm is already extremely rare among the younger generation, and is mostly the highest level that the middle-aged generation of large families can reach. People at this level are completely transcendental. They can fly in the air for a short period of time, go without food for several days, and change the weather. They have completely entered the realm of immortals on land, as described in history books. As for the Wangqin realm, it's even more amazing. Normally, if one person fights a group of people, he is basically invincible without hot weapons. Not only is his combat power strong, his recovery ability is also extremely terrifying. So if you really want your girlfriend back, don't even think about using force against Master Jingwen. Yaoshi blinked at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was a little puzzled. Why was the combat power being exaggerated higher and higher? If it was like that, then basically no one would be able to reach the next few levels? Yaoshi also saw Zhao Chen's doubts and explained. That's normal. The higher the realm, the fewer people can reach it. The most important thing is that even normal people can't reach that realm. The normal people I'm talking about are ordinary practitioners. People like me, not newbies like you who haven't even started yet. Zhao Chen suddenly realized. It is as if you are not in this field and you don't even know your innate or acquired knowledge. Once you enter this field, you can only have a general understanding of it. The real top-level knowledge may not be accessible to you, including most practitioners. Yao Shi continued. Currently, the only sect masters who are known to have surpassed the Forget Dust realm are the Dragon King, the leader of the Dragon Soul, and the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jihuai. As for the three realms above Dao Yan, namely, immortality, heaven-taking, and ascension, I know nothing about them. After all, I am just a small body-shaping cultivator now. After Yao Shi finished speaking, he raised his chin and stared at Zhao Chun, who was thinking about something. Zhao Chen didn't know who Zhang Jihuai was, and he didn't want to know. Instead, he thought of a more interesting question. Zhao Chen remembered that Brother Yang Yin once said that people like Jing Wen were easy targets for him. If that's the case, what realm is Yang Yin at? Zhao Chun waved to Yao Shi, and Yao Shi came over curiously. Zhao Chen asked, "Do you know what realm Pluto is in?" Chapter 111. It's you. Yao Shi rolled his eyes at Zhao Chun and replied, "Hey, how could I know? But I took a quick look at the Blue Storm files, and I can confirm that no one has figured out what realm Pluto is in now." Yao Shi said speechlessly, "But there are records that when Hades was 16 years old, he could fight against 1,000 of them alone, and they were all top assassins. He even killed the old Hades in the end, and was invincible in the world. I guess he was almost as powerful as Wang Chun or Dao Yan at that time. And Pluto doesn't just cultivate the realm of our great Xia. The realm divisions in foreign countries are very chaotic, at least not as regular as our great Xia rules. But those at the top can almost rival our top masters. Just like the previous generation of Hades, he personally assassinated a master of the Wangchen level in Daxia, so his realm must be above Wangchen. And since Hades succeeded in killing a god, his strength at that time was definitely not inferior to that of the old Hades. And after he won the Pluto's ring, he also inherited the Pluto's legacy. His strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this happened 7 or 8 years ago. How can I guess that he is a master who has reached the level of Wangchen at the age of 16? Wow, Zhao Chen didn't expect that his cheap brother was so powerful. According to Yao Shi, the Wangchen realm is already ranked among the best in Daxia, and even in the whole world, but Yang Yin was able to beat him when he was only in his teens. Now that he has accomplished his mission and retired, I'm afraid he has already broken through to the level of immortality, or even the incomprehensible realm of Duotian. Suddenly I feel that my longevity experience coupon is not so good. Zhao Chen glanced at Yao Shi and said teasingly, "You are also very powerful. Isn't Brother Yang, such an awesome person, still trapped by your formation?" Yao Shi did not feel proud after hearing this, but his face turned bitter and he replied, "What are you thinking about? My maze can only be regarded as a small formation. If you want to trap a person's body and soul, or even forget about the world, maybe it can be trapped for a while. It's obvious that Hades doesn't want to use force to solve this problem, and you as a mortal makes him feel uneasy around him. If he's really serious, he can just use a large-scale attack and tear you and me into pieces." Yao Shi felt a little scared. After all, he was lucky not to die because he had trapped such a ruthless man with the formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for understanding the basic knowledge of the ascetic. Obtain the common task, Advanced Asceticism. Reach the body-shaping realm within 1 month and become an entry-level ascetic. Task rewards. Random 5 elements Kung Fu plus 1 30-minute experience scroll for the form and spirit realm. Wow, the mission came so suddenly. It's an ordinary task, but the reward is extraordinary. The skills plus the experience coupon of the physical and spiritual realm. Holy shit, these are all good stuff. Although Zhao Chen now has 2 awesome experience coupons for the realm of immortality, this kind of weapon will definitely become a killer. Also, Zhao Chen, who had never been exposed to Taoism, suddenly obtained super high cultivation from a mortal. It was like a child holding a fine sword, but he could not exert much combat power. Then let yourself advance in cultivation, and then be rewarded with a card that is 1 level higher than your current realm. That's just perfect, isn't it? Student Zhao Chen, who originally had nothing else to ask, immediately became active again. "Hey Yao Shi, how long have you been practicing Taoism? You said you entered the body-shaping realm by chance at the age of 18, so how long did it take you to advance?" After all, the time given for the task was only 1 month, and Zhao Chen always felt that such a short time was a bit difficult. Yao Shi wrinkled her beautiful eyes, twitched her nose slightly, thought for a while, and then answered, I started practicing Taoism at the age of 4 and advanced to the acquired realm at the age of 7. This is because the ancestral skills of my Yao family are very powerful, which can quickly advance the body to the acquired innate realm. It took me 7 years to advance to the Xiantian realm. I was 14 years old that year. I thought I could make a big splash in the cultivation world at the Xiantian realm, but unfortunately, Zhaochen really wanted to interrupt. I asked you to tell me how long it took you to get into body shaping, and you already want to tell a story. Wait, 3 years to acquired body shape, 7 years to innate body shape, and body shaping at the age of 18, which means it takes another 4 years to get into shape. Is he still a little genius? Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chun with an incredible expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You didn't expect it, did you? After I advanced to the Xiantian realm, I only practiced for a short 4 years and successfully broke through the body-shaping realm. There are a lot of details here. I'll tell you slowly. Zhao Chun quickly waved his hands and said, Kakaka, no need to say more. I want to ask, among the cultivators you know, how long did it take the fastest one to advance to body shaping? Seeing Zhao Chun interrupting her, Yao Shi curled her red lips, somewhat dissatisfied, but still answered honestly. If it's about body shaping, then the head of Wudong Mountain, Wang Ji, is the one I just mentioned. According to the news, Wang Ji started practicing Taoism at the age of 3, acquired Taoism at the age of 5, achieved innate Taoism at the age of 9, shaped his body at the age of 13, achieved spiritual form at the age of 21, and broke through to the forgotten dust realm at the age of 40. He is the template for the Taoist world in Daxia. It can be said that he is the fastest person in the entire Daxia to break through to the forgotten dust realm. Of course, I didn't count freaks like Pluto, and I didn't count the freak that was destroyed in Shushan a few decades ago. Shushan encountered a great disaster several decades ago. The eldest disciple Meng Xiaoyao became a demon at the age of 37. On the sword arena, he absorbed the morality of millions of people and the 1,000-year luck of Shushan, and then broke through to the Daoyan realm. But I don't know how long it took him to advance in body shaping, but he broke through Dao Yin in his 30s, which must be earlier than Wang Ji. However, because Meng Xiaoyao's breakthrough was too forced, his spirit and body became unstable and he was haunted by inner demons. When he first broke through, he killed anyone he saw without knowing right or wrong. He killed hundreds of innocent Shushan disciples and even alarmed the then Shushan sect leader, Taoist Lin Yi. At that time, Master Lin He was one of the only 2 powerful Taoist masters in the world of cultivation. He and the old Taoist master from Mount Longhu were known as the 2 Taoist immortals. Unfortunately, Master Lin Yi not only failed to suppress the rebels during this civil strife, but was seriously injured by Meng Xiaoyao. Meng Xiaoyao seemed to have escaped and left Daxia. I don't know where he went. But the once majestic Shushan mountain lost a lot of its dignity after this battle. Not long after that, Master Lin Yi died. The country took advantage of the situation and completely turned Shushan Mountain into a tourist attraction. As for the disciples of Shushan Mountain, most of them were sent down to the human world. Zhao Chen sighed. Wow, there is such a secret? It sounds cool, but it has nothing to do with me. The question now is, the system requires me to advance to body shaping within a month, but is this still an ordinary task? Haha, system, you are worthy of it. Chapter 112, Impatient. I don't know what's wrong with this system. I'm a newbie who can't even reach the acquired realm. Asking oneself to reach the body shaping stage within a month of cultivation is like asking a kid who just graduated from kindergarten to go to high school within a month. Really? Forget it. I've been tricked by this pit wall system more than once or twice. When the time comes, I can just treat this mission as a piece of shit and give it up. Zhao Chen sighed in annoyance and noticed Yao Shi, who was still looking at him inexplicably, and immediately said unhappily, Okay, I've finished asking my questions. The bed is yours, go to sleep. Yao Shi was very confused. Looking at the ruthless and mean man in front of him, he was shaking with anger. She really wanted to teach this ruthless man a lesson. But seeing Zhao Chen's expression that said, Hurry up and leave, I'm going to sleep, Yao Shi held his breath and refrained from taking any action. Yao Shi felt that it was mainly because he knew that Zhao Chun was going to Mount Ame with Li Daohua and others to meet his girlfriend tomorrow. So he felt that it was not good to give him a bruised face. It's definitely not that I can't bear to do it. Absolutely not. A night of silence. The next morning, Lan Daozi came to Zhao Chen's room as usual and prepared to knock on the door. I never thought that Zhao Chen's door was not closed. Lan Daozi felt unbelievable. Damn, DJ, are young people doing such exciting things nowadays? Well, actually, Zhao Chun was so excited that he couldn't sleep the night before because he knew he would meet Qi Yazi the next day. plus the shadow of being sneak attacked by a woman the night before. In order to prevent a certain woman from taking advantage of him in the middle of the night, Zhao Chen did not sleep the entire night. I urged Yao Shi to get up early and go to the airport to wait for takeoff. Lan Daozi thought about it and knocked on the door. No response. Only then did Lan Daozi lean in to take a look. No one. Puzzled, Lan Daozi took out his phone and called Zhao Chun. Hey, where are you? Why aren't you in the bedroom? Lan Daozi was very puzzled. Logically, shouldn't this guy be sleeping soundly? Hello, Brother Lan. We are already on the plane. Why haven't you and Commander Li arrived yet? Zhao Chen's cheerful and excited voice came from the phone. Lan Daozi silently looked at the watch. 6.03 points. Didn't you say that the flight is at 8:30? I came to call you to have breakfast together. Commander Li is waiting for you in the cafeteria. Lan Daozi was really speechless. How could this idiot do this? It's only a few hours now, and you're already rushing to the airport to wait for your flight? You want to see your girlfriend so much. And brought the mistress with him. Oh no, these snacks on the plane are good. I even had to borrow a few of the stewardess lunchboxes. I'm full now. Zhao Chen didn't look embarrassed at all. Lan Daozi's face turned black again. Damn it. A guy who was about to become a general went to the plane to steal the food of other people's staff. Really, it's so embarrassing. Forced by Zhao Chen's excitement and unreasonable behavior, Commander Li and others boarded the plane one after another after finishing their meal in the cafeteria. It was less than 8 o'clock and the plane had already taken off. The flight from Beijing to Duqing will land soon. After all, a domestic flight only takes an hour or two. The airport in Duqing Military District is similar to the airport built by Li Daohua and his men in Beijing. A middle-aged man with 2 gold stars on his shoulders and a group of soldiers in military uniforms were silently waiting for everyone to get off the plane at the airport. The middle-aged man had a dark complexion and looked sturdy and strong. The loose military uniform made him look like a torrent of steel. He is much stronger than Lan Daozi, who has always been following Li Daohua. The airport here was also a huge, empty space, except for the plane Zhao Chun was on that was landing. There were no people around, not to mention flowers, plants, or trees. The middle-aged man watched Li Daohua and others get off the plane and hurriedly led everyone over. Oh, Uncle Li, what brings you here? Middle-aged people speak in a loud and forceful voice. The polite words were spoken in a very stiff manner, and it was obvious that they had been rehearsed. Li Daohua was stunned for a moment, looked at the burly black-faced man's greeting to him, and couldn't help laughing. I haven't seen you for a few years. Hey Lao-san, how come you're imitating those scholars and speaking in a sophisticated manner? In Li Daohua's eyes, this big guy is the representative of brainless and reckless men. The black-faced man smiled innocently and replied, It's been many years since we've had a war. I have a low level of education, so I should respond to the country's call and learn more cultural knowledge. Hearing this, Li Daohua burst into laughter and said, It's a good thing that there is no war to fight. Soldiers don't have to shed blood, and the people don't have to worry about it. But you, Hey Lao-san, can go to the battlefield and kill people, but if you stay in college and study for a few years, it won't be difficult for you to die. Li Daohua teased without any hesitation. The dark-faced man was not angry but agreed with her. He replied, That's right, Uncle Li. Isn't it enough for me to learn to read? Why do I have to learn this and that? It's really driving me crazy. Zhao Chun complained silently in his heart. It turned out to be a fake. No wonder he spoke so strangely. It turned out he learned knowledge in the wrong way. What wind brings you here? This is generally used to express that someone is not welcome. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit someone for no reason. People who say this usually feel unhappy. At first, Zhao Chen thought that Mr. Li had a bad relationship with the commander of the Sichuan Chongqing military region. Li Daohua continued, You, Hey Lao-san, are now a lieutenant general. It would be good for you to learn more knowledge. Let me introduce you to some knowledge. This kid is under my command. Before Li Daohua finished speaking, the dark-faced man interrupted him rudely. Hey, this must be Brother Zhao Chun. As he spoke, he clenched Zhao Chen's hand. Li Daohua smiled and was not at all angry about being interrupted. It was also the first time that Zhao Chen saw a grown man with such a passionate and ugly smile. It can be concluded that it is a smile, but the dark face looks like a chrysanthemum when smiling, which looks awkward no matter how you look at it. It's my turn. Nice to meet you. Please give me your guidance. Zhao Chen quickly pulled his hand back from the black-faced man's hand. With so many people around, it felt weird for a grown man like him to be held by another grown man. The black-faced man was not annoyed and laughed. I've heard that Brother Zhao is an unparalleled patriot. Not only did he help the country get the latest American aircraft carrier, he also got the country several nuclear missiles. My goodness, those are things that I, old black, would never dare to think of in my dreams." The black-faced man smiled and praised Zhao Chun, but he didn't notice the generation difference. This dark-faced man is at least 40 years old, and 50 is not impossible. He calls Li Daohua uncle and calls himself little brother. Commander Li could be his grandfather. Don't these soldiers care about seniority? Li Daohua also saw Zhao Chen's predicament, patted He Laosan's shoulder, and said, "Okay, don't just stand here. Get the car ready. We're heading to Amei immediately." Chapter 113 Return to Amei. There is still some distance from the capital to Mount Amei. The group of people were sitting in an extended military vehicle, with 2 accompanying military vehicles following behind them. It was truly a grand spectacle. After getting on the highway, everyone rushed to Amei Mountain in a mighty manner. Along the way, Zhao Chen also learned that Li Daohua and the black-faced man's family were somewhat related. Although not close, they were somewhat related. So when the black-faced man was young, Li Daohua took special care of him, and the black-faced man was also very hardworking. The black-faced man was named Fong Tongwang. At first glance, the name did not sound like that of a modern person. This might be because the man was named after his grandfather, a grand scholar who survived from the previous dynasty. It's interesting to say that Fong Tongwang's family has been a scholarly family for generations, but Fong Tongwang just likes to wield guns and sticks. Besides, Fong Tongwang was born with a look that was not so elegant. Besides, since he was the 3rd child in the family, the burden of inheriting the poetry and literature did not fall on him, so he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. This antics almost shocked the whole family. Fong Tongwang joined the army in the late 1980s and happened to be facing the toughest nemesis of the Dachau army at that time, the Vietnamese army. Not long after Fong Tongwang entered the military camp, he was sent to the Xia Vietnam battlefield. In the Spratly battle, he first attacked the Vietnamese army's base camp as a small soldier, scaring the Vietnamese commander-in-chief into fleeing with his confidants overnight. In response, our country announced the victory of the war internationally by defeating the Vietnamese army, and Fong Tongwang was credited with a great achievement. However, the Vietnamese army only cared about eating and not fighting. Not long after our country issued a statement, they hurriedly issued a statement claiming their victory, implying that it was obvious that Dachau was at a disadvantage in this war and refused to admit the fact that they were defeated by Dachau. This war further deteriorated the relationship between Xia and Yu to the lowest point. So Fong Tongwang asked his superiors for permission to go to war, but unfortunately, it was put on hold. But in the early morning of February 13, 1990, the Vietnamese army launched a surprise attack on the positions of our border defense forces with the strength of a division. There were only 3,000 troops stationed here, and with 15,000 versus 3,000, it was originally a lopsided battle. Unexpectedly, we encountered Fong Tongwang's troops stationed here, and our army quickly organized a counterattack. This battle was also the last battle of the Sino-Vietnamese War. Fong Tongwang led a team of less than 3,000 people and chased more than 10,000 Vietnamese troops who came to attack and support for a full 300 miles. The Vietnamese army was scared to death. After this, the Vietnamese army never dared to easily offend our border again. Not long after the war ended, Fong Tongwang returned to the military region to recuperate and was promoted by his superiors. In just 30 years, he rose to the rank of lieutenant general like a rocket. It can be said to be a legend. Damn it, these bald donkeys are really no good. Brother Zhao, don't worry, you don't have to do anything. I have already arranged for the garrison troops near Amei Mountain, and they are all carrying cannons over there. These monks and nuns have been making a lot of money from the government these years, and they are working very hard. They have made all the money, but they are still able to do such dirty things. That old bastard Nun Jingwen is nothing but an out-of-this-world ascetic. It's not like I haven't killed her before. In 2007, when I was at the Xia-Indian border, there were 4 or 5 out-of-this-world ascetics on the side of Little Asen. What's the use? Under the cannon, they all turned into scorched earth. It has to be said that after separating from that group of gentle subordinates, Fong Tongwang immediately showed his fierce bandit side. This once again made Zhao Chun believe that all those who have made a name for themselves in the army are troublemakers. You have to be really capable to be so arrogant. If you are not capable but still arrogant, you are just asking for trouble. Li Daohua said angrily. What are you barking about? You think you are so great just because you have made it. We are going to pick them up this time, not to attack Ping'an County. You even got the cannon out. What? Are you planning to establish your own territory and declare yourself the king? Li Daohua was not polite at all when educating his juniors. After all, he had helped Fong Tongwang a lot when he was young. Fong Tongwang smiled awkwardly. Uncle Li, don't be angry. I just want to vent my anger on behalf of Brother Zhao. Fong Tongwang also knew that he was a little too excited, and almost did something extremely treasonous. Take it out on you? Li Daoguo said with a straight face. Those bigwigs in Beijing who deal in nuclear bombs all support Zhao Chun. Even if he makes a mistake, they just ignore it in the blink of an eye. What about you? If you really fire at Manhwa without permission, you won't have to wear this military uniform anymore. 30 years of hard work, all wasted in one day. Li Daoguo spoke half jokingly and half seriously, and what he said made a lot of sense. In Daxiao, between a rising star and a dying old man, who would receive a heavier punishment for making a mistake? Obviously, the old man is half buried in the earth, so why would he care? Moreover, the pillars of the country like Old Su, Old Wang, and Old Qian are all the treasures of the country. If one of them is missing, it will be a loss like cutting flesh for the whole Daxia. Whether Daxia can catch up with the United States and the Big Goose in terms of nuclear bombs and nuclear fusion, or how much it can catch up, depends on the blood and dedication of several old people. How should they be punished if they make mistakes? Haha, as long as you don't commit treason, we will worship you. However, if he were a military man, he might be of some use in times of war, but now Daxia has been peaceful and prosperous for years. People live and work in peace and contentment, and their happiness index is increasing day by day. At this time, the difference between a general who can fight and a capable minister who can govern the country is huge. In addition, if one's background is not strong enough, being stripped of one's official position is a very common thing. Fang Tongwang was able to reach this position, so it was obvious that he was not a man of courage but no strategy. He smiled innocently. He also knew that it was impossible for him to really do anything to Manhwa, but he still had to put in some superficial effort. Zhao Chun is a rising star who is sure to be the new lieutenant general in the army. Isn't this a chance to improve the relationship? Zhao Chun could understand this factor, but he still felt touched that so many people were willing to stand up for him. No matter what their purpose was, it at least proved that his idea was correct. That old bald guy Jing Wen is a piece of shit. Not long after, everyone drove to the foot of Mount Amei. 3 military vehicles parked one by one. Zhao Chun followed Li Daoguo and Fang Tongwang up the steps and entered Amei. Looking up at the boundless temple, Zhao Chun said with emotion, "It has been more than 10 days since we last met. You old nun never thought that I would climb the ladder so quickly." When Zhao Chun returned to Amei, he felt very proud, as there was a large group of people in front and behind him to help him challenge the enemy. There was no need to worry that the old woman was dishonest, and Fang Tongwang had already contacted Amei before and confirmed that Jingwen was on the mountain. This time, Jingwen will not be given the opportunity to hide in 3 burrows. Chapter 114, Doing Things According to the Rules. Capital, Shiyuan. The pavilions here are decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, and the buildings look like a royal palace. The surroundings are filled with pools of sunlight and rustling grass. Although it is midsummer, the entire West Garden is filled with cool breezes, and even under the direct sunlight, there is no feeling of heat at all. Not far from Shuyangxi, there is an antique pavilion. A man in his early 30s, wearing a plain robe, is sitting on the steps of the pavilion, quietly reading an ancient book. The man had an ordinary appearance, with light stubble, innocent eyes, and naturally plain skin. The title of the book shines on the earth through the sunlight. Tao Te Ching. Everyone in the world knows that beauty is beauty and ugliness is evil. Everyone knows that goodness is not good. Existence and non-existence give birth to each other. Difficulty and ease complement each other. Length and shortness punish each other. High and low complement each other. Sounds harmonize with each other, and the order of precedence follows each other. This is constant. The man recited passages from the book in a low voice, sometimes speaking and sometimes pausing to think, sometimes nodding and sometimes smiling slightly. Outside the gate not far away, an Audi car stopped directly at the door, blocking the already narrow path. A middle-aged man in a black leather coat sat quietly in the car. He looked out the car window at the familiar and awe-inspiring courtyard wall. He was surrounded by bustling alleys, and the noisy voices of people reached his ears from the alleys. It was not harsh, but loud. The air was filled with the greasy aroma of hot pot in the old capital. Several vendors were leaning shoulder to shoulder against the quaint courtyard wall, setting up their own stalls. They sell chicken eggs and duck eggs, dried fruits and fungus, as well as radishes and vegetables. Perhaps because there was no business at the moment, a few vendors were chatting with each other and fanning each other with palm leaf fans in the hot weather. In this very center of power of Daxia, people's livelihood can be seen everywhere, and common people can be seen everywhere. The midsummer in the north is extremely hot, but the wind is also very strong, so when the man got out of the car wearing a coat, the people around him did not show much surprise. In addition to this middle-aged man, an old man in his 70s or 80s also got off the car. The old man was wearing a faded Zhongshan suit, but he stood straight and firm and had sparse short silver hair. The two of them stepped into this deep-walled courtyard that looked extremely retro, one after the other. As soon as they entered the gate, they felt that the originally hot and dry noon seemed to have turned into a cool and fresh morning in an instant. The bright green vegetation is growing extremely lushly, and the little birds on the branches are taking a quiet nap. There were piles of books everywhere near the small pavilion, such as Huainanzi, The Art of War, Spring and Autumn Annals, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It seems that as long as it is a history book, it can be found here. There are several warm-colored glass cabinets outside the pavilion, and the cabinets are filled with ancient books of various types and colors. In this era of information explosion, so many paper books are indeed not common enough. The red pavilion pillars are embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes, which complement each other and are as beautiful as a painting. Are you here? Sit down. The man sitting on the steps of the pavilion did not take his eyes off the silk book in his hands, but just spoke softly. The old man walked quietly behind the man in plain clothes who was reading a book, put his hands in front of him, and said respectfully, "Master." The man nodded slightly and said nothing. The middle-aged man in a black leather coat walked forward a little awkwardly, at a very slow pace. In a man's heart, even though she had come to this courtyard countless times and met this man who was closest to her by blood countless times. But the awe and fear in my heart are still like the thick fog in the morning, covering my heart and lingering for a long time. The man finally reached the pavilion, and it seemed like a century had passed. She lowered her head and bent over to present the documents she had prepared in her hand, but she was still 10 feet away from the man in plain clothes. The man in plain clothes was still pondering the ancient book in his hand and did not look up. The old man took a few steps forward in time and took the document. "Tell me, what's the matter?" The voice of the man in plain clothes was still light and without any emotion, as if no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with him. The man in the black leather coat moved his lips, as if he was trying hard to build up his emotions. "Father, this is a letter of commendation for a lieutenant general." The middle-aged man's words were shocking, but the man sitting on the steps of the pavilion and the old man behind him did not seem surprised at all. There is no war now, so where does the merit come from to award the lieutenant general? The man flipped through the yellowed pages of the ancient book. Although he was asking questions, his words were calm, as if he was making a statement. The middle-aged man still lowered his head and replied, "This is a new kid that has emerged recently. He was the one who brought back the USS Kennedy some time ago. A few days ago, we also brought the thermonuclear warhead B-47 Galaxy that the United States was transporting to Alaska to Dacia. Although Hades assisted in the process, the excellence of this child is still obvious to all. So Li Daoguo from the capital military region, Lu Jinyun, and others were willing to endorse him. He applied for the rank of lieutenant general." The middle-aged man lowered his head and told what he knew, then closed his mouth and said no more. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the man in plain clothes read a whole chapter of the sutra and then slowly asked, "Pluto? What is his relationship with Yang Yan?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and replied, "As far as I know, there should be no connection. It's just that Li Daoguo was afraid that the child would be in danger when he went abroad on a mission, so he asked Pluto to escort him." After the man finished speaking, he kept silent and lowered his head. Hearing this, the man in plain robes smiled rarely and said, "Ask Yang Yan to escort us? Haha, this Yang Yan has been involved in constant international disputes since he returned to Dacia. He wanted to go abroad several times, but was restricted by me. I didn't expect that Li Daoguo would invite him to go abroad." Haha. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with disbelief when he heard this, and he fell to his knees with a thud, his already lowered head even lower. I'll go finally." "Need not." The man interrupted. It was originally a veiled expression. He gave me face by not going out. Since it was our people who asked him to go out this time, he was naturally willing to go along with it. Let this matter pass. Yang Yan will naturally come back after he suppresses the turmoil abroad. Back to this child. Your documents say he is only 22 years old. He is too young. We don't allow him to be here. The man in plain clothes had clearly not taken the document in his hands, but he had already understood the contents of the document. The middle-aged man was silent for a while, and after struggling with his mind for a long time, he finally replied tremblingly, "But, Father, this child's contribution is enough." After saying this, the middle-aged man didn't realize that his back was completely wet with cold sweat. Fortunately, I was covered by the black leather jacket, so I didn't look so embarrassed. The man in plain robe, who was originally staring at the book in his hand, suddenly paused. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he finally looked up at his second son who was kneeling in front of him for the first time. Second brother, if I remember correctly, this is the first time in more than 50 years that you have questioned my answer, right? The middle-aged man called Lao Er hurriedly threw his head to the ground, his body trembling and exuding a sense of fear. The man in plain robe shook his head and said, "You are too rigid. I wish you could be like your elder brother. He never kneels when he sees me." The middle-aged man replied in a trembling voice, "The clan law is greater than heaven." Drops of cold sweat dripped from the middle-aged man's head like splashing water. The man in plain robe nodded with satisfaction and said, "Get up. I don't blame you. That kid is too young. It's too early to award him the rank of lieutenant general. If he makes great contributions to the country, how should we reward him? General, you know the necessary steps for a general of our great Xia. How can our great Xia fall to the point where there is no reward left?" He was first promoted to major general and nominated as lieutenant general. He was told that he had to wait until a specific date to be promoted to lieutenant general, and that he had to leave more traces in the international community. The man in plain robe said this lightly, and it sounded like a joke. However, both people present knew that since this person had said this, the result must have been decided. The middle-aged man stood up slowly and tremblingly. The man in the plain robe also put down the ancient book in his hand and took a sip of the tea on the stone table. "Oh, by the way, I saw on the news that the sky in Fuzhou was dyed red twice in a row, and a black circle appeared in Duqing. What's going on?" The man who had just stood up immediately fell down again and answered, "Father, the brothers Duobao and Duofu in Fu province are using the blood sacrifice method to advance to the Wangqin realm. Over in Duqing, it's Taoist master Ye who is breaking through Daoyan. That black circle should be because the breakthrough site is close to human habitation and the barrier he set up didn't cover it completely. When Daoyan breaks through, the sky and the earth change color, so it's normal for black gas to leak out." The middle-aged man answered word by word. The man in plain robes frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Normal? Breaking through Daoyan is fine, but breaking through without building a barrier? And it's so close to the people. What if something like what happened in Shushan happens? Isn't this treating the rules of cultivators as a dead letter? As for the two who broke through to Wangchun, how they broke through is their business, but it will be different if the public sees it. Have you caught them all?" The man in plain robes asked. The man in the black leather jacket had cold sweat on his forehead. He swallowed and replied, "Because these two incidents happened close to each other, our people are still trying to capture Duobao and Duofu." The man in plain robes looked at his son who was lying on the ground with indifference and said without any emotion, "Second brother, since you are the Dragon King of the world, you must live up to your title. Since these people have violated the precepts, it is nothing more than the difference between dying sooner or later. That Yi, since he has also broken through Daoyan, then you can go and kill him yourself. I have no opinion on how these people advance, but if they don't follow the rules, then there will be chaos in the cultivation world in the future. You know what I mean." The man in the plain robe stared at the man and said. The man in the black leather coat kowtowed again. Chapter 115, The Final Meeting. "Huh? What? What? Okay, I understand. I will communicate with him." On Mount Ame, when Li Daoguo and others reached the middle level, a phone call came in. It was a call from the elegant lieutenant general whom Zhao Chun had met in Commander Li Daoguo's office. Zhao Chun hurriedly stared at Commander Li who was on the phone, his face full of anticipation. However, seeing Commander Li's surprised expression and such words, Zhao Chun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Li Daoguo put away his phone, looked at the people around him who were looking at him vaguely. His face looked a little unnatural, and said, "It's just a small matter. Let's go first." Fong Tong Wang and others did not ask any more questions, but just glanced at Zhao Chun beside Li Daoguo with a puzzled look. Zhao Chun saw Li Daoguo giving him an apologetic look and immediately understood that it should be about the rank of lieutenant general. Something went wrong. But now there are so many people around me, so it's really not appropriate to say anything. Zhao Chun followed Li Daoguo, walking silently, but the joy of being about to see Zhao Yanzi was somewhat diluted. The group arrived at the gate of Datong Temple in a mighty procession. A few bald monks wearing robes were waiting at the temple gate. "Ba, you donors have come from afar. Please come into the hall and take a seat first." The leading old monk first went through the basic procedures of a bald monk, then hypocritically invited everyone in to have tea. Fong Tong Wang, who was following Li Daoguo, didn't buy it at all. "Don't bother me anymore. Let's find Jingwen and take us there directly." Although his subordinates were all behind him, Fong Tong Wang did not try to hide his banditry at all. Li Daoguo glared at Lieutenant General Fong Tong Wang, but didn't say much. The old bald donkey in the lead was about to say Ba again and was about to say something, when a young disciple in nun's clothes came from not far away. "Are you Mr. Zhao Chun and his party?" The little nun looked at the huge crowd of people, and her voice unconsciously became lower. Zhao Chun hurried out and said, "It's me. What do you mean?" The little nun glanced at Zhao Chun, clasped her hands together, and said, "The headmaster is already waiting for you in the Seaman Hall. Junior sister Xihua is also here. Please follow me." The little nun said this and turned to leave. Zhao Chun asked doubtfully, "Junior sister Xihua?" Zhao Chun didn't remember anyone with this name. Could it be? The little nun turned around, smiled, and replied, "That's the name junior sister Wanchen changed her name to. Now she's called Xihua." Seaman Hall. 3 Dharma bodies of Buddha stood in the huge palace. A young woman was kneeling on a tan cushion with a middle-aged woman, worshipping Buddha silently. The middle-aged woman was praying and muttering something. There were only the master and his disciple in the hall of several hundred square meters, which was extremely empty. The young woman did not seem to have much reverence for the Buddha. She casually opened her 2 curved brows, which seemed to be neither frowning nor smiling, and her eyes, which seemed to be neither happy nor unhappy. Her calm face showed sorrow in her chin, and her delicate body was full of illness, just like the pitiful Lin Daiyu. Her hands are as soft as catkins, her skin is as white as solidified fat, her neck is as smooth as a cicada, her teeth are as white as gourds. She has a delicate forehead and beautiful eyebrows, a charming smile, and beautiful eyes. There is a peerless beauty, living in seclusion in an empty valley. This is her direct manifestation in this empty hall. The woman beside the wine shop is like the moon, with white wrists as white as frost and snow. It is her ultimate beauty in every frown, smile, gesture, and movement. It is so natural and casual, yet it can touch people's hearts in an unusual way. The middle-aged woman opened her eyes slightly, felt the strange breath, and sighed. "They're here after all." The young woman didn't care and replied, "He'll come eventually." These 2 people are naturally Master Jingwen and Xihua, who has changed her Buddhist name. But for some reason, this originally gentle and virtuous girl had undergone a drastic change after only staying in this walled compound for less than 2 months. His voice was cold and indifferent, and there was no longer any reverence for this master who taught by example. Come to think of it, if those who worship Buddha no longer respect the Buddha, how can they respect mortals? Even the so-called world-forgetting realm has not escaped the realm of mortals. After 100 years, one is nothing but a handful of earth. Jingwen glanced at the indifferent disciple, sighed, and said, "I really don't know whether it is right or wrong to let you realize the supreme forgetfulness. It's only been half a month, and you have changed drastically." Shihua's icy expression still showed no warmth at all, and she just replied indifferently, "But you know, this is the best option." Half a month ago, Jingwen brought Xiaoyanzi to Gushu Mountain, which had been transformed into a tourist attraction by the Tourism Bureau. But Jingwen knew that somewhere in the mountains, there lived a small group of descendants of Shushan who were left behind. These Shushan descendants were unwilling to see their sect fall apart, so they spontaneously gathered in a small valley. Although it has not established itself as a sect, it has already reached a certain scale. However, the number is still too small, and support from all parties is needed. The authorities could not bear to kill them all. After all, occupying other people's ancestral land was no longer a moral right. Moreover, most of the Shushan martial arts secrets were moved here by the group. People can be recruited later, but the secret manuals of martial arts are the product of thousands of years of inheritance, and they must not be lost. There, Jingwen found the Taoist technique that was most suitable for Xihua. Tai Shang Wang Qing is a subchapter of Tai Shang Gaining Pian. The Tai Shang Gaining Pian here is definitely not the traditional Taoist ancient book that can be found on the streets, but it is truly another peerless martial arts method written by Lao Tzu. Shushan has been one of the founders of Taoism for many years, so it is reasonable to collect such peerless skills there. An ancient saying goes, "The highest state of mind is to forget about emotions." This is the most heartless, but also the most affectionate. Floating in the depths, trapped in a corner. Jingwen sighed again. "As long as you think it's right, I hope you can continue this ruthless spirit until you forget Chun and even Daoyan. In just half a month, you have broken through from the realm of no realm to the realm of shaping. The dustless body is truly the best physique for us cultivators. With your talent and speed of advancement, you will soar to the sky in less than 10 years. Wangchen, even Daoyan will not be your final realm. I believe you will definitely give Daxiao a surprise." Jingwen became more and more excited as she spoke, but the person concerned was still looking at the Buddha in front of him with cold eyes. "Soaring into the sky," Xihua murmured, shook her head gently, and sneered. Bang! The door of the hall was pushed open heavily. A little nun walked in quickly with a group of people. Jingwen and Xihua turned around at the same time. Jingwen's eyes were filled with complexity and regret, and cherished the flowers. Those originally cold and ruthless eyes gradually melted and warmed up when they saw someone in the crowd. In this hot summer, there was even a bit of mist in the corners of Xihua's eyes. Just as Zhao Qin's wandering eyes happened to focus on the two people on the mat, or to be more precise, he noticed a woman in an ice shirt on the mat. The originally humorous and casual look froze in an instant, because Zhao Qin's eyes just happened to meet a pair of clear eyes that were full of infinite lovesickness and tenderness. Brother Zhao Qin. Chapter 116. Ask him. The woman in ice shirt rushed towards Zhao Qin like a young swallow returning to its nest, which made everyone present realize what was happening. And when Zhao Qin saw Xiao Yanzi, he was also stunned. Brother Zhao Qin. Jing Wen, who was still standing there, was stunned by Xihua's action and murmured in her heart, "Is this still the Xihua who has cultivated the highest level of forgetfulness? The highest state is to forget about emotions, to forget everything, but the deepest emotions are even deeper." Jingwen looked at her disciple, who threw himself into Zhao Qin's arms with a crying voice and an excited and happy look on his face, and she couldn't help but sigh heavily. Zhao Qin was also extremely surprised when he saw his sister, whose appearance seemed to have changed drastically in just 2 months. It's not that Xiao Yanzi has changed much in appearance. She is still as charming, well-behaved, and cute. It was just that there seemed to be a mysterious aura lingering around Xiao Yanzi, and Zhao Qin felt that his sister's entire temperament had undergone a drastic change. Of course, none of this affects the two people's warm reminiscing at the moment. Brother has lost weight. Just as Zhao Qin was about to say something affectionately, Xiao Yanzi spoke again in a wrong tone. It was not because I felt wronged, but because Zhao Qin felt wronged. Zhao Yan compared the waist she was holding. I used to be able to hug my brother just enough, but now my arms are way beyond the limit. It can't be that Xiao Yanzi's arms have grown longer. The girl stared at Zhao Qin with her watery eyes. There was great dissatisfaction written all over her delicate face. She insisted that Zhao Qin give an explanation. Zhao Qin originally wanted to say something to show his concern for his sister, but he forgot it for a moment and smiled innocently. He ate compressed biscuits and energy bars for a month on the deserted island. It would be strange if he didn't lose weight. Later on, they went to the United States to develop nuclear bombs, so they had no time to have a few hot meals in peace. It's normal to lose weight. I was busy with the task and didn't eat in time. Zhao Qin explained with a smile. Although he could boastfully say that he was thinking about Xiao Yanzi, but in front of the person he truly loved, no matter how eloquent he was, he couldn't bear to tell such lies. Xiao Yanzi's originally joyful expression faded slightly, and her eyes were filled with transparent tears. "Since Xiao Yanzi is not with you, will you not eat well?" The girl's voice was choked with sobs. Her emotions were sincere, and there was not a trace of affectation in her voice. Zhao Qin pursed his lips and gently patted Xiao Yanzi's shoulder, saying, "It's okay, it's all over. I'm here now. I'll never let you worry about me in the future. I'll take you away, okay?" Zhao Qin understood Xiao Yanzi's feelings very well, just as Xiao Yanzi must also understand his longing for her. At this point, Jingwen, who had been sitting on the futon with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Jingwen's calm face suddenly showed a slight ripple, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she did not take the initiative to say it out loud. Xiao Yanzi lay in Zhao Qin's arms, looking at the man's sincere gaze, her red lips slightly pursed, and she was silent for a moment. "Shake your head slightly." Seeing Xihua shaking her head, Jingwen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her heart, which seemed to be hanging in the air, slowly fell down. However, before Zhao Qin could show his puzzlement, Xiao Yanzi's voice came out again. "Brother, give Xiao Yanzi some more time. I have only learned half of the skills here, and there is still a lot to learn. Wait half a year or so, and I'll finish reading all the ancient books and techniques here, and then I'll go and accompany my brother." Jingwen was suddenly confused. She knew that her little disciple liked to read various ancient books and exercises in the library when he hadn't practiced, and she accepted all of them, as the types were very diverse. She also knew that her little disciple had an incredibly high talent for cultivation and had a photographic memory. He could learn things quickly and understand them all in a short time. He is a true martial arts genius. What is a genius? Any skill, any realm, once learned, will lead to a breakthrough when it reaches the advanced level. There is no bottleneck or problem for the wizards. Deep thinking is required for martial arts, and external objects are needed to break through the realm. These are not within the scope of genius. In the entire Daxiao, with a history of tens of thousands of years, There have only been dozens of such geniuses. Now that her disciple has such a talent, Jingwen almost put Xihua on a pedestal. Although Jingwen also knew that Xihua's study of the scriptures was most likely not for her own benefit, but directly in front of her master. Well, no problem. Zhao Qin never expected that Xiao Yanzi was unwilling to go back with him. It just means you have to finish reading all the books. Well, it's just a few months, and besides, it was Xiao Yanzi's own choice. Seeing that his sister seemed to be living well here and not being bullied, Zhao Qin felt relieved. Zhao Qin stroked Xiao Yanzi's black and shiny hair and said lovingly, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm not afraid that you'll be bullied in the mountains, so I brought so many elders to see you." After Zhao Qin finished speaking, he turned his head and motioned Xiao Yanzi to look at the group of people behind him. Li Daohua and Feng Tongwang laughed even louder. After hearing this, Xiao Yanzi's face turned red with shyness. Looking at the group of people behind Zhao Qin, she shyly buried her head in Zhao Qin's chest. The atmosphere was so pleasant and natural. Body-shaping realm. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Everyone turned their dissatisfied eyes to the woman who made the sound in the crowd. It was Yao Shi, the companion who came with Zhao Qin. Yao Shi looked at the girl in Zhao Qin's arms in disbelief. "Didn't you say that your sister had no cultivation before she was sent to Amei? How is it possible that she has reached the state of perfect body shaping now?" Yao Shi looked as if he had seen a ghost and didn't pay any attention to the atmosphere or the occasion. The first thing he noticed when he entered the hall was the two people on the cushions. The middle-aged woman's cultivation level is unpredictable, so she must be Master Jingwen, who is in the Wangshan realm. But that young woman, it was almost impossible to gauge her cultivation level. You have to know that Yao Shi himself has reached the realm of great success in body shaping. But this woman does not have the characteristics of the unity of body and soul in the realm of form and spirit. Perfect body shaping. Zhao Qin frowned slightly, not very happy that this rude guy broke the good reunion atmosphere. Xiao Yanzi also raised her head slightly from Zhao Qin's arms and noticed the stunningly beautiful but stupid woman in the crowd. In an instant, the girl transformed from the swallow in Zhao Qin's arms to the Amei Saint Xihua. The icy coldness in his eyes instantly made Yao Shi, who was also in the body-shaping realm, feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. "Who are you?" Xihua's cold voice no longer had any of the coquettishness it had before. Everyone present was subconsciously stunned, thinking that the girl seemed to have changed her personality in an instant, switching from the warm spring sunshine to the 1,000-year-old ice marrow that was enough to freeze the blood of a living person. Zhao Qin also noticed that Xiao Yanzi suddenly seemed like a different person, and even the temperature emanating from her body dropped a few degrees in an instant. Like a fairy in ice. Yao Shi felt as if his mind and soul were taken away by Xihua's cold gaze. He was stunned for several seconds without any reaction. After getting used to it, Yao Shi glanced at Zhao Qin beside Xihua, raised his right hand and pointed, saying aggrievedly, "Ask him." Xihua paused for a moment, and the feeling that seemed to make people feel cold on a snowy night in winter quietly faded away as if it were a dream. Xiao Yanzi looked up at Zhao Qin, pursed her lips, and asked, "Is this woman the sister that my brother found for Xiao Yanzi?" Chapter 117 Brand. Zhao Qin gently tapped Yanzi's white little head. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." After Zhao Qin finished speaking, he hugged Xiao Yanzi tighter and whispered in her ear, "I met her while on a mission abroad. She looked a little strange to me, so I brought her back. She's my prisoner." Zhao Qin winked at Xiao Yanzi, indicating her not to tell anyone else. Although Xiao Yanzi was still very confused, she nodded obediently and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yao Shi, who was standing there in embarrassment, and teased. "Brother is so lucky. He can meet beautiful girls everywhere." The jealousy in the words is still self-evident. Zhao Qin smiled awkwardly, and everyone present looked around, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Li Daohua and Feng Tongwang looked at each other again and smiled bitterly at each other. The awkward atmosphere seemed to be waiting for someone stubborn to break it. Nun Jingwen stood up and walked over slowly, saying to everyone, "Since you are a guest from afar, please don't stand here. Please go to the main hall to have tea and chat." The night is never completely dark. In the sky, the flickering stars are like points of light appearing and disappearing in the huge black curtain. Summer nights are still hot and stuffy, even in the mountains that are over 1,000 meters above sea level. However, Zhao Qin was holding a beautiful woman under a dead tree, looking at the stars, the night sky, and this boundless and bizarre world. It's amazing. I didn't expect to meet my brother again after so many years. Moreover, I have embarked on such a strange path. Zhao Yan leaned on the man, looking at the stars flickering in the sky, and sighed. Zhao Qin also nodded and said with emotion, "Life is so wonderful and complicated. It doesn't matter if you are an ordinary person or a superior person. No matter what, it is important to be with the people you love. It would be so boring if I were alone. Zhao Yan turned her head and stared at the man's face with a happy look on her face and replied, "Brother won't be bored. I will always be with you." Hee hee. Zhao Chen also laughed along with the girl's bell-like laughter, and the world seemed to become cheerful along with the girl's laughter. Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something and hugged the girl's hand tightly and asked, "During the day, that little girl Yao, she said that you have reached the body-shaping realm?" Zhao Yan had only been following Master Jingwen for a month and a half, but she had advanced from a mortal with no cultivation to a body shaper. This rekindled Zhao Chen's hope of completing the task, as he was originally ready to give up on the system task. After all, the mission rewards are still very good, and it would be great if I could enter the world of monasticism earlier. Zhao Yan's big, sparkling eyes reflected by the stars showed a hint of doubt, and she replied, "Brother, are you also planning to enter the world of cultivation? My method may be rather special. It may not be suitable for you, brother." Zhao Yanzi answered honestly. After all, she didn't want to make her brother happy for nothing. It's okay. Just tell me first. If it's really not suitable for me, then I won't learn it." What Zhao Chun was thinking was, no matter what, he had to give it a try, just in case, right? It's not considered a leak as it's just me and Yin Zi's family. However, Zhao Yin was not thinking about whether the secret of the technique had been leaked. He pondered for a moment, as if brewing how to answer. After he had some ideas, he answered, "The technique I practice is not a Buddhist technique, but a sub-volume of the book, Taishang Gaining Ju, called Taishang Wuqing, that my master borrowed from Shushan for me. It is said that if this technique is practiced to perfection, it can make a person forget everything in the world, including love, hatred, and even relatives, lovers, and so on. Maybe when I reach a high level of cultivation, I will forget about my brother too." Little Swallow smiled slyly. Zhao Chun was a little anxious when he heard this. Although he knew it might be different, this technique sounded unreliable. Fuck, what kind of martial arts is so perverted? The reason you suddenly turned into a cold and icy person in the hall today must be because of this martial arts. I won't practice anymore. What kind of stupid technique is this? Forgetting feelings? Even the closest relatives can forget. Zhao Chen didn't quite understand the significance of this technique. A technique exclusive to a lonesome person? Seeing Zhao Chen's anxious look, Zhao Yin burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother, you were so cute just now." When Zhao Chen saw his sister like this, he always felt that something was not right. Could it be that he was deceived by the girl? "You little swallow. You even lied to your brother, didn't you? You deserve a beating. Hurry up, stick your butt out here. Brother will punish you." As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. How come I brought out the catchphrase I used to say when I was a few years old? Zhao Yan's face also turned red instantly. "Brother, what did you say?" I'm so embarrassed. Although there was no one else here, such outrageous words still made the naive girl blush from her forehead to her ears. Zhao Chen also knew that he seemed a little. He smiled and still held the girl tightly, looking into the distance to avoid embarrassment. "You panic and I'll handle mine." The embarrassing atmosphere lasted for several minutes. Zhao Yin buried her delicate little face in the man's chest, as if hiding the fluttering emotions in her heart. Finally, the girl raised her head slightly and broke the silence again. "Brother, do you really want to enter the monastic world as soon as possible?" There was a hint of shyness in the girl's voice. Zhao Chen didn't think too much this time and just nodded honestly. Zhao Yanzi continued, "My technique will indeed have ruthless side effects after reaching a high level. But it's not impossible to improve it." Zhao Chun said seriously, "How do I change it? If this technique really cannot be changed, and one has to use coldness and ruthlessness to make oneself stronger, then it is really better not to learn it." In Zhao Chen's heart, he still hopes that his sister is a flesh and blood person, instead of becoming a supreme, ruthless, and unrighteous god. Zhao Yin did not answer in time this time. Instead, the blush that had just faded away appeared on her cheeks again. All you need to do is leave a deep impression in Zhao Yanzi's heart as early as possible, and that'll be all. Zhao Yan's voice became lower and lower, and in the end Zhao Chen could hardly hear her. "Brand? What brand?" Zhao Chun was very confused. He knew nothing about these techniques. He just hoped that his sister would not become so cold and heartless. It's the mark of the human world. Because the essence of Taishang Wuqing is to allow practitioners to transcend and finally reach the immortal realm of having no desires or requests. But if an indelible mark is left in the heart of a practitioner early on, then no matter how they advance in their practice, the figure of the person who left the mark will always be in their heart. And brother, if you leave a mark on Zhao Yanzi's heart and body, Zhao Yanzi's return of gratitude will be enough to allow brother to advance to the body-shaping realm. Zhao Yan seemed to have summoned up all her courage and said it clearly in one breath. And Zhao Chun was in extreme confusion. This sounds so much like Chapter 118 Surrender. This. Zhao Chun was silent for a while. He knew that since the two of them were already together, it was only natural for them to reach that step. What's more, he is in urgent need of a breakthrough, and Zhao Yanzi also needs him to leave a mark on her, in her heart. However, Zhao Chun felt that he was taking advantage of the situation. It's very uncomfortable. Zhao Chun felt that his relationship with Xiao Yanzi would naturally reach that step sooner or later, but this could not be because he wanted to complete a task or leave a mark in Xiao Yanzi's heart. Once there is a reason, love is no longer pure. Although it was a bit hypocritical to think this way, Zhao Chun felt that it would be quite a shame if he accepted Zhao Yanzi's suggestion with a clear conscience. This technique of yours is really a bit strange. Zhao Chun spoke his true feelings, but as a newbie who had just gotten started, or even not even a beginner, it was understandable that he knew very little about the world of cultivation. Zhao Yan looked at Zhao Chen's hesitant expression with some confusion, and her tense mood relaxed a little, but she also felt a little regretful for some reason. Why? Brother doesn't want to. Zhao Yan asked deliberately as if she was aggrieved. Zhao Chun, who was still thinking, shook his head subconsciously, came back to his senses, and quickly explained. No, it's just that I think if it's because of these reasons, it's a bit too hasty. We have to get married and get a marriage certificate anyway. I'll marry you in a grand sedan chair. Now I am also a wealthy man. It is no problem for me to buy some real estate with the money in my pocket. It won't be like before when we had no place to stand. And Dean Zhao, why does she have to make the decision for us to be together? Congratulations. Besides, your brother is working in the army now, so why don't we have to set up 17 or 18 tables for the wedding? Invite Commander Li, Elder Zhou, and all the kind-hearted people I know who are taking care of us. Of course, we have to eat and drink with them. We also want them to witness our happy moment. It seemed that Zhao Chun had expanded his horizons very far from Zhao Yanzi's words. Zhao Yan looked at her brother who was planning and talking seriously, and couldn't help laughing out loud again. Humph. I thought brother was afraid of the side effects of my technique, so he didn't want to do it. Zhao Chun was still talking about his wedding plans, but was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Yanzi. He was also stunned for a moment. After effects? What after effects? Zhao Chun scratched his hair. Zhao Yan pouted her rosy little lips and said, My technique is really powerful. Although I can use the power of the technique to feed back my brother's cultivation, my brother will be locked in by my technique. In this life, you can't touch any other woman except me. Zhao Yan blinked her delicate eyes under her smoky brows, with a look of pride on her face. Zhao Chun suddenly realized. He replied, That's it. What kind of sequela is this? I would never touch another woman anyway. Zhao Chun said innocently, I swear to God, I have been taught since I was a child to love only one person wholeheartedly. I have never thought about starting a harem, even if other women have a crush on me. He always felt that love is something that is not enough even if it is shared with one person, so why would he have the extra time to spend on others? If you only love one person in your whole life, you will be afraid that you don't love her enough. Zhao Yan was slightly stunned as she watched her brother say these words calmly, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. It was a kind of liking that was not family affection, nor was it the kind of love between two people. It seems to be pure love. The desire to look at his face all night, all day, and for the rest of his life became stronger and stronger. The kind of person who wants to go to the ends of the earth for him, live and die for him, and is willing to give everything for him. This feeling seems to be a kind of mocking name in the world, love brain. Being in love is indeed a bad thing, and it is easy to suffer unimaginable trauma in a relationship. But when love brain meets love brain, then Zhao Yan suddenly threw herself into Zhao Chen's arms and hugged Zhao Chen's neck. She used her fierce and passionate red lips to prove that she could not be cold in front of him. This must be an unusual night. Some are happy, some are worried. On this night when Zhao Chun and Zhao Yan felt extremely happy, in a primeval forest 40 miles north of Mount Ame, two earth-shaking auras added a lot of color to this quiet night. A black robe was quietly suspended in the air, looking at the man on the ground who had just been knocked down by him into a big pit in the forest. Ying Yi, as a Taoist elder, you shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The man in black robe said calmly. However, these words floating in the air fell into the ears of Taoist master Ying Yi, who was sunk word for word. In the big pit, an old man with a disheveled figure, disheveled hair, and unburned black ash on his clothes walked out slowly and tremblingly. The old man looked at the black robe in the air with a complicated expression and shouted loudly. Dragon King, I, Ying Yi, only made a breakthrough and failed to control the fluctuations. Do you really have to kill me so completely? The old man's voice shook heaven and earth, filled with grief, indignation, helplessness, and unwillingness. You know how difficult it is to break through the Daoyin realm. We have never broken through before, and there is no record of it. I chose a cave dozens of kilometers away from the human world. Who knows if a secret will be revealed there? I never wanted to break the rules. It's clearly been explained in the news, and everything has been resolved. Why are you still pursuing it? Isn't it enough for me, Ying Yi, to work like a slave for Xia from now on? The old Taoist priest expressed his inner difficulties with a bitter look on his face. The man in black robe had no expression on his face and listened to him quietly. He replied disdainfully, It's up to you where you choose to break through. If you can't control the fluctuations, no one will bother you if you break through outside the country. But since you have made a breakthrough into Xia and absorbed Xia's destiny and luck, you must abide by Xia's rules. Surrender? Since you, the independent cultivators, value freedom above all else, are unwilling to protect the people of one area, and have never made any contribution to the country, you have done countless evil things in Daxia over the years. You don't take the rules to heart. You don't take the law seriously. You treated the people as grass before the incident. Now that something has happened, you want to save your life by protecting the people. You really are quite good at living. I heard that you are over 100 years old. Even the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain is one generation younger than you. When Daxia was suffering, many of your colleagues sacrificed their lives to save the country. The old Taoist priest from Mount Longhu led 42 of his disciples down the mountain to fight against the Japanese invaders. All the leaders of Mount Wudong, including him, left the mountain. Laojun Mountain even brought out Laozi's Chiman Formation to shelter 4,300 refugees. Many Taoist predecessors sacrificed their lives and shed their blood for this country. And you, and other independent cultivators like you, only live for your own sake. You don't care about the lives of others. I remember the small village where you lived in seclusion when you were in the form and spirit realm. A group of neon soldiers who accidentally got lost found it and slaughtered everyone. Only 13 Japanese killed more than 200 civilians. And you, as a master of the form and spirit realm, you can save those people from danger with just a few moves. Yet you just sit there and watch the people you have lived with day and night die under the butcher knives of the Japanese, watching coldly and doing nothing. I'm just afraid of the consequences of the national war, and I'm afraid that you won't survive. Now, you're telling me you want to surrender? Chapter 119, A Person's Mountain Road. Oh, I want to live. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? The old man collapsed on the ground, powerless to refute. However, this rebuttal was weak on the inside, and anyone could hear the guilt in the words. The man in black robe sneered, crossed his arms, and said mercilessly, It's fine if you just protect yourself. But when the nation is in danger, you don't step forward, and it's quite natural for you to reap the dividends of a stable country. Where is your dignity? At the beginning, we allowed you surviving monks to be under the jurisdiction of the state and to seek benefits for the local people. You also refused on the grounds that independent cultivators are not subject to any constraints. You only said that you would abide by the rules and not come out to cause trouble to ordinary people. That's fine, though. If you can follow the rules, we won't make you unhappy. But you don't. In that case, you should return this destiny to the world. As soon as the man in black robe finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense. The whole person was like a black arrow flying through the dark night, with few stars and a dim moon. Taoist Ying Ye saw that his life was coming to an end, but he was not afraid and smiled abnormally. I knew you Dragon Soul people like to talk so much nonsense. Dragon King, goodbye. If you have the guts, come find me anywhere in the world. I saw Ying Yi suddenly retreat to the big pit, and a red circle lit up in the big pit where Taoist Ying Yi was knocked down. The man in black robe secretly said, Not good. Dragon roars to the sky. Taking advantage of the last moment of the taboo transfer, the black robe released a large-scale explosive damage that instantly poured onto Ying Yi, who was originally confident that he could retreat safely. A distinct hitting sound. Ying Yi was caught off guard at the last moment and hit by the black robe's ultimate move. Before he could move away, one of his arms and one of his legs were blown off, and the ground was covered with blood as if it was free. However, the person disappeared on the spot. The black robe fell to the ground, and without looking at the shattered body, he felt a moment of understanding. Although it is impossible to feel the exact location of Ying Yi, it is certain that if he does not take the top-level recovery elixir that can bring back the dead immediately. With Ying Ye's injuries, he is definitely going to die. Practitioners of Taoism are just humans who practice the way of heaven, not real immortals. With a broken leg and an arm and almost all his internal organs shattered, it was a pipe dream to expect to survive. The man in black robe stayed in the same place for a full quarter of an hour, and after confirming that he could not find any trace of transfer, he just gave up. After all, this forbidden transfer talisman can transfer up to 1,000 miles away. The distance could be as far as 1,000 miles in radius. Searching in such a huge area is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Since Ying Yi is close to death, let him spend his last moments alone. The man in black robe spread out his cloak behind him, and he flew towards the northeast again as fast as a meteor. Zhao Chun is now very depressed, irritable, and helpless. Walking down the steps of the mountain, Zhao Chun couldn't help but look back a few more times. Early in the morning, Xiao Yanzi was still sleeping in his arms when Li Daohua called and urged him to return to Beijing as soon as possible. Fuck it. I just got excited and established a relationship with Xiao Yanzi last night. I originally wanted to stay with my lover in Amei for 3 to 5 months. I never thought it was just one night. This group of people who just left yesterday afternoon made 30 calls in 10 minutes, as if they were possessed. Really, if not for considering the overall situation. Li Daohua mentioned on the phone that this mission was urgent and important, and might be related to his rank of lieutenant general. If he wanted this opportunity, he had to rush back to Beijing. Alas, if it weren't for a bright future with Xiao Yanzi. What are you doing? When Zhao Chun was halfway down the mountain, he realized that there was not a single tourist in front of the entire mountain. Because Li Daohua and others came to visit the palace yesterday, Jingwen thought that everyone would stay in Amei for a few days. Due to the extremely special identities of the visitors, Jingwen ordered Mount Amei to be temporarily closed for 3 days and not to receive any visitors. I never thought that Li Daohua and others left happily yesterday, but the notice has been issued, so just close the mountain. It doesn't matter what. So what makes Zhao Chun very depressed now is that when he walked to the parking lot, the parking plaza should have been full of taxis waiting to pick up passengers. But today, let alone renting it out, the entire parking lot is empty, without a single car. Zhao Chun looked at the seemingly endless exit in front of him and the long and tall stairs behind him with a look of grief and indignation. There is also a rope cable car that is no longer in operation. Water fake. I have such bad luck that even drinking cold water gets my teeth stuck. Out of desperation, Zhao Chun had to walk on this deserted mountain road on his own 2 feet. 20 kilometers. Fortunately, after a whole night of passion last night, Zhao Chun finally realized the way of heaven and earth and successfully advanced from a mortal to the acquired realm. He is a real monk. Although Zhao Chun didn't feel that he was any different from before, it's nothing more than more strength, louder sound, and less tiring to do exercise. Well, in general, he just feels like an enhanced version of a mortal, without any trace of the aura of an immortal or a Taoist monk. Zhao Yan explained, practicing Taoism is to draw luck from heaven and earth, or to compete with heaven and earth for luck. In terms of acquired innateness, or even shaping the body, form and spirit, it's actually just a minor fight with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao won't pay any attention to you at all. Even if everyone in the world practices Taoism and reaches the realm of body and spirit, it will be the same for the heavenly Tao. There is no pressure at all. But once you transcend the physical body and enter the oblivion dust, everything will be different. The cultivators at the forget dust realm can truly take advantage of the heavenly Tao and feed themselves with it. Daoyan, this is even more true for longevity. If you want to advance, you must obtain a trace of truth from the heavenly Tao. On the contrary, if you have not been able to obtain the luck from the heavenly Tao, it will be basically difficult to advance. If you fail to advance, you will basically dissipate in this world. The luck is once again returned to the heavenly Tao. Xiao Yanzi's explanation seemed to be still vivid in his mind. Zhao Chun sighed again, feeling that he didn't know when he would come back next time. Although advancing to the acquired realm is much stronger than usual, Zhao Chun is also a good long-distance runner. But the problem is that it's a hot summer day now, and running on the road by myself would be like a fool. Not to mention the sweat pouring down, the scene alone is speechless. Zhao Chun stopped and took a breath, looking at the towering trees on both sides of the road. If I remember correctly, go straight ahead, and then turn left and keep going. Then I can just go through this forest directly. Not only can I save running, but I don't have to stand in the scorching sun. Zhao Chun did it right away. He climbed over the fence and jumped across the ditch. The towering trees blocked most of the sunlight, and the unique insect chirping of the forest and countless cicadas were screaming desperately. The air was filled with the smell of leaves, astringent but pleasant. Relying on his ability to catch cicadas in the woods which he had learned since childhood, Zhao Chun was like a fish in water in the woods. Zhao Chun dodged the dead branches and prickly thorns easily. Zhao Chun looked at the navigation on his mobile phone and found that the distance to the exit was shortened by 4 kilometers. Chapter 120, Danger in the Woods. In the dim forest, a lonely figure was lying quietly beside a giant tree. The old man's face was as pale and yellow as gold paper. His body was covered in rags and dried blood. The terrifying thing is that this man only has one arm and one leg, but the bleeding from the wound has already stopped. Dragon King. Oh, Dragon King, you didn't expect that. I only teleported less than 40 miles after holding my breath. The miserable and pitiful old man was naturally the Taoist Ingye who escaped from the Black Robe. Based on the principle that the most dangerous place is the safest, Ingye actually used the taboo that can be transferred hundreds of kilometers to only transfer a few dozen miles. And it was still in the same vast forest. This is the result of Ingye's careful consideration. First of all, the situation was urgent and there was no chance to consider which direction to escape. What's more, urbanization is so serious now that if you move anywhere, there is a high probability that you will end up in a place with people. If you are seen by someone or caught on camera, it is only a matter of time before you are hunted down and killed. Even if you are in an uninhabited area, if you fall into a lake or water and get injured, it will be very troublesome. After much thought, he decided to move to a nearby forest in order to deceive the Dragon King. Fortunately, the plan successfully achieved its goal. After searching for the scent on the spot without any result, the man in black robe flew directly out of the forest. Ingye hurriedly took the life-saving medicine he had prepared in advance. Unfortunately, he was injured too badly. Not only were his limbs broken, but his internal organs were also shattered into pieces, with not a single piece in its complete shape. If Ingye had not had an outrageous level of cultivation in the Daoyan realm, he would have died from such injuries long ago. Taking the holy medicine only kept him alive. Now he couldn't move or perform any magic. He could only hope that some wild animals would pass by him, and he could kill them by just emitting a little bit of his aura. Then he ate raw meat and drank blood to restore his strength. However, there were too few wild animals in the woods. During the whole night, Ingye only caught a rabbit and 2 pheasants. The old man is quite miserable. Suddenly, the old man, who was holding his breath to recover his strength, suddenly turned around and looked to the side. Raised eyebrows. Ingye sensed that someone's presence was approaching him not far away. Mortal. No, it's the acquired realm. I felt that it was definitely not the Dragon King who was chasing me. Ingye gave a weird smile and licked his upper lip gently with his tongue. Monks are good. Their blood is much more nutritious than rabbits and pheasants. There is no way that he was sent by the Dragon King. Even if he is extremely weak, sending a cultivator in the acquired realm is not just sending food, but a mere snack before the meal. Ingye propped himself up and stared at the direction where the breath came from with his triangular eyes. He felt extremely excited and happy. Only after Zhao Chun entered the forest did he realize how stupid he was walking on the road. The scorching sun above my head was scorching at a temperature of 37 or 38 degrees. In this lush forest, it feels as if nature's air conditioning has been turned on, and it's so refreshing. And the air was as fresh as a park early in the morning, without the dirt and heat. Zhao Chun walked while looking at the direction, and inexplicably felt that the temperature in a certain direction seemed to be cooler and a few degrees lower. My legs unconsciously moved towards that direction. Also, that direction did not affect Zhao Chun's final arrival at the exit. As he walked, the refreshing and cool feeling became stronger and stronger, but Zhao Chun felt that something was wrong. There was a very faint smell of blood in the air, with a slight iron taste. Why is there blood in this place? Could it be that the little animals are fighting each other one by one, or in a group? Before he knew it, Zhao Chun was only 30 or 40 meters away from a Taoist priest. Zhao Chun vaguely saw a person collapsed under a tree in the distance. Holy shit, it's really a person. Help, help. Ingye pinched his throat and called for help at the right time. The voice was weak and old, as if death would happen in an instant. Zhao Chun stood there in a daze and didn't dare to move forward. Oh my goodness, a little old man covered in blood suddenly appeared in the forest. It was a good thing it was daytime and the sunlight could still come in, so we could tell it was a human. If this happened at night, it would be so scary. Zhao Chun turned right and ran away without saying a word, taking out his phone to call the police. Let's let the inspectors solve such a strange thing. Ingye was already prepared to wait for the young man to come over and crush him to death with his powerful pressure, but he never expected that as soon as he shouted for help, the guy ran away as if someone had stepped on his tail. Damn, my food. You are a man and a monk. How dare you be so cowardly? Ingye was also getting anxious. He had finally got the materials that could improve his body, so how could he let you escape so easily? Little brother, help. Because moving the body was too costly, Ingye still hoped to trick the young man with his pitiful voice. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Chun heard the second shout, he ran even faster. Ingye cursed angrily, was forced to take action, and flew up, heading straight for Zhao Chun. Drawing breath when seriously injured is a very self-destructive method. Ingye is forcing himself like this, which is tantamount to overdrawing his potential in life. Fuck you. Zhao Chun had been keeping an eye on the strange old man behind him, and suddenly he discovered that this large wounded man without arms or legs actually flew up out of thin air and headed straight towards him. Zhao Chun was immediately frightened to death. Damn it, it must be some monster coming for him from Mount Ame. What the hell is today? I'm unlucky from morning till night. Could it be that God is unhappy to see that he has broken Xiaoyanzi's red? Just when Zhao Chun was daydreaming, Ingye had already teleported in front of Zhao Chun. Little boy, why are you running? Just surrender, and you will die peacefully. Ingye's smile was cruel and vicious, and he didn't care about Zhao Chun's life at all. However, he forgot how the Dragon King failed to kill him. The villain died because he talked too much. Zhao Chun only felt a flash before his eyes, and an extremely ugly old man appeared in front of him, speaking teasing words. It's definitely a human. What the hell did I do to you? Are you trying to kill me? What do you think I am if I don't teach you a lesson? You are just a soft persimmon. You can squeeze me whenever you want. Just when Zhao Chun felt the terrifying momentum like a mountain pressing down on his head, Zhao Chun silently crushed a precious 30-minute experience coupon for the realm of immortality in his heart. Damn it, I used such an awesome scroll just to save my life right now. At the moment he crushed the experience coupon, Zhao Chun thought with grief and anger in his heart. Ingye seemed to have anticipated that this poor creature in the postnatal realm would be killed in an instant under the pressure of his Daoyan realm. The gap between Hotian and Daoyan's realm is as huge as the gap between Daoyan and Chongqing. However, what made Ingye dumbfounded was that the young man opposite did not seem to die instantly from bleeding from all 7 orifices because of his pressure. Instead, he looked at his arms and body in confusion. Chapter 121: The Usefulness of Tao Te Ching. After Zhao Chun crushed the immortality talisman, nothing particularly exaggerated happened. He just felt his brain clear up instantly. Everything in the world seemed to be clearly engraved in his mind. Whenever he looked somewhere, the scenes thousands of meters away seemed to be right in front of him and presented clearly in his mind like a kaleidoscope. The body did not feel any outrageous power, but he was in a very good mood, as if he was in high spirits and could do whatever he wanted without breaking the rules, giving the impression that his words were followed by the law. It's windy. Zhao Chun was so confused that he really tried to say something. However, just as Zhao Chun finished speaking, as Taoist Ingye looked astonished, a gale of force 7 or 8 suddenly blew on the ground and the trees and forests. Taoist Ingye recovered from his shock for a moment, but was still frightened out of his wits. What the hell did I encounter? The law follows the words. Immortal. Ingye seemed to be extremely confused. He didn't understand how the young man who was just at the postnatal realm could suddenly arrived at the legendary fairyland. Huh. Zhao Chun was also stunned for a moment. Of course, he clearly heard what Ingye blurted out. I know about immortality, but immortals? Does that mean one can be called an immortal if he or she is immortal? Zhao Chun has not yet been able to experience this. After all, at present, the second best person in Daxiao seems to be only at the Daoyan realm. Get down. Zhao Chun continued. Before Ingye could react, it was as if the heaven and earth were enraged, and a mighty force like a mountain pressing down on one's head directly pressed Ingye, who was still floating in the air, to the ground. There is no room for resistance at all. Immortal. Let me explain. Ingye was about to cry. Hunting an immortal in the forest was even rarer than Dao Yinjing being hit by a car when going out. Shut up. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Die for me. Zhao Chun acted bossy again and tried to recite silently. While Taoist Ingye was still struggling, he suddenly felt that the ability to speak disappeared in an instant, and the next second the world was spinning around him. Taoist Ingye was a powerful person in the Daoyan realm, and even the Dragon King could not hunt him down. He died inexplicably at the hands of an immortal, but dying at the hands of an immortal is enough to be proud of. This was Taoist Ingye's last thought. Just after Zhao Chun finished silently reciting, "Let me die," he saw the ugly old man, who originally had a very rich expression, suddenly froze his face, and then lowered his head. According to Zhao Chun's experience, this person should be dead. With the cultivation of immortality at his disposal, Zhao Chun became bolder. He walked closer and kicked the old man on the head, but there was indeed no reaction. He then touched his chest, which was dry and like a skeleton, and confirmed that he was dead and could not die anymore. Only then did Zhao Chun breathe a sigh of relief. Then I fell into deep excitement again. Awesome. I have thought before that since the realm of immortality is higher than the realm of Daoyan, it must be very awesome. But can I master such an awesome realm temporarily? Don't let the time come when you reach the realm of immortality where you can't even defeat Dao Yin or Wang Chun. I never expected that this realm of immortality is so awesome. But I used the trial voucher so carelessly. I feel so sad. Zhao Chun suddenly noticed that bursts of white light slowly emerged from the dead man's body, like white fireflies in the dark night. This Zhao Chun knows him. Xiao Yanzi and Zhao Chun said that when a strong person at the level of form and spirit or above dies, the luck that originally seized the heavenly Tao will slowly dissipate and return to the heavenly Tao. Don't go, come to me. Zhao Chun remembered that luck was a good thing. It was not only necessary for a person to improve his realm, but the level of luck directly affected his combat effectiveness. Moreover, good fortune can subtly improve a person's luck. How could we watch such a divine object disappear quietly? Although Xiao Yanzi didn't say whether this thing can be picked up and absorbed, it won't affect absorption, so try it. I am now in the realm of immortality, and my words are fulfilled. What are you waiting for if you don't try it? The specks of white light that were about to spread between heaven and earth seemed to pause slightly after hearing Zhao Chun's words. Some of the white light came towards Zhao Chun in a very human way, but some of the white light seemed to have its own ideas and wanted to spread between heaven and earth. Come here quickly. Come here. Zhao Chun was extremely anxious, like a highway robber. Don't leave. I don't care about the good or the bad. I want you all. This time, all the white lights came towards Zhao Chun obediently. Zhao Chun only felt a comfortable feeling of being bathed in the sun, which made him happy both physically and mentally. Zhao Chun hurriedly said a few more words. As a result, all the luck that originally emanated from Taoist Inya moved towards Zhao Chun. It doesn't matter. The specks of white light only wrapped around Zhao Chun's entire body and could not enter his body, let alone be absorbed. This made Zhao Chun so anxious that he stamped his feet. Although I've never heard of absorbing the luck of the dead, but I'm already in the immortal realm. Can't you make an exception for me? However, the fact is that no matter how Zhao Chun stomped his feet, the white light would always just float on the surface of Zhao Chun and could not enter his body. Zhao Chun even wanted to catch one and eat it directly, but he found that he couldn't catch the white light at all. The dots of white light are like morning mist, which can only be seen but not caught. Zhao Chun sighed and thought what a pity. Although he didn't know what level of cultivation this old man had, he must be at a high level since he could produce so much white light. Why? Just when Zhao Chun was feeling discouraged, he suddenly had a sudden impulse. Perhaps it was a desire that awakened from within his heart. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Suddenly, Zhao Chun was reciting the Tao Te Ching, which he had memorized by heart. The dots of white light that were originally just floating on the surface seemed to have found their organization, and they rushed into Zhao Chun's body one after another. Zhao Chun also felt as if the warm sunshine was shining on his body, comfortable and at ease. Before he knew it, after just finishing the first chapter, the white lights that originally surrounded Zhao Chun were completely swallowed up. So fucking scary. However, Zhao Chun forgot that he was still experiencing the realm of immortality. Wouldn't it be quick and easy for the Chongqing realm to absorb the luck of the Daoyan realm? Although Zhao Chun didn't feel that there was anything special about the good fortune coming into his body, he was so excited at this moment that he wanted to shout. The system is not a scam. This unlucky one time, Tao Te Ching, is useful. Zhao Chun just felt refreshed and wanted to get up and fly a few circles in the sky. Fortunately, his reason restrained Zhao Chun's wandering mind in time. After all, I forgot when I activated the experience coupon, and now I don't know how long my immortality state can last. It would be a lot of fun if it fell down halfway in the air. Being thrown down and losing limbs is not a big deal. What if you are so afraid of death that you can't help but open the other longevity experience scroll? Then I really want to die? Chapter 122, The Black Robe Reappears. 30 minutes is very slow if you say it slowly, but it is also very fast if you say it quickly. Zhao Chun also pondered the uniqueness of the realm of immortality, but because no one could demonstrate to him, he had to figure it out on his own. Zhao Chun didn't dare to do anything rashly. This was the realm of immortality. It would be terrible if the mountains collapsed or the earth cracked. Finally, 30 minutes are about to pass. A mechanical voice from the system suddenly appeared in Zhao Chun's mind. There are 30 seconds left before the experience card ends. There are 25 seconds left before the experience card ends. Wow, it even has a reminder sound. Zhao Chun didn't hesitate any longer and took advantage of the more than 20 seconds of experience time to fly into the sky and do whatever he wanted. It's like a swan flying freely in the sky. When the mechanical voice finally reminded that there were 5 seconds left, Zhao Qin's mind moved, and he teleported to his original position. Fuck, this is too outrageous to say what you mean. That's not cultivation at all. It's pure hanging in the real world. When Zhao Qin said this, he forgot that he was just a wall hanger. Fight. The system's final prompt sounded. Suddenly, an unknown sound filled the air, and Zhao Qin's feelings. It was as if a person with 1,800 degrees of myopia took off his glasses in an instant. The intense feeling of discomfort took him a long time to recover. And out of nowhere, a rather outrageous cultivation level appeared in the body. If we follow the judgment that Xiao Yanzi introduced to herself, only when the energy barely enters the body can one enter the stage of acquired nature. You can clearly feel the good fortune in your body, which means you have entered the innate state. The luck has formed a small vortex in the body, which is a sign of the body-shaping realm. Zhao Qin sat cross-legged in meditation, his mind focused on the vortex in his body. The reason why I didn't add Xiao Xiao is because this vortex is really big. Zhao Yin said that the vortex of luck in an ordinary body-shaping realm normally hangs just above the dantian, about the size of a fingertip. Because each person's cultivation method and technique are different, the specific shape of the small vortex may be different, but the size is basically similar. When it breaks through the form and spirit later, although it still absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, it basically will not be added to the initial vortex, but will generate 2 small vortices, forming a triangle. Unless it is a really special skill, it may cause the vortexes to be of different sizes or numbers, such as the Tai Shang Wang Qing, practiced by Zhao Yan. As the top-level Taoist practice, Taisheng Wanking absorbs much more luck from heaven and earth when it is practiced to the stage of body shaping than ordinary practices. So the result is that not only will the color of the vortex be light blue inside the body, but the size will also be about half a finger width larger than an ordinary vortex. And when the body is being reshaped and advanced to the form and spirit, not only 2 new whirlpools are formed in the body. Instead, it is about seizing luck from heaven based on personal ability. It is reported that Taoist Wang of Wudong Mountain created 6 new whirlpools when he advanced into form and spirit. This is already the limit of what the top-level martial arts can currently achieve. 7 whirlpools. However, Zhao Qin. Let's not even mention whether he has mastered the martial arts or not. The vortex in his body that is as fat as a pig is almost squeezing his internal organs. What Zhao Qin didn't know was that the great fortune he absorbed had cleansed his entire body and strengthened his internal organs. In the end, there was really nowhere to go but to compress and compress again. A vortex of luck of this size was barely formed. Other people's luck vortexes were cultivated and grown little by little, but Zhao Qin's luck vortex was born fat and invincible. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Zhao Qin guessed that the old man he had just killed might have something wrong with him, and all his luck was swallowed up by him, resulting in the formation of this vortex that looked like obesity. I just don't know what the benefit of having such a big vortex is. And right now my body feels so hot and uncomfortable. Zhao Qin was still sitting on the ground meditating to ease the sudden luck and body-shaping realm cultivation. Originally, this acquired realm came about inexplicably, and suddenly the body was reshaped. If ordinary practitioners knew about his upgrade speed, they would be so angry that they would spit out blood and die. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Mission Ordinary Mission Advanced Cultivation. Ding! Mission Rewards. Random 5 Elements Kung Fu plus 1 30-minute experience coupon for the physical and spiritual realm. Well, the mission has been completed. I originally thought that the realm of form and spirit was quite impressive, but now it seems like, just this? You will be able to advance to the spiritual level immediately. 5 Elements Kung Fu. Fire Movement Technique. Let it gather dust in storage. By the way, can my body really accommodate 2 more vortexes of luck? Zhao Qin's body was almost recovered, and he prepared to get up and leave. As for this corpse, well, it didn't look like a good thing, so just leave it here. Although Zhao Qin could put the corpse directly into the storage, but throwing a dead person in there. Whatever, just throw it away. With the big data cameras now, if someone saw him walking through this forest and there were dead bodies in the forest, he would be in a lot of trouble. The storage is really great. Isn't there a magical artifact that can destroy corpses and traces? If you have any further questions, just go find Laoli. Let him sort it out. He cleaned up everything, including the remaining blood on the ground and anything else that might have affected him. All of them were put into the storage by Zhao Qin. It's really convenient. However, just as Zhao Qin was about to leave, a gust of wind suddenly swept in with thousands of fallen leaves and dead branches. Before Zhao Chun could react, he was blown into the air. A man in a black robe appeared at the place where the body of Taoist Ing Ye was originally. The man in black robe ignored the little body-shaping creature that was rolled up in the air. He sniffed the air, then exhaled and measured the surroundings to confirm that there was no one else. Clairvoyant looked around and saw no one else in the woods. Could it be that he's gone? The man in black robe then turned his gaze to Zhao Chun, who was blown into the sky by the wind. Zhao Chun was confused at the moment. A guy came out of nowhere and made him spin in the sky. If Zhao Chun had not sensed the murderous intent in this strong wind, he would have already grabbed the last longevity experience ticket. Of course, it is better to keep it to save your life unless necessary. Who are you and why are you here? Who was here just now? The man in black robe had a cold voice, but it carried unquestionable majesty. The strong wind dissipated and Zhao Chun fell from midair. Fortunately, his cultivation was sufficient and he landed safely from a height of more than 10 meters in the air. Zhao Chun rubbed his legs, which had become somewhat limp, and replied with a dissatisfied expression. Who the hell are you? I'm just passing by. I saw two old men here just now, and I was wondering how could I meet people in this woods? I just wanted to walk over and take a look. Who knew they would suddenly start fighting among themselves? One of the old men, covered in blood, wanted to hit the other old man, but the other old man didn't do anything, and the old man opposite him suddenly fell to the ground and didn't move. I was startled and rushed over to take a look. Who knew that the other old man's feet were like honey? He picked up the motionless old man and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 123 opened the door. I don't know what the hell happened. I'll just look around here to see if they left anything on the ground. Looking for some clues. Zhao Chun didn't get nervous or blush when he was in a panic. Previously, Li Daohua asked Jingwen to test whether he was lying or not. Zhao Chun learned that this was a simple test method used by cultivators on mortals. But once you enter the monastic journey, no one can accurately detect whether what you say is true or false. At most, you can feel the subtle differences from the heartbeat and facial expression. Because all cultivators are students of heaven, except for their cultivation and perception, other benefits as cultivators are similar to each other. It's like the younger students won't be bullied as badly by the seniors. However, one has to be quite familiar with each other to be able to tell the difference. Zhao Chun and the man in black robe had never met before, so he was not afraid of being discovered at all. This was also the reason why Zhao Chun lied in front of the man in black robe without any fear. Being able to make Zhao Chun, who is in the body-shaping realm, unable to fight back, it can be seen that this guy in black is quite capable. I definitely can't tell the truth at this time. Anyway, I am indeed an ordinary body shaper, and the dead old guy must be very powerful. At least he cannot be killed by a small body shaper like me. Why, you still suspect me? Stop talking nonsense, okay? If I could challenge someone higher level than me, would I still be here? The man in black robe glanced at Zhao Chun, who had an innocent look on his face, and his eyes narrowed slightly under the black mask. You'd better tell me the truth and don't hide anything from me. This matter is very important to Daxia. The black robe said. Although the tone was gentle, it was full of majesty. He truly felt a breath of immortality, and it was very unfamiliar. At least it wasn't from anyone he knew. As a supervisor, he must figure out what is going on with the sudden appearance of a cultivator at the immortality realm in Daxia. A cultivator at the immortality realm is basically a human nuclear bomb. If his purpose is impure, he can be a killing weapon even more terrifying than nuclear weapons. Why didn't I tell the truth? Who are you? You sent me flying without saying a word. Do you think you are from Dragon Soul? Zhao Chun said this deliberately. Although it sounded provocative, it reminded the other party of his identity. Since this old man wants to kill me, he must not be a good person. He was covered in blood, with broken arms and legs. He must have been being chased by someone. In all likelihood, he was being hunted down by the man in black robe in front of him, and that man in black robe must be a member of the Dragon Soul. Since I am a member of the Dragon Soul, I am the one who makes and executes the rules. I am just a small and innocent cultivator. You won't slap me to death with just one slap. Hearing this, the man in black robe smiled coldly and said, Tell me your name. The man in black robe spoke briefly and to the point. Although this kid's cultivation was indeed low and it was unlikely that he would have any relationship with someone in the realm of immortality, his sharp tongue was quite interesting. Zhao Chun, Commander Li Daohua of the Beijing military region. Zhao Chun still did not forget to use the tiger's skin. It's easier to get things done if you lean on a big tree. The man in black robe's originally calm eyes suddenly trembled. Are you Zhao Chun? Hypo didn't expect to see this little guy at this time. He was immediately surprised. It's me. Have you heard my story? Zhao Chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his reputation had already spread far and wide among the dragon's souls. It's really embarrassing. The man in black robe smiled, which was rare, and responded humorously with a classic joke. I see that your face is full of stories. Having let down his guard a little, the black robe continued. Isn't Li Daoguo in the capital? What are you doing here? Zhao Chen scratched his head, knowing that he had probably gotten away with it, and replied. My girlfriend is here, and I originally asked for a few days off to come and play. But Commander Li called me early in the morning to urge me to come. I have no choice but to rush out of the mountain. And today, Mount Amei is closed. There is not a single taxi. I am forced to walk out of the mountain. When Zhao Chen said this, he was about to wave goodbye with tears on his clothes. The man in black probably remembered the information he had received before, and he no longer paid attention to Zhao Chen. Since it has nothing to do with you, then leave for now. If it is later discovered that this matter is related to you, he. After the man in black robe finished speaking, he turned around and rushed away like an arrow from a full bow. Uncle, can't you take me a few steps? Zhao Chen shouted in the direction the man in black robe left. After making sure that there was no response and that the black-robed figure was no longer visible, Zhao Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Cut. Zhao Chen took a bus from Amei back to Duqing, and then took the ticket he bought on the bus and returned to Beijing from Sichuan and Chongqing again. Zhao Chen also looked through the storage items left by Taoist Ing Yi after his death. Very Chao Dan, there is nothing left at all. An empty pill bottle and a bundle of talismans. There seem to be quite a lot of talismans, but the problem is that I don't recognize any of them. It seems that I have to go back and trouble that tool man, that partner, Comrade Yao Shi. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Chen returned to the military base. Zhao Chen noticed that Yao Shi had applied for a room to live alone. Haha, woman. Li Daoguo already knew the news that Zhao Chen had returned, but it was already very late. Moreover, the first thing Zhao Chen did after returning to the base was to rush to the cafeteria and ask the chef who was about to go off work to prepare some special food for him. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The food is delicious. Li Daoguo asked Zhao Chen to bring Yao Shi to his place tomorrow morning to prepare to take on the task. It took Zhao Chen more than half an hour to eat and drink his fill. Mimi burped loudly, and Zhao Chen took out his cell phone and called Lan Daozi. Phone connected. Brother Lan, where does Yao Shi live now? Zhao Chen asked while picking his teeth with a toothpick. There's a blue knife on the other end of the phone and a black line on the other end. You just came back from your girlfriend, and the first thing you do is ask where the mistress lives? Well, you are worthy of it. Can't you just call and ask yourself? Lan Daozi rarely complained. Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly and replied. She didn't answer my call. I really have something important to talk to her about. Haha, indeed, love between men and women is definitely the most normal thing that can't be more normal. In room 207. Zhao Chen, listen to my advice. Playing 2 games at the same time may feel good for a while, but it will lead to disaster in the long run. It's time to break up. I've been through that age too. It will pass if you hold it in. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chen did not give Lan Daozi room to act freely. He hung up the phone immediately when he realized something was wrong. After leaving the cafeteria, Zhao Chen went straight to room 207. The location is not far from my room, so it is not difficult to find. Zhao Chen knocked on the door without any guilt. There was a response soon. Who? Yao Shi's inquiring voice came from the room. It's me, Zhao Chen. The room suddenly became quiet. Zhao Chen was wondering if this girl was really too spoiled, and continued to knock on the door. Why did you come to see me? Yao Shi's voice was slightly choked. Zhao Chen was speechless. He had already made it very clear to her. With a slightly helpless feeling, he replied, Of course I have something to talk to you about. Open the door. Chapter 124 Return to the Hometown Island. Hot summer. Uno's Island. Uno's Island no longer has the bustling scene of the past. A young man drove a rented luxury yacht to the pier of Uno's Island. The young man was tall and slender, with unremarkable facial features, and looked completely ordinary. He wore black sunglasses on his face and a pure white t-shirt with brown casual shorts. Like a traveler heading to an island for a tour. After getting ashore, the man first went to a convenience store not far from the pier to buy a pack of cigarettes, but found that the door of the convenience store was closed. During the day, the shop is closed. The man frowned. At this time, an elderly man came from the side of the road and spoke to the young man in a London accent. Young man, are you here for tourism? You came at a really bad time. The old man regrets. The young man scratched his head and asked in confusion. What's the matter, sir? What happened on this island? The old man sighed and replied. Originally, our island was the richest island in the United States. It was spring-like all year round, and the scenery was beautiful. The United States government even sold the ownership to the great Lord Pluto for 99 years. Your Majesty Pluto is kind and generous to us. Not only do we not have to pay taxes when doing business on the island, but we also enjoy the protection of the Inferno organization. So this is the immigrant paradise in the eyes of everyone in the world. This place is synonymous with happiness and security. No one dares to offend His Majesty Pluto. However, in the past few years, with His Majesty Pluto in seclusion, the people above have seized power, and the party struggles have become serious. In addition, the United States has set extremely high commercial taxes on us. If His Majesty Pluto does not show up, the United States will not give us face. Even so, it's okay. Everyone is still living well, but not as happy as before. However, some time ago, the United States officially issued an announcement, suddenly declaring war on our Unos Island. The war may start any day soon, so the people on our island must evacuate immediately. You must have not read the recent announcement from the United States. That's why you want to travel here. You don't know that the USS Ronald Reagan has already arrived in the waters of Unos Island. If a war really breaks out, we will just be cannon fodder. The old man sighed helplessly, not really understanding why things suddenly turned out like this. The young man's smiling expression gradually faded, but he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he continued to ask, "Old man, since you know that a war may break out here soon, why do you still want to stay here?" The old man looked at the young man in front of him, who was also not afraid of death, and shook his head. "My husband is buried here, and I am not far from death. Besides, I have spent my whole life on Unos Island, and I have had enough good days in the past few years. I am dead, so there is nothing to regret. I just don't know if there will be a chance for me to meet His Majesty Pluto when the war breaks out. There's going to be a war, Lord Pluto. You can't be in seclusion now." The old man sighed, his voice full of regrets in life, but also his own satisfaction. When the young man heard this, he suddenly laughed so loudly that the old man wondered if the young man was crazy. Soon, in the old man's horrified gaze, the young man finally stopped laughing and replied, "Old man, maybe you are really close to Satan, but that doesn't mean you are going to die." The young man confidently showed his 2 rows of bright teeth. He, Yang Yin, Pluto, god of death, Satan. 8 years later, he once again set foot on the land he had conquered, a land that had once been so glorious because of him, but was now facing war. Yang Yin walked step by step on the way home. Compared with the rental house of less than 30 square meters in Zhonghai, this private island covering an area of 473 square kilometers can be considered his real home. His castle was still under construction when he left, and he himself had never lived in it once. Walk to the familiar Pluto Square, where there is a huge human-shaped sculpture. If you look closely, you will find that his eyebrows and appearance are extremely similar to Yang Yin. Yang Yin did not stop, but slowly crossed the bridge of death and came to the house where he used to live. How things have really changed. He remembered that when he was about to leave, his brothers were still living in this neighboring house. But now, except for his house, the rest are already overgrown with weeds. Not demolishing it directly is giving face to this house. Yang Yin walked slowly towards the castle again. Rarely, there were no guards at the castle gate. Yang Yin laughed at himself. Has the Inferno headquarters, Unos Island, which he was so proud of, become so lax? Without hesitation, Yang Yin walked in. As he entered the castle, Yang Yin was surprised by the bustling noise. No wonder it was so quiet outside the castle, with no one around. They all ran into the castle and made a mess. No one noticed the young man who walked in through the door. There's no need to ask anyone. There are quarrels everywhere. The quarreling crowd was generally divided into 2 major groups. Yang Yin probably understood that a large faction was thinking of declaring war directly on the United States. Send assassins to the aircraft carrier to carry out the decapitation operation. When the crisis on Unos Island is over, go and slaughter the top leaders of the United States. There are also some opponents who think that we should not act rashly at this time. First of all, the United States has super high technology and the ability to destroy an entire island in seconds. To declare war rashly is to seek death. It is suggested to send people to the mothership to negotiate peace with the United States. The other party shouted that if His Majesty Pluto was here, he would definitely kill all the American soldiers who were showing off their might in an aircraft carrier and leave an aircraft carrier as capital for Unos Island. Then the other side started saying that this was simply a fantasy. The number of people holding similar opinions on both sides is basically the same. At least in Yang Yin's opinion, if the 2 sides fight, it will probably be difficult to tell who will win for a while. Yang Yin picked up a pair of crystal-clear ruby grapes on the table and ate them with enjoyment, then took 2 Arnold strawberries and tasted them carefully. I have to say, you can't eat such good fruits in the country. Such delicious fruits were placed in the hall for everyone to enjoy, but they didn't even appreciate them. It can be seen that this huge hall is a place for these inferno killers to argue with each other. For more than half an hour, the whole scene was filled with contradictory arguments and confrontations, and they were just short of shouting to go out and fight. Some people also noticed Yang Yin, who was quietly watching them quarreling at the dining table. However, everyone thought this brother looked familiar, but couldn't remember who he was, so they ignored him. Time passed by little, and just when Yang Yin felt bored. Suddenly, the end of the hall. The door to the inner room was opened, and the originally noisy and quarrelsome crowd suddenly quieted down. 11 people slowly walked out of the gate. 11 masters of Uno's island, 11 demons capable of subverting the entire beautiful country. The one walking in front was a very young and beautiful white woman. The remaining 10 demons of various types followed her silently. The woman walked to the center of the platform, holding a piece of cardboard with the final result of this demon meeting recorded on it. The woman looked at everyone, her expression a little haggard, and her eyes were slightly dazed when she saw the contents on the card. The people in the audience could sense that the woman seemed not very satisfied with the outcome of this meeting. But the results are out. The result voted by the 11 demons could not be changed even by her, the acting king. Unless. But that was impossible. No one had told him what was going on here. The woman shook her head, and her long silver hair flew everywhere as she swayed. A pleasant voice like the sound of a clear spring was heard. As a result of the meeting, it was decided that this conflict should not be fought, but should be resolved through peace talks. The woman read the answer that was already written on the card, feeling disappointed and helpless. However, in such an extremely serious occasion, everyone was on edge waiting for her final announcement. The woman inadvertently glanced at the corner and saw a man with a sly smile on his face, sitting at the dining table and looking at her with interest. A bolt from the blue. Chapter 125 One Punch. The moment he saw Yang Yin, Agent Wang Ruier suddenly held his breath. She couldn't believe that the king who had been away for 8 years came back when they needed him the most. Although the years have made Yang Yin's face look more weathered, Ruier will never forget this face for the rest of his life. In an instant, under the stunned gaze of all the inferno killers, Riel jumped off the stage and threw himself into the arms of a man sitting at the dining table in the corner. Not only were all the killers confused, even the 10 demons on the stage didn't understand what this Riel was doing. Until they set their sights on the plain-looking man. In an instant, any one of the 10 demons could make the demons in Europe and America tremble as if they had seen the end of the world. Master! Ruiel threw himself into Yang Yan's arms, tears of excitement, happiness, grievance, and sadness all flowing out of his eyes. Yang Yin gently patted the woman's white back and said, "Little Ruier has grown into a big girl. She is much prettier than when she was a little girl. It seems that you need to change the name of the beam demon. It doesn't fit your current temperament." The moment Riel threw himself into Yang Yan's arms, except for the 10 demons on the stage, all the Inferno members in the hall immediately realized who was coming. Almost at the same time, everyone in the hall knelt on one knee, with fanatical faith in their eyes. Mountain cheers. "My king! My king! My king!" Yang Yin said nothing, looking at the 10 demons trembling on the stage. Suddenly, 6 demons could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. Kneeling on one knee, shouting, "My king!" Yang Yin now looked at the remaining 4 demons and asked Ruier, "I remember when I left, I told you to exercise my royal authority, but I didn't mention a vote or discussing this situation. Why are these old people dissatisfied with you?" Yang Yin asked lightly, but the 4 people who were still trembling on the stage felt as if they were hit by a comet, and it was difficult for them to maintain their stubbornness. Riel shook his head quickly and replied, "That's not true, master. They are all seniors. I was only 14 when you left. How could I take on such a heavy responsibility? That's why I want everyone to get involved. Let's discuss anything together." Although Ruier was very dissatisfied with the demons who usually sang against her, she was facing internal and external troubles at the moment. If she said something bad about anyone, according to her master's temper. Yang Yin didn't take Ruier's words seriously and focused his attention on the demon closest to him. "Norn, you're not even kneeling to express your surprise when you see an old friend?" Yang Yin teased. The burly man called Norn swallowed his saliva, and as if he had mustered up all his courage, he said loudly, "King, you don't deserve to sit in this highest position. You just conquered the country and walked away. It is the other 11 demons who have made Inferno flourish. You've been gone for 8 years. During this time, we've gone through so much hardship. Don't you know? But you never came back once. Why? We are fighting at the front, and you are going back to Daxia to enjoy your retirement. It's fine if you just enjoy your old age. We'll just assume you've retired from this business. What's the point of you coming back now? Do you think Inferno can't do without you?" Norn seemed to have vented all the resentment he had accumulated over the past few years, and unsurprisingly, the demon standing behind him had the same idea as him. At this moment, the demon who was originally kneeling suddenly stood up. "No one. What the hell are you talking about? If it weren't for the king, we would have died in Zero's encirclement long ago. Now we have our own organization, and you actually have such a stupid idea. It was a thin-looking demon, Dorank. The king of assassins in Inferno except Yang Yin. He is the head coach of all assassins in Inferno. The king of assassination. Norn looked at Dolank with disdain and said, You are his dogs. You think everything is as it should be. Why do we have more wounds than hairs on our bodies, while he just sits high and mighty and plays with the world? Do you still think he is the god of death who killed thousands of assassins by himself? Do you still think he is the #1 assassin in the underground who was cruel enough to slaughter the old Hades? I'm telling you, it was him who caused our Uno's island to be surrounded by the United States aircraft carriers. It was him who couldn't even deal with those idiots from Blue Storm and had to flee to avoid pursuit. I really can't imagine how much his assassination skills and cultivation have fallen during his years in Xia country. I am sure that he is absolutely unworthy of being our king. Norn became more and more passionate as he spoke, and even revealed all the secrets he knew to the public, just to make Yang Yin be criticized by everyone. However, no one present seemed to be interested in his words. All the killers in the hall looked at Norn coldly, which made the big demon very angry. Are you all idiots? The Pluto is nothing now. He is just a dog working for Xia. Norn was furious. However, Yang Yan's belief as the killer of all the Inferno organizations is far from being changed by Norn's few words of provocation. After listening to what Noan said, Yang Yin almost laughed out loud. It also gives the other party a chance. Want to try it, big guy? Yang Yin took the initiative to invite a fight. Just in time to see how much my level has dropped. Yang Yin teased. Everyone present held their breath at the same time. After 8 years, Pluto is finally going to take action again. And Norn, as an invincible existence in head-on confrontation among the 11 demons, is far ahead of the other demons in terms of strength on paper. Norn smiled, tilted his head, and walked forward. The people around consciously left enough space for the two to perform. Pluto, you may not know that during these 8 years, I have obtained the inheritance of the god of war Ares, and my realm cultivation has also reached the so-called Dao Yin to 1 in your Xia country. And I never show mercy, don't let me kill you with one punch. Yang Yin finally couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. He really didn't understand why this guy felt that possessing these things would give him the capital to challenge him. Norn, tell me your last words. After all, we have fought together. We are brothers, and I will leave you an intact body. Norn steps forward, paused slightly, and then he laughed disdainfully. Pluto, you never talked nonsense before. Are you just showing off your power but being weak inside? Ha 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 ha, prepare to die. The big guy Norn didn't use any fancy tricks or formation tricks. He just used the best fighting method inherited from the god of war. Fist. However, what he never expected was Hades responded to his full-strength attack. Also a fist. And to outsiders, it looks like a light punch. Norn's expression was forever frozen at that moment. Chapter 126. One man destroys a squadron of aircraft carriers. Yang Yin silently retracted his fist and sighed. I originally wanted to leave you with an intact body, but since you don't value my promise, I take back my words. It would be better for you to completely disappear from this world. As soon as Yang Yin finished speaking, Norn's 2.2-meter-tall figure slowly turned into powder. There was no wind in the hall, so the scattered powder piled up where Norn had stood and punched. Yang Yin had no intention of disliking the powder at all, and he put his hand in the powder and dug around. He took out a pink and white ring. Norn turned into dust, but the ring was still intact. Yang Yin looked at the ring, then looked at Norn, who had turned into dust, and sighed. I don't know where you got the illusion that obtaining the war god's inheritance and becoming the war god are the same thing. Perfect Taoism? Haha. Yang Yin turned his head and looked at the few demons who were still standing on the stage in a daze. The three were looking at Norn in disbelief. They thought that Norn, whose fighting power had caught up with Hades, was killed instantly by Hades with one punch. Suddenly, I felt that the world was turning upside down and death was approaching. The three demons who reacted quickly knelt down and kowtowed violently and continuously. The sound was so clear and loud that it brought back to their senses many killers who were still immersed in the shock of Pluto's stunning punch. You just seem to be discussing how to deal with this siege by the United States, right? Yang Yin turned around and asked Ruea calmly. Riel nodded obediently. She could already foresee that the soldiers on the USS Reagan aircraft carrier dozens of miles away would go to see God together in the near future. Oh no, to see Satan. Yang Yin also nodded and said, Now that I'm here, do we need to renegotiate? Hades looked at the 9 demons still kneeling on the stage. The 9 demons lowered their heads almost to the ground, and none of them dared to answer. Yang Yin also withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and said, Since no one objects, then do as I say. You just stay here and eat and drink. I'll assign you tasks when I come back. Yang Yin stroked Rue's hair and said nothing more. Then he walked towards the castle gate. The hundreds of people in the hall were as quiet as statues, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was not until Yang Yin walked far away from the castle that everyone present began to breathe heavily. It was as if they had just been released from hell. At this time, an inappropriate voice was heard among the crowd. If I remember correctly, the king doesn't seem to be very good at physical combat. The person who was speaking was an old killer named Inferno, who had watched Pluto rise to the top step by step. In his impression, Pluto, as a killer, always has various deadly weapons in his hands, and assassinations only require one fatal blow. But now, no weapons, only fists. The whole audience fell into a long silence again. USS Ronald Reagan. As the captain of the mothership, he did not enjoy a separate meal, but sat in the restaurant with everyone else. Major General Loris was eating dinner alone in the restaurant. Seeing his subordinates coming to eat not far away, he asked, "Aren't there any combat colleagues up there yet, Climb?" The signalman called Climb shook his head as he picked up the plate and started eating. "General, we have been here for several days. If we don't take action now, the killers will all run away. Those are killers. If we don't catch them all and let one or two slip through, we will all feel uneasy." Climb complained. Seeing his subordinate speak out his true feelings, the Major General was in a good mood. "Yes, that's it. Compile what you just said into a telegram and send it to the headquarters. Ask them to give us a combat notice as soon as possible. I can't wait to launch missiles at this cancer of the beautiful country." Climb was confused, but seeing the captain's excited expression, he didn't say much. He also hoped that the battle could start earlier. After speaking, Major General Loris ate the food on the plate in big mouthfuls, feeling emotional. Although it is a shame for the United States that an aircraft carrier was stolen by a Dacia person before. But this had nothing to do with his position as the captain of the USS Reagan, and he received more attention because of this incident. Even the chefs were replaced with top-notch chefs who were safe, reliable, and cooked delicious food. Not only is the cooking great, with many different recipes, but most importantly, the life and health of everyone on board is guaranteed. There is no need to worry about being exploited by the bugs from Dacia again. Although he didn't think that the Dacia people would hijack an aircraft carrier for a second time. The food is good. Loris heard a burst of praise, and the Major General was about to reply, of course, but the moment he looked up, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the restaurant, the smell of blood was strong and pungent. Except for him, everyone's head is gone. You, who are you?" Loris was going crazy. He cursed his boss who arranged the operation in his heart. "Now that you're here, why are you just standing there and not fighting? Playing. Now the killer is here to find you." Loris kept glancing out of the cabin, hoping that some soldiers outside would notice the situation inside and quickly shoot the killer to death. Yang Yin smiled and explained to Major General Loris, "Don't waste your time. There are 4,867 people on this mothership, and all of them have been killed except you. The 3,240 men on the 12 escort ships nearby also lost their lives. Among all the soldiers sent by the United States, you are the only one left." Yang Yin kindly reminded the Major General. Loris was disheartened. He didn't understand how this man did it. "Who are you?" Loris knew that he might not be able to escape today, but before he died, he just wanted to die with his eyes closed. Yang Yin was immediately happy and replied, "You are hovering around my island, watching me like a wolf. Don't you know who I am?" Loris' eyes widened instantly. A person's data emerged in his mind, and Loris looked at the young man who was talking next to him in disbelief. Unfortunately, Yang Yin did not give him the chance to continue speaking. "Solve this last guy." Yang Yin flew up, holding the head of the Major General Captain. Below him was the huge USS Ronald Reagan and 12 frigates. The bomber missiles are countless. Yang Yin knew that destroying these things would be like cutting flesh from the United States, which would make the relationship between him and the United States extremely bad. However, is this still a problem for Yang Yin? What he is thinking now is, after sending this head to the United States Congress, what about arranging for a few more leaders' heads? It's very troublesome. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Yin was no longer polite, and layers of flames surged from his palms, heading straight for the aircraft carrier and frigate on the sea. In order to prevent the scale of the fire explosion from affecting the small island dozens of miles away, Yang Yin kindly provided a protective shield for the entire group. In this way, the aircraft carrier and its missiles can explode to their heart's content. Chapter 127, Talisman. Oh, it's really a serious matter. Zhao Qin felt a little embarrassed, although the previous incident at the Siemens store did make him lose face. But that was done by Xiao Yanzi, not by myself. Women really hold grudges. Snap. Just when Zhao Chun was still hesitating whether to leave or not, the door of the room opened. There were tears on Yao Shi's face, but he managed to hold them back. He looked at Zhao Chun with a very complicated expression. "Come in." The voice is slightly hoarse. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, pretended not to see the tearful woman, and walked into Yao Shi's boudoir carelessly. He turned around without hesitation and looked around and said with emotion, "Commander Li is really considerate of you. Your room is much bigger than mine." Sitting down on the soft sofa, Zhao Chen picked up a half-peeled orange and started eating it. "I just peeled it," Yao Shi shouted anxiously, somewhat speechless. What kind of person is this? However, Zhao Chen still had no embarrassment and smiled and said, "Sit anywhere you want. I really have something important to talk to you about. Don't get mad at me." The matter of the talisman still depends on this girl, so Zhao Chen naturally would not think of offending her. Yao Shi pursed his lips, sat down next to Zhao Chun, and snatched the orange that Zhao Chun had eaten until only 2 slices were left. She usually stuffs all the food into her mouth out of anger, and her cheeks twitch, which is very cute. "If you have anything to say, just shrink it. I'm going to have a bad sleep." Yao Shi was chewing an orange while yelling incoherently. However, when Yao Shi accidentally released her breath, she suddenly seemed to have discovered something horrible, and her expression suddenly froze. You, when did you?" Yao Shi couldn't believe it. When Zhao Chen first arrived at Mount Ame, he was still a newbie who didn't even know what the realm of cultivation was. It's only been 1 day and 1 night, and even with her level of cultivation, she couldn't even detect it. And it is obvious that there is a fluctuation of cultivation. If it is not a super high concealment technique, then it is. Zhao Chen's realm has surpassed hers. "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Chen was also confused. He didn't quite understand why this girl, who was fine just now, suddenly became stupid. A look as if he had seen a ghost. Yao Shi swallowed his saliva, calmed himself down, and asked, "What realm are you in now?" Zhao Chen reacted and thought that this girl who had never seen the world was probably frightened by his sudden improvement in cultivation. "Oh no, it's almost gone, no." Zhao Chen pretended to be cool in a low-key manner. Yao Shi suddenly roared out in a defensive manner, "Zhao Chen, do you know what you are doing? How did you suddenly cross several realms? Have you learned some evil martial arts? Even if you want to advance, you can't take your life and future as a joke." Yao Shi's voice already had a hint of tears in it. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Zhao Chun in his heart, he was also very angry that he had been humiliated by Zhao Chun on Mount Ame before. But she still cares about Zhao Chun very much after all. Zhao Chun scratched his head and looked at Yao Shi as if he was looking at a fool. "Have you drunk too much? Can't you feel what state my body is in now? It's great. What kind of evil and unorthodox technique is this? No matter how evil and unorthodox it is, can it allow me to not lose anything and advance to the body-shaping stage? Do you think I'm missing an arm or a leg?" Zhao Chen thought to himself that the old guy who was giving him the welfare was really sending him a bunch of evildoers. Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chun innocently, still unable to believe that the man in front of him had advanced directly from no cultivation to the half-step physical and spiritual realm in just 1 day. Suddenly, Yao Shi felt that he had been training like a dog for the past 20 years. Not only her, but everyone in Daxiao would be defeated if they were to compete with Zhao Chun. "You, what happened to you? Your cultivation level has advanced so ridiculously." Yao Shi asked again carefully. If she can really advance without any loss, she can do it too. Zhao Chen looked mysterious and replied, "Don't worry about this, I'm really fine. I didn't come to you to discuss cultivation. Show me what these are." Zhao Chen took out a bundle of talismans that he had seized from Taoist Ding Yi. It is called a talisman, but in fact it is just a stack of paper of various colors, the kind that normal people would not even look at if it was placed on a street stall. However, Yao Shi's eyes widened instantly. "Forbidden spell," Yao Shi blurted out. Yao Shi comes from a family of formation masters, and she is very familiar with the aura of talismans, not to mention that there are several of them with obvious taboo auras. Zhao Chen was happy. He had found the right person. Although this girl's cultivation was not that great, her knowledge was quite good. "Where did you get these charms?" Yao Shi's voice became more hurried, with excitement and confusion that was difficult to conceal in his voice. Zhao Chen laughed and lied. "When I came down from Mount Ame today, I met an old man with a white beard. I took a good look at him because he looked like an immortal. He said that my face showed that I would definitely be the savior who would turn the tide and save the collapsing world. So he passed on all his skills to me and gave me this stack of talismans." Ahem, except that these things were not given by Taoist Ding Yao on his own initiative. Zhao Chen really did not lie about the rest. Yao Shi looked at Zhao Chen speechlessly again. Hey, if you want to lie, you have to make it sound convincing. How can you say such outrageous things? Where's your face? If you don't want to say it, forget it. Yao Shi explained to Zhao Chen. "Do you remember the formation I used to trap you in Alaska?" Zhao Chen nodded. In addition to being able to be set up on the spot, That formation can also be integrated into talisman paper with 2 or 3 times the resources to form a talisman that can be used at any time. We call this profession a formation master. It is a special profession independent of cultivation. Our Yao family has been passed down from generation to generation. Even if it is a kind of formation master, and the level of my formation is 1 level higher than my cultivation, as long as I am given enough time and materials to set up the formation, I can trap even those in the form and spirit realm. Even kill. When Yaoshi said this, his face looked proud again. As a formation master and a cultivator who practices both cultivation, and their realms are not low, they can indeed be proud of themselves. Zhao Qin's lips moved, and he thought carefully for a long time, but he still didn't say anything to complain. After all, he was the one who needed help now, so he just watched Yaoshi finish showing off in front of him. This stack of talismans you have is simply incredible. There are dozens of them, but not a single one is below the Wangshan realm. Even, these 3 are forbidden spells of the Daoyan realm. Yaoshi looked at Zhao Chun with incredible eyes again and said, I don't care where you got these talismans from. I just hope you can leave a few talismans for me to learn. I don't want the forbidden talismans. Can you give me a few talismans for the Forgotten Dust realm? Chapter 128, Beating. I'm counting on you. Rarely, Yaoshi didn't use a coquettish or forceful tone. Instead, it was a very serious plea. 2 sparkling eyes stared straight at Zhao Chun. Well, is this spell easy to use? Zhao Chun did not give an answer immediately, but asked another question. Yaoshi nodded and replied, This is very simple. Take this 10-mile flame talisman for example. The caster only needs to take out the talisman, silently recite the fire control formula in his mind, and make the 36 Taoist finger seals that make up the talisman with his hands. It won't take more than half a minute. Watching Yaoshi casually mention the formula and the 36 methods. It takes half a minute to cast a spell, and I have to memorize the formula and learn the fingerprints. Forget it. I can't afford to bother with that. You should keep all these talismans. I can't use them even if I hold them in my hands. I don't even know what they can cast. When you go on missions with me later, this will serve as our team support. Zhao Chun waved his hand and sent them all out. Now it was Yaoshi's turn to be silent in surprise. The hand holding the talisman was visibly trembling slightly, and then he held it even tighter. After a while, Yaoshi lowered his head and replied, These talismans are priceless treasures, and you and I have nothing to do with each other. Why did you give them to me? Yaoshi's heart was pounding now. Wang Chun, or even a talisman at the Daoyan realm. It's something you can only encounter by chance. This was also a rare time that Zhao Chun saw Yaoshi being as shy as a little woman. Why would I give it to you? I don't know how to use it. You can't just treat it as toilet paper. Don't think too much. I don't know how many strange tasks I will have in the future. You are also someone I brought back. From now on, we will be partners and comrades. Let's contribute to the country together and work hard to create a better life together. How about that? The round pancakes are fragrant and sweet. Although Yaoshi didn't hear the answer he wanted, he was still very moved. We are partners. Well, thank you. I will protect you, Yaoshi said in a delicate voice, waving the talisman that just belonged to her in her hand. Zhao Qin smiled and said, I need your protection? Speaking of this, Zhao Qin thought again whether he should find someone to practice with. I have advanced to the body-shaping realm, but it seems that I have gained a lot of luck. My strength and aura are not outrageous. Could it be that I have advanced to a false level? Comrade Yaoshi, I need your help with a small matter. Zhao Chun showed an excited smile, because he remembered that the person in front of him was the most suitable candidate for training. Such a weak girl would probably cry for a long time if she was punched. Yaoshi was still immersed in the joy of obtaining a treasure and was looking at various kinds of talismans one by one when he suddenly heard Zhao Chen say this. Looking up at Zhao Chen's seemingly malicious smile, and then looking at the dark night outside the window, Yaoshi's face flushed slightly. He's so good to me. It doesn't matter if he makes some excessive demands. Good. Yaoshi answered slightly shyly. Zhao Chen became even more excited. Well then, I just advanced not long ago. Come out with me and spar with me. Zhao Chen rolled up his non-existent sleeves and prepared to compete with the real cultivator with full energy. Okay. Yaoshi, who had originally prepared himself mentally, was confused again. What? Sparring? Seeing Zhao Chen's eager expression, Yaoshi covered his forehead. She didn't understand Zhao Chen, who had just entered the world of cultivation and had neither learned any martial arts techniques nor practiced any moves or techniques. Why do you want to compete with her? Well, I have never heard such an outrageous request in my life. Under the mist-shrouded cold water, in the quiet night, the screams and wails of an unknown man continued to be heard. The next morning, When Lan Daozi knocked on the door to urge Zhao Chun, he opened the door very reluctantly. He never expected that, although he was at a higher level, he would be completely powerless against Yao Shi. He also knew why he didn't feel any difference at other times. It turned out that his aura burst out during the battle, and he instantly seemed like a different person. His arms were strong and powerful, his eyes were sharp, and his body was countless times lighter than before. The only thing consumed is the luck in the small vortex. According to Yao Shi, if she launched a large-scale attack, the luck in the vortex could only last for 3 to 5 hours at most. If it lasted longer, she would have to stop and rest. But Zhao Chun is different. He feels that the big fat vortex in his body seems endless. At least he didn't feel any consumption of the vortex during the battle, and it was even full from the beginning to the end. But the problem is that it would take Yao Shi less than 3 to 5 hours to deal with Zhao Chun. Although I feel that Yao Shi is not as strong as me, and her pressure is not as strong as mine, I can't touch her at all. Her strange movements made her appear and disappear mysteriously like a ghost in the night. Zhao Chun felt that his burst of energy into combat mode was outrageous enough, but he still couldn't touch the corner of Yao Shi's clothes. However, every time Yao Shi launched an attack, even though Zhao Chun had more powerful luck to resist, he still couldn't avoid bruises all over his body. Damn, it feels like I have so much power but I can't use it. I saw Brother Yang in the battle in an instant, and I thought it was very handsome. There's no point in saying that. If the gap in their realms is too big, they will be killed instantly. It was as if after he used the immortality voucher, the old man didn't even have a chance to struggle. What you say must come true. The old man was covered with talismans of the Wangqin realm, and even had a few of the Daoyan level. After all, my realm is also as high as Wangqin or even Daoyan. However, in front of the realm of immortality, there is not even a chance to struggle. Of course, what Zhao Chun didn't know was that it also took a lot of luck to make his words come true. Although the strong people in the realm of immortality had a lot of luck, it was not endless. However, during the trial period of the card, Zhao Chun enjoyed the benefits of unlimited luck. In less than half an hour last night, Zhao Chun was beaten so hard that he almost couldn't help but use the form and spirit experience card. Although Yao Shi kindly carried Zhao Chun into the room and gave him medicine after the battle, the woman could not hide her smugness at beating Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun never expected that he would lose so badly. Not only was he beaten all the way, but he didn't even get 1/3 or 1/4 of Yao Shi's luck. It seems that I am more suitable to bully the weak. As for spending time honing your realm or skills, haha, Zhao Chun has already worked 20 years less hard than others, so why should he still consider a struggle on the same level? Wouldn't it be nice to suppress the opponent when you are at a higher level? Although Zhao Chun was beaten badly this time, he felt that he would be able to easily defeat Yao Shi, who was in the body-shaping realm, once he had achieved physical and spiritual form. In a fight, it's never a bad idea for the big to bully the small. Chapter 129 Big Earthquake. At this moment, Lan Daozi was really amazed at his own wit. Yesterday, Zhao Chun asked him for Yao Shi's room number, and Lan Daozi guessed that Zhao Chun, the LSP, would not move back to his own room. As expected, he knocked on Yao Shi's door, but the person who opened the door was that guy Zhao Chun. It's just strange. Zhao Chun's face. Are you okay? Lan Daozi was just about to ask what was going on with his face when he suddenly noticed that Zhao Chun's 2 exposed arms were also covered with bruises, so he just asked briefly. Zhao Chun, with droopy eye bags and obviously feeling a little sleepy, replied, "It's okay, Brother Lan. Please talk to the commander. I'll go to his office later. I can feel the way, so I won't bother you to lead the way." With a snap, the door closed. Lan Daozi glanced at his watch skillfully and muttered, "You're injured like this, and yet it's still good to be young." After returning to the room, Zhao Chun collapsed on the soft sofa again. After yesterday's friendly exchange with Yao Shi, Zhao Chun was so numb that he didn't even want to move, not to mention washing and the like. After Yao Shi gave him the medicine, he simply fell down on the sofa in Yao Shi's room. It wasn't the first time that Yao Shi slept together with Zhao Chun, so he simply let him go to sleep. Early in the morning, although my legs felt a little better, my whole body was still sore. Fortunately, I followed Yao Shi's advice and kept myself in combat mode 24 hours a day, and the pain improved slightly. However, when entering combat mode, new troubles arise. It's not that I don't have enough luck. Lying still in combat mode, his luck seemed to have not dropped at all. However, at this moment, Zhao Chun was so excited that he couldn't sleep because he was in combat mode. If you want to sleep, you have to turn off the combat mode. If you do that, your body will hurt, and you won't be able to sleep. It's such a vicious cycle. Zhao Chun had no choice but to lie on the sofa and rest in combat mode. I want to lie down until the pain is gone, relieve the pain, and then have a good sleep. As a result, this lasted all night. It was not until Lan Daozi knocked on the door just now that Zhao Chun came to his senses. Shit, it's already daybreak. After ruthlessly sending Lan Daozi away, Zhao Chun finally broke free from his combat state. Well, it doesn't hurt that much anymore. At this time, Yashi had already woken up and was about to wash up. Looking at Zhao Chun, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, he teased. Why don't you come to bed and sleep for a while? I'm already up anyway. Looking at the woman who hung him up and beat him with her eyes closed yesterday, Zhao Chun felt deeply depressed. The bed is good. Don't you have your own room? Zhao Chun was about to be moved, but suddenly he remembered that he was still in Yaoshi's room. Ahem. It took me a while. I'm going to go back and take a nap. Come find me in 2 hours, and we'll go to Commander Li's place. After saying this, Zhao Chun left this sad place without wasting a second. Yaoshi looked at Zhao Chun, who was running away like a guilty thief, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. For those who don't sleep, a few hours pass in the blink of an eye. Zhao Chun really felt that he had just closed his eyes, but there was a knock on the door. Zhao Chun was extremely dissatisfied and wanted to scold this disobedient girl. Why did she just? When Zhao Chun saw that the hand of the alarm clock on the door had pointed to 11 o'clock, he swallowed back all the words he had wanted to say. I opened the door with some embarrassment and saw that the person who came was Comrade Yaoshi with a smile on his face. So, you asked me to look for you for 2 hours, and I let you sleep for 2 more hours. It's been 4 hours. How was your rest? Yaoshi also knew that Zhao Chun did not sleep all night last night, so he was kind enough to call him a little later. Haha, it's really not that good. It's sore where it should be sore, and it hurts where it should hurt. Zhao Chun nodded and said, It's okay. Come in and sit down. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. Soon, the two arrived at Commander Li Dao's office. At this time, Li Dao was the only one in the office looking at the documents. Commander, it feels like a long time since we last met. Zhao Chun was polite and skilled. However, Li Dao's expression was quite serious. Sit down. Li Dao pressed his temple and said. Seeing that something seemed to be wrong, Zhao Chun and Yaoshi sat down on the chairs obediently. Li Dao sighed and explained to the two. Just received news that something big happened in the United States. Zhao Chun was confused. Why are you so depressed about the affairs of the United States? Even if the top leaders of the United States have been replaced, shouldn't we set off firecrackers to celebrate? Li Dao continued. The reason why we called you back so urgently yesterday was because we received news. The United States sent the USS Ronald Reagan and 12 Perry-class frigates to surround Uno's Island, Yongyan's hometown. We have also received news that Yongyan has already rushed to Uno's Island. We originally wanted to send you over to see if we could turn things around and prevent the two groups from fighting. Zhao Chun was a little confused. Hey, the United States sent an aircraft carrier to attack Brother Yang's base camp. What's the use of going there alone? Did the fight start? Yaoshi asked. His fear of Pluto was truly deep-rooted. Until now, she often dreamed that Pluto chopped off Julie's head in an instant. Such a terrifying person crashed into the U.S. aircraft carrier. Li Dao took a breath and said seriously. Conflict still occurred. Yongyan first killed everyone on the aircraft carrier and the frigates. He also sank the USS Ronald Reagan and all 12 frigates. He also sent the head of Reagan's captain, Rear Admiral Loris, to the U.S. Congress. By the way, the heads of the 3 people who issued this order, namely National Security Advisor Bowles, Secretary of State Oppen, and Senate Chairman Stegel, were hung on the roof of the Pentagon. Because the President of the United States, Mr. Trump, is visiting Europe, the person who proposed this aircraft carrier siege was Security Advisor Pauls. The order was soon implemented with the support of Secretary of State Oppenheimer, Senate President Steger, and others. So Yongyan killed these 3 people this time. In addition, all the direct descendants of these 3 people died overnight yesterday, including their wives, children, parents, and offspring. Without exception, this dispute has sparked extremely sharp debate internationally. Many hawkish members of the United States are dissatisfied with Yongyan's behavior and demand that Pluto give the United States an explanation, otherwise they will launch a nuclear bomb on Uno's Island. Zhao Chun was amused when he heard this. Is this a conflict? Isn't this pure slaughter? What else is there to explain when almost everyone is dead? Who are those people who don't care about their lives? How dare they shout at a group of killers like this? Li Dao said with a gloomy face. Something happened to Yongyan. Chapter 130 Going to Court. As soon as Li Dao finished speaking, Zhao Chen's gloating look instantly disappeared. The whole person became extremely surprised. What? How could something happen to Brother Yang? What happened? Zhao Chen couldn't believe it. Commander Li just said that an entire aircraft carrier and more than a dozen frigates were destroyed by Yang Yan alone. How could something happen to Yang Yan? Li Daohua took a breath and said helplessly, "You don't really think that one person or a group of people can shake the foundation of a superpower?" In the United States, the two parties are divided into the hawk and dove parties. Each party has its own powerful figures and candidate officials, like the deceased National Security Advisor of the United States, Bowles, Secretary of State, Oppen, and Senate Chairman Stegel. As soon as they were killed, their elected officials stepped up and took immediate action. Yang Yin himself is very powerful, so of course he's fine. But all the killers affiliated with the Inferno organization of the NSA are relatives and friends, even relatives within several generations. He has been arrested and detained by Federal and the Security Bureau immediately. Life and death are unpredictable. For a nationwide operation like this, Yang Yin and his thousands of assassins are powerless no matter how capable they are. Even if Yang Yin had the ability to see through the heavens and the earth, he couldn't manage a country as large as 9 million square kilometers and its people. Mr. Trump also spoke to Yang Yin immediately and said that these actions were decided privately by his subordinates. But Yang Yan's behavior was too brutal. It has already affected the image of the entire United States and has caused extremely bad effects throughout the country and even internationally. If Yang Yan cannot give a reasonable explanation, they will immediately launch a nuclear strike against Uno's Island and Daxia. Zhao Chen didn't quite understand when he heard this. What did this have to do with Daxia? Damn, your country was wiped out by Brother Yang alone, and you started to get angry and throw nuclear bombs at Daxia? Li Daohua knew what Zhao Chen was wondering about and continued. This matter is indeed our fault. I arranged for Yang Yin to be your temporary bodyguard, but the news that you and Yang Yin went to the United States was dug out by them. Plus, the nuclear bomb in Aragats was stolen. Naturally, they thought it was Yang Yan's doing. So they drove an aircraft carrier to Uno's Island to ask Yang Yin for an explanation. At first, they didn't really want to fight. They just wanted to threaten Yang Yin and make him hand over the nuclear bomb. Who knew that after Yang Yin returned, he didn't buy into this at all. Without saying a word, he sent all those American soldiers who were blocking his doorstep to hell. Alas, Yang Yin is still too young. Li Daohua sighed deeply again. Although Yang Yin had extremely high combat power, he was still a little too young and hot-tempered. Zhao Chen's expression changed again. He didn't expect that this matter would come back to him. Brother Yang, you took the bullet for me. Personal strength is of course important. Yang Yin is very powerful, even terrifying. But he is not invincible. Yang Yin may be alone, but he has a country, subordinates, and may have a lover and family in the future. Being strong in personal martial arts will only make people fear you, but it does not mean that they cannot deal with you. Similarly, if individual force is placed at the national level, it will appear much smaller. Yang Yin is indeed so powerful that he seems invincible, but if he dares to go against the world's will and indiscriminately kill high-ranking officials of the United States, then the military will not be able to withstand the pressure and will directly launch nuclear bombs at the whole world, and everyone will die together. In Daxia, the situation of Big Geese is similar. Everyone is negotiating at the same table, so bickering and insulting each other are minor issues. But if anyone really pushes one of them too far, they will flip the table and launch a nuclear bomb. Let's reopen together. Especially now, wars are nothing like those in ancient times, which only relied on cold weapons and numbers. If we fight a war now, either we don't fight at all, or there will be corpses everywhere. Just look at the small-scale wars fought by the United States in Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, and other places, and the number of soldiers who died was in the tens of millions. And that doesn't even include the many casualties among ordinary people. If a few big countries that are qualified to overturn the table start fighting, which country doesn't have a powerful leader like Yang Yan? Don't other countries have people with top individual combat capabilities? Then why not carry out some decapitation operations or something like that? How many leaders of major countries have been assassinated in recent decades? Decapitation operation, is that funny? This is not a war era. The commander-in-chief is the soul of all soldiers. An army without a commander will immediately fall apart. In peacetime, when a leader is assassinated, the country will quickly arrange 8 or 10 candidates to take over. The operation of the country is driven by one gear after another. Even if the biggest gear is missing, there is always someone to replace it. If there really is a madman who starts killing people and no one can stop him, then we can reward him with some nuclear bombs and start over again. We won't tolerate that. Although there are few such crazy people, who dares to gamble? Yang Yin felt good for a while as he vented his anger, but it directly led to the freezing point of war in the world. The United States has more than a dozen aircraft carriers in service, all of which are ready for battle. The Navy, Army, and Air Force have arrived at the border in batches, ready to send troops at any time. As the country with the strongest military power in the world, the United States Air Force once boasted that it could conquer the world in 3 hours. The second largest air force in the world is the United States Navy. The total number of aircraft bombers on the U.S. Navy's aircraft carriers far exceeds that of the second-ranked Big Goose in military strength. It is also far superior to Dacia, which has been diligently developing its economy. How could such a unique world power compromise because of one person? This does not even take into account whether someone from above will make arrangements for Pyongyang. This matter has been suppressed by countries around the world. The United States did not deliberately ferment it because the matter was indeed ugly. This means that people all over the world have not yet felt panic and fear. If the common people knew that someone from Dacia went to the United States and killed so many high-ranking officials like crazy, I'm afraid there would be far more people praising him than those who would stab him in the back. The vast majority of people think about their own interests. They don't care at all about the capitalists and political parties on the other side of the ocean. But if they are assassinated, it will lead to a global war disaster, and my country may be broken. Isn't this enough to make Yang Yin vomit the shit out of him? No matter how powerful Yang Yin is, can he stop the gossips and kill all the civilians in the world? Zhao Chun understood all these principles, and he finally realized how big a mess Brother Yang had made. It's cool. But the problem is that this follow-up is really difficult to calm down easily. Zhao Chun was a little hesitant to listen to Li Daogua's next words. Li Daogua sighed and continued. Yang Yin has now been brought to the International Court of Justice of the People's Republic of China. Chapter 131. You decide. In court, Zhao Chunren was confused. He had thought that Brother Yang might have been sniped by a master from the United States, and that Brother Yang might have brought his killers to conduct guerrilla warfare in the United States. I even thought about how Brother Yang was preparing to resist the U.S. nuclear bomb. Zhao Chun never expected that Brother Yang would be sent to the International Court of Justice. The court in the human world. Can it really have a restraining effect on people like Yang Yin? Li Daogua continued. Do you think the International Court of Justice is useless? How much impact can it have on Yang Yin? Without giving Zhao Chun time to nod, Li Daogua explained loudly. It works. The International Court of Justice of the United Nations was voted on by more than 200 representatives from around the world. In order to ensure the safety of his subordinates' families, Yang Yin accepted the result of being tried in an international court. However, you don't have to worry too much about your life safety. Yang Yin will definitely be punished, but it must be after the verdict, and it will be our Dacia who will punish him. The rules of the International Court of Justice are that a prisoner from any country will be tried by the country of nationality of that prisoner after being tried by the International Court of Justice. Although Yang Yin stayed in the United States for a long time, he returned to Dacia 8 years ago. He is a citizen of Dacia. So after the trial, it was our people from Dacia who brought him back. This was like giving face to the United States. Let's all go through the motions together. By the way, these guys will see if they can make us bleed a little in trade or something like that. These are the little things. Li Daogua took a sip of the cold green tea on his desk to moisten his throat. Zhao Chun was relieved when he heard that Brother Yang was fine. But Li Daogua's next words made Zhao Chun's heart rise to his throat again. But Yang Yan's forces will definitely be disbanded, and he will most likely not be allowed to go abroad again. And now, the country has a new mission for you. Li Daogua put down the teacup and said seriously. Zhao Chun silently shed helpless tears in his heart, and I knew that the groundwork was completed and my mission had begun. Commander, you tell me, I can handle it. Even if you ask me to pick the stars and the moon from the sky, I can handle it. Zhao Chun really thought about what it would be like to say something in Taoism and the stars in the sky would come into his hands. Is there really an asteroid heading straight for me? TSK, 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 this is not worth trying. If you are not careful, this will be the end of the Jurassic dinosaurs. Li Daogua's originally serious face showed a slight smile, but it only flashed by, and his face was still sad. This mission is very difficult. I hope you can handle it. Li Daogua didn't say it directly, but came up to encourage him first. Zhao Chun complained slightly in his heart. Have you taken on any serious missions? Li Daogua continued. Because of Yang Yan's incident, the original leader of the Eagle Party in the United States, Steger, died. He was replaced by a man who was even more brutal than Steger, Adolf Hitler. This German guy has always been a representative of the Eagle Party's war faction. Since he joined the Eagle Party, he has been forming cliques and factions and promoting his own set of theories. During that time, he had numerous followers and was later arrested for the crime of gathering a crowd and imprisoned for 9 months. After he was released from prison, he once again used his devilish mouth to deceive tens of thousands of people in the ruling party and military of the United States. Fortunately, the President of the United States, Mr. Trump, returned to Washington in time. Otherwise, Hit would have exercised his prerogatives on behalf of the president to launch nuclear bombs towards Uno's Island in Daxia. And this madman sewed one of the nuclear bomb chips targeting Daxia into his own body. As long as there is news that he was persecuted or died, then his faction, a group of military personnel who believe in him and are in charge of some nuclear bombs, will launch nuclear bombs at Daxia as soon as possible. This person is crazy but also sober. He knows very well that with the current development speed of Daxia, it will definitely replace the United States and stand at the top of the world in less than 30 years. And Hit is an extremist patriotic lunatic, the second best orator in the United States after Mr. Trump. And his speech is full of magical persuasive power. Everyone who listened to his speech was convinced by his deep personal charm. Even in the U.S. court, the Chief Justice was touched by his speech and reduced the 4-year sentence that was originally set in stone to 9 months. This person is both a genius and a madman. What he wants is for the United States to unify the world, and anything that might prevent their country from reaching the top will be ruthlessly destroyed by them. Even if other countries are catching up, they would rather perish together with their own country than give other countries the opportunity to bully them. The corner of Zhao Chen's eye twitched. He really didn't expect that there were such psychopaths in the world who were only willing to ride on others' heads and act like a boss, and couldn't accept others being superior to him. It would be fine if he was just a small figure, but he is actually a senior hawk in the United States, the kind that has the ability to use nuclear bombs. Is there no one left in the United States? Why would they let such a person be the leader of the Hawk Party? He always wants the whole world to be buried with him. And as long as he dies, we will launch a nuclear bomb to attack Daxia. Can Daxia just sit there and watch being beaten? If you hit me, I will hit you back. Isn't this the end of the war? Wait, why is Commander Lee telling me this? Is it my mission? Zhao Chun, Uncle Lee, I believe in your ability, and the country also believes in your ability. This is a great opportunity to make great achievements. If you can complete the task successfully this time, I can't say for other uncles, but I will definitely get this lieutenant general rank for you even if I die. Li Daohua patted his chest and assured Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was about to cry. You said so much, didn't you just want me to go over there quickly? You tell me, why don't I take this task? Commander, seriously, don't give me any more empty promises. Just tell me directly. If it's possible, I will definitely go for it. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun thought that he still had Zhang Chongqing's experience coupon. It shouldn't be difficult to complete another task. Li Daohua immediately showed a gratified smile and praised. Good boy, good boy. If your mission is successful, the country will be proud of you. Your new mission is to go to the United States, infiltrate the United States military, or create panic among the masses, and find a way to ruin Adolf Hitler's reputation in the United States. At least make sure all military personnel no longer trust him. This time the country does not restrict your means. You are free to do whatever you want. Whether he dies or goes to jail is up to you. Chapter 132 for peace. Hee. Zhao Chen's heart is now as tens of thousands of horses galloping. Has Commander Lee forgotten that he is still a wanted criminal in the United States? I have messed with the United States twice in a row. If I set foot on the territory of the United States again, I will probably be pinned down by Faber before I even have a chance to get off the plane. Let yourself manipulate public opinion and bring disgrace to the leader of the Eagle Party who just came to power? What to play? What kind of country is the United States? Grover Cliff had an illegitimate child while he was president, and the matter was exposed. However, because he took the initiative to admit it, he was elected president again a generation later. Andrew Jackson's petticoat incident. Kennedy had romantic scandals with many female stars, including Marilyn Monroe and Hepburn, but it did not affect his ability to sit firmly on the presidency. President Thomas was even more amazing. He was found to have an affair with a slave woman and had a child. He refused to admit it and served as president for 7 years with a clear conscience. In the end, it was revealed that he not only had a child, but more than one. Not to mention political scandals such as the whiskey affair, the Iran-Contra affair, and the Watergate scandal. Just recently, there was the incident between the former U.S. President Collins and an intern. This incident caused a lot of controversy, but Collins did not take it seriously. It was not until the intern took out the DNA liquid that Collins finally gave in. That's it. He just apologized, and he was doing his job as president with integrity. Let yourself create some news to bring Hitler down? To be honest, this is even more outrageous than stealing an aircraft carrier. Suddenly, a long-lost voice sounded in Zhao Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the country's expectations. The system is automatically assigning tasks. I'm so touched. The new task is finally here. But this time is a bit stuck. I just accepted the task from the task system, and it has been delivered. When did the stupid system evolve to be so humane? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the chain mission. For peace, to bring disgrace upon the warmongering Adolf Height. This mission is divided into 9 small missions, and you can proceed to the next mission after completing each small mission. Total mission duration is often limited to 9 months. Task rewards. Get corresponding rewards based on the completion status. For peace, Part 1, Casino Incident. Host, please go to Las Vegas, the gambling city in the United States, and successfully win the title of Gambling King in the upcoming Gambling King competition. Zhao Chun was stunned. Everything was normal before, except for the novel series of tasks. But, casino turmoil? Gambling King competition? Gambling King? What? Why are all the words I don't understand? While Zhao Chun was still confused, Li Daohua had quietly come to Zhao Chun's side, patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder, and encouraged him. True gold needs to be tested by fire. I believe you can complete this difficult task. The goal of this mission is relatively difficult, so the country has given you more time. Although we hope that it will be done as soon as possible, it still requires multiple arrangements to get the desired results. The time given to you by the higher-ups is unlimited. As long as you don't actually stay in the United States, everything else is fine. However, because this mission is special, our comrades in the beautiful country can't help you. Everything depends on you. Child, if you complete this task, you will be extremely honored. Getting rid of Hit will also give the people of the world a safe future. It is a great good deed, and the whole world will be grateful to you. Li Daohua continued to add to his speech. Zhao Chun swallowed his saliva and just listened without saying anything. In fact, he didn't really hear much of what was said. I was still thinking about the tasks assigned to me by the system, why they were assigned to me, and how to do them. Let's not talk about what this mission has to do with ruining Hit's reputation. I don't even know how to gamble. He was a 5-good student who was born under the red flag and grew up in spring. He also knew that his system was very arrogant, and it would not explain anything to him no matter how angry he asked. However, it must be said that this system is also very reliable, and it always accurately coincides with one's official tasks. At the moment, I am completely confused as to how to bring Hit to ruin his reputation. In this case, it's better to push the system back. As long as I can continue to complete the small tasks given by the system, then in the end, wouldn't I be able to bring ruin to Hit's reputation? Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. It seems to be true. System, oh system, no matter how powerful and arrogant your machine intelligence is, you still have to drink my Zhao Chen's foot-washing water. Beep, beep, beep. Host, please do not fantasize. The system can choose not to carry out small tasks and let the host directly carry out large tasks. The system's voice suddenly came out, and Zhao Chun was startled. Brother, I was wrong. It's nothing. I need a small task. I really need it. Zhao Chun gave in immediately. This system is really becoming more and more humane. I am the same. Why should I compete with a robot? Li Daohua continued. Your visas for this trip to the United States have already been processed. Just remember to pick them up before you leave. This is the painted skin you will wear during your stay in the United States. No one will recognize you if you bring it with you. Zhao Chun looked at the 2 latex masks handed to him by Commander Li, and suddenly remembered the days when he stole nuclear bombs in the United States. That time is still vivid in my mind, as if it was just the day before yesterday. The fact is that Zhao Chun just returned from the United States the day before yesterday. Zhao Chun couldn't help but tighten his grip on Painted Skin's hand. Damn, we agreed that after that mission, I would have a good rest and spend some time with Xiao Yanzi. As a result, after just 3 or 2 days, I had to embark on the journey back to the United States. It's only been a few months, and I've been there more often than I have gone home. So annoying. Commander, no one will recognize me, right? Zhao Chun walked out of Li Daohua's office with a gloomy face, followed by Comrade Yao Shi, who looked confused. Yao Shi was confused from the moment he heard the news about Pluto, and remained confused until Li Daohua saw him off. Zhao Chun glanced at Yao Shi, who followed him into the room in a daze, and said speechlessly, Comrade Yao Shi, don't you have your own room? Yao Shi shuddered, and then came to his senses. Oh. Yao Shi just realized that he had followed someone into their room. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she apologized. Sorry, I was distracted by my thoughts just now. Zhao Chun was really speechless about this silly woman. Just now, he was seriously considering whether to take her with him to do this task. Now think about it. Well, how about you take a rest in Daxiao this time? I'll go by myself. Chapter 133. Too much. Why don't you just not come with me this time? The mission takes a long time. Zhao Chun said. Yao Shi frowned, as if he didn't quite understand what Zhao Chun meant. Do you dislike me and are afraid that I will become a burden to you? Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. You are quite self-aware. Zhao Chen really wanted to blurt out, yes. But it's hard to say this out loud. It's so embarrassing. In fact, I don't think Yao Shi is such a drag. It's mainly because the timeline given by the system this time is too long, 9 months. The possibility of exposure is very high. What if he was faced with a desperate situation and had to use the prop card? Then he would be exposed to Yao Shi. Yao Shi and I are not that familiar with each other yet. Don't think too much. I just think it would be more convenient to act alone. Zhao Chen explained. The knife kept going deeper and deeper. Yao Shi's little mouth began to dry up, feeling aggrieved. The corners of his eyes were red as if there was sand in them. I can do it. You saw it yesterday. Although your realm has improved rapidly, your combat power is terrible. Not only can I help you fight, I can also teach you how to master the power in your body. And I still have the formation and the talisman you gave me. With these I can definitely help. At this moment, Yao Shi was like a teammate who was trying hard to prove to the captain that he was not a waste. Zhao Chen covered his forehead with his hands. We are going deep into the enemy camp, not to fight. We need to use our brains. Looking at Yao Shi, who was looking expectant. It would be difficult for Zhao Chen to do this now. I fucking know that you are stronger than me in fighting, and I also know that the talismans are still in your pocket, and only you know how to use them. But these are not the key points. This time our mission was to go deep behind enemy lines, and we had to stay in the United States for more than half a year in fear and trembling with fear. During this period, you must also find ways to complete the various tasks prepared by the system for you. It would be fine if you were obedient and didn't ask any questions or make a fuss, but you usually look like a curious baby. If I came up and took you straight to Las Vegas, couldn't you tell me about it all the way? It's not that I don't want to bring Yao Shi with me. If it was Xiao Yanzi, I would definitely bring her with me. After all, it is really hard to explain when a single man and a single woman go abroad to carry out a mission. Even if you are upright and have nothing to fear, you still have to worry about the person on Mount Amei in China who may have wild thoughts. No matter how considerate that person is, she is still a real woman. Since you are a woman, you will have girls' thoughts and common problems. I have been wondering before, would such a virtuous girl like shopping like ordinary girls? The fact is that with my physique, I almost broke my legs from running. It can be seen that sensible girls do have the hobbies or habits of ordinary girls. It's just because I'm sensible and won't take the initiative to bring it up or say it. Or to put it another way, I believe in boys more. As for men, they should not act recklessly by relying on girls' love and trust. Zhao Chun was in deep thought for a quarter of an hour. Yao Shi, who was waiting silently on the side, clenched his pink fists tightly and waited cautiously. He didn't dare make any sound, for fear of disturbing Zhao Chun. Finally, Zhao Chun let out a breath and said, "Come with me, yes. But I need to set some rules. There are 3 rules. If you think it's okay, then you can follow them." When Yao Shi heard that Zhao Chun allowed her to go together, she was so excited that she kept nodding her head, her eyes shining, and she didn't care about what Zhao Chen's rules were. Zhao Chen continued. First of all, we are fighting a protracted war this time, and 3 to 5 months is considered a minimum. So, the most basic point is that no matter what I say, you must obey unconditionally. No matter what decision I make or what order I assign to you, you must execute it immediately. Don't ask me why all the time. There is no reason. Our trip this time can be said to be full of dangers and difficulties. It is more convenient to do it alone. If you insist on following me, then you must be tied to the same rope as me. You must act and do things like a human being. Yao Shi quickly stood at attention and saluted in a military manner. Promise to obey orders. By the way, I was still muttering in my heart, no matter what, I must obey unconditionally. Then what if? Zhao Chen silently complained in his heart that this woman's salute posture was even more outrageous than his own. But I don't have that much time to daydream with Yao Shi. Secondly, protect your identity at all costs. If your identity is exposed, remember to protect your life first. If the situation is dangerous, I allow you to use the talisman freely. Don't save it for your coffin. Only when you use it, the talisman will be valuable. Is he caring about me? Yao Shi thought to himself. Third, this trip to the United States is a state-level secret mission, so you will not be allowed to have any privacy during this period. Everything you say and do should be based on the mission. Do not act arbitrarily on your own. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he quietly looked at the woman who was still digesting the 3 rules. It's totally possible. Yao Shi answered loudly again. She is a loner and has no relatives or friends abroad, so she doesn't have to worry about any personal circumstances affecting the mission. Looking at the passionate and confident woman in front of him, Zhao Chen sighed again. He really didn't understand. He was obviously so comfortable staying in Daxia, shopping and traveling. Why would you go with me to the United States to be a spy and do such a thankless job? On this trip, if the task is completed well, everyone will be happy. If something goes wrong, I can just walk out and carry it back. Could it be that he is extremely dissatisfied with his past experiences and is eager to clear himself? It's true, women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. After seeing off the excited female comrade Yao Shi, Zhao Chun made an appointment with her to set off tomorrow afternoon. We first flew to Hong Kong together, and then took another flight from Hong Kong to Las Vegas in the United States. Because it was agreed in the 3 rules that obedience was the main thing during the mission, so Yao Shi didn't ask anything and left happily. And Zhao Chun collapsed on the sofa with a helpless look on his face. This task, it's really not easy. What does a madman who is high and mighty and wants to start a war at any time have to do with the Gambling King competition in Las Vegas? Could it be that after becoming the Gambling King, I will have the opportunity to come into contact with this guy named Hit? That's not right. What's the point of just contacting him? What I want is to ruin his reputation. This made him lose his foothold in the US military and even alienated him from his friends and relatives. Only in this way can he make the military leaders who originally claimed to be loyal to him question him. Then the bond between him and the nuclear bomb was canceled. This is the most important thing. But the problem is that his first mission seems to have nothing to do with Hit. Fortunately, I didn't use public funds to complete the mission this time, and my Franklin worth nearly 100 million is still gathering dust in my storage space. Otherwise, I would have to have a good discussion with Commander Lee just about why we had to fly directly from Hong Kong to Las Vegas. It's great to have money, but isn't it a bit too much to spend your own money to complete tasks? Chapter 134. To be successful, you need power and background. Xiangshan. After disguising themselves, Zhao Chun and Yao Shi landed in Xiangshan. They first had a simple meal of 8 dishes and a soup to replenish their energy, and then rushed to the plane to Las Vegas again. There was a small accident during the security check. After Yao Shi changed her appearance, she was still as beautiful as ever. In the waiting room, when Zhao Chun went to the bathroom, a Hong Kong guy in his 30s tried to strike up a conversation with Yao Shi. Beauty, are you going to Las Vegas too? Are you going there for sightseeing, or just to watch the fun? The Xiangjiang guy's lustful eyes narrowed into a slit, and his face did not hide his deep lust for Yao Shi at all. Yao Shi naturally didn't want to pay any attention to him. Seeing that this beauty was quite cool, the Hong Kong guy licked his lips. He silently took out a silver-white invitation letter from his briefcase, which was covered with a bunch of messy English words. Beauty, you must be going to Las Vegas to watch the Gambling King competition. Look what this is. The Hong Kong guy spoke in a half-Cantonese and half-Mandarin accent, which left Yao Shi speechless. If it weren't for the fact that this was an airport, a public area, she really wanted to stuff this disgusting thing into the toilet. Seeing that Yao Shi still ignored him, the Xiangjiang guy was a little angry. This is an invitation to the Gambling King contest. Miss, if you're going alone, why don't you come with me? Not only can you watch the game up close, but if you serve me well, I'll be happy, and it will be easy for me to give you a tip of 30 or 20,000. Ha ha ha. The Hong Kong guy just laughed to himself, and Yao Shi was so angry that he couldn't help but attack this guy whose head was full of DNA in public. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's previous instructions. Just at this moment, Zhao Chun, who had just come out of the bathroom, saw a middle-aged man in a black suit grinning at his seat. After approaching, Zhao Chen said politely, "Sir, you are sitting in my seat." Seeing Zhao Chen coming back, Yao Shi immediately stood up and hid behind Zhao Chun. The Xiangjiang guy's self-entertaining performance was interrupted by Zhao Chun, and he seemed very unhappy. He was even more upset when he saw that the girl he was determined to get was snatched away by someone else. "Is your name written on this spot?" Mainland boy. Hearing the visitor speaking fluent Mandarin, the Hong Kong guy guessed the other party's identity. The Hong Kong guy responded very rudely, using extremely insulting words. Zhao Chen smiled. Fortunately, he asked Commander Lee for various domestic permissions before leaving this time. Zhao Chen did not answer, but quietly took out his cell phone and made a call. Seeing the young man in front of him seemed to be about to call someone, the Hong Kong guy smiled. "You may not know this, mainland boy. Hong Kong has made great efforts to crack down on gangs and evil in recent years. We are at the international airport now, with so many security inspectors watching us. Do you want to find someone to beat me up?" The Hong Kong people were very disdainful. This guy, who was obviously from the mainland, didn't understand the rules of Hong Kong and wanted to call people in a public place. "What? Are you the king?" Zhao Chun is not the king of the world, but he can make this Hong Kong guy pay the price. Less than 5 minutes after Zhao Chun finished the call, while the Hong Kong guy was still talking in his mouth, which seemed to be smeared with enema, a team of inspectors rushed over. "Who's causing trouble here?" The leading inspector asked. The Xiangjiang guy, who was still swearing, stood up and said, "Sir, this young man from the mainland is threatening me. Commander, you have to take charge of this for me. He also said he would find someone to break my legs. I'm so scared now." The Hong Kong girl changed her shrewish appearance and instantly became like a bullied victim in front of the inspector. The leading inspector glanced at Zhao Chun, then looked at the man in a suit who was complaining with a bitter face in front of him. He waved his hand and said, "Take it away." The Hong Kong guy was delighted. He said, "Ha, you mainland kid, you dare to fight me. Go to the detention center for a few days." However, click. The Xiangjiang guy was still immersed in his self-entertaining imagination when suddenly cold handcuffs were handcuffed on his hands, which made him stunned. "I am now formally arresting you for the crime of provoking trouble. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court." The voice of the inspector general reached the ears of the confused Hong Kong man and immediately made this well-dressed man in a suit show an expression of disbelief. "Sir, this is a mistake. I didn't. I have something else to do. You can't arrest me." "Sir, which branch are you from?" "I know Superintendent Liao from Kowloon." "This is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. The people around didn't expect that the inspector would come into the airport to arrest people, and they all gathered around to watch the fun. One of his inspectors skillfully stuffed a piece of dry cloth into the Hong Kong guy's mouth and hit him twice with his baton, not caring at all whether someone would take a video and post it online or whether there would be public pressure. The spectators around did not seem surprised at all by the inspector's violent law enforcement, and a few children even clapped and cheered. Zhao Chen looked at the group of people who were about to leave the waiting room and suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Although the airport waiting area was not crowded, it was definitely not quiet. But Zhao Chen's shout seemed to have magical power, and everyone present could hear it clearly. The inspector and his entourage also stopped. Zhao Chen staggered up to the Hong Kong guy who was handcuffed and had a dry cloth stuffed in his mouth. Without even glancing at the inspector next to him, he walked up to him and scolded the Hong Kong guy in Cantonese. "Are you good at speaking? What's the point of your speaking? To get involved in this business, you need power and background. Which gang are you from?" As Zhao Chen spoke, he pulled out the dry cloth that was blocking the Xiangjiang guy's mouth. The Hong Kong guy, who was able to speak again, gasped for breath, his breathing a little rapid. "Don't arrest me, don't arrest me. I know Police Superintendent Liao Yuxing from Kowloon. We often play cards together. My name is Ajay, and people on the street call me the Prince. Big brother, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. Please let me go. I was wrong." The Xiangjiang guy hurriedly defended himself, pulling out an acquaintance to take the blame, and spoke very quickly, fearing that Zhao Chen couldn't hear him. The inspector on the side looked at Zhao Chun and hesitated to speak. Finally, he lowered his head and said to Zhao Chen silently, "Sir, there are so many people." Zhao Chen smiled and stuffed the dry cloth into the mouth of the Xiangjiang man who was about to say something again. He patted the Xiangjiang man's cheek with his hand and imitated the tone of voice in the movie. "Oh, it's you, the little punk." After the humiliation, Zhao Chun walked back to his seat. The inspectors didn't say anything and quickly left with the still struggling Hong Kong guy. Everyone in the same waiting room immediately looked at the young mainlander with awe. In today's era, when the campaign against organized crime and evil is in full swing, there are actually people who dare to say such arrogant words in front of a group of inspectors. But the inspectors didn't even dare to say a word. This person's background and influence are definitely at the highest level. Everyone present unconsciously remembered this young man who looked very ordinary. Chapter 135: The Reason for Arrogance. Yao Shi stood there in a daze, watching Zhao Chun, who was acting out of character and causing trouble, not even caring about the opinions of the people around him. He felt very confused about this. After Zhao Chun returned to his original position, the people who were originally sitting next to him hurriedly pulled their families away and sat farther away, for fear of offending this great god. Yao Shi lowered his head and asked softly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" However, Zhao Chun did not answer, but glared at Yao Shi with cold eyes. "What the hell are you asking?" Zhao Chun split open. Yao Shi instantly remembered that he had promised Zhao Chun not to ask any questions casually. Zhao Chun was speechless. Why was this woman so curious? Before coming, I told her in every possible way not to ask any questions no matter what the situation is, but she still asked. Fortunately, the people around were afraid of Zhao Chun because of his arrogant behavior just now, so they didn't dare to look over. Judging from Yao Shi's behavior, maybe he's just acting like a spoiled child? Zhao Chun immediately answered loudly after Yao Shi asked softly, "What are you afraid of? He's just a little jerk. If he dares to mess with me, I can kill him." Zhao Chen deliberately did not lower his voice so that almost everyone waiting in the waiting room could hear it. Immediately, several people sitting next to Zhao Chen hid further away. No one dared to look directly at Zhao Chen, for fear that they would displease him and be taken away by the inspector. Soon, it was time to board the plane. Zhao Chen and Yao Shi bought first-class tickets. 2 people were assigned to a small room compartment. The room is equipped with tables and stools, massage chairs, and a variety of coffee and tea. I have to say, first-class tickets cost nearly 3 times more than regular seats. This treatment is really great. But even so, Zhao Chen still felt very distressed. If it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't want to be such a sucker. After entering the room, Zhao Chen confirmed that there were no cameras or anything like that, and his originally normal expression instantly fell. What did I warn you before? Don't ask. Don't ask. You have to cooperate with me in the performance. If you still have this problem of being nosy and asking questions, go and have fun after you get off the plane. I will carry out this mission myself. Zhao Chen's words were harsh, but also quite necessary. This mission for Yao Shi and I is like dancing on a tightrope, and there can't be any mistakes. If the mission fails because of a stupid teammate, I will be so angry that I will die. Yao Shi's eyes turned red in an instant. The woman also knew that she had made a mistake, so she lowered her head and dared not say anything. Zhao Chen continued. You, watch my movements carefully. Don't act like an inexperienced person, or just be a little girl and pretend to know nothing. Just don't act like a thief and be so careful with your words. The people we are facing are all very smart and experienced. We must not let them see the clues. Sighing, Zhao Chen stopped scolding. He took out from his pocket the invitation letter that Yao Shi had seen the Hong Kong guy showing off. When did you get it? Yao Shi still speaks without thinking. Zhao Chen lowered his head suddenly and regretted again for bringing a woman out. Yao Shi also knew that he seemed to have said something wrong again, so he quickly shut up. Zhao Chen didn't say anything else, but explained why he did that just now. This invitation letter is a ticket to the Gambling King competition. It is not a real name system. All well-known gamblers in the industry may get it. Of course, there's no problem buying it on the black market. I heard before that there are tickets for this Gambling King competition, and the tickets on the black market are shockingly expensive. I saw that the price had exceeded 100,000 francs before I came here. There is still more than half a month left before the competition. I estimate that the price will soar in the days leading up to it. I don't know that guy just now, but he should be one of the most famous gamblers in Hong Kong. Otherwise, he wouldn't deserve to receive this invitation. According to the information I got, there are less than 20 people who are qualified in Xiangjiang. There may be more in Jinghao. After all, gambling is the leading industry. There are more than 40 people. Because of the ban on gambling in China, I haven't heard of anyone from the mainland being invited. So instead of buying tickets from the underworld and possibly getting discovered, we might as well just go in with this guy's ticket. Even if those people find me unfamiliar, the most they can do is ask the underworld whether I have bought the invitation letter. If they confirm that I am not there, they will definitely think that I am a master hired by some gambler. Then they will pay more attention to me. Including the commotion I made at the airport, it was all to increase the attention of Las Vegas. We had a misconception in our thinking before. We kept thinking that we had to stay in the United States for the next few months and not reveal our identities. On the contrary, if we want to complete the mission, hiding in one place is definitely not an option. We must not only be high profile, but also be super mysterious and high profile. As long as we are high profile enough, when some people notice us, they won't think of us as spies. Do you understand? Zhao Chen felt helpless as he looked at Yao Shi, who was confused by what he said. This plan was also something Zhao Chen came up with on the spur of the moment at the airport. He was going to participate in the Gambling King competition, and he wanted to win the championship and become the Gambling King. So keeping a low profile was not an option. How could an unknown person suddenly appear and win the title of Gambling King? Wouldn't this allow someone to dig up his background? When the time comes, I will find out. Wow, this person's resume is so clean, it seems fake. Wouldn't that arouse suspicion from all parties? Once suspicion is aroused, it won't be long before exposure. So I had to be extremely high profile from the start. It is so high profile that everyone thinks they are all powerful and have a powerful background. Then when they investigated themselves and others, they found out, damn, this guy's resume is too damn clean. Then the people around him will say, you are talking nonsense. He is obviously a big shot. How could he be found out by just checking? Look, isn't the gap obvious? By then, he would win the title of Gambling King with peace of mind, and then be pulled into a high-end circle by a group of people to get close to them. Then I don't know. After all, this is the system's mission. I don't even know what to do after I become the Gambling King. Although it sounds far-fetched, this is the fact. Zhao Chen can only take one step at a time and try not to be exposed or have his acting skills ruined. By the way, how to get the title of gambling king is also a big problem. Zhao Chun, who was born under the red flag and grew up in Spring, has never been involved in pornography, gambling, or drugs. At most, we would get together in the dormitory and play some simple poker when we were bored. For example, landlord, throw eggs, gun cleaning, golden flower, blackjack, baccarat, Texas Hold'em, stud poker, etc. Ahem, although we all play. Of course, they are all the kind that don't make money. Chapter 136 Female Gambler. When I was in college, everyone in my dormitory was fascinated by Hong Kong movies like God of Gamblers and Sin of Gamblers, and we specifically learned how to play poker from them to entertain each other. It could only be entertainment. Given Zhao Qin's financial situation at the time, he was basically insulated from any entertainment that had anything to do with money. As a freeloader, Zhao Qin is definitely not very enthusiastic about this. He also knew very well that gambling was more harmful than anything else, and with his current conditions, he was not worthy of gambling at all. If you really want to gamble, you can only gamble your worthless life against God. Do you know how to play poker or something? Looking at the woman who was sitting there obediently and didn't dare to move, Zhao Qin felt that what he had just said was a bit too much. After all, she is a girl, so you can't ask too much of her. And the habits you have developed over the years can't be changed just like that. What's more, if you are thin-skinned, it is normal to feel guilty and aggrieved after being scolded by yourself. So Zhao Qin tried to find something to say to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yao Shi raised her head slightly and looked at Zhao Qin, her big watery eyes slightly moist and full of grievance. The woman nodded and replied, "In our industry, we have to deal with all kinds of people since we were young, so my father taught me all kinds of gambling skills since I was young. From traditional dice, pai gao, to mahjong. Later, I learned various types of Western poker, and I was able to do it just fine." Yao Shi answered in detail. Zhao Qin pressed his eyebrows. He never expected that just a casual mention would lead to the emergence of a martial artist. What do you mean by barely acceptable? Zhao Qin now discovered that it seemed that everyone around him was as humble as he was. So you have to ask for clarification. Yao Shi thought for a moment and replied, "If my battles before I was 15 are not counted, I have never lost a fight since then. When we were in Blue Storm, that group of people liked to get together to play poker and dice, but they played with me a few times. I beat them so badly that they stopped playing with me. Only Julie, that stubborn and stupid woman, would fight me to the end every time. She would even borrow money to gamble with me." When mentioning this former partner, Yao Shi looked a little lonely, but quickly returned to normal. After all, that was all in the past, and now I am working hard for Xia. When Zhao Qin heard about Yao Shi's amazing record, his expression was quite interesting. He really didn't expect that his cheap partner was also a master of gambling. What a female gambling god. Could it be that I will win this mission without any effort? As for whether Yao Shi was bragging to him, just take it out for a walk and see if it's a mule or a horse. The plane flew for about 10 hours, and Zhao Qin and others in the room discussed plans for after landing. First of all, of course, you should find a high-end hotel to stay in. You cannot stay in the casino's exclusive hotel, which is unsafe. Then, since there is still more than half a month until the Gambling King competition, this half month cannot be wasted. Of course, you have to be familiar with each casino. Winning or losing doesn't matter. You have to make people feel that you are generous and rich. After all, which spy would go to the border states of the United States to gamble unscrupulously? By the way, it is also to test how much truth there is in what Yao Shi said. What you hear is not as good as what you see. As an important part of the mission, if something goes wrong on Yao Shi's side, or if he is not strong enough, he will not be able to get the title of Gambling King. Haha, I'll give you one for free if you come up with 9 rounds of tasks. When the time comes, don't even think about the reward, not to mention that the mission cannot be completed. How to ruin Hit's reputation and make him lose trust depends on Zhao Qin's own thinking. Las Vegas is the largest city in the beautiful state of Nevada. It is famous for its huge tourism, shopping, and vacation industries centered on the gambling industry. 9 out of the 10 largest resort hotels in the world are located here, making it one of the world's most famous holiday destinations. Las Vegas is known as the entertainment capital of the world and the wedding capital. From a giant amusement park to a real flesh and blood, vibrant city, Las Vegas has been transformed in 10 years. 100 years ago, this place was desolate and a small village that no one cared about. 100 years later, it has been transformed into a huge tourist city. The ugly duckling turns into a white swan, that's all. In fact, although Las Vegas is called the gambling city, it is different from the Mirror Trench in that among the 40 million domestic and foreign tourists who come to Las Vegas every year, the majority come to shop and enjoy delicious food. Shopping and dining in Las Vegas are also a must. Only a minority of them come to Las Vegas specifically to gamble. Nevada, a gambling city that was once ridiculed as the city of sin in the 1980s and 1990s, has gradually matured and become a real city, just like Hong Kong, which once had a mixed crowd. In this regard, Jinghao in China is worth learning. After all, Jinghao's GDP is maintained every year by tourists who come here to travel and donate money, which is really not right. Zhao Chun and Yao Shi lived in the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, which had 47 floors. It had a high status in the local area, and many wealthy people from the mainland or Hong Kong and Jinghao who came here to travel liked to stay here. The reason why we didn't stay at the more luxurious Bellagio Resort Hotel is because that hotel is a casino hotel and the safety of staying there cannot be guaranteed. And the Mandarin Oriental Hotel is not bad either. Its building is made of all glass, and residents can enjoy the entire city and desert just by looking through the glass. The layout is luxurious and the sound insulation between the rooms is good, giving people a sense of tranquility and comfort. In addition, this hotel has won many honors internationally, which is particularly good. Therefore, Yao Shi, who was in charge of the search, immediately chose this beautiful hotel. Zhao Chun has never been particular about where to live, as long as it is luxurious enough to suit his plan. So the two of them booked a presidential suite and asked the staff to take their very small luggage up with them. He acted very arrogant throughout the whole process. After entering the guest room, he skillfully checked to see if there were any hidden cameras, detectors, or other espionage devices. After confirming that everything was correct, the two stood in front of the leaf-shaped window together, looking at the night view outside. To be honest, apart from the various types and colors of lights, there is really nothing else to see. It's quite outrageous that you can see the desert not far away. The two of them just got off the plane and must have a good rest. Why would such an awesome person rush out to gamble in the middle of the night? At the same time, what Zhao Chun didn't know was that they were noticed the moment they entered the hotel. For such a person who seems to have a very deep background, the first focus is not on the beautiful Chinese in Las Vegas, but the people from Hong Kong and Jinghao who are also from Daxia. Chapter 137 High Profile. Also in the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, in the presidential suite, 4 men were sitting on luxurious leather sofas, smoking silently. One of the older ones asked in a low voice, "Have you found out anything about the background of that mainlander?" The young man standing by shook his head and replied, "I asked someone to check it at the airport for more than 10 hours, but they couldn't find anything. The identity is hidden very deeply, and it is difficult to find out. I guess it may be a top family on the mainland." Another young man at the side asked the middle-aged man who asked the question at the exit, "Uncle, do the mainland also have families? Isn't it said that they are all under communist rule?" Hearing this young man ask such a stupid question, the only middle-aged man who didn't speak couldn't help but burst into scolding. "Tiangliang, how can you be so naive? The mainland's economy has been booming for many years. Those businessmen at the top earn more money every year than the printing press prints. The wealth behind them is far greater than that of the top tycoons in Hong Kong and Jinghao. Correspondingly, the young people over there are much more arrogant than us. It's not so bad in the capital. Those young masters are not so arrogant because of the influence of their ancestors. But in places like Magic City and Five-Colored Yangcheng, the wealthy second generations don't show any restraint at all. Not only that, these mainlanders are also particularly careful about their privacy. Under normal circumstances, ordinary inquiries are definitely useless. They protect themselves very tightly, so it is normal that no information can be found. I just don't know how good this mainlander is at gambling." When Zhao Chun woke up, she saw Yao Shi had already brought in breakfast and was about to call her to get up. I couldn't help but smile and asked, "How about the sofa in this hotel?" Although it was a suite, Zhao Chun and his friend were pretending to be a couple after all, so naturally they only booked a room with a king-size bed. As for Yao Shi, who had followed along with a shameless face, he naturally volunteered to sleep on the sofa. Zhao Chun fell into deep thought as he looked at the leather sofa, which was more spacious than his bed. Well, this mission is so important, I guess this girl shouldn't do anything out of line. Besides, even if I sleep on the sofa, this leather sofa is wide enough for 3 people, so it won't prevent women from sneaking in the middle of the night. Yao Shi smiled and replied, "You know what? This sofa is more comfortable than most of the beds I sleep on." Zhao Chun nodded, still very satisfied with the woman's well-behaved performance last night. Zhao Chun continued to instruct, "Please tidy up the sofa so that no one can see that someone is sleeping on it." After being beaten up by Zhao Chun yesterday, Yao Shi has become well-behaved. After quickly cleaning up all traces of last night's sleep, the two left the hotel together. Because they had already eaten a full meal in the hotel, The two of them went directly to the casino in the hotel's exclusive extended Lincoln car. After communicating with the driver, Zhao Chen learned that the hotel has special cars waiting outside the three largest casinos 24 hours a day. If you want to go to other small or medium-sized casinos, you can also call a special car and they will provide free pickup and drop-off. Zhao Chen expressed great satisfaction with the hotel's arrangements. But it is understandable that in Las Vegas, there are countless hotels, and although there are many guests coming to Las Vegas, it is far from enough to fill up this international city full of hotels. That is very important for customer retention. Every hotel would like to have the word care engraved on its face so that guests can feel comfortable just by looking at them. Zhao Chun and Yao Shi came to the nearest large casino, Venetian Casino. Unlike the Venetian in Jinghao, the Venetian Casino in Las Vegas is relatively smaller in scale, even though the casino in Jinghao was modeled after Las Vegas. Due to international conditions, Las Vegas has gradually developed from a gambling city to a tourist city. Although Las Vegas is still the gambling city in everyone's mind, Daxia's Jinghao has far surpassed it in terms of scale and size. After all, the Gambling King competition is held here mostly just for sentimentality. Zhao Chun took Yao Shi's hand and got out of the car, walking straight into the lobby of the Venetian. The doorman standing at the door was the first to notice the young couple getting out of the luxury car. The young man was dressed casually, carrying a black suitcase, but his eyes revealed a domineering look that looked down on everything. The young woman was stunningly beautiful, holding the young man's arm intimately, with a pearl necklace worth at least 200,000 francs hanging around her neck. It's obvious that this is a big customer. Much better than those homeless people who have only a few dollars in their pockets but come here to show off. Hello, sir. How may I help you? The doorman greeted me warmly. Zhao Chen nodded and said arrogantly, "Take us in and have a look. This is our first time here, so we need to pay some tuition fees." Zhao Chen spoke loudly, making no effort to hide the fact that this was his first time here. Most people who come to the casino think they can make a fortune, and they come to pay tuition fees. I can't say that there are no such people, but it's very rare. If it's not modesty, then it means you really don't care about losing money. The doorman smiled and said, "Sir, you are such a joker. Looking at your luck today, it must be very lucky. Let's have chicken tonight." "Good luck. We'll have chicken tonight." This is the highest compliment in Las Vegas. This sentence came from a Daxia man in the Bunyan Casino in Las Vegas decades ago. Every time this Daxia man got the ace of spades when playing blackjack, he would confidently say this sentence. In those days, the minimum bid at the casino was 2 francs, and a chicken rice next to the casino was 1.75 francs. This is the meaning of this sentence. Later on, eating chicken tonight became a blessing for the winner. It even became the highest honor for gamblers in a casino. In a casino, when you are in a winning situation or have won a large number of chips, the dealer will also praise you by saying, "Good luck. We'll have chicken tonight." Zhao Chen smiled, said nothing more, and quietly followed the doorman to the chip exchange area. "Sir, our casino requires chips to be exchanged in advance. The lowest chip here is 5 francs, and the largest chip is 100,000 francs. Of course, normally no one would exchange such a large chip of 100,000. The first floor of our casino is full of various fancy games. You can choose the type you're interested in and have fun. The second floor is for private games, and normally it is not recommended for guests to go up and watch the games. Of course, you can also request to organize a game, and we will try our best to meet your needs." The doorman explained the casino's related news and playing methods in detail, and Zhao Chen was very satisfied. Looking at the bustling first-floor hall, Zhao Chen asked with a smile, "Is there a limit on the chips you can exchange?" Chapter 138 Simple Play. "Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please say it again?" The doorman raised his hand and picked his ears, indicating that it was too noisy and he didn't pay attention. Zhao Chen repeated again, "I want to know if there is a limit on the chips you can exchange in this casino. For example, the maximum amount a day is 30 million or 50 million. I don't want to win a ton of chips and end up with a pile of plastic. You know what I mean." Zhao Chen finished speaking. The doorman smiled knowingly and explained, "Sir, please rest assured. The Venetian welcomes guests from all over the world to spend money and make money here. The daily quota on the first floor is up to 100 million francs. Normally, you can't use that much. Please enjoy yourself." It was Zhao Chen's turn to be stunned. He blurted out, "Only 100 million? In Zhao Chen's impression, the money gambled in casinos is usually 3 to 5 million, and the tens of millions or hundreds of millions in movies are just small scenes. Are you afraid of taking out the Rural Credit Union passbook at any time? I didn't expect that for such a large casino. The total exchange quota for one floor is only 100 million per day." Zhao Chen then realized that he had made a mistake. In fact, the turnover of the casino was definitely not as exaggerated as in the movies. The annual net profit of the world's largest casinos was only a few billion francs, which was already a terrifying profit. The daily turnover on the platform can be 30 to 40 million, which is very high. After all, big spending guests usually choose to go to the private area on the second floor. Transaction flows there are generally not included in the casino's daily turnover. First, most of the money is hard to be seen, and second, the profits there are quite high. If you report it, the taxes you pay to the government will be countless. Therefore, those who are in tune with each other usually set up a game on the second floor. The casino only takes a small profit, or a table fee of a certain amount agreed in advance. Even so, it is already a huge number. On the first floor, there are basically all kinds of people from all over the world who come here with the dream of getting rich quickly. They may have money in their pockets, but definitely not much, so an exchange quota of 100 million per day can be said to be more than enough. The doorman was a little stunned, not quite understanding what the guest meant. 100 million? Is that too little? Zhao Chen thought that since it was the first day, he just came here to test the waters, so winning or losing really didn't matter. So he nodded to the doorman, and the doorman quickly understood and came closer. Zhao Chen opened the suitcase, which was full of francs. Even the doorman who saw huge sums of money every day was shocked by the sudden appearance of so much cash. At least 1.5 million. Originally, the doorman guessed that the black suitcase would contain money, but he never expected that Franklin's suitcase was full of it. Hey man, take the 500,000 and exchange it for chips, then accompany my girlfriend around to have some fun. This is her first time in a casino, and everything is new to her. Please be patient and accompany her. I'll take the rest of the money and play with it as I please. When the day is over, win or lose, I'll give you 1,000 francs in tips. What do you think? The doorman just froze in place. He didn't expect that this gentleman was not only handsome, but also so generous. 1,000 francs. My hourly wage as a doorman is only 15 francs per hour. No problem, sir. If you have any other instructions, feel free to tell me. The doorman was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. Zhao Chen thought about it and added, "There's nothing else to say. She has a phone with her. If you get into any trouble, call me first. Of course, I'm in the lobby, so you can just yell at me." After explaining this to the doorman, Zhao Chen pinched Yao Shi's pitiful little face and said intimately, "Maybe play for a while and learn the rules. Or play something that interests you. I'm going to play blackjack. Don't worry about winning or losing. Just bet as you want. It doesn't matter if you lose everything." Yao Shi nodded obediently. The doorman muttered to himself, "Wow, this customer is really generous." His girlfriend has never gambled before, but he gave her 500,000 yuan to learn the rules. The world of the rich is really obscure and difficult to understand. After the explanation, the three of them quickly changed their chips and started their gambling journey. "Hey young man, you should wear a suit when you come in here. Wearing a suit can improve your luck." Zhao Chen just sat down at a random blackjack table when a handsome middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat started to talk to him politely. Without rushing to place a bet, Zhao Chen first watched everyone on the field play 2 rounds. The cowboy talked to Zhao Chen again. "It's understandable that children are afraid to place bets when they first come to the casino to learn, but you also miss out on the blessing of the goddess of luck for novices. Did you see the last few games? The dealer dealt cards continuously and busted himself. We just got the money without doing anything. In just a few minutes, I have already won 1,200 francs. Oh, Las Vegas is such a charming and tempting place." Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't pay any attention to this guy who was just entertaining himself. A new round of betting started, and the dealer said to everyone, "Guests, please place your bets." The cowboy changed his previous habit of betting 200 chips each time to 500 chips. It was also the first time that Zhao Chen spread out the chips he brought with him on the chip area in front of him. He took out one of the chips worth 1,000 and threw it into the betting area in front of him. "Oh my God, how many chips do you have?" The cowboy saw that the young man who had been sitting and watching 3 or 4 games finally started to place bets, and was just about to say something nice to encourage the young man who had mustered up the courage to start. But he was suddenly frightened by the pile of chips in front of Zhao Chen's face. The chips are piled up like a mountain. The smallest chip is 1,000. The cowboy's voice was quite loud, and people at the surrounding tables turned around unconsciously to take a look. When everyone saw the huge chips piled up like a mountain on Zhao Chen's face, they all screamed in a similar way. "Oh my God, did he win these chips or trade them? You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? The young man looks really handsome, and he must be quite generous. Brother, are you here alone?" Zhao Chen ignored the voices of people chatting him up from all directions and just looked at the dealer. The dealer naturally didn't care about that. After everyone placed their bets, he just dealt the cards honestly. The banker has 20 points, and the player has a maximum of 18 points. The dealer wins. After 4 consecutive defeats, the dealer finally gave himself a big hand of 20 points. Zhao Chen had the highest points among everyone, 18 points, but he still lost the chips this time. Oh shit, fuck, well made. The cowboy was so angry that he swore a lot and lost nearly half of the money he won in an instant. While cursing, he was still regretting why he had taken the initiative to place those extra 300 chips. A new round of gambling began, and the dealer signaled everyone to place their bets. Zhao Chen placed 2,000 chips in front of himself with a calm expression. Chapter 139, Continuous Big Profits. Seeing that Zhao Chen still placed a large bet, the cowboy seemed unwilling to see his 500 franklins disappear like that. The wrinkles on his forehead suddenly appeared and the veins on his arms bulged. I'll bet another 500. The cowboy pushed the chips in front of himself unconvinced. He looked at the dealer with a fierce look on his face. The dealer was also looking at him. What are you looking at? You're the one dealing the cards. The cowboy, who had just lost $500, was obviously in a bad mood. The dealer didn't argue much and dealt the whole cards to everyone. Zhao Chen's open card was 6 points, and his bottom card was 10 points. It was neither big nor small, and after a moment of hesitation, Zhao Chen decided to add a card. Unexpectedly, the dealer gave Zhao Chen a king of hearts. Zhao Chen's bottom line exploded in an instant, and he lost his bargaining chips. The cowboy's whole card was 17 points. He looked at Zhao Chen, who had just chosen to add a card but ended up busting, and pondered for a moment, and decided not to add another card. In this round, everyone's base number is not high. 1 is 15, 2 are 17, and there is also Zhao Chen who just added a card and exploded. It is the dealer's turn to add cards, unfortunately. The dealer added an ace of spades and a jack of diamonds. When the whole card, the J of diamonds, was revealed, everyone booed in frustration. 21. Oh, good luck. We'll have chicken tonight. The dealer couldn't help but smile and gave himself a blessing, and by the way, he took all the bets placed by everyone in front of him. The cowboy was a little anxious after losing 500 franklins again. You guys, did you cheat? You gave yourself a blackjack. The cowboy yelled in a very ungraceful manner. The dealer was not angry, but said calmly, Sir, please control your temper. If you continue like this, I will have to ask someone to ask you to leave. Hearing the threat, the cowboy suddenly remembered where he was, and he lowered his head in dismay and stopped talking. However, he did not place any bets in this new round, as if he felt that his luck was not good enough. Of course, Zhao Chen continued to bet. This time, Zhao Chen bet 5,000 chips, which surprised everyone. 5,000 franklins is a huge sum of money in the eyes of ordinary people. The dealer subconsciously glanced at Zhao Chen. Most of the people in the hall on this floor were individual customers. The general betting chips are 20, 50, and 100. Of course, some people also bet $5. The chips worth at least 1,000 in front of Zhao Chen are really rare. Even rarer are customers who easily place bets of 3 to 5,000. The guest seemed a little unconvinced and upset. It's good to be on top, but it's like giving money to the casino. Zhao Chen's bet naturally surprised the other gamblers. Except for the cowboy, everyone else continued to bet more or less. Zhao Chen's luck was quite good in this round. He had 10 points on the face and an A as his bottom card, which allowed him to kill directly. The dealer looked at Zhao Chen, whose card showed 10 points, and smiled and congratulated him in advance. You got 10 points on the open card. I think you have good luck this time. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. This card of his could only guarantee that he would not lose under normal circumstances. If the dealer also has blackjack, it's a tie. The cowboy next to him was stunned when he saw that Zhao Chen's whole card was also an A. Seeing Zhao Chen's loss of 3,000 yuan reversed in an instant, and he should even make 10,000 yuan. His two brown-blue eyes widened. While the cowboy was still envious of Zhao Chen, suddenly cheers came from the gambling table. Oh, it turns out that the dealer added more cards and made himself bust. Because the cards of several players on the field were obviously very big, the dealer had to force himself into a desperate situation. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side and he eventually went bankrupt. Because Zhao Chen had blackjack, he got double the bet. When 10,000 chips were handed to Zhao Chen from the dealer, everyone around him looked at Zhao Chen with envy. Zhao Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. He turned around and pushed the 10,000 chips he had just won up, along with the 5,000 chips that he had not taken down before. A total of 15,000 franklin chips. Even the dealer's calm face could not help but be moved, and he reminded, Sir, are you sure you want to bet 15,000 chips? Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, signaling the dealer that he could deal the cards. Because everyone was frightened by Zhao Chen's momentum, no one else had time to place a bet. This time it's a 1v1 solo between Zhao Chen and Zhuangjia. This time, Zhao Chen's open cards are 7 points and his hidden cards are 3 points. Zhao Chen naturally asked to continue adding cards. This time the dealer gave Zhao Chen a red heart king. Zhao Chen's heart started pounding. Although the money is small, the pleasure is really quite wonderful. No more. Deal the cards to yourself. The dealer saw that Zhao Qin's open cards already had 17 points, and he hadn't busted yet. There is a slight shadow in my heart. He slowly dealt himself 2 cards, the visible card being the 9 of clubs. The dealer hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to open the cards. The dealer's whole card is the Queen of Hearts. Total 19 points. Zhao Qin reveals his trump card. 20 o'clock. Zhao Qin won again. Oh my god, you win again. The cowboy next to Zhao Qin seemed even more excited than Zhao Qin. But he didn't regret not placing the bet this time. After all, the dealer had 19 points. Even if you place a bet, you will lose 9 times out of 10. But this young guy actually won 25,000 francs in just a few minutes. Sir, you were really lucky. The dealer handed over the chips and praised them just like in the previous hand. Zhao Qin smiled and didn't say much. It's so boring. At this moment, Zhao Qin's heart was about to explode. Of course, it's not about explosion. Instead, I was so excited that I wanted to explode. Just now, when he entered the casino, Zhao Qin discovered that the small, big whirlpool in his body was spinning wildly. There is an invisible smell of luck in the air. Moreover, Zhao Qin heard the word luck twice from the doorman and the cowboy. Luck, fortune. He still remembered that Zhao Yanzi had told him that the purpose of practicing Taoism in Daxia was to seize the destiny of heaven. The level of luck greatly affects a person's fortune. When Zhao Qin entered the hotel, he also had a good chat with Yao Shi about the relevant matters. But Yao Shi was certain that although luck would indeed affect a person's fortune, this was based on the fact that the luck far exceeded the body's capacity. Could this happen? Yao Shi said that this would not happen under normal circumstances. The reason is that when a cultivator breaks through, he absorbs luck according to his physical limits. First of all, luck doesn't want to be absorbed by the human body. It takes a lot of trickery to allow luck to enter the body and meet the conditions for a breakthrough. How is it possible that there is excess luck stuck in the body and unable to get out? Like the innate advanced body shaping, after the qi enters the body, a small vortex will gradually form, and wait until the small vortex is successfully formed. Then your promotion will be over, and you won't even be given the chance to absorb more luck. Unless it is some domineering martial arts that can gather a lot of luck into the body. But no matter how powerful the martial arts are, how strong can they be? Only when you reach the realm of form and spirit can you barely form 3 whirlpools in your body. The forget dust state will gradually fill up the places in the body except for the 3 major whirlpools with luck, thus making up for one's own shortcomings. Only a strong person of Daoyan's level has the opportunity to truly let the luck overflow temporarily and remain in the body. The question is, how could a master of that level possibly use his luck to make money in Las Vegas? Chapter 140. Why not? Zhao Qin didn't know what was going on with him, but he could vaguely feel the luck in the air. When I sat at the gambling table, I could clearly feel that inexplicable luck was stirring. In the first 2 games, when I placed my bets, an obscure feeling came over me, as if I knew I was going to lose. In the next 2 rounds, every time I placed a bet, I felt refreshed and comfortable. However, I won those 2 games as I wished. Zhao Qin packed up his chips again and came to a dice rolling area. Although dice is a classic way of playing in Daxia, the whole world has long been familiar with this simple and pure way of gambling. Compare the size, or guess the number, or even guess what the number is with 3 various ways to play. There weren't many people shaking the dice, but there were many individual customers at the big table. It's not like blackjack, where a maximum of 6 players can play together, so it's divided into many small tables. When rolling the dice, all you have to do is remember the bets placed by the gamblers and who wins and who loses. Because the table is so large, there are 4 dealer referees inside the table. Guests, please place your bets. If you don't place a bet, you won't be able to feel that kind of luck. Zhao Qin took out 1,000 chips and placed them on the big one, and the feeling of being bathed in spring breeze came over him again. Zhao Qin took out another 1,000 and put it on the 15 point, and suddenly felt obscure. Sure enough, after the result was revealed, the dice were 5, 5, 6. 16 o'clock. Just 1 inch. If Zhao Qin wins 1,000 or loses 1,000, it would be a waste of time. But this is not a big problem. At the beginning of the next game, Zhao Qin put 1,000 chips into the big one again. An obscure feeling came over me. Zhao Qin did not change his mind and placed another 1,000 chips on 15 points. The ending is self-evident. The dice are 1, 2, 4. 7 o'clock. Zhao Qin pretended to be angry and slapped the table. I picked up 5,000 chips and placed them on the big one. It's still an obscure feeling. Zhao Qin was even more ruthless this time and directly threw 10,000 chips on the 18-point leopard. From a probabilistic point of view, the probability of having 3 6 dynasties is 1/216. So the odds offered by this casino are 200 to 1. It can be said to be quite arrogant. However, after the results came out, Zhao Qin slammed the table in frustration again. 1, 4, 5. 10 o'clock. It is neither big nor 3 6s. The people present looked at Zhao Chen as if they were laughing at a joke. Zhao Chen pursed his lips and left his seat. In the backstage of the casino, 20 or 30 people are closely monitoring the various surveillance data in the lobby on the first floor. Boss, that mainlander just won 2 games of blackjack and earned 25,000 chips. Then he came to the dice rolling area, but his luck didn't seem to be very good. Except for the first bet where he won 1,000, he lost the next few bets. Oh, by the way, he didn't win the first hand either. He bet 1,000 on big and another 1,000 on 15. So he neither won nor lost the first hand. But I lost several rounds in a row and lost 17,000 franklins. A staff member wearing headphones and sitting in front of the monitor was reporting to the boss, who was standing and staring at the screen. The big guy standing there nodded and said, "Then this guy must have relied on pure luck. What about the other woman who came in with him?" Another staff member responded, "Boss, it was the doorman Ellis who took her to play. This woman played a lot of different games, and she probably won a few $1,000s. She doesn't seem to be very good at it, and each time she bets no more than 1,000. She was able to win purely by luck." The big guy smiled. "Then there's no problem. It doesn't matter if she doesn't dare to place a bet. After a long time, she will naturally be determined to place a bet. Since there is nothing wrong with these 2 people, they are the distinguished guests who gave us money. You must protect them. Got it?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Zhao Chen returned to the blackjack table again. Of course, not the one from before. He was really annoyed with that cowboy guy. "Oh, sir, we are just about to start a new round. Would you like to place a bet?" The dealer asked enthusiastically. It was rare that his table was full of 6 guests. If nothing unexpected happened, he would get a considerable commission when he got off work today. "Oh, of course." Zhao Chen threw 1,000 chips in front of him without thinking. A cute blonde girl next to him saw that Zhao Chen only put in 1,000 and laughed. Seeing the dealer looking embarrassed, Zhao Chen felt a little confused. What's wrong? Any problem with the next 1,000? Only then did Zhao Chen notice that the 5 people around him were all betting big. The blonde woman next to him bet 25,000 chips, and the brown woman to his left bet 18,000. Then the white man hugging the brown woman bet 30,000. The remaining couple, who seemed to be a couple, also bet 15,000 and 20,000 respectively. "Well, sir, our table is the only high-level blackjack table in the hall. Look at this sign. The starting bet is 5,000 chips." The dealer said embarrassedly. Zhao Chen was happy he had accidentally entered the high-level field. "I awkwardly said sorry to everyone." The dealer continued. "Sir, except for this table, all other games are normal. I see you must have just come in. Why don't you go to another table to warm up your hands first?" The dealer didn't do as shown in some movies, where he would sneer at people and call them poor after seeing them accidentally enter a high-end casino. Instead, he asked carefully, and was very considerate of Zhao Chen's face. Zhao Chen smiled and threw the original 1,000 chips to the dealer. The dealer was a little confused. Zhao Chen continued to pour more than 1,000,000 chips from his bag onto the chip area on his face. "Thank you for introducing me. The 1,000 chips are your tip." The dealer's face suddenly lit up, and he quickly thanked Zhao Chen. Even though he is a dealer in this high-end casino, the commission he makes in a day is definitely not as much as that of 1,000 franklins. The few people who were watching the fun nearby were suddenly shocked by Zhao Chen's chips. It's not that they can't come up with that much money, it's just that so many chips are too dazzling in front of them. The blonde woman next to Zhao Chen immediately joked with Zhao Chen. "Oh my God, are you also coming to Las Vegas with money to double your family's assets?" The blonde woman was very young, and so was Zhao Chen. They were both obviously the favorites of a large family. Zhao Chen counted out 50,000 chips and pushed them onto his own prize pool. When he heard the foreign woman approaching him, he replied, "Oh, that's not the case. I just came here to have some fun." Zhao Chen's calmness made the blonde woman more interested, and she said with a smile, "You are so humorous. Is this 1,000,000 yuan your own pocket money?" Seeing the dealer in front of him starting to deal cards, Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Why not?" Chapter 141, The Honest Person. "Ha ha ha ha, you're so humorous." The blonde woman didn't think that Zhao Chen was telling the truth. There were too many young people pretending to be rich here. Zhao Chen waved his hand and said nothing more. Soon everyone's cards were dealt. Everyone's cards seemed to be stuck, and no one took the initiative to add cards. Zhao Chen's open card was the 8 of clubs. After thinking for a while, he signaled the dealer to add a card. The dealer dealt Zhao Chen a card, which was a 7 of diamonds. Zhao Chen was silent for a moment, as if he wanted to add more. But in the end, he controlled himself. "That's just how I am." The dealer smiled and turned to the other guests. The blonde girl didn't ask for another card. Her up card was 9, which shouldn't be a small one. The remaining couple chose to add cards, but unfortunately, as soon as they finished adding cards, they both started cursing in unison. Fuck. Both of them covered their cards at the same time. This action was obvious, they both failed. The remaining couple also chose to add cards, But after they added cards, they ended the bidding. It is the dealer's turn to show his cards. His open cards are 7 points and his bottom card is an A. You can continue to bid with confidence. The dealer asks for another card, which is the 8 of hearts. The dealer was in a very bad mood. Under normal circumstances, the dealer doesn't need to call out cards when the hand is 16 points, but 3 of the customers have added cards but haven't busted yet, and one of them has a 9 up and doesn't add any cards. It was obvious that these 4 people were not small players. With 16 points, he might be able to win against the 2 busted players, but the remaining 4 people had placed even larger bets. In particular, Zhao Chen directly bet 50,000 yuan in chips. The dealer thought about it and decided to add a card. If it explodes, it's just bad luck. However, it seems that the dealer is really lucky today. He got a 4 of spades. 7A84. 20 o'clock. The biggest card after blackjack. The dealer smiled and opened his cards. Seeing that the dealer actually had 20 points, the blonde woman and the couple on the other side sighed in frustration. No one would feel comfortable if they lost money, right? The dealer collected the chips of the people who showed their cards in front of him, and finally only Zhao Chen was left. Sir, please show your cards. The dealer said gently. Just based on Zhao Chen's hesitation in adding cards, the dealer was confident that he would not be able to surpass him. Zhao Chen nodded and revealed his hidden card. 6 of hearts. 8 of clubs. 7 of diamonds. 6 of hearts. 21 o'clock. The blonde woman next to Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Oh my god. You're 21. Oh my god. The few people around who were originally depressed suddenly became enthusiastic when they saw Zhao Chen open 21 points. In fact, they don't lack the tens of thousands of dollars, but they feel very unhappy about losing the money. However, there was a guy next to them who got 21 points, and they were even happier than if they had won the money themselves. The dealer's eyes twitched, and he looked at the chips he had just taken from other customers, sighed, and still forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, sir. Good luck. We'll have chicken tonight. Here are your 100,000 chips." The dealer neatly arranged 100,000 chips and handed them to Zhao Chen. The blonde woman's eyes were immediately filled with admiration for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen explained, "It's all luck. Since we're in the casino, it's normal to win and lose." For the next 3 hours, Zhao Chen played blackjack with several people in that position. Zhao Chen also admired the perseverance of the people around him. It seems that everyone's purpose is really just for entertainment. The couple at the edge have lost about 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, but they still remain calm. Only 2 of the 6 people did not lose. The blonde woman probably neither won nor lost. Her luck was sometimes good and sometimes bad, and she had won blackjack a few times. Zhao Chen won a lot, but he also lost a lot. He took out 1,000,000 chips and played for more than 3 hours, winning about 600,000 or 700,000. With a base of 1 million, he only won 6 or 700,000, which is actually not much. The casino represented by the dealer naturally wins as well. Although this mainlander has always had good luck in blackjack and rarely busts when asking for cards, he is too cautious and normally does not consider asking for cards if he is 17 or more. Moreover, Zhao Chen's highest bet each time did not exceed 100,000. The reason why the couple on the far side lost 600,000 or 700,000 yuan was that they got a little carried away after losing 200,000 yuan in scattered bets. After that, they bet 100,000 yuan each time. In the beginning, they actually won back their capital. But after winning the capital, he did not take the chips and leave, but instead increased the bet even more. As a result, I lost 2 games of 300,000 yuan. Suddenly, I lost more than 300,000 yuan. Later, I played sporadically for more than 100,000 yuan, but lost it all. Zhao Chen probably also understood the casino's profit-making methods. As long as luck is the same for everyone, the casino will definitely win money. Because casinos never rely on luck to win money, but rather the gambler effect brought about by gamblers' emotions. I won't leave when I won money, and I dare not increase my investment after losing money, because I'm afraid that if I spend more money after losing, I'll lose more. It's like the casino plays with its customers. If you win money, you don't want to leave, but if you lose money, you want to leave. In the end, all the money will definitely fall into the pocket of the casino. Of course, the premise is that you don't have extremely unbelievable luck. Right, Zhao the gambling king. Zhao Chen sat there for 3 or 4 hours, drank 7 or 8 glasses of champagne, and his face was already slightly drunk. The blonde woman next to him drank several times more than Zhao Chen. He was already drunk while playing cards. Casinos generally don't care about this situation because drunk guests often make decisions to spend a lot of money. Of course, the casino is likely to win. The blonde woman chatted with Zhao Chen while playing cards, only betting the minimum of 5,000 chips each time. It seems that playing cards has become a side job, and chatting with Zhao Chun is the real thing. At this time, Zhao Chen's phone rang. "Hello dear, where are you?" Yao Shi's ambiguous greeting came from the phone. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "I'm at the blackjack place, the high-end place. The only high-end place. Talk to that brother, and he should know." After hanging up the phone, the blonde also heard a woman's voice on the phone. "The person calling is?" The blonde asked. "Girlfriend." Zhao Chun answered generously. The blonde was stunned. "You have a girlfriend? Is your girlfriend also in the casino?" Zhao Chun nodded. "What's wrong?" The blonde woman was a little confused. How could she play cards alone when she already had a partner? "Oh, she has never been here. I asked the staff to take 500,000 chips and let her play around. After all, it's ridiculous for someone who can't play cards to join in the fun." Zhao Chen immediately understood the blonde woman's confusion and explained. 500,000. The blonde woman was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "The 1 million you mentioned when we first met was just pocket money, not just bragging." Zhao Chen looked innocent and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Do you think someone as honest as me would lie to others so easily?" Chapter 142, Small Profits. The blonde woman's laughter was noticeably strained, but she said nothing more. Zhao Chun took advantage of the time when his girlfriend came to see him to play 2 more rounds. He was not shy in these 2 rounds, betting 300,000 chips each time. The dealer's hands were no longer as casual as before when dealing the cards, and there was a slight sweat on his forehead. "You know, the daily profit of my high-end blackjack table is only about 1 million. If this gentleman hits blackjack twice in a row, I won't get any share today. I'm afraid I will be severely punished by the manager and may not even get the chicken leg for dinner." However, Zhao Chen did win, but his win was funny. In these 2 hands, Zhao Chen's cards were very stuck, both with 16 points. But because Zhao Chen's open card was 10 points, the dealer saw that Zhao Chun would not add any more cards and was shocked. After all, if you don't add any cards to your 2 cards, you usually have a big hand, maybe even 21. The dealer's first hand was 18 points. Under normal circumstances, he would have opened the game after dealing the cards normally. After all, 18 points is not small, and he could win at least several points. But Zhao Chen put too much pressure on him. After all, there are exactly 300,000 chips. If you lose, you will have to pay a maximum of 600,000 yuan. The dealer gritted his teeth and added another card for himself. 4 of hearts. 22 o'clock, it's time to explode. The dealer turned over his cards with a pale face, indicating that he had busted. Zhao Chun was slightly stunned when he saw the dealer's expression. Then he turned over his whole cards with a little embarrassment. 6 of spades. Including the 10 points that are visible, there are only 16 points in total. If the dealer had dealt the cards normally without adding any more cards, Zhao Chun would have already lost. However, due to the dealer's self-willed behavior, the casino lost another 300,000 chips to Zhao Chun. The second situation is similar. Zhao Chun once again won 300,000 chips without any bloodshed. At this moment, there were a total of 2.2 million chips on Zhao Chen's face. They were packed in a small briefcase when he came. It would be difficult to pack them now if he wanted to leave. Can't fit. The blonde woman was also surprised that Zhao Chen's luck was so good. He was ready to end the game and played 2 big games and actually won both. In fact, the rich kids who come here to have fun don't really care how much money they win. Only the pleasure of winning is the most charming and intoxicating. Zhao Chen won more than 600,000 yuan in just one afternoon, which was actually free money. Play a big bet before leaving. If you win, that's great. If you lose, just give the winnings back. It's no big deal. But in the end, he still won, and the amount he won was quite large. Some people who had been playing with Zhao Chun gave him a thumbs up. Everyone was surprised and envious. Just at this time, Yao Shi and the doorman who took her for a walk also came over. Yao Shi quietly sneaked behind Zhao Chun and suddenly covered Zhao Chen's eyes with his soft hands. "Guess who I am?" This time Yao Shi used Mandarin. His mouth was tired from speaking in such a stupid language all day long. Zhao Chen did not see through it immediately, but instead cooperated and thought about it carefully. "I guess she must be a very beautiful lady. After all, such a beautiful voice must be matched with a beautiful face." Zhao Chen teased. The guests around them all smiled at the fun between the Dasha couple. Showing affection is worthy of blessings wherever you are. Not to mention in the beautiful country where love is more important than anything else. Yao Shi punched Zhao Chen's arm with her soft pink fist, her face slightly red. So disgusting. Although Yao Shi said this, the joy that she could hardly conceal on her face revealed her inner thoughts. Zhao Chen sighed in his heart. This girl's acting skills were pretty good this time. "How is the battle going?" Zhao Chen asked the doorman who was bowing slightly beside him. The doorman came forward quickly and answered with a smile. "Boss, Your wife is amazing. It doesn't seem like she's playing these games for the first time. She learns them quickly and can master them all. And it was her first time playing, and she actually made money. Zhao Chen smiled and said jokingly, "Why? Do you guys have to lose money the first time you come here to play?" The doorman immediately realized the discomfort in his language and hurriedly explained, No, it's just that your lover has good luck, good vision, and learns quickly, which is amazing." The doorman knew that whatever he said would be rude, so he quickly started to flatter the boss. Zhao Chen didn't say anything, but muttered to himself, "What a waste of words. This guy is more playable than me." However, Zhao Chen did not even tell Yao Shi that he could feel the luck. After all, this matter involves a lot of things, and there is no need to explain in detail. Zhao Chen picked up two 5,000 chips from the chips in front of him and threw one to the doorman and the other to the dealer. "I'm lucky today. This is your tip." The doorman was immediately ecstatic. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000 franklins are enough to support myself as a part-time worker for 2 or 3 months. This boss is so generous. The dealer, who originally had a bitter face, became excited and his face turned red when he saw the 5,000 chips thrown to him. 5,000 franklins. Converted into Daxia currency, it is exactly more than 30,000 yuan. He has worked in high-end casinos for many years and has met many customers who became generous after winning money. Normally, he would charge 500 or 100 yuan, but 500 or 1,000 yuan is quite rare. And this boss, he gave me a 5,000 tip right away. The dealer's original unhappy mood immediately disappeared, and he no longer cared whether the supervisor would scold him. Who cares? I lost the game just by dealing the cards normally. There are surveillance cameras and everything. What can they do to me? Boss, good luck. We're having chicken tonight. The dealer excitedly congratulated Zhao Chen. The doorman also followed the dealer to congratulate him. Naturally, he also saw that the chips in front of Zhao Chen had more than doubled. "Well, please find a tray and load these chips on it. Then take it to the exchange point to exchange them. I'm tired today, so I'll stop here for now and continue tomorrow." Zhao Chen said. "Okay." The doorman immediately responded happily. At the same time, he was cheering in his heart. This big guy gave him a tip of 5,000 yuan after just one day. If he stayed here for a few more days, wouldn't it be possible for him to earn his college tuition by himself? The United States has the most top universities in the world, and their tuition fees are also the most expensive. A simple undergraduate degree costs about $70,000 to $80,000 per year at Franklin. Of course, if you have good enough academic skills and can earn a scholarship of the same amount, then you are very successful. The tuition fees for upgrading from undergraduate to graduate school are even more expensive, taking Harvard University, where Zhao Chen previously studied, as an example. In fact, under normal circumstances without government subsidies, Zhao Chen's tuition and living expenses for the next 2 or 3 years would cost at least 500,000 franklins. However, when Zhao Chen was admitted to Harvard, Jinling University, as his undergraduate institution, had already paid the full amount. The state reimbursed Franklin's tuition of hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is also an investment by the country in talent. Unfortunately, even so, there are still many international students who choose to settle in the United States after studying for many years and never come back. Chapter 143, Leaving in a High Profile. However, students in the United States do not have so many benefits. Undergraduate colleges may have various scholarships for cash flow, and you can work hard to apply for various scholarships. As long as you have good material and work hard, you can basically get some subsidies. I can earn some money by working part-time, or my family can help me with some money, which is enough for my undergraduate studies. But once you graduate from undergraduate school, you will enter graduate school. Then basically 80% of the scholarship will be gone from you. However, the vast majority of top students in the United States would like to further their studies. Postgraduate and doctoral studies are not only highly valued in China, but are also considered top priorities by students and parents abroad. This often results in dozens or even hundreds of people competing for one scholarship in many prestigious universities. Often, at this time, it is not a competition of academic level, which means that even if your academic ability ranks first among all competitors, you may not necessarily be given a scholarship. It's similar to some domestic variety shows. The championship is always given to players with stories rather than those who are truly capable. Harvard University's famous Lourdes Scholarship was awarded in the past few years to a Korean with only one leg, a Japanese whose parents died early and who had been living with his uncle, but whose uncle's family died in a car accident when he was in college, and an Indian who had never had any friends because he had never taken a bath since he was a child. Just because of such outrageous reasons, he never took a bath and had no friends. He received a full scholarship of 500,000 yuan. It can be seen that going to college in the United States is really not that easy. After saying goodbye to the guests at the table, Zhao Chun and Yao Shi followed the doorman to the chip exchange area. Yao Shi noticed that the woman next to Zhao Chun had a look of loneliness in her eyes when Zhao Chun left. I felt a little angry unconsciously. Humph. It's only been less than a day since you came out, and you're already flirting with other girls. Yao Shi himself didn't realize that he had inadvertently taken on the role of Zhao Chun's partner. Zhao Chun didn't think much about it. He just wanted to know how much he had earned today. Showing disdain for money in front of others is to lay the foundation for your own personality. But Zhao Chun is still a little money grubber at heart. More than 1,000,000 francs. It's enough to build several welfare homes in my hometown. And the food is pretty good. When I return to China this time, I will convert all the money I earned into daxia currency and deposit it in the bank. Try to find a way to trick Mr. Li and see if he can give himself a higher interest rate. In that way, the annual interest can be used to do a lot of things, such as welfare homes, building schools in the mountains, and so on. Just thinking about it is amazing. Boss, the total number of chips is 2,254,000. Your wife's chips are 613,500. Do you want to leave an account or? Zhao Chun shook his head and replied, "Don't touch the account. Change all to cash for me." The doorman was stunned for a moment. If all of it was converted into cash, more than 2,000,000 francs would be too much. The money alone weighs more than 43 kilograms, not to mention the weight of the suitcase. Well, boss, although the security in Las Vegas is pretty good, it's still easy to be noticed by some criminals when you leave the casino. If you go out with 2 big suitcases, it will be easy for people to. Zhao Chun waved his hand and replied, "Do as I say, and don't worry about anything else." Zhao Chun must only ask for cash. Of course you have your own bank account, but once you leave the money in it, it no longer belongs to you. Moreover, bank accounts are very easy to be tracked. Once people find out that there is not much money in the bank account, wouldn't the character that you have worked so hard to create collapse in a second? The doorman swallowed and nodded. Is this the boss's bad taste? In this way, the 3 men began to pack a large number of Franklin banknotes into suitcases under the surprised eyes of many people in the exchange room. The suitcase was a gift from the casino. It's pure black. I have to say, it resembles the suitcases used in gangster transactions in movies. It took about half an hour to count, load, and unload. A total of 2 large bags of banknotes were in Zhao Chun's hands. Zhao Chun clearly noticed that there were at least 10 pairs of eyes around him staring at them. However, Zhao Chun didn't care at all. He waved to Yao Shi and walked out of the casino in a carefree manner. Of course, those guys who had some ideas followed closely behind. But in this place, the cost of taking action was too high, so they could only watch. Zhao Chun walked to the familiar hotel car. The 2 ignored the countless pairs of fiery eyes behind them and drove away. Boss, it's a fat sheep. In the shadows, a short man with a sharp tongue spoke to the middle-aged man who was playing poker with his younger brother. The middle-aged man held a cigarette in his mouth and laughed disdainfully. Try to move him and see if you can still see the sunrise in Las Vegas tomorrow. The little guy looked puzzled and asked, "Boss, I don't see any bodyguards around him. Is it so dangerous?" To be honest, I am just a little brother. My eyes are on my face, so I can only see the most superficial things. At this time, another young man who was playing poker with the middle-aged man replied, "Did you see the car this man was in? That's the Mandarin Oriental Hotel's special car." The Mandarin Oriental Hotel is the first place that daxia people consider when they come to Las Vegas. The Gambling King contest is about to start. This person is obviously here for the Gambling King contest. The Gambling King competition stipulates that you can gamble during the competition, but you have to use cash. It doesn't even count as chips. And since this daxia guy lives in Mandarin Oriental, he must be a contestant from Jinghao or Xiangjiang. If you want to take advantage of such a person, isn't that courting death? This young white man obviously knew more and saw the deeper logic of the matter at a glance. The little guy said, "Oh," and it was obvious that he just reacted. The middle-aged man's expressionless face showed a slight movement. "Ollie, I'm sorry I can't help you get a ticket to this Gambling King competition. Otherwise, with your gambling skills, you might even be able to get the title of Gambling King." The middle-aged people spoke very highly of this young man. The young man smiled, shook his head, and said, "It's okay, boss. We just need to find a way to make some money from this Gambling King competition. People like us who have no background and power won't be able to keep the money and title even if we really won that much money. It might even bring disaster, right?" As he spoke, the young man scratched his oily hair with his right hand. The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw Ollie's action. His expression became a little sad, and he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Ollie." The young man's right hand, which was scratching his hair, had only 4 fingers. Chapter 144, 10 Gambling Losses. How was the battle today? After returning to the hotel, Yaoshi suppressed his excitement and asked Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun said nothing, but pushed the 2 boxes of money in front of him towards Yaoshi. Yaoshi swallowed her saliva. Although she was not a money-loving person, with so much green banknotes, she could exchange them for bags, skirts, necklaces, and jewelry without any scruples. Who wouldn't be moved? How did you do it? You won over 1 million in half a day. When Yaoshi plays, he usually places the minimum stakes. She really didn't feel comfortable placing a large bet on gambling in a casino where luck was the only option and there might be some tricks involved. But even so, he still won nearly 100,000 francs. Although it cannot be compared with Zhao Chun, it is already outrageous. This also indirectly reflects that Yaoshi is not bragging. She really has something. It's a pity that Zhao Chun, this cheater, has no use for her now. In order to secure the title of Gambling King in this Gambling King competition, Zhao Chun had to be a little more high profile. The invitation letter stated that the Gambling King competition would be divided into 2 days. On the first day, everyone can gamble with money. You can let the organizer be the banker, or you can organize a private game. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. The next day was the real test of skills. The competition is divided into 4 categories: blackjack, mahjong, stud, Texas Hold'em, and so on. The winner of blackjack automatically advances to the next mahjong game. The winner of a mahjong game automatically advances to the next soha game. The winner of the all-in event will only have 6 candidates left. These 6 are the final contenders for the title of the final Gambling King. They will decide who is the ultimate Gambling King through the final Texas Hold'em showdown. The specific rules will not be announced until after the game starts. Zhao Chun smiled and said, "Maybe I have been doing good deeds since I was young, so I am naturally lucky." Yaoshi stuck out her tongue and ruthlessly exposed. Luck is not destiny after all. Before you started practicing Taoism, I didn't sense any special destiny in you at all. So, the answer is, you're lying to me. Yaoshi grinned at Zhao Chun with his white tiger teeth. Zhao Chun collapsed on the spot. Believe it or not, Zhao Chun came to the Venetian casino at about the same time the next day, and there were more people today than yesterday. I followed the doorman and exchanged some chips casually. Zhao Chun first randomly found a Texas Hold'em table, sat down and watched for a while, then placed his bets. Texas Hold'em is not as good as blackjack. The knowledge of Texas Hold'em can be said to be the grandfather of blackjack. First of all, Texas Hold'em is played by everyone together, including the dealer. And it's not just a confrontation with the dealer. Everyone present here is your enemy. In other words, you may win all the chips of people around you in one hand, and their attitude towards you will be far from as gentle as that of the guests at blackjack. After all, it is a competition where there can only be one winner in a game. Zhao Chun's table was also very standard, with 6 guests. Including the dealer, there are 7 sets of cards. The gameplay is simple, but the most important thing is not to compare the size. And psychological. It is also a psychological game in the true sense. After all, no one knows the cards they have, so the psychological game is very important. This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Chun fundamentally dislikes gambling, as it is full of uncertainty and fraud. Many people may fold their hands even though they have a big hand, but end up becoming a laughing stock. Others are casinos that set up the scam themselves, luring wealthy gamblers in and then ripping them off. To sum up, you will lose every time you gamble. As long as ordinary people think about gambling and getting rich by luck, they are basically not far from bankruptcy. People who can win money never rely on their own luck. If it weren't for this mission, Zhao Chun might never have touched gambling in his life. Psychologically false. Big. Empty. Why some people can become gambling gods, while others are destined to lose all their wealth and become beggars. The psychological game is extremely important. And this is the key reason why gambling can stir people's hearts. In the last round, you may want to place a big bet because you really have big cards, or you may want to place a big bet to bluff others because your cards are bad. It all depends on the game of skills between each of them. Zhao Chunxian tried a few times, and the situation was similar to that of blackjack. If the situation is favorable to you, you will feel like a spring breeze. If your cards are not the biggest, you will feel particularly obscure. Of course, it's not as simple as blackjack. After all, there is still a psychological game step involved in the end, but Zhao Chun knows that this is enough. After playing a few hands and losing about 30,000 to 40,000 chips, Zhao Chun still came to the advanced field, where he won money yesterday. Seeing that Zhao Chun had finally arrived, the blonde woman smiled and greeted Zhao Chun. "Hello, what's the matter? You left your girlfriend alone to play again today?" Zhao Chun smiled and shook his head. She was not feeling well today, so we asked her to stay in the hotel. The blonde woman's eyes lit up, and she said jokingly, "Did you and her have too much fun last night, or did she have relatives over?" Chapter 145 Cheating. Zhao Chen laughed and replied, "All of them." Zhao Chen didn't waste any words. As this round just ended, he spread out the 500,000 chips he had just exchanged in front of himself. The dealer was not the same dealer as yesterday, and there was a banker standing next to the dealer who was responsible for checking the cards. Today, the croupier and the banker are not the same person. The blonde woman put her head close to Zhao Chen's ear and whispered, "Today the dealer is only responsible for dealing the cards. The one betting with us is the old man in white clothes next to him. We have lost nearly 2 million this morning. His playing style is completely different from yesterday's. This person is very unconventional. He often keeps adding cards when he has 17 or 18 points, but he has never exploded. It's really weird. If he hadn't done it right under our noses, we would have suspected that he was cheating. The reason we didn't leave was because we wanted to see if you, the lucky guy, could cure him." Zhao Chun was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately retorted loudly, "How come I'm so lucky? I'm also very capable." The blonde woman chuckled and said, "You won both of your last 2 bets yesterday with 16 points, and you still say you're not a lucky person?" Zhao Chen curled his lips. Was he really relying on luck? Haha, that relies on luck as information. The dealer was a pale-faced old man with a serious look on his face, and he didn't look like he was here to do business at all. "Please place your bets, both guests. If you want to chat, there is a lounge over there. You can go in and have a deep conversation." The white-faced man spoke stiffly and bluntly. He probably recognized that Zhao Chun was the customer who won more than 1 million here yesterday. Zhao Chun smiled, turned his head to look at the blonde woman, and said, "Has he always been this arrogant?" The blonde smiled wryly and nodded. The white-faced man was not angry because of what Zhao Chun said to him, but his attitude remained unchanged. Zhao Chun stopped talking and pushed half of the chips in front of him. The dealer's eyebrows twitched, and he glanced at the banker. "What are you looking at? Deal the cards." The white-faced old man was not surprised that Zhao Chun bet more than 200,000. Considering the cash he won yesterday, it would not be an exaggeration for him to bet 1 million. Soon the game began. Zhao Chun got off to a good start. 10 points on the face, ace of spades on the hidden face. 21. The blonde woman next to him showed a 6, and after hesitating for a moment, she chose to continue adding cards. What a pity, a 10-point card was added. Looking at the blonde woman's annoyed expression, Zhao Chen knew that she was most likely to explode. When it was the dealer's turn, the white-faced man did not add any more cards. "Open the cards." The blonde exploded at 26. The brown woman is 18 points, not a small number. The brown woman's boyfriend is 17. And there was that couple, one was busted and the other was 19. When Zhao Chen's 21 points were revealed, everyone present screamed in surprise. "Oh my God, it's 21 right away. Are you the son of heaven?" The brown woman exclaimed. Zhao Chen smiled and did not answer. Instead, he looked at the white-faced man and signaled him to open the cards. 500,000, do you feel bad? However, the white-faced man opened his cards expressionlessly. Ace of diamonds, 10 of clubs. It's also blackjack. It seems my luck isn't that bad. The white-faced old man smiled and spoke to Zhao Chen. Smiling is uglier than crying. Zhao Chen's face darkened instantly. Something is wrong. I clearly felt like I was basking in the spring breeze just now. If it was a draw, I shouldn't feel anything. In other words, before this white-faced guy turned over the cards, his points were still lower than his. This dealer is cheating. This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Chun hates gambling and casinos very much. Casinos are willing to do anything to make money. Sometimes, there may be guests who really make a lot of money by relying on their amazing luck. But often at this time, some people in the casino just can't afford to lose. Find some former con men who have switched jobs to become security consultants. Let them win the money of these lucky people by cheating. No matter how lucky you are, can you win against the tricks? This is very common in all major casinos. Maybe it's just a small matter, and there are few con artists who will do something specifically for you. But as long as a relatively large amount of money is involved, these clowns will be eager to come out and make trouble. Damn, this is my first time playing, and this is what happened. At this time, Edgy looked calm and expressionless on the surface, but he was actually very surprised in his heart. He saw with his own eyes that the Desiam man did not cheat, but he did not expect that he would get 21 points in the first game. I originally thought that I would play a few games based on my own ability, and then teach this Daxia guy a lesson when he got too excited. I never expected that this guy would bet 250,000 chips in the first game. What's more outrageous is that he starts with 21. Having no choice but to cheat, Edgy turned his original 20 points into 21. The card cutting speed is so fast that a normal person cannot see his operation unless it is slowed down by the casino's special camera. This is why Edgy is able to become the chief security consultant of the Venetian casino. Zhao Chen silently took all the chips back in front of him, and white-faced Edgy also took the chips of everyone except Zhao Chun into his arms. Probably more than 100,000. Fuck, blackjack didn't fix this old man. The couple at the edge grumbled angrily and left the gambling table. At this moment, there were only 4 guests left at the gambling table. The blonde woman whispered to Zhao Chun, "What a shame, it's a perfect start to get a blackjack." Zhao Chun smiled without feeling unhappy and said meaningfully, "I don't know whether this is my misfortune or his misfortune." The blonde woman was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Zhao Chun meant. In the following few games, Zhao Chun bet 30,000 to 50,000 each time, with some wins and some losses. In one game of blackjack, he even won 100,000 chips from the white-faced man. It is naturally impossible for Edgy to cheat every time. Firstly, he does not have the energy to keep up. Secondly, if he cheats every time and does not give these people hope of winning, how can he expect to win big money? Cast a long line and catch a big fish. That's what I mean. Ever since Zhao Chen came, the blonde woman's luck has improved a lot. She even won the bet several times in a row, more times than Zhao Chun. The couple next to the blonde woman were not doing so well. They both kept losing. The 2 empty seats had already been occupied by the newcomers, but they did not rush to place bets. Instead, they quietly watched Zhao Chun and others play cards. "Ah, I won again. Mr. Li Weijun, you are really my lucky god. I've been winning since you came here." The blonde woman couldn't help but jump for joy when she saw that she had turned over blackjack again and won double her bet. Chapter 146 Fishing. Zhao Chen smiled back and said, "That's not true, Miss Haas. You have always been lucky, and my arrival just happened to be a witness to your good fortune. People carry people in a fancy sedan, and nice words don't cost money. Who doesn't want to hear compliments?" Just now, Zhao Chun and the blonde woman exchanged names. In fact, this is quite rare in casinos, because usually there are only individual customers in the casino, and everyone plays their own game, and they may even be in competition with each other. It is a rare situation to be able to become friends who reveal each other's names. And Zhao Chun. This name is naturally the name on the passport, and the name on the passport was naturally given by Commander Li Daohua. For the army, it would be better if you could be a gentleman. Commander Li is good in every way, except for this strong. But no matter what, Zhao Chen's name for this mission is Li Weijun. Hee, even though I know you have a female companion, I don't know why I still have a crush on you. The blonde woman's blue eyes were big and bright, and she did not hide her affection for Zhao Chen at all. Zhao Chen shrugged and replied, "Ms. Haas, you're not the first person to say this to me. Maybe charming people shine wherever they go. When you arrive at a village where one-legged people live, you have to learn to walk on one leg. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Zhao Chen imitated the temperament of these Europeans and Americans and praised himself without any concealment. If you say this in the country, people will inevitably think you are shameless and thick-skinned. But in the United States, it is very easy to become a plus point for a man. After all, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you're attractive. The blonde woman seemed to be more interested in Zhao Chun. She giggled, but still answered fairly. "Mr. Li Weijun, I think you may have misunderstood what I meant. I do have a good impression of you, but it's not enough to support us having sex together. Besides, you already have a stable partner. Although people in our family have always dared to love and hate, they still know shame. What's more, Mr. Li Weijun, you are far from the point where I would be willing to pay for you." The blonde woman expressed her pride proudly, and her golden hair brushed across Zhao Chen's face. "My hair is very smooth, and I don't know what brand of shampoo I used." The blonde woman turned around and took a sip of champagne, then threw in some chips to start the next round. Zhao Chen was almost laughing crookedly. This girl had too many fantasies in her mind. It is said that women are narcissistic to the core, especially beautiful and confident women. Perhaps it was because the opponent had let her win a few times that gave her an inexplicable sense of confidence. The blonde woman was not in Zhao Chen's plan, and Zhao Chun didn't know what the woman's background was. He just felt that this woman's background seemed to be complicated, and if she was manipulated properly, she might be very helpful to his mission. Only, he really had no intention of having an in-depth exchange with her, not only with her, but with any other woman. I don't know how Xiao Yanzi is doing on Mauname. While Zhao Chun was stunned, the latest move ended. The dealer has blackjack, and he takes it all. The blonde woman was as proud as a big white goose just now, but now she spat out a swear word in annoyance. Because she had won several rounds in a row, Ms. Haas bet a full 150,000 chips this time, but she didn't expect to lose them all. This time, Zhao Chen happened to be distracted and did not place a bet, but instead allowed Zhao Chen to escape. Zhao Chen almost laughed to death. How could this girl not figure out such a simple fishing method? In fact, it's no wonder that gamblers keep getting addicted or cheated. Casinos always act as if they are fair and just, enticing players to keep spending money. Some people may have won real money, but most of them want to win more after winning and end up losing everything. This kind of situation happens frequently when everything depends on luck, not to mention that the other party is doing it on purpose. Zhao Chun told the blonde woman that he was going to the bathroom and would be back soon, asking her to help watch over his chips. The blonde woman was in a bad mood at the moment, so she waved her hand and signaled you to go. Zhao Chun quickly ran out of the casino and took a car to a large container store nearby. Franklin spent $80 to buy a large handbag that was half a person's height. Zhao Chun went out with the empty bag, passed a few alleys, turned left and right, and returned to the entrance of the casino again. At this time, the big bag was already full. I want to exchange chips. Zhao Chun came to the chips. Okay, sir, how many chips would you like to exchange? The person in charge of the exchange was a typical Western beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked very charming at first glance. Compared to Haas, he is only slightly less arrogant and noble. It may also be that Zhao Chun sees all foreign beauties the same. 6.5 million. Zhao Chun replied with a smile. The money changer who was about to take the chips was stunned and looked at Zhao Chun in disbelief. Oh, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Looking at the confused Western beauty, Zhao Chun smiled. Do the staff here have bad hearing? He told me the same thing last time when I wanted to exchange 1 million. I said, I want to exchange for 6.5 million Franklin chips. Zhao Chun said word by word. 6.5 million is the maximum number of Franklins that the bag Zhao Chun bought can hold. Although the weight was as high as 100 kilograms, Zhao Chun, who opened the vortex, carried the money as if it were a piece of cake. Only at this time could Zhao Chun subconsciously realize that he was a cultivator in the body-shaping realm. The money changer swallowed the saliva in his mouth and said dryly, Please wait a moment. I will ask our manager to exchange it for you. When Zhao Chun returned to the gambling table again, it was more than an hour later. Zhao Chun was wondering if the blonde girl would run away with his chips. After all, it's 5 or 600,000. But the fact is, no. The person didn't run away, but the chips were gone. You're back. The beautiful Haas sounded a little weak when she spoke. Zhao Chun smiled and asked, What's going on? Where are your chips? Since the person didn't run away, the chips would definitely be recovered. The strange thing was that not only Zhao Chun's chips were gone, but the blonde beauty Hewis also had nothing in front of her, with only a few thousand chips left. And the brown couple that used to play together are no longer there. There are several newcomers playing in these positions. I'm sorry, I was a little upset because of my loss just now, so I temporarily moved your chips. Haas's voice was not loud, but it was obvious to Zhao Chun that he was very frustrated. But don't worry, you can leave me your card number, and I will return the money to you later. You can add interest. The blonde woman's words sounded like farts, her red mouth and white teeth opening and closing. What's more, this statement was made in a casino and has absolutely no legal effect at all. Chapter 147 Reverse Phishing. If it were a normal person, he might have called the police or asked the staff to handle the matter. After all, cameras and other things are still very high-end nowadays. It was easy to tell that this woman had spent all of Zhao Chun's chips without permission. At least she should have written an IOU or mortgaged some important items. But Zhao Chun didn't. He probably understood in his heart why this girl lost everything and why she was so excited that she embezzled Zhao Chun's chips. She probably wanted to make a comeback, but unfortunately, she was cheated by the banker again. Looking at Zhao Chun, who was solemn and silent, Hwaz knew that he had done something very stupid, and even the words he said were so stupid. But I really have no other choice. The money he brought with him was all spent. He could have run away before. At most, he could have returned home and never come out again. With his family's status in the United States, the inspectors of the United States would not give him such a small concession. In the end, it will definitely come to nothing. But I can't live with my conscience. Well, it's fine if you lose, but why do you want to use other people's chips? Haas was constantly regretting. If you don't believe me, we can. Hwaz wanted to say something, but Zhao Chun suddenly blocked his mouth with his index finger. Okay, be quiet. Now that you've lost, just watch me play for a while. Zhao Chun said. He neither asked the woman to return it nor blamed her for taking her bargaining chips without permission. Haas's originally depressed expression suddenly froze, and a strange emotion lingered in his mind for a long time. But your bargaining chips. Hwaz just said this subconsciously when he suddenly saw Zhao Chun open his bag and took out a few big chips from it. The eyes of everyone, including the blonde woman, the croupier, and the banker, all widened suddenly. Everyone looked at Zhao Chun in disbelief. What Zhao Chun took out were stacks of transparent chips worth 100,000 yuan, which were the highest level chips in a layer of chips. One chip is equivalent to 100,000 franklins. Zhao Chen took out 6.5 stacks. 6.5 million franklins. The blonde couldn't believe her eyes. Oh my God, what did I see? The man said he was going to the bathroom, but when he came back, he pulled out 6.5 million chips from his bag. The new customers nearby also looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Here, anyone who took out so much money in one breath must be a top boss. And this guy is from Daxia, a young man. The dealer was stunned and stood there in a daze. There was also a look of surprise in the dealer's eyes, but the next moment, it was replaced by deep greed. He knew that he was going to slaughter a big fat sheep today. What are you doing? The blonde woman covered her mouth, not knowing what to say. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "You didn't really think I was going to the bathroom." After taking out all the chips from his bag, Zhao Chen threw 2 directly into the gambling pool in front of him. "Are you still going to play?" Zhao Chen calmly took a stack of chips and handed it to Huas. The blonde woman shook her head and said, No, I already owe you 600,000. If I lose this 1 million, I will have to give you the person as compensation to pay off my debt." Rarely, Huas soberly rejected Zhao Chen's kindness. Zhao Chen also smiled, without forcing it. I felt a little relieved. It seemed that this woman was not hopelessly stupid. As for saying that I am worth 1.6 million franklins, haha, you are just thinking too much. The scene has been cold for a long time since Zhao Chen came back. Zhao Chen signaled that it was time to begin, and the dealer started dealing the cards. Zhao Chen's luck was indeed invincible. He had a good start and made 200,000 yuan directly. The people around were marveling at the young man's great luck, and Haas almost jumped up with joy. It was as if she had won the 200,000. Zhao Chen bet another 200,000 in the second bet. This time, Zhao Chen's luck was even more invincible. He won the jackpot of 400,000 yuan with a single hand of blackjack. With these 2 moves, he successfully won back all the chips that Huas had just lost to Zhao Chen. Haas was so excited that he seemed to be on hormones, shouting and yelling without restraint, like a singer on the dance floor. Zhao Chen could understand the woman's excitement and knew why these 2 won. The cheater on the opposite side even cheated by replacing the cards that could have won him with small cards. It seemed that he wanted to get a big win. Zhao Chen pretended to be very happy as well and drank a whole glass of champagne, stroking the blonde hair of the excited Huas, and asked, "How much did you lose just now? Oh no, how much have you lost since you entered the casino?" Zhao Chen's behavior at this moment was actually a little drunk, but he had just drunk some wine, so it was understandable. When the dealer saw Zhao Chen first drank a glass of wine and then asked such a blunt question, he immediately laughed in his heart and kept praying that the beautiful blonde girl opposite him would report a very high number. Huas was a little confused at this time. He was a little stunned when he heard Zhao Chen's question, but he still answered seriously. "Actually, I didn't gamble much before. I just came to Las Vegas this week. I lost more than $300,000 in the past few days. Today I lost more than 1.2 million. Of course, I haven't counted your $600,000. An absurd thought suddenly came into his mind. Wouldn't he want to? Zhao Chen, who was obviously a little drunk, laughed loudly and shouted, "Okay, then I'll bet 1.5 million. Zhao Chen's shout was very loud. When the gamblers who were originally playing their own games heard it, they all looked over here suddenly. If they were not playing anything, they all hurried over to watch the fun. 1,500,000 each. It's enough to go upstairs and have a private comparison. However, the dealer, the white-faced man, was a little embarrassed at this time. He was not worried about being caught because there were too many guests watching. He was extremely confident in himself. What embarrassed him was that the number of 1,500,000 was very delicate, and he felt a little uncomfortable being stuck with it. The chips in front of Zhao Chen's face now amount to 7.1 million, including the 600,000 he just won. If I win 1.5 million with just one move, Zhao Chen will surely test me little by little later, and I will have to lure him into the trap step by step. There is a high probability that I will not be able to get all the money, and Zhao Chen may run away after losing too much. However, if this guy wins the 1.5 million, what if he doesn't get carried away and stops playing? There are so many people watching around, and the Venetian Casino has been doing business in Las Vegas for decades, but there is no reason to force sales. If you force yourself to stay, you will certainly be courting death. Not only will the gains not outweigh the losses, but you will also damage your reputation. The people above can pack you up and throw you into the Pacific Ocean. What should we do? The dealer was entangled. Chapter 148: Failure to Harvest Vegetables. However, at this time, Zhao Chen asked the waiter to bring a glass of champagne and was drinking with the blonde woman. "Baby, if I can win 20 million today, how about giving me a chance tonight?" Zhao Chen's tone at this moment was clearly drunk, and he directly changed the address to an extremely intimate pet name. Haas blushed, a little embarrassed. The people around who heard it immediately started to make a fuss and cheer, making Haas feel very embarrassed. How can you say this in public? Huas obviously had the demeanor of a little woman, and her words did not seem to indicate that she objected to the way Zhao Chen had just addressed her. Zhao Chen laughed and drank the champagne in the glass again. Done. Seeing Zhao Chen like this, the white-faced man Edgy said suddenly in his heart. He saw the two people's entire day, and he knew that the woman in front of him had indeed been playing in their casino for more than a week, while the man had only arrived yesterday and got off the plane the day before yesterday. It can be said that these two people had absolutely no intersection before. Don't worry about them setting a trap for you. After eliminating this concern, I remembered that when this Daxia man first arrived, he said that his female companion was resting in the hotel and couldn't come out. It was most likely that she was having her period. It was obvious that this man had feelings for this blonde woman, and he was drunk. I must get these 6.5 million. Edgy was so excited that he exploded. He seemed to have seen that the millions of chips in front of Zhao Chen were about to become his reward for promotion and salary increase, and even his generous pension would increase a few points again. Edger asked gently, "Sir, would you like to bet 1.5 million?" Edgy couldn't wait to get himself excited, and was also looking forward to the depressed expression of the Daxia man opposite him after he lost all his chips. Zhao Chen was a little drunk as he counted the chips in front of him. 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, burp. 7 million and 100,000. I bet 1.5 million. I still have 540, oh no, 600,000. Okay, I'll take back 5.6 million, and you can help me push up the remaining 1.5 million. Zhao Chen said to Huas. The blonde woman was touched, but she still kindly reminded. Isn't 1.5 million too much at once? How about we bet slowly? You have such good luck tonight, you will definitely keep winning. The white-faced man opposite Haas cursed in his heart. You stupid woman, stop meddling in other people's business. Zhao Chen nodded and said, Yes, you have a point. It's over. Edgy felt a chill in his heart, but what Zhao Chen said the next second almost made him laugh out loud. Since you said I'm so lucky tonight and will definitely win all the time, then I'll bet more. Another 1.5 million. First, win 3 million, and then go all in and win 10 million. Zhao Chen did what he said and pushed the price up another 1.5 million. There are only 4.1 million left in front of him. At this time, Edgy was already eager to make a move, but looking at the more than 4 million chips in front of Zhao Chen. Damn, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Done. The dealer dealt cards to Zhao Chen and the banker nervously. In this game, no one joined in the fun. Everyone just stood aside and watched the fun. Huas clenched his hands nervously, staring at the hidden card in Zhao Chen's hand. He didn't dare to blink. He was afraid that if he blinked, Zhao Chen's good cards would be gone. Add a card. Zhao Chen shouted slightly drunkenly. Zhao Chen's open card is a 4 of diamonds, and he really needs to add a suitable card. Continue. Seeing that an ace of hearts was added, Zhao Chen said excitedly. Haas and the people around him also had their hearts in their throats. The dealer dealt another card. 2 of clubs. Oh my god. There are already 4 cards in front of Zhao Chen, and the total of the 3 cards exposed is only 7 points. This is a very promising hand to achieve the special hand combination in blackjack. 5 dragons. 5 little dragons, as the name suggests, means you have asked for 4 cards in a row, plus your hidden cards, for a total of 5 cards. If you have not exploded after these 5 cards are dealt to you, then you have 5 little dragons. In blackjack, if 5 little dragons appear, it will be counted directly as blackjack, and if the 5 cards add up to 21, it will become the largest blackjack after 3 sevens, and the bet will be tripled. Even if the dealer gets to blackjack, he still loses. Continue. Zhao Chen's voice was filled with hysterical roars. At this moment, the audience watching the scene was even more excited and boiling. Blackjack. 5 little dragons. Even 5 little dragons on blackjack. Triple the chips, that's 9 million. The dealer glanced at the banker. At this moment, Edgy's face looked extremely ugly, really ugly. He never expected that Zhao Chen would actually form 5 little dragons at this time. If you don't bust, at least it counts as 21, which is double the chips. If you get 21, it's triple the chips. Edgy wanted to slap himself a few times. But now that things have come to this, Edgy could only nod helplessly. The dealer dealt another card. Spade 8, including the 4 of diamonds, the ace of hearts, and the 2 of clubs that Zhao Chen had asked for. The ace of hearts must be counted as 1 point, otherwise the exposed cards alone will be enough to expose the opponent. As 1 point, then the brand name has 15 points. Unless Zhao Chen's trump card is a 6. Otherwise, you will have to pay twice as much at most. Zhao Chen was so excited that he revealed his hidden card in advance. 6 of clubs. Blackjack, 5 dragons. Triple the chips. There was a sudden wave of cheers at the scene. The whistles and shouts continued. Huasi's heart was in her throat the moment the cards were opened. She was really afraid that Zhao Qin would bust his cards. However, the result was that Zhao Qin not only did not bust. Instead, he achieved the largest hand in blackjack, second only to 3 sevens. She was so excited that she threw herself into Zhao Qin's arms. Now Zhao Qin was stunned. Damn, he was too immersed in the role. In order to trick this white-faced man into falling for it, Zhao Qin naturally pretended to be drunk. And he also had to have a serious reason to place the bet. There is no more reasonable reason in the world than spending a fortune on a beautiful woman. Zhao Qin successfully earned 10 million franklins in advance. Edgy's face looked a little ugly. 3 million chips, tripled, would be a full 9 million. That's 9 million franklins. His own card is the King of Hearts, and no matter how he changes it, he can't get 3 sevens. This time, I lost miserably. This guy won't stop playing, will he? Fortunately, Zhao Qin is sensible enough. I'm so lucky because you're by my side. I said I'd win more than 20 million tonight, and I won't break my promise. Zhao Qin lovingly shaved the blonde beauty Huas, who was lying in his arms and was so excited that she was acting coquettishly. Huas's beautiful and shy face was full of blushes, which instantly made 99 of the men present envious. Chapter 149 Stop. As expected, this brother was captured. This sentence echoed in the minds of many men present at the same time, and many of them even imagined the scene of the two of them having an in-depth conversation on the bed in the hotel. Because there were not enough chips here for 9 million, Zhao Qin became impatient after waiting for more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, there was a beautiful woman by his side drinking champagne with him. Seeing that Zhao Qin wanted to place a bet, no one present left. Instead, more and more people noticed the layers of people gathered here. The curiosity led more and more people to come and watch. The casino was kind enough to put this gambling game on the big screen in the center of the hall. This matter was done by someone behind the scenes, which made Edgy a little unhappy. Although his methods are safe, he is not a top-notch gambler-level con man. Who the hell knows what kind of monsters are in this casino? What if an expert sees through my tricks and uses them to threaten the casino or myself? Wouldn't that be the end of me? Just when I was about to ask someone to go backstage and ask them to turn off the big screen, a middle-aged man in a suit came over. The bodyguards around the middle-aged man easily pushed through the crowd that was originally squeezed and bleeding. When Edgy saw the person coming, he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Boss. Seeing that both the banker and the dealer called the middle-aged man in the black suit the boss, Zhao Qin had almost guessed the identity of the man in front of him. Hello, I'm Malik Adams, the owner of this casino. The man in the suit introduced himself and extended his right hand. Zhao Qin frowned. The last name Adams seemed a little familiar. Without thinking too much, Zhao Qin shook hands with the owner of the casino. Boss, what can I do for you? Zhao Qin asked with a smile. It couldn't be that I just made a little money and this boss is so mean and wants to chase me away? The man in the suit laughed, hearing the dissatisfaction in Zhao Qin's words, and explained. Sir, don't get me wrong. I just saw the lively scene here. I also watched your game just now. It was very exciting. Since you want to continue playing, sir, you should not mind if we broadcast this live for the audience who cannot see your competition. Haha, it turns out you just want to attract traffic, and you're not afraid of shooting yourself in the foot. Zhao Qin shrugged and replied. I don't mind. It's fine, whatever you want. I just want to know if my chips are ready. Zhao Qin's indifferent attitude made the man in the suit smile. He casually ordered the person to put down the 9 million chips belonging to Zhao Qin. 9 stacks of chips with a face value of 100,000. Zhao Qin ordered Huas to follow him and get it. Only then did the man in the suit see the blonde beauty sitting on Zhao Qin's lap with her back to him. Adam's pupil shrank slightly, and he narrowed his already small eyes imperceptibly. Seeing that Zhao Qin had successfully received the chips, the man in the suit raised his right hand as a gesture of invitation, indicating that Zhao Qin could continue. Zhao Qin did not hesitate and performed the most exciting and soul-stirring moves right from the start. All in. His original 7.1 million plus the 9 million he won from triple the chips. A total of 16.1 million chips. Just go all in. The man in the suit raised his eyelids again, somewhat admiring the young man's demeanor. More than 10 million, just go all in. It's not even a matter of magnanimity. No wonder I can soak. The white-faced man, Edgy, who is still the banker, is breathing rapidly. He seems to have seen the more than 10 million waving at him. But he still had a little fear in his heart. If this Daxiao person repeats the previous situation again, and I am unable to do anything about it, I will have to pay more than 48 million in compensation. If he made the casino lose so much money, the boss would strip him naked and throw him into the Pacific Ocean to feed the sharks. He looked at his boss, the man in a suit, with some trembling, and the man in the suit nodded casually. Edgy suddenly felt relieved. His boss allowed him to cheat. In this battle, he wants the people from Daxia to lose every penny. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Huas was a little worried. Zhao Qin had been doing too well all the way. He hadn't lost since he came back with the money. She was a little worried that he would stumble in the last round. Zhao Chen licked his scarlet lips. Maybe, I don't want to waste time on this boring blackjack. We should have something more exciting to do, right? Zhao Chen was obviously drunk as he teased the woman's heartstrings. Was like a little girl who had just fallen in love. How could she stand Zhao Chen's blatant provocation, especially in public with so many people watching? The woman immediately buried her face in Zhao Chen's chest shyly, muttering hateful. Zhao Chen prayed silently in his heart. Yanzi, please forgive me. Yanzi, please forgive me. My brother acted out this drama purely to build a few more welfare homes for our family. Please don't misunderstand me. Of course, it was impossible for him to have sex with her. After getting the money, he would quietly call Yaoshi and ask her to wait for him at the entrance of the casino so that he could catch them in the act. Scenes of incumbents beating up their mistresses are common in the United States. Then isn't it natural for me, a scumbag, to coax my original wife? Wonderful. Now, we just need to put the money into our pocket steadily. The game begins. It's still a 1v1 solo between Zhao Chen and Zhuang Jia. Zhao Chen's open card is the 8 of diamonds. The dealer's open card is the Q of diamonds, which is 10 points. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment and decided not to add any more cards. Zhao Chen's decision immediately caused thunderous exclamations at the scene. Because the up card is 8, even if the down card is the largest A, the total points are only 19 points. As long as the dealer gets 20 points or 21, Zhao Chen's more than 10 million will be completely wasted. And this grand scene will become a complete joke. And Zhao Chen will become the biggest laughingstock in Las Vegas in recent days. At this time, the dealer Edgy was about to laugh out loud. The other party didn't even ask for any cards. That means the hidden cards are very big, but no matter how big the hidden cards are, they are useless. The maximum is 19 points. His open cards are 10 points. As long as he changes his hidden cards to cards with more than 10 points, the 16.1 million chips in front of Zhao Chen will no longer have anything to do with him. You don't want to add it, right? Then I won't add it either. The excitement could not be concealed in Edgy's voice. He couldn't wait to plunge this arrogant guy into the abyss. Da Xiao people. Just when Edgy was about to turn over his cards, Zhao Chen suddenly shouted. Stop. Edgy was startled by Zhao Chen's angry shout and didn't have time to touch the cards. Edgy showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and said, Why, sir, do you have anything else to say? Or did you already expect that you would lose? Chapter 150 Uninvited Guests. Logically speaking, a normal dealer should not speak like this. It is too arrogant. What's more, his boss is right next to him. It's really that Edgy's resentment towards Zhao Chen is too deep. All he wanted now was to make Zhao Chen lose everything he had. Lost all the money. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, Of course I have something to say, but don't rush to make a conclusion about whether I won or lost. Zhao Chen said as he revealed his hidden card. Ace of spades. Including the upside-down 8 of diamonds, the total is 19 points. 19 points, a big number, but it seemed not big enough in the crucial game. The man in the suit also spoke. Sir, is there anything wrong with your cards? Hewis also looked at Zhao Chen with confusion. Zhao Chen smiled, shook his head, and replied, There's nothing wrong with my cards, but I'm worried about his. What's going to happen to my cards? When Zhao Chen said this, Edgy suddenly felt uneasy and spoke angrily. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the people watching seemed to have noticed something. You'll know if there's any problem if you open it, and take a look. The man in the suit said to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded and added, Open the cards, you can. But it can't be the banker, let the dealer do it. This dealer is also your man. He shouldn't worry about collusion with me. Zhao Chen looked at Edgy, who was standing there in a daze with a smirk on his face. Everyone present was stunned. The blonde beauty who was in Zhao Chen's arms was stunned. Even the dealer who dealt the cards was stunned. He looked at the banker and the big boss with an innocent face. Edgy's face suddenly turned gloomy, his hands and feet were cold, and his calves were trembling slightly. It's not appropriate. I'm the dealer, and it's only natural that I should open my cards. What's the point of letting others open my cards? Edgar struggled. However, he didn't notice that his boss was glaring at him with great dissatisfaction. He also didn't dare look his boss in the eye. Obviously, the cheating was discovered. All he wanted now was to quickly reveal his trump card and escape from danger. The man in the suit thought for a moment and replied, Sir, it is indeed against the rules to let the dealer open the cards. Let the banker open the cards himself. Zhao Chen did not give in and continued. Are you afraid that I'm in collusion with this guy? Then let any audience member turn over the cards, or let the dealer turn over the cards in front of everyone with a dealing ruler. As long as the dealer's hand doesn't touch the cards, I have no objection. Zhao Chen saw that this boss was not sensible and originally wanted to save him some face, but since he couldn't seize the opportunity, don't blame me for speaking clearly. As soon as Zhao Chen said this, the situation suddenly became clear. Oh, so you're afraid that someone might cheat. Understandable. Understandable. After all, it involves a bet of more than 10 million francs, so it is necessary to be cautious. Was also instantly understood Zhao Chen's actions, but then he thought again, could it be? Zhao Chen had said this to this point, and the pale-faced man's face looked so ugly that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. The man in the suit remained expressionless. He thought the young man must have known about Ed's trick. The man in the suit smiled and said, "How about this? I, the boss, open the cards. What do you think, sir?" It sounds like it is very prestigious for the boss to open the cards, but Zhao Chen knows that in places like Las Vegas or Jinghao, the most powerful cheater in a casino is the boss. Would you dare to open a casino without some skills? Aren't you afraid that someone will take away all your money? Zhao Chen nodded and added, "Boss, of course you can open the cards, but I don't want this originally harmonious gambling game to have some disharmonious elements. I don't want you, as the boss, to resort to any tricks." Zhao Chen walked up to the man in the suit and whispered the second half of the sentence so that no one else present could hear it. To be on the safe side, Zhao Chen took out his cell phone, turned on the video, and handed it to Huis. Turning to look at the man in the suit. "Boss, you shouldn't mind if we record the whole process, right? After all, it involves more than 10 million of my money." The man in the suit smiled dryly and replied, "Of course I don't mind. Please." Zhao Chen was not polite and asked Huis to find the best shooting angle to record the video. Zhao Chen's words instantly awakened the dreamer, and hundreds of spectators present took out their mobile phones to record the scene. It's a grand occasion worth tens of millions. Why don't you take photos to record it? Wouldn't it be very impressive to post on a social platform and say that you had just witnessed a game worth tens of millions? The man in the suit smiled and said nothing more. He slowly turned over the dealer's hidden card that was originally in front of Edgy's face. And Edgy's face looked as pale as death, which basically announced the result of the game. Really? 4 of diamonds. Everyone suddenly realized that the dealer's whole card was only the 4 of diamonds. So why not add more cards? It's impossible to win the game with 14 points. Indeed, Edgy was anxious. If he was calmer, he would call again. It would be best if he could defeat Zhao Chen without cheating. The bad thing is that he wanted to end the game early. That's why such a big flaw was sold. But Zhao Chen knew that even if Edgy added cards, he would still cheat in the end because he had always felt like he was in Spring Breeze. Then there is a high probability that Edgy's additional cards will explode. So, he will definitely win. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly burst into cheers. Today, a young man from Daxiao won more than 20 million at 21 o'clock at night. It can be said that Zhao Chen was directly deified after this battle. Haas, who was filming the video, instantly jumped up excitedly and hugged Zhao Chen, yelling excitedly, "She doesn't look like a quiet lady at all." And Zhao Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. Edgy looked ashen, with a dull look on his dry face. The man in the suit, on the other hand, looked calm and congratulated. "Good luck, we'll have chicken tonight." "Great job, sir." Zhao Chen did not feel flattered by the praise from the casino boss. This guy appeared calm on the surface, but secretly he was cursing himself into pieces. "Boss, since I won 20 million, I have achieved the purpose of my trip. Let's exchange the money." "Cash," Zhao Chen said with a smile. The man in the suit nodded and waved his hand to let his men count the money in front of Zhao Chen. 216 million. 32,200,000 francs. When the dealer announced the final amount of money, thunderous cheers broke out again. "Sir, are you sure you want cash? It's not easy to get more than 30 million in cash." The man in the suit looked at Zhao Chen with a half smile. Zhao Chen finally remembered where he had heard the last name of the man in the suit. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, has the Adams family fallen to the point where they can't even afford more than 30 million francs?" Zhao Chen showed a bit of disdain on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, the suit man's pupils contracted instantly. This person has such a big tone. Adams suppressed his anger and wanted to say something, but at this moment, a strange bird sound came from not far away. Are the people of Daxia so arrogant? They don't even take the Adams family seriously? Chapter 151 The Clown. Everyone turned their eyes towards the source of the sound, not far away. A rebellious young man with golden hair slowly approached, followed by 2 burly bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses. The gamblers who were originally blocking the road also made way. The strange thing is that the first person the young man looked at was not Zhao Chen, but the same blonde and blue-eyed Haas in Zhao Chen's arms. Look at who was sitting on another man's lap, and he's a Daxiao man. Jesse Cliff's expression remained unchanged, but there was a raging fire burning in his eyes. "Haas, you've been out for too long this time. Your uncles and aunts are very worried. Let me take you back." Although the blond young man had just attracted attention by complaining about Zhao Chun, the first thing he was concerned about was the woman in Zhao Chen's arms. Haas had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with deep disgust, and he replied unhappily, "Master Jesse, our two families are not that close. My parents didn't even call me to urge me to do this. You, an outsider, are meddling too much." Jesse Cliff was not angry, and replied with a chuckle, "Haas, you are wrong. Our two families have always been looking forward to each other, and your father has already discussed the marriage with our family, but you are still young and have not put it into practice. But I am your real fiancé." The young man was determined to shock people with his words, and the situation suddenly became awkward. He still had a cold and disdainful expression, but suddenly remembered that he was still in Zhao Chen's arms, and hurriedly looked at Zhao Chun. "My dear, this guy is just talking nonsense. He is just a second generation who has benefited from the legacy of his ancestors. He and I are neither engaged nor lovers. This is all just his wishful thinking." Seeing Zhao Chen's slightly cold expression, Hos thought he had misunderstood something and hurriedly explained. Jesse's face instantly darkened. He had asked about this Da Xiao man and found out that he had his own partner. And Haas knew it too. How could he deserve to have his fiancée throw herself at him? Although he did not like this arrogant woman, in order to expand the family's territory, the marriage was a must. Even so, this Da Xiao man dared to collude with his fiancée. We have to teach him a lesson. Zhao Chun felt wronged at the moment. He originally wanted to provoke the owner of the casino and quickly take the cash so that he could run away. Damn, how come they dragged out some weirdos from nowhere again? Just don't have anything to do with him. I don't take clowns seriously. Zhao Chun appeared to be calm on the surface, but he did not take the person in front of him seriously in everything he did. Now it was the blond young man who became angry. The man in the suit saw that the situation was not right, coughed, and said to Zhao Chun, "Sir, you may know our Adams family. Then you must know that we are not unable to come up with more than 30 million. We just need some time to buffer. I've asked the servants to get it. Please give me half an hour." Zhao Chun nodded and held Hua's hand tighter. While holding him, he looked at the blond young man not far away with a provocative smirk. Of course, Hua also felt that Zhao Chun suddenly hugged him tightly. While he felt inexplicably happy, he was also a little worried that he would cause trouble for him. Although Jesse Cliff is not a very good person, his family's influence in the United States is still quite terrifying. Jesse Cliff could naturally see the strong provocation and disdain in Zhao Chen's tone, and he was furious. How could someone ignore the honor of the Cliff family? No one can be ignored. The blond young man strode towards Zhao Chun. When he was about 2 meters away, several bodyguards of the man in suit stopped him. Jesse glanced at the man in the suit with dissatisfaction. "Boss Adams, what do you mean?" The man in the suit shrugged and replied, "Man, this is my territory. If you have any personal grievances with this gentleman, you can do whatever you want with the whole of Las Vegas except for me. But this is my territory. If I can't even protect my customers here, then I don't need to do business." After the man in the suit finished speaking, the gamblers who were originally watching the game suddenly cheered. This kind of boss and this kind of casino are what they really want. Otherwise, if they make money and get blocked in the casino, it would be too uncomfortable. Zhao Chun looked at the blond young man with a playful expression, and Jesse also looked at Zhao Chun with a gloomy expression. Suddenly thinking of something, Jesse suddenly glanced at the gambling table next to Zhao Chun, and then his mouth corners widened exaggeratedly. "Mr. Li Weijun, right? Since you came to the casino, you must be here to make money. I have a way to make money. What do you think? Do you want to hear about it?" When Jesse said this, Zhao Chun and Huas were stunned. Zhao Chun reacted quickly and replied, "But it's okay." Jesse looked at Zhao Chun with a half smile and said, "I see you seem to have some talent for playing blackjack, so let's have a blackjack competition." Zhao Chun really didn't expect that this young man who looked so scheming would say such a stupid thing. "What's the stakes?" Zhao Chun suppressed the smile that was rising in his heart and asked, "Just tell me a number. I'm fine with any number." Jesse said proudly, a strong capitalist aura coming towards him. Zhao Chun was about to cry. He had only been in the United States for a short time, but he had already met nice people everywhere. "Then I would like to thank you on behalf of the children in the poor mountainous areas." Zhao Chun's expression remained unchanged. He thought for a moment and replied, "I have over 30 million in cash right here. How about this? Let's round it up. I'll add some more money. Let's just bet 100 million. Zhao Chun said lightly. As soon as Zhao Chun finished speaking, a huge wave suddenly arose on the field. 100 million? Oh my God. Many people never know what so much money is like or how to spend it in their entire lives. And this young man actually used him as a bet? Huas in Zhao Chun's arms also looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. She didn't expect that this man who could take out several million in pocket money could actually take out 100 million. The blond young man opposite Zhao Chun was even more confused. He licked his lips and asked subconsciously and stupidly, "Is this 100 million of yours great Xia currency?" But he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Zhao Chun laughed and replied, "Sir, 100 million great Xia coins are only worth more than 10 million franklins. I just won more than 30 million franklins. Since it's about adding money, it must be franklin. Why? Could it be that this young master can't afford such a small amount of money? By the way, the 100 million I mentioned is all in cash." Chapter 152, Good Physical Strength. Zhao Chen watched the blond young man's expression gradually change from calm to surprised, and then to a little puzzled. He suppressed his inner smile and continued to provoke him. "What? You can't even come up with 100 million. Zhao Chun was a little surprised and spoke to the man in black suit just like he did just now. "You must be joking. Of course I can afford it. But what about you?" The provoked young man became angry and embarrassed as if his tail was stepped on. "I think you are just trying to attract attention. Let me tell you, today all banks in Las Vegas have a cash withdrawal limit of 30 million franklins. Of course, we can make exceptions for people of the Cliff family, but why should you, a Daxiao person, make an exception? Even if you really have 100 million in the card, you can't take it out today," said the young man in a timid tone. Zhao Chen shrugged and said indifferently, "Whether I can take it out is my business. Just tell me whether you dare to gamble or not. If you're afraid of losing, just say so. I won't force you to gamble with me." Zhao Chen's expression of, "I didn't bully you," immediately made the blond young man even more furious. This Daxiao person is too much. However, what Jesse didn't think about was that he was the one who proposed the bet, and he also took the initiative to let Zhao Chen say how big the bet was. Zhao Chen just wants to earn more money. What's wrong with that? How long will it take you to get the money? I'm thinking whether to take my lovely Haas out for a simple dinner or do some post-meal exercise after dinner. To be honest, I have pretty good physical strength, so I might be able to exercise for a longer time after a meal." Zhao Chen looked at the blond young man who was still hesitating and simply gave him a powerful medicine. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Chen said this, the scene was immediately filled with ambiguous sounds, boos, blessings, and even a girl asking if they could exercise together. Huaz is not a naive little girl. Although she has never been in love, she still understands such a simple hint. Her little face immediately turned red like a cherry, and she lightly pounded Zhao Chen's chest. It was unclear whether she was angry or just acting coquettishly. Jesse, who was already furious at Zhao Chen's provocation, almost vomited blood. "You dare?" Jesse's face looked hideous, like a starving beast. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Why would you dare to do that? If you don't want to gamble, just tell me. Huaz and I can just exercise all night." "You?" Jesse laughed in anger. "You're fine. Why don't we add some jackpots? Let's each bring 100 million in cash and gather here to see who's faster. Whoever comes later will kneel on the ground and call the other person daddy." Jesse looked a little crazy, with an unusually weird smile on his pale face. At this moment, the suit man's men came over with more than 30 million in cash. "Please take a look." The man in the suit doesn't care what grudges they have. He just minds his own business and doesn't let people gossip about him. Zhao Chen rubbed it with his hand, but didn't count. He turned his gaze to Jesse. "Handsome guy, I'm already more than 30 million ahead of you. Are you sure you want to add this bonus?" Zhao Chen never expected that there would be such a bad behavior as asking others to call him dad in foreign countries. But it's really annoying that someone is eager to be his son. Jesse glanced at Zhao Chen coldly, then waved his hand and strode out with a few bodyguards. Huaz hugged Zhao Chen's neck and whispered softly, "Why aren't you anxious at all? Aren't you afraid of losing?" Zhao Chen laughed loudly, without concealing his voice. "He has already lost." Zhao Chen glanced at the crowd watching, then looked at the casino owner. After pulling Huaz closer, Zhao Chen whispered in his ear, "Give me 10 minutes, I'm going to the bathroom." Just as Zhao Chen said when he left, he came back with 6.5 million chips. At this time, the man in the suit interrupted and said, "Sir, are you sure you don't want to go to the second floor? All the large-scale private games in our casino are on the second floor." Although the man in the suit was unhappy with Zhao Chen, after all, he earned more than 20 million franklins from them. But no matter how unhappy he was, he still had to fight for the opportunity to make money. If it is really like what Zhao Chen said, that Franklin bet 100 million per person, then the head tax alone would be enough to make him feel soft. As to whether the amount of money is more than 20 million, it is not certain, but the casino is not a black shop, and it is normal for some people to win and some to lose. Zhao Chen shook his head decisively. "Are you kidding me? Who knows if that yellow-haired monster has any underlings who can cheat? If I take the initiative to go to the second floor, then he is asking for trouble. Since I have built my power on the first floor today, I will do it from beginning to end on the first floor." There are so many brothers who support me. We'll broadcast it live today so that everyone can enjoy it, Zhao Chen said boldly. Suddenly, there was a thunderous cheer from the crowd. A showdown between kings? A battle involving huge amounts of money can best stimulate the pure hormones of these gamblers. What's more, today they met Zhao Chen, a bold gambler who mingled with them. Zhao Chen noticed that the man in the suit looked a little unnatural, so he smiled and patted the man who was at least 20 years older than him. Boss, this time we are taking up your place to compete. Even though it's on the first floor, you should follow the usual calculation method for the second floor. Zhao Chen didn't consider what the blonde boy was thinking at all. In his eyes, the other party's 100 million had already declared the ownership of human rights since the bet he made. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit instantly changed from being unhappy to being quite enthusiastic. But this was not to say that he valued the 100 or 200 million yuan in head fee. The main thing is that if Zhao Chen doesn't give it, it would be like his place is being taken advantage of for free. Who likes the feeling of being treated like a prostitute? But if you pay, it's different. Everyone who comes is a guest. Noise. Noise. Check. Noise. The bigger the noise, the better. The man in the suit hoped that they could attract the attention of all the gamblers in Las Vegas, so that the fame of their Venetian would once again resound throughout Las Vegas. The man in the suit patted his chest and guaranteed that this global live broadcast of the 100 million bet would become a classic among classics. The man in the suit also saw clearly that the strength of this young man was truly unfathomable. It didn't seem like cheating, but more like pure good luck. This is really intriguing. In Zhao Chen's arms, Hoz was still a little worried that Zhao Chen would lose the prize. Keep reminding me, is it time to go get the money? Zhao Chen also comforted her again and again, telling her not to worry. Suddenly, just as Hoz was preparing for another round of urging, the phone in Zhao Chen's arms rang. Zhao Chen stood up suddenly, laughed, and asked the man in the suit to borrow a few bodyguards. The man in the suit naturally accepted it with pleasure. Zhao Chen brought everyone to the bathroom and asked them to wait at the bathroom door. Zhao Chen made sure that there was no one in the bathroom and quickly took out 5 million in cash. After coming out, Zhao Chen carried it to 2 of the bodyguards and asked the 2 bodyguards with wide eyes to quickly move it to the gambling table. Continue, over and over again, until moving to the 70 million. Zhao Chen's small treasury also shrank by half. No one expected that Zhao Chen could actually take out cash directly, and it was just tied up without being put in a box. As for how the cash was delivered to the bathroom, we have to mention their methods. This back and forth only takes a little over 5 minutes. Chapter 153. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Jesse walked out of the casino, he immediately ordered his men to run to several nearby banks. Asked them to raise 1 billion franklin as quickly as possible. Although this seems unlikely, it is not a problem for the Great Cliff family. That Daxia guy? Humph. Wait till I get the money, and then I'll see how you're going to wrap it up. Jesse Cliff still doesn't believe that the man from Daxia can raise the 100 million for Franklin. Why are you taking so long? I'm so sleepy. Zhao Chen was eating and drinking at the table in the casino. People around him looked at this young man who was about to take part in a billion-dollar gamble with emotion. Even when there is a high probability that a fierce fight will break out, he can still eat delicious food so calmly. The delicacy is naturally the big boss of the Venetian, Malik Adams. As a big customer who is about to pay him a high head tax, how could Zhao Chen let his customer go hungry? After asking Zhao Chen and Hoz if they needed something to fill their stomachs, Zhao Chen calmly took the menu handed to him by the bodyguard next to him. I ordered the food casually as if I was in a restaurant. This, and this. I have never seen this before, I want it too. Because Zhao Chen promised the black suit boss a huge amount of head tax, he was not stingy when ordering dishes. Adams certainly had no objection. It was just some food. How much could it be worth? What's more, the Venetian hotel is just behind, so we can just ask their top chefs to prepare it. Soon, more than half an hour passed and Zhao Chen started eating the food, while Jean Mao was still busy raising cash. While eating, Zhao Chen asked Boss Adams in confusion, "Do you beautiful people have to work so hard to raise 100 million yuan?" The casino owner did not answer this question, which was full of traps. "You pretender, go ahead and pretend as much as you want, I don't care." When the 10th dish came, finally, yellow-haired Jesse, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, walked into the gate taking 3 steps at a time and 2 steps at a time cautiously. Each bodyguard held a large black leather box in his hand. As soon as Jesse entered the door, he saw Zhao Chen eating steak while being watched. "Humph, instead of raising money, you start eating first. Why, you can't wait to kneel down and beg for mercy." Zhao Chen was still dealing with the tenderloin on the plate. He raised his head to glance at the arrogant yellow-haired boy and pointed his elbows slightly. Jesse didn't notice Zhao Chen's little action. Boss Adams stood up and pointed to the card table surrounded by several bodyguards. The entire card table was neatly stacked with thousands of stacks of banknotes. Over 100 million francs. Jesse's eyes froze instantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the banks in Las Vegas are raising money for our Cliff family as soon as possible. How could a Dachau person like you be faster than me? It must be fake. Fake, Jesse said as he was about to rush over to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, he was pushed down by the bodyguards guarding the poker table. Boss Adams also came out and said, "Mr. Jesse, our casino has checked Mr. Lee Wei-Juan's money and there is no problem. Now you can choose to gamble with Mr. Lee or kneel down and call him daddy and leave. It is said that you should not hit someone in the face and you should not kill someone by destroying his or her heart." Adams had directly offended Jesse Cliff. Of course, the Adams family, and even Malik Adams himself, don't care about the resentment of a younger generation. Why? You want to go back on what you said? Zhao Chen finished the last piece of steak and said as he wiped his mouth with a gold handkerchief. Jesse's eyes became even gloomier. As a direct descendant of the Cliff family, it was absolutely impossible for him to do such a despicable thing. Haha, whether you shout or not, the end of the game will determine it. Since you've brought the money, why are you still talking so much? Let's get started. Zhao Chen smiled, but he was not harsh on the young man who was trying to change the subject. Then let's get started. As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, cheers broke out throughout the casino. They could foresee that this gamble concerning the ownership of 200 million francs would definitely go down in the history of Las Vegas. And they are all witnesses of history. The two of them were still using the high-end card table that Zhao Chen had made before. Even the dealer was still the timid dealer as before. Zhao Chen is quite optimistic about people who would look to the boss whenever something happens. Although the casino owner has an average relationship with this little yellow-haired guy, I'm afraid that the two of them are working together to play him. When you are out, it's always a good idea to be more careful. Because this is a 1v1 bet, there will naturally be no dealer. The rules of this type of blackjack are even more brutal and simple. The base bet is fixed. You raise the bet once for each hidden card dealt and once for each exposed card dealt. If you want to add more cards, you can also raise the bet before each addition. The cards can only be opened if the number of bets on both hands is equal. It has a bit of the Texas flavor, but the difference is also huge. At least for Zhao Chen, he knows clearly whether he should increase the bet every time. The only question now is how long the 100 million francs on the other side can keep losing. Chapter 154 Opportunity. At the card game, the blonde man sat upright. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose in his 40s. He did not participate in the competition, but could discuss with the little golden retriever whether to place or raise the bet. Similar to Haas on Zhao Chen's side. The difference is that Haas is just a useless vase. He can only be used to put flowers in it. The middle-aged man opposite looked like a seasoned veteran. In all likelihood, it was an elder in this yellow-haired family who was good at blackjack. Of course, it is not certain whether the elders in the United States said this, but this is the meaning anyway. There is never a shortage of such helpers in private gambling. It's just that Zhao Chen doesn't have the manpower. Yaoshi? Can that woman allow Zhao Chen to play cards seriously with another woman? You should have rebelled a long time ago. Fortunately, the task assigned to her could not be completed in a short time. Otherwise, if she came to the casino, Zhao Chen could not guarantee that the stupid woman would be able to see through his plan. Deal the cards. It was obvious that the little yellow-haired guy wanted to take the initiative in the game right from the start. However, it was this first sentence that exposed his lack of confidence. It's not the little yellow-haired guy's fault. This time, the little yellow-haired boy withdrew a total of 100 million francs from major banks in the name of his father. Promised to return it tonight at the latest. I originally wanted to use this to let that pretentious Dachau guy see what a real pretentious person is. Who would have thought that Zhao Chen could actually come up with 100 million? The little yellow-haired guy is not a fool. No matter where he is in the world, anyone who can easily take out $1 billion must be well-connected. If he hadn't really seen this guy feeling aggrieved, and his nominal fiancée was also in his hands, you may even be taken away for some in-depth communication. This is intolerable. I did it. Fortunately, to be on the safe side, I informed the family's chieftain, Mr. Allen, the underground gambling king of North America and a frequent guest in the Las Vegas Gambling King competition in advance. With Mr. Allen backing me up, I can say that I am sure to make money. Next, let's show this arrogant Dachau person what cruelty is. The competition officially begins. Faced with bets of 100 million each, the dealer's calves were shaking slightly with nervousness. But it can't be reflected on the arms. Otherwise, when the game is over, you won't be able to keep these arms anymore. This gambling game involved the casino's tens of millions of head taxes, so the owner Adams was naturally watching from the sidelines. The dealer first dealt a hidden card to the two of them. Zhao Chen took a look and saw the 6 of hearts. It's not too big or too small, it's okay. The most important thing is that you don't feel anything about your luck. Zhao Chen didn't even frown and threw 5 stacks of banknotes on. The feeling of directly throwing money is much more enjoyable than throwing chips. The little yellow-haired boy looked at himself and also looked at Alan. Seeing Mr. Allen nod slightly, the little yellow-haired boy immediately followed suit with 50,000 and added another 50,000. In the previous plan of Little Yellow Hair and Alan, nodding slightly means that the cards are very good and you can play them at will. Nodding vigorously means that the cards are average and you can scare them. If the other party resists, you can let go appropriately. Shaking your head is even more outrageous. If the amplitude is small, it means you will fold the card according to the situation, but if the amplitude is slightly larger, it means you will follow with all your might. Follow until death. At this time, Alan nodded slightly, and the little yellow-haired boy still did not hesitate at all. Of course, you don't have to worry about being guessed, because the needs are different every time. Of course, Zhao Chen didn't pay any attention to these at all. Since you have good luck, why should you try to guess what trap this guy might set? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen added another 50,000. The dealer continued to invent cards. Zhao Chen is an ace of hearts. Little Yellow Hair is a diamond king. Zhao Chen didn't say anything, took out the 200,000 and threw it onto the table. Looking at the other person's yellow hair with a smile, Alan spoke for the first time. Discard. Folding means not playing anymore. Zhao Chen got off to a successful start without any bloodshed. At the same time, Zhao Chen also looked at Alan, who was sitting next to him and playing dribbling, with interest. Sure, there is a high probability that Zhao Chen's cards are big cards. A can be used as both 1 and 11. So the probability of Zhao Chen getting 21 points is infinitely increased. The little yellow-haired boy's whole card is 7, and if he adds more cards, there is a high probability that he will explode. As for Zhao Chen, it is possible that he has 21, or at least 18 or 19. Haha, things are getting interesting. Zhao Chen said nothing and quietly took the money. Although 100,000 franklins are not a lot, they are definitely not a small number. Many families would not be able to save that much money even after decades of saving. In a casino, this amount of money is not taken seriously by anyone. In the next 5 or 6 games, the two basically went back and forth. Zhao Chen saw clearly that the little yellow-haired boy opposite him knew nothing at all. He had to ask the middle-aged man for instructions no matter what cards he had. His acting was not professional. What to do? Zhao Chen helped and made him win or lose more naturally. People on both sides are laying the groundwork for big things to come. Only the spectators around. Oh, and the blonde beauty Hewis beside Zhao Chen were watching with fear and nervousness. Finally, an opportunity for both of them came. Chapter 155 Add cards. Please both parties raise the bet. After dealing the hidden cards, the dealer spoke his official language as usual. Zhao Chen glanced at the hidden card and frowned slightly. But it returned to normal soon. As the winner of the previous round, Zhao Chen placed the bet first. I'm tired of playing these few small cards, so I'm going to play something bigger this time, 200,000. Although Zhao Chen's frown was slight, how could he hide it from this old fox Alan? Alan immediately judged that the opponent's trump card was between 6 and 8. It is a very easy card to play. There was no need for Alan to signal at all. After seeing his own cards, the little yellow-haired boy couldn't help but follow up with 200,000. This made Alan a little dissatisfied, but fortunately the other guy was always struggling with his own cards and did not notice Master Jesse's impulse. The dealer continued to deal cards, and Zhao Chen's was a 9 of diamonds. And little yellow-haired Jesse is the 5 of spades. As soon as the truth was revealed, Zhao Chen's eyes shrank suddenly and unconsciously. In most people, this is a sign of anger, but in a casino, Alan knew that this guy must be feeling very uncomfortable being stuck. Zhao Chen smiled, pretending to be calm, and said, I didn't expect that I would be the one to speak in the second round. 9 of diamonds, then 9 million. Hiss. The scene suddenly became lively. Although both of them did have a bet of 100 million, the previous few bets were all in the hundreds of thousands, and suddenly it reached 1 million, or 9 million at that, which was really outrageous. It's close to 1/10 of the total assets. The little yellow-haired boy sitting opposite Zhao Chen was a little flustered. 9 million was already a very outrageous number. The little yellow-haired boy looked at Alan. Alan did not respond with any expression, but just a simple word. And the little yellow-haired boy didn't hesitate and followed 9 million. Zhao Chen looked at the little yellow-haired boy with some incredibility, not quite understanding why the other party dared to challenge him. Alan, who was sitting opposite, saw Zhao Chen's expression and became more certain of his thoughts. Sir, Are you still going to add more cards? If not, we will have to add more cards. Alan killed Zhao Chun without hesitation and had no intention of giving him any way out. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, "Add it. Why not add it? Not only will I add more, I will add another 20 million. As Zhao Chen spoke, he waved his hand and pushed away two of the huge mountains of money in front of him. Oh my God! There were cheers from the audience, but more people were wondering if Zhao Chun was being too impulsive. Even Hawes was very surprised to hear Zhao Chen say this. He took Zhao Chen's hand and said, "Honey, calm down. It's okay to take your time." Hawes was very worried that Zhao Chun would make a rash bet in the heat of the moment. In her heart, this Xia man had truly entered her heart. "Shut up and don't bother me when I'm playing cards." Rarely, Zhao Chen not only did not listen to the advice, but blamed the woman instead. Then he let go of her hand and let the woman stand aside. Hawes was also stunned. In her impression, men would never have such a gambler side. Is he really crazy? The little yellow-haired boy and Alan, who were sitting opposite Zhao Chun, were already beaming with joy in their hearts. Zhao Chen's performance is simply the key sign of a gambler who is addicted. He doesn't recognize any relatives. And generally when this situation occurs, the cards in your hand are definitely bad, very bad. Another open card was dealt, the 6 of clubs. Zhao Chen's expression remained unchanged, but his micro-expressions were a little out of control. Alan immediately caught the lack of confidence of this Xia man. "We want to add more cards, too." After Alan commanded the little yellow-haired boy to push up 20 million, he added another card. Oh, God, 5 of hearts. Little yellow hair and Alan couldn't help but look at each other, 21. However, they regretted it as soon as they looked at each other. They were so excited that they forgot they were betting. The Xia kid on the opposite side will definitely be able to see the clues. The two turned to look at Zhao Chun, just in time to see Zhao Chun put down his empty wine glass. Zhao Chun looked at the dealer and asked, "What card did the other side add?" Although the two players were only a few meters apart, Zhao Chun still asked the dealer. Obviously, Zhao Chun is a little tipsy. There is a high probability that he is already busted, otherwise he wouldn't give up on himself. "Sir, if you want a drink, you can wait until the game is over. The game is still going on now. Please don't let this game become a laughing stock." Even the casino owner couldn't stand it anymore and gave a reminder. Zhao Chun was already a little tipsy, and he immediately refused to do it when he heard this. "Who the hell are you calling a laughing stock? I could be a laughing stock. Ha 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 ha, keep adding cards." Zhao Chun shouted hysterically. Not only that, Zhao Chun didn't even look at the cards he added, and pushed out 3 mountains of money in one go. 30 million francs. "Boy, do you dare to follow?" Zhao Chun said this in a provocative manner. Seeing that Zhao Chun followed without even looking at the cards, Little Yellow Hair and Alan were 100% sure that Zhao Chun had busted. The way he looks now is nothing more than hoping to scare his opponent away with a fluke. What a pity. Under normal circumstances, the little yellow-haired boy would not dare to gamble big, but now he has a hand of blackjack in his hand. Then, followed. Call. But I don't have to raise. It was obvious that the little yellow-haired boy had a pretty big hand. The little yellow-haired boy smiled proudly. Zhao Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. This time it was too obvious. Not only the little yellow-haired boy, but Alan saw it clearly. Even the casino owner Adams, the dealer, and many spectators at the scene noticed this detail. Even Haas was pulling Zhao Chen's arm and begging him not to continue. If he gave up now, it was not impossible for him to turn the tables later. Obviously, there were many people at the scene who could see that Zhao Chun had already exploded. The card Zhao Chun just wanted was the 4 of clubs. In terms of the points of the open cards, unless Zhao Chen's hidden card is A or 2. Otherwise, it would have been a bust. Alan and Little Yellow Hair were so happy that the opponent's cards were most likely to be more than 5 points. In this round, the Xia man has already lost. Zhao Chun had a gloomy face and didn't care about the outside world's fluctuations, noise, or even ridicule. With a wave of his hand, he pushed away all the mountain of money in front of him. Zhao Chun is going all in. A huge wave suddenly arose at the scene. When Ha saw Zhao Chun ruthlessly pushing out all the franklins, he slumped in his seat helplessly. The little yellow-haired boy and Alan on the opposite side suddenly showed joy in their eyes. Because in their opinion, Zhao Chen's hidden card is definitely a big one. If it was an A when it was dealt to 9 for the first time, it would already be 20 points. How could he be so entangled and hesitant to add more? As for if it is 2, it is highly unlikely, even if it is. We are all in the blackjack game, and no one is afraid of anyone. We're all in 2. The little yellow-haired boy said proudly. The scene suddenly became extremely hot. Finally, the ultimate war broke out. Soon, the winner will be decided. Although in the eyes of most people, the winner is already determined. And Haas looked at Zhao Chun with a deathly pale face. The strange thing is that after the little yellow-haired boy played all in, Zhao Chun's originally rosy face gradually returned to normal. Even the corners of his mouth curved to an extremely exaggerated degree. She looked at the little yellow-haired boy and Alan with smiling eyes. Then Zhao Chun looked confidently at the stunned dealer and said, "Add a card." Chapter 156 Seal. Add a card. Zhao Chun changed his previous timid attitude and spoke calmly to the dealer. Not only did the people around Zhao Chun feel that the man in front of them seemed to have become a different person in an instant, but the spectators who were watching the excitement also felt that the man who had just been pretentious had suddenly become calm and confident. This sudden change scared the little yellow-haired boy and Alan opposite Zhao Chun, but they soon calmed down. The points of Zhao Chun's 3 open cards have reached 19 points. Even if the hidden card is an A, then he has only one possibility to win. Add a card to get an A. However, because it's a 2-person duel, every game is a new deck of cards. Zhao Chun has an A in his hole. The yellow-haired man has an A in his hole card. Huang Mao has 3 hidden cards. Zhao Chun now has a total of 4 cards in his hand. A deck of cards, excluding the jokers, has 52 cards. This means there are only 2 A's left out of the remaining 45 cards. A 2 in 45 chance. Zhao Chun, this is a big gamble. This young man never stopped getting 20 points twice. Countless people on the field side like this. On the other hand, little yellow hair and Alan, who had figured out the accounts, not only did not feel nervous, but were secretly delighted. This is because they guessed that our hand is 21. Alan touched his stubble. Knowing that the opponent has 21, you still go for it. Go and bet on the tiny probability. I don't know if such a person is stupid or crazy, but no matter what, with a probability of less than 10, they have to take the gamble. No matter how many times Xiao Huang Mao and Alan do this business, it will never be enough. You're still young. Casino owner Adams shook his head slightly. He had been running the casino for many years and could still see this situation. However, in his opinion, Zhao Chun had basically no chance of winning. In a casino, a chance of winning of less than 10 basically means no chance of winning. Everyone present was well aware of this. However, Zhao Chun insisted on betting on that last chance, etc. Just when the honest dealer was about to deal the cards, the little yellow-haired boy opposite Zhao Chun interrupted. "Mr. Li Weijun, right? We are acquainted now. It has come to the end. Why not make a private bet?" The little yellow-haired boy had an obvious smirk on his face, not hiding his contempt for Zhao Chun at all. Zhao Chun was also happy. This little yellow-haired boy was simply a living bodhisattva. I've already given away 100 million, and you still want to give more? But it's okay. At this time, Zhao Chun was also confident and fearless. The little yellow-haired boy smiled and said, "I just arrived a little late. So, if I win this bet, the punishment for being late will be forgiven. If you win, not only will I fulfill my promise, I will also walk around the casino on my knees. How about that?" The little yellow-haired boy is quite confident in the cards he has, and he is also trying to restore his dignity. Even if he finally won the 100 million franklin, he would be forced to shout out such words as if it were a humiliation to his country. Then you still can't have a place to stand in the family. The most you can do is be a wealthy man with 100 million franklins. This is not the meaning of Jesse Cliff's life. He is the man who will stand at the top of the beautiful country. Zhao Chun looked at the little yellow-haired boy as if he were a fool. "What's wrong with you, man? Whether you walk on your knees or not has nothing to do with me." Reject. Zhao Chun didn't hesitate at all and just ignored him. Seeing Zhao Chun's refusal, the little yellow-haired boy was not angry, but happy instead. He is not confident that he can win. This Desiam man knew that he would most likely lose, so he would not agree to his own suggestion. "In that case, let's change the bet to 20 million. If you win, I'll pay you an extra 20 million franklins. Of course, if you lose, then apart from the 100 million you lost to me, the rest will be written off. I don't blame you for molesting my fiancée either." Zhao Chun frowned, looking very dissatisfied. But deep down, this sucker, this kind-hearted person. What a kind-hearted person. I have never heard such an outrageous request in my life. He insisted on taking the 20 million himself. Of course, I didn't expect that the word dad could be worth 20 million. Are those foreign punks so shameless? Zhao Chun thought for a moment, crossed his hands as if thinking, and suddenly said, "How about this? Let's just pretend we haven't started this round yet. Let's take back each other's bets and start over. Let's just pretend that little bet never happened. How about it?" Zhao Chun cleverly retreated in order to advance. "No." Before the little yellow-haired boy could reply, when Alan heard that Zhao Chun wanted to restart the game, he immediately refused. In the eyes of this old hand, Master Jesse is sure to win this game. How can the opponent want to escape at this time? Absolutely impossible. Huang Mao also laughed. He knew that the other party had begun to give in, which made him feel very good. Sir, you know this is impossible. Give me another reason. Zhao Chen thought about it again for a moment. 20 million, fine. But it's not that I won 20 million, but the first bet is 20 million. Whether you win or lose, the 20 million is your loss to me. If I lose this 100 million to you, I will still have 20 million in capital. Of course, if I win, you will lose the 100 million to me, but you will still owe me 20 million. Zhao Chun said with gritted teeth. Now it's the little yellow-haired guy's turn to be confused. He just quantified the stakes into $20 million because he thought that this Daxia guy would definitely not win. But if you take it out alone, that means I can only earn 80 million. I feel so sad, Sob. If you don't agree, then don't mention it again. I don't care if I win or lose. You have to fulfill your previous bet. It seems like a good idea to spend 100 million to recognize the son of a big family. Zhao Chen saw the little yellow-haired boy in deep thought and couldn't help but fan the flames. Done. Isn't it just 20 million? Just consider it a small loss of 20 million. Little Yellow Hair thought that his dream was the sea of stars. It's Congress. It's the White House. Suddenly I feel that 20 million is just that. So he said proudly, Master. Alan shouted anxiously from the side. One sentence for 20 million. This Daxia guy has made a good calculation. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, In that case, let's seal the deal. Go and collect the money. When you get 20 million for me, we can continue. The little yellow-haired boy looked surprised and replied, Can't we just end this bet first? Then I can give you 2,000 from the bet, right? Zhao Chen shook his head and said, I'm not very confident in the character of some of your beautiful countrymen. You should collect the money first and then continue the competition. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, the little yellow-haired boy's expression slowly changed from surprise to, So that's it. Haha, Daxia people. This is what you are thinking. Are you planning to cheat during our card ban period? Don't even think about it. Chapter 157, So many people. As for sealing the card, no need to worry. Just wait for me to make a call. The little yellow-haired boy had an expression that said, I see through you, on his face, and then he started making a phone call in a proud manner. Hey, President Smith. Yes, I'm Jesse Cliff. Yes, I asked you to raise 20 million just now, right? It was not needed just now, but now it is needed again. Get ready, and I will have my men get it now. After hanging up the phone, the little yellow-haired boy looked at Zhao Chun with a smile on his face. Daxiao people, you didn't expect that. People from my Cliff family don't need to raise money themselves. Consider these 20 million as alms from this young master to you. As for your little plan, don't bother with it. It's useless. The cameras here are accurate to the millimeter. The slowest can be 200 times slower. You don't stand a chance. As the little yellow-haired boy said this, he excitedly took a big sip of champagne. I have to say that the champagne that is usually prepared for guests in the casino is something he would even disdain when he was asked to wash his hands at other times, but drinking it at this moment is an incomparable pleasure. After drinking the champagne, the little yellow-haired boy turned his gaze to Huas, who was ignored by Zhao Chun, and said, Some women can't see the true face of men, and their eyes are blinded by a little fight. Who is the dragon and who is the insect will soon be revealed. Haas turned around and looked at Jessie coldly without answering. She looked at Zhao Chun lovingly again. She also prayed to Jesus for Zhao Chun in her heart. Lord, let this man in front of me rule the world and win this game. Until now, Hua's eyes are still full of Zhao Chun. The little yellow-haired boy saw the whole scene without any concealment. The more he watched, the angrier he got. I simply turned my attention to the pretty girls in the audience. Soon, the little yellow-haired man's men came in carrying black boxes. The little yellow-haired boy turned his head and signaled his men to give the 20 million to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun opened the box in an orderly manner and began to check it, making the little yellow-haired boy so angry that he almost vomited blood. Holy shit, I haven't even tried it yet, and I'm still worried there might be problems? Zhao Chun thought. Of course, he had to check it, as these 20 million would go into his own piggy bank. After checking that everything was correct, Zhao Chun shamelessly pushed the 20 million in front of him. I'll raise the bet by another 20 million. Zhao Chen's behavior made the little yellow-haired boy so angry that he almost vomited blood. The audience also started joking and discussing. Daxiao people, stop wasting time. You are doing something meaningless. The little yellow-haired boy suddenly became angry and almost started cursing. I'm sorry, sir. The rules of this bet are 100 million Franklin per person. You are not allowed to raise the bet suddenly. Of course, if it's a private bet between you, you can, but it requires the other party's consent. The dealer stood up at this time and explained the rules to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and said, "Ah, is that so? I didn't know that." As he said this, he was about to take down the 20 million that had just been pushed onto the table. Wait a moment. This time it was not the little yellow-haired boy who spoke, but the old gambler Alan who was next to the little yellow-haired boy. Alan took out a bank draft from the Rural Credit Union of the United States and handed it to Adams, the casino owner standing beside him. "Sir, this bank draft contains 30 million francs, and it is payable in any of the 50 states of the United States. You can ask the casino owner here to find an expert to identify it. If there is no problem, although the 30 million is not cash, I will treat it as 20 million cash and make a private bet with you. How about it?" Alan lowered his eyelids and looked at Zhao Chun with a smile. These 30 million are Alan's half-life savings. He takes it out now just to earn the last 20 million that Zhao Chun has saved. At the same time, Alan turned to the somewhat confused little yellow-haired boy and gave him a look that said, "Don't worry about me. What I mean is, young master, you make 80 million, so just give me a share of the profits, and I will just make the 20 million. Only then did the little yellow-haired boy realize that he was so angry. "Shouldn't you be happy if the other party returns the money to you? Oh, forget it. Alan has come here anyway, and it doesn't seem appropriate to not let him make any money. Of course, the most important thing is that I have been squeezed dry. Let alone 20 million. It is unlikely that I can even come up with 2 million. All right." After Zhao Chun saw the casino owner and several experts check and confirmed everything was correct, he nodded helplessly. "I just wanted to have fun, but I didn't expect someone would actually come forward to give me money. Oh hey, thank you. Deal the cards." After confirming that there would be no follow-up, the casino owner said to the dealer, "Because everyone is present during the gambling, and there is a 360-degree camera above everyone with no blind spots, it can be said that no one will have the opportunity to cheat during the betting period. The dealer also knows that this card of his will tip the balance of the game, so his arms tremble slightly when he uses the ruler to deal the cards." But at this time, the casino owner obviously didn't care about this detail. Zhao Chun, little yellow-haired Jesse, casino master Alan, casino owner, and blonde beauty Fox. Thousands of gamblers present and tens of thousands of viewers in front of the TV are all extremely concerned about the true appearance of this card. Flip. Ace of clubs. Hiss. At the moment the cards were flipped, almost everyone on the field except Zhao Chun took a deep breath. Zhao Chun is naturally full of confidence that he can win this game. "I have good luck. Who the hell else can I rely on?" The audience present also witnessed this billion-dollar gamble that is destined to go down in history. As for the little yellow-haired boy and Alan on the opposite side, their faces turned pale as if they had eaten cockroaches. Alan originally just came here to offer some suggestions, and winning or losing actually has nothing to do with him. But when he placed the bank draft for 30 million, his heart was also hooked. How is that possible? 245%. 122.5. Damn it. How is that possible? Impossible. Impossible. Your trump card cannot possibly be an A. Absolutely not. The first one to lose control was the little yellow-haired Jesse. He has forgotten how many times he has said impossible tonight, but he still wants to say that the other party can't be 5 little dragons blackjack. Absolutely not. 100 million. 120 million. Add to that Alan's 30 million promissory note. 150 million. How could I lose? Zhao Chen didn't say anything, but just signaled the dealer to open the cards. This time Zhao Chen didn't even bother to pass the ball, so as to avoid being accused of cheating. The dealer glanced towards his boss. Adams nodded slightly, then gave Zhao Chen a faint smile. As a casino owner, he also admired Zhao Chen's courage. The scene suddenly became as quiet as the anechoic chamber in Oldfield, USA. Even the sound of breathing was stagnant. The total points of Zhao Chen's 4 open cards are 20. So, if Zhao Chen wants to win, there is only one possibility. The dealer slowly reached into Zhao Chen's whole cards with the ruler, just as slowly as when he dealt the cards. Then flip it over heavily. Ace of spades. 5 little dragons blackjack. The cheers at the scene were deafening. The blonde beauty Horst, who had been ignored for the entire game, suddenly jumped 3 feet high in her high heels and hugged Zhao Chen's neck. Fortunately, Zhao Chen quickly covered the woman's passionate red lips with his hand. It was just an act. That was enough. If Xiao Yanzi knew about this, wouldn't her teeth be so sour? Haas had been ignored the entire time, and when he saw that the man refused to let him kiss her, he suddenly felt as aggrieved as an 80-pound child. Zhao Chun patted the woman's shoulders and comforted her. Good boy, there are so many people here. Chapter 158 We meet again. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Hos realized that in addition to those who were cheering and shouting, there were also countless people taking pictures of them and making heart shapes with their hands. Suddenly, the woman's face turned red like fire. Some are happy, and some are sad. The little yellow-haired guy and Alan opposite Zhao Chun saw that the Daxia guy's trump card was turned over, and it was really an A. Suddenly, the two of them collapsed in their seats with dull expressions. The casino bodyguards ruthlessly pushed the banknotes in front of their faces towards Zhao Chun. Only then did the little yellow-haired Jesse react. No pushing. You can't push. My money. It's all my money. Jesse's expression is just like that of a gambler who has lost everything in the casino. How can the casino bodyguards let him get what he wants? The two bodyguards wearing black sunglasses skillfully grabbed Jesse's arms. Jesse's bodyguards were also very upset about their boss's misconduct. Can't afford to lose. Compared to Jesse, who was screaming all the time, the old gambler Alan was the one who was actually slumped in his seat, staring at his rural credit union promissory note without moving. Zhao Chun took the promissory note in one hand and looked at it carefully. You should know that Zhao Chun also has a rural credit union savings card in their county. Every year's scholarship during school was deposited into that card. The whole person lives on one card. It's a pity that the promissory notes in the United States look nothing like those in China, otherwise I could keep them as a souvenir. Zhao Chun threw the promissory note to Adams, the casino owner who was standing aside and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Boss, the head tax for this bet will be calculated at 20 million. Is everything all right? Zhao Chun looked at Adams and said, No problem. Absolutely no problem. When Adams heard that Zhao Chun was going to pay, his whole face suddenly turned into a chrysanthemum. It was difficult for an old man in his 40s or 50s to smile so ambiguously. For the remaining 10 million, you can take it in cash or transfer it directly to this lady's card. Anyway, the remaining 10 million belongs to this lady. Zhao Chun signaled the casino owner to transfer the remaining money to Huas. And Huas in Zhao Chun's arms was completely confused. June, what are you doing? Huas's way of addressing Zhao Chun was upgraded again. Huas didn't quite understand why Zhao Chun wanted to give her 10 million yuan when he had worked so hard to win the money with great luck. Zhao Chun smiled and scratched the tall and delicate nose of the blonde beauty Huas and explained, If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have such good luck. I won't meet this sucker. This casino owner has already received 20 million in head taxes. I'll give you 10 million. Is that a problem? Zhao Chun said this lovingly and even joked about the casino owner. Adams chuckled and didn't respond. Hua's face suddenly turned red beyond words, and a wonderful feeling of happiness burst out in his heart again. Hua realized that she had truly met the person she was destined to love for the rest of her life. In fact, 10 million is indeed a lot, but for Haas's family, 10 million is not a huge amount. But how should the 10 million be used? Should it be used wisely or given away? It's completely different. Just like doing research in China, if it is truly effective research that is beneficial to the country and the people, let alone 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, or 10 billion. For the country, if you dare to ask for it, I dare to approve it. But if you are giving it as a gift to someone, don't even think about getting a penny. In the country, giving someone more than 10,000 daxia coins for no reason constitutes a crime of bribery. How much did Zhao Chun give? 10 million franklins, converted at the exchange rate, is more than 67 million great xia coins. How many people would be sentenced to life imprisonment for this? This is what really shocked Haas. 10 million, just give it away. He must love me so much. Haas thought to himself. However, Zhao Chun just thought that it was a blessing to have this girl today. Otherwise, let alone whether he could win the 150 million, even the more than 30 million he just entered the casino would not be easy to win. It can be said that this blonde girl is a real and reliable tool in today's gambling game. For a woman like this who is born with acting skills, her true feelings are countless times more reliable than Yao Shi's poor acting skills. If Huas was replaced by Yao Shi, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to stop talking. Adams arranged for people to drag away the panic-stricken Jesse and Alan, while outside there were layers of spectators watching the fun. Adams whispered to Zhao Chun, Mr. Li Weijun, there are too many people here. I'll have my men count the money for you later. Please come to our room and sit down. The current situation is that Zhao Chun's reputation has been thoroughly established, and he is also very confident, as he is both the longevity voucher and the form and spirit voucher. He is not afraid of any unexpected events, especially with his hidden and unfathomable background and Haas's family background. It can be said that Zhao Chun is quite calm. Follow the boss Adams and slowly walk into the second floor of the casino. The second floor is not only a place for private gambling, but also a place for Adams and other upper-class people to rest. Of course, Adams would not take Zhao Chun to see the monitoring room or anything like that. I entered a large lounge, and the lights in the lounge were already on. Zhao Chen keenly noticed that there was a thin, middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the hall. Jason Adams. Zhao Chen immediately recognized the man who gave him 100 million in cash. Jason also noticed Zhao Chen approaching and quickly stood up to greet him. Hello again, Mr. Zhao. Jason walked towards Zhao Chen with enthusiasm, greeting him as he walked. Zhao Chen's face darkened. I had disguised myself very well, and there was no mistake in the route I took, but this guy recognized me right away. It can only be money. There's a problem with money. After Jason greeted Zhao Chen, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw that Zhao Chen ignored him, so he turned his gaze to the woman next to Zhao Chen. Oh, this beautiful lady must be Miss Haas Jones, the princess of the Jones family. I was at your birthday party on your first birthday. Jason spoke to Haas in a familiar manner, and it didn't seem like they were meeting for the first time at all. Of course, according to Jason, if 1-year-old is counted, it is not the first time they have met. Who are you? Huasi was about to ask why he was Mr. Zhao. Isn't your last name Li? He was greeted by the middle-aged man in front of him. Take a closer look. Mr. Jason Adams? Oh my God. Haas covered his mouth in surprise, which was rare. Jason Adams is one of the top 5 super-rich families in the United States. He is also the youngest head of the Adams family. It can be said that this middle-aged man is the man standing at the top of the United States in terms of finance, military, and other aspects. Jason obviously knew why the woman was surprised, and he was unusually embarrassed, and replied, "These are just minor achievements." Then he greeted the casino owner who brought them in. "Malik, take this beautiful lady to withdraw money or transfer money." The casino owner nodded respectfully, then took Haas out. Before leaving, Haas glanced at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at him and said, "Don't worry." Only then did Haas feel at ease and followed the casino owner out of the room. When only Zhao Chen and Jason were left in the room, Jason said again, "Mr. Zhao Chen, we meet again." Jason had a warm smile on his face that made people feel exhausted. Zhao Chen sat down on the sofa and asked jokingly, "Mr. Jason, you should explain the money matter to me first." Zhao Chen smiled, ready to take action at any time. Chapter 159, Oh 300 billion. Oh Mr. Zhao Chen, I really didn't expect that the first sentence you said to me would be this. I thought you would be quite surprised to see an old friend like me. Haha, how can we be considered old friends if we've only met once? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, Adams, well, it seems that this casino is one of your family's businesses. Zhao Chen looked around the room and was impressed by this magnificent lounge. Jason Adams nodded and replied, to be precise, it's just an ordinary casino opened by an insignificant member of our family. Jason said modestly, oh, just SOSO? Las Vegas is a world-class gambling city. The Venetian casino opened by your family is one of the 3 largest casinos in Las Vegas. Is this just an ordinary casino? Zhao Chen wondered. This middle-aged man seemed to be pretending to be very cool. Jason shrugged non-committally and replied, of course, my dear sir. There are many more famous casinos in the world than Las Vegas. The Kuan Palace Casino in Dubai, the Hyatt Hotel Casino in Argentina, the Marina Bay Sands Hotel Casino in Singapore. Of course, your Wynn Casino in Jinghao and the Venetian Resort Hotel in Jinghao are the real gambling meccas. It's a pity that you are from Daxia, Mr. Zhao Chen, and you are an official. Otherwise, I would have to accompany you to these big casinos to have fun for a few days. Zhao Chen expected Jason to know his identity, so he was not surprised at all and said modestly, you're right. I have no interest in gambling. I never find gambling interesting. I never gamble in Daxia. At the same time, Zhao Chen asked with a little curiosity, I remember that the Venetian in Jinghao was modeled after your Las Vegas. How come you let the counterfeit compare with you? Zhao Chen teased. Jason immediately explained with a smile on his face. Oh my dear guest, you must have never been to the Mirror Trench in your country. There is a real gambling paradise. A $100 million bet might attract a lot of attention in Las Vegas, but it's not even a big deal there. In Jinghao, any decent casino is countless times better than the Venetian in Las Vegas now. This place has undergone many years of transformation. It is no longer mainly for gambling. In recent years, even the lottery tickets in our family have been abandoned, which shows that the speed of making money is no longer what it used to be. Jason said this while sighing with a look of regret. That money of yours should have your family's unique logo, right? It's impossible that you, a busy man, happened to be in Las Vegas and happened to see me gambling. Zhao Chen said. Jason smiled and explained. Dear guest, please do not misunderstand. After all, this money was transferred from our Adams family bank. As a form of anti-counterfeiting, we have a set of special identification facilities. Only the money that comes out of our family bank. Jason's explanation was flawless. Zhao Chen laughed. My goodness, these big families in the United States can't really print their own money, right? They even run their own banks. Tell me why you came to see me. Enough of that nonsense. That woman should be back soon, Zhao Chen said impatiently. Jason was not annoyed by Zhao Chen's tone. On the contrary, as the leader of a family, his attitude towards Zhao Chen was so respectful that outsiders would be shocked if they saw it. Jason stood up and poured Zhao Chen a cup of tea, then slowly explained his purpose. Mr. Zhao Chen, do you know how surprised I was when I saw your picture on the National Security Bureau's wanted poster? Jason said as he handed the tablet computer in his hand to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took a glance and thought, It was a photo of himself and Yang Yin when they entered the hotel. The pixels are too poor and his handsome appearance is not reflected at all. I have to say, the pixels of your beautiful country's phones are not as good as the landlines of the elderly in my village. It was a rare opportunity for Zhao Chen to play an international joke on this international friend. Although Jason didn't get any laughs from it, he could feel that it was a joke. Mr. Zhao Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to do missions with someone like Lord Pluto. Looking back now, there must have been some hidden reason why you came to our event. Jason said enthusiastically. Oh, you are really right about this. If it wasn't for completing the system's stupid tasks, would you have nothing better to do than to travel across the ocean to stay on a deserted island for a month? Although the final 100 million bonus was quite a surprise, well, it's just quite a surprise. You're still missing the point. Zhao Chen deliberately glanced at his Rolex watch, suggesting that he should stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Jason hurriedly continued. That's right. Mr. Zhao Chen, you may not have received any news these days. Lord Pluto has returned to his country. The international court severely criticized Lord Pluto for his unauthorized actions against the U.S. Navy and the USS Ronald Reagan. It also demanded that Daxia pay 1.2 trillion francs in compensation for the personnel and the loss of the aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Wow, the United States is really good at asking for a lot, and it starts with trillions. In comparison, the little money I earned today wouldn't even make a splash if I threw it in. Then what? Zhao Chen asked with interest. Jason continued. Daxia certainly disagrees. Not only does it disagree, it also demands that the United States compensate Daxia personnel Yang Yin for the mental damages he suffered while on the island abroad. It is illegal to claim that the United States has gathered troops to attack Pluto's island without any basis. It not only makes people on the island panic, but also seriously affects the tourism income of Pluto, the owner of the island. Tourism income? Zhao Chen was stunned when he heard this. The diplomats of Daxia said that according to incomplete statistics, Pluto probably lost about 1.5 trillion francs. After subtracting the two, they still asked the United States to compensate Pluto for 300 billion francs. Zhao Chen finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Did our diplomats really say that? Zhao Chen really admired the big guy's eloquence. They could turn black into white and white into transparent. Jason also laughed and continued. The U.S. government naturally refused to acknowledge the compensation bill, claiming it was slander and defamation. But your Daxia diplomats produced a form that was more than 10 meters long, which detailed the continuous losses caused by the island's inability to carry out normal tourism over the past 3 years. The fun thing is, after all the procedures, Lord Pluto is indeed going to lose 1.5 trillion francs. In court, Lord Pluto was stunned. He dismantled the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet for no apparent reason, and the U.S. owed him 300 billion. It is said that this time your diplomats from Daxia also brought along Zhang San, your famous lawyer from Daxia. So the United States has always been at a disadvantage in court. In addition, Lord Pluto, who has recovered from his shock, is arguing with Daxia again, saying that the United States is asking for compensation from Daxia. Why should he use his personal property to offset it? He asked Daxia to return 1.5 trillion francs national debt to the United States, and the United States should return all 1.5 trillion francs to him personally. Chapter 160. Are you okay? Zhao Chen couldn't stop laughing. His mighty elder brother must have colluded with Daxia to cause trouble. 1.5 trillion. Oh my goodness. One dares to calculate, the other dares to admit it. So this international court ended in a joke dispute. The final result is that the United States will compensate Mr. Pluto with 340 billion francs, but will require Mr. Pluto to shorten the holding period of the island from the current 91 years to 20 years. It seems that the diplomats are also drooling over the profitability of this small island. Then Lord Pluto swaggered back to Daxia with Daxia's diplomats and took away 340 billion foreign exchange reserves of the United States. Zhao Chen really didn't expect that the international court would be so ridiculous this time. It was a waste of time that he was still worrying about this elder brother. 300 billion. I still have a long way to go. I sank another aircraft carrier and got a tip. No, I have to give Brother Young a good beating when I return after this mission is over. So, what did you ask me to do? Zhao Chen now had nothing on his mind and was in a much better mood. When he urged Jason again, his tone was not so cold and dry. Jason also heard the softening of Zhao Qin's tone and quickly stated his purpose. Mr. Zhao Qin, my Adams family has never been in cahoots with those people in Congress. We have always been a strong supporter of Lord Pluto. What we mean is that we hope you can give us a chance to introduce Lord Pluto to us. You know, in the United States, having the protection of Lord Pluto is like having a talisman. Jason felt it was outrageous when he thought about how Pluto had killed all the top officials of the United States and no one could do anything to stop him. Jason once again expressed his deep feeling that his supreme power was beyond the limits of worldly affairs. An entire fleet of aircraft carriers was destroyed and hundreds of American officials involved were killed. The punishment I got was that my own island was reduced in age. They also received hundreds of billions of dollars in state compensation. It sounds like a joke. It would be a huge loss for the Adams family if they couldn't make friends with such a top figure. However, there is a huge opportunity in front of Jason now. Can Jason not seize it? Zhao Qin showed a look of understanding. Good guy. You want me to be a lobbyist? The reputation of his eldest brother has reached the ears of the patriarch of this top family. Isn't this big tiger skin more fragrant than the tiger skin of Commander Li Daobo? Zhao Qin scratched his chin and said embarrassedly, Mr. Jason, you don't know this. In fact, Pluto and I are not only partners in missions, but we are also brothers. If we're just acquaintances, I'll just introduce him to you. But Yang Yin is my elder brother. What if I introduce you to him and you betray him? No, don't mention this matter anymore. I, Zhao Qin, would do anything for my brothers. How could I possibly do something that could harm my eldest brother? Zhao Qin took a step back and directly refused. When Jason heard Zhao Qin say that he was Pluto's brother, he immediately showed joy on his face. But when he heard Zhao Qin reject his proposal with this reason, he was immediately surprised. Mr. Zhao Qin, you misunderstood. How could I, Jason Adams, be disrespectful to Lord Pluto? Jason explained it with great care, not caring whether Zhao Qin was really on close terms with Hades or not, and simply changed the way he addressed him to honorifics. Zhao Qin smacked his lips and murmured, I'm afraid you may only know a person's face but not his heart. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers. Jason swallowed. Knowing a lot about Daxia culture, he roughly understood what Zhao Qin meant. Jason slowly raised 3 fingers and said, Mr. Zhao Qin, do you think this number is enough? Zhao Qin shook his head without even looking at it. Do you think I'm such a shallow person? Can you get rid of me with just a few words? Just a few words. You think the money is too little? Jason moistened his lips with his tongue, slowly added 2 more fingers, and said, Mr. Zhao Qin, what about this? Zhao Qin glanced at him slightly this time and said absent-mindedly, It's a little off. Jason understood and slowly stretched out another hand, adding 3 more fingers. It was obvious that the leader of the Adams family did not grasp the essence of Daxia culture and did not even understand how to use a hand to express numbers. This time, Zhao Qin sat up and extended his hand to Adams. Telephone. Zhao Qin was not stupid enough to use his own cell phone to call Yang Yin, even though the probability of being exposed was only 1 in 10,000. Jason handed the phone to Zhao Qin in confusion. Zhao Qin asked, Your phone should be able to make international calls, right? Jason nodded blankly. Seeing Jason nod, Zhao Qin felt relieved and dialed a number skillfully. Beep, beep, beep. After waiting for a long time, just when Zhao Qin was feeling a little embarrassed being stared at by Jason and was wondering whether he should just hang up, the call was connected. Wow, who is it? A young man's arrogant voice came from the phone. By this time, Jason, who had recovered from his shock, was shaking slightly with excitement, but he covered his mouth tightly and dared not let himself make a sound. Wow, Big Pot, it's me. Zhao Qin replied with the same rude words. Zhao Qin. The person on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. Hey, you called me right after I got back home, but you didn't even bother to come and see me. Yang Yin on the other end of the phone cursed with a smile. Zhao Qin also laughed and explained. Big Pot, you know Commander Li, can he leave me idle? I'm on a mission in the United States now. You are all right, are you? How could you hold your breath and smash an aircraft carrier? Yang Yin replied. Oh, it's really frustrating to talk about this. Originally, I was talking to Zhang San about extorting at least 1 trillion from the United States, but in the end, they only got over 300 billion, and it was all confiscated by the government. I'm so angry. I just came back, and you went to the United States again. What mission are you doing? Oh my goodness, you can't talk nonsense about this. Hey, I'm in Las Vegas right now. I want to get involved in the recent Gambling King competition. Zhao Qin explained. De Guo, if you have nothing to do, go to Mount Amei and report safety to me and my sister, and scare that Nanjing win. She's too damn arrogant. But don't make a big fuss. After all, my sister is still studying under me. Just give her a small punishment and a big warning. Zhao Qin said. In fact, this is the real reason why Zhao wanted to make the call. Telling Jason that I am very familiar with Pluto was just a casual thing. A sigh came from the other end of the phone. Brother, stop talking. I'm in quarantine in Beijing. Because of this sabotage, the old man in the capital was a little angry and found something for me to do. I am now forced to isolate myself and work to redeem myself. Damn, if I didn't know I couldn't beat him, I would have fought him for a while. Yang Yan's voice was filled with regret, but not discouragement. Old man. Zhao was a little confused. Is there anyone in Daxia who is more awesome than his eldest brother? Brother, are you okay? Chapter 161 Coincidence. You're kidding. What can happen to me? It's nothing more than a short-term job. It's nothing. Maybe you can come drink with me when you come back. Do you have anything else to say? It's okay. I'm hanging up now. Someone is watching me. Yang Yan said on the phone. Although Zhao wanted to find out what kind of old man could make you, Big Brother, so embarrassed, but since Big Brother was busy, he would ask next time. So he quickly replied. It's okay, Big Brother. Just do your thing. Be sure to be safe. As long as you're okay, I'm going to hang up first. Zhao answered the phone. I hung up the phone in confusion, only to then remember that I was using someone else's phone. Zhao handed the phone to Jason with a smile on his face, tapping his thighs against his legs and saying nonchalantly, Mr. Jason, as you can see, my eldest brother is a bit busy right now. Can I put the introduction to you on hold? Jason didn't recover from his shock until Zhao handed him the phone, and he nodded quickly. No problem, Mr. Zhao. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with Lord Pluto. Judging from the content of the conversation between Zhao and Pluto just now, they are simply close friends. Jason tried to please Zhao enthusiastically and did not dare to slack off at all. At the same time, he also understood that if nothing unexpected happened, this matter would be a foregone conclusion. After all, protecting a family was just a small matter. Although Yang Yin is currently wanted by the United States, including Inferno's killers are also being chased by Fobril. But that's Inferno. As long as the rulers of the United States have no brains, they will just pretend to do things. If they are really provoked, aren't they afraid of losing their heads? Pluto and his gang of minions have killed so many people. What kind of nonsense can the United States do? In the final analysis, it would be best if you could buy peace with money. Zhao drank tea while looking around, constantly pointing his fingers at Jason with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Jason certainly didn't understand what Zhao meant. Just as I was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Jason said. It was the casino owner who came in with Haas. Master, I have transferred 10 million franklins to Miss Haas. The casino owner said respectfully. Jason changed his previous flattering look when facing Zhao and nodded arrogantly. You now go to major banks in Las Vegas and states surrounding Las Vegas to raise money. 800 million franklin cash? I want to see it in this office before tomorrow morning. When Jason said 800 million franklin, both Haas and the casino owner took a deep breath at the same time. They just left for a while. What happened? Zhao expression remained unchanged, but his heart was exploding with hysterics. Damn, she's such a big dog owner. I meant 80 million, but you understood it as 800 million? Without blinking an eye. It's too shallow, too shallow. I'm just being too careless. It would be unfair to the people oppressed by capital if we don't extort hundreds of billions from this kind of landlord. 800 million. Is the false protection of my big brother so damn valuable? Of course, Zhao still looked calm on the surface. 800 million. 800 million. Count your previous capital and the money you won. I am also a member of the Billion Club. What the hell is a billion franklins? After explaining the matter, Jason asked the casino owner to leave first, then turned to Zhao and said respectfully, Mr. Zhao, since 800 million in cash is not easy to gather, I will gather it for you tomorrow. Do you think it's okay? Of course, if you accept the transfer, I can transfer the money to you now. Seeing the top boss of the United States being so humble to his sweetheart and still giving him hundreds of millions. The people of Haas were stunned. Zhao was still lying on the soft sofa, not even looking at Jason's face. While eating the beautifully designed fruits on the coffee table, he nodded and replied, I don't want a bank transfer, I want cash. I'll come and get it when you have enough tomorrow. Seeing Haas with an incredulous look on his face, Zhao muttered to himself that this woman seemed to be of no use. Should he tell the truth to her? But what if telling the truth leads to the mission being exposed? It's really a contradictory and annoying thing. Ms. Haas. Finally, Zhao decided to explain things to the woman, at least to make sure he had the right reasons. Seeing that the man seemed very hesitant and suddenly called his name, was immediately sat down next to Zhao and covered Zhao mouth with his delicate little hands like agar. Don't say anything. I won't listen. Haas seemed to realize something, and his heart was beating fast. She knew that if the man spoke up, their fate might end there. Zhao looked at Haas, who was so excited, and the words he was about to say were blocked in his throat again by his emotions. Zhao Chen felt that as a man as thin-skinned as he was indeed embarrassed to say it out loud. While Zhao Chen was struggling with what to do, Jason, who was watching the two people fighting, spoke up. Mr. Zhao, you want to participate in the upcoming Gambling King competition in Las Vegas, right? Zhao Chen glanced and said nothing. This loser is really good at learning nonsense literature. What nonsense? Why am I coming to Las Vegas at this time? Am I not here to participate in the Gambling King competition or to watch the fun? Seeing that Zhao Chen ignored him, Jason did not feel any dissatisfaction and continued. Participating in the Gambling King competition has something to do with Miss Haas, Jason said with a smile. The blonde beauty, who was originally immersed in whether to separate from Zhao Chen, was confused for a moment and didn't quite understand what Jason meant. Jason nodded and explained. Yes, Miss Haas. Don't you know that this gambling competition is sponsored by your father, Allred Jones? In addition to being awarded the title of Gambling King, the winner of this Gambling King competition can also be invited to Jones' mansion, that is, Miss Haas's home, to have dinner with your family. Jason explained. Is there anything else? This time, it was Zhao Chen who asked the question in confusion. After all, the Gambling King competition involved his mission. It is also the most important first link among the 9 tasks. I don't know. When was heard Zhao Chen suddenly ask this, he thought he was asking her and suddenly felt nervous and embarrassed. Jason looked at the two of them strangely and said with a smile. Don't you two know about this? That's really amazing. Fate has brought you together ahead of time. Even if you are separated temporarily, Mr. Zhao is definitely aiming for the title of Gambling King contest. Then Mr. Jones will surely be unable to resist recommending his daughter to you, Mr. Zhao Chen, who is so young, handsome, and promising. Chapter 162. What's her business? So, you two, cherish the person in front of you, and cherish the interweaving of your fate as lovers. Jason smiled and blessed the two of them. Zhao Chen appeared calm on the surface but was actually laughing inside. Was it fate? Could there be a greater fate than that of Xiao Yanzi and I meeting each other again in a foreign country after traveling thousands of miles apart? As for the person in front of him, there was a little girl named Yashi in the hotel who was eagerly waiting for him to go back. The mission this time is very tight, and I really don't have that much time to deal with emotional issues. It's a pity that I have nowhere to put my charm. June, you said you wanted to participate in the Gambling King competition? Haas asked shyly. Inexplicably, she felt that there was a kind of concern in her fate and that of this man. It was as if I was supposed to belong to him. Zhao Chen nodded honestly and replied. I came to Las Vegas for the Gambling King competition. It was a mission given to me by my family. I must win the title of Gambling King. Zhao Chen felt that he was honest enough. It was always like this. Whether it is a country or a system, aren't they all my dear and warm homes? Right, system? Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. I'm praising you so much. Why don't you come out and reward me? Bite. Congratulations to the host for initiating a temporary mission. Capture Haas Jones and pretend to recognize Allred Jones as your father-in-law to skip the 2nd to 7th tasks. What the hell? This is fucking. The system is still keeping an eye on me. The voice that suddenly popped up in his mind frightened Zhao Chen. What's the meaning? By recognizing Haas's father and father-in-law, doesn't that mean he and Haas are a couple? What kind of aircraft is this system for? How is this possible? Let's not talk about my pure and innocent character for now. As a human being, I can't deceive a girl's feelings. Not to mention, Little Swallow is still waiting for me in the hot summer. Yashi is still waiting for me in the hotel. Bah, Yashi is nothing. Mainly Xiao Yanzi. But I already have a girlfriend, Xiao Yanzi. But this reward is so damn good. Directly skip the 2nd to 7th tasks. That's equivalent to asking Zhao Chun to work less for 30 years. Wait, what is the purpose of creating this task system? Do I, Zhao Chen, look like I would be defeated by a sugar-coated bullet? Zhao Chen. I accepted it in order to complete the task. Except, Zhao Chen muttered to himself. Although Zhao Chen remembered that all the previous tasks were forced upon him. But for such a task with great benefits, Zhao Chen was afraid that this stupid system would cause him some trouble. Temporary mission. Serve the wolf with your body. Successfully become a lover with the Jones family's jewel, Haas Jones. And he can let his father-in-law, Allred Jones, reveal Adolf Hit's dirty laundry for him. Good job. I see. The real purpose is finally revealed. Could it be that Haas's father has some dirty information about Hit? There is enough dirt on him to ruin his reputation, so he needs to dig it out himself. So that's it. First, participate in the Gambling King competition. I want to have dinner with the Haas family after I win the championship. Then, through a series of outrageous operations, he obtained this black material. Finally, I revealed the dirty secrets myself. Mission accomplished. It just so happened that I met Haas in this casino. If I could fall in love with him, it would mean that I would be infinitely closer to the Jones family. This means you can save the time for the 6 small tasks from the 2nd to the 7th. It turns out that I am the chosen one, the one with great luck. Cough, cough. Back to reality, Jason blessed the two with a smile. Zhao Chen looked at Huaz with joy on his face, and Huaz also looked at Zhao Chen with happiness on his face. The two looked into each other's eyes. Zhao Chen was full of affection, and Huaz fell in love with her secretly. I never thought that we would have such a fate. Zhao Chen sighed, and at the same time revealed his love for Haas. Haas was so happy that he was speechless. He didn't expect that his father in California actually invested in the Gambling King competition in Las Vegas. And she never thought that she would meet her soulmate just by sneaking out to play. Okay, my 2 guests. I've asked my people to reserve a table at a top restaurant in Las Vegas. Please do me the honor. Jason said modestly. Huaz was so shy that his mind was full of Zhao Chen that he didn't care where to eat in the evening. Zhao Chen was a little confused. Didn't he just eat before the competition? Although there is nothing wrong with eating a little more, why go out to eat? The chef in your hotel is pretty good. Why don't we just eat in the hotel? Zhao Chen asked doubtfully. Jason smiled and explained. My dear sir, you're joking. The dishes in the hotel should only be served to ordinary guests. You are such a distinguished person, you should be given a higher standard of reception. Of course, I won't force you. If you want to eat in the hotel, I'll accompany you. Jason's attitude made people feel comfortable. At least Haas, an outsider, felt a little embarrassed. He shook Zhao Chen's arm and motioned him to go. Zhao Chen thought about it and confirmed that he seemed to have almost eaten all of the signature dishes of the chef of the Venetian hotel, so he readily agreed. It's also nice to try a different restaurant. Of course, before eating, Zhao Chen did not forget Yao Shi, who was waiting for him in the hotel. I secretly sent a text message to Yao Shi, telling him to order some fast food at the hotel, as I might not go back tonight. Of course I have to send it secretly, otherwise Haas will inevitably be jealous when he sees it. However, Zhao Chen forgot the nature of Yao Shi, this stupid woman. Just 1 minute after the message was sent, Zhao Chen's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? Zhao Chen looked at the caller ID and answered the phone helplessly. What's wrong with you? Why did you say you wouldn't come back tonight? Yao Shi's voice on the phone was very urgent, as if he was worried that something had happened to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at Huaz beside him, his brain racing about how to get out of the phone call with this brainless woman. Got it. I made a lot of money in the casino today. I just want cash. I have to go to each bank to collect the money, so I may not go back tonight. You can't reason with this kind of woman. Cheating and deceiving is the best way. Is that so? Are you okay? Yao Shi believed it a little. What can happen to me? Okay, if you need anything, please contact me by message. I'm hanging up now. Zhao Chen hung up the phone anxiously. Although he was not using the hands-free mode, the sound insulation of Jason's stretched Maybach was amazing. There were only Zhao Chen and Haas in the car. You can even hear your breathing. Not to mention the sound of phone calls. If Haas hears something he shouldn't hear, he'll be in big trouble, right? Seeing Zhao Chen hung up the phone, Huaz looked at Zhao Chen apologetically. I'm sorry because I... Only then did Haas remember that he was a mistress. Zhao Chen quickly hugged Huaz's shoulders and comforted him. Don't be sad, dear. My relationship with her is actually the same as your relationship with that little yellow-haired boy. These are all arranged marriages by the family. It's just that I haven't met a girl I particularly like since I was a child, so I'm reluctantly with her. If I had met you earlier, she wouldn't have had any chance at all. Chapter 163 Restaurant. I have to say, when it comes to the skill of coaxing people, Zhao Chen seems to be born with it. With just a few words, he easily removed Huaz's psychological defenses, making her think that they loved each other. Before the two of them could linger for long, the Maybach slowly stopped. The burly driver in a black suit first opened the door for Zhao Chen and Huaz, and then opened the door for his big boss. Of course, this was all Jason's instructions. Zhao Chen and Huaz, with ruddy faces, were tidying up their clothes and hair, which had become a little messy due to excitement. Got off the car. Zhao Chen supported Fox and followed Jason into a French restaurant with simple decoration. That's it, a top restaurant. Zhao Chen looked at the simple decoration style around him and the various people coming and going to eat, and he was a little confused. Jason explained with a smile. Mr. Zhao, what you see in front of you is just the tip of the iceberg of this restaurant. That's where we really want to go. As he spoke, Jason smiled mysteriously at Zhao Chen and pointed quietly to the ground. Underground restaurant. Zhao Chen sighed in his heart. Foreigners are quite good at having fun. Are they afraid that business will be difficult if a war breaks out? Zhao Chen and Huaz quietly followed Jason as they turned left and right and came to a strange red gate that was as tall as a person. Jason winked at the bodyguard in the black suit at the back, and the bodyguard nodded and turned away. Jason smiled at Zhao Chen and the others and gently pressed the button next to the red door. Soon, The red door opened from the inside. Oh my God, Mr. Jason, you really came. I thought your people had chosen the location in your name. Come in quickly. The person who opened the door was a plump, brown-haired white woman in her 40s or 50s. It was obvious that she was both surprised and enthusiastic about Jason's arrival. Oh, dear Nofi, I am here with two distinguished guests. Please do not neglect them. As he said this, Jason gestured to Zhao Chen to come in. The brown-haired woman's pupils shrank. God, the leader of the Jason family is so respectful to an Asian? Even if the young patriarch of the Samsung family came, there would not be such a grand ceremony. It was obvious that Jason had no intention of introducing Zhao Chen to the woman. Zhao Chen and Hos walked into the strange-looking gate with confusion. Inside the door is a long staircase, and of course, there are bright lights. There are exquisite murals on both sides of the stairs, which seem to depict several scenes from Greek mythology. After walking a few steps, Zhao Chen discovered that the steps under their feet were golden and soft. This can't be all gold. Seeing the surprised expression of this distinguished guest, the wavy brown-haired woman smiled proudly and said in a fluent London accent, "Sir, you don't have to doubt it. The steps under our feet are pure gold with almost no impurities." How pure is it? 999? Zhao Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart. He couldn't just look like a loser. Haas was also surprised, but that was all. As the jewel in the crown of a top family, she was accustomed to the extravagance and wastefulness of capitalist families. Although the stairs here were made of gold, it was not really outrageous or exaggerated. Seeing that the two guests were unmoved, the brown-haired woman continued to explain. This staircase is called the Golden Staircase. Not only is it made of pure gold, but the designer of this staircase is the world-famous scene designer Clover Lewis. The moral of his explanation is that anyone who enters our restaurant is the most distinguished guest on the planet. Haha, the more you talk, the more weird it gets. Zhao Chen also roughly understood the meaning of why Jason insisted on bringing him here to eat. Soon, everyone went underground. As you walk out of the stairs, you suddenly feel enlightened. Looking around, the hall, which is at least 3,000 square meters, is filled with exquisite tables and chairs. There are hanging lamps that are obviously worth a fortune almost every few meters. The floor seemed to be covered with the famous Persian carpet. Zhao Chen had never seen it before, but he had a general understanding of the characteristics of Persian carpets during history class. It looks quite similar to the sole of my feet. But after all, I can't squat down and compare it carefully, so I can only say it seems so. Several people followed the brown-haired woman to a dining table at the side. This translucent white dining table can seat at least 12 people, but it was only used for Zhao Chen and 3 others. It was really a bit of a waste of the material. Jason whispered a few words to the brown-haired woman, and the woman left happily. Jason saw that Zhao Chen seemed to have some objections to such a large table, so he quickly explained. Mr. Zhao, the reason why we made the table so big is not only because we don't want people to think we are stingy, but more importantly, this restaurant has too many signature dishes. You and Miss Haas are both here for the first time, and you don't have any special requests, so I will naturally ask them to serve all the signature dishes. This table is barely big enough. Not bad, not bad. Jason's explanation this time made Zhao Chen very satisfied. I just don't know what to do if some places are too far away and I can't reach them. This is not a small round table. Just as Zhao Chen and the other two were waiting for the food to be served, people also walked down the golden ladder. Zhao Chen was sitting in a position where he could just see the people coming down. It was a short man in a suit with 4 Asians. One of the middle-aged men immediately noticed Zhao Chen, who was staring at them. And Jason next to Zhao Chen. A group of people hurried over, and the middle-aged man leading them said, "Oh my God, I can actually meet Mr. Jason here. Nice to meet you." When the middle-aged man greeted Jason, he glanced at Zhao Chen and was out of the corner of his eye, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Zhao Chen looked at the middle-aged man who spoke with a Cantonese accent and immediately judged that he must be from Daxia. As for whether it is Hong Kong or Jinghao, or maybe Guangdong province, I don't know. After Jason saw who was coming, he returned the greeting enthusiastically and said, "Hello, Mr. Gao. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you still look so young." Jason is still very good at chatting, and he always has a smile on his face when talking to anyone. The middle-aged man shook his head and said with some regret, No, I'm too old. I can't refuse to accept my old age. I brought 2 of our younger generations to participate in the Gambling King competition this time. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Jason during dinner." Gao Yinghong said this and winked at the 2 young men behind him. The 2 brothers Gao Tianliang and Gao Tianran came out and greeted Jason at the same time. Of course, Jason responded with some simple polite words. After a few simple polite words, Gao Hong finally pointed the arrow to where he wanted. Mr. Jason, I wonder if you could introduce these two to me. Chapter 164 Free Card. Oh, sorry. These two are my distinguished guests. I have to follow their opinions. Jason said very matter-of-factly. After all, he is still begging Zhao Chun to do something for him. Don't offend Zhao Chun. Sir, would you mind getting to know these people? This Mr. Gao is the boss of the Wynn Casino in Jinghao. If you feel like playing after you return to China, you can go to Jinghao to have some fun. Jason's respectful attitude made the four people pause. Gao Hong had met Jason before. Jason once spent a lot of money at the Wynn Casino in Jinghao just for entertainment. What's more, how could they not know such a top billionaire in the United States? But looking at Mr. Jason's attitude towards this young man, Zhao Chun looked at the two middle-aged men and two young men approaching. They were all skinny and didn't look like they could eat much. I don't care if they come and steal my food. Please sit down. It's not easy to meet a fellow villager after traveling so far. Zhao Chun politely asked everyone to sit down, completely forgetting that the organizer of this dinner was Jason. Gao Hong was obviously aware of this problem and smiled at Jason somewhat awkwardly. Of course, Jason wouldn't care about such little details. The less Zhao Chun treated him as an outsider, the happier he would be. Since Mr. Li has invited you to sit down, let's eat together. When introducing Zhao Chun to outsiders, Jason naturally changed the name of Zhao Chun to the current Li Weijun. Hello, I'm Gao Hong from Wynn Casino in Jinghao. Nice to meet you. It was obvious that the purpose of Mr. Gao, who suddenly interrupted us, was not just to get a free meal. Although the other party had extended his hand, Zhao Chun was not prepared to shake hands with him. After all, I am a lieutenant general on horseback. How could it be reasonable for me to shake hands with a casino owner? We are all from Daxiao, so there is no need to be so polite. Beijing, Li Weijun. After briefly introducing himself, Zhao Chun ignored the middle-aged man. This made Gao Hong feel a little embarrassed, and he retracted his right hand angrily. Jason naturally smiled and did not explain, but Gao Hong's nephew was a little angry. How can you be so rude? Gao Tianliang seemed a little dazed and started questioning right away. Daybreak. The person who exited was Gao Tianliang's father Gao Yingming. The child is too impatient. Gao Yingming quickly stepped forward and apologized to Zhao Chun, whose face turned slightly pale. I'm sorry, sir. Tianliang is a little stupid. Please don't take it to heart. Madness. It's great that a person like Jason can be treated as a guest of honor. How could people like us afford to offend that person? Zhao Chun did not answer, but asked Jason coldly. Jason, are these people your friends? It was just a simple question, but it immediately brought the situation to a freezing point. Obviously, Zhao Chun felt that these people were not worthy of his reply, so he asked Jason directly. This is the pinnacle of pretense. When Jason saw a kid who hadn't even fully grown his hair come up and speak to his distinguished guest like that, his face became as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. He also didn't expect that the Jinghao Gao family could produce such a stupid descendant. Mr. Gao, are you here just to slap me in the face? My distinguished guest, is this how you treat him disrespectfully? Gao Hong suddenly felt a little aggrieved. He stretched out his hand to greet the man, but the young man ignored him. Now that his nephew said that he was impolite, he said we were rude? These beautiful Chinese people are so double-standard. But I just can't offend others. Gao Tianying was just about to apologize after glaring at him again with a reprimanding look. At this moment, another young man, Gao Tianran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Sir, you must be Mr. Li who was so popular in the Venetian casino before. Gao Tianran did not offer any further explanation, but continued asking on his own. Zhao Chun took a glance and asked doubtfully, Who are you? Gao Tianran saw the man paying attention to him, so he quickly took action. This must be the beautiful Miss Horse Jones. I happened to be playing in the Venetian casino today and saw Brother Li killing everyone. I have to say that Brother Li's card skills are truly amazing. In the next Gambling King competition, Brother Li should be able to easily win the title of Gambling King. And the yellow-haired guy and the gambler named Alan, the expressions of both of them after they lost were amazing. Gao Tianran continued to talk incessantly. Zhao Chun smiled. After all, one should not hit someone who smiles at him. Besides, he felt a little embarrassed to be praised in person. Although these are all facts, Zhao Chun is too honest. Thank you for the compliment. My performance was just average. It was mainly because that person kept provoking me. I was forced to participate in the gambling game. Hey, someone forced 150 million into my pocket. I've never seen such an unreasonable request. Are you with them? Zhao Chun obviously had something else in his words. Gao Tianran was delighted and quickly moved closer to speak. Mr. Li, this is my father, Gao Hong. He was the first one to come to Jinghao, so everyone gave him face. That's why he was called the god of gamblers. Of course. It's definitely not comparable to Mr. Lee's. This is our Wynn Casino's Platinum membership card. If Mr. Lee comes to Wynn Casino, he can use this membership card and all his expenses will be free. It will all be charged to our account. You don't have to pay any money. You can spend any amount of chips below 100 million. It's nice to bring your relatives and friends to play, isn't it? Zhao Chen saw Gao Tianran stuffing him a platinum card, which felt very textured and had even more amazing effects. He couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. Okay, it's all right. This table of food may not be enough for the three of us. Please eat at another table. Zhao Chen accepted the card and began to see the guests off. Gao Yinghong and Gao Yingming's expressions froze, and Gao Tianliang lowered his head and dared not speak. Only Gao Tianran still had a happy expression on his face. Okay, Mr. Lee, this dish is just in time to arrive. We won't disturb you while you eat. If you really go to Jinghao, please contact me. I will definitely do my best to be a good host and take you to appreciate the different scenery of Jinghao. After Gao Tianran finished speaking, he pulled his brother away, and Gao Yinghong and the other two also left with them. Brother, why are you so cowardly? When has our Jinghao Gao family ever suffered such humiliation? These mainlanders are so damn arrogant. Bang! Before Gao Tianran could explain the reason, Gao Tianliang's father slapped Gao Tianliang in the face. Gao Tianliang was beaten so badly that he was at a loss, and looked at his father in confusion. Dad, idiot, do you want our entire family to suffer with you? Although Gao Tianliang's father was not very smart, he was old and experienced enough to see at a glance that the young man was extraordinary. Even the richest people in the United States have to look at his face. How can such a person be provoked by his own family over such a small matter? I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Chapter 165, 13 Dishes and 4 Soups. Zhao Chun devoured the 13 dishes and 4 soups that the chef had just served in front of him. Jason didn't take any cutlery, but just kept chatting with Zhao Chun about family matters, although Zhao Chun was only responsible for listening. The blonde beauty Hewis kept picking up food for Zhao Chun. For Zhao Chun, no matter what the dish is, he will eat it first. I have to say, although this is a French restaurant, Zhao Chun doesn't find these French dishes bitter at all. Different from the food culture of the Chinese nation, French cuisine generally uses roasting, frying, braising, baking, grilling, stewing, and steaming. On the surface, the cooking method seems to be different from that of daxia, with a few more uncommon dishes such as stewing, baking, and grilling. But in fact, the origins are similar. After all, when it comes to food, the daxia people are the ancestors of the West. It's nothing more than that Westerners like to eat some strange ingredients, such as snails, bullfrogs, and other things that the daxia people have never eaten since ancient times. On the table are the famous French fried foie gras, braised veal in white sauce, French dry-fried trout, St. Jacques scallops, duck breast, grilled camembert cheese, oyster cups, baked snails, melange chicken, messini chicken, sirloin steak, Marseille fish soup, and black truffles. Plus 4 soups that looked very exquisite: puff pastry onion soup, cream of cauliflower soup, Provence tomato soup, and Russian borscht. 17 courses were served together. In fact, according to normal restaurant procedures, all dishes should not be served at once. According to the French people's talent for romance and ritual, they generally strictly adhere to the exquisite order of serving dishes. First, the appetizer. The first course of a French meal is the appetizer, also known as the appetizer. Appetizers are generally divided into cold appetizers and hot appetizers. Common varieties include caviar, foie gras, smoked salmon, cocktails, cream chicken puff pastry, baked snails, etc. Because they are meant to whet the appetite, appetizers generally have distinctive flavors, with a mainly salty and sour taste, and are served in small quantities and high quality. Baked snails are the best appetizers. French baked snails are definitely a must-try delicacy when you go to France. Sprinkle onions, garlic, and other seasonings on a large snail meat. Then stuff it into a snail shell for cooking, and finally add a layer of butter. The taste is super delicious. After eating, you can also eat bread with the snail sauce. Although Zhao Chun felt that eating snails was indeed a bit strange, there was a saying in daxia: since you are here, you might as well try it. As for caviar, Zhao Chun thinks it is also classic, but he doesn't like it. But if we don't serve it, the foreigners next door will think we can't afford it. Although it really had no taste, I just took a bite and threw it aside. Then comes the soup. Unlike Chinese cuisine where soup is served at the end, the second course of French cuisine is soup. French soups can be roughly divided into 4 categories: clear soup, cream soup, vegetable soup, and cold soup. Because of different tastes, people in the East and the West have different opinions on the taste of soup. Varieties include oxtail broth, various cream soups, seafood soup, American clam soup, Italian vegetable soup, Russian borscht, and French baked onion soup. Among them, the French baked onion soup is the most famous. Puff pastry onion soup is not very common in Western cuisine in China, but it is indispensable in French cuisine. French baked onion soup is known as the Queen of Soups in France and is called the most magical and delicious soup by gourmets. When this delicacy is freshly baked, the surface looks like a pudding-like brown caramel shell, but the soup inside is actually very mellow and delicious. Zhao Chen took a sip and found it comparable to Daxia's tomato and egg soup. There are fewer varieties of cold soups, including German cold soup, Russian cold soup, etc. Most Daxia people are not used to eating cold soup, so Jason simply didn't ask the chef to serve cold soup. Then comes the side dishes. Fish dishes are usually served as the third course in Western meals, also known as side dishes. Species include various freshwater and marine fish, shellfish, and mollusks. Usually seafood dishes, eggs, bread, and pastry dishes are called side dishes. Because the meat of fish and other dishes is tender and easy to digest, they are placed before meat dishes and are called differently from meat main dishes. French cuisine pays attention to the use of special sauces for fish dishes, including tartare sauce, hollandaise sauce, hotel sauce, white cream sauce, archbishop sauce, American sauce, and sailorfish sauce. Zhao Chen really doesn't like adding strange juices to his meals, so he skips most of them when serving the dishes. Finally, the main course. Meat and poultry dishes are the fourth course of French cuisine, also known as the main course. The ingredients for meat dishes are taken from various parts of cattle, sheep, pigs, calves, etc., among which the most representative is beef or steak. According to its part, steak can be divided into sirloin steak, also known as sirloin steak, fillet steak, T-bone steak, fin steak, etc. Poultry dishes are made from chicken, duck, and goose, and usually also include game such as rabbit and venison. For Zhao Chen, staple food is naturally the most to his liking. The most classic, of course, is the highly praised veal in white sauce in French cuisine. As a commonly used stewing method in ancient Daxia, it has long been eliminated by Daxia. However, the French specially developed it as a course to cultivate it. It is said that eating French food without veal white sauce is a waste of time. Zhao Chen showed off 3 plates in one breath, which was considered to be a tribute to this classic French dish. Vegetable dishes are actually considered main courses. Vegetable dishes can be arranged after meat dishes, or they can be served at the same time as meat dishes, so they can be considered as a dish or called a side dish. Vegetable dishes are called salads in Western cuisine. French cuisine is also called salad because it is different from Western cuisine. The salad served with the main course is called raw vegetable salad, which is usually made with lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, asparagus, etc. The main salad dressings include vinaigrette, French dressing, dry island dressing, cheese salad dressing, etc. In addition to vegetables, there is another type of salad made with fish, meat, and eggs. This type of salad usually does not have any sauce and can be served as an appetizer in the dining order. Some vegetables are cooked, such as broccoli, boiled spinach, and fried potato chips. These dishes are very popular with Haas, as they are low in calories and have a strong sense of satiety. Cooked vegetables are usually served on a plate with the main meat dish and are called side dishes. Finally, dessert comes. Desserts in French cuisine are eaten after the main course and can be regarded as the 6th course. In a real sense, it includes all the food after the main course, such as pudding, pancakes, ice cream, cheese, fruit, etc. These things are not served on the table. The waiter will push a small cart next to the table for guests to use. It was as if when Hawes was picking up food for Zhao Chen, he would occasionally steal a few bites of pudding or ice cream from the cart. Chapter 166, Citibank Black Gold Card. Finally, Zhao Chen finished the last mouthful of soup with satisfaction. I have to say that French food is really delicate and delicious. The delicate taste, delicious sauces, and gorgeous tableware of French cuisine can be called a kind of art. However, Zhao Chen only felt that the amount was very small. There were 17 dishes, but Jason didn't touch a single bite, and Haas basically just ate a little bit, while the rest were devoured by Zhao Chen in no time at all. Belch. After Zhao Chen finished the last mouthful of soup, he burped loudly. Not bad, not bad. I'm full. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with this meal. Although it was far inferior to the food in Daxia, he was in a foreign country after all, so it was nice to try some other dishes to change his appetite. After all, Chinese restaurants in Las Vegas can't make authentic Chinese food, right? Jason did not feel any disdain for Zhao Chen's rude eating habits. Instead, he carefully asked another question. Mr. Zhao, are you satisfied with your meal? If you are still not full, can you have another table? Although Jason meant well, Zhao Chen was very unhappy. Zhao Chen looked at Jason as if he was a fool. Do you really think I'm a pig? With my well-proportioned body, do I look like someone who can eat? The reason why this French meal is so delicious is that it doesn't make you hungry. No, the cashier is over there. Haas, go and pay the bill, Zhao Chen said while picking his teeth. Because Zhao Chen was from Xia, the chef who served the food was very friendly and provided a box of toothpicks. Zhao Chen just happened to use it. After hearing this, Haas was about to get up to pay, and Jason quickly stood up. He said in panic, Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? I'm inviting you to dinner. You've helped me so much that I don't know how to thank you. It's just a meal, so let me do it. I have to say that Jason still has the potential to be a cunning person. Zhao Chen didn't really want to pay. He just hinted that since you haven't mentioned the topic yet, I'm full and it's time for me to leave. Jason waved his hand, and soon a waiter in white clothes walked over quickly. Sir, how can I help you? The waiter spoke French, which Zhao Chen could not understand, but he could roughly guess what he was saying from the waiter's expression and actions. Bill, please. Jason pulled a black and gold card from his pocket and replied in a London accent. The waiter in white nodded, bowed slightly to the three people, and then left. Zhao Chen was a little curious about the black and gold card, and his eyes kept staring at it involuntarily. Could it be the legendary black card? Seeing Zhao Chen's gaze turn, the old fox Jason immediately guessed what Zhao Chen was thinking. Mr. Zhao, are you interested in that black card? Zhao Chen nodded. To be honest, he was quite concerned about this kind of card that only appeared in novels, even though he's already a billionaire. Seeing Zhao Chen nod, Jason smiled even more and said, This card is commonly known as the black card here. It is a personal assistant card prepared by Citibank and American Express for the top one of the world's richest people. He is quite popular in high-end circles at present. Normal black cards can be used in 90% of five-star hotels, casinos, and high-end consumption places around the world. And there is no limit on the amount. The normal annual fee for a black card is around 2,500 francs, and the annual spending is at least 250,000 francs. Of course, Citibank and American Express are not short of this little annual fee. With a black card, you can not only upgrade to first class for free when flying, but also enjoy all kinds of services when traveling as long as you have a black card. Just like this restaurant, the barrier to entry is that at least one of the customers has a black card. Of course, the card I have is the king of black cards, the Citibank Black Gold Card. Unlike ordinary black cards, the Citibank Black Gold Card has no annual fee and does not require a minimum spending limit. You don't even need to make up for your overdraft at the end of each month. What's even more outrageous is that the Citibank Black Gold Card only has a number and no identity information is linked to it. That is to say, no matter where you use the Citibank Black Card to make purchases, you cannot obtain the consumer's information. The Citibank Black Gold Card has an annual spending limit of 100 million francs. As long as your annual spending does not exceed 100 million, you do not need to top up your card. Only when the amount exceeds 100 million francs will Citibank Black Gold Card contact the referrer of the number and ask whether the card has been used for consumption in his hands, and then make an additional payment. It can be said that the black card is a symbol of a person's noble status, while the Citibank Black Gold Card is a recognition and even a benefit. As far as I know, there are no more than 100 people in the world who have Citibank Black Gold Cards. This Black Gold Card that allows an overdraft of 100 million francs per year is priceless. Jason explained carefully to Zhao Chen, and boasted about himself at the same time to let Zhao Chen know that I was also very awesome. Zhao Chen didn't say anything, but thought for a long time. To be honest, he was a little moved. Forget about the black card. It's at most an unlimited credit card. You still have to pay back what you owe, and there's an annual fee. But this Citibank Black Gold Card is a bit wow. Not only is there a free quota, but it is also anonymous. Mr. Zhao, Jason asked with a smile, are you interested in this black card? You can't apply for this black card yourself. Usually, Citibank's internal staff will actively select customers based on Forbes or other economic rankings. Or at least you need a recommendation from a black card member to get it. Of course, a Citibank Black Card member like me can bring one member in every year without any conditions. How about it, Mr. Zhao Chen? How about I apply for a black card for you in my name? This restaurant is one of the offices of the black card. If you apply now, you can join Citibank in as little as 3 days. Although Jason wanted to show off, he also considered Zhao Chen a lot in his words. Of course, the more likely possibility is that this old fox has something to ask of me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited me to dinner and helped me apply for a black card. Make yourself owe him a favor first, so that when he asks you for help, it will be difficult for you to refuse. Kiki, isn't the Citibank Black Gold Card okay? Zhao Chen asked. To be honest, this black card is really good, but it is really not as good as the Citibank Black Gold Card. The black card itself may be useful, but it is definitely not that useful. If you bind your black card identity information, it will definitely be bound. It is too passive, isn't it? Jason's expression froze slightly. He coughed dryly and replied, "Well, Mr. Zhao, you may not understand the value of the Citibank Black Gold Card. Even I was only awarded this Citibank Black Gold Card after becoming the patriarch of the Adams family in recent years. It's too difficult to apply for a Citibank Black Card." Jason answered honestly. Chapter 167 Talk to Me. At this time, Haas, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "June, how about this? I'll ask my dad to help act as a guarantor. My dad is also a member of Citibank's Black Gold Card. With his guarantee, you will have no problem applying for a black card. If he comes to guarantee it, we are all family, and no one will gossip about it." Was looked at Zhao Chen lovingly, his face slightly tipsy. Zhao Chen felt a slight toothache. This girl's suggestion was a bit out of line. Is this going to cause trouble for my father-in-law? Do you want your dad to help me, or do you want me to meet your parents in advance? Zhao Chen thought about it and didn't say anything, but Jason next to him was a little anxious and wanted to say something. But Zhao Chen didn't give him a chance. Telephone. Zhao Chen said to Jason dryly. Jason, who was hesitant to speak, handed the phone over with some confusion. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Jason took a breath. Zhao Chen skillfully broadcast a string of numbers. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. This time the call was answered much faster than last time. Of course, Zhao Chen wouldn't feel embarrassed even if he didn't answer the call. Why? Who is it? A familiar loud voice came from the other end of the line. Big Pot, don't you remember the number? Zhao Chen joked here. Naturally, this call was made to Yang Yin, who was in China. Zhao Chen, what's wrong with you? Yang Yan's voice became a little more formal. Zhao Chen called him again, wondering if he had encountered any trouble. Zhao Chen replied, "It's not a big deal. I just want to ask about the Citibank Black Gold Card. Do you have one? I want a black gold card in the United States. Can you help me get it?" To be honest, Zhao Chen never thought about applying for a black card at the beginning. Applying for a black card and using it with a shady identity would be courting death. Citibank Black Gold Card is the perfect choice. Zhao Chen remembered that his elder brother had great connections in the United States, so he just called to ask, "What is that? I don't have it." Unexpectedly, Yang Yin had no idea what this thing was. Zhao Chen felt a little regretful. Well, the chance to get something for free was gone. "Oh, it's okay. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. I'm just asking." Just as Zhao Chen was about to hang up, a voice suddenly came from Yang Yan's direction. Wait, 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 Citibank Black Card. From Citibank? Yang Yan asked. Of course. I heard that Citibank and that luck company worked together to get a credit card for Awesome Plus. Jason, who was watching Zhao Chen making a phone call, muttered to himself, "That's American Express. TSK, explain it more clearly. It's no big deal. Wait for me to make a phone call." Yang Yin said two strange words for no apparent reason and then hung up the phone. Zhao Chen was left trembling in confusion. What the hell? What's the small matter? Why are you calling? Fortunately, Yang Yin didn't make Zhao Chen wait too long. After a while, Jason's cell phone rang, and Zhao Chen saw that the caller was Yang Yin. "Hey, Degua, why did you hang up the phone?" Zhao Chen was a little confused. Yang Yin on the other end of the phone explained. "Didn't you say you wanted a Citibank Black Gold Card? I just called the CEO of Citigroup. You are in Las Vegas now, right? They will probably send a black gold card to the Las Vegas branch tonight. You can go directly to the president tomorrow and use his cell phone to call me." Oh shit. Yang Yin spoke loudly to begin with, and although Zhao Chen did not turn on the speakerphone, the quiet sounds around them easily carried his words. Especially Jason, his eyes were about to bulge out of his head in shock. "Brother, that's awesome. How did you get it?" Zhao Chen kept bragging about how great Yang Yin was. "I've already said it's a small matter. Citigroup is our own company. Their president, William, needed my approval over the phone to take office. 14% of Citigroup's shares belong to Inferno. We are only responsible for the safety of their lives. Besides Citigroup, there are many cases like this in the United States, England, France, and other countries. Hey, your big brother, usually don't care about these things. But I have a good memory. I still remember clearly who paid the protection fee and who didn't. Oh my God, it turns out that my elder brother is collecting protection fees abroad. All I can say is, well done. Ha ha, I won't say much about our relationship. I'll take this card. It will be very convenient when I go out." Zhao Chen could only say that it was effortless. Looking at Jason again, he looked shriveled and uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a dead bug. He probably didn't expect that his pretense would lead to other people's gain. Zhao Chen hung up the phone and returned the phone. "You can save my eldest brother's phone number. You can try to call him when you are in a life or death situation. Of course, I can't guarantee that my eldest brother can help you." Zhao Chen looked at this middle-aged wealthy man who was working diligently behind him and simply gave him a benefit. Jason's originally extremely lonely expression changed instantly. "Really? Mr. Zhao Chen, Jason was so excited that he even called out Zhao Chen's real name. Suddenly realizing something, Jason glanced at Haas and quickly kept silent. But the excitement on his face could not be concealed no matter what. Lord Pluto's protection. I have it. Zhao Chen didn't care. He held Hua's hand and looked at the woman quietly. I knew my real name was going to be exposed when I called Yang Yin just now, but it didn't matter. Exposing my real name was also part of the plan. Hua still looked at Zhao Chen affectionately, and Zhao Chun could understand the inquiry in his eyes. Your real name is Zhao Chun, so you came to the United States for something, right? Zhao Chun patted the woman's delicate hands and said, I'll explain it to you when I get home tonight. Haas pursed his lips, said nothing, and just nodded obediently. Zhao Chen appeared kind on the surface, but he was actually very panicked. How should we edit it so that things sound reasonable and natural? If he just wanted to deceive the little girl, he could do it with his eyes closed. But if he wanted to deceive the father behind the girl, the difficulty would naturally increase by countless orders of magnitude. At the end of the meal, Jason still couldn't find a chance to ask Zhao Chen for help. However, receiving a call from Lord Pluto was already a great joy for Jason, so he naturally wouldn't think of being greedy. After the three of them left the house, Zhao Chen followed Huas to the five-star hotel where Huas was staying. It seemed to be more luxurious than the Mandarin Oriental where Zhao Chen lived. Even from this, it was obvious that this little girl had quite a bit of money in her pocket. When they arrived at the hotel, the two walked into the room together. Huas looked at Zhao Chen nervously, pursed his lips slightly, and said as if he mustered up all his courage. Can you tell me about it? Chapter 168, Resolving Obstacles. What? Zhao Chen's way of acting crazy and stupid. Hua's eyes were blurred with tears, and he said with a choked voice, You know what I'm going to ask. You can tell me, and I'll try to help you. Zhao Chun was actually quite helpless, because he knew that the mission would definitely involve Hua's and Hua's father. But she must never let Huas think that he was with her, because he had a mission. Thinking about this, I feel a bit confused. Suddenly, a plan came to my mind. Zhao Chen sighed slightly, slowly stroked Hua's long hair, and said helplessly, Actually, I didn't want to involve you in this matter. I'm definitely not here just for the Gambling King contest. Even my betting against you in the casino was just to confuse the view. I and the woman with me are here specifically for the mission. It can be said that everything you saw, except you, was part of my plan. Zhao Chun felt a little lonely at this time, and his eyes were dazed as he looked out the window. Me? Besides me? Huas was a little dazed. She didn't quite understand what Zhao Chun meant. She was really afraid that Zhao Chun would get close to her. His kindness to her was all fake. Zhao Chen nodded and replied, You see, I have a female companion for my mission. Our plan was originally for the two of us to do it together. It was originally proceeding in an orderly manner, but in the end, and then I met you. I'm in love with you, and I want to be nice to you and care about you for no apparent reason. Zhao Chen had a conflicted expression and found it difficult to speak. Huas was stunned. Zhao Chen's answer surprised her too much. But we've only known each other for 2 days. How could you? Haas was a little bit unbelievable. Zhao Chen nodded and replied, Yes, 2 days. In just 2 days, I forgot my original mission. I am such a piece of shit. I was tempted by beauty, and I didn't care about the interests of my country. Zhao Chen wanted to put on a better show, but suddenly Huas came over and covered his mouth with his hand. Don't say any more. It's not your fault. I fell in love with you too. Hua's eyes were full of fire as he stared at Zhao Chun, who was blaming himself. So you're not getting close to me just to get close to my father, right? Haas bit his lip lightly and asked about the topic that he cared about most. Your father? What happened to your father? Zhao Chen said, pretending to be crazy. Hua suddenly burst into laughter and punched Zhao Chen's chest hard. You scared me to death. I thought you were lying to me. After a few hits, Hua suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly helped Zhao Chen, who was unable to resist, to touch his chest. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Why didn't you dodge just now? Watching how Hua suddenly changed from a violent girl to a well-behaved girl, I have to say that women's ability to change is still very strong. Zhao Chen shook his head slightly and replied, No matter how painful it is, it can never compare to the pain in my heart. Seeing you cry, my heart has already broken. Zhao Chen wiped away the tears from Huasi's eyes and replied, Promise me you won't cry anymore, okay? I will feel 10,000 times worse than you. Although Zhao Chun has never been in love much, he has watched quite a few of Qiong Yao's stupid dramas. As for the idiotic plot in it, just copy and paste it. Therefore, when Zhao Chen talked about love, it was just a mess. Each one was different. How could the naive little girl Huas withstand such a bombardment of sweet words? Her face suddenly turned red like the rising sun. What's wrong? How can your father be a high-ranking official? Why is he so worried that someone will try to curry favor with him? Zhao Chun was actually very confused about this and took the opportunity to ask. Although the system allowed him to fall in love with Hua's and recognize Hua's father as his father-in-law, it did not say who Hua's father was. So Zhao Chun wanted to take the opportunity to ask some questions. Seeing Zhao Chun asking him with a puzzled look on his face, Huas wanted to laugh and replied, "Jun, you really don't know?" Zhao Chun shook his head in confusion. "What? I'm illiterate, okay? Why are you looking at me like that?" Huas took a deep breath and finally believed that Zhao Chun was not approaching her because of her father. Because whether you are a citizen of the United States or someone who knows a little about the United States, you should know her father. Haas continued, "My father, Mr. Jason, has been mentioned before. His name is OLED Jones. He is the chairman of the Blackwater Security Company in the United States. In fact, my father is the biggest mercenary leader in the United States, an arms dealer and a tycoon. Similarly, my father also has a large number of mercenaries under his command. Of course, they are all declared to be security personnel. My father has been doing well in recent years, especially recently, when Mr. Adolf Hitt, my father's backer, successfully took the position of the Hawks representative. It means that my father's position will be as indestructible and unshakable as a steel castle. Because of Mr. Hitt's support, our weapons and mercenaries can be sold or hired more unscrupulously." Zhao Chen's mouth was wide open in surprise at this time. Huas could also understand Zhao Chen's surprise at this moment. After all, anyone who knew one's family background would be shocked. Can't you see that I come from such a family?" Haas asked softly. Zhao Chen swallowed his saliva. His surprise was a real surprise, and there was no acting involved. He really didn't expect that this delicate-looking beauty's family was the largest arms dealer in his country. It turns out that Hitt is his father's backer. Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly. "I really didn't realize that. Seeing how well-behaved you were, I thought your father must be a university professor or something. When Jason told me this, I was still wondering how an ordinary university professor could invest in a gambling competition. This really opened my eyes. I'm a little confused as to how a man who deals in arms could be related to Hitler, the hawkish representative you just mentioned." Mr. Zhao Chen said two nonsense sentences to confuse the audience, and the last sentence is what I really want to ask. When Huas heard that Zhao Chun thought her father was a university professor, he burst out laughing. "My father likes to come here very much. I was brought here by my father. Otherwise, why would I come to Las Vegas? Of course, if I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have met you," Huasi said as he placed Zhao Chen's hand on her chest, making Zhao Chen feel hot. "As for Hitt, sir, you know that a leader who wants to come to power always needs to overcome many obstacles. Money can solve some of these obstacles, but other methods may be needed to solve the others. My father is responsible for helping Mr. Hitt resolve the obstacles. And Mr. Hitt also gave my father various favorable policies in return. Overall, it was a win-win situation." Haas said quietly. Chapter 169, Who is that girl? Zhao Chen's heart suddenly exploded. Split. Depend on. Got it. Zhao Chen knew how to discredit that Hitt. Haas's father is the largest arms dealer in the United States, and Hitt is an armed maniac. These two people must be birds of a feather. Arms dealer, security company. To put it bluntly, to settle the trouble is to assassinate certain senior officials who oppose him. Aren't there enough assassinations carried out by mercenary companies? I see. The castle is always broken from within. If the news that Hitt used unfair means to kill many of his competitors were to be leaked, I guarantee that all the high-ranking officials in the United States would be in danger. What kind of hawkish leader can he be? Who would want to keep a person like this who kills people he dislikes over a disagreement? The pressure from public opinion alone was enough to make him resign out of guilt. If he doesn't resign, his superiors will make his life worse than death. If the soldiers who followed him knew that he had such dirty laundry, wouldn't they have directly treated him as a traitor? In the United States, the president can cheat on his wife, can marry multiple times, can have children with prostitutes, and can have interns do exercise with him. Everyone will just laugh it off as if it's a joke. But we will never tolerate a leader who does not give everyone a chance to survive. The United States of America is a free and noble country. Any behavior that restricts the freedom of citizens and officials is an unforgivable crime in the eyes of the people. Not to mention the act of directly eliminating people who disagree with you or who are obstacles. Oh my God, this little braid. I'll hold you to death. Of course, I was secretly happy. On the surface, Zhao Chun was unmoved. He just nodded slightly and praised the father for being so amazing, saying that he, a big gangster, could raise such a delicate daughter. Haas was naturally too shy to raise his head. Soon, before Zhao Chen could think carefully about what to do next, a serious situation suddenly appeared in front of him. "June, you will be nice to me, right?" Zhao Chen suddenly felt that the situation was not good. Hewis slowly closed the curtains of the room, looked at him affectionately, and said, "Hey, hey, hey, donor, calm down, calm down." Anyone who has had emotional experience knows that when a girl says this, she is usually ready to offer herself. Although Zhao Chen appears to be a bit dull in emotions at times, he is not a fool. Seeing Hua slowly pulling down the silk shoulder of his shirt, Zhao Chen hurriedly stopped him. "Calm down, Haas. Please calm down." I have to say that Zhao Chen's self-control is still very good. He put on the half-taken shirt of Hewis. "June, what's wrong?" Hua was stunned. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her, so she acted very confused. "Don't you want me?" Tears welled up in Hua's eyes immediately, which made Zhao Chen admire the woman's acting ability. This time, Zhao Chen was 100% sure that this girl was acting. "Haas, listen to me. We have a saying in Daxiao that 8 people carry a sedan chair to marry you. It means that before a man and a woman can get together, we need to get married first, and it should be a marriage that is open and known to everyone. You can only do that kind of thing after you get married and enter the bridal chamber." Zhao Chen was desperate and tried all kinds of tricks, so he just made up a lie on the spot. Anyway, the foreigner Hewis wouldn't understand it. Hua was a little confused. She probably had some impression of this ceremony and said, "But that's for marriage. We don't have to wait until we get married to do this. Give your first time to the one you love. It is salvation for both of us. Jesus will redeem our love." Hua seemed to be really looking forward to Zhao Chen taking her down. Zhao Chen felt so miserable. Jesus saved you, but who the hell can save me? If I really couldn't grasp it, I would have a subtle relationship with you. Not to mention that I won't be able to forgive myself. What should Xiaoyan do who is thousands of miles away? I can't sacrifice myself just to complete a task. Zhao Chen shook his head violently, putting all the mess behind him. "Haas, no. I am a very traditional man. I cannot accept such an impolite act before marriage. Please understand my feelings and respect my bottom line. If you must. If you insist. I can't give it to you even if you insist. I'll make up another excuse." But this reason is enough to deal with Haas. The fire in Haas's eyes not only did not go out, but burned even more fiercely than before. "June, I knew you really loved me. You can't bear to touch me." Hua threw herself into Zhao Chen's arms and burst into tears. This time, she really let go of her grudge against Zhao Chen and was completely relieved. Zhao Chen also sighed slightly. Finally, he managed to get through it. Next day, Zhao Chen got up from the sofa, said goodbye to Hua, and said he had to go back to deal with some things. Hua half climbed up from the bed, not caring that most of his body was exposed, and asked caringly, "The mission shouldn't be dangerous." Zhao Chen shook his head, walked to the bedside, gently scratched Hua's delicate nose, and said, "Don't think too much, it's just a small task." Haas nodded. He had been thinking about all sorts of things last night, so he had a poor sleep and was still very sleepy early in the morning. As for Zhao Chen, his situation was even worse. This woman is much more capable than Yao Shi's bitch, and there is absolutely no problem using this sofa as a bed. Zhao Chen stayed in combat mode all night long to prevent himself from falling asleep, fearing that his innocence would be gone once he closed his eyes. After leaving the hotel, Zhao Chen first went to the Venetian Hotel to call Jason. After taking away 800 million Franklin cash with a magical power, he left the hotel with Jason's miraculous gaze. After taking a taxi to Citibank, Zhao Chen heard that the bank would not open until 9 o'clock, so he was forced to buy some breakfast nearby and take another taxi back to the hotel where Yao Shi was. Poor little Yao Shi had to stay alone in his empty room on his second night in Las Vegas. Zhao Chen was almost startled when he opened the door. Yao Shi sat on the sofa facing the door with his cheeks puffed up, like a vole that had suffered a lot of injustice. "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Chen attacked without any hesitation. Despite the blow, Zhao Chen still handed over the breakfast that belonged to Yao Shi. Yao Shi originally wanted to curse loudly, but when he saw the breakfast handed over by Zhao Chen, he swallowed all the words he was about to say. "You're smart." In Yao Shi's opinion, Zhao Chen was apologizing to him. "Don't just reveal it like that. The video of your gambling yesterday has been circulated. Tell me, who was that girl?" Chapter 170. Something important. Yao Shi was like a cat that had fallen out of favor, questioning Zhao Chen, who was eating breakfast with a dissatisfied look on her face. Zhao Chen was speechless. While eating his breakfast, he spat at the woman. "None of your business?" Zhao Chen replied mercilessly, "This woman is too nosy." If Xiao Yanzi said that, it would make sense. After all, she is his wife. "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this answer, Yao Shi became even more furious. He said a little out of control, "Zhao Chen, you should know that you are here to complete a mission. You're not here to fall in love. And your girlfriend is waiting for you in China. You've been entangled with other women since you went abroad. Are you worthy of her?" The more Yao Shi spoke, the angrier he became, and he was just about to raise his hand to challenge Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun ignored the woman and finished his breakfast. You shouldn't pay any attention to such a brainless woman. Seeing that Zhao Chun still ignored her, Yaoshi thought that he was too guilty to speak, and she wanted to talk even more unscrupulously. That's enough. Zhao Chun threw the cheap breakfast onto the expensive Persian carpet. Suddenly, the remaining vegetable scraps fell all over the floor. Zhao Chun looked at the breakfast he had thrown away with some indifference. He knew that bringing a woman out was the stupidest decision he had ever made. Zhao Chun stood up and looked coldly at Yao Shi, who seemed to be a little frightened. Yao Shi, who was originally aggressive, felt inexplicably panicked. Zhao Chun stared at Yao Shi with his cold eyes for several minutes. The two of them just stood facing each other without moving. Finally, Zhao Chun sat down again. You will buy a ticket back home later. You are not needed for this mission, Zhao Chun said indifferently, as if he was stating a trivial matter. Yao Shi thought that Zhao Chun was giving in and wanted to apologize to him. But after hearing what Zhao Chun said, Yao Shi was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. What did you say? You're going to kick me out for a foreign woman? How is she prettier than me? I look 10,000 times prettier than her when I take off my mask. It's no wonder that Yao Shi was so jealous. In her opinion, the blonde woman was not bad, but she was far inferior to her. In addition to height, figure, and possibly family background, how am I any worse than her? Zhao Chun stared at Yao Shi again and spoke slowly. I remember I made 3 rules with you at the beginning of this mission. That time at the airport was your first time. That time in the casino was your second time. Now this is your third time. There is an old saying in Daxia. Things never happen more than 3 times. Since you are of this character, if I keep you by my side, I will only fail the mission. Since you can't complete the rules I set for you, please get out of here. You delayed my mission, and even if I kill you, it won't quench my thirst. This time, Zhao Chen's words were unusually harsh, even heartless. The main reason is that this stupid woman is too stupid. I finally understand why this girl looks so pretty, but none of her Taoist friends are willing to pay attention to her. With such a bad mouth and such a bad personality, who the hell can tolerate her? I have a very tolerant character, but look at this woman. He is pushing the limit and speaking without thinking. With her by my side, not to mention that 3 cobblers can't beat Zhuge Liang, I'm afraid she will directly overturn all the plans I have made. And with her IQ, it's really not suitable to cooperate with her. Others say that girls with big breasts are brainless, but this girl has none of that. Pitiful. What did you say? Yao Shi seemed to be really confused. She just wanted Zhao Chun to explain it to her clearly. She also knew that Zhao Chun was not the kind of person who could not tell the importance of things. She just wanted to know why. But he actually wanted to chase me away. Is that also part of your plan? Maybe Zhao Chen's move of asking Yao Shi to play his lover made Yao Shi feel a little bit inflated, and she had another brainless dream. She completely forgot that Zhao Chun was the main planner of this mission. He had already made 3 rules with her. And myself. I know I was wrong. A slight sound of apology came from the woman's mouth. Yao Shi suddenly understood and pouted his lips in grievance, admitting his mistake reluctantly. Zhao Chun was so angry that he almost laughed. This woman is soft from head to toe except for her words. There's no point in talking anymore. I'll give you 50,000 francs. You can go shopping here and buy whatever you want. Then buy a plane ticket back. And by the way, let the commander know that you're safe. My current mission really doesn't require you. Just consider it a favor and stop bothering me while I'm doing my mission. Zhao Chun spoke in a slightly softer tone. After all, some women can be really stupid and make no sense. But there is no room for negotiation on letting Yao Shi go. Yao Shi's presence would not only be stupid and might affect the mission, but it would also be inconvenient to explain if was saw us. Letting her go is truly for the good of this mission. But I just helped you yesterday. What else does Yao Shi want to struggle for himself? Zhao Chun shouted angrily. Stop talking. Yao Shi, do you know what is the most important thing in the army? It's obeying orders. You are a soldier now. I asked you to return home now so that you would obey orders. This is the best decision for this mission. Go pack your things. Zhao Chun threw 50,000 Franklin bills in front of Yao Shi without any hesitation. Then he turned and left. When Zhao Chun opened the door, he paused and said, Remember to take everything with you before you go out, so as not to leave any evidence against you. After leaving the last words, Zhao Chun ignored Yao Shi, who was standing there in a daze, and left the room on his own. In the room, Yao Shi stared blankly at the door through which Zhao Chun left, biting her upper lip with her pearly teeth, a look of determination in her eyes. After solving the problem with Yao Shi, it was almost 9 o'clock. Zhao Chun took a taxi to Citibank again. At this time, the arrogant Citibank just opened its doors. Sir, are you depositing or withdrawing money? The person who greeted him at the door was a blonde woman in her 20s with slightly freckles on her face. Although she was not as pretty as the women Zhao Chen had seen before, it had to be said that the climate and soil in the West made it easy for her to produce such a curvaceous woman. Even though Zhao Chun had perfect self-control, he couldn't help but look up and down a few more times. Cough, cough. Looking for your president. There's something important. Zhao Chen said. The blonde woman was stunned for a moment, and then continued to look the same as when she first started receiving guests. Sir, do you have an appointment? Our president's schedule is very full every day, and we can't see him without an appointment. After all, everyone who came to see him said it was something important. The blonde said slightly apologetically. Chapter 171 Handsome. Zhao Chen scratched his head and said awkwardly, Well, didn't your president tell you? Someone from Daxia came to see him this morning. Zhao Chen didn't quite believe that Brother Yang would let him come to get it without telling him clearly. Besides, it's not a good idea to get angry with a dedicated salesperson. The blonde woman shook her head apologetically and reminded, Why don't you give the president a call and tell him? If he lets you in, I'll have no problem with that. The blonde woman felt that the Daxiao man in front of her didn't seem like he was here to cause trouble, so she made a friendly suggestion. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. I really don't have your president's phone number. How about you help me make a call, pretty lady? I really need something. The blonde woman shook her head, somewhat helplessly, and replied tactfully. I'm sorry, sir. This bank job is hard to come by. I've only been applying for the job for a little over a month. You can't let me not even get this month's salary. Zhao Chun was completely devastated. How come the environment abroad is even worse than at home? He can't even meet a bank president. Suddenly, Zhao Chen came up with an idea. Well, if I want to deposit a large amount, can I discuss the interest rate with your president? Zhao Chen asked the salesperson guarding the door. The blonde woman obviously didn't expect that Zhao Chen hadn't given up yet. Deposit? How much? Sir, in Citibank, only deposits over 1 million francs are considered large deposits. If you want to negotiate interest rates with the president, you have to have at least 5 million francs. Although the blonde woman did not have any obvious sarcasm in her words, she made it very clear, telling Zhao Chen not to embarrass himself. A man who dresses simply and is from Daxia, he really doesn't look like a nouveau riche. Zhao Chen smiled and wanted to say something else. At this time, a pot-bellied man in a suit walked out from inside the bank. He first glanced at Zhao Chen, then stared at the blonde woman with a dazed look. Lucy, why are you taking so long here? Didn't I ask you to put up a sign saying loan suspension on the door of the bank? The man in the suit thought that Zhao Chun was talking so much here because he was trying to seek a loan. After all, there were many gamblers in Las Vegas who lost all their money and wanted to get a loan to make it back. The salesperson called Lucy was obviously a little scared of this pot-bellied man in a suit and hurriedly explained. Manager, this gentleman is not here to take out a loan. He is here to make a deposit. As Lucy spoke, her voice became lower and lower, because she knew that the probability of this young man causing trouble was greater. The manager in a suit then looked Zhao Chun up and down carefully. He looked the same as those gamblers who lost all their bets and squatted at the door of the bank early in the morning to beg for a loan. Zhao Chun saw this fat white man dressed like a decent person and thought he looked like a senior executive, so he asked, You are the manager here. Can you introduce me to your president? I need to see him for something. Zhao Chun's tone of voice was relatively calm, neither arrogant nor pleading. Perhaps foreigners have a natural dislike and contempt for Orientals, especially Daxia people. The fat white man did not hide the contempt in his eyes at all and complained. Don't bother me, you Dongfang kid. Forget about finding our president. Even if you find Mr. William, the president of Citibank, he won't allow you to get a loan. Your dirty shoes have polluted the floor of our Citibank. You have affected the business of our valued customers at this stop. And you have also tainted my eyes. So, get out of here now, immediately, right now. The fat white man's voice was not small, and the trembling flesh on his face shook like a towering mountain. Many people around looked over here. It was obvious that this fat white man's attitude towards Zhao Chun was much worse than that of the blonde woman. Although the blonde woman asked Zhao Chun to leave very tactfully, she still had her responsibilities as a service staff. And this white pig in front of him, this fat white guy, it's obvious that his mother didn't teach him what respect is when he was a child. Zhao Chun stroked his chin, thinking about whether he should teach this beautiful Chinese who claimed to be noble a lesson, although it seemed not good to hit someone directly with his current personality. Hey, what are you doing? At the gate, a tall and thin man in his 40s, holding a coffee in one hand and a sandwich in the other, and wearing a gentleman's hat on his head, saw this scene just as he was about to enter the door. When the fat white man saw the person coming, he immediately put away his arrogance and trotted over, like a dog seeing his owner come in. Unless you look at his size, of course. President, you are here. There is a little Oriental punk here asking for a loan. You know, we at Citibank no longer provide loans, so I am asking him to leave. The fat white man's attitude towards the tall and thin man was completely different from Zhao Chen's. The tall and thin man's eyelids twitched violently when he heard the name of Dongfang Xiaobia, and he looked at Zhao Chun in disbelief as he stood there with an indifferent expression. David Wright is feeling so miserable. Last night, when he and his mistress were having fun in the club, his boss called and said that a prestigious black gold card would be delivered to Las Vegas overnight. He was so busy that he quickly left his mistress behind and returned to the bank to work overtime. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that a long convoy slowly arrived at the door of Citibank. Leading the way is the top mercenary brigade of Blackwater Security Company. Just this one mercenary brigade costs at least 3 million francs to go out on a mission, even if the mission is just to escort such a card to a Citibank branch in Las Vegas. After accepting the black gold card, David quickly deposited it into his own private safe. Because several senior executives have keys and fingerprints to the public safe, but only he can open this private safe. After everything was ready, he transferred 2 more security teams to take turns guarding the place. It was almost 4:30. It took David half an hour to drive home, so he simply checked into a hotel near the bank and stayed there. Who knew that the alarm on my phone didn't wake me up in the morning, and when I woke up it was already 9 o'clock. Fortunately, David lived nearby, so he bought some breakfast and headed towards the bank. David was thinking that the distinguished guest who came to pick up the card today would not come so early in the morning, and he was the bank president, so what was wrong with coming late? So he walked slowly towards the bank, and when he reached the door, he just saw the manager scolding someone. David's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Zhao Chen's back. This figure didn't look like that of a handsome Chinese. Then the manager came over and told him that an Oriental man was coming. David's heart was broken. He still remembered how his immediate superior described the distinguished guest to him on the phone yesterday, a Daxiao man, tall and handsome. Chapter 172 Talking. See Zhao Chen's face. President David just wants to pull off the white manager's pig head and use it as a toilet. This guy must be that distinguished and important person. David swallowed his saliva and ignored the fat white man who was talking nonstop next to him, but walked quickly to Zhao Chun. David smiled, which he thought was humorous enough, and asked with some trembling, "Well, sir, have you had breakfast?" Seeing the Daxiao man in front of him looking at him indifferently, David was 100% sure that this Daxiao man was the distinguished guest he was going to receive. The fat white man behind him didn't quite understand, so he quickly walked over and said, "President, what are you doing? This is just an Oriental guy who came to cause trouble." It's obvious that the fat white guy didn't get to the position of manager by relying on his brain full of mush. David Wright finally couldn't hold it in anymore and turned around and shouted, "Cliff, you're fired, you bastard. You are so disrespectful to our Citibank customers. From now on, you, Triff, are no longer the sales manager of Citibank's Las Vegas branch. Go to the office now, pack up your things and leave." Hearing the president's furious roar, as if someone's tail had been stepped on, everyone around him suddenly realized what was going on. Many Citibank employees couldn't believe what they saw. Triff is indeed a very stupid person, and he didn't get the position of manager by his own efforts, but he can be fired just like that. The reason is still such outrageous disrespect for guests. The fat white man was a little confused for a moment and twisted his chubby face in disbelief, unable to believe this was real. "President, you can't. I came here to get some experience. How can you fire me?" It was obvious that the fat white man was not only not smart enough, but also had a bad mouth. After he said this, the eyes of the customers or staff who were originally sympathetic to him suddenly turned to deep disgust. What evil capitalism? Gold plating, go somewhere else to do it. Citibank doesn't welcome you. David wanted to cut this fat fool into pieces at this moment. He was so stupid that he offended an important person. If he didn't say anything, it would be fine. The important person would just think that he was a little stupid. After he said this, it was obvious that the big shot in front of him was going to take action against his family. Mentioning someone's background in front of them, isn't that pure provocation? You revealed your family members yourself. What should I do if I don't take action against you and you want to retaliate against me? Zhao Chen looked at the funny dog-eat-dog situation in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that the people in foreign countries are indeed tough. Even things like taking the back door can be justified so righteously. President, right? This was the first time Zhao Chen spoke to this tall and thin man. David quickly replied, "Yes, sir, I am David Wright, the president of Citibank. You can just call me David." David had a flattering look on his face. Zhao Chen nodded and pointed towards the inside of the bank. "Let's talk inside," Zhao Chen said. David quickly responded, Of course. Come in." The guests and staff who were originally watching the fun were suddenly enlightened when they saw the president treating Zhao Chun with such respect. After Zhao Chun and President David walked in, suddenly a voice came out. Is that Oriental guy the one who won 150 million franklin in the Venetian casino yesterday? As soon as this sound came out, the whole bank was boiling again. Zhao Chun walked and looked at the decoration of Citibank. Classical and indifferent. Compared with the all-white banks in China, foreign banks look more like museums. Maybe they think that if the design is more fancy, it will be more difficult for the robbers to rob at gunpoint. Zhao Chun followed David to the second floor of the bank. There is only one room used for office on the second floor, which is the president's office. After Zhao Chun followed him in, he sat down on the black leather sofa without any courtesy and looked at the various oil paintings on the walls of the president's office out of boredom. What is very different from China is that people in China like to put famous calligraphy and paintings in their offices, while in foreign countries, they put more oil paintings to add to the style. More of the same. David poured Zhao Chun a cup of tea. Zhao Chun made a joke. I thought you beautiful people all prefer coffee to tea. David smiled and explained. It's true that not many people drink tea here, but many of our guests from Daxiao are keen on tea, so I have a lot of tea leaves in my office. This is Long Jing before the rain. Many of my Daxia guests like it very much. You can try it. Zhao Chun picked up the hot teacup and took a sip. For him who has entered the monastery, boiling water at 100 degrees is no longer a problem for him. It has no taste, but it feels strangely refreshing when you drink it. Anyway, I feel that it should not be cheap. Zhao Chun nodded and said, That's right. But since you have so many guests from Daxiao, why does that fat white guy look down on Daxiao people so much? This is very important. Zhao Chun really doesn't understand why that guy treats him like the murderer of his father even though he didn't provoke him. David smiled awkwardly, smacked his lips, and replied, It's like this. That guy Triff was sent here as a formality. He just found a girlfriend when he got here. But not long after, the girl cheated on him and was caught by him sleeping with a young man from Daxia. That's it. Trev is unhappy when he sees the Daxia people. David gave a brief explanation. Zhao Chun nodded slightly and continued to ask, Oh, above? Which above? Zhao Chun's voice was very calm, but when David heard it, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. A big guy who can get a black gold card with just one phone call. Can he kill a few pigs with his eyes closed? Ahem. David was a little speechless. Zhao Chun looked at the president, who seemed to have some insight, with some doubt, and said, Why, you want to protect him? David's eyes suddenly widened, and his head shook like a rattle. No. He is the nephew of Coltrane, the vice president of Citibank head office. Coltrane will retire in 2 years. I thought. David didn't dare to finish. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Don't even bother retiring. If you want to educate your nephew like this, I guess he himself is not a good person. Although Zhao Chun only said that, David knew in his heart that the old guy with glasses who had worked diligently for Citibank for half his life was finished. Of course, he didn't know that Zhao Chun was just talking nonsense. Although the fat white man made him feel disgusted, he didn't really do anything to him. Just packing up and leaving was already a punishment. I will bring disaster to my family again. It's not that exaggerated. If he really wants to kill the entire family of anyone he dislikes, then is he still a pure successor to socialism? It's just talk to show off. Okay, now you can go get my card. Zhao Chun said. Chapter 173, The City of Marriage. Zhao Chun felt that he was wasting too much time here, so he simply stopped being polite. After hearing Zhao Chun say this, David felt relieved and nodded slightly at Zhao Chun. David stood up and walked to the micro safe in front of the desk. He first turned the password for half a minute, and then entered his fingerprints, pupil data, and other data. Zhao Chun watched the tall and thin man for more than 3 minutes before he finally opened the safe. Your safe is safe enough. Zhao Chun praised. David laughed and replied, It's all for the safety of the guest's property. As he spoke, David took out a small wooden box about 15 centimeters long and wide from the safe. The small wooden box didn't look big, but it seemed quite heavy. Although it was heavy enough for David to lift, he was very careful when taking it out, for fear of making any mistakes. After taking out the small wooden box, David closed the safe and slowly walked back to the sofa, holding the wooden box in his hands. Zhao Chun looked at the wooden box, which was only the width of a palm, and felt a little confused. But seeing David looking so frightened, Zhao Chun didn't understand. Isn't it just a card? Zhao Chun ignored David's expression as if he regarded the box as his father and took the box. Depend on. It's really heavy. He must be about 70 or 80 kilograms. Hey, sir, be careful. David saw the box being snatched away and quickly reminded. What is this thing so heavy? Zhao Chun put the box on the coffee table, looked at the appearance of the box, and asked. I don't know either. I just know that every black and gold card must be placed in this box. This is also the first time I have seen this box up close. Please accept it. Zhao Chen looked up at David, his lips moving. He actually wanted to ask how to open the box, but looking at David's expression, he probably didn't know either. Go back and think about it slowly. Okay, I'm leaving now. Zhao Chen picked up the box and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. David quickly called a halt. Zhao Chen had already walked to the door, turned around with some confusion, and asked, "Anything else?" David swallowed and replied, "Well, sir, don't you want a safe to keep it in? Or at least the whole suitcase?" Haha, Zhao Chen laughed. "Don't worry, no one can take this away from me. But you have a point. A tall tree attracts the wind. Do you have any plastic bags? Snakeskin bags are even better." Zhao Chen walked to the desk and started searching around as if he was at home. David's expression twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. Well, how about using a suitcase? Finally, David saw that the guest seemed to be searching in vain, so he whispered a suggestion. Zhao Chen couldn't find the bag to put the things in and was a little frustrated. You have a point. It's safer to use a suitcase. Zhao Chen returned to Hua's hotel carrying a suitcase. When Huaz opened the door for Zhao Chen, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Huaz was really afraid that Zhao Chen would not want her anymore. "Dear, what took you so long?" Huaz hugged Zhao Chen's neck, and the hot air from his breath made Zhao Chen feel itchy. Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly and replied, "I just sent that woman back and then went to Citibank to get it back." Zhao Chen raised the suitcase in his right hand. Black gold card. Only then did Huaz realize that Zhao Chen was still holding the box in his hand. Zhao Chen smiled and rubbed Huaz's little head. "This black gold card is anonymous and has no upper limit on spending. As long as you don't go too far and exceed 100 million yuan a year, there will be no problem. There is still half a month left before the Gambling King competition. The casino feels just SOSO, and there are many other fun places in Las Vegas. Zhao Chen wants to use this card to have a good time. Of course, I'll bring this chick Haas along. What a pity, I'm on a mission, otherwise it would be so nice to have Xiao Yanzi by my side at this time." Haas blinked his big blue eyes and said, "When you say this, are you going to treat us?" Hee hee. Although Huaz is a girl who has no shortage of money and Zhao Chen has just given her 10 million, it is still a very happy thing to have the person you love buy things for you. I am determined to win the Gambling King competition, but I will not go to the casino. We will just hang out in Las Vegas before the competition. Walking around, just walking around. Las Vegas is not only known as the gambling city, but also as the wedding city. Las Vegas, known as the marriage capital of the world, has a marriage registry that never closes. On average, nearly 120,000 couples come here to register for marriage every year. Among them, non-locals and foreigners account for 65 to 75. At the marriage registration office, Zhao Chen saw pairs of young, middle-aged, and elderly people busy filling out marriage forms. Some of them had a huge age gap between them, and some were carrying bamboo baskets with sleeping babies in them. In Las Vegas, there is no need to show any supporting documents. As long as you pay a $55 registration fee, the marriage registry will completely believe any lies people make up. You can get a marriage certificate within 15 minutes, and then find a pastor in a nearby church to hold the wedding. If a man and a woman who come to Las Vegas to get married alone have no relatives, friends, or acquaintances to witness their marriage, they can just pick a stranger on the street to be a witness, provided of course that they give the other person a tip of several dozen dollars. If you want to pursue excitement, people can choose to hold their wedding in the air by helicopter or balloon accompanied by a priest. Of course, such a wedding costs about several $1,000s, and the average newlywed family would be better off using the money to take a spontaneous trip. Zhao Chen heard people on the street say vividly that getting married in Las Vegas is as convenient as eating fast food. Of course, if marriage is easy, divorce will naturally be easy as well. According to the laws of Nevada, where Las Vegas is located, people can obtain a divorce certificate as long as one party has lived in Las Vegas for 3 months. Many movie stars and celebrities like to get married in Las Vegas and eventually get divorced in this city. Zhao Chen heard a lot of gossip here, such as that in the early morning of January 3rd of a certain year, singer Britney and her childhood friend Jason, not Jason Adams, registered and held a flash wedding in Las Vegas without anyone noticing, deceiving the American entertainment media that had been following them all day. But 2 days later, Britney and her groom received a ruling from a Las Vegas court declaring their marriage invalid, ending their passionate 55-hour marriage. Therefore, Zhao Chen was also quite distressed. Almost every day, this little girl Huas tried every means to persuade Zhao Chen to accompany her to get the marriage certificate, even if it was only a marriage of a few dozen hours. Chapter 174 Interesting. Finally, Zhao Chen made it to the day when the Gambling King competition began. Before the game, Haas wanted to hang on Zhao Chun. Every time Zhao Chun saw Haas's aggressive eyes, he would tremble all over. Damn, that was clearly the way I looked at Xiao Yanzi before. Damn it, it's all about karma, no one can escape it. Normally, a contestant can bring a female companion, so Zhao Chun thought of bringing Haas in. Unexpectedly, what was took out was an invitation letter. My dad gave it to me, he. Haas explained with a smile. Okay, your dad is awesome. Zhao Chun was a little happy. Today is the first day, and it's mainly for gambling. I'll give you some cash so you can have some fun. Zhao Chun's main goal this time is the Gambling King competition. On the first day of gambling, he would just make some money for the round-trip air ticket. Zhao Chun knew that he was famous now, so he couldn't be too high profile in case something went wrong. That would be the dismal result of failing at the last hurdle. I have some, go play around with it. Haas gestured to the black suitcase in his right hand. Together? Darling. Haas invited. Okay, but I won't play big. I want to save my energy for tomorrow's game. What Zhao Chun said was pure nonsense, mainly because he didn't want to be too high profile. After all, the official competition is tomorrow. If you win too much today and get too carried away, you will inevitably be targeted tomorrow. Everything is still based on the mission. Although my good fortune is very impressive, it is still better to be safe. Zhao Chun followed Haas to the mahjong area of the casino. For Zhao Chun, mahjong is as simple as picking up and throwing cards. There are some differences from the domestic rules, but overall it is not a big problem. The most important thing is, Zhao Chun has good luck, so he doesn't even have to think about how to assemble the cards. Just receive and play the cards according to your mood. Sure enough, after playing 2 rounds, Zhao Chun didn't even deal with the cards. He just played and received cards by himself. It was only when it came to the 3rd round that Zhao Chun drew a card by himself. With 2 self-drawn hands, he won 440,000 franklin from 3 parties. Little sister Hoz looked at Zhao Chun with resentment, and at the same time, she took out 440,000 yuan in cash from her black suitcase and handed it to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was very troubled. He only brought 2 boxes of money, both full. But soon someone from the organizer came to help him solve the problem. The organizer brought 2 new boxes to help Zhao Chun put the money. Zhao Chun couldn't help but sigh. This boss knows how to behave. Good review. I heard Zhao Chun sigh like this. Hoz chuckled and nodded to Zhao Chun to get off the stage. Zhao Chun looked over as Hoz pointed and happened to meet the eyes of a middle-aged giant man wearing a big vest. My goodness, that ferocious look. Wait, why did Haas let me look at him? It can't be. Dad, why did you come here today? Haas immediately threw himself into the arms of the fierce-looking giant, asking questions while acting coquettishly. Humph, if I don't come soon my good daughter will elope with someone. The giant spoke with great force and his eyes were fixed on Zhao Chun who was still collecting money. Cough cough. What the hell? What kind of genes can a giant man over 2 meters tall and weighing at least 300 pounds give birth to such a delicate daughter? Could it be that Hua's real last name is Wang? Zhao Chun had to keep his complaints to himself. Hello, uncle. Zhao Chun greeted him somewhat awkwardly. No matter how you look at it, it feels like meeting my father-in-law. Damn, this is a ridiculous task. Behave well and protect my daughter. After saying this, the fierce-looking giant turned around and prepared to leave. Haas grabbed the giant's hand. Dad, why are you leaving right after you got here? Please stay with me longer. It is obvious that although this giant looks fierce, he is extremely gentle to his daughter. The giant twisted Haas's pointy little ears and said, Okay, baby. Daddy still has things to do. This boy is very nice, so you can play with him first. Come to Daddy's place tonight, and Daddy will chat with you. After saying this, the giant left with a group of people. Zhao Chun pursed his lips, not quite knowing what to say. Seeing that his father had left, was turned around and cared about his stunned boyfriend. You've met my father. My dad may look fierce, but he is actually a good person. Was seemed to treat Zhao Chun as a fool. Ha ha ha. Just your father's face must have cost dozens of lives. He is the boss of Blackwater and the leader of mercenaries, and you tell me he is a good guy? Of course, he still had to give his father some face in front of Haas. Zhao Chun nodded. I feel it. Uncle is very gentle to others. Just like a certain saint in our country. This was the only thing Zhao Chun could hint at. Saint. Huaz was very confused as to how his father could be related to the saint of Daxia. Zhao Chun nodded and explained. Yes, that's the founder of Luan Yu. He's the great sage Kong who always wants to be true to others. At the end of the day, Zhao Chun had played all the events in the competition. It can be said that I have luck in my hands. I am the gambling king. It can be said that it is invincible. Zhao Chun will never have the problem of being short of money again. Damn, if you are short of money in China, just go to Jinghao for a walk. Of course, your fists have to be strong. Otherwise, what if you can't outrun others? What left a deep impression on Zhao Chun today was a young man with only 4 fingers in Texas. As mentioned before, the Texas Hold'em poker sport, except for those who hang around like Zhao Chun, is mainly a psychological battle. There are many cases of people being scared away by small cards and giving up big cards. Zhao Chun can only bet when his cards are the biggest. If his cards are not big, he will usually just fold without considering the psychological consequences. Why challenge the odds when you can win for sure? Zhao Chun noticed that the young man sitting opposite him often didn't get particularly big cards, but still won a lot of money at the card table. What he did was psychological suppression. If there is any disagreement, just go all in. Others who didn't have such big cards were so scared that they just folded. Some who were not convinced thought it was a bluff and made a move, but it turned out that no one had a big card, so they ended up losing everything. It can be said that this guy is playing cards with his brain. The heart is big enough. Zhao Chun watched this guy suddenly go all in with a 2-1 during the last round of betting, scaring the other straight player into folding his cards. It can be said that this person is quite ruthless, as if the money he is spending is not his own. Of course, Zhao Chun taught this guy a lesson. Zhao Chun got a gourd card and directly won 4 million from this pretentious guy, instantly turning him back to his original form. After winning this game, Zhao Chun will play other games. Before leaving, Zhao Chun took a deliberate look and found that it was still the same card table. The young man with 4 fingers had more cash next to him than before he won from him just now. Well, it's a bit interesting. Chapter 175. The game begins. When Zhao Chun came to the center of the venue again, Hoz was standing at the door waving and greeting her. Zhao Chun rested in the hotel alone last night, while Hoz followed his father to the hotel where the competition was held. Zhao Chun was a little confused when he saw the much larger flow of people than yesterday. It seems that many big guys didn't even bother to come here to make money yesterday. Hoz seemed to see Zhao Chun's doubts and explained, "June, there are many people here who are competitors with each other. Of course, they are unwilling to come to the casino in advance to reveal the gambling rules and cards. If you want to win money, there are so many casinos in Las Vegas, so why not go there? After all, in a gambling king's battle, winning or losing can be decided by a hair's breadth." Ha smiled and used an old saying from Daxia. It can be seen that after communicating with her father yesterday, it seems that her father-in-law is quite satisfied with her. Otherwise, this girl would not be smiling so happily. "Let's go." Zhao Chun took Hoz's hand and entered the venue together. Wow, there are much more security checks today than yesterday. Long queues were formed at the entrance of the venue. Zhao Chun had not expected that so many potential gambling kings from all over the world would come to participate in a gambling king competition. "June, go this way." Huis winked at Zhao Chun. It was obvious that Huis had already arranged a shortcut for Zhao Chun. It's good to have a solid background, and you can always get a fast track wherever you go. When Zhao Chun and Hoz passed through the passage, many people nearby noticed this, but no one said anything, only a look of envy in their eyes. After entering the venue, Zhao Chun first came to the blackjack operation area according to the regulations. The competition was about to start in an hour and a half. Zhao Chun took a booklet of the competition rules from the counter and slowly looked at it. Blackjack rules. First, everyone has an initial bet of 5,000 chips. You can advance if you win 100,000 chips within 2 hours. It looks easy, but it is also quite difficult. For Zhao Chun, the 100,000 chips only took 5 bets. But for normal people, this is an extremely difficult preliminary round. First of all, it is estimated that except Zhao Chun, no one would come up and place all the bets. After all, if you bust or lose, the game will end immediately. The normal process is to start with small bets of 1 or 2,000, and only after winning a lot will you dare to bet bigger. So winning 100,000 with 5,000 is a big stepping stone. Mahjong rules. Each person took the 100,000 chips from the initial test and played at the randomly assigned mahjong table. Regardless of the time, you can advance if you win 3 million. Wow, if we win the first game by beating the dealer, everyone might be lucky enough to advance. But this second game of mahjong, with the numbers 30-1, was quite interesting. After all, each person only has 100,000 chips, and everyone at a table except himself only has 100,000 chips, which means 300,000 chips per table. He has to beat everyone at 10 tables to advance. And the position allocation is completely random, in case of a strong clash, hee. Anyway, the second game is much more interesting than the first one. Stud rules. Each player took the 3 million they won from the second game and played at the 8-player stud table. Those who win 30 million will advance to the final round. There is also a rule for this game. Only the first 6 people who qualify will advance to the finals. Even if we win another 30 million later, we will still be considered to have lost the game. In the final round, 6 people competed. Texas Hold'em, whoever has the most chips in 2 hours is the champion. In addition, there are various small rules in each round of the game, such as no cheating, no looking at other people's cards, no continuously discarding cards after winning a large sum in the last round, etc. In short, it doesn't give people much chance to find loopholes. There was not much content in the booklet. Zhao Chen flipped through it 2 or 3 times and read it. After making sure that there would not be any major problems, he put it aside and began to look at the personnel arrangements on site. It was obvious that the Las Vegas officials were very concerned about this gambling king competition. Many official people came in black suits, and there was a white-haired old man chatting and laughing with Haas's father. Zhao Chen was not idle either. The organizers prepared a large amount of food, drinks, and even a lounge in the venue. After all, some people win really easily, and it is a long process from the end of the first round to the beginning of the second round. We can't start the second round before the first round is over. Because those who finish the first round quickly are basically the big guys, if we start the second round directly, it will be all big guys competing against each other, and no one will be happy. Who the hell doesn't want to sit at the same table with cannon fodder? It was as if the 2 young masters of the Gao family, who had already entered the venue, were praying that they would not run into Zhao Chen, the jinx. After all, they felt that Zhao Chen was narrow-minded, and if they faced each other, it would be bad whether they won or lost. Of course, Zhao Chen didn't know about these things and was quietly waiting for the game to begin. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a beautiful country. The competition was scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, but at 9:30, not everyone had come in yet. Zhao Chen was sitting at the blackjack table waiting board, when suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. "Why are you here?" Zhao Chen looked at the woman in front of him with some confusion. Haas chuckled and replied, "Why can't I come? I have a ticket." The little blonde beauty obviously didn't want to miss the fun. Zhao Chen smiled a little. This girl, apart from other things, he had experienced blackjack and mahjong before. Putting aside my luck, I am still miles ahead of her. Coming to the king of gambling competition is just to be cannon fodder. Okay, just be happy. My dad is the sponsor. Before Zhao Chen and Haas had chatted for long, the host's speech finally came. The host seemed to know that the time had already exceeded a lot, so he didn't say much. After throwing out all the polite words, he directly announced that the competition had begun. At the beginning, the dealer at each blackjack table gave 5,000 yuan in chips to the contestants at each table. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment and put 1,000 in front of himself. Of course, most people only give themselves 1,000 at the beginning. After all, it's just the beginning, so everyone should be cautious. If you lose, you'll have to pack up and leave. Zhao Chen's hand was average, with his open and hidden cards adding up to 17 points. Anyway, I didn't continue asking for cards. The dealer opens the cards, 18 points. Zhao Chen lost his 1,000 points, but Hewis got a big hand of 20 points right away. He smiled proudly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen also laughed. In the second game, Zhao Chen seized the opportunity and placed 3,000 chips. Little Haas was not to be outdone and bet 2,000. Everyone had good luck this time. Zhao Chen took over 6,000 chips with one hand of 21, while the dealer didn't take a single chip with the same 18 points as in the previous hand. Soon, in less than half an hour, Zhao Chen's front was full of money. This was the result of Zhao Chen's deliberate acting. But after all, his strength does not allow it, and the chips in front of Zhao Chen already exceed 100,000. Sir, your chips are over 100,000. You can go to the lounge to rest for a while and wait for the second game. Chapter 176. The second round begins. The dealer reminded kindly. Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head and replied, "I'm not tired. I'll play a little longer. 2 hours is still early." Of course, that's what he said. Zhao Chen actually wanted to stay and play with this little girl Haas for a while longer. After all, it took Haas more than half an hour to barely win 30,000. Although the speed of winning chips is definitely not slow, it is still a bit difficult to qualify, unless you make a few big and desperate bets. It seemed that they had not expected such a guest. The dealer reminded again, "Sir, the chips you win later will not be counted in the chips for the second game of mahjong. For the second game of mahjong, you can only bring 100,000 chips." The dealer thought that this man was trying to exploit a bug in the game so that he could win more chips to bring to the mahjong competition. After all, most contestants have their own specialties. Some are good at blackjack, some are good at mahjong. I want to win more in the games I specialize in. There are still many people with such wild imaginations, but unfortunately the rules have clearly stated that this is not allowed. Zhao Chen shook his head and put the 100,000 chips into the box he carried with him. "I'm just playing around. You deal your cards." Zhao Chen was a little speechless. This staff member was really nosy. Seeing the customers say this, the dealer didn't say anything more, but just wondered in his heart whether this guy was crazy. In the next few games, Zhao Chen did not bet much, but he vaguely hinted at Haas to place a bet. The people of Haas were not stupid either. They could sense Zhao Chen's gaze. When Zhao Chen looks at himself, He always wins the next round. Is this a coincidence? Haas grumbled to himself. At the same time, Huis also chose to believe Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun glanced at Hua's delicate face again. Haas didn't hesitate this time and took out 40,000 chips from his 60,000 chips and placed them in front of himself. Open the cards. Very good. Win blackjack. Haas saw that he not only won, but also got the biggest blackjack. The little girl immediately hugged Zhao Chun's neck happily and expressed gratitude. The dealer had noticed that the two men had been flirting with each other, but after all, it was blackjack and there was no way to cheat. Out of desperation, the dealer stepped on the alarm under the table. After the alarm was pressed, none of the people at the table knew about it. However, behind the scenes of the competition, a staff member will transfer the surveillance footage of this table to the referee team, and everyone will discuss and judge whether the contestant has cheated. Boss, there's something wrong with the surveillance footage coming from table B46. A staff member in a black suit walked up to the giant man and the organizer of the competition and said, what he didn't notice was that his boss and the giant were also watching the surveillance camera at table B46. Something's wrong. The organizer of the competition is the Lieutenant Governor of Nevada, who is considered one of the most powerful figures in Nevada. Although he is already in his 60s, he still speaks with great authority. There seemed to be two people exchanging expressions during the game. The staff member in the black suit was about to say something when he suddenly noticed that the two big guys looked fierce at the moment, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Blackjack, is that cheating? The deputy governor asked. The staff remained silent. After analyzing the video, they found that the two men did not steal or replace the cards. Unless the man can guess that the woman will win the next round, so he reminds her to place the bet. But how is this possible? No, the staff member replied. Nothing to report without you. Roll. The deputy governor was obviously very angry at this subordinate who didn't know how to read his mood. The staff member in black suit quickly turned around and ran away. As he went back, he was still muttering about his bad luck. The deputy governor saw the giant's expression relax slightly, knowing that everything was fine, and quickly said in a flattering tone, Mr. Allred, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect my subordinates to be so stupid that they dared to suspect your daughter of cheating. The man standing in front of the surveillance camera shoulder to shoulder with the organizer, the deputy governor, is naturally Haas's father, OLED Jones. Ole did not blame him, but said calmly, the goal of competition is fairness. I don't care about other things, as long as my daughter competes fairly. Although Oled's tone was not harsh, the implication of his words still made the deputy governor feel uneasy. Of course, Ling Qianjin is a very good gambler, so it's not surprising that he made it to the last round. Although the deputy governor was much older than the giant, he spoke to him with great respect. Oled smiled and said nothing more. It was naturally impossible for the two who had both advanced to the next round to stay at the gambling table and play, so they packed up their chips. After getting a promotion card from the dealer, the two walked to the lounge prepared at the venue. This is also one of the few smart things the organizers did. I know the big guys have nowhere to go after the game. They can't just wander around. There weren't many lounges, but luckily Zhao Chun and Huas won relatively quickly, so there were still empty rooms. This lounge looked like a proper hotel room, unlike the ones Zhao Chun and Huas had stayed in before, which were presidential suites with sofas bigger than beds. This simple lounge has nothing but a bathroom, a big bed, and a TV for entertainment. It's less than 20 square meters. Although it's not very cramped, it's not big after all. Not to mention two people resting together. A man and a woman ended up lying on the same bed. Of course, they are all the kind that wear clothes. Zhao Chun didn't sleep very well last night and had a dream. He dreamed that Xiao Yanzi was living alone in a room full of clutter in Mauname. Zhao Chun was so angry that he wanted to pick up 2 machetes and chop his way from Las Vegas to Mauname. Unfortunately, when he woke up from the dream, Zhao Chun couldn't even remember what Xiao Yanzi looked like in the dream. Zhao Chun restrained the urge to call and just wanted to finish the task at hand and take Xiao Yanzi home. There are so many Franklins piled up in his storage space now that it's no problem for him to buy a few streets, let alone a house. I really miss her. Although there are other women lying beside him now, they are all for the mission and they are just feeding the wolf with their own bodies. What's more, I won't really let her succeed. Feeling that the woman was trying to stretch her 1-meter-long legs towards him for the 17th time, Zhao Chun slid away again. Zhao Chun could clearly hear the woman hitting the pillow angrily behind him. He was just pretending to be asleep and checking to see how long it would take for the second game to start. Finally, God rewards those who work hard. Just as the woman tried to stretch her legs over for the 32nd time, the bell in the lounge rang. Second game. Starts soon. Chapter 177, First Qualifier. It has to be said that there are still many blackjack masters. In other words, all masters are proficient in blackjack. After all, it is the first hurdle in the Gambling King competition, and it is more like skipping those fake tricks who are trying to fish in troubled waters. But to be honest, blackjack is indeed one of the more common ways to play. The rules of blackjack are still too simple and straightforward, and everyone gets quite noisy after playing for a long time. Zhao Chen and was walked into the mahjong area and sighed as they looked at the total number of people, which was no less than that of the blackjack battle area just now. Seeing Zhao Chen's surprised expression, was chuckled and said, "June, the guests invited this time are all well-known figures in the gambling world around the world. You still think there are gamblers who were played badly by the dealer in the casino?" It was obvious that was understood why Zhao Chen was so emotional. After Haas's explanation, Zhao Chen suddenly understood. They're all well-known and famous people, but they were eliminated in the first round. It's so embarrassing. You can't even beat the banker, and you want to compete for the title of Gambling King? Just go to bed. If you think about it carefully, even someone like Haas, who was there to make up the numbers, got in. Although he had his own help, there was no reason why others couldn't make it to the second round. However, it is pointless and can be suppressed with one hand. Soon the loudspeaker began to call out names. This took nearly another hour. The work efficiency of the United States is really hard to describe. Finally, it was settled. Zhao Chen's number is 47 and Haas's number is 256. The game was about to begin, and Zhao Chen was going to the 12th table and sit down at the Nanfeng seat. Haas went to table 64 and sat down at the Northwind seat. The two of them were quite far apart, so it could be said that there was almost no way for them to communicate with each other through eye contact. Of course, when it comes to a sport like mahjong, eye contact doesn't really work at all. The three opponents Zhao Chen faced were all veterans in their 40s, one from Dacia, one from Japan, and one from Korea. Oh, they are all from the same continent. Why can we tell the difference between Japanese people and Korean people? The guy from Japan has a colonel's mustache, and the guy from Korea is in his 40s with a greasy face and powdered hair. There's no need to guess. Soon, the gambling began. Zhao Chen didn't waste time. Playing mahjong is not as good as blackjack. He also has to put on a show. I'm just lucky. What can you do? Swish, swish, swish. In more than 10 minutes, Zhao Chen won 4 hands by himself. In the last hand, he won a pair of Hu Qing Yisei. Not only did he lose all the bets of the other 3 people, but he also made them owe Zhao Chen tens of thousands. The 3 of them were dejected at the same time, and some even slammed the mahjong table in anger. Soon, a voice came from the loudspeaker asking Zhao Chen to go to another table. Nothing much to say, it's still overwhelming. Except for a few times when others were really confused and drew 2 cards before winning, Zhao Chen handed out only a few cards. At other times, Zhao Chen was pushing forward all the way. After all, the luck has deepened, first of all, eliminating the chance of a shot, and then adding the mindless self-touch. Who the hell can withstand this? When Zhao Chen came to the 4th table, he felt a heaviness on his shoulders, as if a piece of soft flesh was pressing on him. There's no need to guess. It must be that Haas came to watch his game after losing. In fact, under normal circumstances, watching the game is not allowed. After all, watching the game may involve cheating by using gestures. However, on-site monitoring is still very advanced, and everyone feels at ease. Go and rest after you lose. It's still early for me. After touching himself again, Zhao Chen said to Huis behind him. But the girl was obviously not happy, so she was not well behaved. No, I want to watch you play. Haas might have been feeling unhappy because he had just lost all his chips, so he wanted to see the man win more to have some fun. Zhao Chen grinned and didn't say much. Soon, after an hour and a half, Zhao Chen successfully stepped down from the 10th table. The on-site broadcast also announced the first contestant to advance to the 3rd round. Mr. Li Weijun. The people at the scene suddenly became noisy. Indeed, everyone plays mahjong with some back and forth. After all, it is a product of luck. He advanced so quickly. I have to say he is definitely the chosen one. It is very difficult for ordinary people to count 30 in a row. Of course, Zhao Chen is not within this difficulty range. After all, if you cheat horizontally, you will be invincible. Without wasting any time, the chips were packed into a newly updated large box, which was then kept by a dedicated staff member. Zhao Chen and was returned to the lounge where they were before. Because Zhao Chen and his team were the first to finish the game, the lounge would only be for those who advanced to the next round to rest. So this lounge still looks the same as when Zhao Chen and the others left. Seeing Haas's flaming tongue moistening his red lips, Zhao Chen quickly raised his hand to beg for mercy. It's really not possible. You must not break the vow of chastity during gambling, otherwise your luck will be greatly damaged. Zhao Chen just lied without caring whether Hos believed it or not. How about you give me a back rub? Zhao Chen suddenly remembered that when he and brother Yang Yan were on a mission in Alaska, Yang Yin always liked to find masseuses to help him relax. Although Zhao Chen knew that his plug-in was very powerful, he couldn't help but feel nervous when facing such a big scene. It is inevitable to want to relax. Right. Massage. Was obviously confused by Zhao Chen's strange train of thought. It's not that she doesn't know how to massage, she just can. Why massage at this time? It is obvious that Haas, who comes from a not-so-simple mafia family, has thought about the deeper meaning of massage. But he just said that the color can't be broken. Men's words are really deceiving. Then let's try it. Although Hewis has always wanted to do this, when she talked about it, she was obviously still a little shy like a girl. Zhao Chun was very confused. What should he try? You wouldn't seriously consider giving me a massage, would you? Just kidding, sister. Forget it. I don't think you are a professional at giving massages. Let me see if there are any advertisements at the head of the bed. Cough, cough. Zhao Chun is probably the first person to go to the lounge of the Gambling King competition to look for flyers. Haas was confused. What? Don't like me? Or am I really thinking wrongly? Wait, why is there a small advertisement here? In this way, the two of them spent 3 hours in a daze, during which time they turned on the TV and watched 2 European and American movies that received good reviews. I have to admit that some European and American movies are still not as good as Asian ones. Zhao Chen watches a variety of movies and likes to fast forward. Fox, on the other hand, thinks some movies are not that good to watch. If she doesn't like a part, she will just skip it, but if she comes across a plot she likes, she will keep watching it. The two confused and blushing people kept hearing the bell ringing in the room. Zhao Chen quickly got up and went to the bathroom to relieve the stress of the competition. Get out there and get ready to play. This game is all in. Chapter 178, Immortality Scroll. This game is all in. This Zhao Chun is so familiar. The god of gamblers and the gambler in domestic Hong Kong movies gamble on all kinds of things, and basically the plots are all about all in. It can be said that the classic scenes in the country are all composed of all in. That sentence, all in, it makes so many young people excited. How many people are obsessed with watching it repeatedly? There is also the classic quote from the god of gamblers. This is my promissory note from the Rural Credit Union in New York State, United States, worth 30 million francs. It can be said that it is deeply rooted in the minds of this generation. And now, Zhao Chun is going to compete with real gambling masters from all over the world in his poker skills. Even though I was cheating, perhaps it is a little unfair to these complacent people, but there is no way. Zhao Chun is well aware that he has a heavy task and a heavy responsibility. For the great rejuvenation of the Great Xian nation, we have no choice but to wield the butcher knife against these foreign friends. Ahem, I've gone off topic. Soha is actually really simple. From the moment the first card was dealt, Zhao Chen knew whether he could win, and he could also sense which people had better cards than him. Just compare the luck of this game directly. What's interesting is that there aren't many people playing stud this time, only a dozen tables. And if Zhao Chen wants to advance, he only needs to quickly win over 2 tables. Because it is a competition system, only the top 6 can advance, so there is no room for slacking off. If you have big cards, you can bet boldly. Even if you don't have big cards, you can still use psychological games to intimidate your opponents into folding. However, for Zhao Chun, this was just like playing house. Intimidate me? I'm so fucking scared. I'm afraid you don't dare to go all in. Soon, Zhao Chun changed the gambling table with 17 million in his pocket. There is no way. The remaining people at the table are too timid. They don't dare to place big bets, so what's the point of playing solitaire? At the second table, Zhao Chun was playing against a few Russians and Singaporeans. Thanks to my friend for the ticket to the finals. In just one round, Zhao Chun used a simple 2 pairs to kill 4 idiots who were pretending to be all in. You dare to shout all in when you all have a pair? Do you really think no one can stop you? Among them, the one who was playing all in one was the sharpest one. Anyway, the chips are not counted as money and you can really do whatever you want. 15 minutes later, Zhao Chen successfully advanced to the final round with 34 million chips. Being invincible is so fucking lonely. As a contestant who is about to participate in the finals, there are 6 golden chairs in the center of the stage. Zhao Chun calmly sat in the first chair, looking at the dozen or so tables of people gambling with red faces. The organizers also seemed to be interested in the contestant who won first place in the 2 rounds. Some reporters even wanted to go on stage to ask something, but they were all rejected by Zhao Chun. It's so funny. I really want to be more low-key now. I have to say this golden chair is quite irritating to the butt. Bad review. Zhao Chun remembered the second person who advanced, the young man with only 4 fingers. Zhao Chun looked at the sign on his chest. Ollie Justin. The young man Justin nodded at Zhao Chun and smiled slightly. Zhao Chun also smiled back politely. This guy himself beat him yesterday. He's a pretty good guy. Although there is not much. But being able to climb to the second spot after me is considered lucky. Everyone's level is about the same. You can only say that you are lucky to have advanced so early. There was no one around, so Zhao Chen started chatting with the young man. What happened to your hand? Was it cut off? Zhao Chen came up and exposed the man's scars without any hesitation. Although it was a bit unkind, this was the question that Zhao Chen wanted to ask in his heart. After all, I have heard of cases in Las Vegas where people had their fingers chopped off for cheating. The young man chuckled and said disdainfully, "Those mediocre people can't stand the existence of people who are better than them. I once beat a guy who claimed to be an invincible gambling expert. He was from a wealthy family and accused me of cheating, but he couldn't come up with any reason. Even so, he still cut off a finger from me." Justin didn't seem to have any emotion because Zhao Chen poked his scar. He just described his experience calmly. Powerful. Zhao Chen laughed. Is there such a bloody scene in Las Vegas? He had always thought that this kind of situation only happened in movies. Justin glanced at Zhao Chen and replied, "Perhaps that kind of person is nothing to you, but for us lower-class people, some people only need a little bit of power to dominate our destiny." The young man looked a few years younger than Zhao Chen, but his conversation and experience made him sound like a weathered adult. Zhao Chen immediately thought of Comrade Yao Shi, who had a childish figure and IQ. The two looked about the same age, but the difference was so fucking huge. Zhao Chen nodded and stopped asking questions. Although he thinks this guy is pretty good, it's not to the extent that Zhao Chen would add a new member to his team just because he sees a talented person. I am still very strict with my younger brothers. The reason I took Yao Xian last time was purely because he was from Daxia and was in prison. As a compatriot, I really don't want my compatriots to go further and further down the wrong path. Of course, it's also because there was an extra temporary task for no apparent reason. If there is a task, we will do it. The system won't cheat us anyway, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating a temporary mission and winning it. Ollie Justin was a rising star in the casino industry, a genius with a high IQ. However, he has been framed until now. Now he is controlled by someone who wants to destroy the host's Gambling King mission. Host, please inspire Ollie Justin's rebellious emotions. Finally, take him back to Daxia. Mission reward, 2 temporary use tickets for the Immortal Realm, 30 minutes. Oh Rachette, whatever you think will come true. Longevity experience scroll. Only by entering the realm of immortality can one know the pure essence of this world and the grandeur of having everything in one's hands. Recruit followers, and you will live forever. If I do this business 100 times, I'll still wake up laughing in my bed. Zhao Chen turned his eyes sideways. The look in Justin's eyes suddenly became so hot that it exploded. The scroll of immortality. Ah, the scroll of immortality. Ollie was also wondering why the big guy next to him suddenly looked at him with a fiery expression. Was there something on his face? Ollie, who cut off your finger? Have you been to jail? To recruit younger brothers, you have to do it from the heart. It feels great to help them challenge the enemy, okay? The young man gasped when he heard this and shook his head slowly. Because they falsely accused me of cheating, I had my fingers cut off as punishment. And they were only fined 3,000 franklins for lynching. Justin tried to control his voice and sound cold. But Zhao Chen could still hear the unquenchable anger in the boy's heart. Since you have no power or influence, you should have no chance to participate in this competition. Who contacted you? Zhao Chen continued to ask. This is of course information provided by the system. The young man shook his head and replied, I don't know. Someone sent me this invitation letter and asked me to participate in the Gambling King competition. If I succeed in getting the title of Gambling King, he will help me get revenge. Chapter 179, Give You a Chance. Zhao Chen was stunned, a little confused as to why this guy was so honest and just answered whatever he asked. Do you look so safe? But these are secondary. While there is no one on the stage, you should quickly win the heart of this little brother. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and reminded. Then have you never thought that this is a trap? Obviously, what Zhao Chen said was right. Judging from Justin's situation, it was obvious that someone wanted to use him as a gun. As for whether it is used to snipe at myself, who has been so low-key. There is a saying that goes, when a friend comes from afar, he must be punished even though he is far away. If someone really wants to target me, that would be exactly what I want. Justin nodded, smiled disdainfully, and replied, Of course I know all this. In fact, I can almost conclude that if I really do what they ask, I can't say whether I can get revenge in the end, but I will definitely disappear without a clear reason. So, Justin turned to Zhao Chen and gave him an intriguing smile. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. No way. I'm such a charismatic person, and now you want to recognize me as your big brother? However, it is obvious that this young man is a bit ungrateful. Justin continued. Mr. Li, I know you are determined to get the Gambling King. How about we make a deal? Zhao Chen's heart was in turmoil, But he remained calm on the surface, slightly restraining his excitement, and replied, "What kind of deal?" The answer was as bland as a statement. Although this guy is related to his scroll of immortality, he can't act too eager to give it to him, otherwise he may not cherish it. Ollie Justin, can help Mr. Lee clear all other obstacles. When it's just the two of us, I will lose to Mr. Lee. Zhao Qin's eyelids twitched slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Reason? Zhao Qin said indifferently. The young man continued. I just hope Mr. Lee can give me 5 million in cash after winning the competition. It's just a small help for me to Mr. Lee. Ollie Justin's answer made Zhao Qin speechless with surprise. He didn't expect that this guy was neither intimidated by his arrogance nor wanted to join him because of his reputation. Instead, he just wanted to do business. Young man, the road is narrow. What makes you think you can beat me? Zhao Qin answered indifferently. He felt that this young man had the self-confidence and arrogance that was not appropriate for his age. No wonder all the fingers were cut off. And the young man seemed to have expected Zhao Qin's attitude. So not surprised. Justin said with a provocative smile. Mr. Lee, you may not believe this. I have probably guessed your gambling skills. The people who will advance in the next round cannot be defeated by a little trick. I think you need me more than you think. The young man seemed to have some misunderstandings about Zhao Qin and spoke with considerable confidence. You seem confident? Zhao Qin didn't laugh at him. He just found it funny. Is there anyone who can defend against my luck-based magic? What? Everyone who will advance later will be a Daoan boss. Justin shrugged and said nothing. Zhao Qin looked at the fierce fighting scene below the stage, and suddenly he no longer felt the pain under his butt. The gap between these people and him, or the gap between them and the two of them, is unless they are deliberately hiding their shortcomings. Otherwise, there would be no threat to myself. As for this naive young man, how should I put it? Young people must always have the pride of youth and cannot always be dull. It is understandable that people think that heaven is the boss and earth is second. But the problem is, if you pretend to be cool with me, the same thing happens. The road is narrowing, young man. Zhao Qin looked at the confident young man and suddenly had some strange thoughts. Are you short of money? Zhao Qin said rather arrogantly. The arrogance of treating Franklin as toilet paper. Justin, who had a cold expression on his face, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes when he heard about money. The corners of his mouth, still covered with fluff, laughed at himself slightly. In the eyes of rich people, money is a tool, a piece of waste paper, and a bargaining chip to control others. But what about us poor people? Money is bread, money is coffee, money is the capital to not have to get up at 6 in the morning. Money. It is an endless desire that can be satisfied. Zhao Qin looked at this young man who was blinded by money and was slightly moved. It was as if I saw the countless people at the bottom of society who were oppressed by capitalism. Although this is also the case in Daxiao, the overall environment of Daxiao is there, so at least there won't be situations where people's hands and feet are chopped off for no reason. Moreover, in Daxiao, maybe it is not easy to make money, but it is also difficult to starve to death. An adult with hands and feet has the ability to earn everything he needs. Our previous generation, starting from nothing, created this beautiful, brightly lit country through countless days and nights. Although there may indeed be capital driving the industry, it at least involves a lot more human connections than in capitalist society. The small county town where Zhao Chun lived as a child was poor and backward. But there are also kind-hearted people who take the initiative to open welfare homes. And there are kind-hearted people who continue to mend the wounds of this world. Even in that situation, there were almost no homeless people on the streets. But looking at foreign countries, let's just pick out the top few capitalist countries. Beautiful country, neon country, England, France. There are also several world-famous wealthy countries, such as Switzerland, Poland, etc. These countries are as majestic as the capitals of Washington, London, and Paris, and even world-famous cities such as New York, Tokyo, and San Marco. Under the gorgeous skin, in the cracks and corners of the city, full of the dark side of this world. The number of vagrants and homeless people is not countless, but it can be said that they are numerous. Then the whole country and the whole society remained unmoved. Because in some countries, these people are just animals that waste resources and are worse than pigs and dogs. Perhaps in some countries there are a few people who have paid attention to these lower-class groups, but there are almost no ones who can truly speak for them. In Daxia, this situation was reduced to the extreme. Maybe ordinary people may not be able to earn a lot of money, or may not be able to marry a particularly beautiful wife. But in the final analysis, it is the continuous increase in people's desires. Having a barbecue occasionally and chatting with 3 or 2 friends from time to time is the daily life of ordinary people in Daxia. Many times when Zhao Chun went out of the casino before, he could clearly see that the area around the casino was full of ragged beggars and greedy pickpockets. At that time, Zhao Chun was riding in the hotel bus that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe the price of a driver's clothes is equivalent to a homeless person's monthly salary. Zhao Chun had repeatedly lamented, "Is this still the Las Vegas that countless people have praised to the sky? Or is it still the beautiful country that countless 500,000 people have longed for? Maybe it is indeed a happy country for the rich, but it is really not a happy life for ordinary people." Looking at the young man with a fiery face, Zhao Chun smiled and said, "Take advantage of it. I'll give you a chance." Chapter 180 Acquaintance. You agree? Justin's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Chun's words. In his opinion, this Xia man should be trying to win by being safe, so joining forces with him is the only way to be truly foolproof. As for what I said about seeing through his cheating methods, that's bullshit. Who doesn't know how to scare people? As for 5 million franklins, is that a lot? Haha, I'm afraid it would cost more than 5 million just to go shopping with a girl. 5 million buys peace of mind, it can be said simply. Moreover, the reason why Justin chose Zhao Chun was, firstly, that he and Zhao Chun had met once outside the casino, and secondly, he heard that this big man was betting 100 million franklins with others. Not only did he win, he also won 50 million more franklins. Finally, Justin met Zhao Chun when he was picking up rubbish on East Street in Las Vegas. Zhao Chun actually customized 2 top-level watches worth a total of 6 million franklins at the Patek Philippe store. It's a male and female version. It's just a little gadget you wear on your hand, and you just throw away millions of dollars. Such a big money. Big boss, how can you not seize the opportunity? Zhao Chun was silent when he heard this. Then he shook his head gently. Justin's eyes, which were originally full of expectation, dimmed in an instant. Are you kidding me? But soon a trace of doubt emerged and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Chun smiled. He smiled happily, and many people around him began to pay attention to him. Only then did Zhao Chun restrain himself. Zhao Chun patted Justin on the shoulder and said maturely, "Young man, you should earn more while you are still young. 5 million is just a little extra money, not even enough for a fingernail. If you want to earn, you have to start with tens of millions. One price, 50 million. That's what I said. But the content of this deal has to be changed. Although I am determined to win this match, I want to see what you have to say such nonsense. 50 million. As long as you beat me in this competition, you can take the 50 million. On the contrary, since I have taken on a 50 million bet, even though it is nothing to me, I have to have something to compare it to." It seemed like an exchange of identities. At this moment, Zhao Chun looked at Justin with some joking. Justin frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Zhao Chun meant. But the excitement in my heart could no longer be contained. "What do you want?" The young man Justin's voice was trembling. Many years ago, Justin thought he was a low-key and steady person who would remain calm even if Mount Fuji collapsed in front of him. It's not that he has never seen money. On the contrary, he has seen huge sums of money that many people will never have the chance to see in their lifetime. But he is very rational and calm. He knew that the money had nothing to do with him. He can express in his heart that he wants it. But if his face shows even the slightest desire to possess it, he will be like other fired stackers, leaving with less than half a month's salary. He once thought that he was a person who was very resistant to money. Just like Mr. Ma, who said, "I'm not interested in money and I've never seen money." But he was wrong. His mistake was that he really had no money. He was wrong in his reason. His reason told him that the money had nothing to do with him and he should forget about it. His mind told him that even if he wanted it, he might lose his hand if he touched it. But at this moment, his mind was frantically telling him to agree. Agree. Agree no matter what. Through his observation, Justin realized that the Daxiao man in front of him was a noble and wealthy man who completely regarded money as dirt. Although I don't know if they call him that in Daxiao, he definitely doesn't care about money, and he won't joke with others casually. If Zhao Chun made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Of course, Justin was also very confused at the moment. He didn't know how he could compete with Franklin, who had 50 million. When Zhao Chun heard the young man's trembling question, the corners of his mouth curled up, but he didn't smile as deliberately as he did just now. People who are familiar with Zhao Chun know that when the corners of his mouth are curved, that is when Zhao Chun is most proud. Simple. If you lose, you are mine. If I tell you to go east, you are not allowed to go west. If I let me go to Daxia, you are not allowed to stay in Las Vegas. Zhao Chun's words were concise and to the point. Justin was stunned and blurted out, "You're going to take me in?" Justin obviously didn't expect Zhao Chun to have this idea. "Damn it, boss, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why bother with so much trouble?" But on second thought, Justin felt a little conflicted. Because Justin has a boss. In the alley in front of the Venetian casino, I was once bullied and there was no place for me to pick up trash. It was his boss who rescued him, gave him food and found him a job. Although later on, he lost a finger because his boss allowed him to go to the casino to make money. But Justin never blamed his boss. This is my fate. After he broke his finger, he was unable to work for a long time. It was because of his boss's help that he avoided starvation to death. It can be said that the main credit for Justin's survival till now goes to the middle-aged man who saved him. Thanks to Justin's strong life, he was able to survive day by day. There are more beggars and scavengers in Las Vegas than Afghans. Many of those who came here to gamble hoping to get rich overnight became Justin's colleagues later. There are not so many people who become famous overnight or get rich overnight in the world. Either they are made up to fill people's imagination, or they are individual cases deduced by a lot of coincidences. If you really think you are the one destined to be your destiny, you'd better just go to bed. But at this moment, 50 million Franklins are in front of him. Even if you lose, you can still follow the big boss and be his younger brother. A business that is sure to make money. This time it was Zhao Chen's turn to be nervous. Zhao Chen originally thought that for this money-loving young man, 50 million Franklins would be enough to cloud his mind. Who the hell can resist 50 million green bills? I never expected that this guy was balancing the pros and cons so carefully. It's good material. Being at the bottom of society, there are not many people who can have such strong resistance to money. Zhao Chen felt that being able to produce a child like him was already a real exception. This little guy would have a bright future if he was trained well. It's just a pity that since she is a beautiful Chinese, there is no way to bring her into the officialdom to gild her reputation. Zhao Chen hoped that Justin would agree. After all, he couldn't lose. Moreover, using 50 million to leverage 2 longevity coupons is simply a huge profit. The problem is that this guy is just wasting time. Seeing that a third person is about to advance, the two of them definitely can't communicate as unscrupulously as before. Justin seemed to notice that someone had left his seat and started walking towards them. Agree. But Mr. Li, if you really win, I hope you can give me some money so that I can take care of my affairs after my death. Justin added. No problem. Hearing Justin's positive answer, Zhao Chen almost jumped up and agreed. Successfully fooled. As for making arrangements for the afterlife, they really have to be made. No matter if it's a young couple or an old mother, he has to go to Daxiao with me. Only then did Zhao Chen take a closer look at the person who came. The third qualifier. Coincidentally, it was an acquaintance. Chapter 181 point to point. Mr. Li Weijun, we meet again. The person who came was the eldest brother of the Gao family, whom Zhao Chun had met during dinner. What was his name? He quietly glanced at the visitor's name tag. Gao Tianran. Very good. The name is exactly the same as I remembered. Zhao Chen thought. I'm lucky enough to make it to the top 6 this time. I hope you can give me your guidance. Gao Tianran once showed off his slippery nature in the underground restaurant. He acted like a good, harmless guy to everyone, which made Zhao Chun have a good impression of him. Of course, Zhao Chun is not stupid. To be the third person to reach the top of the competition by defeating thousands of opponents, besides luck, he is also full of cleverness. Sit down. Zhao Chun doesn't really dislike people like this. First of all, such people with high emotional intelligence will not act silly in front of you and make you angry. On the contrary, in order to please you or make friends with you, they will say a lot of comfortable words that make you feel pleasant. Just like the little eunuchs around the ancient emperors. You don't have to know anything, as long as you can flatter. Zhao Chen doesn't care what this person does to him behind his back. As long as he doesn't really get into trouble, he will do whatever he wants. By the way, I also have a platinum card from their casino. Although it is quite useless compared to Citibank Black Gold card, but a little bit is still meat. Zhao Chen was not polite at all, acting like the master of the house, and was very arrogant. But Gao Tianran still treated him with a smile, nodded, and sat next to Justin with great approval, and gave Justin a smile. In fact, Justin was quite confused. I have heard a little about this Mr. Gao Tianran. Not only is he very elegant, but his family background is also very impressive. The son of Gao Yinghong, the leader of the gambling world in Jinghao, has been proficient in mahjong, dice, pai gao, and poker since childhood. At the age of 17, he swept all the young people in Jinghao. His father Gao Yinghong not only won the title of Gambling King in Las Vegas, but was also nicknamed God of Gamblers by people on the Jinghao Road. It is a real Gambling King family. Their family can be said to be the boss of the gambling world in Daxia, which Daxia person wouldn't greet you as young master when seeing this. However, even so, the Gao family is so majestic, but they are so fawning when facing Mr. Li who is standing next to them. Justin was not ignorant of the ways of the world, so Gao Tianran's deliberate flattery was extremely obvious to him. And Mr. Li's casual attitude further confirmed his guess. Mr. Li, your background must be unfathomable. They might even be descendants of a family from Daxia who has reached the emperor's ears. Shit, what kind of luck do I have? The person who sent the ticket to me was trying to cause trouble. Thank you. While Justin was daydreaming, Zhao Chun was already thinking about how to distribute the remaining 3 immortality tickets. If nothing unexpected happens, I will have to use one for this mission. After all, it is really inconvenient to escape at the end. The remaining 2 are at the bottom of the box. How wonderful. Not long. The remaining 3 also advanced one by one. The 6 golden chairs were finally filled with contestants. What surprised Zhao Chun was that, including himself, 4 of the 6 people were from Xia. This completely broke Zhao Chun's stereotype that foreigners were good at gambling. Apart from Justin, his designated younger brother, there was only a bearded man in his 30s. The reason why we can tell he is 30 years old is because his year of birth is written on the badge. Otherwise, Zhao Chun would also believe that this man is 60. No delay. The game starts immediately. This is also the advantage of the first winner, as it can restore some of your physical strength. After all, everyone had used up a lot of energy in the all-in game, so they started playing Texas Hold'em again without stopping. It's a bit too much to ask, but the competition system was like this, and in the end the 3 people who came up almost together chose to accept it rather reluctantly. After all, if you don't accept it, just get out of here. I won't tolerate it. Zhao Chun looked at the 2 unfamiliar Daxia people, probably the gambling kings from Jinghao or Hong Kong. You all look down on others and don't care about anyone else. TSK, it's hard for you to come here and slack off. You don't even need me to do anything. I can hang you up and beat you. Texas Opening. This is the final battle of this Gambling King competition. This competition uses a full camera live broadcast performance. You can watch the live broadcast on Las Vegas pay TV stations, and of course, there are also free ones. A rebroadcast of the competition will be sent online after 12 o'clock the next day. The beautiful Chinese people who usually have no concept of saving money may generously open a TV station for $15 a month. However, many young people who are reluctant to spend the money choose to diversify their options. Casinos, bars, and even hotel lobbies. It seems that on this special day, everyone is making room for the decisive moment of the Las Vegas Gambling King competition. This is simply unimaginable in Daxia. Of course, this has nothing to do with Zhao Chun, who is currently competing. Zhao Chun's luck was average, and he had 3 or 4 bad hands in a row during the trial phase. They just pretend and throw away the cards after looking at the 3 community cards. Justin, on the other hand, acted like a reckless man, and he put up all the cards, regardless of whether they were good or bad. There are winners and losers among several people. Of course, this is just the beginning. Zhao Chun also discovered that in addition to his luck, acting was also crucial in playing this game. Sometimes a subtle expression can determine whether your opponent will follow you to the end. So, when Zhao Chun cheated 1,000,000 bets for the 4th time, everyone tacitly agreed that if Zhao Chun played a card, they would fold. Of course, with 6 people playing cards, it is impossible for Zhao Chun to have the biggest cards every time. However, because you know who has bigger cards than you can easily avoid most of the pitfalls and risks. I have to say that this young man Justin is quite capable. As a mortal, his bargaining chips are almost the same as Zhao Chun's. Zhao Chun rarely wins his bets. On the contrary, Justin caught him bluffing several times, and he lost hundreds of thousands. This immediately aroused Zhao Chun's interest. I originally thought it would be a massacre, but I didn't expect this young man to add a lot of fun to the game. Of course, only Justin. Soon, except Zhao Chun and Justin. The other 4 people, including Gao Tianran, gradually saw a clearing in front of them. The game gradually entered its climax. And now there is still a full hour until the end of the game. It is said that Texas Hold'em is fun only when there are a lot of people around. If there are fewer people, it's just about opening cards and comparing points, which is boring. No. For any chess or card game, the one that truly reflects the technical level is always 1 versus 1. With a large number of people, one can fish in troubled waters. But if it is point to point, the real technology must be exposed. Finally, Gao Tianran lost his last 500,000 chips to Zhao Chun. He greeted Zhao Chun with a wry smile and then left. At this moment, only Zhao Chun and the young man Justin were left on the field. Chips. Zhao Chun, 9.4 million. Justin, 8.6 million. Zhao Chun is slightly ahead. At this moment, Zhao Chun began to stop being cautious. If there are too many people, 1 or 2 will come in to muddy the waters. Point to point, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 182, a little soft. Justin gasped. As far as the previous fight was concerned, Justin could be said to have not figured out any of Zhao Chun's card-playing ideas. Normal people will have their own set of habitual movements and thinking when playing cards, and these are difficult to change. The reason why Justin is always successful in gambling is that he is good at observing all kinds of tiny details. For those at the gaming table, whether to bluff more or keep the big cards for later, It is more or less biased, and this is Justin's chance. But what about Zhao Chun? Good boy. There are absolutely no rules when playing cards. You can go for the big cards, or just follow them mindlessly if you have nothing. It's just like playing around in a mess. But he won the most. How can this be possible? It's like winning a huge fortune just by luck. However, there is no permanent victory in the casino. Is it possible to rely solely on luck? I still haven't figured out what Mr. Lee is thinking. Justin, who was originally full of confidence in himself, basically found it difficult to maintain a winning mentality as the game progressed. Sure enough, anyone who dares to bet 50 million is not an ordinary person. In the stands, two figures of very different sizes were looking down at the game between Zhao Chun and others. OLED Jones looked at the last two people left, one of whom was his future son-in-law. Although his expression did not change, he nodded slightly in approval. Mr. Governor, what do you think of these two men? In fact, as early as when Zhao Chun was the first to step onto the promotion stage and sit on the golden chair, OLED Jones and the deputy governor who organized the competition had already noticed him. There's no way he's too fast. While other masters were still fighting, Zhao Chun had already successfully defeated people from 10 tables and reached the promotion position in a cool and graceful manner. The deputy governor shook his head slightly, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face, which was as dry as a piece of dry wood. I don't understand this young man. OLED Jones was amused. This deputy governor was an old and shrewd man. He said he couldn't understand it. He was either saving face for himself and pretending to be cool, or that's the superficial meaning. He is from Daxia. OLED Jones didn't care about the deputy governor's reply, but instead said something irrelevant. The deputy governor nodded slightly and murmured, Daxiao people are indeed troublesome. You know how much the adults hate Daxia people. When OLED Jones heard the deputy governor mention, Your Excellency, a sinister look flashed across his face for a moment. Then he calmed down. Just be my son-in-law. This kid is much better than that loser from the Cliff family. OLED Jones praised. The deputy governor also laughed. Because of gambling skills? OLED Jones shook his head and said, In every aspect. While the two of them were playing charades on the stage, the fight on the card field was extremely intense. After Zhao Chun took off his disguise, he would kill gods and Buddhas. The chips in front of Justin were like being thrown into the sea, disappearing without even a splash. As the chips shifted drastically, Justin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His intuition told him that he was doomed to lose. He really couldn't believe it. It seemed that Mr. Lee could see through every step he made, and Mr. Lee never seemed to worry about losing. In fact, this is true. All the cards, Zhao Chun bet on one. There were even several times when he only won a few points over Justin. An outrageous victory. Finally, when the stakes next to Justin were less than 1 million points, this originally arrogant young man finally stopped placing bets. He lowered his head slightly, picked up a chip, and placed it to his right hand. I give up. Although he was mentally prepared, Justin still felt a little regretful when he really faced it. Miss 50 million. Of course, this is too young to think. As far as Zhao Chun is concerned, this is not a regret. Just like rock, paper, scissors, if you win I can of course get 50 million, but you have to go first. Not only that, you have to have more total than me. Although Zhao Chun promised 50 million franklins, he never thought of giving this little guy hope of winning. I was cheating from the beginning to the end, and you tell me there is hope? Zhao Chun looked at Justin, who had surrendered, and couldn't help but smile. This ridiculous mission was finally completed. I also got a subordinate and 2 immortality tickets. This is what it means to be truly wealthy. The host came in and talked to Justin for a few words, confirming that Justin had surrendered. He immediately yelled at the camera. The scene was boiling and exploded instantly. Zhao Chun was shocked. He didn't think that the United States just won a game, so why would it make such a big fuss? Golden rain fell from the top of the venue, and dozens of leaders who had been paying close attention to the competition walked down from the platform. Zhao Chun's father-in-law was walking at the front of the crowd, holding a big trophy in his hand. Wow, the investor has such a strong aura that he is responsible for giving out all the trophies. And Haas followed behind his father, clapping excitedly. It can be said that everyone at the scene, even Justin sitting opposite Zhao Chun, might be more excited than Zhao Chun. As for why Zhao Chun was so excited, why was he so calm about this? Please, this is just a small task in a big task. How could Zhao Chun, who has seen many storms, be scared by such a small scene? What's more, if someone in the industry is given the title of Gambling King, it might be a treasure, but Zhao Chun's temporary guest appearance. The victory depends on cheating. It's like winning a game by cheating, which can bring you excitement and pleasure. Indeed, it cannot. But acting still has to happen. Zhao Chun was slightly excited and trembling. His eyes were excited and his hands were shaking. My eyes are filled with tears of emotion. This is the extent of the performance. Zhao Chun was worried that he would get too immersed in the role and would not be able to help laughing out loud. Haas's father, Olai Jones, looked at the boy who was so excited in front of him and wanted to scold him. After all, he was the guy who kidnapped his precious daughter. But when the words came to his lips, he changed his tone and said, "You are very good. Everything you did during the competition was perfect. After the award ceremony, come to our house and sit down." Allred Jones was naturally a private conversation with a low voice, although the winner of the Gambling King competition could have dinner with him and his family. But that was just a superficial courtesy after all. For this Daxia man who captured his daughter's heart, Ole Jones was more tolerant and preferential to the younger generation. "My pleasure," Zhao Chun simply replied perfunctorily. Even as an investor, OLED Jones didn't have the chance to speak all the time, as he received a visit from the deputy governor, interviews from reporters, the announcement of the Las Vegas Gambling King competition, and so on. Zhao Chun was so annoyed that his head hurt. But fortunately, I was dragged and pulled like a tool, walking here and looking there. It took Zhao Chun a whole night, and it was not until after 2 in the morning that he was able to return to his resting room. Is this the treatment of a champion? Although this amount of exercise would certainly not make him tired as a cultivator, the tension of this mission and the tense state of mind really made Zhao Chun busy and busy. Fortunately, the first and most time-consuming task has been completed. Just wait quietly for the system to assign you the next task. Zhao Chun walked into the hotel door in boredom. After entering the room, he didn't even wash up. He threw the trophy on the sofa without any intention of cherishing it. The whole person fell directly onto the soft goose feather bed. Wait, something's wrong. Why is this bed a bit soft? Chapter 183, Taking World Peace as Our Own Responsibility. June, you're hurting me. A pleasant female voice came from the goose feather quilt. It was a bit unexpected that this girl was sneaked into Zhao Chun's room at some point. When I lifted the cover of the bed, it was indeed that chick Haas curled up in the quilt. Zhao Chun pressed his temple with his thumb, feeling a little speechless. Please, do you want to sneak into someone's bed at 2 o'clock in the morning to shoot a midnight thriller? Why are you here? Although he was speechless, Zhao Chun couldn't really do anything to this girl. She was not Yao Shi's girl, so he could say whatever he wanted. Zhao Chun remembered that this girl should have followed his giant dad the whole time, so how come she suddenly ran to his hotel and got into his bed? Really intriguing. Of course, my dad is rested. I know you are very tired and busy today. Ha seemed to sense the fatigue in Zhao Chun's words, and quickly sat up and rubbed Zhao Chun's arm. Zhao Chun curled his lips helplessly and said, "Okay. It's the middle of the night. This is a bit against the rules. Then don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for you to come to my place at this time? Does your father know you're coming?" Of course, this is the question that Zhao Chun couldn't understand. In Daxia, sons-in-law and fathers-in-law usually dislike each other before getting married, especially after the father-in-law knows that his son-in-law has probably taken advantage of him. Maybe the son-in-law doesn't dare to say much to his father-in-law, but the father-in-law must have no good feelings towards this bastard who is taking advantage of his own family. This is why Zhao Chun had a preconceived notion that Hua's old father might not like him. Zhao Chun regarded the previous speech in the casino as a public occasion to give himself face. But Zhao Chun's idea obviously wouldn't work in the West. Your dad is right nearby, and you run to my room and throw yourself into my arms. The summer in the United States is as hot as that in North America, and Fox was only wearing a lace floral dress. The black and white pattern was extremely eye-catching under the lights of the casino, and even more tempting under the light in front of Zhao Chun's window. Zhao Chun felt that he didn't even need to give any hints. This girl would just throw herself into his arms. But the problem is, I don't really want her body. At least I'm not greedy now. As a normal man, it is understandable to have some human needs. However, Zhao Chun must be strict with himself during the mission, not to mention that he has not been able to feed Xiao Yanzi and Mao Mei. Was a little confused, not quite understanding why Zhao Chun asked this. His eyes flickered as he replied, "Of course I know. Dad is very optimistic about you. He also knows that you are tired, so he asked me to come and rest with you." His words once again gave the rather traditional Zhao Chun a big slap in the face. My goodness, this is fucking. But if you want to come, why don't you come with me? Zhao Chun didn't believe it. Just because Hua's father was of such high status, couldn't he arrange for his daughter to be with him? It's okay if you do it yourself, and don't tell me. Just sit on the sofa. He hid secretly in the quilt. Fortunately, I didn't activate my perception ability. If a normal cultivator walked in, he would have found an assassin hiding in the quilt. A direct set of skills with normal attacks. You're going to lose your life. Hua also felt that Zhao Chun was in a bad mood, and said with some guilt, "June, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Does that make you unhappy?" Regarding the woman's attitude, Zhao Chun could only say that he was neither happy nor sad. Zhao Chun could only shake his head and said, "You go back to sleep. I'm too tired. I'm going to sleep on the sofa for a while. Since the window paper has not been broken, It is better for the two of them to sleep separately, even though this girl has hinted so obviously. No longer considering what the father and daughter were thinking, Zhao Qin just wanted to find a place to lie down and take a nap. Wait until you wake up and then think about how to carry out the new task. By the way, why hasn't this unfortunate mission been settled yet? I have brought back this trophy, okay? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the title of Gambling King in the Gambling King contest. The next second after Zhao Qin complained, the system's voice came from his mind. Rewards start to stack up. Start the 8th mission. The 2nd to 7th missions have been skipped. Task requirements. The host sneaks into the Jones mansion, the study of Olaide Jones. Obtain all relevant data and command documents of Adolf Hitt. Task reward superposition. Good job. Come on, just as you say. It seems that there are indeed several times when the tasks are automatically updated when I recite them. Be good, system. Can you please have some initiative next time? This mission. It doesn't look like the cycle will be long. Go to the Haas house. Go to the study of that Olaide Jones, aka Haas's father, and get something. Well, my mission is for the peace of all mankind. It is definitely a great and noble action. Stealing, robbing, and plundering cannot be described as such unjust words. In this case, Zhao Qin turned around and looked at Haas, who was a little disappointed, with a smile on his face. Haas felt like he had made the man angry. Well, he had been busy all day long competing, and afterwards he was forced to do various things, so he must be exhausted. I really don't care about him. If I had known this, I would have celebrated for him tomorrow morning. That's right. Haas not only wanted to give Zhao Qin a surprise, but also wanted to celebrate the joy with Zhao Qin alone. A celebration just for 2 people. But Zhao Qin looked so exhausted that it was impossible to celebrate. It's a pity. I mustered up a lot of courage. Although Zhao Qin had sternly refused many times before, in Hua's opinion, Zhao Qin just didn't want to create more trouble before the game. After all, the people of Daxiao believed in these mysterious things. But now the game is over. There is no reason for him to reject me anymore. Let's wait until he wakes up. Hua, who was about to leave, suddenly looked up and saw Zhao Qin looking at her with fiery eyes. Haas was stunned for a moment, his mind wavering as the fire that had been extinguished in his heart began to burn again. Military. Zhao Qin walked back to Hua and held the girl in his arms, with his head only a dozen centimeters away from Hua's red lips, scaring the little girl so much that she dared not move. It seems that if you speak a little louder, the man's aura can be transmitted to the other person. Zhao Qin carefully comforted the little girl who had just been criticized. Haas, I admit that my voice was a little loud just now. But, I've been very busy today. Maybe you didn't seem tired at all when you saw me dominating the casino. But that's not the case. Although I won easily, I also put in a lot of energy and hard work. In the interviews with reporters after the mission, look at the red marks on my arm. They were caused by a 300-pound reporter. It's really not easy for me. To be honest, Zhao Qin himself didn't know how his lying skills improved so quickly. Before, he was just fine at fooling little girls, but now he almost believed himself. Cough, cough. Is it possible that I am really working hard? Stop talking. June, I'm sorry. Little sister Hua has been deceived by the big bad wolf Zhao Qin. How can she have any other thoughts? She once again kept blaming herself for being ignorant. The man was so tired, but she still wanted his body and wanted to have a more in-depth communication with him. How stupid. Zhao Qin patted little Hua, who had thrown himself into his arms and was hugging him tightly, indicating that he was fine. After all, it was all your good intentions. In a few words, he put the blame on Haas. Zhao Qin lifted Hua's face slightly and asked, Honey, did Daddy say when I could come to your house for dinner? Zhao Qin's true intentions are revealed, and this is the ultimate topic. After all, the serious matter is to go to Jones' mansion and get the things. After getting the things, they found a few newspapers to report it. The United States really likes the dark history or political loopholes of these famous politicians. Unlike China, in the US media, criticizing the government and government officials every day is considered politically correct. With such big news coming out, I'm not afraid that Adolf Hitler will be able to sit still. If you take world peace as your responsibility, you have to take a closer look at me, Zhao Qin. Chapter 184 National War. Come to our house for dinner? We have a place to stay in Las Vegas. Do you want to eat with my dad? We can go to the restaurant. Huasi, who was still indulging in the gentleness of the moment, obviously misunderstood and thought that Zhao Qin wanted to get to know her father. Put forward your own suggestions. Zhao Qin quickly shook his head and gently pinched Hua's slightly chubby face. What? I mean, of course, to dine at your Jones' house. Didn't they say that the winner of the Gambling King contest can be invited to Jones' mansion? That's your home. That's where we'll officially settle down. So, what I'm saying is, when are we going to have dinner at Jones' mansion? Zhao Chen had a serious expression and spoke in a righteous manner. When Huas heard Zhao Chen say, "That's where we've officially settled down," he blushed slightly and didn't hear clearly what Zhao Chen said next. "Yeah, I'll go ask Dad during the day." Huas felt very sweet in her heart. She knew that the man still had her in his heart and had even thought about a more formal meeting occasion. Don't, Zhao Chen said hurriedly. "This chick is easy to fool, but it won't be good if that giant uncle finds out. Although there is a high probability that it will not be discovered, but what if? We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, and that uncle has been eating salt and rice for many years longer than me. Everyone standing in this position is smarter than a monkey. If Haas asks a question rashly and lets him figure out something, wouldn't that be nonsense?" Huas was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Zhao Chen meant. Zhao Chen quickly adjusted his thinking and said seriously, "I mean, don't ask. Otherwise, Dad will feel that we are so impatient, which is not good. You know, we Daxia people like to be reserved and introverted. You don't want Dad to think that I'm an unstable person, do you?" Haas suddenly realized, then said with a smile, "Don't worry. Hee, I won't mention you. I have to go back too. Don't sleep on the sofa. Come to the bed." The next day, Zhao Chen thought he could sleep in, but he thought too much. Early in the morning, Zhao Chen's cell phone kept ringing, making him want to curse. Zhao Chen was in a daze and didn't know who would call him. "It can't be my hometown. Hello. Zhao Chen, it's me. Oh shit." Zhao Chen woke up instantly and looked around to make sure he was the only one in the room. "Commander, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Chen was a little confused. Logically speaking, there was no way he would get a call from his hometown. "I made it very clear before this mission that unless it is extremely urgent, you must not call me. Could something have happened in Daxia?" Li Dao's voice was a little dry, as if he had not slept all night. "Zhao Chen, first of all, congratulations on winning the Gambling King competition. The reason I called you is because something big happened at home. I have to tell you the whole story." Li Dao's voice on the other end of the phone was heavy. Although he was celebrating at the beginning, Zhao Chen could not hear any joy on his face. "You say?" Zhao Chen sat upright, thinking that something big might have happened in his family. Li Dao on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then he told the story. It turned out to be Neon Island next to Daxia. After the Mount Fuji incident, the entire country of Neon began military reorganization and even planned to prepare for war. In fact, many people will wonder, wasn't Japan banned from establishing an army after the end of World War II? This is indeed the case on the surface, including what has been guaranteed to major countries. But this nation is so shameless. If we are not allowed to form an army, we must at least have a self-defense force and the police. There should be no problem for the self-defense forces to form a 100,000-man army. Anyway, it's just the behavior of a scoundrel and hooligan. The one who is in charge of them is the United States. No matter how much other countries say, it will be useless if the United States, as the Godfather, does not speak out to stop them. And these are the rulers of Japan. They say that we set up an organization similar to the Urban Management Brigade to protect our own people. But behind the scenes they are doing all kinds of ulterior motives. Regarding this time when Neon Country is causing trouble, it says that in order to protect itself, it has included several countries including Daxia in its war preparation list, preparing for a national war. I really gave him face. A country that buys second-hand aircraft is clamoring to show its strength to Daxia. Originally, Daxia looked down upon this clown's self-entertainment. However, it was unexpected that the official United States government, led by Adolf Hitler, the pro-war faction, voiced support for Japan's plan and claimed that they would provide firepower support to Japan. Isn't this the real purpose being exposed? It's not the Japanese devils who want to attack us. It's their godfather, the United States, who can't sit still and wants to suppress the unstoppable arrogance of Daxia. Can Daxia endure it? Do you still think that Daxia is the Daxia of decades ago? Decades ago, Great Xia was able to blow the skulls of American soldiers apart with just millet and rifles. What is there to be afraid of now? So Daxia launched a war plan overnight. To sum it up in one word, fight. We will beat anyone who doesn't behave. We are not afraid if the United States wants to compete with us. The battlefield will be in Japan anyway. We will not stop Japan from being cannon fodder. But there was more bad news behind this incident. The pro-war faction of the damn beautiful country united with dozens of allied countries, including the Western Alliance and the Northern Alliance, to put a dent in Daxia. There is no need for them to fight. Anyway, the trade will be stuck, the economy will be stuck, and then some military exercises will be carried out to make Daxia, which is surrounded by enemies, helpless. It can be said that shamelessness is written on his face. Without deploying nuclear weapons, no matter how powerful Daxia is, it will not be able to withstand the global blockade. The Russians, who had been helping Daxia before, were silent this time. They also made many phone calls, but the replies were all perfunctory, saying that the economy was in a slump recently and the country was vigorously promoting the economy, so they couldn't waste money and manpower. In short, I just want to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers. It can be seen that the Russians also know that this time the United States is serious about teaching China a lesson, but it is impossible to really get to the point of overturning the table. The most we can do is suppress them in all aspects. We don't ask to set back many years, but at least we can curb the rising momentum. When the time comes, if Daxia gives in, we can give some sweet benefits, and everyone will be happy. The Russians also hope that Daxia will not be so strong after this incident. After all, friendly forces with broken arms and legs are the only reliable friendly forces. Because of Dayue's domestic economy, it can no longer be compared with Daxia. Although the military strength is indeed very strong, a lame giant cannot go far. The exchanges between the two countries have recently been dominated by Daxia, so the fact that Dai did not take advantage of the situation at this moment is already a plan for future cooperation. There is almost no difference between countries and between people. It is always because of interest that drives everyone forward. At this moment, Daxia was in crisis. Chapter 185 Small Problem. This national war may be inevitable, but Daxia is not afraid. Daxia has always understood the principle of striking the first blow to avoid 100 blows. Commander Li's message to Zhao Chun was mainly to see if the mission could be carried out faster. Adolf Hitler, the new official who had just taken office and was eager to make trouble, really wanted to stir up trouble. Probably because they thought drastic domestic reforms were too much of a hassle, the fire spread directly to Daxia, which was half a planet away. Wouldn't it be better to just quietly seize power at home? If Zhao Chun fails to complete the task in the short term, he should return home immediately and the organization will arrange a new task for him. After all, the world is not peaceful anymore. Zhao Chun naturally applied to stay. His current situation is equivalent to reaching the final step of the mission. All you have to do is go into Joan's mansion yourself, be careful, find the key things, and then hand them over to the newspaper. Wait until the United States backyard catches fire. TSK. Its reputation is absolutely terrible. If the Japanese still want to fight, then let's fight. Without the support of the United States, Japan can't even get close to our army. Moreover, without the hawkish leader of the United States, the U.S. military will be in chaos, and there will be no firepower support. As for the feelings of the Japanese people, what? Has the United States ever cared about the feelings of the Japanese? When the time comes, Daxia will hang Neon up and give it a good beating, and maybe even digest it directly into a province of Daxia. All of this is a crisis. But a crisis is both a danger and an opportunity. Fuck him. When Zhao Chun heard that the situation in his hometown was now difficult, he suddenly had no time to sleep. He quickly packed himself up and went to find Haas to try to get close to him. Only after I have cleared the level here and arrived at Joan's mansion can I officially implement my plan. I went out, left the hotel, took a taxi, and bought 2 sandwiches on the way. Was never expected that Zhao Chun would come to her on his own initiative. I also brought her breakfast. You know, Zhao Chun used to like to sleep in. Even if he went to bed much earlier than me, I would have to go to the hotel to call him later. Today, he actually came to me on his own initiative for the first time. Oh my god. Hwas quickly led Zhao Chun into the house and quickly tidied himself in front of the dressing table. After all, beautiful women look good without any dressing up. Zhao Chun once again hinted to Hwas whether he should take him to meet his parents. With such a big thing happening in the country, Zhao Chun's carefree character was restrained. Hwas couldn't help but smile and whispered in Zhao Chun's ear. We're taking a flight back tonight, but you have to wait a month. Hey. Zhao Chun's brain exploded at that moment. What the hell? Why do I need a month? Zhao Chun panicked instantly because his own task required a fast pace. I am really anxious. There are so many things going on at home. I must help Hit deal with it, otherwise there will really be a fight between Daxia and the United States. Not to mention the question of whether we can win the battle. How many casualties will this cause? But if the fight is just with Neon, the only thing to consider is that the leaders can see the cherry blossoms in Tokyo for a few hours. Seeing Zhao Chun's anxious look, Hua couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing the little girl laughing so happily, Zhao Chun immediately realized that he had been fooled. He withdrew his arm from the woman. Zhao Chun threatened the little girl with a dark face. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. You are playing with fire. Of course, Zhao Chun was just joking. But Haas took it seriously. The little girl didn't know where she learned this trick, but she hugged Zhao Chun tightly with her backhand and put her bright red lips close to Zhao Chun's ear, blowing hot air gently. Really? I don't believe it unless... Cough, cough. Let's get down to business. Zhao Chun was a little overwhelmed. To be honest, he was still a virgin half a month ago, and he lacked experience in this situation. Moreover, Xiao Yanzi never uses these fancy tricks, and she is so self-disciplined. Although Haas's teasing was very low level, it really made people feel a little uneasy. The girl saw Zhao Chun blushing and felt extremely proud. Zhao Chun coughed, not wanting to go off topic. I was kidding you. The little girl still couldn't keep the secret. That's what we announced openly. After all, we in the Jones family want to save face. How could we possibly allow an outsider like you to enter our mansion? But don't worry, I will take you back with me on our private plane tomorrow. Just stay here for a month, and then come back and do your homework. Zhao Chun felt relieved and smiled slightly. 1 month. Sorry, we'll be gone in 3 days at most. Fortunately, the time is quite tight. If it really takes a month to pass, Zhao Chun really wants to give up this task. The situation in China and Japan is tense right now. They might start fighting at the slightest disagreement. How can we afford to delay it for so long? Zhao Chun had lunch with Huaz and Huaz's father in the underground restaurant where Jason had treated them before. This time, Zhao Chun ate very shyly and just had a normal meal and chat with Haas and Olay Jones. Before leaving, Olay Jones asked in a friendly manner whether he needed his help to guarantee Zhao Chun's application for a black card. In high-end places around the world, black cards are a symbol of status. After hearing this, Huaz immediately started to act coquettishly to his father and said that he didn't even have a black card, and you wanted to apply for one for your son-in-law when you've only known him for a few days. Olay Jones first comforted his daughter and then taught her again. Men need something to look good on the outside. Why should girls care about these things? Zhao Chun smiled and declined his future father-in-law's help, then accidentally dropped his black gold card to the ground without leaving any trace. Oh, look at my clumsy personality. Zhao Chun's eyes widened instantly when he saw Olay Jones, and he quickly laughed at himself. OLED Jones licked his lips and said nothing, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Chun showed a bit of approval again. Haas was a little surprised and asked, June, didn't you get it last time? And you got it in just a few days? Zhao Chun smiled and replied, I didn't know about it before, but after I found out, I asked a friend to get one for me. I called him the night before, and it was delivered the next day. Zhao Chun has always treated pretense as if it were his life. OLED Jones once again raised Zhao Chun's status. He thought this Daxiao man had some good qualities before, but now it seems that he has too much good qualities. After leaving the restaurant, Zhao Chun went back to pack his things and prepared to catch the Jones family's flight that evening. Logically speaking, there is nothing to clean up. All the important things are placed in the storage space. If they are not placed in there, what's the point of carrying them with you? That night, Zhao Chun sneaked into the Jones family's private plane like a thief. This was also Zhao Chun's first time taking a private plane. It is unreasonably smaller than a commercial airliner, with fewer seats and no long-legged stewardesses to call out to. However, the level of comfort is completely incomparable to that of civil aviation. Even the first-class seats are far less comfortable than those on private jets. These capitalists just know how to enjoy themselves. After actually taking off, Zhao Chun discovered that the speed was much faster than civil aviation, and there was also dedicated Wi-Fi. Zhao Chun and Ho sat together, and next to them was OLED Jones, who was reading a magazine. It was certainly inappropriate to kiss each other in front of someone else's father, so the two of them seemed particularly honest on the plane. At this time, Zhao Chun discovered a small problem. Chapter 186 Study. The Jones family's private jet flew directly to the Jones residence, not to any other airport in California. That is equivalent to, at least the Jones family still has their own airport. Hiss. These capitalists are really. Soon, the plane's gradual deceleration and descent confirmed Zhao Chun's thoughts. This is a paradise in California. Zhao Chun looked down from the sky and saw that the entire earth was green. There is a dazzling white building complex standing in the center of the green world, so large that it blocks out the sun. Zhao Chun could see the towering gate of the white building from a high altitude. This is a mansion. It's simply a small world. As the plane Zhao Chun was on landed, Zhao Chun roughly estimated that the white building complex covered an area of at least 10 square kilometers. What a concept. It has surpassed many small countries in the world. Moreover, this is just the area occupied by the white building complex, which is surrounded by endless dense forests. This green forest is most likely also a product of the Jones family. Even though Zhao Chun had seen big scenes before, he was still shocked by the scene before him and was speechless. This is the endless enjoyment of the capitalists. Seeing Zhao Chun's shocked expression, Huis was obviously a little proud. Her pretty face is slightly raised, and the Romanesque jacket looks just right in this jungle where the sun does not penetrate. When in Las Vegas, Zhao Chun wore a shirt and shorts. After all, it was summer there and it was in a desert area, so the sun was scorching. However, This place is only 1,000 kilometers away from Las Vegas, but because of the dense woods, the whole building looks extremely cool, yet not gloomy. After all, there is enough sunlight, but it just doesn't reach the ground directly. Only when he reached the ground could Zhao Chun truly look directly at this towering building. Large and luxurious. Matt. Zhao Chun originally thought that the small capitalists in the country who bought and lived in villas of hundreds or thousands of square meters were already luxurious to the extreme. However, when he came to the Jones mansion in front of him, he thought that a few cats or 2 or 3 of them were not even enough. Any building here was over several thousand square meters. Haas introduced to Zhao Chun that the first building after entering the towering gate was the servants' room, which housed about 150 Filipino maids and 2 British butlers who were responsible for the overall operation of the mansion. He has as many as 80 chefs under him, and each of them has his own building. And they were all just there to serve the Jones family. Luxury. Spendthrift. Zhao Chun's mind was filled with only these 2 bright words. Even so, Haas still joked, "This scale is definitely not comparable to the top families in your great Xia, but it is already very prestigious in the United States." Zhao Chun was about to cry. How could there be such a corrupt family in our mighty great Xia? He is always surrounded by 100 or 80 maids. Is he still a landlord from the old times? However, after Hua's reminder, Zhao Chun remembered that there were many such prodigals in his country in ancient times. From the emperor to the local tycoons, anyone who has a little money in their hands will indulge in luxury. But, as the successor of the new era, Zhao Chun felt uncomfortable watching this scene. Maybe he himself was experiencing a period of hunger and cold, so he did not envy this kind of luxurious enjoyment. I just think they are wasted. Zhao Chun shook his head. He didn't care what happened in other countries. It would be better for him to complete the mission safely and then go home quickly. No matter how fragrant it is outside, can it be more fragrant than the blooming peach blossoms in our motherland? Zhao Chun followed Huaz into the main hall. It is called the main hall, but it is actually a huge building. The reason why it is called huge instead of towering is because, besides being tall, it is just too fucking huge. Zhao Chun estimated that this one building alone could cover Commander Li's military district in the capital. It was so outrageous. When Zhao Chun found out that this building that could accommodate at least 1,000 people was only occupied by the Jones family, not only did I not feel envious, but I felt very sad. What has been wrong with the imperial palace since ancient times? Lonely, cold. There are 3 or 4 people living in such a big place. Even though there are a bunch of maids waiting for orders outside, it still feels scary. No wonder Haas likes to run outside all the time, and his father never restricts him. After all, this house is big, but it lacks human touch and warmth. Ole Jones is very busy at work and normally doesn't stay at home. Ole Jones' wife, Haas's mother, would often go out to play cards and go shopping with her sisters and rarely lived here. The 2 masters of the household were often not at home, so how could they force Haas to stay at home? Of course, this mansion has more superficial significance than practical significance, which is known to most people. OLED Jones would choose this place to hold parties or large meetings. And this is also OLED Jones' most secret safe place. As a gangster-like figure, Allred Jones usually receives numerous secret letters. This thing can't be thrown away or burned casually, in case it is needed at any time. Ole Jones was also worried about working for just one person. In case the boss wanted to kill him after he died, he would still be able to resist. And this maze-like castle on the ground is the best hidden place. Apart from Allred Jones himself, even his closest family members didn't know where his secret letters were kept. Not knowing is the greatest protection for them. Zhao Chun also sighed as he looked at the endless buildings. Fortunately, the system was reliable and directly gave Zhao Chun the inside information. Sneak into Jones' mansion, OLED Jones' study. Obtain all relevant data and command documents of Adolf Hitt. Allred Jones kept all his stuff in his study. As for the study room, it is relatively easy to find. After entering this large castle, Zhao Chun looked around. The deep red carpet was eye-catching, the walls were pure white, and the crystal chandeliers were also translucent white. It can be seen that the designer of Jones' mansion has a deep love for white. Of course, it is most likely Ole Jones' personal hobby. There are many rooms, but the 5 rooms on the 3rd floor are the ones that really need attention. Because it was told Zhao Chun that although their house was very large, if all the family members were at home, they would live together. On the 3rd floor of the building, there is Haas's room, OLED Jones and his wife's room, and Haas also has a younger brother who is currently in college and has not returned. The remaining 2 rooms are the gym and Allred Jones' study. Chapter 187 Husband and Wife Conflict. Yes, Allred Jones' study is on the 3rd floor, right next to the bedroom where OLED Jones and others lived. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. If someone really wanted to take action on Oli Jones's secret letter, they probably wouldn't have thought that Oli Jones had placed the letter in the study next to his bedroom. How bold and arrogant this is. Of course, it could also be that OLED Jones just feels safer keeping things close to him. Zhao Chen and Haas were walking and playing, but Oli Jones, who was walking in front, had a sullen look on his face and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhao Chen whispered in Hua's ear, "Where should I stay tonight?" As he said this, he looked at Haas with an expectant expression. This question immediately made the already shy Haas blush. The girl glanced at her father who was walking in front of her and made sure that he didn't hear her before she answered in a low voice. "What are you thinking about? This is my home. Of course you have to stay in the guest room. The first floor is the servants' lounge, and the second floor is specially prepared for you guests. Of course you live on the second floor." Hua blushed a little. She felt that Zhao Chen seemed to have become much more proactive in the past 2 days. Zhao Chen looked slightly dissatisfied and murmured, "I thought I lived with you." As he spoke, Zhao Chen sighed in disappointment. Houston immediately moved to Bungbu. "You pervert. You didn't cherish me when I was in the hotel, but now I'm home. My parents are watching me, and I want to get on base now. Mom and Dad live next door to me. You definitely can't." While the two were playing with each other, the three of them had unknowingly arrived at the restaurant with the British butler. The 1.5 by 20 square foot dining table was filled with delicious food. I have to say, it's great to have your own professional chef. You can have whatever dishes you want. There are all kinds of dishes, both those that can be named and those that cannot be named. Da-da-da-da. It's the sound of high heels. At this time, a beautiful blonde woman slowly walked down from the platinum spiral escalator next to the restaurant. The high heels worn by the beautiful woman created a brisk rhythm, plucking people's heartstrings with each beat. Zhao Chun heard the sound and looked over and saw the beautiful woman just walking down the stairs. The beautiful blonde woman looked to be about 30 years old. She wore a red high-necked headscarf and light makeup. Wearing a red dress, her white legs, red high heels, and the red dress make her look both charming and mysterious. My goodness, this father-in-law of mine even has a concubine? Zhao Chen thought that since this manor was built like a palace, it was not surprising that his father-in-law had several wives. But before Zhao Chun could sigh for long, Huas beside him suddenly threw himself into the arms of the beautiful woman who had just come downstairs like a swallow returning to its nest. "Mother, Zhao Chen lives in Bungbu. Mom, I think she looks more like my sister." Although Huas has always been teased by Zhao Chun as a little sister, her real age must be around 22 years old, and it is likely to be higher, not lower. And this beautiful woman, even if Zhao Chen saw through it, he couldn't tell that he looked like he was 40 years old. With a slender figure, in this beautiful country where the per capita level is C, suddenly an E-level boss is so dazzling. Could it be a monk? No, there is no fluctuation. Is it possible that the level of maintenance is so advanced now? The beautiful woman didn't seem very surprised by her daughter's return. She moved the corners of her mouth reluctantly and gently touched her daughter's hair as she threw herself into her arms. Zhao Chun was a little confused, but Huas, who was in the arms of the beautiful woman, had no idea. For some reason, Zhao Chen felt that the expression of this beautiful woman was not natural. At this time, the beautiful woman turned her gaze to Zhao Chun. Forehead. Zhao Chun and the beautiful woman looked at each other for a long time. This seems a bit embarrassing for me. They are all reunited as a family. Why am I staying here? Maybe this is why mothers feel embarrassed? Let's eat. Oli Jones saw his wife coming down too. She seemed a little hungry, so he sat down and asked everyone to come and eat. Now Zhao Chun was a little conflicted. It was not right for him to sit down, and it was not right for him not to sit down. If you sit, is it better to sit closer or farther away? No one taught him. Haas seemed to have sensed Zhao Chen's embarrassment. After helping his mother sit down quickly, he quickly ran to Zhao Chun and pulled Zhao Chen to sit down with him. "Mom, let me introduce this to you. This is..." Haas was just about to introduce his boyfriend to his mother. OLED Jones waved his hand and said, "Your mother already knows him, so you don't need to introduce him too much. Now let's eat." Haas was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding why his father suddenly became so cold. And the expressions of both of them were unnatural. "Did you have a fight with your mom?" Zhao Chen also saw that his father-in-law and mother-in-law seemed to be getting along, so he stopped talking and just lowered his head to eat. There's something wrong with this family. Zhao Chen noticed from the corner of his eye that Hua's mother had a very stiff expression, as if she wanted to say something but was holding it back. As for why, Zhao Chun is not a god. Of course he doesn't know. But the food is still delicious. The conflict between the young couple is probably their family's internal affair. I should just eat and drink. About halfway through the meal, no one at the table was talking, and Zhao Chun gradually felt that something was wrong. He was familiar with the American food culture. Normally, a family would chat while eating. How could he be silent all the time? If you say it's a quarrel between the two of you, I can understand that. But it's also okay for you to chat with me, your future son-in-law. Allred Jones took the last sip of his wine and wiped his mouth with a fine handkerchief. Looking at his daughter and wife at the table, Oled Jones showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Lucen, come with me after dinner. I have something to discuss with you. Hwa's mother was a little out of shape and snorted with a smile. What's there to talk about? Just say yes. Ole Jones' expression was obviously serious, and he said seriously, don't let me embarrass you in front of the kids. Oh my God, did I witness a bloody scene of catching someone cheating as soon as I got home? Zhao Chen clearly felt that this Haas's mother was obviously not in good shape, and Ole Jones was trying hard to suppress his emotions. It wasn't like this before I got on the plane. All we can say is that it happened in just a few hours. Hwa's mom was caught with someone else. How ridiculous. Haas was still relatively naive and didn't quite understand what was going on. Dad, what's wrong? Haas held Allred Jones' hand and asked in a panic. In his impression, his father was very gentle and kind to his family, and he always loved his mother deeply. Ole Jones rarely responded directly. He patted Haas's hand and replied, it's okay. Your mother and I have some things to take care of. Xiaoli is here too, so let Xiaoli stay with you at home and rest today. Your mother and I are going out for a while. Zhao Chun was stunned. Oh shit. It comes without any effort? Don't want. Tell me what's wrong with you guys. Haas was obviously a little panicked. He was worried about what might happen to his parents, with whom he had always had a good relationship. Oled Jones shook his head and continued. My dear, Daddy and your mommy really have some important business to deal with. We will be back tomorrow morning at the latest. You guys must be tired after sitting on the plane for quite a while today. Go upstairs and rest after you finish eating. At this time, the beautiful woman who had been silent all this time also said, Haas, Mom and your dad have something to talk about. Don't get involved. Haas was a little confused and didn't quite understand why his parents, who had always had a good relationship, suddenly became like this. Zhao Chen gently held Hwa's hand next to her, which was also a kind of psychological comfort. Although I don't know what's going on with this family, it seems that my mission will be completed soon. Chapter 188, A Line Away. In the end, Oled Jones left the mansion with his reluctant wife without even finishing his meal. When they were leaving, the two of them no longer cared about the idea of keeping dirty laundry in the family private. The rough man, Oled Jones, simply asked the servants to drag his wife away. Haas certainly couldn't bear to see his mother being treated like this, and he scrambled to stop his father, but unfortunately he was stopped by the servants. At Jones' house, Allred Jones's orders were everything. Even Jones's wife and daughter are the mistresses of this mansion. Zhao Chen felt very awkward sitting in his seat. He had just arrived at someone's house and encountered a family strife. It was probably a bloody plot where the wife cheated on her husband while he was away. If he wasn't Haas's boyfriend, Oled Jones probably wouldn't have kept him. At this time, even an outsider like Zhao Chun could see that the couple would definitely not be able to reconcile, and Oled Jones was probably going to find the adulterer and confront him face to face. It is hard to imagine that Oled Jones, a man who is so powerful in the United States, could encounter such a despicable operation. These rich people's circles are really messy. Hwa choked weakly at the dining table. She felt even sadder when she saw her mother being taken away by her father without any expression or struggle. She didn't understand how the mother, who was usually kind and dignified, could do something to let her father down. Although she didn't understand it, they usually acted like they were very loving. Haas kept crying in his seat. Seeing that the young lady had calmed down, the maids also obediently stepped aside. Zhao Chun patted Hwa's back gently to comfort him. His face was naturally very sad, but his heart was so excited that he almost jumped up. This old guy, Oled Jones, didn't even go upstairs when he left. If his things were in the study before, they must still be there now. Soon, Zhao Chun heard a loud jet roar. The plane takes off. Zhao Chun slightly suppressed his excitement and continued to comfort Hwa, who was still crying. In this regard, Zhao Chun was still honest and did not become too presumptuous just because he heard the roar of a plane taking off outside. It is not critical whether you get the document earlier or later. Although this mansion was filled with mortals, Zhao Chen thought that he had taken advantage of this poor girl for so long, and it would be better for them to part ways amicably in the end. As Haas gradually became tired of crying, he felt a little weak. Zhao Chen quickly helped Hwa upstairs and went back to his room to rest. The maids downstairs quickly cleared the table. When Zhao Chun heard the noise, he looked back and said in his heart, I haven't eaten enough yet. Of course, these are all details. The real business is more important. Zhao Chen helped Hwa into the room. The girl still had the energy to cry nonstop. She really didn't understand why her parents, who had such a close relationship, suddenly had a conflict. It is obviously a huge contradiction. Haas still doesn't believe that his mother would cheat on him. Zhao Chen didn't know how to comfort her. He couldn't just say that one can only judge a person by his appearance, but not his heart. After all, that woman was Hua's biological mother. All I could do was draw the chicken soup and let Haas swallow it bit by bit. Slowly, just like when he coaxed his sister to sleep when he was a child, Hua's crying gradually became lighter, but his hands were still tightly around Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen felt that he had done his utmost. He still had a mission to complete and could not waste any more time with Haas. He gently pressed the girl's Tianmin acupoint and Baihui acupoint to ensure that she would not wake up in the next few hours. Then Zhao Chen gently placed it on the bed and made the quilt. Every room in Joan's mansion looks very fresh, and there is no feeling of coolness. After completing this step, Zhao Chen certainly cannot just go out carelessly. There are dozens of maids outside. Unless one is ruthless enough to kill them all, it would be difficult to kill them all. If one or two of them ran away to tip off the enemy, that giant OLED Jones would surely come back. No one knows whether there are any experts or mercenaries arranged by him in this house. The problem can be solved by using the longevity voucher, but it always feels like an overkill. Good steel should be used on the blade. Zhao Chen came to the window and looked out gently. At this moment, the moon is dim and the stars are sparse, and the dark night covers the world. After confirming that there was no serious problem, Zhao Chen climbed out of the window directly. With the strong physique of the body-shaping realm, high-altitude rock climbing is not a problem. What's more, there is no one else on the floor below this one, so he is extremely safe. Zhao Chen noticed it when he went upstairs just now. The study was at the easternmost end of the third floor, while Hua's room was at the westernmost end. There are 3 other rooms in between. Although climbing in the air is a bit difficult, it is not a big problem overall. It's easier than I thought. Although Zhao Chen hasn't used his cultivation much these days, the small white light spot still seems to be deposited in his body, making subtle changes. Although there might not be much hope of winning against that guy Yao Shi, but it will definitely not be like before, when it was difficult to even meet her. Finally, after 15 minutes, Zhao Chen struggled to get to the window of the study room, slowly grasping the slippery stone in his hand from Hua's window. Zhao Chen was always on guard to see if anyone noticed him. If someone noticed him, he would definitely grab a ticket for immortality immediately. After all, you have to have a life to use the immortality ticket. Zhao Chen came here along the way, and as far as the windows were concerned, the windows of the 4 rooms in front seemed to be similar. At least it's not something difficult to make. But the window of the study is a bit interesting. Apart from its different appearance, this window of the study cannot be opened at all. The windows are made of pure metal. They are welded shut. You can't open the windows for renovation. Zhao Chen felt a little aggrieved, and at this time he thought of that girl Yaoshi again. All my stack of talismans are with her. If she wanted to, she could probably break this iron lump without making any noise. Out of desperation, Zhao Chen came to the window next to the study. Jim. Zhao Chen easily pried open the window lock and got in. It went smoothly. At least this window is a proper window. You don't even need to turn on the lights. Under the moonlight, you can see all kinds of sports facilities, including treadmills, horizontal bars, dumbbells, etc. Although Zhao Chen has never spent money on fitness, he has been to the gym. First of all, there is a free gym in the school, and there are also some outside the school. Some gyms outside the school were free in the first few weeks after they opened, and Zhao Chen went to a few of them for free. The style is roughly the same as the gym I have in mind. There is nothing special about this gym. It is just a room for working out. Zhao Chen sat on the ground and thought for a while, but he really couldn't think of any good way to sneak into the study. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Chen decided to wait a little longer. When the servants thought Zhao Chen and Hua were asleep, he would go back to rest. Then he went out directly from the door and found a way to enter the study. What if someone sees me? What if someone sees me? At least I don't know how to solve it cleverly in the short term. Should I call Haas up and fool him? Little Miss Haas is silly, but not stupid. How could she easily get into her father's study? But if we enter through the main gate, we will have to use more violence and kill people, which is really... Wait, the location of this treadmill. Chapter 189, Secret Room. Joan's house. Servant building. In the lobby on the first floor, dozens of Filipino maids were standing in the corner, trembling with fear. There was a huge crowd of people in the hall. Sitting in the center were 3 elderly people, a man and a woman. In the middle of the hall, Allred Jones and his wife sat on a soft leather sofa. Your acting is terrible. OLED Jones was somewhat dissatisfied with his wife, whose worry was written all over her face. He made the plan, and he wanted everything to be perfect. Allred Jones's wife was obviously unhappy and complained. You are so cruel that you are willing to use your own daughter as bait. What if something happens to Haas? The beautiful woman's voice trembled slightly, and she was obviously very concerned about her daughter's current safety. Impossible. Allred Jones interrupted. Then the giant raised his mouth slightly and said, I have some understanding of Daxia culture. My daughter poses no threat to him, and she has always been in love with him. He will not do anything to her. We just have to wait for him to show a flaw. Allred Jones said confidently. It depends on whether he dares to really break in through the door. If he breaks the door violently, the photographer behind him will take pictures. We will have sufficient reason to arrest him, and we can also use this as an excuse to declare war on Daxia. Spies are the bottom line in any country. The three old men who were also sitting on the sofa remained unmoved. Allred Jones asked softly to the old man who was leading the group. Elders, if this Daxiao man is a powerful cultivator, I would trouble you three to take action. The leader of the three old men who were resting with their eyes closed opened his cloudy, dry eyes, like a dead ancient well. The only outstanding young man in Daxia is Pluto, but he has appeared in an international court before. So this disguised person is definitely not him. I have observed his aura. Although he rarely reveals it, there has been a slight amount of aura leaking out, but it is no more than Wang Chen's. Wang Chen realm is one of the top fighters in Daxia. It is unlikely that he will be a spy. But even so, considering that he has a backup plan that can temporarily enter the Dalian realm, it would be enough for the three of us to send one person. You asked all three of us to come. Aren't you being a little too cautious? The old man in the lead was obviously a little dissatisfied, so he was quite impolite when speaking to Allred Jones. Allred Jones gave a dry laugh and replied, Don't blame me, elder. I, Allred Jones, will do anything I want, even if it means fighting a rabbit with all my strength. The higher-ups were furious about the nuclear bomb incident last time, and they demanded that any situation involving Daxia spies be given the highest level of attention no matter what. I'm sorry to bother you elders to come and take charge. Please forgive me. It was obvious that Allred Jones did not have the ability to command these old antiques, but if he just sat there in charge, it would not be a big problem. The old man who was in the lead was obviously just venting his anger and had no intention of getting serious with Allred Jones. At this time, a scarred man standing next to Allred Jones asked, Brother, the file is still inside. Are you sure there is no problem? Scarface felt that everything about Big Brother's plan was good except that he laid too much bait. He used his daughter as bait and placed secret documents in the study. If something goes wrong, don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. Allred Jones waved his hand and said confidently, This Jones mansion is equipped according to anti-missile standards. Even if he can launch missiles inside, he can't break through the door of the study. He doesn't even know that there is no door to the study. The real entrance is somewhere else. At this point, Allred Jones showed a smug smile. Now keep an eye on the main building. If you see any signs of violent breaching, everyone rush in immediately. No need to protect was deliberately. I will open her access control to the highest level. Although Zhao Chun had never run on a treadmill at school or outside of school, the heat from running on the treadmill was too intense. But he probably also knows that a treadmill can't be placed against a wall. At least in Zhao Chen's impression, there was no treadmill against the wall, even though the treadmill in front of him was big enough. People standing on it are unlikely to swing their arms and hit the wall, but this is also. Something just doesn't feel right. Zhao Chen took a closer look. There are no footprints on the treadmill. Is this just for show? Or are the Filipino maids here too responsible and wipe it after every run? But the other equipment in this room is not that clean either. Although my hands are not covered in dust, at least they don't look like they are cleaned every day. It can't be that strong man running barefoot. Or in other words, this treadmill is just a showpiece? Zhao Chun lifted it with a little force. What the hell? With Zhao Chen's strength at the body-shaping realm, he could lift things weighing hundreds of pounds without any difficulty. But he just couldn't lift this treadmill that only weighed a few dozen pounds. No. There's something strange. Zhao Chun pursed his lips and felt a little excited. Anything strange proves that he is getting closer to the truth. He finally understood why Allred Jones trusted him so much. I'm afraid that this study room is not open to anyone who wants to enter. In other words, the way to enter this study is a bit special. Zhao Chen carefully observed the surroundings of the treadmill and confirmed that the treadmill was integrated with the ground. No wonder I can't lift it. Zhao Chun has also watched many high-tech movies at home and abroad, which have special entrances or secret doors. It requires a specific mechanism to open. Where's the agency? It must be in this room. Zhao Chen emptied the room inside and out again, but everything looked normal. Zhao Chen moved all the small gadgets that could be moved by hand. He crashed again. Damn. I have to say that these beautiful Chinese people are not all stupid and complacent. At least this Allred Jones looks like a fool, But one has to admit that he is very meticulous, as he can come up with such a way to hide things. But now I'm stuck here. Wait, I just came in through the window. Zhao Chen immediately ran back to the window and looked at the various shapes and colors of stones outside. Hiki. Zhao Chen saw the problematic point. It was dark before and he didn't notice it. Although the stones outside the window were of different sizes, they were basically all black, including the stones Zhao Chen encountered on his way from Hua's side to outside the study. All of them are black stones. But there is only one, and now it looks slightly gray. Zhao Chen noticed it before because the moonlight was bright and shining directly on the window. This unusual stone caught Zhao Chen's eyes. But at that time, Zhao Chen didn't care. After all, it was just a stone. But now it seems that there is definitely something strange about this stone. Zhao Chen stretched out his right hand, and his eyes suddenly froze. Sure enough, I could just touch it by stretching out my arm. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen pressed slightly. Sudden. The wall in front of Zhao Chen flipped over. Flipped silently. Zhao Chen watched helplessly as the wall next to the treadmill suddenly turned into a straight passage. And the whole process was completely silent. Awesome design. Zhao Chen walked in without hesitation. There was nothing interesting in the passage, and the faint purple light looked like pieces of warm gems. The passage was not long, and Zhao Chen reached the end in a few seconds. This is a secret room. Chapter 190, Timu Mountain Dragon. The secret room is not big, only about 7 or 8 square meters. Compared to the halls that are often thousands of square meters, this secret room is simply pocket-sized. However, Zhao Chen also understood the reason. If you just look at this study room, it is the same size as the bedroom and the gym, whether from the outside or the inside. It's probably about 50 to 60 square meters. But it is not true. Except for the 7 or 8 square meters in the middle, the rest is solid. This Ord Jones is so cruel. How does the brain grow? Of course, Zhao Chen did not dwell on this issue. Looking at the files divided into columns of English letters, Zhao Chen skillfully searched for useful information. I have to say, if Ole Jones is the only one who knows about this secret room, then he is indeed a meticulous person. The secret letters were clearly divided into different categories, some were important, and some would not be used in the short term. Zhao Chen took a few glances at it and confirmed that it was indeed a useful thing. No matter what it is, just stuff it all into the storage space. It's not that I can't let go. In just a few seconds, Zhao Chen cleaned the secret room, leaving only dust on the floor. Zhao Chen was about to turn around and leave contentedly, but was suddenly stunned. Because Zhao Chen saw that there was a flashing red light right above the place where he came in. Waterfuck. How did he get into the secret room? Ole Jones received a text message alert on his mobile phone as soon as the secret room was opened. When Ole Jones opened his mobile phone to check the surveillance footage, he happened to meet the confused Zhao Chen face to face. But the secret room is a secret room. Where are all the documents in it? Everyone, surround the mansion. We must not let this Daxia guy get away. Ole Jones was a little panicked. He never expected that this Daxia man could actually enter the secret room he carefully designed. This was completely illogical. At the same time, the only people who could still sit quietly on the sofa were 3 old men with their eyes closed. One of the old men opened his eyes and smiled sarcastically. Is this the so-called iron wall of protection that Mr. Allred Jones claims to have? It is truly extraordinary. OLED Jones was not in the mood to argue with him, not to mention that if a fight really broke out, he would have to rely on these 3 old men. Zhao Chen was a little confused. Common sense told him that thing was called a camera. It's over. I have to run. Without any hesitation, Zhao Chen ran out of the passage and slid down through the window. In fact, with Zhao Chen's current physique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to jump directly from the 3rd floor. But after all, he became rich by accident, and now it is an emergency, so he dare not run away so arrogantly. Zhao Chen had the impression that there were quite a few mountain bikes and tricycles parked there. For ordinary mountain bikes, forget about it because they don't have keys. But it's different with Bang Bang. There are many of these bikes in Jones Mansion that can move freely in the woods, and you don't even need to take out the keys. After all, there are quite a few people coming in and out every day, so it is quite convenient to just drive a Bing and go back and forth. Zhao Chen still thought that OLED Jones was still on the plane at this time, and felt that it would be useless even if he turned back. By then I had already escaped. When you get to the city, change your skin and transform yourself into a different identity. Even if he had 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, he couldn't do anything to me. But Zhao Chen didn't expect that he would be surrounded before he even climbed to the 1st floor. Countless men in black were pointing their black guns at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen immediately raised his hands. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, bro. Zhao Chen didn't expect that there were so many bodyguards around Jones Mansion. What the hell? At this time, a person Zhao Chen didn't expect slowly walked over. Li Wei Jun, that's a good name. Don't call yourself that in your next life. Leave the information here. and I'll leave you with an intact body. OLED Jones looked at Zhao Qin with a joking look as he raised his hands above his head. He was originally a little flustered, but suddenly he felt very proud. He didn't expect that this Daxia spy was such a rookie that even his escape was so unprofessional. Zhao Qin's expression twitched. He was a little bit unbelieving, but he quickly reacted, took a deep breath and asked, "You've already seen that there's something wrong with me." Zhao Qin's expression was a little cold. "My situation this time is the same as the last time I stole the nuclear bomb. Damn, I was ambushed." Ole Jones looked at Zhao Qin confidently, his disdainful expression trembling slightly, and said, "You don't really think you're infallible, Daxia people. We noticed you from the moment you entered Las Vegas. First, the origin of your invitation letter is unclear. Second, you deliberately try to get close to my daughter. Third, it's your strange gambling skills. I admit that the origin of the invitation letter is unclear. I really didn't deliberately approach your daughter. It would be fine if you weren't close to my daughter. I probably wouldn't think of you as a spy. But you get close to my daughter in an unpredictable way, and you think you are being mysterious enough. Kiki. And your black gold card. You want to prove yourself so badly. How is it possible that someone could get approval from Citibank's head office in just a few days? Even if there is, he wouldn't be a fool who doesn't know anything about the black gold card. Obviously, in order to attract our attention, you asked the person behind you to help you get the black gold card. I have to say, the person behind you is quite well informed." Zhao Qin was speechless. "Please, I got the black gold card because I really want to use it. And your gambling skills, and your mysterious manipulation of cash in the casino. You may not know that our informants once saw you inexplicably produce tens of millions of cash in the Venetian casino. Others may think that you have an accomplice to help you, but I know that this should be a storage item of the Daxiamux." Zhao Qin was speechless. "You were lucky to have caught a dead mouse. So, Hewis isn't actually your daughter at all?" Zhao Qin suddenly thought of a very crucial matter and had to speak up to test the waters. Ulrich Jones smiled and shook his head. "How could that be? Of course, Hwaz is my daughter. Even Hwaz's love for you is genuine. After all, what can deceive you if it's not real? Right, Mr. Spy?" At this moment, Ole Jones was not worried at all that the Daxia man in front of him would run away. After all, with 3 elders in charge, he was full of confidence. Zhao Qin smiled slightly and said, "You laid a lot of bait. You had already come to Las Vegas at that time. And you were an old fox. You would never let anyone else know about the secret room. So, the things in the secret room are real too." What Zhao Qin was most worried about was the authenticity of those confidential documents and letters, but based on his own inference, they should be true. OLED Jones shook his head slightly and replied, "Daxia people, this is meaningless. You have no chance to get out, let alone spread the word. Just hand over your storage items. Wouldn't it be better to die peacefully?" Ulrich Jones looked like a dead man. Zhao Qin also laughed. He originally thought that this giant was different from an ordinary idiot and would not explain so much to him. But now it seems that he is still the same as those idiots, thinking that he will definitely win and having an inexplicable sense of superiority. Zhao Qin didn't want to waste time. He knew that this place must have been surrounded by a tight net. At this point, the only option left is to use a longevity voucher. However, just as Zhao Qin was about to use it, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, there was a roar like a dragon roaring in the mountains. The entire earth was torn apart like a dragon turning over. The black-clad men who had surrounded Zhao Qin were suddenly blown to pieces by the sudden earthquake, and everyone, including OLED Jones, was blinded by an inexplicable gust of sand. "Forget Dust Talisman, Earth, and Wood Mountain Dragon." A familiar female voice sounded in Zhao Qin's ears.